This man was extremely arrogant, and he single-handedly swept through the entire Myawaddy telecom fraud zone. His furious counterattack thoroughly enraged the local warlord. The warlord mobilized a large number of armed personnel to launch a full-scale manhunt for him, determined to wipe him out completely. But they never expected that what awaited them was an invincible minefield, 500 mortars, and an overwhelming array of modern weapons. On this day, swarms of drones blotted out the sky, and armed robot dogs stormed the battlefield. Those notorious telecom fraud warlords were utterly annihilated in the fierce artillery fire. And all of this begins with a man named Chu Feng. Chu Feng originally just wanted to find a job, but he was tricked by an old classmate he hadn't seen for many years into going to the Myawaddy telecommunications fraud park. He had been in the park for a full month, but because of his kind heart and unwillingness to deceive innocent people, his performance targets remained unmet. Enraged, the park manager decided to make an example of him, not only torturing him in every way possible, but also planning to forcibly cut off his kidneys to sell. Just when Chu Feng was on the verge of death, he unexpectedly unlocked a super weapons system. As long as he completes the tasks issued by the system, he can obtain various loyal assassins and powerful weapons as rewards. Even more outrageous is that all system items can be controlled with a thought and instantly teleported to his designated location. After the system was activated, Chu Feng was immediately given an escape tool, a grappling hook and nail gun. At the same time, he also received 3 starting weapons, a military knife, a Desert Eagle, and a full 500 rounds of ammunition. Chu Feng immediately took action, his mind probing into the system's space to lock onto the Desert Eagle. The next second, the cold, heavy pistol appeared out of thin air in his hand, the metallic feel instantly changing his demeanor. Recalling the month of hellish torment, Chu Feng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Du Biao and his henchmen, though clearly Chinese, hid in Myawaddy, a lawless area, using warlord protection to harm their compatriots. In their eyes, their fellow countrymen are merely tools for making money. Those who fail to complete their tasks are sent to have their organs harvested until they are squeezed dry of their last bit of value. With the system's assistance, he would never let such beasts go unpunished. However, the most important thing right now is to get out of the water prison. Chu Feng cleared his mind of distractions, teleported the grappling hook and nail gun to his hand, aimed it at the edge of the water prison's ceiling, and decisively pulled the trigger. With a bang, the grappling hook sank deep into the solid concrete. With the explosive power of an elite Special Forces soldier, Chu Feng braced his feet against the wall and quickly climbed upwards using a grappling hook. Outside the water prison, 2 henchmen with cigarettes in their mouths heard the commotion and pushed open the door in confusion. As soon as they entered, they saw Chu Feng, soaking wet, climbing out of the water dungeon. The 2 were dumbfounded. The walls of the water dungeon were so smooth that there was no foothold at all, and they simply couldn't understand how Chu Feng had gotten up there. "Hey kid, I'm asking you a question. Are you mute?" The 2 men approached, cursing and swearing, completely unaware that their deaths were imminent. Chu Feng's voice was hoarse as he uttered only one word: "Die." Before the words were even finished, his figure shot out like lightning, his military dagger flashing with a chilling light. The 2 henchmen froze on the spot, clutching their necks in terror, trying to say something but only managing muffled whimpers. Blood splattered, and the 2 corpses collapsed to the ground. Chu Feng looked at the bodies and sneered. With his enhanced abilities, dealing with 2 unsuspecting fodder was easier than eating or drinking for him. He had chosen to use a knife to avoid alerting others. Otherwise, with the Desert Eagle in hand, he would have killed them even faster. The threat had barely been eliminated when a system notification sounded. Chu Feng had killed 2 guards, earning 1 beginner assassin recruitment ticket, along with 5 Desert Eagles, 6 silencers, and 2,000 rounds of ammunition. Chu Feng wasn't surprised by the weapon reward, but he'd never seen a suicide squad recruitment voucher before. The system explained that the recruitment voucher could summon different numbers of suicide squads, depending on the host level, and these squads would come to the host side to assist in battle. Furthermore, all the assassins were absolutely loyal to Chu Feng, and their combat strength was comparable to that of veteran soldiers who had actually experienced the battlefield. Chu Feng was shocked. Although he was not weak in combat and had enough ammunition, he was, after all, alone. Facing hundreds of armed security guards and henchmen in the park, a single misstep could still result in death. But with suicide squad members, the situation is completely different. Use the basic suicide squad recruitment voucher immediately. The system received the command and began summoning. With a few swift movements, 5 burly men silently appeared beside Chu Feng. The 5 men had different appearances, but they were all wearing black vests. Their muscles were well-defined, and the oppressive aura they exuded was far beyond that of the henchmen. "Boss!" the 5 men shouted in unison as they appeared. Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction, raised his hand, and 5 desert eagles equipped with silencers were immediately teleported into their hands. Just as the weapons were distributed, the system voice sounded again. Death Squad summoned. Non-mandatory combat mission issued. The strongest enemies end. Mission objective: kill Du Biao, the leader of the park. Mission reward: unlock new feature, arms shop. Mission time: 10 minutes. What? Kill Du Biao, the leader of the park, within 10 minutes. Chu Feng frowned slightly upon hearing the announcement. There were hundreds of armed thugs in the park, 3 buildings, and countless rooms, and it was late at night. If Du Biao sensed something was wrong and hid, it wouldn't be easy to find him within 10 minutes. Chu Feng originally planned to fight his way out of the park first, find a safe place to develop his strength, and then come back to wipe out these bastards in one fell swoop. But seeing the arms shop as a mission reward, he immediately changed his mind. The arms shop sells all kinds of weapons. Once unlocked, combat power will skyrocket. Chu Feng gritted his teeth on the spot. Damn it, I'll take this job. Just then, footsteps came from outside the water dungeon. Several henchmen walked over, cursing, saying they wanted to see if Chu Feng was dead or not, so that his kidneys wouldn't lose their vitality and fetch a low price. Chu Feng's lips curled into a smile. He was just worried about who would lead the way to Du Biao, and these guys had delivered themselves to his doorstep. The 5 assassins immediately sneaked behind the door to lie in ambush. The henchmen arrived at the door and found that the 2 guards who were supposed to be watching were gone. Some thought they had just gone to urinate and urged their companions to hurry inside, as Yin too was still waiting for them. The 2 men had barely stepped inside when 2 large hands shot out, snapping their necks with 2 sharp cracks. The cautious henchman behind them turned deathly pale, and before he could reach for his gun, a bodyguard covered his mouth and dragged him into the water dungeon. Chu Feng didn't waste any words, pinning the man's hand to the ground with a single stroke, and coldly demanded, "Where is Du Biao?" The henchman struggled desperately in pain, and Chu Feng twirled the dagger, cold sweat immediately rolling down his forehead. Only when the assassin released his mouth did he tremble and confess. "Don't kill me. Brother Biao is in the main building office." Before he could finish speaking, the assassin had already snapped his neck. With the objective clear, Chu Feng immediately ordered that the power to the park be cut off first, then a swift attack be launched on the 8th floor offices of the main building in the center. The operation had to be quick to avoid alerting the nearby warlords. The assassins split into 2 groups, one to protect Chu Feng, and the other 2 to sneak towards the substation near the wall under the cover of darkness. This location was only a few dozen meters from the water prison. The park's long-standing stability had made them complacent, and there were no surveillance cameras nearby. 2 assassins raised their silenced desert eagles, blasting the door lock open with 2 shots, then opened fire on the main power switch. Sparks flew, plunging the entire park into darkness. On the 5th floor of the main building, Du Biao was enjoying himself with a whip when a sudden power outage enraged him. He immediately roared for people to check the wiring, declaring that anyone who interrupted his fun would be beheaded. The piglets in each building were in chaos. Some were whistling, some were cursing, and others were plotting to escape in the confusion. The armed henchmen and petty bosses in the stairwells had no choice but to rush into the rooms and intimidate and subdue the crowd. This was exactly the opportunity Chu Feng had been waiting for. He led his assassins out of the water prison, using the vehicles in the parking lot as cover, and quickly made their way to the base of the main building. Another team of assassins also arrived at the opposite stairwell, forming a cross assault. With Chu Feng's shout of "Go!", the group leaped into the stairwell. The darkness, coupled with the henchmen's dispersed suppression of the piglets, meant the remaining members noticed nothing amiss. The 2 groups charged upwards, simultaneously sabotaging the security cameras, quickly reaching the 3rd floor. Suddenly, an armed henchman appeared at the stairwell entrance. Sensing something amiss in the dim light of the emergency exit, he barely managed to shout, "Who goes there?" before a bullet pierced his forehead. With his perfect weapon proficiency, Chu Feng barely needed to aim. His shots were always rings of 10. After eliminating the threat, the group sped upstairs, making their way without hindrance. However, upon reaching the 5th floor, several armed thugs suddenly rushed out of a room, bumping right into Chu Feng and his group at the corner of the stairs. The rear guard opened fire several shots, decisively killing them. But the henchmen in the other room saw this and immediately raised their guns to return fire, shouting that enemies had broken in. Although he was killed instantly, the gunshots thoroughly alerted those around them. Enemy attack. Someone has broken in. The henchmen rushed out. Some reported to Du Biao, some guarded the stairwell, and many more grabbed their guns and searched for the intruder. Before they could complete their deployment, Chu Feng and his assassins had already reached the 7th floor, just 2 flights of stairs away from Du Biao's 8th floor. Along the way, any henchmen who dared to show their faces to stop them were instantly killed. Du Biao, still in his office on the 8th floor, was unaware of the impending disaster. Hearing the commotion outside, he hadn't even had time to put on his clothes. Bang! A henchman burst in, flustered. Damn it, are you blind? I haven't even put my clothes on yet. Get the hell out of here. Du Biao roared in fury as his henchmen rushed in, ignoring the insults. The henchman, panting, shouted, "Boss, it's bad. Unidentified armed men are attacking. The brothers haven't had time to defend themselves. They've already reached the 7th floor." Du Biao's expression changed drastically. They'd fought their way up to the 7th floor. It was clear they were after him. The power outage in the park was no accident. He quickly pulled on his underwear, grabbed the MP5 player from the table, and demanded sharply, "How many people are on the other side?" The henchman hesitated. 3 people. No, it seems like 5 or 6. They're almost charging up from both sides. So many people, and you can't even stop a few? A bunch of useless trash. Du Biao roared, ordering his men to guard the stairwell, while he himself, barefoot, grabbed his gun and rushed towards the corner of the office. There was a hidden door leading directly to other floors. If he could just hide inside, the dozens or even hundreds of gunmen in the park would be able to take out any intruders sooner or later. But he had only taken a few steps when muffled gunshots rang out in the room. Chu Feng, leading 2 assassins, had already stormed in. The messenger tried to resist, but a bullet pierced his mouth and exited through the back of his head, killing him instantly. Chu Feng saw a figure moving in the darkness and immediately guessed that Du Biao was trying to escape. He raised his gun, aimed at the man's lower body, and fired 2 shots in quick succession. "Ah, my leg!" Du Biao screamed and fell to the ground, still trying to raise his MP5 to return fire. But before he could even turn his gun around, 2 assassins opened fire simultaneously, sending his submachine gun flying. An ordinary person would have resigned themselves to their fate long ago. But Du Biao gritted his teeth and dragged his broken leg toward the hidden door. He had already realized that these men were no ordinary gunmen. Each one was a ruthless marksman and acted with clean efficiency. He was convinced he had offended some powerful figure who had sent mercenaries to silence him. He figured that if he crawled through the secret door, he might still have a chance to survive. But when he finally reached the door, he discovered his legs were broken and he couldn't reach the mechanism to activate it. "Bastards! Who are you? Why are you trying to kill me?" With no hope of escape, Du Biao completely broke down, cursing furiously. Just then, the park's backup power was restored, and the room was instantly illuminated as if it were daytime. Du Biao finally saw Chu Feng's face clearly, and he froze completely. "It's you? That's impossible." He clearly remembered that Chu Feng used to be just a poor laborer who was even imprisoned in a water dungeon by him. How could he suddenly bring several top assassins to kill him? "You, are you a human or a ghost?" Du Biao shrank back into the corner in terror, but Chu Feng only sneered, pressing the desert eagle against Du Biao's chin. "No, don't kill me. We can talk." Du Biao was completely terrified. The chill in Chu Feng's eyes grew stronger. "Now you know to beg for mercy? When you were harming your fellow countrymen and counting money over their corpses and bones, did you ever think this day would come? I can forgive anyone, but I will never forgive a beast like you." Bang! Chu Feng erupted in rage, repeatedly pulling the trigger until the magazine was completely empty. Du Biao's head was blasted into a bloody mess by the bullets, blood splattering across the entire wall. As the gunfire ceased, a system notification sounded. Bandit Leader's last stand mission complete. Arm shop unlocked. Current level, level 1. The shop is divided into a living area and an equipment area. The host can purchase corresponding items. Chu Feng's lips curled into a smile. This surprise attack had indeed been a gamble that paid off. If they had simply followed the original plan to break out of the park, unlocking this feature would have taken an unknown amount of effort. He silently murmured, "Open the shop." The system's light screen unfolded, revealing two options, a living area and an equipment area. Chu Feng clicked on the equipment area without hesitation, and the items inside instantly caught his eye. Pistols, submachine guns, bullets, daggers, grenades, bulletproof vests, silencers, binoculars, walkie-talkies, satellite phones, communication terminals, all kinds of military equipment were available. Looking further up, there are shotguns and assault rifles. Almost all currently used equipment below the level of machine guns can be purchased in the store. A Desert Eagle costs $200. An MP5 also costs $200. An AK-47 costs $300, and an M4A1 and AR rifle costs $350. Tactical body armor vests, Kevlar helmets, and heavy body shields are all only $100. Claymore anti-personnel mines are $100 each. High explosive grenades and stun grenades are $10 each, and 7.62mm bullets are $10 a box, with a full 200 rounds in each box. Chu Feng became more and more excited as he looked. This was only the level 1 shop. As the level continued to increase, RPGs, mortars, tanks, armored vehicles, and even more terrifying weapons of mass destruction would probably appear. More importantly, the prices in the online store were even cheaper than in real life. He was just about to buy a few boxes of AKs to arm himself when he suddenly slapped his thigh. No money. What's the point of buying anything? Chu Feng immediately switched to the funds page, his eyes fixed on the information. The system can accept physical banknotes, gold, and silver. Once they're stored in the system space, they can be automatically exchanged for funds. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. This was simple. The one thing the scam park had in abundance was money. Just as he was about to order the looting, gunfire suddenly erupted from the stairwells on both sides. More armed henchmen rushed in from all directions, and armed security personnel with submachine guns and AKs also swarmed downstairs. The Suicide Squad, relying on the stairwell terrain and their accurate marksmanship, temporarily held their line. But the enemy was gathering in greater numbers, and if this dragged on, it was only a matter of time before the line collapsed. Without further hesitation, Chu Feng severed Du Biao's right index finger with a single stroke and unlocked the hidden door with his fingerprint. He had already searched the room. There was no safe inside. Du Biao's vault was very likely hidden behind this secret door. Sure enough, as soon as Chu Feng stepped through the hidden door, he noticed a new oil painting on the wall of the passage. It was well hidden. He sneered, then flipped the frame off, revealing a brand new fingerprint lock. As usual, he took out his severed finger and pressed it down. With a loud rumble, the wall slowly split open, completely revealing the scene inside the secret chamber. Chu Feng went in, and his recently recovered titanium alloy eyes were almost blinded again by the sight before him. Bundles of RMB were neatly piled up on one wall, clearly cash left over from scams at the fraud park that they didn't have time to transfer. These people are engaged in shady business. Once they succeed, they quickly launder the money, transfer it, or simply withdraw the cash directly. Now, all the withdrawn cash is concentrated in this secret room, becoming a windfall that Chu Feng unexpectedly discovered. But the most shocking thing is not the cash itself. The cabinet next to it not only has stacks of US dollars, but also hundreds of gold bars. Holy crap, this is incredible. How many weapons and equipment can we buy with this? Chu Feng's eyes lit up as he immediately locked onto all the banknotes and gold. With a thought, bundles of cash and gold bars vanished in a thin air, all stored in his system space. Within the system space, flashes of light continued, and gold and cash were rapidly converted into system funds, the numbers jumping wildly. 10 million, 50 million, 170 million, 380 million, until the last bundle of banknotes disappeared and the balance finally settled. 570 million US dollars. Looking at this astonishing figure, Chu Feng became incredibly excited. This wasn't just RMB. According to the prices in the arms market, this amount of money was enough to give his firepower a terrifying upgrade. Gunfire continued to erupt outside. Chu Feng listened to the commotion, a cold smile playing on his lips. Let you be arrogant for a while. Once I get the new equipment, I'll wipe you all out. He decisively went to the equipment section of the arms store, first buying 100 AKs at $300 each, so he could easily replace them if they broke. Next came 100,000 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition, 3,000 high-explosive grenades, and a set of level 3 helmets and level 3 armor for everyone. System notifications rang out in succession, and brand new firearms, crates of ammunition, and protective gear quickly filled the system space. Very good. Arms transfer activate. Chu Feng murmured, and brand new equipment immediately appeared beside the 5 assassins guarding the stairwell. AK-47 assault rifles, complete sets of protective gear, and boxes of high-explosive grenades were all precisely delivered to the 5 men. To facilitate combat and communication, Chu Feng also purchased holsters and walkie-talkies, sending one to each of them. The 5 assassins immediately took turns providing cover, donned level 3 helmets and armor, holstered their Desert Eagles, and switched to more powerful AKs. Meanwhile, the armed henchmen and security personnel inside and outside the building were unaware that the men at the stairwell had already upgraded their weapons. Yin Tu, the second in command of the park, was huddled in the basement when he heard that someone had led an armed squad into the park and wanted to kill Du Biao. He was furious on the spot. He and Du Biao had been running rampant in Southeast Asia for so many years, and they were always the ones killing people. No one would dare to go after them. What's more, the other side was said to consist of only 5 or 6 people, armed only with short guns, yet they had their men cornered on the stairs. Yin Tu, carrying an AK, rushed to the 7th floor and, seeing that his own men were still unable to advance, immediately began cursing at his subordinates. Damn it, a bunch of useless trash. There are only a few of them, armed only with short guns, and you can't even get upstairs. The junior leader explained tremblingly that the enemy had the advantage of terrain, and their marksmanship was terrifying. More than a dozen of their men had already died. Hard nails? Screw you. Yin Tu smashed a rifle, but into his forehead, roaring as he ordered all the AK-47 shooters to the front. How many bullets do they have in their pistols? How many magazines? Concentrate fire. Just charge in. I don't believe they can hold out. A dozen or so henchmen armed with AKs immediately took their positions at the front, followed by more gunmen who were ready to swarm in. Kill one, and get a 100,000 reward. Brothers, charge. With a roar from Yin Tu, the men charged toward the 8th floor. At the top of the stairs, Chu Feng, hearing the commotion below, grinned. He really thought they were still carrying those same pistols. If I don't turn you all into mules, I'm not Chu. Open fire, kill them all. 5 assassins were already on high alert. As soon as the order was given, their AK rifles spat fire, unleashing a dense hail of bullets onto the stairs. The henchmen at the front had no time to react. Their bodies were riddled with holes, and many of them fell to the ground instantly. Those in the middle frantically returned fire, only to be swept down in an instant. Out of control, guns fired wildly through the crowd, causing frequent friendly fire incidents. In a short time, most of the charging men were wiped out, and Yin Tu's previously smug expression froze completely. Damn it, what's going on? Didn't they only have pistols? He grabbed the leader by the collar and roared angrily. How the hell do you explain this level of firepower? Didn't you say they only had pistols? The leader was completely dumbfounded. He had only seen pistols before, so who would have thought the other party would suddenly pull out so many AKs? Looking at the innocent yet terrified look in the other party's eyes, Yin Tu gradually loosened his grip. He knew that this guy was probably not lying. Since the intelligence was correct, there's only one possibility left. The people above had been carrying rifles all along, just keeping them hidden. They deliberately used pistols to wear them down first, then suddenly switched to guns when they launched their charge, all to catch them off guard. Having figured this out, Yin Tu sneered instead. You cunning fellow, you've got plenty of tricks up your sleeve. But in the face of absolute strength, no matter how much you try, you won't make a ripple. There are also local elite armed forces outside the park. No matter how capable you are, you will never escape the grasp of Yin Tu. Having figured this out, he simply stopped rushing. If we can't get up there, do you think you could take it down on your own? Yin Tu's assessment was actually correct. With Chu Feng's current manpower, even with superior weaponry, it would be difficult to break through the encirclement downstairs head-on. But he never imagined that Chu Feng possessed such an incredible weaponry system. Just after killing a dozen or so charging thugs, the system notification immediately sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 15 armed personnel. Reward: 3 beginner suicide squad recruitment vouchers. Would you like to use them immediately? Chu Feng's eyes lit up. He desperately needed manpower, so he immediately ordered, use them quickly. Use successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained 15 assassins. As the system's voice faded, 15 burly men instantly appeared beside Chu Feng. Dressed in black thug uniforms, revealing their well-developed muscles, they whispered in unison, "Boss." Chu Feng nodded and reopened the teleportation channel. The assassins summoned by the system were of one mind with him. Without any explanation, they understood the current situation as soon as they appeared. As soon as the equipment was delivered, the 15 men immediately sprang into action, quickly arming themselves. Each man was equipped with an AK, a Desert Eagle, special protective gear, and their waists were stuffed with magazines and high-explosive grenades. To be on the safe side, Chu Feng purchased over a dozen heavy bulletproof shields, specifically for the vanguard. Looking at this fully armed team, Chu Feng's lips curled into a smile. Damn it, you think you can bully me because I'm outnumbered? I'll beat the crap out of you later. Given the current situation, Chu Feng could have easily escaped by rappelling down from the back window, using a grappling hook and nail gun. However, the system's reward made him change his mind. Killing 15 armed thugs would earn him 3 assassin recruitment vouchers. If he could take care of all the scum downstairs, wouldn't the reward be even more outrageous? With this in mind, Chu Feng no longer hesitated and immediately deployed his troops. 10 assassins were assigned to each of the 2 stairwells, with 4 on each side carrying heavy bulletproof shields to clear the way, while the others were responsible for throwing grenades, setting up guns, and launching assaults. While Chu Feng was ready, Yin Tu and the others downstairs were unaware of the approaching danger. Seeing no movement from upstairs, Yin Tu smiled with satisfaction. Very good. It seems they're hesitant to act rashly. Keep a close watch, set up firepower inside and outside the building. I want to see how long they can hold out. The henchman beside him immediately flattered. Boss is brilliant. If they charge down, they'll die. If they don't, they'll be trapped sooner or later. I bet those guys are already scared out of their wits and will surrender any minute now. Yin Tu was particularly pleased with his subordinate's praise. His encirclement was already impenetrable. He couldn't imagine how the enemy could possibly escape. Just as the two were feeling smug, a series of crisp crashing sounds suddenly came from above the stairs. Clang, clang, clang. Small, dark objects, as if they were free, came crashing down from the bottom of the stairs, rolling into the center of the crowd, their tails still emitting wisps of smoke. The moment Yin Tu saw what it was, the hairs on his body stood on end. Holy crap! A grenade! Get down! His survival instinct kicked in, and he darted into the next room. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Just as Yin Tu crashed to the ground, terrifying explosions rang out one after another. The armed henchmen guarding the stairwell had no time to react before their bodies were pierced by a barrage of steel pellets. Screams erupted instantly, and countless people were hit on the spot. Grenades continued to explode, large shards of glass and doors and windows shattered, and many henchmen were even thrown over railings by the shockwaves and fell directly from the heights. Yin Tu scrambled to his feet, staring at the mangled limbs littering the stairwell and his groans echoing across the floor. He was nearly driven mad. Damn bastards. Where did they get so many grenades? That last volley had unleashed at least dozens of grenades simultaneously. Including those at the other stairwell, there were probably over 100 grenades bombarding the group. Did these guys just move an armory here? Before Yin Tu could recover from a shock, Chu Feng's offensive had already begun. A cold command came through the walkie-talkie. Assault begin. At the 2 stairwells on either side, the lead suicide squad members, carrying heavy bulletproof shields in one hand and AKs in the other, rushed down the stairs amidst the smoke. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat-tat. In the smoke, they didn't care whether their opponents were dead or alive. As long as they saw a human-shaped target, they would raise their hands and fire a burst of bullets. Damn it, they've taken the lead. Hold on. Open fire. Kill them. Hearing the gunfire, Yin Tu finally couldn't sit still any longer. He knew very well that once these killing gods rushed in, he would have no other choice but to die. At his command, the surviving henchmen in the hallways and rooms frantically pulled the triggers, unleashing a hail of bullets towards the direction the suicide bombers were charging. But the next second, everyone was utterly despairing. What they saw was a heavy bulletproof shield, the kind of heavy shield that could even stop AK bullets. Even more outrageous, these people were wearing full sets of special protective gear, including Kevlar tactical helmets and heavy bulletproof vests. They were armed to the teeth. Yin Tu's mind was practically exploding. These were clearly a group of heavily armed Special Forces soldiers. Who on earth had he offended to have such a force specifically targeting him? The henchmen were completely panicked. How could they possibly fight a Special Forces unit head-on? Yin Tu, however, hid behind a row of tables and chairs, gritting his teeth and roaring, "Damn it, brothers, don't panic. They outnumber us. Open fire. Overwhelm them." In his view, although his side was poorly equipped, they still had a numerical advantage. As long as they fought desperately, the outcome was uncertain. However, the moment he raised his gun, something that made him question his existence happened again. Behind the shield bearers, another group of fully armed figures emerged, their weapons and protective gear at their maximum. The moment they appeared, they gave the rock slaughter men no chance to react, unleashing a hail of bullets. Their marksmanship was terrifyingly accurate. Yin Tu's men fell in droves, without even a chance to dodge. Damn it, Yin Tu completely lost it. The intelligence clearly stated that the enemy numbered at most 5 or 6, but the number before him was 3 times that. Where did these people come from? Did they really fall from the sky? Before he could even process what was happening, the group of killers at the door finished their barrage and threw in 7 or 8 more grenades. It's over. Yin Tu screamed in despair. The next second, explosions rang out one after another, and he was engulfed in flames. Until his death, he never knew that the one who killed him was none other than Chu Feng, the ordinary piglet he was originally supposed to kill. After dealing with Yin Tu and his men, Chu Feng didn't pause for a moment and immediately ordered the clearing of the floors to continue. Anyone carrying a weapon, leave no one alive, kill them. The assassins received the order, and their firepower once again covered the entire main building. Anyone with a gun who showed their head was immediately shot dead. Those who dared to hide in a corner and resist were dealt with by grenades. 2 groups of assassins advanced swiftly, and the 7th floor was quickly cleared out. The remaining armed security personnel and henchmen in the park panicked. They had just committed most of their forces to the 7th floor, and this battle had resulted in the loss of at least 2/3 of their troops. Several low-ranking officers frantically brandished their pistols, loudly ordering everyone to retreat outside the building, hold the exit, and continue gathering men. It wasn't that they didn't want to escape, but that they dared not. The park had powerful backers. The deaths of proxies like Du Biao and Yin Tu were one thing, but if they dared to desert, in a warlord-controlled place like Myawaddy, they would certainly not survive past the next day. Outside, chaos reigned, and the victims, hiding throughout the park, were equally terrified. They feared being caught in the crossfire and worried that this was just another power struggle. Regardless of who won in the end, they might simply be sold from one hell to another. Inside a room on the 3rd floor of the main building, several men with Chinese features finally gathered together. Normally, they were under tight guard and had no chance to speak privately. But Chu Feng's attack was so fierce that all the henchmen outside had to withdraw, giving them a chance to discuss things. "Old Zhao, we're going to die anyway. Let's just take advantage of the chaos and break out. I've had enough of this dark and hopeless life." Another person urged urgently, "Let's take a gamble. If we run, we still have a chance to survive. Once the situation becomes clear, none of us will be able to leave." The man named Lao Zhao, his face grim, suddenly stood up and paced back and forth in the room. "Calm down. Let's wait for Monkey to come back." Everyone could only suppress their anxiety, and the room fell silent. Not long after, a tall, thin man rushed in. "Monkey, what's it like outside?" Old Zhao asked immediately. Monkey, panting, replied, "We found out. It's not a local faction fighting. The people who came are Special Forces." Special Forces? Everyone was stunned. A thought popped into their minds. Had the country really sent people to rescue them? Old Zhao quickly asked, "Did you see their faces clearly?" "No, but I think I saw someone, just a fleeting glimpse. I can't be sure." "Who?" "Chu Feng." Everyone was stunned again. Wasn't Chu Feng the college student who was arrested on the same day as them last month? He was at the front of the line when the new recruits had their blood drawn, and Old Zhao had even helped him out. The monkey gritted his teeth and said, "I can't see the face clearly, but it really looks like him. He's wearing a bulletproof vest, carrying an AK, and he's a completely different person." The others looked at each other, unable to believe this speculation. Just then, the door shattered with a bang. "That's right, it's me." Chu Feng kicked open the door and walked in, AK in hand. He had a Desert Eagle and high-explosive grenades hanging from his waist, and was fully equipped with protective gear. His imposing aura was unfamiliar to everyone. "Young Chu, it really is you." Old Zhao and the others' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "It's me, Uncle Zhao, Uncle Monkey. Thank goodness you're all safe and sound." Chu Feng quickly stepped forward. He had only met the others once, but Uncle Zhao and Uncle Monkey had secretly given him a lot of encouragement. Especially Uncle Zhao, who had once shielded him from trouble, saving him from a beating. But now is not the time for reminiscing. Chu Feng glanced at the commotion outside the building and said in a deep voice, "I know you have many questions, but there's no time to explain now. You just need to remember that this park, the entire Myawaddy, will soon undergo a major change. There's still warlord forces outside, so I can't take you away for now. But believe me, the day of liberation isn't far off. Stay put and wait for things to change." With that, Chu Feng didn't linger, turning and quickly leaving. Watching his disappearing figure, Uncle Zhao and the others were filled with shock and disbelief. Was the entire Myawaddy region about to change drastically? Just who was this Chu kid? After quickly leaving the room, Chu Feng soon appeared on the second floor, where he joined up with the 20 assassins. Looking down, he saw armed security guards and henchmen haphazardly setting up their weapons, and a cold smile immediately crept onto his lips. The local warlord's camp was not far from the park, and these people were clearly trying to stall for time until reinforcements arrived. Chu Feng was pondering how to quickly deal with these roadblocks when the system reward notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating 101 armed men in the park. Reward: 6 beginner suicide squad recruitment vouchers. Would you like to use them immediately? The 6 recruitment vouchers made Chu Feng's eyes light up. Although the number was less than he had expected, it was more than enough. There were only 50 or 60 people downstairs at most, and even without increasing his troops, he was confident he could easily wipe them out. But with readily available power, Chu Feng naturally wouldn't choose the difficult path and immediately opted to use the recruitment voucher. Unexpectedly, the system delivered an even bigger surprise as soon as the recruitment voucher was activated. Ding! It has been detected that the host has used recruitment vouchers more than 10 times. Transdomain deployment has been unlocked. Do you want to use it now? Chu Feng was slightly taken aback. Transdomain deployment? What is that? The system immediately explained that hyperdomain deployment is a powerful tool for strategic troop deployment, and newly summoned assassins can spawn in the host's designated area. The current designated area is within a 100-meter radius centered on Chu Feng, with a cooldown time of 24 hours. After hearing this explanation, Chu Feng was completely stunned. During battle, assassins could appear behind the enemy without warning. Who could possibly defend against that? This feature was practically a battlefield weapon, designed to catch the enemy off guard. Chu Feng laughed loudly, deciding to test the power of the superdomain deployment on the group downstairs. Superdomain deployment, target 60 meters behind, activate. The command was given, and the system indicated that the channel was open, with a wisp of light flashing through the void. Behind the armed security guards and their henchmen downstairs in the parking lot, 30 burly assassins appeared out of thin air. Chu Feng's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he immediately supplied these new assassins with weapons. In a short while, the 30 assassins were fully armed, while the armed personnel in the park remained completely unaware. They continued to keep a close watch on the main building's exit, and several security leaders were still encouraging their men. "Cheer up, everyone. The military camp isn't far. Reinforcements will be here soon. If we can hold out for 5 minutes, then it'll be their death day." A group of henchmen, their blood boiling with excitement, hid behind makeshift bunkers, all pointing their guns at the building. They were filled with malice. So what if they were special forces? Daring to cause trouble in Myawaddy, they would still kill them all tonight. But just as their morale was at its peak, smoking high-explosive grenades suddenly flew in from behind. The grenades streaked across the night sky, landing precisely in their cover. The group looked down, but before they could even figure out what they were, the explosions roared. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of high-explosive grenades detonated simultaneously, their power terrifying. Nearby vehicles were thrown into the air before crashing down, flames and debris instantly engulfing the area. Countless steel balls and shrapnel pierced through human bodies, security guards, and henchmen only had time to scream before collapsing into pools of blood. Some were thrown into the air by the shockwave, their bodies blown to pieces. After the successful surprise attack, the 30 assassins behind them did not pause for a moment, but picked up their weapons and began to fire wildly. Rat-tat-tat-tat! Rat-tat-tat-tat! A dense barrage of bullets rained down like a storm, and the remaining henchmen finally reacted. The enemy is behind us. Open fire. A few survivors turned around in terror, tried to raise their guns to fight back, but their counterattacks were futile against the terrifying fire net formed by the suicide squad. As the last few spent shell casings landed, not a single living person remained standing in front of the main building of the park. Xu Feng, who was on the main building, watched the entire scene from beginning to end, and even though he had expected it, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The final battle was over in less than a minute, relying solely on 30 newly summoned assassins. The power of the trans-domain deployment was far more exaggerated than he had imagined. Xu Feng was increasingly looking forward to the next operation. What about Myawaddy? What about KK Garden? What about those damned warlords? Since these people were lawless, they would all have to face the consequences. Just then, a series of roars suddenly came from the road outside the park. In the darkness, countless car lights came on, and a convoy of pickup trucks belonging to nearby warlords had rushed over. It was conservatively estimated that the reinforcements numbered at least 500 or 600. Xu Feng narrowed his eyes. The reinforcements had indeed arrived quickly, but he had no interest in continuing to entangle with these people. He made a decisive decision and issued a retreat order. The assassins acted swiftly, quickly crossing the park's perimeter wall and disappearing into the vast forest after receiving the order. Meanwhile, the warlord forces that had rushed to provide support were frantic. In the pickup truck, their leader, Jia Kong, kept urging his men, "Hurry up, floor the gas pedal, make sure to block those guys." He had no choice but to act quickly. The industrial park where the incident occurred was one of their family's most important assets. Although it can't compare to KK Park, its daily revenue is equally astonishing, and the family's armed forces largely rely on this money to sustain themselves. If the park is raided, the entire family's source of income will be cut off. Urged on by Jia Kong, the pickup truck convoy accelerated again. With the park gates just ahead, his anxiety finally subsided. However, when the convoy entered the park and saw the scene before him, Jia Kong froze. Devastation was everywhere. Corpses littered the ground. The park's armed forces had been completely evacuated. Only one thought remained in his mind. Where are they? Looking at the chaotic scene in the park and the smoke-filled fraud building, Jia Kong was furious. The worm-like tattoo on his face looked particularly ferocious under the lights. He roared, "Damn bastards, search them all. Find them." A large group of people, armed with guns, immediately began a frantic search inside and outside the building. But after searching for a while, everyone was dumbfounded. Apart from the corpses scattered all over the ground, there wasn't a single attacker in sight, and even the surveillance cameras had been completely destroyed. Seeing that the search yielded no results, Jia Kong was furious. He immediately ordered his men to herd batches of pigs from each floor and begin torturing them. "Tell me everything you've seen. Anyone who dares to withhold information will face the consequences." Under the threat of death, someone finally couldn't hold on any longer and stammered, "It's the Special Forces. The Special Forces attacked us." "What? The Special Forces?" Jia Kang's face changed instantly, instinctively thinking that some country had sent troops to wipe them out. But he quickly calmed down. If a national-level force were to intervene, it was questionable whether he would still be standing here. He gritted his teeth and concluded that these people were most likely mercenaries or assassins. But who on earth had the audacity to dare to invade his territory? Jia Kong pressed on. "How many of them are there?" The piglet, pale-faced, could only manage a forced reply. "About a dozen or 20 people. It was too chaotic at the scene. I couldn't see clearly." He had been holed up in the building the whole time, only seeing the gunfight in front of him, and had no idea what was happening behind him, so he could only give a vague answer. "Only a dozen or 20 people?" Jia Kong looked incredulous. He asked more than a dozen other people, and the answers were all similar. In just over 10 minutes, such a small number of people had wiped out hundreds of armed men in his park. How could that be possible? Just as Jia Kong was questioning his existence, a message suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. "Boss, signs of damage have been found on the wall." The attackers have likely fled into the mountains. A fierce glint flashed in Kang's eyes. This loss was too great. If these people got away, it was hard to say whether he would ever have a chance for revenge. He immediately ordered, "Move the team into the mountains immediately and make sure they are caught." Hundreds of armed men, armed with rifles and cannons, quickly followed the trail left by Chu Feng and his men into the dark forest. Moreover, Kang had ordered over a dozen sets of night vision equipment to be brought along before setting off, making their pursuit incredibly fast. 3 kilometers away in the forest, Chu Feng adjusted the Type 03 low-light night vision goggles on his head, turned on his flashlight, and took out a compass and map from his system space, preparing to confirm his direction of travel. Just then, an urgent call came from the rear guard. Cobra reports a large group of armed personnel has been spotted behind us and is rapidly approaching. The enemy has entered maximum firing range. Should we open fire? Please advise. Chu Feng was slightly taken aback. It wasn't surprising that Kang would chase after him in a fit of rage after suffering such a great loss, but the speed at which the other party caught up was indeed somewhat unexpected. However, he quickly realized that these warlords were all extremely wealthy, so it wasn't unusual for them to have night vision equipment. Chu Feng stopped dwelling on it, quickly glanced at the map, and a cold smile slowly crept onto his lips. "Very good. I was just wondering how to deal with you, but you've delivered yourselves to my doorstep. If I didn't accept your offer, wouldn't I be letting you down?" After speaking, he put away the map, opened the arms store list, and began operating rapidly on the system screen. With a notification sound, green metal boxes immediately appeared beside the 50 assassins. The iron box clearly bore the inscription, "This side faces the enemy." Upon seeing this, the assassins' eyes lit up, and they quickly began setting up their equipment. Moments later, numerous inconspicuous, elongated objects appeared on both sides of the narrow mountain path. Chu Feng and his group retreated, while simultaneously setting up their defenses, extending the defensive line hundreds of meters forward. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kang and his men were unaware that they were walking headlong into a death trap. "Boss, we've spotted their rear guard, not far ahead." Hearing the report, Kang's eyes lit up, and he sneered, "I thought they were something special, but they're nothing special. Speed things up and keep them pinned down." Someone couldn't help but remind him, "Boss, the other side are tough guys. Shouldn't we be careful? What if we fall into an ambush?" "An ambush?" Kang sneered. "My 2 battalions of soldiers have all been through the ringer in the mountains and jungles. They've managed to escape with their lives. If they dare to set up an ambush, they'll leave their lives here." With that, Kang picked up his AK and led his men to continue the pursuit at an accelerated pace. On several large rocks along the mountain ridge, Chu Feng, through his night vision goggles, watched as heat sources rapidly approached, but he never ordered them to fire. He simply commanded his assassins to continue retreating, luring the enemy forward step by step. Soon, the scouts in Kang's team, equipped with night vision devices, also spotted Chu Feng and his group. "There they are. At 12 o'clock. Open fire, kill them." The scout pulled the trigger first, and the others followed suit, firing in rapid succession. A dense barrage of bullets tore through the night sky, sending tree debris flying and rocks scattering everywhere. But by the time they unleashed their barrage, Chu Feng and his men's heat source had already disappeared behind the ridgeline. "Damn it, we missed!" Kang roared furiously. "Chase them. There's a cliff ahead. As long as we get to the ridgeline ahead and take control of the high ground, we can fire down on them and they'll all be dead." Hundreds of armed men immediately launched an even fiercer attack, desperately rushing towards the ridgeline. But none of them noticed that the dark green iron boxes in the surrounding woods and on the ground had quietly begun to glow with streaks of red light. "They're here, prepare to detonate." On the reverse slope of the ridge, listening to the surging crowd on the other side, Chu Feng leaned against a large rock and pulled out the Claymore anti-personnel mine detonator. 50 suicide soldiers were already in position, their fingers pressed against the button, waiting for the enemy to step into the kill zone. "Ha, they're finished. Charge. Open fire." Seeing the main force about to reach the ridgeline and seize the high ground, Kang was almost ecstatic. But the next second, a deafening roar tore through the forest, and the entire vanguard was sent flying. "Damn it, they've planted landmines." Kang's expression changed drastically, but with the high ground right in front of him, he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Spread out and keep charging." Once we reach the ridgeline, they'll be powerless to turn the tide. Kill! He raised his gun and fired a burst into the air, trying to calm everyone down. But no sooner had the order been given than several more loud explosions erupted from the woods ahead, sending fireballs soaring into the air. Damn, there are more! Jacques Kong panicked completely, because the explosions didn't stop. Instead, they continued to spread along the mountain path. Fireballs rose one after another. Steel balls and shrapnel rained down like a storm, catching the advancing crowd off guard. Screams filled the air as many were pierced by steel balls and fell instantly, while others were torn apart by the explosions, their bodies thrown far away. A single Claymore anti-personnel mine contains 700 steel balls, and when detonated, it can create a fan-shaped kill zone of over 100 meters. But what Chu Feng buried was not just one, but hundreds of Claymore mines. The explosions rang out in unison. The earth trembled, the mountains and forests howled, and the spreading shockwaves relentlessly carved out a deadly zone. In just over 10 seconds, 2/3 of Jacques Kong's pursuing force were engulfed in flames. Lie down. Retreat. At the rear of the group, Jacques Kang's eyes were bloodshot, his heart aching terribly. These people represented his hard-earned savings, and now most of them had been wiped out in one fell swoop. Damn bastards, where did they get so many landmines? He couldn't understand how a platoon-level squad could carry such an excessive amount of ammunition. Mud and debris rained down from the sky, and Jacques Kang's initial courage vanished completely. He feared that Chu Feng had even more terrifying methods at his disposal. Retreat. Retreat now. Leave the dead and wounded behind. Everyone get out of this hellhole. Jacques Kang roared, sprang to his feet, and turned to run. The survivors also scrambled and stumbled as they fled for their lives, some even throwing away their weapons to get faster. On the ridge, Chu Feng stared blankly at the crowd, scattering and fleeing amidst the flames. Damn, they've all run away? He had originally planned to press his advantage, but now he'd save himself the trouble. Chu Feng reluctantly put away his AK, and a system notification sounded immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully setting up an ambush and annihilating 403 warlord militia members. Reward: 20 beginner death soldier recruitment tickets. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing 500 total kills. The exclusive skill Death Sniff has been unlocked. Chu Feng was overjoyed. 20 basic recruitment vouchers meant a full 100 elite soldiers. Combined with his existing forces, he could now mobilize 150 men, a reinforced company in total. After calming down, Chu Feng looked into the system space, where a special, glittering golden box had appeared. He took out the box and opened it, revealing a set of syringes and a vial of red and green medicine, clearly labeled Death Sniffer. Chu Feng immediately understood, and without hesitation, he filled the vial with the medicine and plunged it into his arm. After the injection was complete, he didn't feel any change and was about to complain when a beam of light suddenly shot into his retina. A detailed map instantly appeared on the ground, clearly showing the mountains, rivers, landmarks, and streets within a radius of several kilometers. Chu Feng was startled and instinctively closed his eyes, and a light screen disappeared. The system immediately explained, once death sniffing is activated, a tracking map will automatically form. Once the host identifies a target to kill, the target will transform into a point of light and be displayed on the map in real time. Chu Feng was completely stunned. This skill could automatically lock onto and track targets in real time. It was even more incredible than a satellite. With it, he would see who could escape his grasp. Thinking of the humiliation he had suffered over the past month, Chu Feng immediately pictured that damned company director. It was that guy who had lured him into this hell under the pretense of a free trip and market research. If it weren't for the system appearing out of nowhere, he would probably be a corpse by now, with all his organs likely harvested. And who knows how many other people that beast has harmed. Chu Feng grew increasingly enraged, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Activate Death Sniffer. I want to see if this bastard has actually returned home. If he still dares to stay in Myawaddy. Death Sniffer activated. Chu Feng pressed 2 fingers together to his temple, and the map screen that had just disappeared was projected back onto his retina. Target: Director of Dragon Kingdom Global Group, locked. At his command, a scarlet suddenly appeared on the map, its location instantly marked. It really hasn't left yet. Chu Feng stared at the dot. a chill flashing in his eyes. Their target was Walong village on the edge of Myawaddy, only 15 kilometers away, a quick journey on horseback. Without further delay, Chu Feng ordered, "Everyone, remove your equipment, travel light, and march at full speed. Let's go." The 50 assassins answered in unison, quickly removing their heavy armor and AK rifles, which Chu Feng then stored in his system space. They immediately changed direction and sped towards their target location into the night. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in Walong village, Yin Xiao was immersed in his dream of money rolling in. Through his connections, dozens more victims from across China and other regions have been sent to the local industrial park this month. Looking at the huge commission that had just arrived in his account, he held a glass of red wine, a cigar dangling from his lips, and a smug look on his face. It has to be this kind of highly profitable business. A bunch of fools will fall for it with just a little trickery. As he spoke, he had the head of his bodyguards bring over a few local girls, clearly not paying any attention to what was going on outside. The bodyguard captain looked at his obese and bloated employer with disgust, but having been paid to do the job, he still spoke in a low voice. "Boss, there have been gunshots and explosions coming from the direction of Myawaddy. Something might have happened. Should we lay low for a while, just in case?" Yin Xiao sneered dismissively. "What's there to be afraid of? It's just a local power struggle. What does it have to do with us?" The bodyguard captain hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping himself. As a former mercenary, he had an almost instinctive sensitivity to danger. The gunshots earlier had made him very uneasy. He had a feeling that this time, things weren't so simple. Yin Xiao waved his hand impatiently. "Aren't you just afraid of the Chinese government taking action? Don't worry, that old network is long gone. The people operating now are just henchmen who can be thrown out at any time. Even if they find out something, so what? Are they going to send troops to arrest us? The international concerns alone are enough to give them a headache." After saying that, Yin Xiao ignored him and impatiently ordered the door to be closed. The bodyguard captain could only leave the room, but once outside, looking at the deathly darkness around him, his unease only grew stronger. He decisively summoned his men and ordered, "Everyone, be on high alert tonight. Deploy all sentries, both visible and hidden, in staggered formations. If there is any disturbance, fire a warning shot immediately." The bodyguards responded in unison and began to strengthen the security around the villa. Although the bodyguard captain's judgment was correct, he was unaware that real danger was already imminent. Dozens of dark figures silently appeared on the riverbank embankment several hundred meters from the villa. It was Chu Feng and his 50 elite assassins. They had traversed 15 kilometers of mountains and forests in just an hour and a half to reach Walong village. Chu Feng stood on the edge of the embankment, using low-light night vision goggles to observe what lay ahead. In front of the villa was an open area over 100 meters wide, with bodyguards patrolling the perimeter, several Doberman pinschers roaming back and forth, and sentries hidden in the shadows. With this terrain and such security, ordinary assassins and mercenaries probably wouldn't even be able to get close to the villa. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, surprised that Yin Xiao was so afraid of death in this lawless area. "Go!" Chu Feng gave the order, and several assassins immediately took advantage of the darkness to swiftly pounce on the hidden sentries surrounding the villa. Soon after, reports came through the communicator in quick succession. Point A cleared. Point B cleared. The hidden sentries disappeared one after another. The most concealed defensive line around the villa had been quietly eliminated by the assassins. Having confirmed that the hidden threat had been eliminated, Chu Feng raised his right hand and swung it forward sharply. The next moment, dozens of assassins leaped out of the darkness. They were fully equipped again, with level 3 helmets, level 3 armor, AKs and grenades, everything they needed, and instantly formed a fan-shaped attack formation. Like a sharp arrowhead, they launched a fierce assault on the villa's front. "Who goes there?" Several bodyguards in black on the perimeter were the first to notice the anomaly. They had barely raised their guns when a hail of bullets pierced their foreheads. "Enemy attack! Open fire!" The bodyguards in front of the villa's main building finally reacted, grabbing their M4 rifles and firing wildly in the direction the assassins were charging. But their firepower was utterly insignificant against the crossfire of dozens of AKs. Before they had even finished one magazine, they were all hit and fell, never to rise again. Several Dobermans barked and charged out, attempting to pounce on the assassins, only to be met with a short burst of gunfire. In the blink of an eye, the villa's outer defenses were completely breached. At the gate, the bodyguard captain froze, staring at the menacing figures under the lights. It's them, the Chinese Special Forces. They've really come. He had only thought that something might happen tonight, but he hadn't expected the enemy to arrive so quickly, leaving them no chance to escape. In a panic, he picked up his M4 and fired a burst of bullets haphazardly before turning to run for his life. But 100 meters away, Chu Feng had already locked his gun on him. Tot. Several bullets pierced the night sky, and the next second, the bodyguard captain fell directly in front of the villa. Inside the villa, Yin Xiao, who had just finished enjoying himself, was also startled by the gunshots outside and jumped up. What the hell happened? He grabbed his pistol and rushed towards the door, only to be splattered with blood. Yin Xiao looked down at the sticky red and white substance on his hands, his face instantly turning deathly pale, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Run! He could no longer care about anything else. He rushed back to his bedroom and yanked open the partition under the bed. Like a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows, he had secretly had a secret passage dug before the villa was even built. Now, with disaster looming, this secret passage finally came in handy. After jumping into the tunnel, Yin Xiao ran breathlessly for a kilometer until there was no more movement above him, then leaned against the wall, struggling to catch his breath. He was glad he had been prepared, but he couldn't understand who would target him like this, coming up to take his life right away. Could it be a warlord conflict? But he was just a supplier. What did it matter to him how the warlords fought? Chinese Special Forces? That was even less likely. Such a small force wouldn't dare cause trouble in Myawaddy. Since he couldn't figure out, he simply stopped thinking about it. As long as he survived tonight, he had plenty of ways to settle scores with these people. Yin Xiao quickly climbed the steps, his right hand resting on the switch for the tunnel exit. An escape vehicle was already prepared in the garage of the bungalow outside. Once outside, he could make a clean getaway. With a click, the iron gate opened smoothly, and fresh air rushed in. Yin Xiao had just stepped out of the tunnel and was about to rush towards the vehicle when an unbelievable scene unfolded before his eyes. Bang! The previously dark garage suddenly burst in a bright light, revealing a familiar figure sitting on a military stool, surrounded by a dozen fully armed men. Their eyes were fierce, all fixed on Yin Xiao, and they were clearly following orders. When Yin Xiao saw the face clearly, he froze on the spot. It's you. He never expected that Chu Feng, whom he had sold into slavery a month ago and who should have been working day and night in the park typing away, would appear here in this manner. What terrified him even more was that the armed men surrounding Chu Feng were clearly his subordinates. No, this is impossible. Yin Xiao retreated in terror, instinctively trying to crawl back into the tunnel. But the assassin gave him no chance to escape, kicking his obese body away. Yin Xiao crashed heavily to Chu Feng's feet, the pain almost suffocating him. Chu Feng looked down at him, his eyes filled with disgust. Surprised, Yin Xiao thought he could save his life by hiding in the tunnel, but little did he know that under Chu Feng's deadly surveillance, his every move was impossible to hide. Yin Xiao looked up and met Chu Feng's icy gaze, finally panicking completely. He didn't know why Chu Feng had suddenly become so mysterious and powerful, but he knew very well that he was probably in real danger tonight. His survival instinct kicked in, and he immediately knelt up and began frantically kowtowing to the floor. Xiao Feng, Brother Feng, please spare me. I was forced into what happened before. The local warlords are so powerful. If I didn't obey, not only would I die, but my family would be implicated as well. Hearing these words, Chu Feng suddenly laughed. But the laughter was devoid of any warmth, as if even the surrounding air had turned cold. Even on the verge of death, you're still making things up. Yin Xiao, when will you ever tell the truth? You weren't like this when I was tied up and pulled from the car at the park entrance. His lie was exposed on the spot, and Yin Xiao was immediately speechless, stammering and unable to utter a complete sentence. The assassin beside him coldly shouted, "How dare you call him Little Feng? Call him Master Chu." The words had barely left his mouth when the assassin stomped on Yin Xiao's head, grinding his face hard against the floor. Blood gushed from Yin Xiao's mouth and nose, but he dared not resist in the slightest, only desperately begging for mercy. "Yes, Master Chu. I was wrong. My conscience has been eaten by dogs. I'll give you anything you want. Just please spare my life." He was terrified, And even with his face covered in blood from being trampled, he kept pleading. He didn't want to die, and he was even more unwilling to die at Chu Feng's hands like this. Faced with his groveling, Chu Feng simply shook his head and slowly stood up. No, you're wrong about something. You don't know you're wrong. You just know you're going to die. After saying that, Chu Feng ignored him, took out a bundle of rope and a can of gasoline from his system space, and turned to walk out of the garage. The assassin immediately understood his meaning, roughly dragging Yan Xiao all the way to the telephone pole outside the garage. Ropes were quickly tied around Yan Xiao's legs, and several men pulled simultaneously, instantly suspending him upside down in midair. Then, an entire bucket of gasoline was poured over his head, soaking him completely. Realizing what he was about to face, the hairs on his body stood on end, and he struggled frantically, snot and tears streaming down his face. No, what are you doing? Let me go. Master Chu, please, let me go. But neither Chu Feng nor his assassins looked back. They simply left. Not long after, a gunshot rang out, piercing the night sky. A scorching bullet struck its target, a massive fireball erupting into the air, followed by Yan Zhao's desperate and agonizing scream. You bastard, this is too good for you, Chu Feng said coldly, holstering his Desert Eagle. Meanwhile, the assassins who had been cleaning up the battlefield had finished searching the villa, and several large safes were carried directly to Chu Feng. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes and stored all the items that could be exchanged for cash into his system space. 10 million, 20 million, 50 million. As the items were continuously changed, the number on the funds panel finally settled at 630 million. Compared to before, he now had a full 70 million more funds. Chu Feng's mood immediately improved considerably. Upgrading the shop, changing the assassins' outfits, and replenishing combat supplies all required a massive amount of funds. With this 630 million, he would finally no longer have to worry about money for the time being. Just as he was about to shut down the system, the screen suddenly flickered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the financial threshold of 600 million. The arms shop has been upgraded to level 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating enemies and indirectly saving compatriots from suffering. This has triggered a hidden reward mechanism, and you have obtained 2 intermediate death soldier recruitment tickets. Chu Feng's eyes widened in surprise. The shop had been upgraded, and he'd even received 2 free intermediate level assassin recruitment tickets. The system had truly given him a pleasant surprise this time. Chu Feng immediately asked the system how many people could be summoned with just 1 intermediate-level assassin recruitment ticket. Myawaddy has more than 1 warlord. There are several armed groups with over 1,000 soldiers each, and Sukadu has tens of thousands of elite troops under his command. He currently only has about 100 men, and if he encounters a large warlord force, he could suffer losses at any time. The system responded quickly. Each intermediate recruitment voucher could summon 200 elite assassins. Use now. Chu Feng was stunned. A single intermediate voucher could summon 40 times more troops than a low-level voucher. With the remaining 20 basic recruitment vouchers, he now had 550 elite assassins at his disposal. This was the size of a reinforced battalion. Chu Feng didn't hesitate any longer and immediately ordered all recruitment vouchers to be used. As the system notifications sounded, a series of muscular figures appeared out of thin air, quickly filling the village roads. The newly summoned 500 assassins all knelt on one knee and shouted to Chu Feng, "Boss!" Looking at the neatly arranged troops standing ready before him, Chu Feng felt a surge of excitement and an instant sense of security. With his force, any large warlord army that dared to show its face would have its head smashed. Immediately afterward, he turned his attention to the upgraded arms shop, sensing that the surprises here would be no less than those for the recruitment vouchers. The moment the shop page opened, Chu Feng was completely stunned. The Type 02 light machine gun was $1,000, the M2 light machine gun was $1,000, and the Browning heavy machine gun was $3,000. An RPG rocket launcher cost $1,000, a Barrett anti-material sniper rifle cost $2,000, and a 60mm mortar cost $5,000. Even the ammunition prices are surprisingly low. An RPG rocket costs $10 each, and a machine gun drum magazine costs $10 each. Chu Feng's fingers were trembling. Light and heavy machine guns, RPGs, and mortars were already the most important firepower of the warlord's troops. More importantly, while the warlords lacked equipment, he had a system that could equip every combat unit with the same weapons. Hundreds of machine guns firing simultaneously, hundreds of rocket launchers bombarding the area, followed by concentrated mortar bombardment. Who could withstand such firepower? Chu Feng grew increasingly excited and immediately began a frenzied procurement spree. He bought 100 heavy machine guns and 50 Barrett rifles, specifically for sniping key targets. The Type 02 light machine guns were to be fully equipped for the Suicide Squad, each soldier to have one RPG, and mortars to be purchased in pairs, with 100 mortars to be bought directly. Ammunition was to be stockpiled at 2 base quantities initially, with replenishment from the store as needed. As he continued clicking, the weapons and ammunition in his system space quickly piled up into a small mountain. However, Chu Feng did not immediately transfer the equipment. Carrying so much stuff on the march was too troublesome. He had to wait for the right opportunity. After the troops and firepower were in place, he even began to consider whether to pick a warlord and fight him to the death that very night. Just then, a slight tremor came from the ground. A string of lights suddenly illuminated the road outside the village, followed by the roar of an engine. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, immediately climbed over the courtyard wall, and took out his night vision binoculars to observe. In his field of vision, rows of armed pickup trucks equipped with heavy machine guns were rolling toward the village. Through his low-light goggles, he could even make out the grim and fierce faces of the warlord soldiers inside. Chu Feng lowered his binoculars, his expression eerily calm. There were quite a few people there. They were clearly determined to deal with him. In the past, faced with a convoy of this size, he would have probably already tried to escape. But now, these people had delivered themselves right to his doorstep. It was like offering themselves up as food. Chu Feng immediately ordered the system to open the teleportation channel. He intended to slaughter all these warlords. The next second, light and heavy machine guns, Barrett rifles, RPGs, mortars, and complete sets of protective gear were teleported in droves to the feet of the assassins. Chu Feng shouldered a light machine gun and coldly ordered immediate combat formation. The fire support squad, armed with 100 mortars, would occupy the earthen slope in a village. A 50-man decoy squad would lure the enemy into the village. The remaining 300 men, carrying RPGs and light machine guns, would seize advantageous buildings and open fire once the enemy had penetrated deep enough to launch a counterattack. This battle had to be fought with total annihilation. The suicide bombers answered in unison and immediately dispersed. The village was quite large, and the central earthen mound, over 30 meters high, was the mortar position. 2-man teams of suicide bombers carried mortars and ammunition boxes up the mound and began setting up firing data, preparing for tier bombardment. The remaining men entered the buildings as planned, machine guns, rocket launchers, and Barrett mortars all aimed at the direction of the enemy attack. The dark muzzles of the guns were already open, waiting for their prey to step into the encirclement. Meanwhile, the massive warlord convoy outside the village, completely unaware of Chu Feng's deployment, continued its arrogant advance towards the village. Quick, surround the village. Don't let a single one escape. As the convoy approached the village, the warlord leader, Jia Kong, gave the order with a maniacal laugh. With a series of roars, a fleet of armed pickup trucks quickly formed a line, instantly surrounding the entire village. As soon as the vehicles came to a stop, a dense mass of thugs jumped out, armed with AKs and carrying dozens of rocket launchers, and pressed into the village from all sides. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 people. In the command pickup truck, Jiakong looked through the night vision goggles at the flickering heat sources in the village and the villa belching thick smoke, a cruel smile on his face. The villa's owner, Yin Xiao, was a major supplier to his industrial park. After being ambushed in the mountains, Jiakong immediately returned to the park to search for clues and eventually found a surveillance camera disguised as a solar panel on a utility pole. The surveillance footage clearly captured the attacker's face. It was indeed Chu Feng. Shortly after, gunshots rang out from Yin Zhao's residence. Jiakong immediately realized something was wrong and hurriedly assembled the main force of his family to rush over. Unexpectedly, this time, they actually managed to corner Chu Feng. Damn Chu Feng, let's see how you die this time. Heavy machine gun cover, tighten the encirclement. 1 million for every kill, attack. Hearing the $1 million bounty, the henchmen, who had been slowly advancing, instantly turned bloodthirsty. They usually only earned $1,000 or so a month. Now, $1 million for a single kill. Who would let such an opportunity slip by? Charge! Kill them all! A group of men, guns at the ready, charged madly into the village. Just then, more than a dozen tongues of fire suddenly erupted from the corners of the houses on all four sides of the village. A hail of bullets swept through, and the advancing horde fell in droves. They dared to resist. Attack! Advance! Kill them! Normally, after being ambushed like this, these men would have turned tail and fled for their lives. But with a $1 million bounty right in front of them, they not only didn't retreat, but instead launched a frenzied counterattack. At the same time, the 12.7mm vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns on the armed pickup trucks opened fire simultaneously, blinding flames tearing through the night sky, and a dense hail of bullets swept fiercely towards the location where the suicide bombers had appeared. Taking advantage of the suppressed fire, the henchmen quickly rushed into the village and occupied the first row of houses on the outer perimeter. They won't hold out for long. Keep pushing forward. Seeing the outer positions so easily captured, Jia Kong was utterly excited. In his view, this operation was a sure thing, and he even began to plan how he would watch Chu Feng kneel down and beg for mercy after capturing him alive. The order was given, and the henchmen's morale soared. They immediately split into several assault teams and charged towards the next row of buildings through the gaps between the houses. As they charged, they frantically pulled the triggers. But the next second, everyone's courage shattered. At-at-at-tat. At-at-at-tat. A storm of gunfire suddenly erupted from the buildings ahead. Countless fireballs instantly covered the entire area, the firepower fierce and rapid, sweeping in from all directions simultaneously. Like a circular explosion suddenly spreading, the Jia Kong forces attacking the village from all sides were instantly torn apart. This is impossible. In the center of the village, hundreds of tongues of fire erupted simultaneously. Jia Kang's men didn't even have time to react before being shredded by the impenetrable hail of bullets. Jia Kong, who had been so confident just moments before, was now dumbfounded. The intelligence clearly stated that the enemy only numbered a few dozen, but the firepower before him clearly indicated that hundreds were operating machine guns simultaneously. Damn bastards, it's another trap. Jia Kang's face turned green, but anger was useless. If they didn't retreat now, all the thousands of men he had brought would die here. Heavy machine gun cover. Withdraw from the village immediately. With a roar, the heavy machine guns mounted on hundreds of pickup trucks simultaneously roared to life, unleashing a torrent of firepower. Bricks and stones flew, and smoke filled the air. The henchmen huddled in the corners finally got a chance to catch their breath and began to retreat in disarray. But at that moment, the world changed color. A series of explosions suddenly erupted from the center of the village, and rockets, trailing long plumes of flame, slammed into their heads in an instant. Damn it! RPGs! Seeing the dense barrage of flames approaching, the retreating henchmen were utterly terrified. Before they could react, a barrage of rockets exploded all around them. Boom, boom, boom. The already heavily wounded crowd instantly fell in large numbers. Jia Kong, watching from afar, nearly popped his eyes out. Damn, they even have RPGs, and so many of them. The enemy unleashed a barrage of hundreds of rockets in one fell swoop. His thousands of men had only brought a few dozen rocket launchers. Jia Kong finally panicked completely. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Get out of this hellhole completely. Hurry. A wave of intense fear washed over him. Jia Kong trembled violently, almost going mad. He gripped the walkie-talkie, roaring orders for everyone to speed up the retreat, forbidding anyone from stopping. Upon hearing the order, the henchmen, who had been running amok in the village, panicked completely. Forgetting their comrades, they surged towards the armed pickup trucks waiting outside the village. But just as they rushed out, a new round of rockets rained down from the sky. With a deafening roar, more than a dozen pickup trucks, along with their occupants, were blown into fireballs. Those fleeing for their lives didn't even have time to scream. Seeing this, the remaining pickup trucks didn't dare wait for their companions who hadn't gotten in. They floored the accelerator and sped away frantically. On the earthen slope in the center of the village, Chu Feng stood in front of the mortar position, coldly watching the enemy vehicles scattering and fleeing. Trying to escape now? Too late. With a sudden wave of his hand, Chu Feng unleashed a roar from the 160mm mortars that had been prepared. Shells streaked into the sky, trailing fiery red plumes, before crashing down according to their predetermined parameters, instantly creating a dense barrage around the convoy of pickup trucks. Violent explosions followed one after another, and more than 20 armed pickup trucks were reduced to fireballs. The henchmen in the car were blown away by the explosion, their limbs and fragments scattering everywhere, turning the entire escape route into a living hell. Damn, they even have mortars! Jia Kong sat in the car, his face deathly pale, almost wetting himself with fear. He had long suspected that Chu Feng might have a backup plan, but he never imagined that the enemy's firepower would be so exaggerated. Judging from the density of the falling shells, at least dozens of mortars were firing simultaneously. Just who is this Chu Feng? And how could he assemble such a terrifying force? The main road is no good. Take the side road. Jia Kong jerked the steering wheel, sparks flying from the wheels, and the pickup truck plunged into the field, fleeing for its life like a stray dog. Jia Kong narrowly escaped death, but his henchmen weren't so lucky. Burning vehicles blocked the road, and the mortar bombardment became increasingly effective, sending pickup trucks flying one after another into the air. The surviving henchmen had no choice but to abandon the vehicle and flee for their lives. But they hadn't gone far when terrifying machine gun fire erupted from behind again. The pursuit team of suicide squads had locked onto them relentlessly, giving no one a chance to breathe. The ensuing battle turned into a one-sided massacre. Most of the warlord's henchmen who scattered and fled didn't even have a chance to surrender before being mowed down to pieces by a hail of bullets. As the last batch of enemies fell, the system notifications in Chu Feng's ears began to ring frantically. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating 11 members of the fraud gang. Reward: 1 beginner suicide squad recruitment voucher. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating 35 members of the fraud gang. Reward: 3 intermediate assassin recruitment tickets. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating 127 members of the fraud gang. Reward: 1 intermediate assassin recruitment ticket. The notification sounds continued incessantly until the last gunshot rang out, and Chu Feng had an astonishing number of recruitment tickets in his hand. He had a full 30 beginner assassin recruitment tickets and a whopping 12 intermediate assassin recruitment tickets. Damn, I struck gold. Chu Feng rubbed his hands together, looking at the results of his battle. Including his original forces, his total strength had swelled to 3,100 men, a full regiment. And this wasn't just any regiment. It was a suicide squad that could be armed to the teeth at any time and would be absolutely obedient to him. The strongest military force in Myawaddy, the Sukadu, is said to number only a little over 10,000. If they continue to mass-produce troops at this rate, it won't be long before he can roam freely in Myawaddy. Chu Feng stroked his chin, his excitement barely concealed. At this moment, the assassins responsible for clearing the battlefield returned to the village, carrying several surrendered prisoners. The men were kicked to the ground, and one of the assassins stepped forward to report, "Boss, all the resisting fraudsters have been wiped out." However, the prisoners confessed that their leader, Jia Kong, had already escaped. He ran too fast, and we couldn't catch up. What should we do with these men, boss? Jia Kong. Chu Feng frowned slightly upon hearing this name. He had overheard someone mention this name when he was typing away on the keyboard in the park, but he never knew who that person was. Now he finally understood that Jia Kong was the real mastermind behind the park. Chu Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Knowing the name was enough. With the heaven-defying tracking ability of death sniffing, even if Jia Kong fled to the ends of the earth, he wouldn't escape his grasp. "Boss, spare us. We can tell you anything you want to know. Please let us go. We have elderly parents and young children to support." Several prisoners were terrified when Chu Feng didn't speak for a long time and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Chu Feng then looked down at them, as if he had just noticed the few bedbugs on the ground. Have elderly parents and young children to support? He couldn't help but laugh as he heard them repeat the same phrase over and over. When you were so ruthless towards your fellow countrymen, did you ever think of them too? Take them away and give them a good beating with a heavy machine gun. The assassins immediately obeyed, and 2 heavy machine guns were set up, unleashing a torrent of 300 rounds of ammunition. When the gunfire ceased, only a few mangled piles of flesh remained at the foot of the earthen mound. Chu Feng clapped his hands in disgust. These people, relying on their strength, had brutally murdered their fellow countrymen. Even if they had knelt and surrendered, he would have no qualms about killing them. At this moment, a member of the suicide squad stepped forward and reminded them, "Boss, should the team move immediately? The enemy has suffered such a heavy loss. They might join forces with other armed groups tonight and launch a fierce counterattack against us." A joint counterattack? Chu Feng chuckled upon hearing this. "That's exactly what we want. Immediately deploy sentries and camp in the village tonight, waiting for them." "Yes, boss." Following Chu Feng's orders, the assassins quickly set up sentry teams around the village, and snipers, armed with Barrett anti-material sniper rifles, occupied nearby high ground. To prevent any accidents, large numbers of Claymore anti-personnel mines were laid at major intersections, and the entire area was quickly brought under tight control. The villagers, already terrified by the sounds of gunfire, huddled under their beds, trembling with fear. Only after the commotion outside subsided did a few of the bolder villagers dare to peek out of their windows to see what had happened. But as soon as they appeared, they saw several suicide soldiers carrying RPGs, the cold muzzles pointed directly at them. "What are you looking at? Stick your head out again, and we'll send you flying." By the firelight, they could see the faces of the assassins, and then they saw the RPGs almost pressed against their faces. The men collapsed to the ground, terrified, and wet themselves. "It's the Chinese Special Forces." These words echoed into the room, and everyone was thrown into a panic. They had originally thought that since they were far from the Emperor's reach, they could do whatever they wanted without anyone being able to stop them. But now, not only have people come to their doorstep, but they've also brought a fully fledged armed force. Looking at the walls blasted open, the shattered glass and broken furniture scattered everywhere, the villagers were filled with fear and hatred and couldn't help but curse loudly. "We told you not to mess with the Dragon Kingdom. You've harmed so many people, and now it's us ordinary civilians who are suffering." After the security cordon was completed, Chu Feng began arranging his camp. Even with his superhuman physical abilities, he was inevitably exhausted after several hours of continuous fighting. He raised his hand to open the system's light screen, entered the shop's life skills page, and military tents, sleeping bags, food, and various supplies were successively delivered. With the system in place, logistics were no problem for Chu Feng. Upon seeing the supplies, the assassins began preparing them skillfully without waiting for his orders. Before long, tents were erected throughout the village, and campfires were lit. After finishing a braised chicken, Chu Feng confirmed that the village was still peaceful before lying down on his cot and beginning to plan his next move. Myawaddy had to be wiped out. He had no intention of letting any of the warlords who protected the fraud park traffic people, harvested organs from living people, and committed all sorts of atrocities escape. After clearing out Myawaddy, the next step is to wipe out the entire Myanmar region and send all those chaotic forces to the garbage dump. This place is so tiny, and we've been fighting for decades without making a name for ourselves. Since you're all so useless, I might as well take this seat. Thinking this, drowsiness overcame him, and Chu Feng quickly fell asleep. Meanwhile, Zhakong, who had narrowly escaped with his life, was driving his battered pickup truck back to his military camp in a sorry state. At the camp gate, a few guards saw the car lights in the distance and assumed that the main force had already returned in triumph. Resolved so quickly? I knew those guys wouldn't last long once the main force of the family was involved. A mere few dozen people dared to cause trouble in Myawaddy. They really don't know what's good for them. But when the pickup truck actually got closer, everyone's expression froze. There was only one car returning, half of the door was gone, and the rear of the car was still on fire. The pickup truck screeched to a halt, and Zhakong, his face covered in blood, tumbled off the vehicle, sending chills down everyone's spines. His scalp had been mostly shaved off, and he was covered in blood. He looked nothing like someone who had won a battle. The men, not daring to delay, quickly helped Zhakong into the military camp office. Inside, Jamu was smoking, waiting for news of victory from the front lines. He had rushed back from a neighboring country after learning of the incident at the industrial park. He had been quite relieved to hear that Zhakong had led the main force of his family into battle. In his view, although his third brother was reckless, he had a lot of experience in battle and commanded the family's most elite armed forces, so dealing with a bunch of troublemakers would be no problem for him. But when he saw Zhakong walk and covered in blood, he was completely stunned. "Third brother, what happened to you? You look like this." "Eldest brother, it's all over, all over. More than 1,000 brothers, all gone." Zhakong struggled to lift his head, his voice almost breaking down. "What? All gone. Jamu was completely dumbfounded. Those were over 1,000 of the family's elite troops, well-equipped. How could they just vanish like that? Explain yourself. What happened? Jamu's voice trembled. The family had managed to maintain its territory in the fiercely competitive Myawaddy region entirely thanks to this armed force. Now that its main force was wiped out, how could the family survive in the future? Jiakong, panting heavily and trembling, said, "Their strength is beyond imagination. They have machine guns, RPGs, and mortars. Lots and lots of mortars. We've been ambushed." Hearing this, Jamu's face instantly turned ashen, and he slumped into his chair. "Why didn't you investigate thoroughly before setting off? I told you long ago that recklessness will inevitably lead to disaster. With the main force gone, what are you going to do with the family?" Jiakong, full of grievances, said, "Brother, I checked. The surveillance footage shows that there were only a few dozen people on the other side." He then recounted the whole story. "What? You mean all of this is because of a pig named Chu Feng? How is this possible?" Jamu listened, increasingly incredulous. How could a mere piglet possess such terrifying weaponry? If he truly possessed such strength, why didn't he use it from the beginning, instead of waiting until he was at his wit's end? But then, Jiakong mentioned that those so-called mercenaries all had faces resembling those of Chinese people. Jamu's eyes widened suddenly. Could it be that China had sent troops under the guise of mercenaries? And that Chu Feng, from beginning to end, was a spy, an undercover agent? After hearing his elder brother's analysis, Jiakong was first stunned, then felt a chill run down his spine. Those so-called mercenaries were probably actually special forces from China in disguise, who had been lying in wait near Myawaddy for a long time. They were waiting for Chu Feng to investigate the family's crimes so that he could give the order to mobilize the entire force. Otherwise, none of this made any sense. Jamu, convinced he had grasped the truth, paced back and forth, his face growing increasingly grim. The Dragon Kingdom had long wanted to deal with them, but due to various influences, they hadn't acted directly. Now, however, they were attacking under the guise of mercenaries, a truly ruthless tactic. After walking around for a few laps, Jamu suddenly stopped, his expression changing drastically. "This is bad. They won't stop here. They might already be heading towards our main camp." Jiakong realized that he had been so focused on escaping that he had overlooked the most crucial detail. Jamu disregarded everything else and immediately asked if his injuries were manageable. As long as he could still move, he was to go to the park to take control of the situation and move all the piglets back to the base camp overnight. As for the defense of the base camp, he personally made arrangements. Jiakong hastily wiped the blood from his face, gritted his teeth, and rushed out the door. At the entrance of the family compound, Jiakong arrived with more than a dozen convertible trucks. The armed guards at the gate were all stunned when they saw his forehead wrapped in gauze, not knowing what had happened. With a cold face, Jiakong ordered all the henchmen and lackeys in the park to be evacuated immediately overnight. The men exchanged bewildered glances. The park had just been reinforced with over 100 armed men carrying assault rifles, and now they were going to be scared away by a mere 20 or 30 enemies. Were they even going to continue their fraudulent business? Jiakong drew his pistol and shouted, "If you don't clear the park out within half an hour, I'll take your heads." The henchmen dared not ask any more questions and immediately carried out the order. Soon, the entire park was in an uproar. One by one, the piglets were dragged from their beds, lined up, and escorted to the trucks downstairs. The henchmen kept urging them on, occasionally firing shots into the air to speed things up, which terrified everyone and made them afraid to delay. Among the crowd, the man surnamed Zhao, Monkey, and others who had previously interacted with Chu Feng saw hope amidst their anger. They remembered Chu Feng saying that Myawaddy would soon undergo a change of regime. The fact that these usually domineering henchmen are now so panicked clearly shows that Chu Feng has truly succeeded. Yet they still can't understand how Chu Feng, with such a small force, could have driven a family with hundreds or even thousands of armed men to this point. The henchman noticed them exchanging glances and flew into a rage, raising his gun and sweeping it towards their feet. The man surnamed Zhao and the others lowered their heads, desperately suppressing their anger. They had only one thought in mind: endure it and see how long these beasts could keep jumping around. Downstairs in the park, batches of piglets were being loaded onto trucks, and the anticipated attack never occurred. Jiakong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. These piglets were the family's most important asset. Soldiers could be recruited, but piglets couldn't be replaced so easily. He immediately ordered the convoy to return to headquarters, unload this batch, and then hurry back to transport the next shipment. Meanwhile, the Jamu who remained at base camp were busily deploying defenses. The camp, nestled against the mountains and beside a river, resembled a valley and covered approximately 2 square kilometers. A river several tens of meters wide flowed in front of the camp, flanked by 2 small hills, with high mountains providing a natural barrier behind. Jamu had long since turned this place into an impregnable fortress. The 2 hills were fortified with trenches and slopes, and more than a dozen bunkers equipped with heavy machine guns and rocket launchers were connected by communication trenches. All the firepower was positioned on high ground, cross-blocking the only iron bridge in front of the main camp. The iron bridge was surrounded by barricades, barbed wire, and guard towers. After crossing the bridge, one had to traverse several hundred meters of open ground to reach the core area. Outside the core area, a concrete wall several hundred meters long and 5 meters high connected 2 hills, forming a complete fire network in conjunction with the mortar positions behind it. While this defense system resembles tactics from World War II, in Myawaddy, where heavy firepower is scarce, it was enough to allow them to defeat their opponents multiple times. Even the most powerful Suktidu armed forces were unwilling to provoke them easily. But now, the family's main force has almost been wiped out, and Jamu only has 300 private soldiers left, so he dares not be careless. All the lights in the camp are on, and henchmen with AKs are running around everywhere. Jamu brandished his AK and shouted orders. The entire armory was activated. Everyone was stationed at their firing positions. Weapons and ammunition were inspected, and they were ready for battle at any moment. Just then, Jakong returned with the first convoy of evacuation vehicles. He told his elder brother that the first batch of piglets had been transported back, and they expected to complete the transfer in 3 more trips. Jamu was overjoyed. As long as all the men in the park were withdrawn, his forces would recover to 400, 300 of whom were the family's most elite private soldiers. He immediately ordered Jakong to deploy all his men to defense after the transfer was completed. Jakong no longer needed to handle transportation. He immediately contacted his former subordinates and all available forces, bringing them all to the main camp. This battle concerned the survival of their family. No amount of money was too much to bear. The 2 Jamu brothers were working tirelessly, drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, the largest armed force in Myawaddy, through its informant within the Zamu family, learned of the 2 men's near madness. At the headquarters of such tat, in a heavily guarded villa, urgent knocking on the door continued, driving everyone irritable. Startled awake, Sukadu was furious. As the head of the largest warlord in Myawaddy, he had long established a rule that once he was asleep, no one was allowed to disturb him. But the noise outside the door was incessant, like a death knell. He shoved the woman in his arms away, grabbed the Desert Eagle, and rushed to the door. The door was flung open, and Suchidu was about to fire when he saw a fully armed, muscular man standing in the doorway. The man was Scorpion, Suchidu's most trusted subordinate, who commanded both the bodyguard and intelligence teams and had the authority to report directly to them. Upon seeing that it was Poison Scorpion, Suchidu's anger immediately subsided. He turned around, walked back into the house, sat on the sofa, and asked in a deep voice, "Speak, what is it?" Poison Scorpion handed over a report and calmly said, "Boss, news from inside indicates that something has happened to the Jamu family." Suchidu scoffed, puffing on his cigar. "So what if the park was massacred? I already know about it." He took the report while sneering. A park guarded by hundreds of people was actually wiped out by a mercenary squad. The Jamu family was truly useless. But when he saw the contents of the report, he froze instantly, almost dropping his cigar. What? The main force of the Jakong family was actually wiped out. Suchidu's face was filled with disbelief. The Jakong brothers' main force numbered at least 1,000 men. How could a mercenary squad possibly have such capability? Scorpion explained in a deep voice that the news had been confirmed repeatedly. After Yin Xiao, the Jakong family's informant planted in the Dragon Kingdom, was eliminated, Jakong personally led the main force of his family to encircle and annihilate him. However, the enemy had laid an ambush. Almost all of the more than 1,000 men were wiped out, and only Jakong himself escaped back. The Jakong brothers are currently relocating the park overnight, desperately strengthening its defenses, clearly terrified by this crushing defeat. Scorpion initially didn't believe the outcome either, but after confirming the intelligence, he rushed to report. Upon hearing this, Suchidu quickly grasped the key point. So, the enemy wasn't just a small mercenary team, right? Scorpion nodded. Although the exact number is unclear, judging from the losses and reactions of the Jiakong brothers, this force is definitely not small. Suidu Fronet. In Myawaddy, although the Jiakong brothers' force was not weak, their actions had always been under his control. What truly alarmed him was this suddenly appearing force with an unknown background. Scorpion continued, saying that his inside sources suspected they might be a disguised special forces unit from China, and that their actual leader was a piglet named Chu Feng. He then handed over a photograph. The photograph showed Chu Feng being brought into the park on his first day. A piglet? A Chinese special forces unit in disguise. Suchidu's expression changed. He immediately stubbed out his cigar and picked up the photo to examine it closely. He quickly deduced a possibility. Chu Feng was not an ordinary piglet at all, but an undercover agent who had infiltrated the park. His true identity was likely the captain of a Chinese special forces unit. After collecting the evidence, he began his operation under the guise of a mercenary, as instructed by the Chinese government. Scorpion nodded solemnly. He had clashed with the Chinese special forces both openly and covertly at the border, and these were the people he feared most. Those guys were ruthless and had fierce firepower. Once they set their sights on a target, they often left no room for retreat. This is troublesome. Sukidu suddenly stood up. If that's the case, their target isn't just the Jiakong brothers. They know who the real power holders are in Myawaddy. They're after me. Scorpion sneered, telling Suchidu not to panic. Since the other side was still using the banner of mercenaries, it meant they were still concerned about international repercussions and dared not openly deploy their actual military force. According to estimates, the enemy force numbers at most a few hundred. Without support from other branches of the military, a few hundred special forces soldiers are simply no match for a large force in the South Asian jungle. If Governor Su Chi were to mobilize his troops, they could be easily crushed into dust. Suchidu remained silent for a moment, then sat down again, regaining his composure. He admitted that he had lost his composure earlier. A force of only a few hundred men, without heavy firepower support, was indeed not enough to pose a real threat to him. He relit his cigar, puffed out smoke for a moment, and then coldly ordered, "Immediately send men to find out their movements, numbers, and weaponry. I need the most accurate intelligence." Poison Scorpion immediately accepted the order, then asked if the Jiakong family needed reinforcements. After all, the fate of the family was interdependent. If the Jiakong family were to collapse completely, Suchidu might also be defeated one by one. But Suchidu waved his hand. No need. The enemy's objective is not clear enough yet. Sending reinforcements rashly will only give them ammunition. He revealed a sinister smile and exhaled a puff of smoke. Let them both suffer heavy losses. The Jiakong family stronghold is strategically located and cannot be taken by a mere few hundred men. I want to see what this so-called Dragon Kingdom Special Forces unit is capable of to be able to capture a heavily fortified fortress. Scorpion rose to accept the order, declaring that he would immediately command the reconnaissance team to depart that very night. He then added, "This time, I will personally lead the team." In Myawaddy's Walong village, at Chu Feng's encampment, most of the assassins had already gone to rest, and Chu Feng himself was sleeping soundly. An hour later, a group of uninvited guests stealthily arrived outside the village. Scorpion, perched on an inconspicuous mound, observed the village through night vision binoculars, growing increasingly chilled with each glance. The village was heavily fortified with sentries, both visible and hidden. The camp was well organized, and the perimeter security extended a kilometer away. The demeanor and murderous intent of those men clearly indicated a well-trained, elite force. Scorpion stared at the still-burnt wreckage of the pickup trucks outside the village, his doubts growing. The fact that dozens, even hundreds, of vehicles could be reduced to scrap metal in such a short time was clearly not the work of light weapons. Rocket launchers, mortars, even portable anti-tank missiles were all possibilities. But how could conventional special forces possibly operate with so much heavy firepower? He suddenly recalled a similar scene he had encountered while on an escort mission on the border of China. A transport convoy was reduced to nothing, not even its wheels, after just a dozen or so rounds of artillery fire. Scorpion, still shaken, cursed these people as lunatics. He continued his search and found traces of a mortar emplacement on the high ground of the earthen slope, and scattered ammunition boxes confirmed his suspicions. Looking at the size of the tents in the village, there were at least 100 people inside. However, the buildings obscured the true strength of Chu Feng's force. One of the team members asked in a low voice whether they should move closer to scout. Scorpion immediately retorted, "If the other side dares to extend the perimeter this far, how could they not have counter-surveillance measures?" He immediately ordered his team to maneuver towards the 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock directions, maintaining a safe distance at all times, hoping to gather more intelligence from both sides. But just as he put down his binoculars, a loud explosion suddenly rang out in the darkness. A large bullet tore through the night sky, instantly blasting the team member in front in two. "Sniper! Everyone take cover!" Scorpion's hair stood on end, and he scrambled into cover. The others hurriedly made their tactical movements as well, but in that brief moment, several more explosions rang out. Several team members' heads exploded instantly, leaving no intact bodies. Scorpion's face turned deathly pale as he finally recognized the weapon used. It's a Barrett. The power of this anti-material sniper rifle was terrifying. A single shot was enough to blast a person to pieces. His elite reconnaissance squad, which he had painstakingly trained, had already suffered heavy casualties without even firing a single shot. The survivor huddled behind cover, cold sweat pouring down his face, frantically asking what to do. Scorpion was nearly frantic too. He had clearly maintained a safe distance, yet he hadn't expected the enemy to immediately engage a Barrett. This thing has an effective range of nearly 1,800 meters. What they thought was a safe position was, in the eyes of the enemy, a sitting duck. Scorpion gritted his teeth and ordered everyone to retreat quickly, using the terrain as cover to get out of Barrett's range as soon as possible. The team members immediately sought an escape route, retreating one by one. The terrain provided cover, significantly reducing the effectiveness of sniping in the darkness, but gunfire continued. Screams echoed as men were still being torn apart by large-caliber bullets. With half his men gone, Scorpion found the sniper fire from the village direction only intensifying. Gun flashes lit up the night, quickly growing to over a dozen. Scorpion, his defenses completely breached, couldn't help but curse. How many Barretts did these guys have? He dared not gamble any longer, leading his remaining men into the ditch, wading away frantically to escape this hellish place. Meanwhile, Chu Feng in the village was also awakened by the gunfire. He frowned and asked what had happened. The assassin immediately reported that someone was scouting the base, and the sniper team had wiped out most of the enemy forces. He asked whether to pursue them. Chu Feng immediately lost interest after hearing this. He had originally hoped to catch a big fish under the cover of night, but it turned out to be just some small fry. He waved his hand, telling the assassins not to chase after him, as he needed to catch up on his sleep. As for these guys who disturbed his peaceful dreams, he'd deal with them, along with their hideout, sooner or later. On the other side, Scorpion and his men fled desperately until they were completely out of the Barrett's maximum range before daring to stop and catch their breath. Just now, when he leaped out of the ditch, another bullet had grazed his vitals. If he hadn't sensed the danger in advance and reacted quickly enough, he would already be decapitated. Scorpion looked back and saw that only one of his men remained beside him, the man so terrified he wet himself. He clenched his fists, staring intently at the village where Chu Feng was stationed. "Dragon Country Special Forces, huh? I might be a little afraid of you on the border, but this is Myawaddy. If I don't make you pay, I'm retiring from the military." At daybreak, Scorpion led the sole survivor back to the headquarters villa of the largest warlord in Myawaddy. Sukadu was stunned to see the two. This reconnaissance squad was an elite force he had painstakingly trained. A simple reconnaissance mission had resulted in only 2 survivors returning. Scorpion bowed his head in apology, admitting his incompetence. But Governor Su Chi stared at him for a while without getting angry, only saying that minor successes and failures meant nothing. In his eyes, no matter how powerful Chu Feng's team was, they were just a lone army without reserves. He instructed Scorpion to finish writing the intelligence report and immediately head to KK Garden. Scorpion hesitated. Could there be something more urgent than dealing with the Dragon Kingdom's special forces? Su Chi-du lit a cigar, and casually told him that the goods on the dark web were to be traded today. Scorpion instantly understood and immediately bowed his head to accept the order. Yes, boss, I'll take care of it right away. After a night of emergency deployment, all preparations for battle at the Jiakong base camp were finally completed. The hills on both sides, all the fortified firing points and watchtowers, light and heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, and a small number of mortars were all in place. Crates of ammunition were piled up inside and outside the fortifications. The entire camp was fortified like an iron barrel, ready to withstand a major battle at any moment. Having stayed up all night, the brothers Jiakong and Zhimu finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. Jiakong said fiercely, "Brother, after urgently gathering our old troops, we now have 600 men. With this fortress, if that bastard Chufeng dares to come, we'll make sure he doesn't leave alive." Zhimu nodded. Their fortress had been attacked before, and without exception, everyone had suffered heavy losses. So what if it was the Dragon Kingdom's special forces? Without real heavy firepower, their RPGs and mortars weren't even enough to tickle the fortress. He told Jiakong to rest first, and the two of them would take turns holding the fort. Today, they'd see if Chufeng dared to attack. On the other side, Chufeng waited until dawn without catching anything big, leaving him somewhat speechless. But he understood that his repeated ambushes had thoroughly terrified the enemy. With the situation unclear, who would be foolish enough to walk right into his trap? Since they won't come, then I'll take the initiative. Before launching the attack, Chufeng first activated the super arm system to assess his resources. He had $620 million in funds, 10,000 cubic meters of storage space, 550 elite soldiers, 30 basic recruitment vouchers, and 12 intermediate recruitment vouchers. The hyperdomain deployment had 13 hours of cooldown remaining, but death sniffing had already recovered. Chufeng's eyes lit up immediately. As long as he knew the target's name, death sniffing would make the target nowhere to hide. Who should we target? Jiakong, you're the one. After a series of ambushes, Jiakong's strength has been severely damaged, and now is the time to strike while he's down. As the skill was activated, a map light screen was projected into Chufeng's vision, and the light spot representing Jiakong quickly popped up. Chufeng was delighted when he saw the coordinates. Jiakong had actually retreated to his lair, and it was only a few kilometers away from the park. Perfect, he could wipe them out in one fell swoop. If Jiakong had run off somewhere else, Chufeng would have had to put in some effort, but now he had buried himself in the sand. Just as Chufeng was about to order the troops to set off, he suddenly realized an awkward problem. The target was more than 10 kilometers away, and he couldn't very well send over 500 people there on foot. The pickup trucks that had come to his doorstep earlier had all been blasted into scrap metal, and now troop mobility had become the real issue. System, do you have anything that can solve true mobility? At the current level of the shop, armored personnel carriers and armed pickup trucks are out of the question. Anything that can carry people will suffice. The shop list scrolled rapidly, and the system quickly provided an answer. Mini transport vehicle detected. Yadea, electric scooter. Can carry 2 people, top speed 40 kilometers per hour for $100 per vehicle. Chufeng was stunned. Yadea electric bike? He used to ride that to work every day. He didn't expect to find it in the system store. Then he realized that it was a household item, not an equipment item. He had almost forgotten about it. Purchase 501 vehicles and teleport immediately. The next second, brand new electric vehicles appeared one after another on the open ground next to the camp. The assassins were quite shocked when they saw these so-called motorized vehicles. According to the consciousness given to them by the system, they should have been riding tanks and armored vehicles, charging around recklessly. Who would have thought that on their first expedition, they would be riding electric scooters? Chufeng coughed lightly. Make do for now. He waved his hand to pack up the camp supplies and the cumbersome mortars, and then gave the order to set off. The suicide squad members immediately became serious, slung their light machine guns and RPGs over their backs, and quickly prepared to depart. The power switches hummed, and several motorized columns sped out of the village, heading straight for the Jiakong headquarters along the road. Half an hour later, inside the Jiakong family's headquarters, a low-ranking henchman rushed into the command room in a panic. Zhimu, who had just closed his eyes to rest, was immediately enraged. What are you shouting for? The henchman gasped. They're here. Hundreds upon hundreds. Zhimu's expression changed drastically. He had waited all night without any movement, and had only slept for a few minutes after his nap when the enemy actually attacked. He grabbed his binoculars and rushed to the observation post. After seeing the formation in the distance, he was completely stunned. Each person has an electric scooter? This is what you call a special forces unit? Jia Kong, who rushed over after hearing the news, grabbed his binoculars and saw a group of fully armed men hopping and skipping on many electric scooters on the rugged road. He was also speechless with shock. Having navigated the military for so many years, this was the first time he had ever seen such an outrageous mode of movement. But the next moment, the two men's expressions completely changed. Each of these men carried a light machine gun, and each had an RPG mounted on their back. Their weaponry was so brutal, it was chilling. Zakong exclaimed in alarm. "Brother, they still have dozens of Barrett rifles. Those are anti-material weapons. A pickup truck can't stop them, and even thin concrete walls can be easily blown up. While the core bunker could withstand the attack, the other fortifications were practically paper in front of the Barrett." Jia Mu gritted his teeth and cursed. A bunch of freaks. Even special forces shouldn't have such outrageous equipment. However, after observing more closely, he noticed something amiss. This group of Dragon Kingdom special forces besieging the city seemed to carry virtually no heavy firepower, aside from machine guns, RPGs, and Barrett mortars. Even the mortars that had previously intimidated them were nowhere to be seen. Jamu frowned. Are these guys crazy? Do they think they can take us down with this little equipment? Not only Jamu couldn't understand, but Jia Kong was equally bewildered. He clearly remembered that during the last ambush, Chu Feng's men used dozens of mortars to turn his pickup truck convoy into a pile of scrap metal. But now, among those people on the other side of the river, there wasn't even a single mortar in sight. Jia Kong gripped his binoculars, his heart sinking. Could Chu Feng have hidden reinforcements? He moved the lens around carefully, searching intently, and soon spotted Chu Feng standing on a small mound on the opposite bank, directing his men to set up their positions. Jia Kong immediately shouted, "Brother, it's him! That bastard Chu Feng!" Jiamu looked in the direction they were looking, and his face instantly darkened. It was indeed Chu Feng personally in command. Their previous suspicions had finally been confirmed. This was the guy who had caused their family such heavy losses, forcing them to cower in the fortress and barely survive. The two brothers wanted nothing more than to rush out and tear Chu Feng to shreds. But seeing the hundreds of murderous assassins surrounding Chu Feng, they forcibly suppressed their impulses. Jia Kong coldly analyzed that since the main figure had appeared, this was probably Chu Feng's entire force. Jiamu gritted his teeth and cursed. This guy is insane. He thinks he can take my fortress with so few men? He's courting death. He ordered Jia Kong to keep a close eye on the battle and to immediately send out reserves to counterattack if Chu Feng's attack falters. When the order was given, the henchmen in the fortress were already in a frenzy. The reputation of the Dragon Kingdom's special forces was too intimidating. No one dared to underestimate them in the slightest. Large quantities of ammunition were loaded onto the fortifications, and light and heavy machine guns, AKs, and various other firearms were thrust out of the firing ports of the bunkers and watchtowers. The dark muzzles of the guns were all aimed at the suicide squad on the opposite bank of the river. On the other side, Chu Feng, holding a telescope, frowned after seeing the fortress's structure. There was only one iron bridge in and out with a river in between and permanent fortifications built on the hills on both sides. There are likely mortar positions further back, and even the high barriers are defended. These people have fortified this place like an impregnable fortress. They've certainly gone to great lengths. Faced with such defenses, even a large-scale bombardment with mortars and RPGs would likely be ineffective. A well-trained suicide squad could certainly take it by force, but the casualties would be considerable. Chu Feng was unwilling to accept this outcome. Although the assassins were created by the system, they were still flesh and blood beings, and he wouldn't let them die needlessly unless absolutely necessary. He had originally planned to wait until nightfall, until the superdomain deployment had cooled down before launching the attack. Since he was already here, a little more time wouldn't make a difference. But before actually taking action, Chu Feng decided to scare the people in the fortress half to death first. He smirked and activated a teleportation portal. One after another, 60mm mortars, along with boxes of shells, were teleported to the back of the earthen mound. Chu Feng glanced at them and decided that 100 mortars weren't enough, so he simply bought another 400 from the shop. 560mm mortars, fully loaded with ammunition, were transported out. Upon seeing the equipment, the suicide soldiers swarmed forward and quickly deployed their artillery positions. Before long, the area behind the earthen mound was filled with mortars, the position extending hundreds of meters and dozens of meters wide. This scene was witnessed by everyone in Zhakong's base camp. Zhakong and Zhemu were stunned. Just moments ago, they were relieved that Chu Feng didn't have any assault weapons. But in the blink of an eye, hundreds of mortars seemed to have fallen from the sky. What the hell is going on? The two brothers gripped their binoculars tightly, their eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. One moment, it was an empty space. The next, it was piled high with mortars. This wasn't a transport operation. It was more like something created out of thin air. They pinched themselves hard, the sharp pain reminding them it wasn't a dream. They exchanged a glance, their hair standing on end. If even they were this frightened, the henchmen in the various fortifications were in complete chaos. Someone asked in a trembling voice, "How did so many weapons suddenly appear?" Hundreds of mortars were arrayed on the opposite side, a sight that sent chills down everyone's spine. Soon, someone cried out in terror. "The Chinese are performing a ritual. This is sorcery. There are ghosts." Southeast Asia is a region where people have a strong belief in ghosts and spirits, and this bizarre scene directly broke down the psychological defenses of many. Some were even so frightened that they wet themselves, dropped their weapons, and tried to flee. Zhakong and Zhemu were also panicked, but they had to step forward to stabilize the situation. They roared at everyone to stay calm, saying that with the fortress in place, the enemy might not be able to break through. To calm his men down, Zhemu forced himself to make up an explanation. He said it wasn't some kind of sorcery, but a special camouflage net developed by the Dragon Kingdom that could completely conceal pre-hidden weapons. Even the two brothers themselves almost believed this story. The henchmen, though skeptical, temporarily suppressed their fear of ghosts and gods. After all, China's military technology was advanced. Perhaps they truly possessed stealth technology unknown to them. But just as their minds calmed, they thought of something even more terrifying. Whether the camouflage netting was real or fake is another matter, but those hundreds of mortars on the other side were real. Could their fortifications really withstand such intense bombardment? Those hiding in the bunker were in slightly better shape, but the henchmen operating the heavy machine guns in the watchtowers were completely disoriented. Once the artillery fire began, the watchtowers would be the first to be blown to pieces. The men exchanged glances, disregarding their weapons, and turned to flee. But their chance was gone. Behind the earthen mound, 500 suicide soldiers were in position. 500 mortars were also ready to fire. Set the parameters. 3-round rapid fire. Fire! At Chu Feng's command, the hundreds of meters-long mortar position roared instantly, with 560mm mortars firing simultaneously. Hot shells shot into the air in dense bursts, trailing arcs as they hurtled towards the fortified positions ahead. The roar was deafening, and the barricades, barbed wire, and guard towers in front of and behind the iron bridge were the first to be blown to pieces. Those who couldn't retreat in time were overturned along with the fortifications. Some were sent flying into the air, while others landed completely mangled. After the first round of rapid fire, the ground defenses that had been hindering the attack were almost completely wiped out. Immediately afterwards, the second round of shelling began to extend, with a dense barrage of shells falling on the fortifications and buildings behind the iron bridge. 500 mortars fired simultaneously, shells covering almost every inch of land, fireballs exploding everywhere, and bricks and debris flying everywhere. In a short time, all the painstakingly constructed surface defenses and buildings were reduced to ruins, with thick smoke billowing into the sky and raging flames. The henchmen, engulfed in flames, rushed out of the collapsed fortifications, howling and running around in all directions, but they couldn't find a way out. Inside the command room of the mountain fortress, the two brothers, Zhakong and Zhemu, stared in disbelief. They knew that artillery fire was terrifying, but they never imagined it would be this horrific. Discard the surface fortifications. Everyone retreat to the concrete bunker immediately. The two men roared out the order, but as soon as the order was given, the third round of rapid fire came crashing down. The target this time is the pre-established positions behind the wall and all surface buildings. Buildings, trees, power substations, and mortar positions were all engulfed by fireballs and shockwaves. The entire fortress trembled, and in the blink of an eye, It was plunged into a purgatory of blood and fire. Although the henchmen who hid in the concrete fortress were not killed instantly by the explosions, they were left dizzy and bleeding from their mouths and noses from the continuous blasts. Concrete can stop shrapnel, but it can't stop the deafening sound. Some people completely broke down and rushed out of the fortress like madmen, only to be sent flying into the sky by artillery fire as soon as they showed their heads. After 3 rounds of rapid fire, the fortress was in ruins, with only a few cement bunkers and permanent fortifications on the hill remaining intact. Zhakong and Zhimu were so angry they were almost driven mad. After 3 rounds of shelling, all that remained of their possessions accumulated over the years were underground facilities and fortified bunkers. Even if they managed to defeat Chu Feng in the end, the losses will be enough to make them vomit blood. However, the emotions of the people who were evacuated from the basement were completely different. Some were afraid, some were terrified, and some suppressed their thoughts. But for many more, hope was rekindled in their eyes. Old Zhao, is Chu Feng here? Has he come to rescue us? When the gunfire finally stopped, the fraudsters finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before they could even feel relieved, Chu Feng put down his binoculars and gave a faint laugh. You're scared to death? You're too weak. He waved his hand gently, and a new order to fire was given again. Countless shells were launched again, this time targeting the hillside fortress. Shells rained down on the mountainside and concrete walls, billowing smoke and sending rocks flying, making the entire mountain seem to be on fire. The command room where Jacques Kong and his companion were located was hit by more than a dozen shells. The dull shock made their chests feel tight, and they spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Damn scum, you're fucking ruthless. Upon discovering that the fortress had not been breached, the two quickly forced themselves to calm down. He can't breach our core fortifications. After the shelling ended, the people inside the fortress did not suffer any major casualties, and the two brothers immediately became smug again. I knew it. This kind of firepower can't break through the core defenses at all. They lay prone at the observation post, using binoculars to observe Chu Feng's position. Seeing that the enemy had stopped firing, they became even more convinced that Chu Feng had run out of ammunition. Without artillery shells, how can we break through their fortress? The henchmen in the various reinforced concrete fortifications regained their courage, armed with machine guns, AKs, and rocket launchers. They didn't believe Chu Feng could still have any tricks up his sleeve. On the earthen slope, Chu Feng looked at the still intact hillside fortress and several concrete works of the mortar position, but his face showed no surprise. A 60mm mortar is a light weapon. It's perfectly normal that several rounds of fire wouldn't be enough to destroy a reinforced concrete bunker. The suicide bomber asked excitedly, Boss, should we continue bombing? Chu Feng smiled. Of course, but not now. Let them rest first. Give them another surprise in a minute. At this rate, bombard him for an hour. A non-stop bombing session for an hour. No normal person could do something so crazy. No matter how many shells there are, the cannon barrel will get red hot and won't last long. But for Chu Feng, this is not a problem at all. If the cannon barrel can't hold up, just replace it. It only costs $5,000 per cannon anyway. With over 600 million in funds, he can easily afford to build them. At this moment, in the fortress command room, seeing that Chu Feng had not made any move for a long time, Jia Kong and Jia Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. That shelling was terrifying. The whole mountain was shaking. If a few more rounds come, none of them are sure they can withstand it. Zakon guessed, it seems they really ran out of shells. It's impossible for them to have prepared so much ammunition. But as soon as they finished speaking, the two looked out through the thick smoke and their expressions changed instantly. Boxes of mortar shells suddenly appeared out of nowhere next to those so-called Chinese special forces, just like the scene before. Damn, no way. Jacon almost collapsed. They thought the enemy had run out of ammunition, but in the blink of an eye, another batch of shells appeared, as if by magic. Impossible. This is completely unscientific. Even a usually composed Zhimu lost his composure. The two men stared intently at the suddenly appearing ammunition, their eyes almost bloodshot. Jacques Kang's voice trembled. Brother, what kind of monster did we encounter? One instance could be attributed to a deception or a coincidence, but 2 consecutive instances of ammunition being replenished out of thin air are simply inexplicable. Zhao Mu's hands and feet were ice cold, and he could only keep shaking his head. I don't know either. This kind of thing is impossible. He had lived a life of constant danger, killing countless people, and had never been afraid of even the most perilous situations. But at this moment, his mentality completely collapsed. This is practically cheating. How can they possibly fight against such unpredictable and magical methods? Just as the two were at a loss, a new round of bombings came down. This time, the Suicide Squad adjusted the firing angle based on the results of the previous round, and almost every shell landed precisely in the target area. The roaring sound was so loud it hurt your eardrums, and your internal organs felt like they were being squeezed and churned. The mountain is shaking. The mountain is about to collapse. A torrent of rocks rained down from above, causing the entire fortress to shake violently. The henchmen hiding inside the reinforced concrete bunkers screamed in terror. But just as they caught their breath, even more intense artillery fire came crashing down, showing no sign of stopping. Damn Chu Feng. Damn Dragon Kingdom. Could you be any more shameless? The continuous explosions not only caused his men to collapse, but the two Jiakong brothers also couldn't hold on any longer. What terrified them even more was that the originally sturdy reinforced concrete wall began to loosen and crack after several rounds of bombardment. With bloodshot eyes, Jiakong roared, "Brother, we can't hold on. Let the brothers hold on, we'll retreat. As long as we're alive, we can always rebuild." He made so much money through fraud, he's not willing to die here. Zhang Mu's face was filled with despair. Retreat? Where to retreat to? If we leave, the family will be completely finished. Brother, as long as you're alive, there's a chance. Jiakong hurriedly advised. We still have industries and countless assets in neighboring countries and overseas, and we are fully capable of making a comeback. Even if we never come back, the money we squeezed out of the Chinese is enough for us to live a carefree life. Let Chu Feng and those Chinese special forces be smug if they want to. We've already had our money's worth. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mu was suddenly taken aback. Yes, so what if Chu Feng comes knocking on our door? So what if he destroys this place? They've already squeezed huge sums of money out of the Dragon Kingdom people. They can still live a carefree life anywhere else. Third brother is right. Let's go right away. Zhang Mu suddenly stood up, opened the inner wall of the fortress, and a natural cave immediately appeared before the two of them. Jiakong sneered. Let them keep bombarding us. We brothers have already slipped away. On the artillery position, Chu Feng suddenly narrowed his eyes. His death sniffer had no cooldown, and he kept activating it from time to time to keep track of Jiakong's condition. This time, he happened to see the point of light representing Jiakong slowly moving backward. This bastard wants to escape? Did he even dig a tunnel? Chu Feng was somewhat surprised, but he quickly deduced that the other party must have taken a natural cave. However, Chu Feng was prepared for this situation. 50 elite soldiers had already been deployed to guard other parts of the fortress. He immediately ordered, "Search team, be on alert. The target may be escaping through the mountain behind. Keep a close eye on any possible caves and bring them back with your heads." "Yes, boss." On the other side, Jiakong and Zhimu hurriedly crawled into the winding natural cave and soon arrived at the other side of the hill. The two men pushed aside the bushes that concealed the hole, crawled out covered in dust, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing the still firing cannon fire in the distance, Jiakong couldn't help but sneer. That bastard is still bombarding us. He has no idea that we've already escaped. He picked up his Desert Eagle and said smugly, "Brother, let's go. Once we reach the next evacuation point, we'll be completely safe." But as soon as he took a step, several fully armed figures blocked their way. Looking at the assassins in different face and the row of dark machine gun muzzles, the two brothers stood there dumbfounded. No one but his own brothers knew about this cave. Chu Feng had actually set up an ambush at the exit beforehand. They were both shocked and furious, completely baffled as to where Chu Feng had gotten the information. All they could do was grit their teeth and curse him. With their escape route cut off, the two men raised their guns, ready to fight to the death. But the assassins didn't give them a chance to fire. Machine gun fire spurted out, and the two men instantly fell into pools of blood. One of the assassins strode forward, drew his special curved knife, and delivered a final blow, completely ending their chances of survival. On the earthen mound, the suicide soldiers brought two severed heads to Chu Feng. Looking at the two dead faces with their eyes wide open, Chu Feng smiled coldly. He hadn't expected to catch two big fish at once this time. The assassin reported that the other severed head belonged to Jia Kang's good brother, Jia Mu. Jia Kang and Jia Mu both died here, and this warlord force was completely crippled by Chu Feng. But there were still many lackeys inside the fortress. Without pausing for a moment, Chu Feng immediately issued orders. The search team was immediately organized into an assault group and entered the fortress through the cave, completely dismantling the resistance inside. After the shelling stopped, 50 fully armed suicide soldiers quickly crawled into the cave and appeared directly in the fortress command room. At this moment, the henchmen were unaware that their leader had been beheaded and were still searching everywhere for the missing man. When the assassin suddenly appeared with a machine gun, the henchmen in the command room were all stunned. They asked in horror how these people had managed to break in. The only response they received was a barrage of gunfire and piercing screams. After clearing out the command room, the assassins did not stop and immediately charged towards other fortifications and strongholds in the fortress. High explosive grenades were thrown into the bunker through the firing port. The henchmen inside had barely realized something was wrong when explosions began to erupt one after another. They screamed and tried to escape, only to find that the enemy had attacked from within, leaving them nowhere to hide. As the smoke cleared, the resistance in the fortresses and fortifications was completely wiped out, and the screams ceased entirely. Meanwhile, the henchmen guarding the piglets in the basement finally realized something was wrong. There was no response from the walkie-talkie, and gunshots continued to ring out from outside. They picked up their AKs and prepared to go out and investigate. But the man surnamed Zhao and his companions had been watching them closely, and as soon as the opportunity arose, they pounced on them like hungry tigers. Those who were usually tortured to the point of not daring to resist all went mad at this moment. The henchmen were both shocked and furious. They struggled to raise their guns and fire, but were pinned to the ground by the angry mob. More than a dozen pairs of feet kicked them hard in the face, and bricks were smashed down one after another. Kill them. You like beating people, huh? Today you'll pay with your lives. The long-suppressed hatred erupted completely at this moment, and no one was willing to stop. In just 2 minutes, several henchmen were already twisted and disfigured. But the crowd was still not satisfied, and they picked up the fallen daggers and vented their anger on the corpses. When the suicide squad arrived at the basement with machine guns, the scene before them made them swallow hard. These people who had just been rescued had bloodshot eyes and faces full of gritted teeth and hatred. The assassin even worried that if he took another step closer, he would be torn to pieces by these people as if he were their enemy. So they quickly put away their guns and stood at attention, explaining that they had come to rescue their compatriots on Chu Feng's orders. Upon hearing this, the crowd's tense nerves finally snapped, and many people burst into tears and collapsed to the ground. However, some people avoided eye contact with the assassins, seemingly harboring other thoughts. In the core area of the fortress, the man surnamed Zhao and others walked out supporting each other. Upon seeing Chu Feng, their eyes welled up with tears. He kept thanking them and loudly told the people behind him that the young man in front of him was the commander who had rescued them. Everyone stared blankly at Chu Feng, then looked at the fierce and menacing assassins around him. For countless days and nights, they struggled in this hellish place until finally someone rescued them. Many people knelt down on the spot, crying and kowtowing to Chu Feng to express their gratitude for saving their lives. Chu Feng immediately became anxious and quickly told the man surnamed Zhao to help the person up. The man surnamed Zhao quickly urged everyone to get up and follow Chu Feng's instructions. After his persuasion, the crowd gradually stood up, but many people still covered their faces and cried. After temporarily settling these people, the assassins stepped forward and asked how to handle the situation, since they couldn't possibly carry so many people with them on a military campaign. Chu Feng waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to say more, as he had already made arrangements for this matter. His approach was not to immediately send the person back to their country, but to first launch a nationwide media offensive. Soon after, photos and videos of the Myawaddy people being tortured and then rescued by a mysterious force were uploaded to various platforms in China by hundreds of suicide bombers. The news instantly went viral online, with every reputable website reporting on the overnight annihilation of the Zhakang family and the rescue of thousands of compatriots. The news that a fraudulent warlord was beheaded and his headquarters was razed to the ground, and that a mysterious force descended from the sky to save people, quickly dominated the homepages of various platforms. Hundreds of millions of Chinese netizens flooded the comment section, liking, leaving messages, and sharing. Many websites even experienced slowdowns due to the massive traffic. Netizens were furious and condemned those beasts who treated their fellow countrymen like pigs and dogs, trafficked people, and harmed lives. But amidst their anger, everyone was also deeply shocked by the fighting prowess of that mysterious force. A few hundred people almost wiped out the Zhakong family, one of the top families in Myawaddy. Such strength is simply terrifying. Some speculate that it might be due to the deployment of troops from within China. However, some immediately countered that if it were a legitimate military deployment, the scale would be much larger, with drones and missiles appearing much earlier. Various speculations and debates continued to escalate until a new video was unearthed. Keen-eyed netizens stared at the screen and suddenly noticed something was wrong. Look, these people really do look like our people. This face, this skin tone, there's absolutely no mistake. And the weapons they're carrying are all Type 02 machine guns, which are our standard equipment. Netizens were absolutely in an uproar. Initially, most people simply didn't believe that the Dragon Kingdom had sent troops. After all, the principles of non-interference, economic and trade relations, and great power rivalry are all there, and everyone understands that they involve extremely deep issues. But as more and more videos surfaced, the soldiers' height, appearance, skin color, and familiar equipment left everyone stunned. This is the kind of rabbit I like. When the Dragon Kingdom makes a move, it's always a thunderous strike. See that? The heads of those two bandit leaders have been chopped off. Countless netizens laughed and lit cigarettes, excitedly leaving comments in the comment section. Whether it's the original video or a reposted article, the comments instantly surged to 99+, causing a traffic explosion. Bloggers were so excited that they dug deep into the videos, hoping to find another shocking revelation. Soon, the video of the commander deliberately released by the assassins was discovered, and Chu Feng's photos and information spread all over the internet. This time, netizens were even more shocked. In particular, those classmates and colleagues who had studied or worked with Chu Feng were almost completely dumbfounded. Chu Feng? How could it be him? Didn't he just graduate not long ago? When did he join the army? We were working together last month. How did he suddenly become a special forces commander? It wasn't until someone suddenly remembered that Chu Feng had received an outstanding employee award last month and had also won a 5-day trip to Southeast Asia. The colleague became increasingly suspicious and immediately compiled a timeline, typing out his analysis. After reading the full story, netizens were all speechless with shock. However, a barrage of questions followed, especially regarding Chu Feng's past schooling experiences, which were simply inexplicable. The entire internet exploded like a pot of boiling water. At the same time, the military of the Dragon Kingdom was also shaken. Inside the Southwest Theater Command, Xiao Jintian, a general with white hair and a star on his shoulder, was leading a group of officers in repeatedly reviewing Chu Feng's information and videos. Everyone's mind was in complete chaos. Major General Yi Qinga, covered in sweat, flipped through the materials on the table and asked, "Elder Xiao, what exactly is going on? We've gone through all the files on special forces in the war zone, but there's no such person as Chu Feng. Could it be a special unit secretly formed by higher-ups?" Xiao Jintian took off his reading glasses, his fingers trembling slightly, and slowly shook his head. "It's not the higher-ups. I've contacted the highest command, and they don't know the origin of this mysterious unit either." Yi Qinga was even more confused. Could this unit have appeared out of thin air? He immediately asked the officer beside him, "Is there any possibility that Chu Feng's information is falsified?" The school official solemnly replied, "Absolutely true. The database records have been repeatedly compared, and there is no difference whatsoever from the information circulating online." Everyone fell silent. After a long pause, Yi Qinga spoke in a deep voice, "Elder Xiao, we must take action. Since Chu Feng's identity is genuine, judging from his face and skin color, the warriors around him are obviously also from China. However, they only had a few hundred men and no heavy equipment. If other warlords amassed large armies to counterattack, the situation would be extremely dangerous. Moreover, a large number of our compatriots have not yet completed their relocation." Xiao Jintian narrowed his eyes, immediately realizing the seriousness of the situation. "Contact the embassy immediately and make sure they get in touch with Chu Feng. Hurry!" Yi Tiange. Ah! Your unit must assemble immediately and prepare for attack. I will immediately request authorization to airdrop your unit using AY-20 transport aircraft, parachuting into Myawaddy. Yes. Yi Tiange suddenly stood at attention and turned to leave. As a proponent of war and a special operations officer, he had long wanted to send troops to annihilate the villains of Myawaddy. In the past, the decision-making power was not in his hands, but now a mysterious force has emerged out of nowhere, giving everyone a good venting of their anger. He would never allow such a comrade in arms to fall into enemy encirclement. But he had only taken 2 steps when the desktop command platform suddenly started flashing. A school officer suddenly stood up. Old Xiao, there's a new situation. What's going on? Tell me quickly. The other party called through the security service hotline and left their contact information. Xiao Zhentian and Yi Tiange were both stunned for a moment and immediately rushed towards the command platform. Private number? Did Chu Feng just handle this? The two exchanged a glance, and Yi Tiange immediately ordered, "Contact Chu Feng right away." The radio waves instantly crossed mountains and seas, heading straight for Chu Feng's location. Inside the command center of the former Zhakong family's old stronghold, Chu Feng looked at his lit-up phone and smiled slightly. After instructing his assassins to release this series of videos, he bought a mobile phone from the system store and registered a number. The Chinese military's joint operations tactics are indeed terrifying. A single call to the police hotline quickly established contact between the two sides. "Hello, I am Chu Feng." After the call connected, Chu Feng spoke calmly. "Hello, Chu Feng. I am Xiao Zhentian from the Southwest Theater Command. You can call me Old Xiao." A steady and powerful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Elder Xiao." Chu Feng's tone immediately became serious. He had heard of Xiao Zhentian before. This old man was a hardliner in the military and a well-known figure in the special forces. During the Laozan campaign, he led a 10-man squad to destroy several enemy 105mm artillery positions and kill the enemy artillery regiment commander. Even the enemy's division-level command was so frightened that it retreated dozens of miles overnight. Even the American Navy SEALs suffered heavy losses at his hands. The Myawaddy warlords had been committing atrocities for many years. If it weren't for the pressure from above, this old man would probably have taken matters into his own hands long ago. Xiao Zhentian said solemnly, "Chu Feng, congratulations on your great victory. I am ashamed. We soldiers have witnessed our compatriots being humiliated, yet we are not as good as a young man like you." Chu Feng immediately interrupted him. "Elder Xiao, there's no need for that. Every country has its own difficulties. Even the 4 major families in northern Myanmar, who were so rampant, were eventually wiped out by lightning. Myawaddy is deeply entrenched, and the country's mediation has already yielded initial results. I just happen to be a little more decisive than others." Xiao Zhentian was silent for a moment, then said sincerely, "Chu Feng, on behalf of our compatriots who have been victimized, and on behalf of our country, thank you." Then, his tone turned serious. "We judge that the enemy is very likely to launch a large-scale counterattack in concert. Whatever you need, troops, weapons, ammunition, just tell me, and I'll risk my life to help you." Chu Feng smiled and said, "I appreciate Elder Zhao's kindness, but I don't need reinforcements or equipment. You only need to assist in one thing: safely transferring those rescued compatriots out of the country." On the other end of the phone, Xiao Zhentian and Yi Tiange were both stunned. "What? You don't want reinforcements, weapons, or ammunition?" On the other end of the phone, Xiao Zhentian was completely stunned. Myawaddy was a gathering place for warlords, with several factions having over 1,000 soldiers each, not to mention Sukadu, who possessed tens of thousands of armed men, as well as armored vehicles and heavy weapons. These warlords are usually at odds with each other, but once their core interests are threatened, they will inevitably join forces to retaliate. Chu Feng only has a few hundred men under his command. How can he possibly stop them? "Old Xiao, there are some things I can't say, but please believe me, I'm 100% confident I can flatten Myawaddy. You just need to do as I said before. Assist in the relocation of your compatriots. The sooner the better." Xiao Zhentian was shocked. Holding off the warlord coalition was already outrageous enough, but Chu Feng actually wanted to raise the entire Myawaddy? "Chu Feng, are you sure you're not joking?" "Definitely, certainly, and without a doubt." Chu Feng didn't explain further, only instructing Xiao Zhentian to make arrangements as quickly as possible keeping the contact information unchanged, and to be ready to connect at any time once everything was in place. With that, he hung up the phone. Yi Tiange, who was standing nearby, was already extremely anxious. He had only heard a few words during the wired communication, and seeing Xiao Zhentian's astonished expression, he immediately pressed for details about what Chu Feng had said. Xiao Zhentian slowly put down the phone. He said he didn't want reinforcements or weapons, he just wanted us to help evacuate his compatriots. Yi Tiange's eyes widened suddenly. A force of a few hundred men, braving the warlord coalition. Where did he get the confidence? Su Qidu had armored vehicles and heavy weapons. No matter how strong the special forces elites were, they couldn't make up for the gap in numbers and firepower. We can't let them go to their deaths. Contact Chu Feng immediately. I need to talk to him. No need. Xiao Zhentian shook his head. He has an even more astonishing plan. What plan? He wants to flatten Myawaddy. Yi Tiange gasped. Hundreds of people raised Myawaddy? That sounded like a fantasy. Xiao Zhentian didn't believe it at first, but recalling Chu Feng's tone just now, which was calm and showed no signs of being impulsive, he became more convinced. If such bizarre things have happened, what else is impossible? He analyzed that Chu Feng might have already secretly gathered people at home and abroad, or he might have an even stronger reserve force that he had not yet used. Yi Tiange was still uneasy, but Xiao Zhentian suddenly waved his hand. No buts, deploy immediately according to Chu Feng's requirements. Execute the order. Yes. Soon, under the direction of the Chinese military and in coordination with the embassy, all Chinese and Thai companies located near the Myawaddy border were urgently mobilized. Buses, vans, cars, and SUVs sped out of the factory area and assembled at a designated section of road. Hundreds of backup vehicles roared to life, forming a massive convoy that headed straight for the border. The Thai soldiers at the border checkpoint were completely dumbfounded by what they saw. The convoy stretched as far as the eye could see, numbering at least several hundred vehicles. They had no idea what was happening. Several soldiers stepped forward with guns drawn to intercept them, but the next second, a phone call came through the checkpoint. What? You letting us through? The soldiers stood frozen in place, forced to watch helplessly as the convoy safely crossed the border. Meanwhile, inside the command fortress, Chu Feng was leisurely sipping tea. A henchman rushed in to report. Boss, Cobra has sent word that the convoy has safely crossed the border. New. Chu Feng glanced at the time. Less than an hour had passed, a speed entirely within expectations. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he also dispatched a support team in advance, driving a vehicle from the basement to the border to stand by. Boss, the convoy is expected to arrive in half an hour. Should we begin the handover immediately? Of course. Chu Feng stood up and picked up the light machine gun beside him. But before the handover, there are a few things to take care of. Has the list been finalized? It's out. After secret cross-verification, there are absolutely no flaws. Very good. In the core area of the former Zhekong family fortress, on a newly cleared open space, more than 200 rescued compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom were gathered together and stood there helplessly. Chu Feng strode over, carrying a machine gun. The crowd shouted General Chu, but their movements were stiff and their faces were grim. Chu Feng smiled, but a hint of coldness lingered at the corner of his mouth. Do you know why we've gathered you all together? I know. Oh, I don't know. The crowd immediately began to stir. Without exception, all of them had come here voluntarily. Many of them had criminal records back in their home countries and had fled to Myawaddy to avoid trial. They not only act as henchmen for criminal gangs, but they also prey on other compatriots, sometimes even more ruthlessly than their underlings. How could they not panic when faced with Chu Feng's gaze? You really don't know? Seeing that these people were still being stubborn, Chu Feng's smile became even more chilling. I'll give you one more chance. I count to 10. 10, 9, 8. Chu Feng didn't waste any words and immediately started the countdown. The crowd instantly erupted into chaos. To deny everything meant certain death. Even if guilty, they should be tried back home. What right did he have to decide their fate here? 5, 4, 3. As the countdown ended, more than a dozen machine guns moved forward in unison, their cold muzzles sending chills down everyone's spines. When the count reached 1, some people finally couldn't withstand the pressure. More than 30 people raised their hands and shouted in terror. General Chu, I am guilty. I confess. Don't shoot. Chu Feng smiled slightly. Their willingness to admit it at least meant there was still hope. He told these people to confess truthfully after returning home or face the consequences, and then ordered them to get out of the way. The group was now less than 30 people, and the remaining 170-plus people looked even more grim. They all understood that the crimes they had just confessed to were relatively minor, while the cases they carried would mean at least 10 or 8 years in prison when they got back. Fear spread rapidly. Some hesitated to confess, while others didn't want to go to jail. Chu Feng coldly uttered 4 words, stubborn to the end: prepare the machine guns. The machine gun was loaded again, and everyone was completely terrified. Only then did someone hurriedly shout, "General Chu, I'll confess. Don't shoot, I'm safe." Unfortunately, it was too late. Chu Feng said he had already given them a chance. The next second, a burst of gunfire suddenly rang out, and all those people fell to the ground. Looking at the corpses lying on the ground, their eyes wide open in dismay, Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. The 30-odd people who had just confessed all collapsed to the ground, thankful they hadn't hesitated for even a few more seconds. More than 100 lives were taken without hesitation. General Chu's ruthlessness was etched into their hearts. Chu Feng immediately ordered that all the corpses be thrown into the pit opposite and burned. No one dared to hesitate and immediately complied. Not long after, the convoy that had come all the way from Thailand arrived at the fortress's iron bridge. A middle-aged man wearing glasses got out of the car and quickly walked up to Chu Feng. His name is Wu Chuan, the overseas manager of China Construction 7th Engineering Bureau in Thailand. He was dispatched by the embassy to carry out the relocation mission. All vehicles are ready, and embassy staff are on their way. Chu Feng shook hands with him, explaining directly that the situation was urgent and there was no need for further formalities. Everyone immediately boarded the vehicles, and there was no need to see the embassy staff again. The entire transfer operation was left to Wu Chuan to arrange. Wu Chuan immediately turned around and shouted to the more than 1,000 Chinese compatriots waiting to evacuate, "Everyone get on the vehicles, quick!" The crowd erupted in cheers. They hadn't expected Chu Feng to arrange everything so meticulously. In less than an hour, they would be able to safely embark on their journey home. Countless people waved to Chu Feng and his assassins, shouting their thanks. After experiencing despair, the road home had finally appeared before them. Back in the command fortress, Chu Feng laid down on the soft sofa he had taken from his system space and let out a long sigh. The matter was finally settled. Now it was time to collect the reward. As expected, system notifications sounded one after another. The Zhakong family warlords had been completely wiped out, and the battle results were being tallied. Annihilate 600 warlord militia members and receive 6 intermediate suicide squad recruitment vouchers as a reward. Kill bandit leaders Zhak Kong and Zhang Mu, causing a nationwide shock. Transdomain deployment is upgraded to LV2, and its cooldown time is halved. More importantly, he successfully rescued and transferred 1,132 of his compatriots, causing his reputation to soar, unlocking the new skill, bullet time, and upgrading the arms shop to LV3. Chu Feng jumped up from the sofa. Intermediate recruitment voucher, have cooldown for superdomain deployment, new skills, and an upgraded shop. The rewards this time were even more outrageous than he had expected. With the 30 basic recruitment vouchers and 12 intermediate recruitment vouchers he had previously stockpiled, his forces could instantly swell to 4,300 men if he used them all at once. The cooling time for hyperdomain deployment has been reduced to once every 12 hours. If used properly in the future, it could be considered a nuclear-level trump card. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Feng immediately opened the light screen to check the introduction of the new skill. Bullet time. Exclusive passive skill capable of self-sensing and self-adapting. When the host encounters a fatal attack, the surrounding 10 cubic meter space is instantly frozen for 10 seconds. During the freeze, the host can move freely. Cooldown time is once every 24 hours. Current level, LV1, upgradable. Chu Feng was stunned after reading it. It triggered automatically, freezing the space without any manual intervention. In the event of a fatal attack, the 10-second safety period would be more than enough for him to escape danger. With his current special forces physique and mobility, let alone 10 seconds, he is confident in his ability to survive even sniper fire, artillery fire, or missile bombardment. Moreover, this skill can be upgraded. Currently, it's once a day for 10 seconds, but in the future, it might become once an hour or even last for a minute. Chu Feng grew increasingly excited. With his passive skill, he no longer needed to worry about sudden, deadly attacks. As long as it's not a continuous, large-scale, devastating attack, he'll be safe and sound. Now that the safety issue is resolved, the next step is to see what even more exciting things are hidden in the level 3 arms shop. With a whoosh, the system page opened, and the first thing Chu Feng saw was a weapon image with 6 thick gun barrels. Holy crap, a Gatling gun? Chu Feng's eyes widened instantly. This was precisely the heavy firepower weapon he had been dreaming of. He immediately clicked on the description, and his suspicions were confirmed. 6-barreled rotary cannon, also known as Gatling gun, with a caliber of 12.7 millimeters, a rate of fire of 6,000 rounds per minute, and a price of $5,000 per gun. With a 12.7 millimeters caliber and a terrifying rate of fire of 6,000 rounds per minute, it was a one-sided crushing force against those warlords. Then, the system displayed another piece of equipment. Exoskeleton armor. With a load capacity of 500 kilograms, it is a powerful all-terrain mobility tool for individual soldiers, priced at $1,000 per unit. Chu Feng almost jumped up. Although the rotary cannon had fierce firepower, its weight was also astonishing. It was difficult for an ordinary person to carry it, let alone use it in combat. But with the exoskeleton armor that can carry 500 kilograms, everything is different. He can equip every assassin with a 6-barreled rotary cannon. Imagine hundreds or even thousands of people firing simultaneously, each armed with a rotary cannon. What a scene that would be! Chu Feng even wished he could immediately storm into Su Qidu's headquarters and show them what a real massacre was all about. He suppressed his excitement and continued reading. Swarm unmanned ambush system. Equipped with a swarm launcher and terminal control system, each swarm can launch 50 suicide drones at a time. Each drone carries a 2 kilograms high explosive bomb, has a range of 5 kilometers, and costs $20,000. Light armored pickup truck. Used for troop mobility, with a maximum road speed of 150 kilometers per hour, and can be equipped with corresponding vehicle-mounted weapons as needed, priced at $5,000 per vehicle. Upon seeing the 2 pieces of equipment, Chu Feng was so excited he could barely speak. The swarm system is a top-tier unmanned lethal weapon, capable of launching 50 suicide drones carrying high explosive bombs at a time. Its 5-kilometer range is more than enough for places like Myawaddy. More importantly, the mobility issue has also been resolved. He can equip the swarm system with armed pickup trucks, drive them wherever an attack is needed, and directly conduct saturation bombing. System: purchase 1,000 armed pickup trucks immediately. After annihilating the Zhakong family, he amassed another 7 or 800 million US, bringing his total funds to 1.3 billion. Purchasing this equipment now requires no hesitation. Instruction received. Item purchased successfully. Deliver immediately. Teleport immediately. Then, Chu Feng continued to order. Purchase another 5,000 6-barreled rotary cannons, 5,000 individual soldier exoskeletons, and 300 swarm unmanned combat systems. His plan was very clear. Each of the 4,300 suicide soldiers was equipped with a rotary cannon. Of the 1,000 pickup trucks, 700 were equipped with rotary cannons as vehicle-mounted weapons, and the remaining 300 were all equipped with the Hive unmanned system. After the system responded, rows of brand-new armed pickup trucks appeared out of thin air on the core open ground of the former Zhakong family fortress. Seeing that there was no room inside the fortress, Chu Feng immediately ordered his assassins to drive the vehicles to the open fields outside the Iron Bridge. Soon after, 1,000 pickup trucks lined up neatly, and the exoskeleton armor, 6-barreled rotary cannon, and Hive system were all delivered to their positions. With all his equipment in place, Chu Feng simply used up all the recruitment vouchers he had accumulated. Ding! 30 basic recruitment tickets and 18 intermediate recruitment tickets successfully used. Suicide Squad being summoned. Rows of elite, heavily armed soldiers appeared beside the equipment. Chu Feng coldly ordered, complete the equipment deployment as soon as possible to prepare for a major battle that may occur at any time. Yes, boss. 4,300 suicide soldiers were immediately put into action. An hour later, all equipment was installed. Armored pickup trucks mounted 6-barreled rotary cannons, their muzzles cold and menacing. The suicide soldiers donned exoskeletons, resembling Terminators descending upon the land. Hundreds of Hive devices were also loaded with suicide drones, awaiting Chu Feng's command to unleash devastating firepower. Outside the fortress command room, Chu Feng stood in the dilapidated trench, looking at the menacing armed formation before him, his heart surging with fervor. He originally intended to launch a full-scale attack immediately, heading towards Su Chidu's headquarters to rescue more compatriots and seize more rewards. But after careful consideration, he decided to hold back for the time being. If the commotion got too big, the warlords would scatter and flee in fear, making it more troublesome to chase them. Perhaps we should wait and see how they react. It would be best if several warlords joined forces and launched a counterattack. Then I could wipe them out in one fell swoop. After making up his mind, Chu Feng ordered the assassins to retreat to the fortress and wait for orders. He also purchased camouflage nets to cover up all the equipment outside. In this way, the other side will not be able to figure out his strength and might join forces to attack. Just as Chu Feng finished making arrangements, Su Chidu's side was already in an uproar. Inside the luxurious villa at headquarters, Su Chidu suddenly stood up. What? The Jiakong family's fortress fell 2 hours ago? Say that again. Su Chidu was completely stunned. He pushed the girl away from his arms and stood up abruptly from his seat. He originally thought that with that impregnable fortress, the Jiakong brothers could hold out for at least 2 or 3 days. He planned to wait until both sides were severely weakened before stepping in to reap the benefits. Who could have imagined that things would turn out this way? Say it again. Are you sure you're not lying? You dare to lie about military intelligence. Do you know the consequences? Su Chidu narrowed his eyes, drew his desert eagle, and pressed the cold muzzle directly against the man's forehead. His men trembled with fear and shouted, "Boss, I'm telling the truth. We heard heavy artillery fire, and the fortress fell not long after. The Dragon Kingdom has dispatched a convoy to transport all the rescued piglets to the neighboring country." What? Even the people have been moved? Su Chidu's eyes widened, and he immediately changed the TV channel. In the scene, a massive convoy from the Dragon Kingdom is passing through a neighboring country's checkpoint, and those who were rescued have clearly escaped his control. Damn it, this is impossible. Su Chidu kicked over the table, turned around, grabbed his subordinate by the collar, and lifted him into the air. How exactly did the Chinese special forces manage to break in? Even if they had mortars, they couldn't breach that heavily fortified fortress. The subordinate's face flushed red, and he answered tremblingly, "I don't know either. Their outer perimeter guard is fully equipped with light machine guns, so we dare not get close at all." Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Su Chidu roared, throwing the man away violently. He immediately ordered that people continue to investigate the number of Chinese special forces and their weapons and equipment. No one was to return until the situation was clarified. His men, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, scrambled out of the villa. Even after driving these people away, Su Chidu's anger had not subsided, and he shouted orders at the girls next to him. Only after he had vented his emotions did his expression soften slightly, but his unease grew stronger. He had always loathed the Jiakong brothers and had been hoping they would die soon. But this time it was the Chinese special forces who took action, and their methods were swift and decisive, breaking through the fortress and rescuing everyone in a short time. This means that the other party's target may not be just the Jiakong family, and he has to take precautions in advance. Thinking of this, Su Chidu immediately dialed Scorpion's number. Scorpion was his right-hand man, and he had to come back to make decisions at this time. At this moment, inside the KK Park in Myawaddy, Poison Scorpion was talking quietly with several short men with bushy mustaches. When the phone rang, he answered it quickly, and Su Chidu's anxious voice came through immediately. "Scorpion, is the matter settled? Return to headquarters immediately after you're done. We have important matters to discuss." Scorpion was startled and asked in a low voice, "Boss, what happened?" He had just finished handing over the organs he had acquired in the past few days to someone from the dark web. The remaining transaction details were not yet finalized. Su Chidu said in a deep voice, "The Jiakong brothers are in trouble. Their fortress has been breached, and their heads have been cut off." Scorpion suddenly stood up, his expression changing drastically. "How is this possible?" "The information is confirmed. Return immediately." "Yes, boss. We'll be there in 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Scorpion's gaze instantly turned cold. He had long sensed that the so-called Chinese special forces wouldn't give up easily. He knew the Jiakong family would be purged sooner or later, but he never expected that day to come so soon. From morning until now, in just a few short hours, a fortress and the Jiakong brothers have been completely destroyed. Scorpion stopped pursuing the deal and coldly told the person from the dark web, "There's no need to discuss the rest. The organs will be supplied at the original price. I have urgent business to attend to, so I'm leaving now." The men with the brushes exchanged glances, and one of them quickly called out to him, "Lord Scorpion, since you're so agreeable, we're willing to compromise. The price of the kidneys will be set at the amount you proposed, but you must speed up the collection of blood samples." Scorpion coldly replied, "Sure," showing no liking for these guys who were doing business in the shadows. The man in the lead, dressed in a kimono and carrying a samurai sword, did not get angry. Instead, he spoke quietly. "Lord Scorpion, it seems you've run into trouble. If it's difficult, feel free to tell us. We on the dark web are professionals at this kind of thing." The Scorpion resolutely refused, turned and left, and quickly returned to its base camp. The camp was now on high alert. The foreman kept urging them on, and the armed men, carrying weapons and ammunition boxes, rushed to their positions. Light and heavy machine guns blocked the camp entrance, and more than a dozen armor vehicles that had not moved for a long time roared out and were deployed in key positions. Mortars, howitzers, and other artillery pieces were moved to pre-designated positions, ready to bombard the incoming enemy at any time. Inside a luxurious villa deep within the camp, Su Chi-du stood before a battle sand table, holding a command baton in his hand, his brow furrowed. Seeing Scorpion return, he asked in a deep voice, "What method do you think they used to breach the fortress? This is simply unbelievable. Even with a large number of mortars, it would be impossible to do this." Scorpion snorted coldly. He hadn't understood it either at first. The firepower of the mortars was practically like a tickle to reinforced concrete fortifications. On his way back, he saw a message sent by his informant before his death on another phone and finally understood the key. "Boss, our inside source says that Chinese special forces suddenly appeared secretly inside the fortress and then went on a killing spree. I believe they definitely launched a surprise attack through a secret passage." Upon hearing the words "secret passage," Su Chi-du was initially taken aback, but then a relieved smile appeared on his face. So that explains why the Jiakong brothers couldn't hold the fortress. The combination of pinning down enemy fire and launching a surprise attack from within was something no one could withstand. With his doubts resolved, Su Chi-du relaxed. In his view, this special forces unit from the Dragon Kingdom wasn't as terrifying as the rumor suggested. Scorpion also breathed a sigh of relief. He had been extremely nervous before, but now he realized that the other party had only taken advantage of the secret passage attack. If he had known about the secret passage beforehand, he felt he could have taken down the fortress with his men. However, Su Chi-du quickly suppressed his smile and reminded Poison Scorpion not to be careless. The surprise attack through the secret passage precisely demonstrated how formidable the enemy's reconnaissance methods were. They must be vigilant and prepare for the next move of this force. When Poison Scorpion asked what to do next, Su Chi-du coldly replied that they should remain still. Since the other side hasn't made a move, they have no need to provoke trouble. If they rashly start a war, even if they manage to wipe out this army, they will find it difficult to withstand the subsequent retaliation from the Dragon Kingdom. Scorpion immediately agreed and prepared to order his men to further strengthen the defenses. Meanwhile, the other smaller warlords in Myawaddy, unsure of the situation and wary of the power of the Dragon Kingdom, all remained secluded. This, however, made Chu Feng somewhat impatient. He waited and waited, but only a few reconnaissance teams arrived. No one dared to actually launch an attack. Chu Feng lit a cigarette and said coldly, "It seems I overestimated the courage of these warlords. The size of the Dragon Kingdom is undeniable. These people usually bully the weak and fear the strong, but when it comes to fighting for their lives, they will naturally be afraid. But they're sorely mistaken if they think that staying put will keep them at peace." Chu Feng's lips curled into a cold smile, and he quickly issued the attack order. In order to keep Su Chi-du and others in check and prevent them from fleeing prematurely if they realized something was wrong, he did not send all his troops at once, but instead divided the troops into several echelons. The first echelon consists of 1,000 people. The second echelon consists of 3,000 people, and the remaining 300 people are reserved as a reserve force to deal with emergencies. After the order was given, 1,000 suicide soldiers rode in 300 armed pickup trucks and were the first to leave the Jiakong family fortress. 100 of the pickup trucks were equipped with a swarm unmanned combat system, while the rest of the vehicles were all equipped with a 12.7mm 6-barrel rotary cannon. Besides the fully armed suicide soldiers, the vehicle was also piled with boxes of ammunition belts specifically for rotary cannons. 300 pickup trucks kicked up clouds of dust as they sped along the highway. To avoid alerting nearby warlords, all the weapons on board were completely concealed by camouflage netting. Inside the command vehicle, Chu Feng sat upright, coldly issuing orders. The target of this attack, the Ceci Port Fraud Industrial Park under Su Chi's command, was 30 kilometers away. Full speed ahead. The port of Ceci is the most important maritime trading hub for Governor Su Chi. Taking it would directly cut off his maritime support, crippling one of his arms. By then, all the other parks, large and small, including KK Park, will be trapped. The armed pickup truck leading the way floored the accelerator and sped toward the northern fork in the road. Chu Feng's swift action was quickly discovered by scouts from nearby warlords. When the men saw 300 armed pickup trucks speeding towards them, they panicked. The Chinese special forces had mobilized, and their numbers far exceeded their expectations. They had to report immediately. The news quickly reached the Asia-Pacific City Scam Park in Myawaddy, which is Suktat's headquarters. Upon hearing that the Dragon Kingdom's special forces had been mobilized again, Su Chi-Du and Poison Scorpion's expressions changed drastically. They disregarded everything else and rushed to the military camp command post. In front of the sand table, Su Chi-Du, wearing white gloves, gripped the edge with both hands, staring intently at the mountains, terrain, roads, and transportation. The reconnaissance personnel reported that the other side had deployed 300 armed pickup trucks and had no fewer than 1,000 personnel. Su Chi-Du and Poison Scorpion were startled on the spot. The previous intelligence clearly indicated that the enemy had a maximum of 500 or 600 men, but now their strength had suddenly doubled. And where did those armed pickup trucks come from? Even if you seized the spoils of war from the Jiakong family, it would be impossible to assemble so many vehicles. Su Chi-Du angrily berated his subordinates for talking nonsense and questioned them about the consequences of falsely reporting military intelligence. The person on the other end of the phone urgently explained that the intelligence was absolutely correct and that the reconnaissance teams of the other warlords had also seen it. Su Chi-Du slammed his palm on the protective wooden frame of the sand table, convinced that the Dragon Kingdom must have secretly sent reinforcements. He then ordered his men to immediately investigate the enemy's target. The subordinates reported that the specific target could not yet be confirmed, but the convoy was heading north from the Jiakong family fortress. Northern direction? Su Chi-Du and Poison Scorpion were both startled. The next second, Scorpion grabbed a flag and slammed it into the location of the port of Seaside. Oh no, their target is Seaside Port. Sukadu's forehead instantly broke out in a sweat. Ceci Port was the only waterway hub connecting Myawaddy to neighboring countries. If it fell, he would only have the mountains as his escape route. But what pained him even more was the Ceci Port Industrial Park itself. Its daily revenue was staggering, second only to KK Park in scale. Losing it would be equivalent to losing half of the revenue. He had already made concessions, but the other party continued to press him. Su Chi-Du abruptly ripped off his white gloves and slammed them onto the sand table. We must not let them succeed. He immediately ordered Scorpion to put Port Seaside on high alert. Scorpion then led reinforcements to set off immediately, while contacting the Taiping Rebellion and requesting that they send troops into Port Seaside. Su Chi-Du gritted his teeth and sneered. He wanted to see if this special forces unit of the Dragon Kingdom had the guts to provoke a war between several countries for the sake of a port called Ceci. Yes, boss. I'll deploy immediately. Scorpion's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he immediately accepted the order. He suffered a great loss last night for nothing, and he had long wanted to confront the so-called special forces of the Dragon Kingdom head-on. This order was exactly what he wanted. Soon, the roar of engines filled the Shuego Valley Base camp as a large number of warlord troops, mobilized by Poison Scorpion, set off from the camp. More than 200 armed pickup trucks and dozens of 10-wheeled trucks formed a massive convoy, with a total of 3,000 people fully armed. Equipped with AKs, light and heavy machine guns, RPGs, and mortars, The entire force was menacing and rapidly advanced towards the port of Sisi. Suchi-do, who remained at the base camp, watched the convoy depart, his expression grim. He said coldly, "What kind of special forces are they? A mere 1,000 or so men, yet they dare to run wild everywhere. This time, I'll see how you get out of this." At the same time, high-ranking officers of the Thai military and police, whose interests were deeply intertwined with those of Suchi-do, also received a request for assistance. Upon learning that the Dragon Kingdom Special Forces were preparing to attack Seaside Port, the military and police leaders were both shocked and furious. Seaside Port was clearly their territory, yet the other side dared to launch such a large-scale operation. They worried that if the matter escalated, it would cause a stir in ASEAN, affect trade and economic relations, and could even provide America and Western countries with ammunition against them. Who's leading the team? Is it Yi Tiange? Someone hurriedly asked. Yi Tiange once used the Mekong River incident as a pretext to kill hundreds of them, acting ruthlessly and without regard for the consequences. The current situation does indeed resemble his actions. The intelligence officer replied, "It wasn't Yi Tiange. It was a man named Chu Feng who led the team. He had previously infiltrated the Jiakong family compound, and this series of operations was planned and directed by him." Upon hearing Chu Feng's name, several military and police leaders gasped in unison. Yi Tiange was already terrifying enough, but now there was an even more ruthless Chu Feng. Seeing that the crowd was hesitant, a bald, middle-aged military and police chief shouted in a deep voice, "Don't let the Dragon Kingdom scare you. If we withdraw this time, no one will be able to make any money in the future. That's hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue. I don't believe that if our people drive into the park, China would dare to attack rashly." Another person immediately chimed in. "This is an act of aggression. ASEAN and the West are watching closely. They won't dare to act recklessly. We must not allow them to cut off our communication hubs. We must intervene immediately." Driven by self-interest, everyone quickly reached a consensus. The bald man nodded in satisfaction and sternly ordered, "Order the border contingent to immediately advance into the Sesi Port Industrial Park." The group was taken aback. The border brigade was an elite force, and sending out such troops in one go clearly meant they wanted to confront Chu Feng head-on. The bald man said coldly, "That's right. I want to dampen the spirits of the Dragon Kingdom. If they dare to launch an attack, humph." Scorpion was overjoyed upon receiving news of the intervention from the Thai kingdom. The border battalion of over 500 men, plus his 3,000 reinforcements and several hundred garrison troops in the park, brought the total force to nearly 4,000. He didn't believe that Chu Feng would dare to continue his strong attack in the face of such a force. Order the troops to speed up and reach the port of Sisi before the enemy. However, no matter how fast the Scorpion moved, it couldn't outrun Chu Feng, who had the upper hand. The attack convoy of 300 armed pickup trucks had already overwhelmed the area in front of the Sisi port complex when the Scorpion reinforcements were halfway there. "Move out, quick!" several assassins shouted at the leader. Pickups equipped with 6-barreled rotary cannons quickly spread out in the west, south, and north directions, completely surrounding the park. Only the waterway to the east remained uncut, while 50 vehicles equipped with the Swarm unmanned combat system were deployed in the rear safe zone. Some pickup trucks are also stationed in intersections, acting as rear guards to prepare for any possible reinforcements. Once everyone was in position, the suicide soldiers, wearing individual exoskeleton armor, jumped off the vehicles, shouldered 6-barreled rotary cannons, and formed ranks using the vehicles and temporary shelters. All the dart gun barrels were aimed at the park gate. The more than 500 armed henchmen in the park were so frightened by what they saw that their legs almost went weak. This is the Chinese Special Forces? They're all carrying Gatling guns. We're just here to keep watch. Do they really need to wear exoskeletons and bring this kind of heavy firepower to fight? The crowd was terrified and panicked. Even the leaders themselves were flustered, but they could only force themselves to shout, "Don't panic." The border troops from the Thai kingdom are on their way by water, and the Scorpion's 3,000 reinforcements are also en route. They can't wipe us out. Hearing that the reinforcements numbered in the thousands, the henchmen finally quieted down a bit, but their legs still trembled uncontrollably. Just then, the sound of orderly footsteps came from the rear of the park. The border patrol team of the state of Thailand boarded a boat and disembarked, officially entering the park. This group was fully equipped with special operations gear, each armed with an M4 assault rifle. Their waists were covered with grenades, and they also had rocket launchers and AWM sniper rifles, clearly making them the elite of the elite. Border Brigade Commander Sangmu soon met with the park's leaders. He was dressed in a black combat uniform, carrying an M4 rifle on his shoulder, wearing sunglasses and a communication headset. His military boots thumped on the ground, and his imposing presence directly overwhelmed the henchmen present. Sangmu was originally a mercenary who commanded the elite border brigade of the Thai kingdom and had always looked down on the so-called special forces of the Dragon Kingdom. He came here with the intention of having a showdown. Under orders from higher command, our unit is here to assist in the deployment. We're the Chinese special forces. How long until they arrive? The henchman cursed him inwardly for his pretentious act, but outwardly replied, "They've reached the park gate and could launch an attack at any moment." "Oh, really?" Sangmu picked up a cigarette and lit it with a snap. "Let's go upstairs. I want to see what these guys are capable of daring to attack a heavily fortified park." Sangmu confidently climbed to the rooftop, but the scene before him made his eyes widen in shock. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom all wore exoskeleton armor and carried 6-barreled rotary cannons. The armed pickup trucks on the periphery were also covered with this terrifying firepower. That's a rotary cannon with a rate of fire of thousands of rounds per minute. Are these people here to rescue people, or are they preparing to attack a regular army? Sangmu gasped, hastily throwing away his cigarette, but before setting off, he was only told that the Chinese special forces would be on the move, but no one had told him that the enemy's equipment was this outrageously advanced. The henchman next to him noticed his strange expression and, though disdainful, still reminded him, "The situation is urgent. Quickly adjust the defenses to guard against a sudden attack." Sangmu nodded, judging that the main gate of the park must be the main direction of attack, and decided to have his troops stationed in the buildings on both sides to help strengthen the frontal defense. The henchman was overjoyed. This was exactly what he wanted. With the border troops of the Taiwan Kingdom leading the way, the Dragon Kingdom's forces dared not launch a direct assault. Once the 3,000 reinforcements from the Poison Scorpion Army arrive, the park will be completely safe. Soon, 500 members of the Taiwan Border Brigade dispersed into the buildings on both sides. Seeing this elite force arrive, the previously fearful henchmen in the park regained some confidence. At the same time, Chu Feng was using binoculars to carefully observe the defenses of the Tsashi port area. The park covers several square kilometers and is surrounded by a 3-meter-high wall topped with a high-voltage power grid. Inside, several buildings stand in harmony with each other, with 2 7-story buildings facing the park's main gate and even taller buildings behind them. At this moment, figures moved between the buildings, guns and cannons were everywhere, and the entire park had been transformed into a solid fortress. Just then, the loudspeakers in the park suddenly blared. Sangmu, border guard of the Thai Kingdom, requests the commander of the Dragon Kingdom to come out and answer. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. When did the Taiwan Border Patrol enter the park? But he quickly realized that the buildings at the back of the park led directly to the river, so these people had obviously landed by water. It seems some guys have finally lost their nerve. Chu Feng snarled. He had known for a long time that these people were colluding with the local warlords of Myawaddy, but he hadn't expected them to dare to do it so openly now. Chu Feng immediately responded. Commander Chu Feng of the Dragon Kingdom requests that the other party's commander come out of the park to answer questions. Sangmu's face darkened instantly on the rooftop of the park. He had intended to take the initiative, but unexpectedly, Chu Feng had outmaneuvered him. But the Poison Scorpion reinforcements were speeding towards them, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and decide to go out and buy some time. Sangmu put down his assault rifle and led 2 of his men out of the park. Upon arriving at the standoff position, Sangmu extended his hand first. "General Chu, hello." Chu Feng lit a cigarette, not even glancing at his hand, and said coldly, "Get to the point." Sangmu was seething with anger, but he forced himself to suppress it and said that Sai Sai Port was an important liaison port between Thailand and Myanmar. Chu Feng's troop encirclement of the park violated China's principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of other countries. He demanded that the Chinese troops withdraw immediately and indicated that the Chinese side could forgive and forget the past. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng sneered, "Let bygones be bygones? This land beneath our feet isn't even part of the Thai Kingdom. What's the rush for you to come here?" Or is it that you and the park already have a vested interest in each other? With a single sentence, Chu Feng struck at Sang Mu's weak point. He had originally intended to use morality to pressure him, but Chu Feng didn't give him the chance at all and even exposed the fact that the two sides were colluding on the spot. Sang Mu was speechless and could only press in a deep voice. You really don't intend to withdraw your troops? Chu Feng looked at him, his tone icy. What do you think? If you don't want to die, leave the park now, and I might spare your life. Sang Mu stared at Chu Feng in disbelief. It seemed Chu Feng wasn't just going to attack the industrial park, but also wasn't going to let their border patrol team go either. Chu Feng was too lazy to waste any more words with him. If you're done talking, go back and wash your neck and wait. He agreed to come out only to buy time for the assassins to scout ahead, while also allowing the swarm of unmanned combat systems to pinpoint the attack location. Now that the attack route has been planned out, he naturally won't hold back anymore. Sang Mu was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode, and he wished he could draw his sword and slit Chu Feng's throat on the spot. But when he saw several assassins beside Chu Feng holding 6-barreled Vulcan cannons and staring intently at him, his momentum immediately weakened. Fine, very well. Sang Mu gritted his teeth and said fiercely, I'll wait and see if your teeth are still as hard as they are now. After saying that, he angrily returned to the park with 2 of his men. Back on the rooftop, Sang Mu felt increasingly frustrated and immediately ordered his men. Bring over the sniper firepower and rocket launchers. Take out Chu Feng as soon as the battle begins. His men immediately brought in AWM sniper rifles and tandem rocket launchers, all of which were incredibly powerful heavy weapons. The weapons were quietly placed behind a rooftop wall, and Sang Mu personally picked up an AWM and loaded it with an armor-piercing round. He stared in the direction where Chu Feng was, his eyes filled with killing intent. You arrogant fool. I'll see if your head is as hard as your mouth later. Sang Mu cursed fiercely, then immediately shrank behind a rooftop wall, ready to launch a deadly attack at any moment. At this moment, all armed personnel in the CC port area were on high alert. Assault rifles and light and heavy machine guns filled the building windows, and a dense array of firing positions blocked off every direction. Come on, let's see just how capable the Dragon Kingdom's special forces and Chu Feng really are. In their view, with such concentrated firepower, even if the enemy were all armed with Gatling guns, they would not be able to break through the defenses in a short time. Just as everyone was waiting anxiously, not far from the park, the dozens of armed pickup trucks hidden in the back suddenly lifted their camouflage nets, revealing long and narrow launch boxes. Damn it, what is that thing? At first, everyone thought it was just reserve firepower similar to a 6-barreled rotary cannon. But after seeing the rows of firing devices, everyone's expression changed. Could it be a rocket launcher? They actually brought multiple rocket launchers. The henchmen panicked, and Sang Mu's border brigade panicked as well. If dozens of rocket launchers fired simultaneously, the entire park would likely be left without even a complete body. Sang Mu hurriedly peeked out to check, and the next second, the scene before him made him terrified. With a series of muffled thuds, countless flying objects suddenly burst out of the launch box, instantly filling the entire sky. The buzzing vibrations grew closer and closer, and Sang Mu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Oh no, drones. A swarm of drones. Take cover. He had only ever seen this kind of swarm drone system in Chinese military propaganda films. Who would have thought that Chu Feng would actually bring such a powerful weapon to the port of Cixi? Damn, it's a suicide drone. The henchmen and border patrol members inside the park were thrown into complete chaos, grabbing their weapons and fleeing into buildings. But no matter how fast they reacted, they couldn't outrun the grim Reaper swooping down from above. Thousands of drones roared in, followed by a series of explosions. The buildings on both sides and the park buildings simultaneously exploded with a deafening roar, flames soaring into the sky and billowing smoke. Those armed personnel who had no time to take cover were directly thrown out by the high-explosive grenades, screaming as they plummeted from the buildings. One by one, the prepositioned firing points were destroyed, flames and thick smoke billowed from the windows, rubble and debris were thrown everywhere, and the entire building trembled and shook. If each drone had a limited payload capacity, this single round of attacks from 100 launch systems and 5,000 sorties would have been enough to completely reduce the entire park to ruins. Damn, that's terrifying. On the rooftop, Sangmu and his henchmen trembled with fear. The swarm's main target hadn't been them. Only one plane had flown in, otherwise they would be dead by now. Looking at the mangled corpses of his men beside him, Sangmu's anger instantly overwhelmed his fear. Counterattack! Take down that son of a bitch Chu Feng first. He roared as he picked up the AWM, mounted it on the rooftop railing, and instantly locked the high-powered scope onto Chu Feng's forehead. Several survivors gritted their teeth and grabbed sniper rifles and tandem rocket launchers, all aiming at Chu Feng's location. Chu Feng was still holding down his headset, as if he were commanding ground troops. Sangmu, enraged, suddenly gave the order. Fire! Take him down! Bang! 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 Several 7.62 millimeters sniper bullets, along with 2 tandem armor-piercing rockets, hurtled towards Chu Feng like lightning. Sangmu grinned menacingly. No one could possibly dodge such a sudden attack, not to mention the 2 rockets capable of shattering armored vehicles. However, the next second, his expression froze completely. Amidst the smoke and dust, a shimmering light barrier appeared before Chu Feng. Sniper bullets and rockets, upon entering the barrier, all stopped in front of him, unable to advance even an inch further. It was as if an invisible force had forcibly imprisoned them. No, this is impossible. Sangmu and the others gasped in shock, staring intently at the screen of light. This scene had completely transcended the realm of science. Even a miracle was insufficient to describe it. It's a ghost. I don't believe it. Keep attacking. Deeply wounded, Sangmu trembled and pulled the trigger again. A sniper bullet pierced through the smoke and dust, hurtling towards Chu Feng at high speed. But when the bullet reached 2 meters in front of Chu Feng, the bullet suddenly stopped and hovered in midair. No, this isn't scientific. This isn't scientific. Sangmu stumbled and fell to the ground. The first time, one might have said it was an illusion, but the second time, the truth was clear to everyone. How can this be explained? Is this still the physical world they live in? This mercenary, who had killed countless people and never believed in supernatural forces, had his worldview completely shattered. Not only Sangmu, but the others around him were also stunned. 2 consecutive attacks had been blocked by Chu Feng with almost divine means. This guy was even more terrifying than a ghost or god. On the ground, Chu Feng had already noticed the actions of the people on the rooftop. He deliberately revealed a flaw, not out of carelessness, but because he wanted to personally test the effect of bullet time. You're scared to death? You're such a coward. Chu Feng put down his binoculars, chuckled, and casually flicked away the sniper bullets and rockets that were floating in front of him and had lost their offensive power. Immediately, the muzzle of the rumbling, rotating 6-barreled rotary cannon was aimed directly at the rooftop. Attack! Attack! All commandos, charge forward, leave no one alive. With a roar from Chu Feng, the 6-barreled rotary cannon in his hand roared instantly, its violent firepower like a torrent of steel, rushing straight towards the rooftop of the building where Sangmu was located. A barrage of bullets shattered the wall, sending concrete bricks flying in all directions. The henchmen and border guards hiding behind it were swept into pieces along with their bunker. At the same time, from the west, south, and north directions of the park, 200 armed pickup trucks on their vehicle-mounted rotary cannons opened fire simultaneously, unleashing a deluge of scorching hot shell casings. A torrent of fiery bullets swept across the firing positions that had just been bombed by suicide drones, engulfing the entire park in gunfire and explosions. Using this terrifying firepower, hundreds of suicide soldiers, armed with rotary cannons and aided by exoskeleton armor, rushed into the park at an astonishing speed. Once inside, they immediately split into assault teams according to their pre-assigned groups, and rushed up to each building to prepare for cleaning up each floor. The surviving henchmen and members of the Taiwan Border Defense Brigade upstairs saw people coming and quickly grabbed AKs and machine guns, firing wildly in an attempt to block the suicide bombers at the stairwell. Before they could even finish firing their first burst of bullets, the rotary cannons were already raining down on them. Amid screams, bodies were blown to pieces, blood and flesh splattering across the walls and ceiling. The remaining men were terrified and hurriedly hid behind the wall to organize their weapons, but they never expected that the revolver could penetrate the wall directly, and the bullets hit their faces through the cover. After another bloody storm, the corridor was littered with severed limbs. Some people completely broke down and turned to run away, but they had only taken a few steps when the gunfire caught up with them. In an instant, the entire corridor was stained crimson with blood. Seeing no way to escape, the henchmen could only cower in the corners of the room, sticking out their guns, attempting to fight these so-called Chinese special forces to the death. Upon discovering someone inside the room, the assassin didn't waste any words, immediately pulling out high-explosive grenade from his waist and throwing them repeatedly into the room. Damn it, it's a grenade. Those damn Chinese. Explosions and screams rang out one after another, and dense shrapnel swept across the bodies. The henchmen and border guards hiding inside were all blown beyond recognition. And so, under the violent onslaught of the assassins, the two buildings directly opposite the park's main gate were quickly cleared away. After the attack succeeded, the armed pickup trucks surrounding the park rushed inside, joining the infantry in the assault on the remaining buildings. Trajectories crisscrossed, blood and fire roared, and desperate screams echoed throughout the park. Sangmu, who had miraculously survived, had already escaped to the building behind using a grappling hook. At this moment, he was so frightened that his face turned pale and he almost lost his soul. Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? Call for reinforcements. He roared madly, ordering one of Su Chi-du's underlings to contact Poison Scorpion. Poison Scorpion, upon learning that the Dragon Kingdom's special forces had already infiltrated the park, flew into a rage. It's been less than half an hour. Are the guns you're holding just sticks? Hold the line. Reinforcements will be here in 15 minutes. Scorpion wanted to continue his tirade, but a loud bang suddenly came from the other end of the phone, followed by a busy signal, and the two sides lost contact completely. Damn it! Scorpion smashed the car window with his fist, glaring fiercely at his subordinates. The park can't hold out any longer. Keep accelerating. Drive as fast as you can, charge. The driver was cursing furiously, his foot practically flooring the gas pedal. How could he possibly go any faster? But Scorpion didn't care. He simply pressed an AK-47 against the driver's forehead. He then dialed Su Chi-du's number and reported in a deep voice, "Boss, something terrible has happened. The port of Sishi won't hold out for long. The Chinese special forces have already stormed into the park." Su Chi-du was also greatly surprised after hearing this. Less than half an hour had passed since Chu Feng and his men arrived at Saishi Port, and the border defense brigade of 1,000 men had been almost wiped out. What a bunch of useless trash. Poison Scorpion, we absolutely cannot lose CC Port. Once we get to the park, we must drive them out. Scorpion agreed in a deep voice, but immediately offered another idea. We should send a team to attack the Jiakong family's fortress. It's their temporary base, and they certainly don't have many troops left there. Even if we can't take it, we can force Chu Feng to send troops back to reinforce it. Su Chi-du was startled, then realized what was happening. Chu Feng had taken over 1,000 men with him, and the fortress had just been through a major battle, its fortifications damaged. There simply wouldn't be many people left to guard it. Very good. Su Chi-du's eyes were sinister. Immediately send 2,000 men to launch a surprise attack on their camp. After hanging up the phone, he immediately summoned his men. Not long after, a 2,000-strong armed force drove out of the base camp with menacing intent. While Su Chi-du divided his forces to attack the fortress, Chu Feng's side had already captured 4/5 of the buildings in the Saishi Port area. In the last 10-story building, all the armed henchmen were dead, leaving only a few dozen remnants of the border brigade blocking the stairs and desperately holding on. On the 5th floor, Sangmu, his face covered in blood, brandished his pistol and roared, "Hold on! Hold on, everyone!" He had just escaped the bombardment of the suicide bomber's grenades thanks to his amazing tactical maneuvers, and led his men to retreat to the last line of defense. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, but that only a few remnants of his 500 elite troops remained. If he went back empty-handed, he definitely wouldn't survive past the next day. As long as he held on to this place, there might still be a glimmer of hope. But he soon discovered that reality was far crueler than he had imagined. The intense gunfire downstairs suddenly ceased, and only heavy footsteps remained in the stairwell, approaching step by step. Sangmu was initially delighted, thinking the enemy had retreated, but the next second his expression changed drastically, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Not good. With a deafening roar, the assassin blasted through the building. The floorboards and rubble beneath his feet were flung upwards, and Sangmu was thrown into the air. Countless shrapnel pierced through his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, staring intently ahead. You're ruthless. As soon as he finished speaking, Sangmu's head lolled to the side, and he died with his eyes wide open. After the explosion, the suicide bombers rushed back to the ruins with their rotary cannons and fired another round of shots at the wreckage before stopping, making sure there were no survivors. A report came through the headset. Boss, all resistance has been cleared. Please give instructions for the next step. Chu Feng stood on the rooftop, gazing at the billowing dust in the distance, and calmly ordered, "Enemy reinforcements will arrive within 5 minutes. Leave 200 men to rescue our compatriots. The rest of you follow me to confront them head-on and annihilate them as quickly as possible." The assassins immediately sprang into action, bursting out of the park with the aid of their individual exoskeletons, boarding vehicles, and heading straight for the Scorpion reinforcements. On the highway, Scorpion's 3,000 reinforcements were also advancing at high speed. Ahead was a line of armed pickup trucks equipped with vehicle-mounted 6-barreled rotary cannons, and behind them were vehicles equipped with swarm unmanned combat systems. The long line of cars almost filled the road, with both sides rapidly approaching each other. A few minutes later, the scouting party of Poison Scorpion was the first to spot the anomaly and hurriedly reported, "Dragon Kingdom Special Forces have been spotted 4 miles ahead and are heading towards our vanguard." Inside the command vehicle, Scorpion was startled. "How many of them are there?" Looking at the billowing dust, his subordinate hurriedly replied, "We can't see clearly, but their forces are definitely numerous. There are over 100 pickup trucks alone." Scorpion jumped to his feet, his face grim. With the Dragon Kingdom Special Forces having launched the attack, CC-Port was clearly finished. This completely disrupted his plans, but Scorpion, being a Special Forces veteran, quickly saw an opportunity amidst the chaos. "If they hold the park, my 3,000 men will have to put in a lot of effort. Going out to engage in a skirmish now is clearly suicide." He immediately ordered, "The entire army, deploy into formation, press forward, and annihilate them in one fell swoop." The Scorpion's men immediately became excited. These men had been terrorizing eastern Myanmar for years, and each of them was bloodthirsty by nature. For them, annihilating an entire Chinese Special Forces unit is an achievement they can boast about for a lifetime. Dozens of armed pickup trucks suddenly accelerated, spreading out in a fan-shaped formation along both sides of the road, rushing towards Chu Feng's troops like arrows. The machine gunner in the pickup truck was completely hysterical. 3,000 against a few hundred, they simply couldn't believe they would lose. Chu Feng was stunned when he saw the enemy daring to charge forward from afar. "I've seen reckless people, but I've never seen anyone this audacious. Did they really think the 6-barreled rotary cannon was just a fire poker?" Chu Feng sneered, "Since you're in such a hurry to die, don't blame me for being ruthless." As the order was given, dozens of pickup trucks from Chu Feng's side also broke away from the main force and roared off. The forward from both sides quickly closed in, and as soon as they entered shooting range, Scorpion's men opened fire first. Dozens of pickup trucks simultaneously unleashed a barrage of fire as bullets swept towards the suicide squad convoy. However, these people were only using ordinary vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns, and they were haphazardly suppressing the enemy outside of their maximum range, so they didn't cause much damage at all. Little Karami thought he had the upper hand and continued firing wildly, but the next second they all stared wide-eyed. At the same time, Chu Feng's pickup trucks roared, and countless fiery red projectiles instantly tore through the smoke and dust, hurtling towards them. Dozens of vehicle-mounted 6-barreled rotary cannons opened fire at the same time. With a terrifying rate of fire of 6,000 rounds per minute, the rain of bullets poured out almost without any gaps, directly covering dozens of pickup trucks of the Scorpion vanguard. The machine gunner had barely peeked out when his body was blown to pieces, flesh and body parts flying through the air by the ferocious fire. Immediately afterwards, the pickup trucks themselves exploded one after another. These thin-skinned vehicles with large fuel tanks simply couldn't withstand the concentrated fire of 12.7 millimeters ammunition. One after another, armed pickup trucks turned into fireballs. Some were lifted into the air, while others had their fuel tanks explode on the spot, and their bodies were torn to pieces. Little Karami, inside the car, didn't even understand what was happening before he and the pickup truck were reduced to pieces. The Scorpion behind him stood on the roof of the pickup truck, observing the battlefield through binoculars. At first, seeing his own side fire first, he thought victory was assured. But as soon as the Suicide Squad's counterattack began, he was completely stunned. Dozens of Gatling guns firing simultaneously. This is far beyond the firepower expected of ordinary special forces. Scorpion was so angry he almost vomited blood, and he cursed, "Those idiots in CC port. The Chinese have new equipment. Why didn't anyone report it?" He immediately roared at the entire army. "Stop! The main force must immediately seize advantageous terrain and deploy a fan-shaped defense. Hurry!" The Kalami team at the rear of the reinforcements panicked completely, watching helplessly as dozens of armed pickup trucks appeared in front of them. Under the terrifying firepower of the Chinese special forces, they were utterly defeated in a single encounter. Staying in the car meant certain death. All vehicles stopped immediately. Groups of armed men carrying AKs, machine guns, mortars, and rocket launchers. They ran frantically toward the earthen slopes and gullies on both sides of the road, preparing to seize the terrain. "Hurry up, they're coming at us soon." On the command vehicle, Scorpion brandished his M4 and roared repeatedly, urging his men to build a defensive position. To his surprise, Chu Feng's dozens of armed pickup trucks stopped not far away and did not take advantage of the chaos to launch an attack. Scorpion was full of doubt. He hadn't even gained a foothold yet, but Chu Feng suddenly stopped. What was this guy doing? However, with the opportunity presented to him, he naturally wouldn't let it slip by and immediately ordered everyone to speed up the defensive deployment. The terrain on both sides of the riverbank and the road was flat, so Poison Scorpion simply gave up and gathered more than 2,500 people on the other side of the high ground. The remaining pickup trucks and troop carriers retreated to the rear to serve as a counterattack force, while mortars, rocket launchers, and light and heavy machine guns were also quickly deployed. In a short period of time, a defensive zone that was 2 kilometers long and nearly 1 kilometer deep was completed. The front line was filled with light and heavy machine guns, AKs, and hundreds of rocket launchers, while dozens of 60mm mortars were on standby at the rear. Further back, there were 300 reserve troops driving various vehicles, waiting to counterattack as Chu Feng's men charged forward. Seeing this, the Scorpion finally regained his composure. With such layers of firepower, even if Chu Feng's troops were strong, they were just a group of light infantry. How could they possibly break through his defenses? After waiting for a long time without any attack, Scorpion picked up his binoculars, wanting to see what Chu Feng was busy with. Upon seeing this, his expression instantly changed. Chu Feng's armed pickup truck, which arrived later, was lifting its camouflage netting, revealing objects resembling rocket launch pods on the vehicle. What is that? Could it be a multiple rocket launcher? Scorpion's heart sank. If it really was a rocket launcher, then dozens of launchers firing in a salvo would probably wipe out his entire side. But after looking at them more closely, he realized something was wrong. The pickup trucks were too light and didn't seem like they could carry a lot of rockets. Scorpion wiped away a cold sweat, thinking it was just a false alarm, when the dozens of launch vehicles simultaneously adjusted their angles. He stared intently at the strange weapons, when suddenly a terrifying possibility occurred to him. Damn it, could it be? The next second, a dense buzzing sound suddenly rang out. One after another, aircraft took off from the launch site, like a dark swarm of bees, rushing towards the position. The Scorpion was completely torn apart. This is not a rocket launcher at all, but a suicide drone, and a large-scale swarm of drones at that. Rocket artillery may be more ferocious, but the terrifying aspect of drones lies in their precise tracking. Faced with such a deadly weapon that can actively lock onto its target, the soldiers hiding in the position have almost no room to hide. Fire! Shoot them down! The Scorpion was terrified and grabbed a light machine gun, firing wildly into the sky. The others also snapped out of their shock and started firing wildly, bullets crisscrossing in the air. Many drones were hit by the fire and exploded into fireballs in the sky. However, this interception is utterly insignificant in the face of a swarm of thousands of drones. More drones emerged from the hail of bullets, arriving over the position with a piercing buzz before rapidly diving down. "We can't hold on any longer. Get out of there." The Scorpion was the first to pounce into the nearby ditch, while the others screamed and scattered for their lives. But apart from earthen slopes and gullies, there are simply not enough shelters here. In the blink of an eye, the death-like attack was already looming overhead. A drone crashed into the crowd and exploded, sending flesh and limbs flying instantly in a shockwave. Immediately afterwards, more fireballs erupted across the position, and the sounds of explosions, screams, and roars blended together completely. Almost every location where people gathered became a target for the swarm drones. Some people tried to escape desperately, while others hid in ravines, but the automatically tracking drones gave them no way to survive. As explosions rained down, the defenses that the Scorpion had just built crumbled in the blink of an eye. Not far away, Chu Feng stood on the roof of the car, calmly watching everything through binoculars. Seeing that there were still some who had escaped, and that the vehicles behind were showing signs of fleeing, he immediately gave the order. Prepare for the second round of launches, focusing on striking enemy vehicles behind enemy lines. Don't let a single one escape. The assassins quickly operated the swarm system terminal, while another group took out the drones Chu Feng had recently purchased. It is inserted directly into the launch tube. The propellant is already loaded at the tail of the drone, and it can take off after ignition. Soon, accompanied by another burst of rapid launches, thousands of suicide drones took to the air once again. They spread their wings like a real swarm of dead bees and pounced on the remaining Scorpion forces and the vehicles behind them. During the lull in the second reloading, 400 or 500 small Karamis remained unharmed in the center of the battlefield after the first round of bombing. After a brief pause in the firepower, they scrambled to their feet from the mud and fled in panic to the rear. Scorpion has an even sharper sense of smell on the battlefield. The moment the drone offensive weakened, he jumped out of the ditch and ran for his life. The command vehicle had already been blown to bits. He tried to steal a pickup truck to escape, but then he discovered that the convoy behind him was also turning around and running away. Scorpion immediately panicked and roared at the convoy, "Stop right there, wait for me. Otherwise, I'll shoot you all when we get back." But those people didn't care about him anymore. They cut off the communication, stepped on the gas, and just wanted to leave this battlefield of death as soon as possible. Without a vehicle, they couldn't possibly escape Chu Feng's pursuit on foot. Scorpion, watching the convoy disappear into the distance, cursed angrily. Just as everyone was at a loss, a dense, buzzing sound rang out in the air again, and the second swarm of drones was already overhead. Some drones suddenly swooped down, attacking the remaining people and horses on the ground. Others relentlessly pursued the fleeing convoy. A series of deafening explosions followed, engulfing hundreds of people on the ground. Their desperate screams quickly ceased. The fleeing convoy was also thrown into disarray, with pickup trucks and troop carriers scattering and crashing into each other. The people inside grabbed weapons and fired wildly at the drones. But firepower was no match for the swarm. In a short time, pickup trucks and troop carriers exploded one after another, turning into burning fireballs. Meanwhile, the suicide squad drove a pickup truck into the battlefield, its six-barreled rotary cannon roaring and firing. Those little Karami who were still barely clinging to life on the ground were instantly torn to pieces. The assassins then jumped off the vehicle and began to finish them off one by one. The Scorpion narrowly escaped the bombing and lay in a dry ditch on the edge of the battlefield, praying that no one would find him. But the footsteps grew closer, and his heart leaped into his throat. Soon, one of the assassins noticed the anomaly in the ditch. "There's another one here, brothers. Kill him." As soon as the six-barreled rotary cannon was raised, Poison Scorpion jumped up in fright and shouted, "Don't fire. I'm Poison Scorpion, the bodyguard captain under Su Chi-du." Upon hearing this, the assassin laughed. "It's actually a big fish." He then lowered the cannon and ordered his men to take him away. Beside the wreckage of the command vehicle, Poison Scorpion knelt on the ground. Chu Feng sized up the guy with a face full of tattoos and lit a cigarette. "Scorpion, Su Chi-du's bodyguard captain?" Scorpion nodded hastily. "Yes, I'm still the intelligence captain." He looked up and saw Feng's face clearly, but his heart was filled with shock. The rumored commander of the Chinese Special Forces turned out to be a handsome young man, which was completely different from what he had imagined. Chu Feng exhaled a puff of smoke and said calmly, "Tell me everything you know. I'm easy to talk to. If you tell me, I'll spare your life." Scorpion couldn't believe it. This man had just slaughtered 3,000 people, and now he was going to let him go so easily? Chu Feng's face darkened. "What? You think it's not worth trading some intelligence for a life?" Scorpion immediately changed his tune. "It's worth it. I'll tell you everything." He was secretly overjoyed, feeling that he had finally escaped with his life. He planned to keep Chu Feng calm for now, and after returning to the main camp to report the situation, he would have Su Qi gather all the troops and heavy weapons to completely wipe out Chu Feng. So Scorpion revealed the location of the main camp, the deployment of troops, and the weapons and equipment, not wanting to miss anything. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly after hearing this. Su Qidu actually had more than 15,000 men under his command, along with more than 10 tanks, more than 30 armored vehicles, more than 10 105mm howitzers, and 2 multiple rocket launchers. Chu Feng originally thought that the enemy had at most 10,000 people. Unexpectedly, after wiping out 3,000 people, Su Qidu still had 15,000 left. Having obtained the intelligence, Chu Feng stopped wasting words and waved his hand. Very good. The transaction is complete. You can leave now. Men, send him on his way. The assassin immediately picked up the 6-barreled rotary cannon. Scorpion, his face ashen, cried out in terror, "No, you promised to let me go. You can't break your promise." Chu Feng looked at him innocently. "That's right, I said I would spare your life, but they didn't say that." The next second, the rotary cannon roared into action, and Scorpion's voice was completely silenced by the barrage of gunfire. At the Myawaddy Water Valley base camp, Su Qidu learned that the 3,000 reinforcements had been wiped out. He stood up abruptly, his face full of disbelief. There were 3,000 people, well-equipped, and with plenty of vehicles. How could not a single one of them have escaped? The subordinate reported, trembling, that the corpses of Scorpions had been found on the battlefield. Not a single survivor had been left. Su Qidu's eyes widened. Poison Scorpion was his most trusted subordinate. Losing Poison Scorpion was like losing an arm. He angrily pressed for details about the situation in CC Port, but his men said that CC Port had lost contact and was probably already lost. Not only had they suffered heavy losses, but they had also lost a crucial hub. Governor Su Qi's face was extremely grim. With red eyes, the subordinate said, "Boss, we can't let this go unavenged. Our brothers died, such a terrible death." Su Qidu lit a cigarette, forcing himself to calm down, and then gave the order in a deep voice. The 2,000 troops that attacked the enemy's position should immediately withdraw, simultaneously connecting with the calls of several leaders. "Chu Feng, since you're leaving no room for maneuver, don't blame me, Su, for being ruthless." "What? That bastard Sukido lost the port of Sesi and also lost 3,000 men." The news of the annihilation of the Scorpion army quickly reached the tables of the remaining warlord leaders of Myawaddy, and everyone was shocked and turned pale. Su Qidu's troops were no rabble, but a genuine elite force. Yet they suffered such a crushing defeat. Thinking of the terror of the Dragon Kingdom's special forces and Xu Feng's methods, the group immediately lost their composure and even considered fleeing. Myawaddy is their treasure trove, bringing in hundreds of millions every month. Who would be willing to give it up like this? Just as everyone was hesitating, Su Qidu called directly. The call connected, and Su Qidu didn't waste any words. "Gentlemen, we can't keep watching this show. If things continue like this, we'll all be doomed." He wanted everyone to join forces and pool their resources to wipe out the Chinese special forces that had entered Myawaddy in one fell swoop, and to protect the businesses they had built up over the years. Several warlord leaders immediately erupted in anger. Wipe out the Dragon Kingdom's special forces? Governor Su Qi, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. In their view, killing these people might not be difficult, but if the Dragon Kingdom were to be enraged, long-range missiles could be launched directly, and who could withstand that? Su Qidu angrily berated everyone for their stupidity, telling them that things had developed to this point and the Dragon Kingdom would not let anyone go. From a moment Chu Feng set foot on Myawaddy, the other party's goal was not simply to save a few people, but to uproot them completely. Although the warlords were furious, they understood this principle. They countered by asking Su Qidu, "Even if we really killed Chu Feng and the special forces, how would we survive? If the problems that follow can't be solved, there's no point in saying anything more." Su Qidu sneered. "Who says we're going to die? As long as you listen to me, you won't die, and you'll live a very comfortable life." Everyone was shocked and immediately pressed him for a solution. Su Qidu's answer was straightforward. First, eliminate Chu Feng. Wipe out the Dragon Kingdom's special forces, and use this as a pledge of loyalty. He then mentioned a name that caused everyone's expressions to change drastically: the dark web. Suchidu said quietly that the power of the dark web far exceeded their imagination. As long as they offered a pledge of allegiance and gave up some of their wealth, they could gain the protection of the forces behind the dark web. To put it more bluntly, the people behind the dark web have long been dissatisfied with China, and they will never refuse these pawns that have been delivered to their doorstep. After the call ended, Suchidu sat back in his chair and silently lit a cigar. He originally did not want to come to this point, but the reckoning of the Dragon Kingdom was already in sight, and there was no way out. After entering Myawaddy, Chu Feng first destroyed the Jiakong family, then cut off the waterway hub, and now he has annihilated his 3,000 reinforcements. He is clearly pressing forward step by step. If they don't fight back, he will only meet a terrible end. Thinking of this, Suchidu took out his phone and dialed a mysterious number. A few seconds later, the call was connected, and an extremely dissatisfied voice came from the other end. Your Excellency Suchi, have you forgotten that this transaction line can only be contacted by us alone? You're not qualified to contact us proactively. Suchidu broke out in a cold sweat and quickly explained, Lord Watanabe, of course I remember, but the matter is urgent and I have to bother you. Watanabe noticed his tone was off and softened his attitude slightly. Tell me, what could possibly make an armed leader like you, who command a large army, so nervous? Suchidu dared not conceal anything and immediately recounted the events of the Dragon Kingdom's dispatch of troops, Chu Feng's attack on Myawaddy, and the annihilation of his own reinforcements. What? The Dragon Kingdom has launched an operation. Watanabe was also taken aback. Previously, his subordinates only reported hearing artillery fire during the transaction and assumed it was a fight between local warlords. They never expected that it was actually the Dragon Kingdom launching an attack. Watanabe found it hard to believe. China had always used other means to clean up northern Myanmar, but now it had crossed thousands of miles to send troops directly to Myawaddy and even wiped out the border troops of Thailand. Aren't they afraid that Western countries will take this opportunity to exert pressure, or that they will face joint sanctions? However, these were not Watanabe's biggest concerns. What he was really worried about was that the secret transactions between the dark web and Suchidu and others would be affected. Myawaddy is the organization's most important source of supplies. More than 80% of human organs and blood products are continuously transported through this route. If Myawaddy falls, a large number of orders from its financial backers will default, and the consequences will be unbearable. Watanabe remained silent for a moment, then finally asked in a deep voice, Commander Suchi, tell me, how many troops do you have left? Suchidu reported in a deep voice that he had 15,000 men under his command and had contacted several other forces, who had basically agreed to join forces. Once the mobilization is complete, he will have at least 20,000 armed men, enough to be deployed in this siege. Upon hearing that there were 20,000 troops, Watanabe's tone turned cold on the other end of the phone, and he immediately ordered Suchi to lead the troops. He ordered Suchidu to annihilate the Dragon Kingdom special forces that had raided Myawaddy as quickly as possible. Suchidu expressed full confidence, but also voiced his real concerns. If the Dragon Kingdom suffers such a loss, it will inevitably launch a frenzied retaliation, the consequences of which are beyond their ability to bear. Watanabe, however, did not take it to heart and told Suchidu not to worry about the park and industry. After annihilating the Chinese special forces, the park can be immediately relocated. If the Myanmar store is not safe, they can go to Feijo. The dark web will also assist in the transfer. Suchidu's face darkened upon hearing this. His concern wasn't about the business at all. He has extracted a large amount of money from the Dragon Kingdom, and what he needs most now is a way out to save his life. He immediately offered to hand over all his businesses to the dark web in exchange for billions of dollars. But the dark web must guarantee their safety, arrange entirely new America identities for them, and do so in complete secrecy. Watanabe had long seen through Suchidu's intentions. He simply wanted to exchange more benefits for protection. He said he would immediately report the matter to the Tokyo branch, and that once the mission was completed, he would naturally give Suchidu what he wanted. But the prerequisite is that Suchidu must complete the task cleanly and efficiently, and the faster the better. Ideally, they should arrive in China quickly enough to prevent the country from reacting and completely wipe out this special forces unit. Having received the promise from the dark web, Su Chi-du was greatly encouraged and immediately made a pledge. He will crush these audacious Chinese people into ashes within 2 days at the latest. Watanabe hung up the phone with satisfaction and promised to send an elite team to pick them up and escort them abroad once the good news arrived. After hanging up the phone, Watanabe slowly curled up the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with cold calculation. After investigating, he no longer focused on whether organ trafficking was harmful. If an industrial park is destroyed, it can be moved to another location. If the supply of goods is cut off, it can be found again. The world is so big that industries can always be restructured. What truly excited him was the Chinese Special Forces unit in Myawaddy. According to Su Chi-du, the enemy had more than 1,000 men, equivalent to the strength of 3 Special Forces battalions. If such a force could be completely annihilated, the impact would be enormous. Watanabe even began to fantasize that the Dragon Kingdom's reputation would be completely tarnished overnight, and the entire Blue Star would be shaken as a result. Moreover, since the Dragon Kingdom has lost face, it will inevitably retaliate. At that time, Western countries will definitely seize the opportunity to impose sanctions, sow discord among ASEAN, and use all sorts of means. In Watanabe's view, this was not just an encirclement and suppression, but also a golden opportunity to suppress China. Perhaps even Japan, the land of cherry blossoms, can take this opportunity to get a share of the profits. Thinking of this, Watanabe immediately requested to contact the Tokyo branch to report the situation in Myawaddy as soon as possible. In the secret laboratory of the Dark Web branch located beneath the Yasukuni Shrine in Tokyo, Ichiro Nakajima received a communication. Upon hearing that the Chinese Special Forces were launching an attack on Myawaddy, Ichiro Nakajima was filled with shock. In his memory, the Dragon Kingdom had always been restrained, so it was hard for him to believe that they had taken the initiative to send troops. Watanabe told him that the intelligence had been thoroughly confirmed by Su Chi-du. Sukadu requested assistance from the Dark Web, promising to hand over all his assets and pay billions of dollars as protection money after the deed was done. Upon hearing this, Ichiro Nakajima immediately smiled with satisfaction. He praised Watanabe for doing a good job and said that Japan and China have a deep-seated grudge, and this time they must seize the opportunity to stab each other in the back. He believes that Western countries also do not want to see China become powerful, and now this opportunity is rare. Therefore, Watanabe was ordered to return to Tai Province immediately and maintain contact with Governor Su Chi. The branch would provide as much support as possible if needed. Watanabe also offered to provide information that there was an elite squad at the liaison point in Taiko, ready to be deployed for a decapitation strike at any time. Ichiro Nakajima immediately gave the order, instructing him to make immediate arrangements and not to miss this opportunity. On the other side, Su Chi-du felt completely at ease after receiving assurances from the Dark Web. He immediately informed the other factions, telling them that the Dark Web had agreed to provide an escape route. Several warlords, who had initially hesitated, no longer hesitated after learning the news. Orders were quickly issued, and the various parks and outposts in Myawaddy were immediately bustling with activity as armed convoys began to assemble. Large numbers of warlord troops moved from different directions towards Su Chi-du's headquarters, Shuego Valley Industrial Park. Standing on high ground, Su Chi-du looked at the endless convoy of cars and could no longer suppress the joy on his face. After this alliance, his forces will swell to more than 20,000, almost equivalent to an army. In his view, even if each of the 20,000 men spat at a mere 1,000, they could drown the enemy. The command vehicles of several warlord leaders were the first to drive into the core area of the headquarters. Su Chi-du quickly stepped forward, stating that time was of the essence and there was no need for formalities. They should immediately proceed to the command post to discuss the attack plan. Several warlord leaders did not object and followed him quickly away. A joint operation targeting the Dragon Kingdom's special forces has officially begun. The situation in Myawaddy has changed dramatically, with several forces joining forces in a very short period of time. Meanwhile, the Chinese military has been keeping a close eye on Myawaddy's every move. Inside the Southwest Theater Command headquarters, all the generals, including Xiao Jintian and Yi Tiange, were present. Initially, their biggest concern was Chu Feng's safety. After all, the local warlord forces were deeply entrenched and their strength far exceeded the number of men Chu Feng brought. But when the satellite images came back, Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Chu Feng not only took the initiative to attack, but also captured the Saishi Port Industrial Park in one fell swoop. Even more terrifying is that the warlord troops that came to his aid have also been completely annihilated by him. Old Xiao, how did Chu Feng manage that? He clearly only had a few hundred men under his command. Yi Tiange stared at the satellite image, his face filled with shock. Even if he could win, he would never have won so easily. Xiao Zhentian corrected him in a deep voice. No, it's not a few hundred people, it's at least 1,000, and there are also a large number of mobile vehicles. He pointed to the images transmitted by the second satellite and said, these armed pickup trucks are all equipped with 6-barreled rotary cannons, and some of the vehicles are likely equipped with the swarm unmanned killing system independently developed by China. Yi Tiange was completely stunned. Troops could perhaps be secretly mobilized, but where did Chu Feng get all this heavy weaponry? Xiao Zhentian was equally puzzled, but what was more important at the moment was that several warlord factions in Myawaddy had begun to integrate their troops. All troops are gathering at Su Qidu's headquarters, ready to launch a large-scale counterattack against Chu Feng at any time. Yi Tiange immediately suggested that, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Chu Feng should be alerted as soon as possible. Xiao Zhentian nodded and immediately ordered someone to connect the phone. On the other side, Chu Feng led his men to finish the annihilation battle at Saishi Port, and after looting the spoils, they returned to the former Jia Kong family's fortress. He did not transfer the compatriots rescued from the park for the time being. They will be handed over to China after Myawaddy is completely eradicated. Currently, 200 suicide squad members remain in the park to protect their safety. Chu Feng had just sat down when his phone rang. It was Xiao Zhentian on the other end. When Chu Feng saw the number, he guessed the other party's purpose and said with a smile, Old Xiao. Xiao Zhentian spoke seriously, saying that they had already seen the general course of the battle and would not ask about anything else for the time being. He only reminded Chu Feng that the Myawaddy warlords were gathering and that they must be careful of a counterattack. Meanwhile, the escort fleet will arrive in the nearby waters in 2 hours. The Marine Corps can provide immediate reinforcements should Chu Feng need them, and shipborne firepower is also ready to support him at any time. Chu Feng calmly replied, Thank you for your kindness, Elder Xiao, but I have everything under control here, so please rest assured. Xiao Zhentian was still not entirely at ease. Chu Feng's forces were limited, numbering only 1,000 or so, but they might be facing 20,000 warlord troops. Chu Feng still refused to send reinforcements, saying that he would contact them immediately if necessary. Xiao Zhentian remained silent for a moment, and could only respect his decision, but still ordered the escort fleet to enter a state of first-level combat readiness, ready to engage in combat at any time. After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng was somewhat puzzled. Xiao Zhentian said he only had a little over 1,000 men, but he had clearly summoned more than 4,000 assassins. More than 3,000 of them remained at their posts. Given the detection capabilities of China's military satellites, they should have been able to detect them. He immediately asked the system, which then explained that the camouflage module had been fully updated before the attack began. Currently, the area within a 2-kilometer radius of the base automatically enters camouflage mode. In this camouflage state, no detection method in the world can obtain true information. Chu Feng's eyes lit up immediately. He didn't need to be wary of the Dragon Kingdom, but if other countries deployed satellites to constantly monitor him, that would be troublesome. Now that the secrecy issue is resolved, he should take a look at the spoils of this battle. Chu Feng lit a cigarette and waved to activate the system screen. Funding has reached $2.13 billion. System space has been increased to 100,000 cubic meters, and skills such as hyperdomain deployment level 2, death sniffing, and bullet time level 2 have been retained. The total number of suicide soldiers reached 4,295, and they had 20 more intermediate recruitment vouchers. Chu Feng was slightly disappointed that the arms shop was still only level 3. However, after seeing that his system space had increased tenfold and that he had obtained 20 intermediate recruitment vouchers, his displeasure instantly vanished. The increased space means that more equipment can be stored in the future. During combat, there will be no need to buy and transport batches at once. We can fight without restraint. 20 intermediate recruitment tickets can summon a full 4,000 assassins. If all are used, Chu Feng's power will double. With such a force, Su Qidu and those warlords were no longer a problem. Just as he was about to close the light screen, the arms store icon suddenly started flashing, and a red exclamation mark appeared. Chu Feng clicked on the page in confusion and almost shouted out the next second. The equipment panel had been updated. He quickly scrolled down to check and found that the swarm's unmanned combat system had been upgraded and was capable of nighttime operations. Previously, swarm drones lacked infrared seekers and could only operate during the day. Now, with the upgrade, their night fighting capabilities will be dramatically enhanced. What shocked Chu Feng even more was that a brand new combat unit, the robot dog, had appeared in the store. He had only seen this kind of thing in promotional videos before, and he never expected that he would actually get his hands on it for the first time in real combat. After clicking on the details, Chu Feng discovered that these robot dogs looked similar to the versions shown on the Dragon Kingdom's website, but were more agile and possessed all-terrain combat capabilities. They come in a wide variety of types. Some carry machine guns on their backs and have ammunition boxes hanging on both sides. Others have high explosives strapped to their bellies and radar constantly scanning their heads. There are also larger models, equipped with 6-tube grenade launchers. Without exception, they're all equipped with infrared sensors, enabling them to automatically detect and engage targets. Chu Feng was completely stunned. Most of the robot dogs online were still in the experimental testing stage, while the one provided by the system was clearly already in its complete form. He excitedly asked the system how to use the robot dog. During the previous attack on the fortress, 500 mortars bombarded it for a long time, but they still couldn't break through the enemy's fortifications. If we had had such robot dogs back then, we wouldn't have needed to go through all that trouble. We could have just sent thousands or tens of thousands of them in at once. System introduction. The robot dog has a built-in intelligent terminal and has both manual and automatic combat modes. In manual mode, the assassin can control the robot dog to move and launch attacks via a control terminal. In automatic mode, once the robot dog is deployed to the battlefield, it will automatically search for targets and launch an attack. Chu Feng chuckled, finding the device indeed convenient, and then inquired about its speed. The system replied that the robot dog has a top speed of 30 kilometers per hour, a range of 20 kilometers, and can purchase a dedicated battery to replenish its power after it runs out. Upon hearing that the speed limit was 30 kilometers per hour, Chu Feng's eyes lit up. That was more than enough. An average person can only run at a speed of about 10 kilometers per hour. Once an infantryman is targeted by a robot dog, he may not be able to escape even if he wants to. He immediately burst into laughter and instructed the system to directly purchase 10,000 robot dogs, storing them all in the system space for later use. The system immediately executed the command. The complete robot dog comes equipped with weapons and a terminal system, and each unit costs $5,000. The funds were quickly deducted. The next moment, 10,000 robot dogs lined up neatly in the vast system space. The silver metal body gleamed with a cold light, and even when it was still, it exuded a chilling sense of oppression. Looking at the army of robot dogs, Chu Feng was so excited he could barely contain his laughter. He now has not only a swarm of unmanned combat systems, but also intelligent robot dogs, truly achieving integrated air and ground strikes. This time, Suchi-Du will likely find himself unable to escape, even if he had wings. Chu Feng didn't delay. He immediately summoned all his assassins and took out several thousand robotic dogs, instructing them to familiarize themselves with their operation as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, at the main camp in Myawaddy Water Valley, Suki-Du and others were also discussing the upcoming battle. On the battle sandbox, roads, mountains, and checkpoints are all clearly visible, and key positions are filled with pieces representing the forces of both sides. Suchi-Du stared at the location of Chu Feng's troops and told everyone in a deep voice that, according to intelligence, Chu Feng had withdrawn the main force of the special forces back to their base. Now only a small number of troops are left to defend the port of Sessi. His plan is to first destroy the main force of Chu Feng, and then launch a counterattack on the port of Sessi to recapture this key location. He emphasized that this operation must be carried out prudently, allowing everyone to express their opinions. However, one warlord scoffed and thought there was no need to hesitate at all. 20,000 men against Chu Feng's 1,000. They could simply assemble a massive army and sweep through. Even if it meant using sheer numbers, they could overwhelm the enemy. Others echoed this sentiment, feeling that Suchi-Du was being overly cautious. Faced with overwhelming numerical superiority, Chu Feng's small force simply cannot withstand the attack. It's time to act now, lest things get complicated. Upon hearing this, Su Chi-du's anger surged, and he immediately launched into a tirade, demanding to know what was going on in their heads. He reminded everyone that China was not to be trifled with. Satellites have been monitoring the area for some time. If they mobilized their troops, Chu Feng could very well obtain all the intelligence immediately. However, the warlords remained unconvinced, arguing that even if they knew the intelligence, their superior troop strength remained in their hands. They also have armored vehicles, tanks, and long-range artillery. Are they afraid of Chu Feng's group? Seeing that the group of people were stubborn and unyielding, Su Chi-du snorted coldly and ordered his men to bring over several snakeskin bags. When the burlap sack was emptied, it was full of broken parts. The warlords glanced at it and regarded it as just a pile of garbage. Su Chi-du gritted his teeth and told them that these were all the wreckage of suicide drones. Drones are the bane of armor and a powerful tool for eliminating infantry. With such an unpredictable weapon at hand, what use are those dozens of outdated armored vehicles? The warlord leaders' eyes widened immediately, and they finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Faced with suicide drones, their old armored vehicles are probably only good for sending people to their deaths. Even so, the group remained stubborn, believing that armor was useless and that sheer numbers should always work. Even with 20,000 people besieging 1,000, the odds of victory are still over 99%. Su Chi-du gave a cold laugh and then dropped an even more terrifying bombshell. What if all of Chu Feng's men were equipped with 6-barreled rotary cannons? Upon hearing this, the warlords' expressions changed instantly, and they repeatedly said it was impossible. The ammunition needed for hundreds or even thousands of rotary cannons would be piled up like small mountains, not to mention that the weapon itself is extremely heavy. So how could each person possibly have one? Su Chi-du coldly revealed the answer. Chu Feng's men were all equipped with exoskeleton armor. Dragon Kingdom had clearly given Chu Feng all the top-tier equipment it could offer. Upon hearing the words exoskeleton armor, everyone gasped. No wonder Chu Feng's troops were able to equip every single soldier with rotary cannons. Such firepower was simply beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. The warlords who had just been clamoring for a head-on assault suddenly fell silent. Their intelligence capabilities were far inferior to Su Chi-du's, and they never expected that Chu Feng had so many terrifying trump cards hidden in his hands. After a period of silence, the group couldn't sit still any longer. Since we can't launch a direct attack during the day, we have to come up with a plan. We can't just sit here and wait. If this drags on, who knows if the Dragon Kingdom will send more reinforcements to Chu Feng. When that time comes, even if they want to fight, it might be too late. Su Chi-du lit a cigar, took a slow puff, and uttered 2 words in a somber tone. Night raid. Operating at night significantly diminishes the advantage of satellite reconnaissance. Moreover, Su Chi-du had already observed that Chu Feng's drones only had image tracking capabilities and did not have infrared seekers. Once it gets dark, the effectiveness of drone attacks, while not completely eliminated, is virtually zero. Su Chi-du paced back and forth a few steps, then suddenly turned around, his eyes cold and sinister. Without the threat of drones, they can concentrate all their artillery and bombard Chu Feng's base directly from a distance. 2 multiple rocket launchers, 10 105mm howitzers, plus more than 20 mountain guns and field guns. Although they were all outdated weapons, no matter how elite Chu Feng's men were, they absolutely could not withstand such a barrage of artillery fire. The eyes of several warlord leaders lit up immediately after hearing this. So what if Chu Feng's entire crew is equipped with rotary cannons? They know every inch of this land better than the back of their hand. 20,000 men launched a surprise attack under cover of darkness, followed by heavy artillery bombardment and armored assault. Dragon Kingdom Special Forces, your end is nigh. The idea of a night raid had been decided. The next step was to discuss who would lead the charge and who would launch the attack first. Several warlord leaders immediately began to shirk responsibility, all saying that their forces were too small and they could not afford the loss of the vanguard, and none of them were willing to push forward. Su Chi-du was so angry that he cursed loudly, but in order to consider the overall situation, he finally held back and decided to put his 5,000 loyal followers into the first attack echelon. The other warlords were assigned to the second echelon to follow up once the vanguard had breached the defenses. With the tasks assigned, the time was also confirmed. This time, no one argued anymore. Everyone agreed that the troops would set off at 9 p.m. sharp and launch an attack on the Dragon Kingdom's Special Forces base at 11 p.m. sharp. Suchidu coldly swept his gaze over the crowd, reminding them to immediately return and reorganize their forces. This battle concerned the life and death of everyone. Anyone who dared to hinder them would be eliminated before the battle even began. Several warlords quickly expressed their understanding of the implications and then returned to their respective camps to prepare. The warlords chose to launch a night attack, and Chu Feng's side was also in no hurry to advance during the day. He had calculated very clearly that although he had the advantage of 8,000 troops and equipment, a daytime assault on a fortified area defended by 20,000 men would still inevitably result in casualties. But once night falls, the situation changes completely. The robot dog army, combined with new weapons, simply cannot withstand the trenches and fortifications. Just charge and head first. Unleash a barrage of explosions, and once the enemy is thrown into disarray, the rest will be much easier. After confirming that all the assassins had learned how to operate the robot dogs, Chu Feng directly instructed the system to purchase another 20,000 robot dogs and set them all to automatic mode. Tonight, he's going to give Su Chi-du and those warlords a real surprise. Time flew by, and it was already 8:50 p.m. At Su Chi-du's headquarters, 20,000 troops had assembled and were ready to depart at any moment. At the forefront were 30 armored vehicles and 10 T-62 tanks. Although they were all old equipment, they were still a formidable force of steel on this battlefield. The Central Army had more than 800 pickup trucks and transport vehicles fully loaded with armed personnel. The soldiers on the vehicles were carrying AKs, light and heavy machine guns, RPGs and mortars, exuding a murderous aura. Behind the column followed 20 or 30 artillery pieces of various types, including 105mm howitzers, towed by trucks, ready to be deployed for bombardment at any time once the battle began. Such firepower and scale are enough to destroy even a small country. Su Chi-du glanced at the time and estimated that the journey of 50 kilometers would take at least an hour. Several usually unruly warlords were now all serious, waiting for Su Chi's orders. Almost simultaneously, Chu Feng's base also completed its final preparations. One by one, assassins clad in exoskeletons, wielding 6-barreled Vulcan cannons, boarded armed pickup trucks. The continuous roar of engines filled the air, and the area within several kilometers of the base was instantly illuminated as bright as day. At Chu Feng's command, a total of 1,200 armed pickup trucks started up simultaneously and sped toward the location of Su Chi-du's headquarters. 1,000 pickup trucks were used to transport the Suicide Squad members, while the remaining 200 were equipped with an upgraded swarm drone kill system, giving them nighttime combat capabilities. To catch them off guard, all the launch boxes were lowered in advance and hidden inside the vehicle, making it look like an ordinary armed pickup truck. However, such a large-scale operation, which was not concealed at all, was quickly discovered by the sentries of the nearby warlords, and the news was immediately sent back to the Su Chi governor's headquarters. Hearing that Chu Feng had actually taken the initiative to attack him, Su Chi-du was completely stunned. He hadn't expected that the two of them would have the same idea. But what he couldn't understand was why Chu Feng, with only 1,000 or so men, dared to launch an attack on his 20,000 elite troops. Su Chi-du immediately cursed and questioned his subordinates whether they had made a mistake. The subordinate reported in a trembling voice that Chu Feng had brought not just a little over 1,000 people, but 7,000 or 8,000, with more than 1,000 troop transport pickup trucks alone, which everyone could see clearly. Upon hearing about the more than 1,000 pickup trucks, Su Chi-du's mouth dropped open. Assuming each truck carried 7 or 8 people, Chu Feng's side indeed had 7,000 or 8,000 troops. He immediately concluded that the Dragon Kingdom had secretly sent reinforcements. 7,000 or 8,000 people had rushed forward on their own initiative, clearly determined to wipe them out. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back, and Su Chi-du even had the urge to abandon his troops and flee alone. However, his years of military training forced him to calm down. He knew that given Chu Feng's modus operandi, even if he escaped, Chu Feng would never let him go. His only chance of survival was to eliminate as many of the Dragon Kingdom's troops as possible and gain protection from the dark web. With 20,000 men against 8,000, their forces still held the advantage. Thinking this, Su Chi-du breathed a sigh of relief and immediately pressed Chu Feng to confirm whether heavy weapons had been deployed. The subordinates quickly replied that multiple signs indicated that, apart from armed pickup trucks, no armored vehicles, tanks, or other heavy armored forces were found on the other side. Chu Feng brought so many men, yet he didn't even have decent firepower for assaulting an enemy, which shocked and puzzled Su Qidu even more. At the same time, several other warlords also received the news. Shocked, they all contacted Governor Su Qi. Some people couldn't help but curse. Are these people from China crazy? They have high-tech equipment, but don't use it, and they actually sent thousands of light infantry to fight them head-on. Su Qidu asked the crowd for their opinions in a deep voice. One warlord immediately declared that of course they should fight, believing that Chu Feng had lost his mind after winning too many battles. In his view, Chu Feng thought he could easily control these warlords with just a few thousand light infantrymen. He was simply courting death. The others echoed the shouts, arguing that they had superior numbers and armored support, so there was no need to be afraid of Chu Feng. Hearing the resolute attitude of the crowd, Governor Su finally nodded in satisfaction. What he was most worried about was that these guys would turn tail and run away as soon as they heard that the Dragon Kingdom was sending reinforcements. Their escape was secondary. The real danger was triggering panic among the troops, causing the entire camp to break up. That would be the truly deadly crisis. Since these people still had the will to fight, Governor Su Qi did not hesitate any longer and immediately ordered a change to the original plan. They adapted to the changing situation and no longer needed to launch a night raid on Chu Feng's base. All troops simply arrayed themselves at the main camp, waiting for Chu Feng to come to them. When the warlords heard that they were going to set up their forces in the Ditch Valley, their eyes lit up. They had been developing this place for many years and had already turned it into a fortress. The valley stretches for 5 or 6 kilometers and is flat, with mountains on both sides forming a natural barrier. The only exit is only a few hundred meters wide. With 20,000 men guarding their pre-established positions, what could the Dragon Kingdom Special Forces possibly use to break through? Once Chu Feng's offensive falters, their chance to counterattack will arrive. Su Qidu immediately gave the order, and the entire Shuego Valley base camp instantly erupted in excitement. The troops who were waiting for orders jumped off their vehicles and rushed to their respective defensive positions. At the entrance of the valley, on the concrete walls and on the hills on both sides, armed men set up light and heavy machine guns, keeping a close watch on the road ahead. The soldiers in the winding trenches were all loaded and ready to go, with AKs, RPGs, and mortars all prepared, just waiting for the order to unleash their firepower. After entering the valley for several hundred meters, 30 armored vehicles and 10 T-62 tanks formed an ironclad defensive line, with hundreds of armed pickup trucks and reserves ready to launch a counterattack at any time. This arrangement can both lock down the valley entrance and launch a counterattack at any time, making the defense appear almost impregnable. For kilometers further back, several artillery positions were also rapidly deployed. 30-toed artillery pieces, including 105 mm howitzers, were unloaded from trucks, their muzzles all aimed at the valley entrance. The only 2 multiple rocket launchers also raised their launch boxes, and guided by the High Point observation post, they were capable of striking targets more than 10 kilometers away. Nighttime visibility is limited, so artillery fire may not be as effective, but if the enemy dares to approach the valley entrance, they will still pay a heavy price. Inside the temporary command post atop a high mountain, Su Qidu and several warlords watched as their subordinates completed the deployment, their faces beaming with satisfaction. They had already begun to imagine the scene of Chu Feng leading the Dragon Kingdom's special forces to the valley entrance, only to be beaten bloody and battered. Su Qidu sneered. A few thousand light infantrymen want to take down a heavily fortified fortress? If they really succeed, I'll twist my own head off and use it as a football. While they were setting up their defenses, Chu Feng's forces were also accelerating their advance. In less than an hour, the pickup truck convoy had reached several kilometers outside the ditch. Knowing that the enemy possessed long-range firepower, Chu Feng turned off all the lights in the vehicles and moved forward silently in the darkness. The assassin stepped forward to report that all reconnaissance teams along the route and on the perimeter had been eliminated, and an attack could be launched at any time. Chu Feng waved his hand, saying there was no rush. He unfolded the Death Sniffer map, where the scarlet representing Su Chi-du, was moving across the map, revealing the surrounding mountains and terrain. Upon seeing the layout of the clear water valley, Chu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. This was indeed a dangerous place. With 20,000 men defending the position, ordinary troops would have no chance of taking it without heavy artillery or air power. Unfortunately, Chu Feng was no ordinary person. He closed the light screen and directly teleported 30,000 robot dogs to the surrounding open space. 5,000 of them were equipped with machine guns, 5,000 with 6-barreled grenade launchers, and the remaining 20,000 were all strapped with high explosives in their abdomens. In the darkness, the robot dog army gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen. Chu Feng's lips curled into a smile. Since the enemy thought they could rest easy by holding the strategic position, then tonight he would show them what true cruelty was. He put his hands behind his back and gave the order. The robot dog army immediately launched an attack, tearing apart the enemy's defenses. The assassins unanimously accepted the order and quickly switched the robot dog to automatic mode via the control terminal, inputting the target parameters. A beeping sound rang out, and the infrared night vision guidance heads of 30,000 robotic dogs simultaneously lit up red. The next moment, the entire legion moved its mechanical limbs in unison. They initially moved forward in small steps, then their speed gradually increased, soon surpassing the running speed of an ordinary person, kicking up clouds of dust as they rushed into the inky night. 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer. The robot dog army ran at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, and in just a moment, they arrived at the mouth of the ditch valley several hundred meters away. Meanwhile, in the command post atop the mountain, Su Chi-du and his team were still keeping an eye on the valley entrance. The loss of contact with the outer reconnaissance teams was causing him unease. He grabbed the wireless phone and ordered the garrison at Taniguchi to report the situation immediately. The garrison reported that everything was normal at the valley entrance and no signs of attack were detected at any of the observation points. Su Chi-du still urged them to remain vigilant and not let their guard down. Several warlords nearby laughed, however, saying that all the observation points were equipped with night vision devices, and the enemy wouldn't escape their notice even if they sneaked in. But before their laughter had even subsided, a panicked cry suddenly came from the cordless phone. 700 meters from the valley entrance, unidentified mechanical creatures appeared, numbering at least 1,000, and their numbers continued to increase. Su Chi-du and the others' expressions changed instantly, and they blurted out, "What?" Upon hearing the report, Governor Su Chi's expression changed drastically. It was exactly what he feared had come to pass. He grabbed his night vision binoculars and immediately looked toward the mouth of the valley. In the footage, countless mechanical creatures are rushing wildly along the valley entrance. They resemble large hunting dogs, with red lights flashing on their heads and their limbs stomping the ground at high speeds, at least 30 yards per minute. What made Su Chi-du even more terrified was that all of these robotic dogs were equipped with lethal weapons. Those at the forefront were equipped with machine guns and grenade launchers, while those behind them had high explosives strapped to their abdomens, clearly suicide bombers. Damn it, it's a robot dog from the Dragon Kingdom. They've actually brought in this new weapon. Open fire immediately. We can't let them get close to the walls. The garrison at the valley entrance panicked instantly. They all knew that if these mechanical monsters rushed to the base of the wall, the consequences would be unimaginable. The watchtower, the fortresses on both sides of the gate, and the defensive works on the mountainside opened fire simultaneously, unleashing a dense hail of bullets upon the army of robot dogs. Bullets kept hitting the steel shell, and dozens of robot dogs were knocked off balance and overturned. But the rear ranks quickly filled in, and without stopping, they continued their charge towards the wall. At the same time, the weapons on the robot dog began to roar. Hundreds of fireballs hurtled toward the defending troops' positions, infrared sensors locked onto targets, and the accuracy of the fire was frighteningly high. Screams erupted from all sides of the valley entrance as hundreds of young Karami were accurately struck before they could even take cover. The survivors were so frightened that they huddled inside the fortress, not daring to look up. Taking advantage of the weakened firepower of the defending troops, the robot dogs, equipped with grenade launchers, opened fire all at once. Countless grenades rained down on the defensive line, with the barbed wire, barricades, and obstacles in front of the wall becoming key targets. Explosions rang out one after another, and fireballs continued to rise into the air. The dense defensive structures were blasted open, and the walls and the mountain fortresses on both sides were also hit by artillery fire. The soldiers guarding the fortifications were shaken so badly that their insides churned, and the smoke and dust made them cough incessantly. Someone shouted in terror, "The robot dog is about to break in." Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, the local gang leaders shot more than a dozen of their men who tried to escape. With death looming either way, the remaining Kurami were driven to desperation and remounted their light and heavy machine guns, firing wildly. RPGs fired in succession, and the mortar crews in the trenches frantically reloaded. After a fierce attack, hundreds more robot dogs were blown to the ground. But it was all too late. During the brief lull in the defense, dozens of self-destructing robot dogs accelerated through the array, broke through the tattered barbed wire, and reached the foot of the wall. The frontline commander was terrified and hurriedly ordered his guns to be turned around and the base of the wall cleared. Several heavy machine guns fired wildly at the base of the wall, taking down several robot dogs in succession. But this doesn't change the situation at all. Accompanied by a rapid mechanical beeping sound, dozens of robotic dogs at the base of the wall detonated simultaneously. Rumble. A massive explosion swept through the valley entrance, instantly shattering the hundreds of meters long reinforced concrete wall and blasting out 5 or 6 huge gaps. Cement bricks and rubble shot into the air and were thrown wildly in all directions. The soldiers guarding the wall only had time to scream before they were swept away by the explosion and smoke and were slammed to the ground. Once the main structure of the wall was destroyed, the watchtowers on top could no longer hold. The rubble crashed down, and the fortresses that had been unleashing a barrage of firepower were reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye. Inside the command post atop the mountain ridge, Su Chi-do and several warlord leaders were completely dumbfounded. They never expected that the valley would be breached so quickly. There were originally several thousand men there, hundreds of light and heavy machine guns, RPGs, mortars, and a large number of AKs. With the added crossfire from the walls and fortifications on both sides of the mountainside, it should have been a solid defensive line. But when faced with the robot dog army, the entire defensive line was torn apart in an instant, so fast that they didn't even have time to react. Outside the valley entrance, even more robot dogs continued to pour in. Su Chi-do felt a chill run down his spine and immediately grabbed the communicator, roaring angrily. "This can't go on. We must stop their next troop. Artillery position, this is the command post. Concentrate all artillery fire and bombard the valley entrance immediately. Stop their reinforcements." Once the order was issued, the long-range fire support position 4 kilometers deep in the ditch valley immediately began operation. Mountain guns, field guns, and 105mm howitzers adjusted their angles, preparing for rapid firing. With the order to fire, shells burst from the cannon barrels, arcing through the night sky before crashing into the valley entrance like lightning. A violent explosion pierced the sky, and a series of fireballs illuminated the earth. Although these artillery pieces are old, the firepower they unleash is far superior to that of rocket launchers and mortars. Shells exploded one after another, and shrapnel swept in all directions, instantly turning the area hundreds of meters in front of the valley into a death zone of light and heat. Hundreds and thousands of robot dogs had no time to dodge and were blasted into countless fragments by the fierce artillery fire. Upon seeing this, Su Chi-do, the commander in the high ground command post, finally burst into excited laughter. Success! Did Chu Feng think he could do whatever he wanted just because of a few new weapons? He probably hasn't experienced the horrors of being bombarded by artillery fire yet. Su Chi-do immediately ordered the troops on both sides of the valley entrance to turn their firepower around and eliminate the robot dogs that had already rushed in. After the subsequent ranks were blocked by artillery fire, he wanted to see what tricks Chu Feng could pull next. Yes, upon receiving the order, the little Kurami in the defensive fortifications on both sides of the valley entrance immediately became excited. They had suffered heavy losses from the robot dog before, and now they finally had a chance to vent their anger. Damn it, brothers, give them a good beating. Slay these annoying bastards. In an instant, the prepositioned positions on both sides of the mountain ridge and in front of the valley opened fire simultaneously, with dense bullets sweeping wildly at the hundreds of robot dogs that had just rushed into the valley. More than 3,000 small Karami are still hidden in the fortifications at the valley entrance that have not been destroyed. They occupied the high ground and had the advantage in numbers, so they believed that the hundreds of robot dogs without support couldn't hold out for long. But they soon realized they were terribly wrong. The instant they opened fire, the machine gun on the robot dog's back also spat out flames. The infrared seeker helps lock onto the target, and a robot dog's shooting accuracy is terrifying. The newly emerged little Karami fall one after another. Inside the fortresses and bunkers, blood and bits of flesh were splattered everywhere, and screams of agony echoed continuously. The squad leader was furious and roared at his men. "What are you doing with those mortars and rocket launchers? Bomb them to pieces." He snatched a rocket launcher and fired a rocket towards the foot of the mountain. With a loud bang, a robot dog was hit head-on and exploded into pieces on the spot. But the next second, a nearby robotic dog equipped with a grenade launcher immediately locked onto him with its head radar. Several grenades rapidly blasted up the mountainside, and the leader only had time to scream before being thrown away by the explosion. Within a 200 to 300 meter radius of the valley entrance, this kind of confrontation is taking place every minute. Even with its geographical and numerical advantage, little Karami would find it difficult to defeat the invading robot dogs in a short time. Fortunately, the stalemate did not last long, and the angles of several concealed mortar positions in the trenches were finally adjusted. Shells rained down from the sky, directly covering the area where the robot dog was located. These unsupported robot dogs eventually couldn't withstand the continuous bombing and were blown to pieces. Inside the command post on the high ground, Su-Chi-Du and several warlord leaders secretly wiped away cold sweat. "Damn, we finally got rid of these bastards." They paid a considerable price just to eliminate a few hundred isolated robot dogs that had ventured too far into enemy territory. If Chu Feng's main force were to actually storm in, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Su-Chi-Du adjusted his binoculars through a gap in the artillery barrage and suddenly discovered that Chu Feng's robot dog army had stopped advancing. Their follow-up troops haven't moved either. Su-Chi-Du was overjoyed and ordered the artillery to cease bombardment, and everyone to check their weapons and equipment and quickly replenish ammunition. The little Karamis in the position breathed a sigh of relief, but still cursed under their breath. To destroy a bunch of lifeless mechanical objects and lose so many people is truly frustrating. They've been operating in Myawaddy for so many years, and they've never suffered such a loss before. The commander at the artillery position 4 kilometers behind also breathed a sigh of relief. The continuous barrage has already consumed hundreds or even thousands of shells. If it continues, the gun barrels will soon be ruined. He immediately ordered his men to cool the cannon barrels in preparation for the next possible attack from the robot dogs. A brief silence fell over the battlefield. At this moment, inside and outside the entrance of the ditch valley, besides the burning and smoking ruins, corpses, and the remains of the robot dogs scattered everywhere, there was only the painful howling of the wounded. In the darkness, a kilometer away from the valley entrance, Chu Feng stood on the roof of the vehicle, carefully observing the battlefield with night vision binoculars. In his probing attack, he lost nearly 2,000 robot dogs. Chu Feng wasn't bothered at all. A consumable item costing $5,000 could be replaced with another one if it was lost. With his nearly 2 billion yuan in funds, this loss is nothing. More importantly, the robot dog has demonstrated formidable combat power. The previous attacks were merely probes, intended to verify their effectiveness in actual combat. Now Chu Feng is no longer going to hold back. He wants to launch a joint air-ground operation. Order 200 swarm unmanned combat systems. Raise the launch boxes immediately. Prioritize destroying the enemy's rear artillery positions to pave a landing zone for the robot dog army to assault the core defense zone. Upon receiving the order, the assassin quickly pressed the control button. Accompanied by the sound of hydraulic valves turning, each swarm launcher slowly raised its elevation angle. Each launch container contains 50 suicide drones. 200 launch boxes firing simultaneously can deploy as many as 10,000 drones, a number that is enough to make one's scalp tingle. Report. The swarm unmanned combat system is ready for launch. Chu Feng put down his binoculars and suddenly waved his hand forward. Robot dog army, swarm of suicide drones, 3-dimensional attack, commence. As soon as the command was given, 200 launch boxes were activated simultaneously. A dense array of suicide drones were launched cold and soared dozens of meters into the air, their wingspans opening and their motors starting. A deep hum echoed through the night sky as the massive flight formation hurtled towards Suchidu's base camp in the Shuego Valley. Before the Air Force could be mobilized, the ground offensive had already begun. The robot dog army, which had been lying on the ground, stood up in unison, their heads glowing red, and charged towards the valley entrance once again. Inside the command post, at the high point of Shuego Valley, Suchidu and others kept a close eye on the movements at the valley entrance. After waiting for more than 10 minutes without seeing Chu Feng make any new moves, the group was overjoyed. Very well, it seems this guy has run out of tricks. He hasn't even used the new weapons. Let's see what he can do now. Some even suggested sending armored units to launch an attack and catch Chu Feng off guard. Just then, an urgent call came through the cordless phone. Boss, something terrible has happened. Those bastards are attacking again. Suchidu and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly raised their binoculars. Sure enough, a dense array of robot dogs reappeared at the entrance of the valley. Damn it, here we go again. This kid really won't learn his lesson until he hits a brick wall. Suchidu grabbed the communicator and gave orders to the artillery positions. Immediately initiate intercepting fire towards the original coordinates at the valley entrance. Bring 2 more multiple rocket launchers and bombard their rear to destroy their starting positions. Upon hearing that those monstrous things were back, the artillery position commander's face instantly changed, and he hurriedly ordered his troops to take up their firing positions. Hurry! It'll be too late once they break in. Mortar positions, open fire first, buy time for the heavy artillery. From the high ground, Suchidu urgently issued several orders. On both sides of the valley entrance and in the front trenches, Xiao Karami immediately stuffed mortar shells into the muzzles. A barrage of shells streaked across the night sky, slamming into the front lines and instantly obliterating dozens of robotic dogs at the forefront. Just as Suchidu smiled, thinking these things were nothing special, he suddenly heard a faint sound of propellers overhead. His heart sank, and he hurriedly raised his night vision binoculars. The next second, he froze. The sky was densely packed with suicide drones. The warlords were equally terrified. They had previously stated that the enemy drones lacked infrared sensors and were incapable of night combat. Someone questioned Suchidu on the spot, and Suchidu angrily shouted, "Now is not the time to pursue this. All positions, listen up. If the enemy's suicide drone swarm attacks, immediately aim your fire at the airspace and shoot them down." The sound of artillery fire drowned out the activity in the sky, and the soldiers at various positions did not know that the drones were already overhead until they received orders. Little Karami was both shocked and furious. He grabbed his light and heavy machine guns and AKs and opened fire wildly into the night sky. Countless tracer rounds shot into the air, tearing through the darkness like silver snakes. The drone swarm was cleared of gaps, and many drones exploded in mid-air, creating huge fireballs that illuminated the entire ditch in the night sky. But it was only at this point that Suchidu and his tens of thousands of men truly realized the terrifying power of the swarm drones. That wasn't a swarm of drones at all, but an endless swarm of steel bees, surging in from the direction of the valley entrance. One wave was shot down, and another immediately took its place, seemingly without end. Suchidu was completely dumbfounded. There were at least tens of thousands of drones in front of him, and who knew if Chu Feng would launch another wave of attacks. He finally understood why Scorpion's 3,000 reinforcements had been completely wiped out. Faced with such a massive bombardment, no one could withstand it. But he was still unwilling to give up. His own forces were still intact, with more than 18,000 men. With tens of thousands firing at once, he refused to believe that he couldn't stop the drones. Countless projectiles continued to rain down into the sky, turning more drones into fireballs. Before the soldiers could even celebrate, the counterattack from above was already upon them. A swarm of drones whistled and swooped down like lightning. The first to suffer were the mortar positions at the mouth of the valley and the fortifications on both sides of the mountainside. Explosions rang out one after another, and fireballs soared into the air one after another. The mortar position was instantly turned into a sea of fire, and then the ammunition was detonated, resulting in a spectacular secondary explosion. A small mushroom cloud slowly rose, scattering dirt, weapon parts, and debris in all directions, lifting the entire position into the sky. This was just the beginning. Almost all exposed targets around the valley entrance were attacked by drones. Although Shao Karami, hiding in his fortified bunker, suffered no large-scale casualties, he was still shaken, coughing up blood and trembling violently. The drone swept the valley entrance back and forth before turning to the core defense area of Sukadu's most important armored forces. The armored commander was terrified when he saw the swarm of aircraft rushing towards him. He desperately ordered the vehicle-mounted weapons and the surrounding guards to fire at the air. The 30mm cannons unleashed a hail of bullets, but against the dense formation of aircraft, this firepower was utterly inadequate. Dozens of drones pierced through the barrage and descended from the sky. The first armored vehicle was hit, and the entire vehicle instantly exploded into a fireball. This explosion was like opening a valve. Within moments, all the armored vehicles in the core defense zone were engulfed in flames. "We can't hold them off. Disperse the formation," the armored commander roared, his heart pounding, as he directed the remaining 10 T-62 tanks to retreat. The 10 steel behemoths roared with engines, firing their vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns into the air while frantically charging left and right. But it was all in vain. Several more drones swarmed down, flames erupting one after another, triggering even more violent secondary explosions. In an instant, all 10 T-62 tanks were destroyed. The heavy turrets were thrown dozens of meters by the blast, and some even crashed into other reinforced concrete fortifications. From his vantage point, Suchidu watched as the area where the armored forces were located turned into a sea of fire, and he completely broke down. Although the drones haven't attacked him yet, he'd rather die right now. That armored unit was his lifeline, and now, in a single encounter, it's all turned into burning scrap metal. Suchidu coughed up a mouthful of blood and almost collapsed on the spot. Looking towards the valley entrance, the robot dogs were taking advantage of the chaos to pour in continuously. He grabbed the cordless phone, his voice almost screaming, "Why haven't the heavy artillery fired yet? Are you saving your shells for breeding?" However, no one answered Suchidu. The first swarm of suicide drones had already reached the airspace above the heavy artillery positions. Before the artillery could even fire, swarms of drones swooped down, instantly turning the artillery positions behind them into a sea of fire. From a high vantage point, Suchidu was utterly devastated by what he saw, and the warlord around him were also terrified. Someone suggested in a trembling voice that they should retreat, saying that as long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Suchidu gritted his teeth and said, "Retreat? Where to retreat to? Chu Feng is clearly determined to wipe us out. Without the protection of the dark web, it's no use escaping to the ends of the earth." The men swallowed hard, unsure where to put their guns. The robot dog unit had already stormed into the valley entrance. Their armor and artillery were gone. What could they possibly use to hold them off? Suchidu shouted to calm everyone down. Although they had lost the valley entrance and the heavy troops, they still had tens of thousands of soldiers and fortifications and tunnels that stretched for kilometers across the mountains. No matter how powerful those robotic dogs are, they can't climb steep mountain ridges. The drones have limited payload capacity and can't breach fortified positions. If Chu Feng really wants to eliminate them, he'll ultimately have to send in reinforcements to search and wipe them out. The eyes of several warlords lit up immediately. With these fortifications in place, even if they couldn't hold out, they could still inflict heavy losses on Chu Feng, at least giving the dark web an explanation. They stopped mentioning retreat and rushed back to their respective defense zones to personally command the battle. And that was indeed the case. The ditch stretched for 4 or 5 kilometers, and after several rounds of bombardment by swarms of drones, almost all the destroyable targets on the ground were cleared away. However, the fortifications and tunnels on the mountain were too sturdy, and the drones had limited ammunition, so they could not cause any effective damage. As a result, tens of thousands of small Karami remained hidden in their fortifications to resist, and their concentrated firepower continued to pour down, making it difficult for the robot dog army that had rushed into the valley to advance. Inside a sturdy fortress half buried in the mud, a warlord, cigarette dangling from his lips, personally operates a heavy machine gun, firing wildly down the mountain. Come on, let's see what else you can do. Brothers, smash these bastards to pieces. Amidst the roar of gunfire, several robotic dogs attempting to climb the hillside were shot down one after another. The other fortifications presented the same scene, with countless lines of fire intertwined, effectively blocking the robotic dogs' attack routes. Seeing that the situation was gradually stabilizing, Su Chi-du and several warlord leaders finally breathed a sigh of relief, and even the ordinary soldiers regained their confidence. Someone scoffed dismissively. They thought they were so tough, but they're helpless against our defenses. We have enough weapons and ammunition. I can hold out here for a year. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, Chu Feng had already led his assassins to the entrance of the completely destroyed valley. Seeing that the robot dog was unable to break through the mountain ridge, one of the assassins frowned and asked, "Boss, should we send men to attack immediately?" Chu Feng smiled and lit a cigarette while taking out the robot dog control terminal. You've probably forgotten that the robot dog also has a manual mode. The mountains here aren't as steep as the Jiakong family's fortress. Most of them are just earthen slopes. After switching to manual mode, the robot dog's all-terrain capability allows it to completely avoid the firing line and find an angle to shoot upwards. The assassins immediately understood and took out their terminals to control the robot dog. Inside the valley, a robotic dog, upon receiving a command, abruptly changed direction and darted into a blind spot. Previously in automatic mode, they would recklessly climb upwards without knowing how to dodge, easily being knocked over if they peeked out. Under the manual control of the assassins, and thanks to their keen battlefield awareness, the robot dogs began to learn to hide and advance little by taking advantage of blind spots and the enemy's firepower. As more and more assassins connected to the control terminal, the robot dog army in the valley seemed to have suddenly changed. They've learned their lesson. Inside the fortress, the warlord who had been firing wildly was the first to notice something was wrong. He clearly saw a robotic dog that should have been hit dodging several shots and even quietly darting up several meters. Could it be my imagination? He refused to believe it and turned to fire at another robotic dog. But that robotic dog suddenly darted into a blind spot, as if it knew in advance where the danger was, and a whole magazine of bullets missed. That's impossible. The warlord looked utterly incredulous. Did these lumps of iron possess some kind of intelligence? Even if they had smart terminals, this was absurd. He then locked on several more targets and unleashed his full firepower. Although he managed to shoot down one robot dog, the vast majority of them evaded the attack. The little Karami quickly noticed the anomaly. Just moments before, their shots had been almost always effective, but now their accuracy was plummeting. What terrified them even more was that some of the robot dogs, taking advantage of their small size and blind spots, had already silently climbed up the hillside. Damn it, we can't let them get close. The warlord panicked completely, hurriedly picked up his RPG, and fired a shot at the direction the robot dog was climbing. The violent explosion kicked up a cloud of dust, finally clearing away the threat that was so close at hand. Before everyone could even breathe a sigh of relief, several more robotic dogs with red, glowing heads quietly climbed up the other side of the hillside. With a deafening roar, the high explosive charge in the robot dog's abdomen was instantly detonated, and the earth-shattering explosion swept across the entire valley. The terrifying shockwave pierced through the fortified structure, and the warlord and dozens of his men inside were engulfed in flames before they could even react, being lifted into the air along with the fortress. Gravel rained down, and when the smoke cleared, the once impregnable stronghold was reduced to corpses and ruins. Not a single survivor remained. And this was just the beginning. On both sides of the mountain ridge, more robot dogs climbed up using blind spots and shooting, densely packed together, advancing upwards along the mountainside. As soon as you get close to the blast radius, a massive fireball erupts, and the entire mountain range trembles in the explosion. The remaining militants in the fortress were completely terrified, desperately maneuvering their weapons to spew fire, trying to stop the eerie robotic dogs from getting closer. Once the defensive line is breached, the robot dogs surge up the mountain through the breach, advance laterally along the position, and destroy one firing point after another. Before long, brilliant fireballs exploded on the mountain, tearing the once solid defense line to shreds. At this moment, Su Chi-du returned to a fortress to personally direct operations. Using a night vision telescope, he saw swarms of robotic dogs swarming towards him, leaving him completely dumbfounded. He never imagined that these things could cross mountains like this. At this speed, the defense line that he had painstakingly built up over the years would soon collapse completely. He grabbed the phone, trying to contact the other warlords, but only heard a series of busy signals. Those men were clearly all gone. As the exploding fireball drew ever closer, Su Chidu's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, only managing to utter the words, "It's all over." His subordinates shouted anxiously, telling him to leave immediately or he would die there. Su Chidu looked utterly desperate. Without military support, he was nothing. Even if he escaped, Chu Feng wouldn't let him go. But his men were still unwilling to give up. The mountains of Myanmar were vast and boundless. If they could escape first, they might have a way to survive. Once the situation stabilized, they could find a way to leave the country. Su Chidu was finally persuaded. He had amassed so much money and hadn't even had a chance to enjoy it yet. He couldn't just die like this. He immediately led his men into the secret tunnel built years ago, intending to escape into the mountains after passing through the tunnel. But after taking only a few steps, Su Chidu changed his mind again. Without military protection, entering the territory of other forces would also mean certain death. So he decided that after exiting the tunnel, he would turn east and flee to Thailand. There, he had connections with the military, which would at least allow him to save his life temporarily. The group grabbed their weapons and hurriedly entered the secret tunnel, running towards the exit. With Su Chidu gone, the situation in the valley became even more chaotic. Without their commander, the armed men lost all will to fight and rushed out of their fortifications, trying to escape over the mountain. But this was exactly what Chu Feng wanted. The robotic dogs, equipped with machine guns and grenade launchers, quickly locked onto their targets and opened fire on the fleeing crowd. Screams echoed through the valley, and the 4 or 5 kilometer long valley was filled with crisscrossing bullet trajectories and booming artillery fire, turning it into a one-sided massacre battlefield. Chu Feng, using the tracking effect of Death Sniffer, instantly locked onto Su Chidu's escape route. He immediately ordered the search team to set off and bring Su Chidu back alive. Several squads of assassins immediately boarded armed pickup trucks and sped after the target. On the other side, Su Chidu and his group passed through the tunnel and finally climbed out from the exit of the mountain ridge on the east side of Shuego Valley. They had barely lifted the camouflage panels and hadn't even had time to feel relieved when several infrared targeting lines were already on them. The men were terrified. Recognizing that they were Chinese special forces, they grabbed their AKs and prepared to fight to the death. But the next second, a barrage of gunfire erupted, and the men were riddled with holes and fell to the ground one after another. Blood splattered all over Su Chidu's face, and he was so frightened that he knelt down and begged for mercy, unable to utter a complete sentence. Without a word, the assassin smashed him to the ground with the butt of his rifle, tied him to the back of a pickup truck, and took him back to the battlefield. Half an hour later, the robot dog and the swarm of drones completed the final scan, and all resistance forces in the valley were completely destroyed, leaving no survivors. Chu Feng coldly stared at Su Chidu kneeling before him. Before the man could beg for mercy, Chu Feng pulled out a dagger and plunged it into his throat. Su Chidu's eyes widened in disbelief, never expecting that Chu Feng wouldn't even give him a chance to speak. Chu Feng snorted coldly, the blade slicing through the air, and a head rolled off instantly. It was a waste of time to say another word to such an executioner. With Su Chidu dead, the mission can be considered a complete success. Chu Feng ordered some of his elite soldiers to clean up the battlefield and loot the spoils. The remaining main force set out under cover of night, heading straight for the various parks in Myawaddy. Meanwhile, unable to contact the main base, the dozen or so parks under Su Chidu's command, including KK Park, were in complete chaos. Damn it, all communication with headquarters has been cut off. Keep in touch. We must get in touch with them no matter what. In the KK Park office, Scarface, who was left behind, paced back and forth anxiously, holding a pistol. He was originally very confident in the defense of the park. There were plenty of manpower and fortifications, and he didn't think anyone could break in. But the explosions from the direction of the main camp never stopped, and eventually even communications were completely cut off, which made him increasingly panicked. Damn it, has something really happened? Scarface took a drag of his cigarette, his face turning extremely pale. The next moment, one of the henchmen burst through the door, shouting in terror, "Boss, it's bad. They're coming." Scarface dropped his cigarette, but yelled, "Quick, everyone grab your weapons." But no sooner had he finished speaking than a barrage of gunfire erupted. In no time, Scarface and his hundreds of henchmen were blasted to pieces. The same scene is playing out repeatedly in various parks in Myawaddy. The warlord forces are being wiped out one by the assassins, leaving them with no room for resistance. In the open space of the park, thousands of rescued compatriots from China wept bitterly. They had endured too much torment and were already numb and desperate. Only when they saw the assassins appear did they finally believe they were truly saved. Their long-suppressed emotions finally erupted at that moment. Chu Feng watched all this through the video, silently stubbed out his cigarette, and instructed, "Settle them in properly, then notify the relevant authorities to come and pick them up tomorrow." A few days ago, he had been one of these people, so Chu Feng felt their despair and collapsed more deeply than anyone else. Once all his compatriots were settled, system notifications immediately began to sound in rapid succession. Chu Feng simply turned off the sound and directly brought up the system panel to check. They wiped out the Myawaddy warlords, killed more than 23,000 of their henchmen, beheaded the bandit leader Suchdu, and rescued more than 56,000 compatriots. The system rewards were equally impressive. Chu Feng's skill level was upgraded, the shop leveled up to 4, and a new skill, killing intent perception, was added. To his greatest surprise, the system rewarded him with 50 advanced recruitment vouchers, each capable of summoning 1,000 elite soldiers, which is a total of 50,000 elite troops. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. With these 50,000 troops, he could practically do whatever he wanted in Myanmar. But just as he was about to check the level 4 shop, he discovered that the funds column was still calculating. System, why isn't there a specific amount for the funds? The system then explained that due to the significant results of this operation, a new conversion channel was being opened. Once the channel is updated, the system can automatically connect to the network and seize the enemy's hidden online funds. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. In the past, when he killed warlords, he could only take their visible wealth. He had no access to the money hidden in their bank accounts. But the real money for warlords lies precisely in these online assets hidden around the world. Now, with the system upgrade, this problem has finally been completely solved. Soon, an invisible torrent of data surged into the Blue Star Internet. The overseas accounts of Su Chi-du, the Zhakong family, and other warlords were instantly locked by the system. With the data tampering in progress message accompanying him, a large amount of funds continued to pour into Chu Feng's account. 2 billion, 3 billion, 8 billion, 15 billion, the numbers jumped wildly. Until the data completely stopped, the amount in Chu Feng's funds column was clearly fixed at $32 billion. Holy crap, $32 billion? Chu Feng's mouth dropped open. That's over 200 billion renminbi. He never imagined that Su Chi-du and his ilk had extracted so much wealth from the Dragon Kingdom. But now, all that money was in his pocket. Having resolved the major problem of Myawaddy and received this reward, Chu Feng felt incredibly pleased. With $32 billion and the mall upgraded a few more times, he couldn't even imagine how armed his assassins could become. Immediately afterward, Chu Feng opened the level 4 arms shop. A series of new equipment immediately came into view, including Javelin anti-tank missiles and HJ-12 anti-tank missiles, all priced at only $10,000 each. In addition to anti-tank weapons, the store has also added portable anti-aircraft missiles such as the Stinger and Igla, which can be operated by a single soldier and are also surprisingly cheap. Chu Feng was very satisfied. With this equipment, he would no longer have to worry about insufficient firepower when fighting in other places. Myanmar is ultimately just a remote little place. Even if it's completely wiped out, Chu Feng can't stay here forever. Places like Japan and the United States are where he can truly put his skills to use. Those countries have military strength far exceeding that of the Burmese warlords, and if a conflict were to break out, anything could happen. The more equipment they have, the more confident they will be. Then, Chu Feng looked at the new skill killing intent perception. This is a passive skill that can automatically sense targets within a 5-kilometer radius that are hostile to him, and autonomously locate and warn him with no cooldown time. Automatically detects hostile targets? Chu Feng's eyes widened again. This skill was simply invincible. Anyone within 5 kilometers who wanted to harm him would be locked onto in advance. Various assassination attempts, ambushes, and covert tactics will no longer pose a threat to him. Chu Feng was overjoyed. This battle had been incredibly profitable. After calming down a bit, he noticed something suspicious. The number of lives on the system panel was always displayed as 1, and it was even highlighted separately. He hadn't thought anything of it before, but now the more he looked at it, the more something seemed off. He asked the system several times, but never received a reply. While Chu Feng was still investigating, Watanabe, the person in charge of the dark web liaison point, had already taken a plane back to the other side of Myawaddy overnight. As soon as he entered the underground safe house, he immediately took out his phone, ready to call Su Chi-do. Watanabe dialed the number several times, but all he heard was a jarring, busy tone. He frowned, his face full of confusion. This number was a dedicated line reserved for organ exchanges on the dark web. Su Chi-do couldn't possibly have failed to connect immediately. Could it be that guy is mobilizing his troops, preparing to launch a night attack on the Dragon Kingdom's Special Forces base? Watanabe leaned on his katana and sat back on the sofa, increasingly convinced of the possibility. The disparity in skill and tactics between the two sides was vast. A night raid was indeed the best way to increase their chances of victory. He even began to consider whether to mobilize the elite squads from the liaison points to go and support Su Chi-do. Just then, the tightly closed door of the safe house was suddenly kicked open. A well-dressed henchman, carrying a pistol and sweating profusely, rushed in, shouting in panic as he ran. "Something's happened, Lord Watanabe. Something terrible has happened." Startled, Watanabe jumped to his feet and angrily shouted, "Baka!" As a member of the dark web, what kind of behavior is this? Panicking like this? What happened? His subordinate was panting heavily, his voice trembling. "Something has happened at Governor Suchi's headquarters." An hour ago, there was continuous artillery fire from the direction of Myawaddy, so our men immediately crossed the river to scout. By the time they reached Suchwad's headquarters, it was already in ruins, and everyone there was dead. What? Watanabe's expression changed drastically. He simply couldn't believe the result. How could a fortress guarded by 20,000 men have been completely annihilated in his own stronghold? He rushed up to his men and shouted, "Are you sure you didn't see wrong? There are 20,000 men." Watanabe's first thought was that the Chinese special forces had launched a preemptive attack. But even so, the battle shouldn't have been this brutal. "They're all dead, absolutely all dead." The subordinate tremblingly handed over a tablet. "The video from the scene has been sent back." Watanabe snatched the terminal and hurriedly opened the video. As the video played, his eyes widened and he froze completely. The valley was littered with severed limbs, blood, flesh, and body parts, and thick smoke was still rising, leaving the entire area charred black. It was as if some kind of terrifying firepower had plowed through the area inch by inch. "Su Chi-do, you good for nothing. You idiot." Watanabe was trembling with rage, almost crushing the tablet in his hand. 20,000 men against 1,000, and the one with the advantage in terrain and defense had actually suffered such a crushing defeat. It was utterly absurd. The subordinate beside him whispered his judgment. "Lord Watanabe, the Dragon Kingdom must have sent reinforcements and used heavy weapons. Otherwise, Governor Su Chi could not have suffered such a crushing defeat." "Shut up." Watanabe abruptly waved his hand to interrupt. He could certainly see what the explosion marks meant, but what truly angered him was not just Su Chi-do's defeat. With Sukadu's death, Myawaddy, a vital source of organ supplies, was completely finished. The dark web can no longer obtain supplies from here, and it is unknown how much time and cost it will take to rebuild the transaction chain. What pained Watanabe even more was that the tens of billions of US dollars in reward promised by Su Chi-do had now vanished without a trace, and he couldn't get a single penny. "Damn Dragon Kingdom, this is all you're doing." Watanabe was seething with anger, but couldn't think of a solution, so he took out his phone and dialed his superior's number. Inside the Tokyo dark web branch, Ichiro Nakajima, after hearing the report, also wore a look of utter disbelief. "What did you say?" Sukadu's entire army was wiped out, and the Myawaddy warlords were all killed overnight. "This is 20,000 people, not 20,000 pigs." Ichiro Nakajima flew into a rage on the spot. The deaths of those warlords were one thing, but the fall of Myawaddy directly touched upon the core interests of the dark web. The orders for kidneys and blood needed by the financial backers have never stopped. Now that they have lost this important source of supply, the Tokyo branch will have to pay a huge price to make up for the shortfall. Watanabe sensed that Nakajima Ichiro intended to retaliate and immediately said, "Lord Nakajima, please give the order. My squad is ready to go at any time." Ichiro Nakajima said coldly, "We have already gathered some intelligence on that Chinese Special Forces unit. Their commander is named Chu Feng. Based on speculation, he should still be in Myawaddy. I am ordering you in the name of the branch to immediately ascertain the wind's movement and take decisive action. Watanabe-kun, this is a rare opportunity. You must seize it." Watanabe immediately bowed and accepted the order. "Yes, sir. Please rest assured, Mr. Nakajima, I will give the branch a satisfactory answer by tomorrow at the latest." After hanging up the phone, Watanabe slowly curled up a cold smile. Chu Feng is still in Myawaddy, which is the best time for him to make his move. Once Chu Feng leaves, it won't be so easy to strike. Soon, Chu Feng's information reached Watanabe. Looking at the face in the photo, Watanabe suddenly drew his katana and shattered the photo into pieces with a single strike. Order: Ninja Squad, assemble immediately and depart in 5 minutes. Hi. It was late at night when a kayak quietly appeared on the river where Myawaddy and Thailand meet. The kayaks silently slid across the water, and soon after, a team of 10 people entered the Myawaddy region. They were completely shrouded in black night clothes, with only their cold eyes visible. Each carried a black samurai sword, an MP5 submachine gun at their waist, and several also had Barrett anti-material sniper rifles slung over their shoulders. The 10 figures blended into the shadows of the night, moving swiftly through the wilderness, making almost no sound. After running for several kilometers, Watanabe suddenly raised his hand. "Halt!" Everyone stopped instantly and scattered to the surrounding area to maintain vigilance. Not far ahead, a brightly lit fortress came into view. Watanabe opened his micro-terminal to confirm the location and sneered, "The original Zhakong family headquarters. The location is correct. According to intelligence, Chu Feng is here." He raised his night vision binoculars again and looked at the Chinese Special Forces soldiers patrolling back and forth outside the fortress, his murderous intent growing stronger. "I knew all along that you would let your guard down after winning the battle. I didn't expect they wouldn't even bother to set up hidden sentries. This time, don't blame the dark web for being ruthless." Chapter 51. I'm very curious. Just who are you people? It has to be said, at this moment, Watanabe was also making quite a shrewd calculation. If the assassination succeeds, not only can it shock the Chinese military to the greatest extent, but it can also smear the local warlord remnants. It's a win-win situation. This ninja squad truly lives up to its reputation as an elite force on the dark web. After a period of observation, they directly discovered several loopholes in Chu Feng's defenses. Let's not even talk about the fatal mistake of not setting up hidden sentries. There wasn't a single troop deployed on the mountain behind the fortress. Hiss! That's incredibly reckless. This so-called commander of the Chinese Special Forces is only this much. Yoshi, after discovering Chu Feng's defensive vulnerabilities, Watanabe couldn't help but chuckle softly. He was relieved. He had originally thought that he should wait until daytime when Chu Feng appeared before launching a sniping attack. Now it seems that it's not necessary at all. The group sneaked in through a loophole, found his residence, and could have taken care of him with a single blow. Very good. Squad, move out immediately. Sniper, provide cover and support from the outside. Watanabe and his group thought they had gotten away with it. Little did they know, all of this was already under Chu Feng's surveillance. Warn. Unidentified hostile armed forces detected. Location locked. When they had just approached the camp about 5 kilometers away, the killing intent perception was automatically triggered, forming a light screen that appeared in front of Chu Feng. Unidentified armed forces? Looking at the 10 scarlet, pulsating dots on the screen, Chu Feng frowned slightly. His first thought was that the remnants of the local warlords had come seeking revenge. He intended to assassinate his own soldiers to vent his anger. But gradually, he sensed that something was wrong. He found that these people were too professional. After crawling and observing in front of the camp for more than 10 minutes, these people actually started to detour and head towards the mountain peak behind them. This attack method is clearly a tactic used by special forces. Interesting. Seeing this unexpected guest arrive at the mountain peak behind them, there are clear signs that it is climbing upwards. Chu Feng's lips curled slightly, and he immediately had an idea. Yoshi, once we get over this mountain, we can sneak into their territory without them noticing. If we capture one or two of his witnesses, we won't have to worry about finding Chu Feng's location. On the mountainside, the 7-person team, led by Watanabe, used grappling hooks and nail guns to climb up quickly. With his agile movements and techniques, the group quickly reached the top of the mountain. Once the summit is reached, the rest is simple. They relied on the rope that had been thrown down. The group of people were like ghosts in the darkness. They landed quickly and entered the fortress. Conceal your figure well. They were just about to arrest a few prisoners to test the waters. Suddenly, a figure quietly entered Watanabe and the others' field of vision. It's Chu Feng. It's him. Today's Zoklocky. Watanabe was overjoyed. Well, you've chosen the path to heaven but refused to take it, while delivering yourself to the gates of hell. You've even saved yourself the trouble of having your tongue caught. Attention everyone. 10 seconds later, split into 2 groups and head straight for Chu Feng's fortress. Once inside, kill them all without asking any questions. Watanabe gave the order in a cold voice. Upon receiving the order, the 6 ninjas picked up their MP5 submachine guns and simultaneously drew their samurai swords with a whoosh. Attack! Swish, swish, swish. The figure moved like a ghost, rushing forward at lightning speed. Control! Control! 6 ninjas stormed into the fortress in an instant. However, the scene before them left them all bewildered. Where the hell is everyone? I clearly saw him come in. I heard you've been looking for me. In the center of the fortress, a large chair suddenly turned around, revealing Chu Feng's ambiguous smile. What? It's Chu Feng. The goal has been set. Kill him. Although the ninjas were extremely shocked, they were also incredibly decisive, raising their MP5 submachine guns and unleashing a barrage of fire. Swish, swish, swish. Watanabe followed closely behind and flew in. Extend both arms to the left and right in an instant. More than a dozen darts coated with deadly poison flew towards Chu Feng's face like lightning. In the blink of an eye, all of this happened in just 1 or 2 breaths. A look of madness appeared on everyone's face. But what happens next? Something terrifying happened to them. Buzz. Suddenly, a shimmering light shield rose up around Chu Feng. The light shield suddenly expanded, instantly enveloping all of them. What shocked Watanabe and the others even more was, under this light shield, it was as if an invisible energy was binding me. Not only were all the bullets and darts fired frozen in midair, he was completely unable to move an inch of his body. That's impossible. Watanabe and the 6 ninjas screamed inwardly. His eyes were fixed, wide open, and his mouth was so big it could fit a goose egg. Then he saw Chu Feng slowly get up. He pulled a 6-barreled rotary cannon out of thin air. Everyone was so shocked that their tongues almost stuck out half a meter. By Amaterasu Amikami, a light curtain capable of freezing space is terrifying enough. Now you just conjure something out of thin air and pull out a Gatling gun. Could it get any more outrageous? Instantly, everyone, including Watanabe, began to question the meaning of life. As a ninja, they have undergone all kinds of cruel training since childhood, and their hearts are harder than iron and stone. But now that state of mind has shattered. I'm very curious. Who exactly are you people? Looking at the terrified expressions on everyone's faces beneath their black masks. Chu Feng lit a cigarette and held the cannon horizontally in front of him, looking at the dark, gaping muzzle of the cannon. The ninjas felt a chill run down their spines. They wanted to escape at all costs, but unfortunately, they couldn't move at all. He can't even speak. I'll count to 5. Chu Feng smai gun li. 5. 4. 3. Chu Feng started a countdown without saying a word. Watanabe and the other ninjas were immediately terrified and at a loss for what to do. Damn it. If you want us to speak, then you should untie these damn shackles. Can't you be reasonable? Chu Feng wouldn't tolerate that. The countdown reaches 0, and the trigger is pulled. Sizzle. Countless thick bullets were swept out in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and brains were scattered all over the place. In just a moment, Only Watanabe remained standing on the field. Demon Devil. Watanabe inwardly groaned, feeling as if he wanted to die. I thought it would be a role that I could easily manipulate. I never expected him to be such an unpredictable and mysterious demon. And at this time, I heard a noise. Tap, tap, tap. Groups of suicide soldiers, carrying 6-barreled rotary cannons, stormed in. Seeing that their leader was safe and sound, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Feng offered no explanation. With a sudden wave of his hand, pull the poison out of his mouth and drag him away for severe torture. I need a full report in half an hour. Also, get rid of those rats in front of the camp. Yes, boss. Chapter 52 Chu Feng's speculation. Overwhelming killing intent. Dark web. Not long after, looking at the report in my hand, Chu Feng was shocked. He had only heard snippets of information about this organization online before. Surprisingly, it actually exists. However, I don't have any grudge against this so-called mysterious organization. Why are they targeting me? And then I saw Watanabe's horribly disfigured face. He was utterly shocked. Damn it. Brushu. It turned out to be a slapstick brace. This is a special symbol unique to our daily life. No wonder the Burmese accent of that group of people sounded so awkward. The truth is actually this. That's all he said. I now understand who these people are. Chu Feng's expression instantly turned cold. Yes, boss. This guy is really stubborn. We even use scopolamine, a drug that blocks the central nervous system. He simply refused to say a word. In the end, he overdosed on the medication and couldn't take it. So he just kicked the bucket. The assassin explained. Where are those rats in front of the camp? Chu Feng put his hands behind his back and asked in a cold voice. They're all dead. They're all dead. Our squad had just surrounded them, but before we could even make a move, they all committed suicide. I have failed in my duties. Please punish me, sir. The assassin was filled with remorse and was about to kneel down on one knee. Never mind. Chu Feng waved for the assassins to stand up. You can't blame yourselves for this. I underestimated the ruthlessness of our opponents. Send the assassins away. Chu Feng, enveloped in mist and smoke, couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Based on information found online, the dark web, this so-called mysterious organization, they are nothing more than people who engage in shady dealings, such as human trafficking and organ trading. They are not really active on the shallow internet. Very few people know him. Yet, this is an organization that keeps a low profile. Why would they suddenly target me and then try to kill me? And when they do take action, they send out such a terrifying assassination squad. Faced with this group of lunatics, if there were no system, most people would have been dead by now. Wrong. Human trafficking, organ trade. Could it be? Chu Feng suddenly stopped, his eyes widening. Yes, that should be it. Since they're all doing the same kind of thing, then there's very likely a whole transaction chain between them and Su Chi-du and his group. With swift and decisive action, they wiped out Myawaddy in just 2 days. It must have damaged their interests, and in their anger, they took decisive action. I figured out the key point. Chu Feng was filled with shock and anger. Damn it, if that's really the case. God knows how many of our compatriots have suffered such a terrible fate because of them. Those bastards. Dog bastard. No wonder I was given a blood test on the day I entered the park. It seems they're searching for a target, looking for the healthiest source of goods. Hiss. Chu Feng dare not think about it anymore. Such a tight transaction chain. Such a ruthless and large-scale screening. What are they trying to do? Do they really think they're treating my fellow countrymen like guinea pigs for slaughter? And then there's the thought of Watanabe and the others' identities. Chu Feng's killing intent surged to the heavens. The land of cherry blossoms. Damn it, I haven't settled the score with you for the blood feud from back then. Now, they've even extended their evil clutches to my fellow countrymen. This is intolerable. Immediately, Chu Feng was determined to disregard everything and order his elite troops to launch an attack and land in Japan. Turn the world upside down. But gradually, he calmed down. There are still 50,000 to 60,000 compatriots here who have not been evacuated. The assassination squad was wiped out. These scum hiding in the shadows are likely to be enraged and launch a massacre while the crowd is being moved. Then they shifted the blame onto the remnants of the local warlords. In that case, the impact would be even greater. No, we must never let this happen. I'll think about it. Chu Feng simply dialed Xiao Jintian's number directly. Now, Southwest Theater Command of the Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Zhentian, Yi Tiange, and other generals stood ready, their eyes fixed on the small area of Myawaddy. During the daytime, satellite reconnaissance initially revealed that Su Qi's troops were gathering in large numbers, while Chu Feng's garrison remained completely still. Everyone's heart was in their throat. After the escort fleet was in position, they desperately wanted to order the Marines to be deployed and assist Chu Feng in his operations, regardless of the consequences. Chu Feng firmly refused, leaving Chu Feng with no choice but to give up. But then it got dark. Upon seeing Chu Feng's camp, with its bright lights and a continuous stream of massive armed convoys, they realized that everyone was shocked. Based on previous intelligence, Chu Feng only had about 1,000 people. Based on the number of lights, this would be inferred to be 7 or 8 times higher. Chu Feng has quite a few secrets. Amazed by the mystery of Chu Feng, what happened next was even more unbelievable to them. At Su Qidu's headquarters, cannons roared and smoke billowed. The valley, stretching for 4 or 5 kilometers, burst open in a spectacular display. Old Xiao, where did Chu Feng get so many weapons and ammunition? How'd he do that? What kind of weapon did he use? Looking at the command center, there was a large satellite battlefield situation map. Yi Tiange was shocked, but before everyone could be shocked for long, the rumbling fireballs gradually subsided, and the valley gradually quieted down in the satellite images. What? That's it. How long has it been? Everyone was horrified. Another hour or so passed. Right now. Ring, ring, ring. Xiao Zhentian's phone rang unexpectedly. The crowd was taken aback and then quickly gathered together, craning their necks. Chu Feng, it's me, Xiao Zhentian. We've seen the battle situation. Well done. As soon as the call connected, Xiao Zhentian couldn't wait to speak, switching the call to speakerphone mode. Chu Feng smiled and shook his head. It's a small matter. All the organized warlord forces in Myawaddy have been wiped out by our troops, with no survivors. What? They were all killed? Not only did Xiao Zhentian gape, but everyone else was also dumbfounded. That's fucking ruthless. Unfortunately, such good fortune doesn't come my way. Here you go. Chu Feng, these scum should have been dealt with long ago. You've avenged us. On behalf of all my fellow countrymen in China, I express my heartfelt gratitude to you. Xiao Zhentian praised loudly, then asked, Chu Feng, you initiated contact so late. I'm wondering if something's wrong on your end? Go ahead and tell me. Mr. Xiao, all the industrial parks have been destroyed overnight, and our department has rescued more than 50,000 compatriots. Due to some reasons that cannot be disclosed, I intend to launch a relocation operation overnight. The sooner the better. What? So urgent? Xiao Zhentian was taken aback. More than 50,000 people and a number of vehicles that need to be deployed, and it's late at night. However, I was surprised. He immediately realized what was happening. There must be a reason for this. Otherwise, given Chu Feng's personality, he would never be in such a hurry. Please rest assured, I will immediately notify the relevant parties and take action overnight. Besides that, if you need any other assistance, we will do everything we can to provide it. Chapter 53, Secret Contact Point, Deadly, 10 minutes. Communication ended. Soon, a radio wave carrying an authoritative command was sent out from the Southwest Command Center of the Dragon Kingdom. It traveled at the speed of light across thousands of mountains and seas, arriving in Tongyai, which borders Myawaddy. Myawaddy has been razed, and more than 50,000 compatriots have been rescued. Emergency relocation overnight. See the command. All parties involved were stunned, while marveling at Chu Feng's swift and decisive actions. Everyone was quick to act and immediately began making contact. Soon, countless overseas personnel and vehicles were mobilized. Boom! Boom boom. Bread, pickup trucks, buses. A continuous convoy of vehicles rumbled past the border crossing. The few troops stationed there dared not obstruct them at all. The convoy entered Myawaddy. The assassins had already escorted the surging crowd, lining up and waiting for orders. I'm home! I'm home! The compatriots cheered, embraced, and wept with joy. Loading complete. The convoy quickly turned around and rumbled back. Upon entering the territory of the United States, bodyguards and armed security personnel stationed abroad from within the country took turns providing protection. Everyone was taken to a safe area and settled in. Such a large-scale operation. It quickly attracted the attention of all parties. State Military Command. The military and police leaders were furious. Damn it, the Dragon Kingdom is going too far. They wiped out an entire border brigade of mine, more than 500 men, and they're not even going to admit it. At this moment, they are entering and leaving our country's borders at will without our permission. What do they take us for? The brothel? No, we can't let this go. We need to send a note to their embassy immediately. I want to know if they even consider us as a partner anymore. Faced with repeated questioning from Thai officials. In a conference hall, the Chinese ambassador, contrary to his usual behavior, launched into a tirade. You son of a bitch, that's bullshit. Don't think I don't know about the dirty dealings between the high-ranking military and police officials of your country and Governor Su Chi. You've colluded to harm so many people in my Dragon Kingdom, and we haven't even settled accounts with you yet. Now you have the audacity to talk about partnership. If you dare to say another word, believe me, I'll raise your official residence to the ground. What? Upon hearing this, the Thai officials who had come to question them in a menacing manner were dumbfounded. Is this still the same gentle and refined ambassador from the Dragon Kingdom? Even a shrew's rant wouldn't be this bad. Ambassador of the Dragon Kingdom, please watch your words. This is a diplomatic occasion. Diplomacy my ass. My Chinese escort fleet will visit your Thai port tomorrow. This is diplomacy. Thai official. Chaos erupted at the highest levels of the state. The atmosphere at the dark web's liaison point in the United States was somewhat eerie. At the beginning, upon learning that the Dragon Kingdom had carried out a large-scale relocation of its people overnight, they thought they had succeeded in assassinating their special forces commander. In a panic, the Dragon Kingdom took action overnight. But gradually, they realized something was wrong. Normally speaking, the team goes out on a mission, regardless of whether it succeeds or not. Every 2 hours, a secret signal would be sent to the contact point. But now, 30 minutes have passed since the last contact was made. The contact points did not receive any signal. Damn it, I hope something bad has happened. 3 underground floors. Inside the secret safe house of the liaison point. A short, bespectacled man with a scruffy beard paced back and forth, looking somewhat uneasy. He was the adjutant at the liaison point. He was also Watanabe's capable assistant. In this operation, Watanabe took all the elite personnel from the liaison point with him. He and 2 other field agents were left behind to guard the safe house. If something unexpected happens, with their limited fighting strength, they simply couldn't stop the enemy's attack. However, that's what he thought. Others may not see it that way. Oh, what's there to worry about? In my opinion, Mr. Watanabe must be trying to avoid a large-scale manhunt by the Chinese special forces. There wasn't enough time to send a signal. I can't believe it, one of the field staff said nonchalantly. Exactly, they assassinated their commander. No wonder the Chinese military is furious. Look, the fact that they evacuated people overnight shows that they are scared. Another field worker echoed this sentiment. A large-scale manhunt. Upon hearing this, the man with glasses frowned, his brow furrowing. It's not impossible. With the Dragon Kingdom's large and powerful forces attacking from all sides, it's not easy for our troops to break out of their encirclement in the short term. Okay, then let's wait a little longer. He gritted his teeth, brushing his glasses. Wait another 10 minutes. If we still can't get in touch, we'll retreat immediately and leave this place. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The watch hands turned silently. Everyone began to wait. However, what the glasses-wearing man was unaware of was that it was those 10 minutes of delay that would cost him his life. The subsequent complete eradication of the dark web was closely related to these 10 minutes. Because of this moment, taking advantage of the relocation of their compatriots, Xu Feng had already taken the opportunity to lead 100 assassins and quietly entered the territory of Tai Kingdom. Based on the timing of that group of ninjas' actions, there must be a departure base for them near Myawaddy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to launch an assassination attempt so soon after I wiped out Su Chi-du. Myawaddy has been scanned by the killing intent perception, and no abnormalities were found. Then there's only one possibility. They're hiding somewhere along the border of this country. Xu Feng's cold eyes swept over the buildings that had fallen into slumber. Suddenly, beep beep beep. Warning, hostile target detected. Location, Dongwudong, distance, 5 kilometers. Found you. Inside the safe house. Time passed by, second by second. The unease in the man's heart grew stronger as he brushed his glasses. He glanced at the time and found that 8 minutes had already passed. We can't wait any longer. Something's wrong. We must evacuate immediately. He grabbed the MP5 submachine gun from the table and immediately tried to run to the underground parking garage. But the next second, the entire safe house was bathed in a bright red light. The silent alarm has sounded. Damn it. Surface surveillance cameras have detected unidentified armed forces. The cameras are damaged, and the ground entrance is being violently blown up. The two field agents screamed in horror. Baka, I told you something was wrong, but you just wouldn't believe me. The Chinese special forces have arrived. What are you standing there for? Let's go. The man with the glasses and a scraggly beard felt a chill run down his spine and was the first to flee. But before he could run more than a few steps, boom, a deafening explosion has already occurred. The garage in front of him collapsed with a roar, buried alive by countless cement bricks. No. The man with the glasses and the brush was dumbfounded. Is this some kind of attacking tactic? The ground was even overturned. The two field agents were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had ever seen such a violent method of attack. Damn it, they're here. Run. Get to exit B. The group was terrified and turned to run away. However, it was too late. Don't move. Take another step, and they will all be killed, without exception. A series of cold, harsh shouts. The heavily armed assassins have already rappelled down. Chapter 54, Brutal Interrogation, Initial Surface. At the same time, the assassins who entered through the ground-level doors also quickly descended the elevator shaft. The two sides attacked from both sides, trapping the three men, including the one with glasses and a brush, in the passage. Damn it! The three men, wearing glasses and sporting a slick-back beard, huddled together, trembling, looking at the equipment on the assassin. Everyone was terrified. A full set of exoskeleton armor, plus special operations suits, various protective gear and masks, leaving only two cold eyes staring intently at him. And the weapon was even more outrageous. All are 12.7 millimeters, 6-barrel rotary cannons. By Amaterasu Amikami. Are you guys preparing for a small-scale battle? To deal with a few small fry like me? Why did it have to come to this? Put down your weapons, or you'll be killed immediately. At this moment, Chu Feng also arrived. He could tell at a glance that the combat strength and willpower of these three were several levels lower than those of the ninja team that had tried to assassinate him before. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be refusing to commit suicide by poison. Looking into Chu Feng's icy gaze. Don't shoot. We surrender. Two dark web agents were the first to give in, dropping their weapons and raising their hands. You damn bastards. The man with the glasses on his back was furious and wanted to shoot the two cowards on the spot. But he was too late. Bang bang. Chu Feng fired 2 bullets, instantly knocking his weapon out of his hand. And take this opportunity. The assassins had already rushed forward with lightning speed. He swung his fist and delivered a powerful punch. Bang. Baka. The man with the glasses snapped in pain, and several bloody teeth flew 4 or 5 meters away. At a critical moment, he steeled himself and decided to bite down on the potassium cyanide poison in his mouth. But no matter what he did, he couldn't muster any strength, because his jaw had been dislocated. You damn bastard, kill me if you dare. After the medicine was removed and his chin was put back in place, the man with the glasses and brush immediately flew into a rage and started cursing. He regretted it. I regret being so timid. The ironclad rules of the dark web were not enforced immediately. What we'll face next is obvious even to a fool. Take these two guys away and interrogate them separately. Looking at the terrified faces of the group, Chu Feng gave the order in a cold voice. Yes. Several assassins stepped forward and immediately dragged the two dark web field agents away like piglets. A moment later, a series of agonizing screams erupted. The horrific screams reached my ears. Hu Xin was horrified as he looked at the glasses. He feigned toughness, clenched his fists, and roared hoarsely. Kid, don't even dream about it. They're just field agents. You can't expect to get a single thing out of them. But before he could finish speaking, a bone-deep pain shot through me. His hands were already pinned to the wall by 2 daggers. So tell me. Chu Feng stared at him coldly, as if he were a dead man. The man with glasses still wanted to keep brushing his beard. But after Chu Feng twisted the dagger hard once, he couldn't hold on any longer. No, Damn it, stop. I'll talk. I'll definitely confess the truth. You won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. Chu Feng snorted coldly and drew his dagger with a swift motion. Glasses-wearing man screamed again and fell to the ground. I ask you answer. Don't hesitate. Speak up immediately. Do you understand? Chu Feng coldly shouted, pulled out a military chair from the system's space, and sat down with an air of authority. And seeing this scene, the person with the glasses was completely dumbfounded when they tried to brush their beard. Damn it, a creation from nothing? Am I seeing things? No, it's not an illusion. This is true. Now he understood why Watanabe's ninja squad's assassination attempt had failed. Faced with such an incredible method, your so-called ninjutsu is probably not even worth dog shit. The first question, Chu Feng didn't waste any words and spoke directly. What is your purpose in establishing a base here? Speak. For organ trafficking. Having witnessed the terror of Chu Feng, even a man with glasses and a brush had completely given up resisting and answered truthfully. No, not just organs, but also blood samples and some living people. We have reached a cooperation agreement with Sukadu, who will collect the goods from various forces in Myawaddy and trade with us in a unified manner. Really? Chu Feng thought to himself. This is exactly the same as his previous judgment. So, where did these goods end up, and what were they intended for? Who placed the order, and whose leadership do you report to? And the location of their stronghold. Answer immediately. Chu Feng then demanded an explanation. We are all members of the Tokyo branch of the dark web, and all orders are sent to the branch. As for its intended use, and who placed the order, well, I really don't know. The man with glasses, his face trembling, offered a frantic explanation. The Tokyo branch of the dark web. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Just as I expected. This Japanese country, it's really deeply involved with this damn dark web. You haven't answered me about the specific location of the branch. Chu Feng asked in an even colder tone. This, I really don't know. I'm just a lowly liaison officer. In the past, Watanabe was in charge of contacting the branch, and he also commanded the previous assassination operation. The man with glasses was startled and quickly spoke up. That guy who refuses to speak is Watanabe. Chu Feng frowned upon hearing this. This is fucking ridiculous. The only person who knew deeper information was also dead. This is truly a complete surprise. So, do you have any other trading contact points in Myanmar or around my country? I'm not satisfied with just getting this little bit of information. Chu Feng continued to press the question. No, that's all. The man with the glasses shrank back slightly and replied. We had considered setting it up before. However, the border crossing revealed to me that, in order to maintain secrecy, the branch abandoned the idea of expansion and only retained a few major sources of goods. Myawaddy is one of them. Chu Feng note that. He does believe that. If it really blossoms everywhere, setting up trading and liaison points everywhere, it's impossible that the dark web has only been caught now. With too many targets, you're bound to slip up. Is there anything else that hasn't been revealed? Say it now, or don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Seeing that it was about time, Chu Feng suddenly stood up, his tone sharp and his imposing aura pressing down. No, really, there isn't any left. Sir, I've said everything I can. The bristles of the eyeglasses brush stood up, desperately trying to retract. Since there isn't one, then you should just die. No. Chapter 55. Kill him at all costs. He chopped off the beard of the man with glasses with a single stroke. 2 of their dark web agents were also killed by the assassins. This dark web communication point, stained with countless sins, has been completely swept into the dustbin of history. However, Chu Feng showed no joy on his face at this moment. We know too little information. All I knew was that their branch was in Tokyo. Tokyo is so big, even if he led tens of thousands of assassins there right now. Even if we can find their exact location, it's not guaranteed. This wasn't his biggest worry. Using Myawaddy as a source of these goods, the dark web collected so many live organs and blood samples and trafficked so many people. God knows what they're up to. The sale of live organs is easy to understand. It's simply a matter of selling them for money. But what about the blood samples and those living people? Over the years, the number of Chinese people who have been harvested must be at least tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. A significant number of them were sold. Such an astonishing scale. What kind of shady business are they involved in? Are blood samples used to study the genes of people from China? Are living people being sold directly into slavery and given to customers who place orders? Or perhaps it has other uses. Hiss. Chu Feng dare not think about it anymore. Boss, all corners have been checked. No useful items were found. Their communication equipment did not store any useful data. Not long after, the assassins searched the area and came to report. Chu Feng not dead. This was within his expectations. If they had really discovered something, the dark web wouldn't have remained hidden until now. Leave a small team here to keep watch. The rest of you should retreat to base camp first. We'll make plans once we get back and sort things out. There was no point in staying here any longer. Chu Feng simply turned around and went home. Yes, boss. Chu Feng returned to his post not long ago. What? The liaison office in the country has lost contact. Ichiro Nakajima, at the Tokyo branch of the dark web, received this shocking news. He strode to the electronic deployment map of the branch liaison point, watching the light fade away. His expression was full of disbelief. Yes, Lord Nakajima. Beside him, a subordinate in a suit and tie, wearing a communication headset, bowed and reported. An hour ago, the monitoring center issued an alarm that the sensors at the Taigwa liaison point detected abnormal explosion fluctuations. We immediately sent a communication request to the contact point, but unexpectedly, all communication methods failed. You bastards! The anomaly occurred an hour ago, and you're only reporting it to me now. Ichiro Nakajima was furious. He used both hands to attack, calling out to more than a dozen of his men in quick succession. A contact point that has lost its source of goods is of little importance. He will eventually close it down. But this could expose the secrets of the dark web. That would be a very serious matter. Mr. Nakajima, I'm sorry. We initially thought it was a line malfunction. Blood trickled from the corner of his subordinate's mouth. Yet they dared not express the slightest dissatisfaction. Damn bastard, if this happens again, you'd better commit seppuku. Ichiro Nakajima was still furious. The contact point has gone missing, something that has never happened on the dark web before. Not to mention his Tokyo branch. There are no examples like this on the entire dark web. Has Watanabe and his men been exposed? The assassination attempt failed, and the enemy used the clues to raid the stronghold? Calming down, Ichiro Nakajima stared intently at the screen. That's impossible. Given the combat strength of Watanabe's squad, it's impossible for the assassination to fail. The skill and tactics of these people are among the best, even on the entire dark web. Even if the mission fails, as ninjas, they would commit suicide by poison immediately, leaving no trace. Ichiro Nakajima is completely lost. He simply couldn't understand what had happened. As a result, even her contact points and strongholds fell into enemy hands. In a hurry, he quickly took out his dedicated cell phone, wanted to call Watanabe. This dedicated line has special encryption methods, so he doesn't have to worry about leaks or being located. However, he was destined to be disappointed. The only response he received was a series of busy signals. It seems something really serious has happened. Ichiro Nakajima broke out in a cold sweat. If everything is normal, Watanabe should at least reply with a coded message. It's impossible for him to remain completely silent. And considering the potential consequences of all these events, he was trembling with fear. This was a dereliction of duty by his Tokyo branch. If headquarters investigates, given that guy's nature, even if you don't die, you'll be badly injured. Although frightened, but the matter was of great importance, so he hesitated for a long time. He still decided to report it to his superiors. I sat back down in my chair and shakily picked up the red phone on the table. It shuddered with every press. Beep. A short while later, the communication was connected. A chilling voice came from the other end of the phone. Nakajima, how's the preparation for this order going? Director, the goods required for the order have been prepared. Please rest assured. Ichiro Nakajima swallowed hard and said with difficulty. Oh, that's good. The reply on the other end of the phone was emotionless. Immediately, a heavy hammer blow struck Ichiro Nakajima's heart. Your voice sounds a bit off. In my memory, you have never lost your composure like this before. I do have something important to report to you. Nakajima, Ichiro wiped away a bead of cold sweat. Explain. Something happened at the Taigwa liaison point. All communications were cut off an hour ago. I suspect it was the Chinese special forces who did it. Because before this, The liaison point team had launched an assassination attempt against their commander, Chu Feng. So, their operation failed, huh? The voice on the other end of the phone was even colder. Ichiro Nakajima felt as if his entire body was about to freeze. It is speculated that should be the case. A contact point that has lost its source of goods, it's gone. What are you afraid of? This time, the voice was surprisingly devoid of anger or blame. Your Excellency, Director. Ichiro Nakajima was shocked. What's going on? This is a very important matter concerning the secrets of the dark web. How could the council member? What could some insignificant little characters possibly know? Even if they reveal the existence of the dark web, what can China do about it? Without evidence or a specific location, what means do they have to threaten us? The voice continued to sneer. Besides, it won't be long. What, Your Excellency, you mean? That's right, the voice hummed softly. That thing has already achieved some initial results. The other branch managers are already aware of this matter. Next, you need to continue to increase your experimentation and supply efforts at all costs. After all, that thing isn't mature enough yet. Yes, Your Excellency, I guarantee I will complete the mission. Nakajima Ichiro was overjoyed. He then followed up with, what about the contact point? Although the impact is not significant, anyone who dares to attack my dark web, no matter who they are, will die. Before that guy returns to his country, do whatever it takes to make him disappear from this world completely. Your Excellency. Chapter 56, Ombu Jonin, Forged Identity. They received instructions from their superiors and have not yet been held accountable. Ichiro Nakajima was immediately overjoyed. After hanging up the phone, he immediately deployed an operation targeting Chu Feng. In a flash of thought, he slammed his hand on the table. Bring me several jonin from the Ombu. Aye, Mr. Nakajima. His subordinates responded respectfully. Not long after, the main doors of the branch office opened. 2 men and 1 woman walked in silently. They were all dressed in black ninja combat uniforms and carried 2 swords on their backs. The entire head was covered by a holographic bulletproof helmet. The chilling, killing intent emanating from him sent shivers down one's spine at first glance. Lord Nakajima, Ombu Jonin Onizo, Viper, and Sakura Chiraku reporting for duty. The 3 of them bowed in unison. Yoshi. The 3 men exuded a chilling aura, their every move radiating an invisible, overwhelming power. Ichiro Nakajima nodded repeatedly with great satisfaction. As elite forces on the dark web, this Ombu Jonin has been undergoing special training since childhood, mastering all kinds of techniques and tactics, including disguise, infiltration, assassination, shooting, and demolition. Each of them is a top-tier soldier. Take Watanabe's Genin squad as an example. Even if you take any one of them out of the picture, you could easily slaughter them all with ease. Such a master is the perfect candidate to assassinate Chu Feng. An army is raised for 1,000 days, but used for only 1. I've called you here today because I have an important task for you. Ichiro Nakajima spoke in a cold voice. As you all know, my dark web's transaction links in Myawaddy have been completely destroyed by the special forces of the Dragon Kingdom. That's not all. They also destroyed our secret liaison point in Taiwan, and more than a dozen of our accomplices in the dark web, including Watanabe, were all killed. And all of this is because of Chu Feng, the commander of the Dragon Kingdom's special forces. Your mission on this trip is to take advantage of the fact that he has not yet returned to his country. Kill him, eliminate him completely, leave no trace, make him vanish from this world. You all understand? Clear. Very good. Transport plane number 3 will land at the branch airport in half an hour. The green channel will then be opened. You will depart immediately. On the transport plane, the 2 Jonin, Onizo and Viper, sat upright. Looking at Chu Feng's information, his face, hidden behind the holographic helmet, was full of doubt. They had read the information about the generals of the Dragon Kingdom. Who is this Chu Feng? How come I have no recollection of it at all? Could they be members of the Chinese Special Forces? The extremely secretive kind? The 2 whispered to each other. As for the information that Chu Feng had recently graduated and worked for a company, they chose to ignore it all. Such a clumsy attempt to deceive is something no one with a brain would believe. Sakura Chiraku also frowned deeply. She stood up, looking at Chu Feng's information while pacing back and forth. As she moved, Her graceful figure was fully revealed beneath the black, tight-fitting combat suit. The two landmines were swaying back and forth. Chu Feng. Humph. No matter who you are, anyone who dares to cross the line with my dark web will die. The dark web launched an operation overnight. Meanwhile, Chu Feng wasn't idle either. After waking up in the morning, he was thinking about what path to take next. The cell phone that was seized from Watanabe last night lit up and then quickly hung up. This made him realize that the dark web had noticed something was wrong with the contact point and was likely to take action soon. The area around Myanmar is vast, and besides Myawaddy, there are still several large warlord forces that have not been eliminated. However, although there are scammers here, they're scattered and cannot amount to much. We can hold off here for now. Chu Feng's thoughts raced. These warlords in Burma are nothing more than a foot ailment. Once their strength is greater, they can be taken down in one fell swoop. The dark web is different. This guy's like a rat in the gutter, hiding in the shadows. I might take a bite at any time. He couldn't sleep or eat in peace until this sword hanging over his head was removed as soon as possible. In particular, he speculated that these rats might be plotting something unknown. Thinking of this, we can't hesitate any longer. Chu Feng's gaze was intense as he suddenly stood up. He planned to leave the more than 8,000 warriors he had already summoned to guard Myawaddy. He himself, carrying 50 high-level recruitment vouchers and a total of 50,000 assassins, immediately headed to Tokyo. Uprooted completely, the decision has been made. But then, his identity became another problem for him. When he was taken to Myawaddy, all his identification documents had already been taken away. At this point, let alone a passport. They didn't even have an ID card. System, is there any way to solve this? Chu Feng asked. Of course. The system replied serenely. The host can purchase a forged document for just $10,000, with any nationality to choose from. Can you even choose your nationality? Chu Feng was overjoyed upon hearing this. This trip to Tokyo, if war breaks out, will be earth-shattering. If things escalate, the Japanese self-defense forces and the U.S. military could all get involved. At that time, given his identity as a member of the Dragon Kingdom, he will inevitably encounter some trouble. But things are different once you change your nationality. They dumped buckets of dirty water directly on other countries. Immediately spend $10,000 to buy counterfeit documents. Purchase successful. Please specify the appropriate nationality. Nationality? Chu Feng pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand, when suddenly his eyes lit up. How about we just choose the U.S.? This is Xiao Rizi's father. Yes, that's it, the American nationality. Instruction received. Online file modification in progress. A system voice then sounded. Instantly, a torrent of data silently flooded into the archive centers of various countries on Earth, completing the data alteration in the blink of an eye. Before long, a stack of brand new documents appeared in Chu Feng's hand, including a passport, visa, bank cards, and more. All done. Looking at my own headshot on the ID card. Chu Feng smiled with delight. After changing into casual clothes, he immediately set off by car to the nearest airport in Thailand. At the same time, in order to cover up their activities. During his journey, he even called Xiao Jintian and asked him to make a big fuss about it, saying that he had returned to China overnight. The journey was smooth and unobstructed. I have the certificate issued by this system in hand. Chu Feng quickly boarded a flight to Tokyo. At the same time, 3 jonin from the Umbu, Onizo, Viper, and Sakura Truku also arrived at the airport where Chu Feng had departed on a military transport plane. By this time, they had already changed their clothes. All the weapons were hidden in metal boxes. On the passenger plane, rumbling and taking off. The wind blew through the porthole. Suddenly, I saw 3 men and women on the track whose every move was clearly different from ordinary people and even had a somewhat familiar feel to them. His brows furrowed slightly without his noticing. But he didn't have time to examine it closely. The passenger plane began to climb rapidly, almost simultaneously. On the ground, among the 3 jonin, the only female ninja, Sakura Chiraku, also suddenly raised her head. Her eyes narrowed slightly. His eyes seemed to flash with countless sharp edges. Strange, it felt like someone was deliberately observing me just now. Illusion. Chapter 57 Konk's Chicken. Tokyo, here I come. The 2 sides met by chance. And then, dramatically, they went in the opposite direction. But the most dramatic thing was yet to come. After receiving Chu Feng's request to spread the word that he had returned to the country overnight, Xiao Jintian, he was completely baffled. But it was also done very quickly. So very quickly, the news of Chu Feng's return to China made headlines on major social media platforms. Everyone was enthusiastically discussing Chu Feng's achievements on this trip. This sparked another public outcry. At this time, several jonin, sporting dark circles under their eyes, had just arrived at the airport hotel after carrying out an assassination mission. I heard the news. The group was completely dumbfounded. Damn it, I didn't sleep all night and traveled all the way from Tokyo just to take your dog's life. You said you'd rush back to China to do your dirty work. Wouldn't it be better to just wash your neck clean and wait in Myawaddy? Asshole, that damn guy. They took out the photos and stared at Chu Feng's headshot. Their eyes practically blazed with fury. Especially Da Lei Zi Ing Qianluo, whose teeth were practically grinding to dust. There was a long silence. Onizo, one of the male jonin, spoke in a cold voice. The target has returned to their home country, making assassination no longer an option. What do we do now? We can't just sit here and wait. How would I know what to do? I'll consult the branch office first. Sakura Chiraku replied irritably, took out her phone, and dialed the branch communication. What? That bastard Chu Feng has returned to the country? Dark Web Division. Upon hearing the report, Ichiro Nakajima nearly vomited blood in anger. Damn it. It was all for naught, like trying to draw water with a bamboo basket. The duck that was right next to my beak flew away. However, after a moment's thought, he calmed down. Don't worry. The monk may run away, but the temple will. The Chinese special forces haven't left Myawaddy yet, and this guy will most likely come back to continue commanding. You should lie in wait near the border. Wait for the best opportunity. Yes, Mr. Nakajima, we will comply immediately. So the group reluctantly set off from the hotel again, heading towards the border. They found a temporary base and went into hiding. And while they lie dormant, Chu Feng's flight arrived in Tokyo that same day. Hey, Japan of cherry blossoms, I'm here. At the airport, Chu Feng put on sunglasses and a baseball cap, whistled, and swaggered out. Hey, taxi. I waved a flag down a taxi. Knock your chicken. Where's our honored guest headed? Tokyo's most luxurious hotel. Yoshi, please be seated. Kaoni Wa. Another round of nauseatingly effusive welcomes followed. At the Carlton Hotel reception desk, looking at Chu Feng's handsome face, his well-fitting suit, and the American citizenship documents handed to him, several Japanese girls laughed so hard they were shaking. What check-in procedures do the guests need? We have luxurious tatami suites and... Give me the most expensive one. Wow, Lima style. Enjoy the luxury of a presidential suite. We're here to take care of you. Will the guest pay by card or cash? Swipe your card. Chu Feng directly checked in for a month. Then, to the astonishment of the Japanese girl, he disappeared into the hotel lobby. Enter the presidential suite. Soon, another group of burly men arrived at the front desk. They all had white faces. There were at least 100 people. These are the assassins summoned by Chu Feng. On the way to the hotel, Chu Feng used a high-level recruitment voucher to summon 1,000 assassins. At the same time, it is also to make it easier to splash dirty water later. He also specifically requested the system to set the identities and faces of all these assassins to be white. He instructed 900 of them to choose their lodgings along the way. He transferred these 100 people directly to his side to prevent any unforeseen events. And seeing so many people coming to check in, they always pick the most expensive ones. The Japanese receptionist stared in shock, her mouth agape. The male front desk manager, in particular, had a wide, beaming smile. Diosi, the sun really did rise from the horizon. My hotel is luxurious, but it's also ridiculously expensive, and the occupancy rate is usually not very good. It's fully booked now. What a steal. My commission this month. The male front desk manager was overjoyed. He was completely unaware that he had just recruited a group of terrifying demons. Not long after. Let's not talk about his hotel. The surrounding luxury shopping streets, and even the entire city of Tokyo, will become a battlefield. Ding, expense options, $5,000 has been deducted. Ding, expense options, $10,000 has been deducted. Bite. On Chu Feng's side, I was just about to lie down and rest. Suddenly, a series of announcements rang in my ears. Damn, these guys are really daring to spend money. A long list of log entries appeared. leaving Chu Feng somewhat dumbfounded. Just a moment. These 1,000 assassins cost him several million. Even though I have over 30 billion US dollars, I can't afford to squander it like this. This is only 1,000 people. What if we summoned all 50,000 people? Hiss. The daily expenses. No, we must make them lower their standards a little bit in the future. Chu Feng rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He didn't plan to change the number of people, even if it meant 1,000. Although they were suicide squad members. But Chu Feng had already regarded them as comrades in arms and brothers. They will be indispensable in future major battles. Within one's means, one should still enjoy what one is entitled to. Of course, this involves large-scale cash outflows. This also served as a reminder to Chu Feng. To cope with the major battles to come, the $30 billion I have on hand will probably be far from enough. Let's not even talk about the daily expenses of the assassins. Even if the amount is large, it can't be that big. But what about the costs of combat? Once war breaks out, not only the dark web, but also the Japanese self-defense forces and the U.S. military could very well swarm in. To defeat them, the amount of weapons and ammunition required would be astronomical. Although the system's weapon prices are much cheaper than in the real world. But once the base number goes up, it's no joke. Is there any way to make more money? Chu Feng touched his chin lightly, his thoughts racing. Suddenly, a news article that popped up on his phone caught his eye. Gang shootout resulted in over a dozen casualties. Yeah, how come I didn't think of that? These gangs are a unique industry in Japan, with all sorts of loans, including loan sharking and illegal online lending, being particularly prevalent. And these guys are all rolling in money. I'll use you guys as my starting point to replenish my military funds. Chapter 58, You're Quite Decisive Deal. Let's get right to it. Chu Feng immediately made a quick getaway and left the hotel. After arriving in the suburbs, we found several relatively secluded areas without cameras. He quickly summoned his assassins. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to summon them all at once. Instead, they left behind 9 high-level recruitment vouchers, a total of 9,000 suicide soldiers, as their trump card. After another round of trouble, the newly summoned 40,000 assassins, disguised as tourists, successfully dispersed and entered the city through various means. If it were a smaller city, with such a sudden influx of people from other places, accommodation, transportation, and food will likely become major problems. However, these problems simply do not exist for Tokyo, a city with a population of nearly 15 million. Not even a ripple was made. Back at the hotel, unfold the light curtain. The light spots representing the suicide squad were discovered and were rapidly spreading in all directions of Tokyo. Chu Feng couldn't help but smile with amusement. This arrangement is not simply for making money. In case a major war breaks out, with his 40,000 troops, he could turn the entire Tokyo upside down in an instant. However, after a moment's thought, Chu Feng realized a new problem. The men and horses were scattered. But what should the commander do? Previously in Myawaddy, the warlords were technologically backward, and they could use mobile phones, walkie-talkies, and other terminals to issue orders without restraint. Now we've arrived at the dark web branch's hideout. These guys are far more cunning than those worthless warlords. They definitely have various ways to monitor every move on the battlefield at any time. I'm thinking about it. Good news came from a system. Ding! The host has detected the first deployment of assassins in a megacity cluster. The new command link has been opened. Under the new command link, the collective consciousness of the assassins is connected to the system. The host only needs to disperse his thoughts to achieve real-time communication with the assassins under his command. What? You can do that? Chu Feng was overjoyed and quickly tried to project his thoughts into the light screen. Select a portion of the light spots. Boss! Immediately, the selected suicide squad members stopped in their tracks and responded in unison. Haha, that's awesome. Chu Feng exclaimed in surprise. In this way, they no longer need to worry about their command and communication being monitored. Moreover, this method of command is far more convenient than those primitive methods. However, the surprises the system brought to Chu Feng were not yet over. As the assassin's voice faded, Chu Feng felt a sudden brightness before his eyes, and everything around the assassin came into view. Holy crap, they've even broadened their field of vision. Chu Feng found it hard to believe. As a commander, what is most important? Besides weapons and equipment, battlefield awareness is of course also crucial. After all, The information he alone possesses is limited. But now this problem has been greatly alleviated. With broader battlefield information support, his future operations will not only be more mobile and flexible, but his chances of winning will also increase exponentially. Haha, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Chu Feng couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. The command issue has been resolved. Next, the plan to exploit the Sakura Yakuza was officially put on the agenda. Loan sharking is a standard operating tactic for gangs. According to Chu Feng's plan, he had 40,000 dead soldiers. Even if everyone makes $100,000, billions of dollars have been received. And it got evening. In addition to the 100 elite guards who would protect him personally, in one fell swoop, he arranged for all the assassins to be sent out. He ordered his assassins to act regardless of whether they were online or offline, or whether they had substantial funds. Go up and fuck him. Yes, boss. In his mind, the death squad responded in loud voices. The next moment, people specializing in offline gambling have appeared in every corner of Tokyo. Under the glittering neon lights, they mingled into bars, clubs, and various gang-related venues. With excellent reconnaissance awareness, the assassins quickly found their respective targets. Under the offensive of monetary power, the gangsters drunk in the bar and the tattooed henchmen, who frequently flaunt their sexuality in the club, all fall into the trap. Yoshi, we, the Black Dragon Society, take pride in helping those in distress. Sir, I'll contact the gang right away. So, with the eager help of the gangsters' underlings, not long after, one of the assassins was led to the Black Dragon Society's underground casino. The person in charge of this underground casino was a middle-aged man with a thick, muscular face and a stubble beard. At first, he was reluctant. Baka, don't you know the gang rules? Strangers are not allowed to enter the casino. Anyone who dares to break the gang rules will die. The underling saw this. He hurried forward, put his ear close to his ear, and explained his purpose. What? Borrow money at exorbitant interest rates. The middle-aged man with a stubble beard glared at the assassin's muscular body, a hint of suspicion creeping into his eyes. This is fucking ridiculous. Could he be an undercover police officer? However, he immediately withdrew that idea. Are you kidding me? Whose undercover agent is so big and burly, making himself so conspicuous? Isn't that just asking for trouble? This dispelled their doubts. The middle-aged man with the stubble beard magically transformed into a different person. Yoshi, it is an honor for the Black Dragon Society to be able to help you with your troubles. Tell me, how much money do you want to borrow? The middle-aged man with the stubble beard gestured for the group to sit down. Then he lit a cigar, crossed his legs, and leisurely began to smoke. $1 million. The assassin spoke expressionlessly. 1 million, and in US dollars, no less. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man with the stubble brush almost choked to death from a mouthful of smoke. He stared wide-eyed at the assassin. Sir, $1 million is no small sum. Although my Black Dragon Society is wealthy and powerful, it is not something that can be lent out just like that. The assassin didn't even look up and handed over his ID card. It means you can search anywhere. Seeing the assassin remain so calm, the middle-aged man with the stubble didn't dare to be negligent and quickly took the ID card, then started searching in the hacker system. Rogers, Asian American mixed race, residing in Hokkaido, with 3 children for properties and no bad credit history. Yoshi, after reading the message, the middle-aged man with the stubble beard immediately broke into a smile. Mr. Rogers, although I don't know why you, with so many assets, would borrow so much money. But we don't care about that. What I need to make clear is this. Can you accept the terms of borrowing 1 million yuan and repaying 1.8 million yuan in principal and interest after 1 week? What do you think? The assassin snapped his fingers. Since I dare to come, I was already prepared. Very good, you're quite decisive. Make a deal. Chapter 59, with so many teachers from Tokyo coming to your home to give lessons, how can you bear to refuse? The transaction was completed quickly. The $1 million was successfully transferred to the assassin's account. Not long after, the assassins disappeared from the Black Dragon Society's site. After the assassins left, the younger brother, who was originally quite drunk, has sobered up considerably. He was somewhat bewildered as he watched the assassin's figure disappear. This team leader, this guy borrowed so much money. What if he runs away? Run away? Upon hearing this, The middle-aged man with the stubble brush immediately smiled. In a Black Dragon society, we have never seen anyone dare to borrow money and not pay it back. Yes, it happened before, but the grass on the grave is already 3 meters high. Even if he really slips away, can his assets grow legs? I'd love for him to do that. By disposing of his assets, I can make a huge profit. Me, the middle-aged man with the blackboard brush, thought to himself with satisfaction. I wish there were a few more of these easy targets. Things went as he wished. The first assassin had just left. Street corner. Several more figures approached. Hello, is this the Black Dragon Society? The Black Dragon Society's ordeal is just the tip of the iceberg. A similar scenario. The same thing was happening in the hideouts and casinos of major Yakuza groups in Tokyo. Orochimaru and the Skull and Bone Society all received preferential treatment. This is still offline. On the internet, more assassins found loan websites belonging to gangsters all over Japan and quickly submitted a series of loan applications. The page flickered intermittently, suddenly seeing so many transaction requests, all of them large sums of money. In front of their computers, gang leaders from all over the country were dumbfounded. Damn it, has the sun risen in the west? Although they also lend money at high interest rates in their spare time. But this is the first time business has been this good. In their ecstasy, everyone frantically tried to access the official files through various means to examine the loan certificates provided by the assassins. When you see a borrower with an exceptionally good credit history and asset report, they've gone completely mad. They're all high-quality customers. Quickly, activate all the trading accounts for me. Satisfy them all. We absolutely cannot let other gangs steal our business. The gang leaders roared as they gave the orders. They even personally took charge and quickly transferred the money. However, the amount of money borrowed by the Suicide Squad was simply too large. Before long, their cash flow ran out. Boss, we're running out of funds. What should we do? Damn it, activate the backup vault. Bring all the backup funds from the casinos and bars here. Driven by the lure of enormous profits, hundreds and thousands of gangsters would be willing to dig out their life savings to lend to their assassins. On the other side, watching the system funds pour in, Chu Feng, the instigator, was grinning from ear to ear. 2 billion, 5 billion, 8 billion. It was late at night. After fleecing all the gangsters in Japan who could exploit them, his funds, including the previous 32 billion, have now reached a staggering 49.6 billion US dollars. Holy crap, they just raked in over 17 billion US dollars in one go. Where did these guys get so much money? Chu Feng was stunned. This is more than half of what I earned in Myawaddy. In addition to excitement, he immediately ordered his men to intensify the cracking efforts. They alternate between masturbating, taking turns. Zhang Xin masturbates first, then Li Si masturbates. In short, if you can scrape off 2 layers of oil, you should never scrape off only one. Damn it, not again. Looking at the new round of loan requests, the gang leaders from all over the place stared wide-eyed. Unfortunately, it's come to this. Most of them didn't have many coins left either. The previous round of transactions had already depleted most of their funds. Only a few powerful gangs are still holding on. All right, it seems they don't have much left to gain. Today's offensive ends here. An hour passed, and the income dwindled. Chu Feng reluctantly ordered the assassins to stop what they were doing. But he was satisfied. Add to that the next 3 or 400 million. At this moment, his total funds have reached an astonishing 50 billion US dollars. Such a huge sum of money is enough to support him in fighting several large-scale battles. Both sides felt they had made a huge profit. With a smile, Chu Feng quickly drifted off to sleep. During this period, several Japanese girls carrying cards wanted to slip into the presidential suite where Chu Feng was staying. However, they were all deterred by the fierce glares of the assassins. Upon waking up in the morning, I heard a report from the assassins. Chu Feng was so angry that he started cursing. Damn, with so many teachers coming to your home to give lessons, how can you bear to refuse them? Don't do that again. Certainly. Chu Feng was joking. He wasn't interested in some of the erotic teachers, except for the ones he had saved on his computer. I stretched. I had a comfortable breakfast. At this moment, another assassin raised his own question. Boss, were our actions last night too conspicuous? Although our files have been embedded in the official underlying system, they are not without vulnerabilities. Our current place of residence is a real, tangible place. What if those guys notice something's wrong and come to check? We're all right, our 100 guards weren't involved, but the other brothers are in trouble. Zhu my. No need to worry. Their daring to come to my door is exactly what I want. Huh? Why? The assassin asked, puzzled. Of course, it's to make things bigger. Chu Feng plopped back down on the sofa and lit a cigarette. The dark web and gangs are all rats in the gutter. I don't believe there's any connection between them. Boss, you mean? The assassin's eyes lit up. That's right. Chu Feng exhaled a puff of smoke. With a population of tens of millions in Tokyo, finding the dark web is like finding a needle in a haystack. These gangs are the springboard for us to find them. Boss, what a brilliant plan. The assassin's face lit up with joy. That way, we won't have to spend so much time and effort searching everywhere. Boss, should we make some arrangements in advance? Of course. Chu Feng chuckled, lowering his voice. In case the gang comes knocking, have the brothers do this and that. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Just as Chu Feng had predicted. After last night's all-night frenzy, the gangs that had been borrowing money gradually calmed down. On second thought, they all realized that something was wrong. The headquarters of the Black Dragon Society, the largest gang in Tokyo. The eldest son, Ichiro Ogu, wearing a gold chain and sporting a bald head, stared coldly at the long list of loan records printed out. Beside him, the middle-aged man who was most enthusiastic about lending money was trembling with fear. So, has everything been investigated? Koinu Ichiru's tone was particularly chilling. Boss, we've investigated everything. The official records show. Damn it. I'm asking about the results of the on-site investigation. Do their assets actually exist? Damn it, with so much money involved, if anything goes wrong, I'll kill you. Yes, boss. I'll order someone to investigate right away. The middle-aged man with the blackboard brush broke out in a cold sweat. He was the craziest one last night. If his boss hadn't rushed back, he would still be showing off to others right now. That damned bastard. He even ordered people to investigate. You go yourself. Chapter 60 has all disappeared? How is that possible? Yes, boss, I'll go myself. A wave of murderous intent washed over him, and the middle-aged man with the stubble brush dared not be negligent any longer. He grabbed a long list of loan records and rushed out of the Black Dragon Society headquarters. He was accompanied by hundreds of gangsters. Each of them had a pistol on their hip and a submachine gun in their pocket. They had the men, but when it came to getting them out into the world, the middle-aged man with the stubble on his beard was at a loss. This long list of borrowers shows that almost all of them have assets located in other places. Those areas were simply beyond the reach of his Black Dragon Society's influence. How can we verify this? Left with no other choice, he gritted his teeth, paid out of his own pocket, and contacted some local small gangs online. Rogers. Damn it. Let's start by investigating this guy. Looking at the first prominent name on the list, the middle-aged man with the blackboard brush gritted his teeth in anger. Last night, this bastard was the first one to come to our door to apply for a loan. In Hokkaido, having received the bribe, the local small gangs immediately sprang into action, following the instructions of the middle-aged man. They went to Roger's property. At this point, the middle-aged man still harbored a sliver of hope. In his view, no matter what, official records could not be falsified. The inconsistencies here may simply be coincidences. However, wait a moment. When a series of photos and videos were sent to him, he was completely dumbfounded. Damn it, there's no real estate here, it's just a wasteland. It's the kind of place where even birds don't poop. Damn it, this can't be. The middle-aged man with the stubble was trembling. He clearly remembered that he had personally lent this guy a full $1 million. All of this is based on the premise that the other party has substantial assets as collateral. Nowadays, let alone substantial assets, not even a single chicken feather could be found. If it were just one person, that would be one thing. What if others are in the same situation? Hiss. He couldn't imagine it. Just what I feared most came to pass. Before long, more news came back. The assets of all the so-called borrowers on that list are fabricated. The news came out. Puffed. The middle-aged man with the stubble almost vomited 3 liters of blood and died of anger in the SUV. Damn it. That's nearly $1 billion. He recalled the extremely cold look in his eldest son's eyes before he left. He felt a chill run down his spine, and his whole body trembled. This person is incredibly ruthless and will turn their back on you without hesitation. Investigate. Investigate right now. Find out their current location and their residence. Immediately, in a state of fear, the middle-aged man with the slats roared and gave the order. Now, all he can do is hope that the other person is still in Tokyo and hasn't left. Finding them might help salvage some of the losses. Otherwise, it must be said that as the largest gang in Tokyo, they do have some tricks up their sleeves. Soon, a young man with a refined appearance and glasses walked over, carrying a laptop. Team leader, the information has been found. Of the more than 1,000 people on the list, 800 or 900 are in other places, while the remaining 200 are still in Tokyo. This is their address. What? There's still 200 people in Tokyo. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man with the stubble instantly perked up. Okowo, you stole money from my Black Dragon Society and still dare to stay here. They're incredibly audacious. They probably don't even know what death means. He tugged at his collar and straightened his posture. The middle-aged man with the blackboard brush, Hu Hansheng, began to speak. Pass on the order. Have headquarters allocate another 500 men to reinforce our position. Damn it. This time I'm going to find them all and chop them to pieces. The Black Dragon Society is taking action. Meanwhile, other gangs that realized something was wrong also sent their own people to investigate on site. When you hear about so-called high-quality assets, it's all fabricated and false information. Everyone was stunned. Alpaca, that's hundreds of millions of dollars. In a fit of rage, big and small gangs alike mobilized in droves, eager to find out the current location of these audacious bastards. But I don't know why. They weren't as lucky as the Black Dragon Society. After searching repeatedly, they couldn't find a single trace. The names of the so-called borrowers on that list have, for some reason, all disappeared from the official system. Damn bastard. That's impossible. How could so many living people just disappear? Who is it? Who is plotting against us? All that wealth went down the drain. In an instant, countless gang leaders roared and vomited blood, some even dying on the spot from anger. All of the above were specially arranged by Chu Feng. He judged that, given the secrecy of the dark web, even if it had connections with gangs, it's also impossible for them to have any dealings with those small and medium-sized gangs. Therefore, he only set his sights on a few large gangs in Tokyo. This includes organizations like the Black Dragon Society, Orochimaru, and the Skull and Bone Society. Leave behind 200 assassins who had previously exploited the Black Dragon Society, leaving their files unchanged. He had the system change the information for the remaining 40,000 people. With this method, no matter how frantic the other gangs are, they will never be able to find the assassin's location. Thus, under Chu Feng's deliberate guidance, of the hundreds of gangs, only the middle-aged man from the Black Dragon Society, known as Ban Shua, who had identified his target. Tokyo Ring Expressway. Inside the speeding SUV, the middle-aged man with a stubble beard stared coldly at Rogers and the files of the other dozen or so assassins. Team leader, we are 1 kilometer away from the other party's residence. The younger brother tapped the tablet and reported loudly. Very good, get the brothers ready. Remember, capture them alive. The same goes for the other squads. Capture them alive if you can. I'm taking them all back to headquarters to await the boss's orders. Your humble servant bows and accepts. With a wave of his hand, the vehicle suddenly accelerated. Before long, the long convoy arrived at the hotel where Rogers and his dozen or so assassins were staying. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hurry up. The car door opened. Black Dragon Society underlings, dressed in suits, wearing sunglasses, and with communication headsets clipped to their wrists, swarmed forward. Faced with this situation, the Japanese girl at the hotel reception was already terrified and dared not stop them at all. However, the assassins upstairs remained remarkably calm. Boss, they're coming up. Very good, proceed as planned. Yes, boss. Chapter 61, Chu Feng's scheme. 3 major gangs clash with each other. This is the room. Charge. Charge in. Bang. Roger's door was the first to be breached. A swarm of Black Dragon Society henchmen, armed with MP5 submachine guns, quickly brought the situation under control. Rogers, right? You've got guts trying to scam my Black Dragon Society. Tell me, how should I treat you? A middle-aged man with a stubble beard, carrying a pistol, strode in. Rogers stood there bewildered, looking completely lost. He felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Yes, I admit your scamming methods are very impressive. But what about now? You can run away from the monk, but you can't run away from the temple. You've finally fallen into our hands. Damn it, tie him up and take him away. The middle-aged man, who was also wielding a brush, didn't hold back and gave the order in a cold voice. Hi. Several henchmen stepped forward and tackled Rogers to the ground. You damn bastard, let me go. You're arresting people for no reason. Aren't you afraid of sparking a gang war? At this point, Rogers also became angry, struggling and roaring loudly. Gongvar foda? Wait, what did you say? The middle-aged man with the slatted brush was taken aback. Your scam has nothing to do with gang warfare. Damn Black Dragon Society scum. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. I'm a member of the Skull and Bone Society. You've attacked my Skull and Bone Society for no reason. Think carefully about the consequences. Rogers launched into a tirade of profanities. It would have been better if they hadn't scolded them. This outburst caused everyone in the room to widen their eyes in shock. They all glared angrily at Rogers. Skull and Bones? Huh. You actually said you're a member of Skull and Bones. Damn it. Are you new here? Don't you know that the Skull Society is the Black Dragon Society's mortal enemy? The middle-aged man with the slick-back beard finally understood. I was wondering why this whole thing seemed so strange. It turns out this was a trap set by the opponent. They put on this elaborate show. They want to embarrass my Black Dragon Society and cause it to suffer heavy financial losses so that they can take advantage of the situation and seize our territory. Okay, that's really great. The Skull and Bones can't save you. The middle-aged man with the scrub brush looked down at Rogers with indifference. You will soon pay the price for this. Take him away. As the middle-aged man began to brush his beard, other Black Dragon Society teams were also moving quickly. Soon, the 200 assassins from various locations were arrested one by one and brought back to the Black Dragon Society headquarters. Boss, that's how it happened. We have already conducted a preliminary interrogation. Among these 200 people, they're not only scum from the Skull and Bone Society, but also a considerable number of them are from Orochimaru. In the headquarters lobby, the middle-aged man with the brush reported everything in detail. What? You're saying that the Skull and Bone Society and Orochimaru were behind all of this? Upon hearing the report, Ichiro Kazuki, the leader of the Black Dragon Society, was also quite surprised. He couldn't resist grabbing his own bald head. Then came immense anger. After a fierce battle, the three major gangs in Tokyo have divided up their territories. The Black Dragon Society governs the southeastern two districts. The Skull and Bone Society and Orochimaru are located in the west and north, respectively. The three parties have been at peace for several years. Unexpectedly, they've teamed up again and started causing trouble. Damn bastard. How dare you play such despicable tricks on my Black Dragon Society? They took $1 billion from me in one night. This is intolerable. Koizumi Ichiro smashed the table in front of him with a single punch. He then glared fiercely at his subordinates beside him. Go, bring all their leaders here. Tell them that if they don't come, I'll raise their stronghold to the ground tonight, and it won't end in a fight to the death. Upon hearing Ichiro Koizumi's invitation, on the other side, the leaders of the Skull and Bone Society and Orochimaru, Inoue Saishiro and Miyamoto Masao, were both furious. They're still fretting over last night's losses, and now this happens. Damn it, has this bald guy gone mad? They rushed us over without giving a reason, and they keep threatening to destroy our base. What exactly do they want? That damn bastard, who does he think he is? How dare he order us around like his subordinates? Both of them were furious. After they spoke on the phone, the two immediately decided to lead most of their men to the man's door and teach him a lesson. What? Those two bastards brought their men and attacked directly? As for Ichiro Koizumi, they came upon hearing that the Skull and Bone Society and Orochimaru had joined forces. He jumped up. Okay, I was just trying to ask you what was going on when I invited you over. I never expected you to confess without being asked. Boss, they must have planned this all along. At this moment, our Black Dragon Society is suffering financial losses and its members are in disarray. This is the perfect opportunity for them to make their move. The middle-aged man with the stubble drew his pistol and said sternly, they don't even have the teeth to eat us. Koizumi Ichiro waved his hand dismissively. My Black Dragon Society has 2,000 men, while the two families combined have only about 15 or 600 men. Get the brothers ready for battle and set up an ambush. Damn it. I want to see where these two bastards get the nerve to lay a hand on us. Hey, I'll get right to it. Boom. Southern suburbs of Tokyo. The two groups, one from the Skull and Bone Society and the other from Orochimaru, met at the crossroads. They quickly arrived near the headquarters of the Black Dragon Society. This was originally an abandoned manor. Several newly built villas and buildings. In addition to the spacious underground casino, this forms the current headquarters layout of the Black Dragon Society. Now, the Black Dragon Society has more than 2,000 members and has already occupied advantageous positions in various locations. Beside the wall, as the convoy arrived, Koizumi Ichiro was the first to pick up his AK and unleash a powerful burst of fire at the SUV in front of him. The driver and his passenger screamed in agony, and blood instantly covered the windshield. Damn, little dog. What are you doing? Seeing the scene. Behind them, Saishiro Inoue and Masao Miyamoto's eyes were bloodshot with rage. They didn't come here to fight to the death. Koizumi Ichiro wanted to destroy their lair for no reason. Just to be on the safe side. That's why they brought so many people with them. Unexpectedly, before they even met, the other party killed several of his men. What are you doing? You know perfectly well what you're doing. Koizumi Ichiro was also enraged. What the hell are you pretending for? Bringing so many people here. What else are we going to do but fight? Kill them all. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, groups of Black Dragon Society underlings opened fire from all directions. The intense firepower instantly ripped countless holes into the Skull and Bone Society and Orochimaru's convoy. The underlings inside were either killed or injured. Damn, little dog. Damn the Black Dragon Society. I'm not finished with you. Brothers, deploy your attack formation and fight them to the death. The two bosses were filled with raging anger. He immediately ordered his men to launch a fierce counterattack. In an instant, gunfire erupted and bullets flew everywhere. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle in the outskirts of Tokyo. Accompanied by screams that rose and fell. In a short time, countless gang members died tragically. Just as the two sides were engaged in fierce combat. Inside the Black Dragon Society headquarters, the 200 assassins who were originally bound had somehow managed to cut their ropes with daggers. Immediately afterwards, brand new AK assault rifles appeared around them. Chapter 62, A Stab from Behind, Ichiro Koizumi's negotiation request. The reason it's just an AK, without more powerful equipment. Chufeng had also planned this out. Since it's phishing, the target is the dark web. The matter cannot be too outrageous, otherwise it will be seen through a glance. The assassins immediately understood the meaning of the equipment as it appeared. They held AKs in their hands. And at this moment, the Black Dragon Society underlings guarding the assassins had already been drawn by the intense fighting outside. Completely unaware that his death was imminent, the assassin cocked his gun with a click. Suddenly, a sound was heard. 5 or 6 henchmen turned around in confusion. The next second, he saw 200 suicide soldiers, all holding AKs, pointing them neatly at him. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief and shock. Before they could finish speaking, rapid bursts of gunfire have already begun. In an instant, the bodies of the men were sent flying out of the gate like rags. Baka, what's going on? Outside the door, I heard gunshots and saw the bodies of several of my comrades. The Black Dragon Society members who remained at headquarters were terrified and quickly grabbed their AKs and MP5s, gathering around. Upon seeing the horde of assassins, they charged out. Everyone was shocked. Damn, weren't these guys tied up? How did they escape? Where did they get their weapons? In shock, the Black Dragon Society underlings raised their guns, ready to fire. But their speed. How can they compare to the suicide squads that are comparable to Special Forces soldiers? Less than a minute. The dozens of Black Dragon Society members who remained inside were all turned into a pile of fragments. Suddenly, gunfire erupted inside the headquarters. This sudden change also attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield outside. Damn it, what happened inside? Send someone to check it out immediately. Koizumi Ichiro was furious and immediately ordered his men to go and investigate. But before his men could even set off, then something happened that left Koizumi Ichiro speechless. Suddenly, squads of soldiers rushed out from their own stronghold. They were armed with AKs and killed anyone they saw. Judging from their attire, they were clearly the same group of guys who had been captured and brought back by the middle-aged man with the shovel. "You son of a bitch, look what you've done. Didn't you say you'd bring them all under control?" He saw his subordinates behind him. Dozens of people were killed in the blink of an eye. Koizumi Ichiro was furious, glaring fiercely at the middle-aged man with the stubble beard beside him. The middle-aged man with the scallion brush was also dumbfounded. I clearly remember that I had tied these guys up tightly. Moreover, they assigned people to guard it closely. How could they suddenly escape? It's one thing to escape, but what about the weapons they had on them? Etc. Since these people are all subordinates of the Skull and Bone Society and Orochimaru, there's another war going on outside. Could it be? Boss. They definitely have an inside man. Our people have been bribed. This was a scheme orchestrated by the Skull and Bone Society and Orochimaru long ago. The middle-aged man with the stubble on his beard stared wide-eyed and stammered. "What? There's an inside man?" Upon hearing this, Koizumi Ichiro was immediately startled. Damn it. It seems that's really the case. Otherwise, it would be too damn coincidental. Damn Skull and Bones. Damn Orochimaru, you guys are so vicious. One thing leads to another. They really won't stop until they've completely destroyed the Black Dragon Society. Realizing that they had been tricked, Koizumi Ichiro also went completely berserk. "Damn it, order the brothers to send out 500 men to hold off those guys behind me. Everyone else, follow me. Let's take out these bastards in front of us first. They've fallen into our ambush. They won't last long. Wipe out their main force, and no matter how much the smaller fry jump around, they won't be able to make a ripple." "Yes, boss. I'll lead them in myself." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man with the brush immediately experienced a surge of adrenaline. He grabbed an AK and led 500 of his men in a charge towards the area where the Suicide Squad was located. "Haha, well done." Koizumi Ichiro laughed loudly, stood up, and swept several more Skull and Bones members to death with a burst of bullets. Immediately following, he jumped out of the cover, his head bald, and began his attack. Boss is awesome. His underlings were invigorated and launched a fierce attack as well. On the Skull and Bone side and Orochimaru's side, Inoue Saishiro and Miyamoto Masao were also going crazy at this moment, because they were not truly prepared to go to war. Due to their carelessness, they fell into the Black Dragon Society's ambush from the very beginning. The exchange of fire lasted only 15 minutes. They lost most of their men. Suddenly, hearing the gunfire erupting from the Black Dragon Society's stronghold, they were all overjoyed and excited. "Haha, this bastard has a problem inside. Brothers infighting. They're definitely fighting amongst themselves. Hold on. Victory is ours." Saishiro Inoue and Masao Miyamoto brandished their guns and shouted excitedly. And so, an even more intense firefight ensued. The Skull and Bone Society and Orochimaru's forces launched a fierce counterattack, relying on vehicles. In the absence of heavy weapons, these vehicles are natural shelters. In an instant, screams filled the air. More gunmen fell. The situation remains deadlocked. Black Dragon Society leader Ichiro Kukin was completely enraged at this moment. Damn it! How do they still have such strong fighting power? Charge! Don't cower in the back. Get up there and kill them. Koinu Ichiro shouted. I also want to check back to see if there's a stable front on the side of the middle-aged man who's been wiping out the enemy, and whether we can send some troops over to strengthen the encirclement and suppression. It's better not to watch it. It made him gasp in shock. The blocking position set up by the middle-aged man with the stubble had been breached at some point. At this moment, those 200 figures were like killing gods, charging and killing indiscriminately. Baka, you damn piece of trash. I gave you a full 500 men, and you bastardly let 200 men break through your lines with 500 men. How did you command the battle? Koizumi Ichiro was truly enraged. This is 500 people, not 500 pigs. Boss, they're too fierce. Their aim is terrifying. The brothers have done their best. At this point, the middle-aged man with the stubble was almost in tears. It appears instantly. Is this guy a gang member? Even special forces are probably nothing special. In a moment of fear, he no longer cared about Ichiro Koizumi's orders. They frantically gravitate towards their leader. However, by getting close, they completely expose their backs to the assassins. Bang, bang, bang. Da, da, da. A series of rapid shots. The middle-aged man with the stubble and his well-dressed henchmen were all killed on the spot. Damn bastard. Seeing this scene, Koizumi Ichiro's eyes were practically spitting fire. He wasn't saddened by the death of the middle-aged man who wielded a shovel. However, this also completely exposed his back. Damn it, we can't keep fighting like this. If we continue fighting, we'll be completely wiped out. Negotiation, yes, hurry up and negotiate with those two bastards, Inoue Saishiro and Miyamoto Masao. Seeing that the situation was critical, the assassins pressed closer and closer. Koizumi Ichiro quickly pulled down his white underwear. Start waving flags and shouting. Stop hitting me. Stop fighting. Stop, everyone, and listen to me. Chapter 63 Riot Police Attack, shocking the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. There is precedent for Ichiro Koizumi's behavior. In the past, when the three sides fought each other and suffered heavy casualties, the conflict always ended in negotiations. He believes that, given the current situation, the other side is certainly unwilling to pay any further price. After all, he still had thousands of men at his disposal. If they really fight to the bitter end, they will definitely suffer too. On the side of the assassins, seeing the white flag suddenly raised, I was a little confused. The firing immediately ceased. As soon as the gunfire stopped, Koizumi Ichiro was overjoyed. He thought the other party had really stopped. So he leaned forward, wanting to continue to demonstrate his sincerity in the negotiations. But the next second he regretted it, because just the instant he showed his face. Bang bang. The assassin fired a quick, short burst of fire, instantly piercing his skull. You lack martial ethics. Bang. The body crashed heavily to the ground, and Koizumi Ichiro died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Boss! The dog Ichiro died. The Black Dragon Society underlings around them immediately erupted in anger. The Skull and Bone Society of the Grass Mud Horse, Orochimaru of the Grass Mud Horse. How could you be so despicable? Brothers, fight them to the death and avenge our leader. The Black Dragon Society underlings shouted and grabbed pistols, submachine guns, and AKs, firing wildly. Compared to the Black Dragon Society's anger. At this moment, the leaders of the Skull and Bone Society and Orochimaru were extremely excited. Haha, by Amaterasu Amakami, he's dead. That bastard is finally dead. Who are you brothers over there? State your names, and my gang will reward you handsomely. Saishiro Inoue and Masao Miyamoto shouted excitedly. But the next second, they were also dumbfounded. All I saw before me was this group of killing gods. After killing Koizumi Ichiro, he began firing wildly at his own troops. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Those dozens, or even hundreds of fierce barges instantly wiped out his subordinates. Damn it, stop it. We are not the enemy. The two were stunned and shouted in panic, trying to stop the assassins' attack. However, the assassins completely ignored them. I saw them babbling on and on. He immediately turned the gun around, and a dense beam of bullets swept across the area in an instant. Tada! A hail of bullets struck the vehicles around them, sending sparks flying. Inoue Saishiro and Miyamoto Masao were both dumbfounded. These aren't friendly forces either. So who exactly are these people? What exactly are they trying to do? Not only were they baffled, the remaining members of the Black Dragon Society were also dumbfounded. This is fucking ridiculous. One second they've killed their own leader, the next they're firing wildly at the enemy on their side. What exactly are these people up to? Could they be an outside gang? Is this all part of their scheme? A plan to devour several of us in one fell swoop? Realized it too late. They realized something was wrong. Soon, both sides turned their guns on each other and launched a frenzied attack on the Suicide Squad. But the problem is, even though they are numerous, the weapons and equipment were mostly pistols and submachine guns, with only a few rifles. It's nowhere near as fast as the firepower of 200 AKs from the Suicide Squad. In a short time, the firepower of the major gangs was suppressed. Even the number of casualties continues to rise. Such a situation, everyone on the field immediately lost their composure. That's fucking terrifying. These guys are inhuman. Their marksmanship is terrifying, and their firepower is frightening. Why don't we just discuss it and each retreat? I think so too. These guys are of dubious origin, and even if we win, there will be no benefit for us. The major gangs tacitly stopped attacking each other and discussed withdrawing from the battlefield. However, at this very moment, something unexpected happened again. All around, not far away. Suddenly, a group of people appeared again. And all of these people were carrying AKs. Damn it, not again. Who exactly are they? Are you really going to wipe us all out? Seeing this scene, the leaders and henchmen of the major gangs almost wet themselves. They couldn't hold off a couple hundred people. What's more, so many new ones have arrived. Damn it, the situation is urgent. We can't just wait to die. Brothers, follow me and break through. Charge out. Charge. Charge through the bloody path. Several groups of people unanimously chose to break out of the encirclement. Immediately, vehicles roared, flames roared, and groups of people began to charge. The scale of the event was undeniably enormous. However, these actions were thwarted by the combined attack and annihilation of the assassins. It was all a waste of time. Before long, all the more than 2,000 men from the major gangs were wiped out. A dirt slope along a highway. Chu Feng was wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap. I watched all of this quietly. Looking at the rows of corpses, he felt no emotion whatsoever. He had no liking for the people of Japan, not to mention the gangsters whose hands are also stained with blood. Boss, the battlefield has been cleared. There are no survivors. All monitoring points along the route and at the scene have been destroyed. Please instruct me on the next steps. Not long after, a suicide squad member came to report. Chu Feng, check the time. Half an hour has passed, and time is running out. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department will be here soon to recover the weapons. You will immediately retreat to the city according to the prearranged route. Yes, boss. The assassin shouted and waved his hand. Immediately, the group of 500 or 600 people swiftly disappeared into the nearby mountains and forests. They then disguised themselves as tourists and dispersed to the city center from different directions. After watching the suicide squad complete their withdrawal, Chu Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Then he took out more than a dozen ultra-miniature ceramic monitoring devices produced by the system from the system space. They deployed it in an extremely hidden corner of the Black Dragon Society headquarters. After doing all this, he quickly disappeared from the scene. I left just a few minutes ago. Wah-wah. The car alarm had already sounded urgently. Boom boom. Dozens of police cars bearing the logo of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department sped in from a distance. Leading the way were 4 or 5 black armored riot control vehicles. Hurry, hurry, hurry. It's 1 kilometer away from the Black Dragon Society headquarters. The car door opened. Groups of riot police officers, dressed in black combat uniforms and fully armed, carrying bulletproof shields, submachine guns, and assault rifles. They quickly jumped out of the car. Surround the scene. Don't let a single one escape. Teams of special police officers swiftly occupied the outer perimeter, completely surrounding the Black Dragon Society headquarters. Special police are in position. Following the orders of Inspector Ishikawa, the regular officers from the subsequent squad also sped up and rushed over. The 2 police forces joined together and began their search and attack. The deathly silence of the battlefield sent chills down everyone's spines. And the further in you go, the more people watched, the more alarmed they became. Damn it! The ground was littered with corpses, broken limbs, and blood and flesh. This is simply a slaughterhouse of carnage. Damn bastard. These gangs are too arrogant. They dare to have such a large-scale shootout in broad daylight. They really don't take the Metropolitan Police Department seriously. Search them thoroughly and see if anyone was left alive. Don't overlook any clues. Upon receiving orders, the officers began searching the area, stepping over the corpses scattered everywhere. As the search deepened, soon, police officers noticed something amiss. Chapter 64, was it done by outside forces? The mole is on the move. Your Excellency, Inspector. Come quick and see. A SWAT officer, holding an assault rifle, was using the muzzle of the gun to pick at the spent cartridge cases on the ground. What? Upon hearing this, Inspector Ishikawa quickly approached. This is... He crouched down, his face immediately contorted in horror. A 7.62 millimeters bullet casing? Yes, Your Excellency, it's not just here, it's in many places. What? Upon hearing this, Ishikawa quickly looked around. Sure enough, shiny 7.62 millimeters bullet casings were scattered everywhere in sight. It covered almost every area of the site. Damn it, this is no ordinary gang shootout. Inspector Ishikawa picked up a spent bullet casing, surveyed the unusual scene, and looked around with a cold expression. 7.62mm bullets are the standard ammunition used exclusively by assault rifles. In Japan, the vast majority of weapons used by the Japanese mafia are only pistols and submachine guns. While assault rifles are standard-issue weapons, they are in the minority. So many cartridge cases. It was definitely not something that could be caused by just a few assault rifles. Quickly, check if anyone is breathing. At the same time, send people to check the surveillance cameras within a 5-kilometer radius. Don't let any possible clues slip by. They realized the situation was serious. Police Inspector Ishikawa quickly issued orders. Not long after, the information from a series was compiled and sent back. Your Excellency, after inspecting the scene, no survivors were found. Almost everyone showed signs of being finished off. Moreover, the surveillance cameras along the route and at the scene were either damaged or had their angles reversed, making it impossible to provide any useful information. What? Upon hearing this, Inspector Ishikawa's eyes widened in surprise. Such professional technique. Not only did they kill him to silence him, but they also left no trace except for the bullet casings. Damn bastard, who did this? Police Inspector Ishikawa frowned deeply. But no matter what, I couldn't figure out the key point. Left with no other option, he ordered his men to intensify the search and collect as many useful items as possible for further investigation. At the same time, the news quickly reached the Tokyo branch of the dark web. What? All 3 major gangs were wiped out at the same time. How is this possible? Upon hearing the news, the branch manager, Ichiro Nakajima, looked incredulous. These 3 major gangs are one of the key elements in the vast network of the dark web. To maintain the organization's secrecy on ordinary days, many of the dirty and tiring jobs that are inconvenient for people to do themselves are handled by them. Some of the funds also come from their income. You say it will be destroyed, and it will be destroyed. Who should I ask to patch this vulnerability? Has the news been confirmed? Ichiro Nakajima spoke in a deep voice, looking at his subordinate with a suspicious expression. Boss, it's absolutely certain. The Metropolitan Police Department has already dispatched people to conduct an in-depth investigation, and our people received the report from within the Metropolitan Police Department immediately. The report shows that, apart from the Skull and Bones Society and Orochimaru Society, a few members of the 3 major gangs have survived. The rest of the people were all killed in the crossfire. His subordinate unfolded the tablet and began to explain in detail. Those damn bastards, we already talked to them and told them not to fight each other. They just won't listen. Upon hearing this, Ichiro Nakajima was so angry that he almost suffered stroke. His first thought was that the major gangs would fight each other to the death. He had seen similar examples before. However, what his subordinate said next took him by surprise. Boss, according to information from the Metropolitan Police Department, it's highly likely that several gangs weren't wiped out in the shootout. Instead, there's the involvement of external forces. The Metropolitan Police Department suspects that this outside force deliberately instigated conflict between several parties through some means. Then we'll start from there. Foreign forces? Ichiro Nakajima was taken aback again. He was well aware of the strength of the 3 major gangs. Who is this powerful outsider who dares to mess with Koizumi Ichiro and his group? Yes, boss. His subordinate handed him the tablet. According to the information, this foreign force possesses a large number of standard-issue assault rifles, and the scene was littered with 7.62mm bullet casings. The Metropolitan Police Department determined that it was their sudden appearance at the scene during the 3 gangs' fight that led to the collective annihilation of the 3 gangs. A large number of standard-issue assault rifles. Ichiro Nakajima took the tablet and examined it carefully. The more I looked at him, the more alarmed I became. Let's not talk about the weapons. The battle ended in a terrifyingly short time. Such combat power is truly terrifying. Even if he were to act from the dark web, he probably couldn't have done it so cleanly and efficiently without deploying his true elite forces. Could it be that some established gang from other places, like the Yamaguchi-gumi, is expanding? Only they have the capability to take such decisive action. Ichiro Nakajima was the first to think of a possibility. To maintain secrecy, the dark web does not actually have any dealings with gangs in other regions. Without knowing the stakes involved, these people might actually be willing to kill each other for territory. Boss, should we take action? Seeing that Ichiro Nakajima remained silent for a long time, His subordinates hurriedly inquired. What do you think? Ichiro Nakajima snorted coldly, sat back in his luxurious chair, and lit a cigar. The gaze beneath the smoke was filled with a chilling coldness. They wiped out 3 of my underground gangs for no reason, although they are not members of the organization in the true sense. But this kind of thing is clearly a slap in the face to the organization. No matter who he is, anyone who infringes on my dark web interests will pay the price. Order, Mole, move out and investigate immediately. Report immediately if any findings are made. Orders received. A peripheral liaison station on the Tokyo dark web quickly commenced its operation. Not long after, 2 men in suits arrived at the scene of the 3 gangs' destruction in a Land Cruiser. Now, many officers from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department are still at the scene dealing with the body. Inspector Ishikawa stood to the side, constantly examining the evidence that had been seized, in the hope of discovering something. Suddenly, the 2 ignored the cordon and barged in carrying a metal box. He was furious immediately. Damn it, who are you people? No one may enter a major crime scene without authorization from the Metropolitan Police Department. Snort. The 2 men in suits scoffed dismissively. A document with a mysterious pattern was slapped directly onto Inspector Ishikawa's face. This is... Inspector Ishikawa took it and glanced at it. The next second, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. The document clearly bears the 3 large characters, Special Hire Police. Lord Ishikawa, may we go in? The 2 men spoke expressionlessly. Of course you can. Inspector Ishikawa snapped out of his daze. Since you have received orders from the Special Hire Police, please proceed. The 2 men in suits remained silent. They went straight into the ruins of the Black Dragon Society headquarters. And at this moment, looking at their backs, Inspector Ishikawa was filled with shock and disbelief. By Amaterasu Amakami. It even alarmed the Special Hire Police. It seems this matter is more serious than I anticipated. Chapter 65 database cannot be matched. How is that possible? Inspector Ishikawa was mistaken. Strictly speaking, these 2 individuals are not members of the Special Hire Police. That authorization order was merely a document secretly transmitted through the dark web via high-ranking officials of the Special Hire Police, based on the preliminary findings of the Metropolitan Police Department's investigation. One of the flashpoints in this upheaval happened right inside this headquarters lobby. Enter the Black Dragon Society headquarters. 2 men in suits immediately opened the metal case, took out a strange device, and began scanning around. No hidden surveillance cameras were found. We can begin. After scanning, the 2 put away the scanning equipment and then took out a device that glowed red. Miniature nano fingerprint collector. The Empire's most sophisticated fingerprint imprinting equipment. With this, no matter how clean they try to be, they can't escape our watchful eyes. Looking at the instrument in my hand, a man in a suit couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Then the port was pointed towards the ground. Suddenly, handprints appeared on the previously messy floor. The marks of each finger are also clearly visible on the front of the palm. If the assassins are present, they could recognize these marks at a glance. These marks were accidentally left by some of them when they used the teleported daggers to cut the ropes and used their hands to support themselves as they got up. They even found a vulnerability in this. In a hotel's presidential suite, through ultra-miniature ceramic monitors installed in concealed corners. Looking at the scene before me, Chu Feng was slightly surprised. He clearly remembered that he had the assassins clean up the scene before he left. Even a Metropolitan Police Department couldn't find any problems. Hiss! The dark web is truly terrifying. With such methods, an ordinary person would probably die without ever knowing what incriminating evidence they left behind. Unfortunately, I am no ordinary person. The 2 men in suits were still scanning and making rubbings. Chu Feng gave a slight, cold laugh. So what if we found some clues? My assassin's fingerprint information is not in your database at all. Just as Chu Feng had predicted, after completing the fingerprint information collection, the 2 men immediately entered the information into the tablet and began the search. He fiddled with it for a while. Both of them were completely stunned. What the hell is going on? These collected fingerprints simply cannot be matched with the database. Damn it, this can't be. Both men in suits were shocked. This database contains the fingerprint information of all Japanese citizens, and the judgment is made by division. It seems that those who took action this time were actually Japanese people themselves. How could it be that none of them match? Could it be that the Metropolitan Police Department's investigation and the branch's judgment were wrong? The two were completely baffled. So it was scanned again, but the result was still the same. Both of them were now completely flustered. Damn it, could it have been done by an outsider? It may seem incredible, but the mole's motto is to never overlook any possibility. Report this to the branch immediately. The two made a decision quickly. After gathering more information in another area, they quickly left the scene. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, inside the hotel, also had a cold gaze. Listen to their conversation. There's a real possibility that I might eventually become a suspect. Even so, he remained completely calm. We have already gained the upper hand. Next, all we need to do is find their hideout. System, have you found their information? Chu Feng asked in a cold voice. Just now, the ultra-miniature ceramic monitoring device accurately captured photos of these two people. Now all you need to do is use the system to check through the Sakura country database. Normally speaking, with the system's capabilities, any information on the internet can be found. However, the dark web has a separate system that is independent of the real internet. No port. Chu Feng had no choice but to start by investigating the personnel information they had exposed. All you need to know are the names of these two people. Under the relentless pursuit of the death sniffer, they had nowhere to escape. Data retrieval in progress. With Chu Feng's command, the super weaponry system instantly churned through a massive data stream, flooding into the vast data network of the Sakura Kingdom. Ding, search complete. Soon, the information of the two men in suits appeared on the unfolded light screen. Himura Taro, Yano Taro? Looking at the two names, Chu Feng couldn't help but smile. Very good. Activate Death Sniffer to immediately track the location of these two people. Death sniffing has been activated, accompanied by an ethereal broadcast voice. Buzz. A beam of light suddenly shot out from Chu Feng's retina. The light spots representing the two of them shimmered and danced. And at the very moment, Death Sniff was activated on a land cruiser speeding through the suburbs. Himura Taro and Yano Taro were also suddenly startled. It felt as if something was spying on me. But this feeling lasted only a moment. The next second, no matter how they tried to sense it, they could no longer feel that needle-like sensation. Illusion. The two muttered something to each other. The vehicle continued speeding towards its destination. Tenryuji, a western suburb of Tokyo, in a hotel's presidential suite. Look at where the two finally stopped. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and lit a cigarette. What a well-chosen location, using a temple as cover. They knew the other party's location. Chu Feng did not rush to make a move, because in his view, this was likely just a temporary base. Taking rash action would only alert the enemy and serve no other purpose. Of course, not taking action doesn't mean Chu Feng isn't making any preparations. After seeing the two people go inside, there was no movement for half a day. He immediately used his mind to communicate with the 500 assassins closest to Tianlong Temple. Let them use the guise of travel. Enter Tenryuji Temple directly. Orders received. The assassins acted swiftly, carrying large and small bags, and using various means of transportation, they quickly arrived at the entrance of Tenryuji Temple. Tenryuji Temple is a famous tourist attraction in Tokyo. It covers a large area and attracts many tourists. The sudden increase of 500 people went completely unnoticed by anyone. Regarding Chu Feng's actions, Himura Taro and Yano Taro were completely unaware of this at the moment. Enter the interior of Tenryuji Temple. They began to follow the mole's procedure, requesting reports. With consent, the dedicated network connection was established. Not long after, in the underground space, the electronic screen automatically lights up. How's the investigation going? Ichiro Nakajima's figure appeared as streams of data. Lord Nakajima, we have made progress. The two bowed their heads and replied in solemn voices. The survey results indicate that our previous assessment differed from our initial judgment. Chapter 66 Branch Laboratory. An unexpected turn of events. Oh, what are the differences? On the electronic screen, Ichiro Nakajima raised an eyebrow slightly. We discovered that the fingerprints collected at the scene did not belong to our country's database at all. Not only at the explosion site, but also in other areas, the traces found were the same. What? Not part of my Sakura country's database. Upon hearing this, Ichiro Nakajima exclaimed in disbelief. He previously concluded that it was the expansion of established Yakuza groups in other regions that led to the downfall of Tokyo's 3 major gangs. The survey results were completely the opposite. Who do you think did this? This is unusual, Ichiro Nakajima asked in a deep voice. The other party's actions were too clean, and there was too little useful information, so we couldn't make a judgment. Himamura Taro and Yano Taro shook their heads. However, since it was not done by people from my country of cherry blossoms, this also provides us with a direction. What we mean is to immediately access and monitor Japan's entry and exit data. Perhaps we can find something out from it. Ichiro Nakajima nodded, and 2 sharp glints suddenly shot out from his eyes. Go ahead and do it. Whatever support you need, the branch will provide it unconditionally. Remember, you must be quick. This is different from the past. Report immediately if you discover anything. Did you understand? Hi, Mr. Nakajima. Communication ended. The Yasukuni Shrine is the hideout of a dark web branch. Ichiro Nakajima sat back down on the sofa and lit a cigar. He squinted at the blade of the samurai sword on the table, from which wisps of smoke rose. These successive changes, it made him feel vaguely uneasy. He had a feeling that something was wrong. But upon closer reflection, I really don't understand where the problem lies. Could it be Chu Feng? This incident is extremely similar to his style in Myawaddy. Suddenly, a thought popped into Nakajima Ichiro's mind. However, he immediately rejected the idea. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No matter how much this bastard tries to cause trouble, he would never dare to run wild on the territory of my Sakura country. Once he finishes his business back home, he should be heading back to Myawaddy. He pondered for a moment. Still no clue. He could only calm down and patiently wait for the mole's investigation results. And just then, bang! A subordinate in a white coat rushed into the office, shouting breathlessly, "Boss, something terrible has happened. Something's gone wrong in Lab 3. Dr. Kajisa requests your immediate presence." What? Something happened at the lab? Upon hearing this, Ichiro Nakajima abruptly stood up. Tell me what happened. Dr. Ingswa sent a communication that the experimental subject in Deep Lab 3 suddenly sprang up, injuring several scientists and damaging some experimental equipment. What? The test subject suddenly sprang up, bit the scientists, and damaged the experimental equipment? Damn bastards. What you all good for? Ichiro Nakajima kicked the coffee table in front of him away. The thing mentioned above has achieved some initial results. However, it is not mature enough, so a lot of experimental data is still needed for verification. The tasks assigned to his Tokyo branch these days are exceptionally heavy. But of all times, it had a breakdown at this crucial moment. Damn it. What are you standing there for, you piece of trash? Notify the chemical defense troops to go to the laboratory. Quick! He abruptly stubbed out his cigar and put on his white coat. Ichiro Nakajima headed straight for the elevator. Beep, beep, beep. The giant elevator landed and the elevator doors opened. The bright and spacious corridor was densely packed with rooms, and wisps of cold, white vapor rose from the ceiling. Ichiro Nakajima strode out with an imposing presence. Talp, talp, talp. At this moment, entire squads of special chemical defense soldiers were already in position. They were wearing special protective suits and full gas masks. Before Ichiro Nakajima could give the order, bang! One of the teams stormed into the first floor compartment of Laboratory 3. Quickly restrain him. The inner laboratory at this moment. Crimson blood plasma covered the snow-white walls. Glass shards and various red and green liquids were scattered all over the ground. Amidst billowing, acrid smoke, a young man from China, the so-called experimental subject, has gone completely insane. He was covered in blood, his muscles oozing pus, and he was wielding a scalpel while letting out inhuman roars. He frantically stabbed at the Japanese scientist beneath him. No. Damn bastard. Let me go. The Japanese scientist, who had been suppressed, was unrecognizable, with bloody holes flowing all over his body. It let out a piercing scream. The next second, puffed, his neck was hit precisely, and a spurt of blood shot directly to the ceiling. Baka, you little brats from the Dragon Kingdom, stop now. Seeing that the young man had stabbed a scientist to death, he then lunged at another white-coated man on the ground who was barely alive. They gnawed at it frantically. The special chemical defense soldiers who rushed in were all enraged. Bang, bang, bang. The dense gun butts slammed down hard. They only stopped when a young man was smashed beyond recognition, bleeding profusely and unconscious. Damn it. Outside the laboratory, Ichiro Nakajima, who witnessed all of this, was utterly shocked. I've seen people who don't care about their lives, but I've never seen anyone this reckless. This is absolutely insane. Looking at the laboratory, which was in complete disarray, his heart was bleeding. Damn bastards, a bunch of trash. My experimental data. What the hell did you guys do to take preventative measures? Ichiro Nakajima was furious. A powerful slap sent his subordinate flying behind him. That's still not enough to vent my anger. He then glared angrily at the bespectacled man with a thick beard next to him. Kajisa, you speak. If you don't give me an explanation, I'll kill you. The bespectacled doctor named Kajisa panicked immediately. Explanation of trembling. Mr. Nakajima, due to the needs of the experiment, we did not perform general anesthesia, but instead took the usual fixation measures. I didn't expect the stationary equipment to suddenly malfunction. This guy only just... All right. Ichiro Nakajima abruptly waved his hand to interrupt. If you fail to complete the experiment, you know the consequences if you get blamed from above. Restart the experiment and restore the experimental data. Immediately. Yes, Mr. Nakajima, I'll be right there. He was repeatedly scolded and berated. Kajisa was getting desperate. We need to roll up our sleeves and start screening new experimental targets. However, at this very moment, suddenly, red light flashed in front of everyone at laboratory number 3. Mr. Nakajima, the laboratory has been severely damaged and a leak has occurred. We must immediately begin the isolation and disinfection process. Damn it. Chapter 67, Shu Feng's Operation. C4 Detonation Preparation. Ichiro Nakajima was devastated at that moment. Not only was the experiment interrupted, but it also resulted in the loss of several scientists and a laboratory. In a fit of anger, he vented his anger directly on the other test subjects. Immediately, screams echoed from the underground of the dark web branch. The inhuman torture continued into the night. 3 test subjects, who could not withstand the torture, died unwillingly. He refused to die in peace. In a hotel room, Shu Feng was observing the activities at Tianlong Temple through the light screen. Suddenly, I felt a chill run down my spine. A sense of inexplicable sorrow welled up in my heart. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Damn it! Could it be that another compatriot has suffered a tragedy? Shu Feng stretched out his fingers trembling slightly uncontrollably. Mad, blame me. It's my fault for not being quick enough. I was still thinking about fishing at a time like this. We can't wait any longer. Order. He suddenly stood up, his mind instantly probing into the system's space, communicating with the 500 assassins who had infiltrated Tianlong Temple. Boss. In his mind, the assassin's cold, clear voice rang out simultaneously. Move out immediately and launch a thunderous offensive against the target point. Note, except for the 2 leading beasts. Kill and chop the rest to pieces without questioning them. Don't let a single one escape. Did you understand? Yes. A loud shout. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, 500 assassins disguised as tourists wandered around the Tianlong Temple scenic area. Suddenly, brand new AKs appeared in his backpack. Without further ado, in front of many tourists from Japan, the assassins all put on their masks, opened their backpacks, and took out their AKs, cocking them with a click. Baka, who are these guys? Why are they carrying so many AKs? What are they up to? Seeing this scene, the surrounding tourists were all stunned and backed away in fright. As a native of Japan, the land of cherry blossoms, they consider it quite remarkable that they can witness gangs engaging in firefights with handguns and submachine guns on a daily basis. This time, it was all AKs pointing directly at each other. How could I not panic? And then you see the mask on the assassin's face. The crowd screamed and fled in panic. Damn it. Dressed like that. What else could he be but a terrorist? Oh no, they're terrorists. So many terrorists. Run. Instantly, the entire vast Tianlong Temple scenic area was thrown into chaos. The mountain road and the square in front of the temple were filled with screaming crowds running for their lives. The assassins didn't bother with them. A single burst of bullets killed several stunned cherry blossom men. Picking up their AKs, they launched a swift charge toward the target point indicated by Chu Feng, namely the Mahavira Hall of Tianlong Temple. This is the so-called Tenryuji Temple. It was actually built based on ancient temples in China, with almost no difference in specifications. In the middle stands a towering 3-story hall. On either side are relatively low side rooms and monks' quarters. Outside, there's a yellow wall connecting to the temple gate. Suddenly, the scenic area descended into chaos, with people screaming and scattering in all directions. Outside the gate, the 2 dark web agents, disguised as monks, were completely dumbfounded. Damn it, what's going on? The 2 men pretended to draw their pistols from their waists. The next second, groups of assassins, armed with AKs, rushed in from all directions from the darkness. Damn, an AK? They're all armed with AKs, and there are so many of them. Seeing this scene, the 2 dark web field agents immediately wet themselves. They usually only carry out some peripheral tasks, and they've never seen anything like this before. Damn it, run. The 2 turned around and tried to rush into the temple. But the next second, instantly, countless transparent holes appeared on their bodies. This is just the spray effect of an AK. If Chu Feng hadn't refrained from immediately deploying the 6-barreled rotary cannon to leave a surprise for the enemies behind, they would probably be blown to pieces by now. Woo woo woo. As soon as the incident occurred, a piercing alarm sounded from beneath Tenryuji Temple. Damn it, what happened? Upon hearing the alarm, the members of the dark web mole, who were tracking the clues, were all horrified. This alarm will only be issued in the event of force majeure. In other words, the situation outside has now reached a life or death point. But this is the stronghold of the dark web moles. Who has the guts to take action against the dark web? Get the ground surveillance footage, quick! Himamura Taro and Yano Taro shouted at the same time. But before his men could make a move, sizzle sizzle, all the monitoring screens turned into static. This is the scene. Everyone was greatly shocked. Once the surveillance was cut off, they had no way of knowing what was happening outside. Not good. Open the armory. Everyone, prepare for battle. Hold the entrance and prevent the enemy from breaking in. Quick! Realizing that something was seriously wrong, Himamura Taro and Yano Taro quickly ordered their men to take action. Soon, submachine guns and M4 assault rifles were then distributed to the people. Click, click, click. Dozens of dart gun barrels were immediately pointed at the entrance. At this time, the assassins who stormed into Tenryu Temple had already begun their killing spree. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Amidst the rapid and intense gunfire, one by one, the dark web agents disguised as monks had their skulls shattered and their minds scattered. Blood splattered everywhere on the floor and walls. Damn it, this is a sacred Buddhist site. What are you trying to do? Put down your gun and come with me to repent before Buddha. Seeing this group of killing gods rush in, they started shooting and killing indiscriminately without saying a word. The abbot of Tenryuji Temple finally couldn't hold back any longer. He immediately stepped forward, wanting to order the assassins to stop killing. Seeing such a big bald guy, a hothead rushed out and spewed filth. The assassins, of course, wouldn't tolerate it. They turned their guns around and emptied their magazines in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of bullets piercing flesh filled the air, and the abbot of Tianlong Temple, along with more than a dozen monks behind him, were all killed instantly. Dog scum. Dui. The assassin spat in disgust, picked up his AK, and charged straight towards the central main hall. Now, the main gate of the palace had already been closed. Several dark web agents, armed with MP5 submachine guns, huddled inside, trembling with fear. They attempted to rely on the large pillars inside to resist. But what happened next was unexpected. Without warning, RPGs appeared in the hands of the assassins. Shot, shot, shot. Immediately, a barrage of rockets rained down on the main hall. Boom! Fireballs burst forth. In the blink of an eye, the magnificent hall in front of them was riddled with holes, and all the doors and windows had been blown away. Damn it! A dark web field worker scrambled to his feet in terror. Unexpectedly, the next second, more rockets are coming. The towering golden Buddha statue behind him shattered instantly. The rolling pebbles crushed him into a pulp. Control. Control. The suicide squad, armed with AKs and RPGs, rushed in at top speed. The entrance is right here. Prepare for C4 detonation. Chapter 68, It's Too Late, Run. Immediately, the assassin pulled out bundles of C4 bombs from his backpack and stuck them tightly to the hidden entrance under the broken Buddha statue. Evacuate the main hall quickly. Ready? Countdown begins. The assassins quickly retreated to the square in front of the palace. And at this moment, in the underground space, the members of the Dark Web Mole were in a complete panic. Yanotaro and Himamura Taro, who were in the lead, kept calling for the ground guards. However, there was only deathly silence in the communication headset. Damn it, this can't be. There were dozens of guards on the ground. Even if we can't stop them, we can't be annihilated so quickly. Taro Yano, holding a submachine gun, stared blankly at the passageway connecting to the entrance staircase. Don't panic, Yano-kun. This entrance is a movable alloy steel plate weighing 10 tons, and the surrounding ground is also made of super concrete. I don't believe they have the means to break through such a defense. Himamura Taro rolled up his sleeves and offered words of encouragement. But the next second, his remaining confidence was shattered by overwhelming fear. Boom! Then, a deafening explosion was heard. Himamura Taro felt a wave of heat rush towards him. The person was thrown backward 4 or 5 meters. He's actually doing all right, because it is located relatively far back. Those Dark Web Mole members standing at the forefront of the passage were swept away by the terrifying shockwave. His body twisted into a pretzel shape in an instant and flew backwards. After the shockwave swept away, the raging flames also rushed in. Boom! If it weren't for the security system detecting the fatal attack, the protective steel plate suddenly fell down. The raging flames rushing in could probably burn everyone inside to death in an instant. Cough, cough, cough. Damn, that's terrifying. C4 bomb. It must be a C4 bomb. They actually used so many C4 bombs. In the thick smoke, the group of dark web moles were coughing up blood incessantly, feeling as if their internal organs were about to shift. The leaders, Himamura Taro and Yano Taro, were especially terrified. He had served the dark web for so many years. This was the first time they had encountered such a formidable enemy. Damn it, who are these guys anyway? Why are they targeting us? The situation is beyond imagination. The two dared not hesitate any longer. After leaving their men to guard the area, they rushed into the hall and began to call for help. And at this moment, the ground has also changed dramatically. An earth-shaking explosion rang out. The once majestic main hall of Tianlong Temple has now been completely blown away. Countless building ruins shattered on all sides. The entire Tenryuji temple complex was affected and burned. Charge in and wipe them out. The assassin quickly got up, grabbed his AK, and rushed into the ruins of the main hall, arriving at the entrance. They attacked directly down the charred stairs. At this moment, the entrance is still filled with thick, scalding smoke. But the assassins had already put on gas masks during that time and were completely unaffected. I went down the stairs and just arrived at the passageway. Da-da-da. Boot, boot, boot. A barrage of submachine gun and assault rifle fire swept over them. This is the remaining members of the Dark Web Mole team putting up a fierce resistance. We don't tolerate assassins. Stun grenade. Clang, clang. Immediately, cylindrical, military green objects were thrown into the passageway. Bang, bang, bang. A muffled explosion rang out. Before the Dark Web Mole in the defensive tunnel could react, it was already dizzy and its eyes were temporarily blinded. Take advantage of this break. The Suicide Squad members carrying RPGs also opened fire. They suddenly stepped forward. Shop, shop, shop. One rocket launcher after another roared up flames and bombarded the passageway with a fierce barrage. Boom, boom. Fireballs burst forth. The moles on the dark web, who were huddled together for defense, were blown up and their bodies were strewn across the ground before they could even react. In an instant, they lost 30 or 40 of their men. Baka, I can't hold on any longer. Retreat immediately. Seeing the overwhelming firepower of the Suicide Squad, the surviving 20-odd mole members, terrified, grabbed their guns and fled desperately toward the underground hall. Inside the hall, seeing his terrified subordinates rushing towards him, Himamura Taro and Yano Taro, who were sending the communication request, were also dumbfounded. Can't even last a few minutes? Could it get any more useless? In a fit of anger, the two pressed a button, and the alloy doors to the hall immediately slammed shut. The men who had escaped were all dumbfounded. No. Damn it, open the door. Lord Yano, Lord Himamura, why have you abandoned us? We refuse to accept this. The crowd pounded on the door frantically. At this moment, Yano Taro and Himamura Taro inside turned a deaf ear. In their eyes, these so-called mole members are nothing more than insignificant little karami. If you can buy yourself some time, then you might as well die a worthy death. I fiddled with it for a while. The active communication procedure has not yet been approved. The men in front of the gate have also begun to be attacked. Damn it, it's too late. The two promptly ended their contact. They then poured buckets of gasoline onto the instruments and equipment, lighted up, and flames burst into the sky in the blink of an eye. After doing all this, without hesitation, the two jumped into the escape tunnel that had been prepared in advance. Their hope of escape was dashed. The dozen or so surviving moles had completely gone mad. With a heavy heart, he turned his gun around, ready to fight the suicide squad to the death. But this is destined to be like a moth drawn to a flame. After several rounds of gunfire, everyone's bodies exploded, turning into a rain of blood that fell from the sky. Control. Control. A thorough search yielded no survivors. The assassins immediately set their sights on the underground hall, which was engulfed in flames. The gate was violently destroyed. They grabbed the fire hydrant in the passageway and, together, extinguished the fire inside. But then they discovered the remaining space. There was no one left. Boss, I'm sorry, we didn't catch the target. In his mind, the voice of the assassin blaming himself echoed. Chu Feng smiled slightly. No need to worry. This is within my expectations. This is the result I wanted. The assassins were pleasantly surprised. The boss means... That's right, it's about luring the snake out of its hole. Chu Feng's gaze was intense as he spoke in a deep voice. A stronghold so close to the lair has been destroyed. Given the nature of the dark web, do you think these two still have a chance of survival? They will definitely send people to eliminate the threat. Once they make a move, that will be our opportunity. He paused for a moment. Chu Feng glanced at the time and continued. I have already dispatched another team to follow up on this matter. You must evacuate Tianlong Temple immediately to prevent unnecessary losses. Yes, boss. Chapter 69. Ichiro Nakajima's shock. He begins to kill to silence. Orders received. The 500 assassins who participated in the attack quickly disguised themselves as panicked tourists and evacuated the Tianlong Temple scenic area. They had just stepped out the door. One after another, riot police cars arrived with sirens blaring. They saw that the assassins were unarmed. After a quick check of their documents, it was discovered that they were of American nationality. Without bothering with in-depth questioning, groups of special police officers rushed into the scenic area. And then they arrived at the scene of the incident. Everyone was stunned. Besides the corpses scattered everywhere and the devastated ruins, there was nothing else to see. There's no such thing as a terrorist as a damn thing. At this moment, Police Inspector Ishikawa also arrived. Looking at the still-burning Tianlong Temple and the Mahavira Hall, which had been blasted into a huge crater and completely reduced to ruins. He gasped in shock. Hiss! What kind of explosive power would it take to uproot such a magnificent building? Damn bastard. Who did this? Inspector Ishikawa was furious. This is one of the few ancient buildings in Japan, the land of cherry blossoms. Its cultural value is so great that it cannot be overstated. It's ruined. Your Excellency, according to the latest intelligence from the Metropolitan Police Department, based on clues provided by tourists at the scene, all of these people were wearing masks and were all carrying AKs, and there were at least several hundred of them. A special police officer reported in a deep voice. What? At least several hundred people, and all of them were carrying AKs? Upon hearing this, Inspector Ishikawa was greatly alarmed. This is ridiculous. Could it be any more exaggerated? Terrorists have previously committed crimes in his country, Japan. If a few cats and dogs, carrying a few rifles, were to carry out a few attacks at a train station or somewhere else, that would be big news. You're telling me there are hundreds of people? When did Japan receive this kind of treatment? Damn it, with so many people, they can't have gone far. Immediately seal off all major roads, hotels, and goose houses and question them one by one. We should focus on foreigners with ties to Zhongdong's nationality. These guys are notorious for carrying out terrorist attacks. Hey, Inspector. On the other side, as Chu Feng expected, the Dark Web branch also quickly learned of the attack on Tianlong Temple. Upon hearing the reports from Himamura Taro and Taro. Ichiro Nakajima was completely stunned. The dark web exists in an extremely secretive manner. The stronghold, which was located in the same city as the branch, was attacked. That means he's being watched on the dark web right now. This is absolutely no coincidence. Damn bastards. Who are these attackers? How many of them are there? Don't you even know? Ichiro Nakajima was furious. This is a matter of life and death for the branch. One wrong move, and you could die without a burial place. No, I don't know. We don't know their identities or their numbers. On the other end of the dedicated phone line, the two mole leaders were trembling with fear. They cut off our surveillance immediately and breached our facilities in a very short time. With the passive communication process going through several steps, we didn't even have time to wait for the branch to respond before they stormed into the base's lobby. We have no choice but to evacuate first and then report back. What? They broke through your defenses in such a short time. Upon hearing this, Ichiro Nakajima was even more shocked. He was well aware of the defenses at the Tenryuji stronghold. Dozens of elite gunmen. There are also heavy-duty alloy gates for protection. Even so, it couldn't withstand their offensive for more than a few minutes. What methods did they use to break through the entrance? Ichiro Nakajima asked in a cold voice. Explosion? En extrêmement violente explosion. We didn't even have time to react before a huge hole appeared in the ground. After we left the stronghold, we looked from a distance and discovered that the entire main hall of Tianlong Temple had collapsed. The two swallowed hard and replied with difficulty. What? Blasting? Ichiro Nakajima couldn't help but widen his eyes. Damn it. It seems like they used the same tactics when the Taiwan liaison office had that incident. Recalling the destruction of these three major gangs and the unusual events of the past few days, he opened his mouth wide and gasped for breath. Damn it. Could it really be that bastard Chu Feng? But that doesn't make sense either. He could understand if the U.S. liaison point was shut down. After all, it was very close to that bastard's base, and Watanabe's squad had failed. It's understandable that people would follow the clues and find out what happened. But this is the Tianlong Temple stronghold, which has an extremely high level of secrecy. How did he know? Even if you know about the existence of the dark web, it's impossible. No more than a handful of people in the entire branch knew about the Tenryu Temple stronghold. Not to mention someone like Watanabe, who's a small-time craze. Ichiro Nakajima is completely lost. My mind is a complete mess. Based on this sequence of events, he had accurately determined that it was Chu Feng who was behind it. What he couldn't understand was, how did Chu Feng and his troops manage to bring so many weapons and ammunition to Tokyo? He clearly had the mole check it. The Chinese nationals entering China these days are all traceable, legitimate travelers. What drove him even more crazy was, he simply couldn't understand his subordinates. How did they manage to find so many clues about him? Call. Ichiro Nakajima sat back heavily in his chair. He slowly lit a cigar. It seems these two good-for-nothings can't be kept alive either. That bastard Chu Feng is getting more and more outrageous. I have to be careful. I'll think about it. He promptly notified the two dark web mole leaders. Have them wait in the safe house. Hime Morakun, Yanokun. This is a very important matter. I will send someone to contact you immediately. You should write a detailed account of the attack. Someone will come later to personally deliver your report to the branch. Remember, from this moment on, without my order, you are not to leave the safe house. Do you understand? Yes, Mr. Nakajima. We will write the report immediately. The communication was disconnected. Ichiro Nakajima's lips curled slightly. A chilling, extremely sinister smile crept across his face. You think you can survive after someone has grabbed your tail? No way. Someone come here. Lord Nakajima, what are your orders? Order the Umbu to send out a Jonin to immediately execute those two good-for-nothings, Himamura and Yano. Also, tell the three Jonin who are lurking on the border of Tai Kingdom to stop staying there. That bastard Chu Feng has already infiltrated our homeland. Let them set off for home immediately. At the same time, instruct the Metropolitan Police Department to immediately investigate Chu Feng's movements. Hi, Mr. Nakajima. I received orders from Ichiro Nakajima, the ground-level structure of the Yasukuni Shrine. A short while later, a young man dressed in white casual clothes came out. He had a handsome appearance, wore sneakers, and carried a black shoulder bag. They acted like tourists. But if you look closely, you'll then be able to see that he's unusual. His eyes were like an eagle's, and his steps were exceptionally light, between the slightly clenched palms. It also seemed as if weapons were quietly shifting. Zhu Feng, commander of the Chinese Special Forces? Interesting. You sneaked up to my dark web base without me even noticing, and even took down one of my intelligence outposts. I really want to go and meet you right now. Looking at the information displayed on the wrist terminal, the man gave a slight, cold laugh. But before that, let's get rid of these two pieces of trash first. Chapter 70. Damn it. How did this guy know about this place? The man in white is in action. At the same time, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department also received search orders from the dark web through various channels. I heard that the destruction of Tokyo's 3 major gangs and the terrorist attack at Tenryuji Temple were all the work of Chu Feng. Inspector Ishikawa and a group of high-ranking officials from the Metropolitan Police Department were all shocked. Damn it. This is the kind of person who slaughtered tens of thousands of armed men in Myawaddy without even blinking an eye. Hiding up in my land of cherry blossoms. And they've gone on to create such a huge spectacle. What exactly is he trying to do? Isn't he afraid of causing a conflict between the two countries? Isn't he afraid of triggering a war between the two nations? How dare he? Shocked. Everyone dared not be negligent. In an instant, thousands of police officers from the Metropolitan Police Department were mobilized, and even officers on leave were recalled. A large force was mobilized overnight to begin a citywide manhunt. They didn't overlook any hotels, ghost houses, or other secluded places. A group of people also conducted a comprehensive and multifaceted investigation of various entry and exit data, in the hope of discovering something. However, their actions were destined to be futile. The moment Chu Feng landed, his information had long been covered up and hidden by the system. Even the Carlton Hotel, where I am currently staying, has had its check-in information changed. Certainly, even if they are found to be searching the place. He wasn't afraid at all. He has tens of thousands of loyal followers. If he stomps his feet, the entire city of Tokyo will be turned upside down. The reason they've been holding back their big move is simply because, compared to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, the Japanese Self-Defense Forces, and the U.S. military, these are the openly visible armed forces stationed in Japan. The threat posed by the dark web is on a much higher level than that of the dark web. In the hotel room at this moment, beep beep beep, the final hiding place of Himamura Taro and Yano Taro has also been determined. With the incredible tracking effect of Death Sniff, they have nowhere to hide. 15th floor of the Chizuru building in Tokyo. Target identified. Commando team, follow me. Chu Feng stood up. He immediately led his 100 bodyguards to board the 20 land cruisers that had been prepared beforehand. They sped off toward their target. Beep beep beep. It was already late at night. Along the way, the Metropolitan Police Department has been setting up checkpoints to deal with possible emergencies. Chu Feng's land cruiser convoy was stopped on the street by sheer coincidence. What are you doing? Show me your ID quickly. Sakura, the police officer, shouted coldly while beckoning her colleagues forward. But the next second, when they saw the white face of the assassin and the American citizenship documents handed to them, the officers who gathered around were all stunned. They immediately changed their tune. Oh my, so it's your distinguished guest from the United States. I'm so sorry to have delayed your trip. Let them through. That's all. The convoy passed the temporary checkpoint without incident and then headed straight for its destination. Inside the brightly lit Chizuru building at this moment, the man in white, tasked with killing and silencing witnesses, had already arrived. The elevator on the 15th floor of the building is now open. The man in white walked out with a leisurely gait. We arrived at the door of a large single-story house that had been specially reinforced. He leaned forward, his pupils focused on the scanner. Crack! The heavy explosion-proof door opened instantly. Lord Blood Erosion. Is it you? I never expected the branch would send you personally. Upon seeing the newcomers, Himamura Taro and Yano Taro in the safe house were filled with mixed joy and surprise. The two quickly invited the white-clad man, named Blood Erosion, to sit down. However, while there was a pleasant surprise, a slight doubt arose in their hearts. The attack on the Tenryuji stronghold was indeed a very serious matter. You can send a jonin from the Umbu. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? These are the absolute elites of the branch. The number of people was no more than 2 palms width. Don't let their status as mole leaders fool you. But in terms of real status, compared to these people, it's probably nothing at all. Such elite troops should be guarding the branch. Lord Blood Erosion, we have completed the handwritten report of the attack on the stronghold. With some doubt, the two men quickly handed over a stack of reports and said respectfully, The man in white had a cold expression and didn't even glance at her. Lord Nakajima has given the order. He stood up, his eyes suddenly turning a dark blood-red hue. Hi. Himamura and Yano quickly bowed respectfully. The Tianlong Temple Intelligence Outpost has been lost. You two failed to supervise the battle effectively and defended it poorly. According to the organization's ironclad rules, kill them immediately. Kill. Amidst the icy, bone-chilling shouts, the man in white moved like a ghost. Just a second ago, he was still standing on the edge of the sofa. In the next instant, his body had passed through the gap between the two. Such speed far exceeds that of ordinary Special Forces soldiers. Even the most elite Special Forces soldiers would probably find it difficult to do. Once he regained his balance, a line of blood silently appeared on the necks of both Himamura and Yano. Blood, Lord Blood Erosion, A slight chill came over me. The two men touched their necks in terror. The next second, the line of blood on the neck suddenly widened. Two jets of blood shot straight up to the ceiling. Thump! Two enormous heads fell to the ground, their expressions of terror and disbelief remaining until their very death. Snort! Looking at the two corpses on the ground, the man in white showed no change in expression. He licked the cold, unblemished curved blade from his hand. He reached behind him and pulled out 2 bottles of unknown liquid. He then dumped the body on the 2 corpses with a loud thud. Sizzle. Wisps of smoke rose up. Countless blood bubbles began to appear on the corpses of Himamura and Yano, which then quickly dissolved. Not long after, apart from an inconspicuous mark on the ground, there was no trace of their existence after that. Just as the man in white was about to kill someone to silence them. Now, Chu Feng's suicide squad also arrived, with the help of the tracking team that had been lying in wait in the building. The large group quickly reached the 15th floor. The man in white inside the room suddenly seemed to realize something. He looked up. I happened to see on the surveillance camera that the suicide bomber was attaching a C4 bomb to the door of the safe house. Beside the passageway, a young man stared coldly at the camera. Zhu Feng. Damn it. How did this guy know about this place? Seeing this scene, the man in white was immediately terrified. This safe house, though not of a high level, is definitely being used for the first time. Where did Chu Feng get this information from? Damn bastards. It must be those 2 pieces of trash who leaked the secret, unaware that he was being followed. Looking at the C4 car that had started its countdown on the gate, a chill ran from the soles of the man in white straight up to the top of his head. Although he was a jonin of the Umbu, a king-level soldier, no matter how strong it is still made of flesh and blood. Even if he manages to dodge the C4 explosion, he will still face a dense array of assault rifles outside. He still has to die. Dam Chu Feng. You just wait. I will kill you next time. With a roar of shock and anger, he ripped open his shirt. Suddenly, a bundle of fine threads, resembling silkworm silk, was revealed. I ran to the balcony in a few steps. The pointed hook at the end locks the balcony frame in place. He jumped straight down. Bang bang. The glass panel shattered. The next moment, his entire body shot straight into the 10th floor of the building. Call. I just wanted to catch my breath. But the next moment, he was terrified, his mouth agape, wide enough to fit a goose egg. Damn it, there's someone here too? Chapter 71, The Dragon Kingdom's Special Forces. Nothing special. The man in white was shocked. They stared incredulously at the dozen or so masked assassins wielding AKs in the 10th floor. He originally thought the large force on the 15th floor already represented all of Chu Feng's troops. I never imagined that this bastard had such connections down there. If we had firearms at this moment, with his combat prowess, he could absolutely wipe out these 10 or so people in front of him in one fell swoop. This time, however, he thought it was just a simple murder to silence him, and he was completely unprepared. Damn bastard. I'll definitely kill you next time. He let out a furious roar of resentment, taking advantage of the massive shockwave caused by the C4 explosion on the 15th floor. The man in white suddenly flung out a small silver ball. Bang! Acrid white smoke instantly filled the vision. Fire! Kill him! The assassins all pulled the triggers simultaneously. They fired wildly while advancing. Upon arriving at the destination, they discovered that the man in white had already vanished. Despite losing their target, the assassins remained surprisingly calm. This was already part of their plan. On the 15th floor, the assassins reported their findings. Treading through thick smoke and raging fire, Chu Feng strode to the balcony of a large flat. Under the bright neon lights, I watched the white-clad man rapidly descending at an angle below. He immediately pulled out an AWM high-precision sniper rifle from the system space. Bang! A loud explosion was heard. The white-clad man, who was sliding down rapidly, had his left ankle pierced instantly. No! A piercing pain shot through me. The man in white lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. Damn bastard! I will tear you to pieces. On the ground, the man in white roared as he stood up, his mind on the verge of collapse. When I was just shot, if he hadn't already landed at a relatively safe altitude, such a violent fall would either kill him or leave him completely crippled. He, a dignified jonin of the Umbu, had never suffered such humiliation. He was both shocked and furious. Suddenly, I saw that there was no one guarding the bottom of the building. He couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He smashed the window of a car next to him with a single punch. He quickly crawled inside. He then ignited the engine violently and sped off with a burst of acceleration. Tajda! The sound of bullets hitting the rear of the car rang out. Looking in the rearview mirror, the assassins who came out in a frenzied pursuit. He couldn't help but sneer repeatedly. Snort! What kind of bullshit Chinese special forces are they? They're nothing special. Once my Sakura kingdom mobilizes its forces and wipes you out from all sides, let's see how long you can keep jumping around. Boom boom. They drove to another safe house. The man in white cut away the potentially infected, rotten flesh from his foot, disinfected and bandaged it briefly, and then began reporting to Ichiro Nakajima. What? That bastard Chu Feng chased me down all night and wiped out another safe haven of mine. Underground of the Jinghua Sacred Toilet. Dark Web Division Office. Upon hearing the report, Ichiro Nakajima was so shocked that his fingers trembled. The safe house where those two good-for-nothings were staying was being used for the first time. Could it be that? That's right, Mr. Nakajima. I suspect that it was these two good-for-nothings who leaked the information. They must be being followed. Otherwise, Chu Feng wouldn't have been able to find us so quickly. Damn it. Those two good-for-nothings are more trouble than they're worth. Ichiro Nakajima was furious. Being followed. Such a basic mistake. How could anyone make that? They're also dark web moles. Why don't you all just smash your heads against a block of tofu and die? Have those two good-for-nothings been dealt with yet? I don't want to see such useless subordinates again. Ichiro Nakajima shouted. Rest assured, Mr. Nakajima, I have completely dealt with them, leaving not even a trace. The man in white stood up instinctively. This fatal movement immediately aggravated his wound, causing him to let out a cold groan. They sensed something was wrong. Ichiro Nakajima's eyes narrowed suddenly. Bloodthirst, you're injured? Yes, Your Excellency Nakajima. The man in white gritted his teeth and sat down again. That bastard Chu Feng sent a large force to attack the safe house, and I didn't have time to prepare. A large force? Damn it. Why didn't you say so sooner? Ichiro Nakajima was filled with shock and anger. Lord Nakajima, it's too late, the man in white said in a hoarse voice. Given this bastard's behavior, he couldn't possibly have not made arrangements for an escape route. Pursuing him now would be futile. Then what do you suggest we do? Bare hand, Mr. Nakajima. We can lay a trap and wait for him to take the bait. Please continue. The man in white took a breath, his voice becoming deep. Lord Nakajima, I judge that Chu Feng did not bring many men with him to Tokyo this time. The hundreds of people exposed by the attack on Tenryuji Temple are basically all of his strength. Now the two idiots who leaked information have also been dealt with. Chu Feng wanted to continue tracking our whereabouts, but the trail has gone cold. We can simply turn the tables on them. Oh, Ichiro Nakajima's eyes lit up, and he slowly lit a cigar. This method seems to actually work. Chu Feng, aren't you still fixated on my dark web? Okay, I'll put out my fragrant bait, and I don't believe you can resist. Yoshi, blood erosion, your method is excellent, just what I wanted. Nakajima exclaimed in admiration and comfortably exhaled a puff of smoke. How is your injury? The other Jonin and the Umbu are all on missions, so we need you to take charge this time. Once you've ensured safety, I think you need to rush back to the branch office tonight to discuss the specific combat plan. Hey, Mr. Nakajima, it's just a superficial wound, no bullet. The man in white spoke solemnly. I will definitely get back to the branch before dawn. The two secretly began to make initial plans. On the other side, Chu Feng, who had broken away from the Metropolitan Police Department search, was also keeping a close eye on the white-clad man's every move. In fact, before this operation began, his elite tracking team had already followed Himamura and Yano to the Chizuru building where they were located. They disguised themselves as staff members and sneaked into the 16th floor. Listening devices that can penetrate floors are placed on the floor slab. They had already overheard their conversation. Now, the white-clad man represents the blood-stained light. It is clearly displayed in the Death Sniff light screen. Chapter 72, Locking onto the Sacred Toilet of Yasukuni, Chu Feng's Killing Intent. The man in white could never have imagined this. At this moment, he was already under Chu Feng's surveillance. He took out a dose of a special drug made from the dark web from the metal medicine box in the safe house and injected himself with it. His injuries are visibly improving. At the very least, there won't be the same pain as before. It was just getting light at 5 a.m. He decisively left the safe house. We arrived on the ground. He lit a cigarette slowly, walked to the spare vehicle, and took out the scanner. After carefully checking several times, no abnormalities were found. Then they sped away. Now, the streets were nearly deserted. After driving for several kilometers, no vehicles were seen following them. Only then did he feel completely relieved. Hey, it seems Chu Feng isn't so scary after all. Those old idiots were really too careless. To be caught red-handed on one's own turf, one deserves to die. He snorted disdainfully a few times. The man in white turned the car around and sped off towards the branch office. Beep, vehicle scan complete. Back in the underground parking lot of the Yasukuni Shrine. After completing the routine security check, he entered the dark web branch directly through the secure passage. Lord Blood Erosion, Lord Nakajima is waiting for you. Two burly men in suits quickly stepped forward to greet them. Okay, you understand. I'll be right there. The man in white quickened his pace and passed through several isolation doors and an elevator. That's when they arrived at Ichiro Nakajima's office. Yoshi, Blood Erosion, you're finally back. Upon seeing the visitor, Ichiro Nakajima was overjoyed. Your subordinate has failed in his duties. Please punish me, Lord Nakajima. The man in white bowed his head in apology. Hey, temporary success or failure doesn't mean anything. Ichiro Nakajima waved his hand. Besides, didn't you already have a plan? Sit down quickly. Let's make some plans. The two were making plans in earnest. On the other side, looking at the Death Sniffer screen, one could see the location where the man in white had ultimately entered. Chu Feng's eyes widened as well. His face was filled with disbelief. Damn it, Jingwa Divine Toilet. Chu Feng was stunned. He never imagined that these rats on the dark web would set up their branch headquarters in such a stinking place for summoning spirits and worshipping ghosts. The key point is, this Yasukuni Shrine is only 700 meters away from the Japanese Imperial Palace. Aren't they afraid that if something goes wrong, their own locusts will also be dragged down with them? But upon closer reflection, Chu Feng also understood. Snakes and rats are in cahoots. Who knows, this damned locust might also have some inexplicable connection to the dark web. Otherwise, right under our noses. It's impossible that he hasn't made a move for so long. The Yasukuni Shrine, huh? Very good. Since you chose such a stinking place. This time, it's just the right time to fulfill my long-cherished wish. Looking at the landmark building on the light screen, which seemed to be shrouded in black mist and howled by evil spirits, Chu Feng stood up, his expression suddenly turning extremely cold. This foul-smelling building is a repository for the evil spirits and vengeful ghosts of the Cherry Blossom Country for hundreds of years. The dog tag memorial tablet above. The vast majority of them were individuals who had committed heinous crimes in the Dragon Kingdom. And this Cherry Blossom Country not only shows no remorse. They even treated these bastards like heroic spirits, summoning their souls and worshipping them every day. Such perverse actions have angered both heaven and man. With such formidable power at our disposal, we must uproot them all and blast them to ashes. Chu Feng probably won't be able to sleep at night. Chu Feng silently clenched his fists and closed his eyes. In my mind, scenes of the Dragon Kingdom suffering humiliation, its soldiers and civilians being massacred, and its martyrs fighting bravely against the cherry blossom swarm flashing by like machine gun fire. A long time. He suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying, killing intent soared into the sky. Order! Boss! In his mind, the more than 40,000 assassins scattered throughout Tokyo responded in unison. The troops shall assemble immediately. No matter what method you use. Get ready to attack within 3 minutes. Yes, he sensed Chu Feng's killing intent. Upon hearing the order, the assassins were instantly filled with murderous intent. As per Chu Feng's request, before long, everyone arrived on the streets of Tokyo as the sun was just rising. A major battle is imminent. Of course, Chu Feng wasn't foolish enough to immediately unleash all his power in the attack. Because this is, after all, the enemy's stronghold. He pondered for a moment. He decisively ordered 10,000 of his elite soldiers to move backward and advance to the major transportation routes outside Tokyo. Once the war begins, these troops will be tasked with blocking reinforcements from the external enemy. He also ordered 20,000 suicide soldiers to serve as a battle reserve force and to hide in the streets of Tokyo. If needed, it could deliver a fatal blow to all enemies in Tokyo in an instant. 2 deployments were made. Only 11,000 people remained to attack the Yasukuni Shrine. Over 10,000 people, humph, that's enough. Crushing you all is as easy as crushing an ant. Looking at the 3D image of the Yasukuni Shrine projected on the system's light screen, Chu Feng narrowed his eyes. The figure vanished from the current residence in an instant. Such an unprecedented battle. As a commander, and as a member of the Dragon Kingdom, he had no reason not to get involved personally. Ting ting ting. Downstairs, 20 land cruisers, each carrying 100 guards, roared with their engines. Upon receiving the order, these bodyguards who were protecting Chu Feng's safety immediately started their vehicles. Boss! After Chu Feng got into the car, the crowd gathered around him. The convoy suddenly turned around and sped out of the parking lot like lightning. They headed straight for the Yasukuni Shrine. At the same time, the remaining 10,000 plus suicide soldiers who were deployed in this attack. They started working quickly. You son of a bitch, get off the bus. Quick, if you utter another word, I'll kill you. At this time, more and more vehicles began to appear on the street. Groups of assassins surged onto the street and, without a word, dragged the driver out of the car. Then he floored the gas pedal and sped off. The people of Japan who were robbed were stunned. I've seen robberies, but I've never seen such a large group of robbers. Damn bastard. My car. The Japanese people were dumbfounded. Realizing what had happened, they all called the police for help. In a short time, the entire Metropolitan Police Department's phones were ringing off the hook. All hotlines were occupied. Damn it, what's going on? Why are there so many emergency calls so early in the morning? The officers on duty at the Metropolitan Police Department were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had ever seen such a situation in all their years in office. But once the situation is clear, the officers' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Damn it, there are robberies all over Tokyo? Quickly, report to Inspector Ishikawa and request reinforcements. Chapter 73. Inspector Ishikawa, dumbfounded, quickly give me the rapid response unit. What? Robberies are happening all over Tokyo, and they're even stealing cars. Hearing the report, Inspector Ishikawa was completely dumbfounded. In just a few days, major events have occurred in this vast city of Tokyo. First, the 3 major gangs were destroyed, with 1,000 or 2,000 people killed. Then came the Tenryuji terrorist attack and the Chizuru building explosion. All eyes were on Chu Feng. These things have already overwhelmed him. Before I could even catch my breath, this happened. Damn it, get to the bottom of this. Let's see who these guys are and whether they have any connection with Chu Feng. At the same time, order the checkpoints along the way to intercept them at all costs. In the Metropolitan Police Department's command center, Inspector Ishikawa roared out an order. Orders received. The entire Metropolitan Police Department was mobilized. Thousands of police officers, including riot police, drove police cars and carried long guns and cannons and rushed to various intersections in Tokyo. Quickly, stop the vehicle at the intersection. We must stop them. In the middle of the intersection, the Metropolitan Police Department already had a considerable number of temporary checkpoints set up. but they felt it wasn't enough. They immediately drove the vehicle to the middle of the road, attempting to stop the suicide squad from advancing. Boss, there's a temporary checkpoint blocking the way ahead. A convoy of speeding land cruisers. The assassins suddenly noticed movement ahead. Intercept. Chu Feng gave a slight, cold laugh. In an instant, AKs and RPGs were teleported into the hands of the assassins. Fire. Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed without mercy. Yes, the suicide bombers shouted as they leaned out of the car windows and fired rockets at the checkpoints blocking their way. Boom! Boom! A series of fireballs exploded. The intercepting vehicle was blown into the air. The entire level was instantly engulfed in flames. Holy crap, they actually have an RPG. Around the checkpoint, the police officers who had been blown away by the shockwave were almost paralyzed with fear. I never expected that these damned robbers would have such violent equipment. Damn it, fire! Don't let them get through the checkpoint. A leading officer shouted. Just as he was about to raise his gun and fire, something unexpected happened the next second. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Terrifying tongues of fire swept across his face. Puff, puff, puff. One after another, bloody holes exploded out, and he died on the spot with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Even the police officers who had just gotten up nearby collapsed on the ground. And take advantage of this opportunity. Chu Feng's convoy had already swiftly passed the checkpoint. Such a scene. The same thing is happening on major streets throughout Tokyo. Thousands upon thousands of suicide soldiers, driving all sorts of vehicles, rampaged recklessly. Without a word, AK rocket launchers were unleashed, firing from all sides. Faced with this situation, the Metropolitan Police Department's pitiful firepower is simply not enough to be relied upon. Even riot police are no match for the suicide squad. That's all. The hordes of assassins broke through the blockade effortlessly. They then launched a swift assault on the Yasukuni Shrine. Now, not only the Metropolitan Police Department, but everyone there was terrified. The Tokyo residents on the street were also dumbfounded. Damn it. When I watch movies, I see so-called robbers and secret agents running amok on highways, and I think that's outrageous enough. The scene before me was even more exaggerated than in the movies. Robber. Have you ever seen such a violent robber? They don't even respect the special police. Explosion-proof armored vehicles can be blown up at will. However, their attempts to stop them failed. Police Inspector Ishikawa at the command center was also dumbfounded. Seeing the overwhelming firepower displayed by the assassins in the city surveillance system, his whole body trembled. Damn bastard. All officers, chase them down and keep them on their heels. Whatever their goal is, we must not let them succeed. Inspector Ishikawa was getting impatient. Tokyo is the most populous and most bustling international metropolis in Japan. We must stop these violent freaks' actions immediately. The consequences are predictable. Under the orders of Inspector Ishikawa. Soon, the footage from city surveillance cameras showing the direction the suicide squad was heading was transmitted to the terminals in the hands of various police officers at the Metropolitan Police Department. Upon receiving the order, the police officers did not dare to delay and immediately sounded the alarms, launching a swift pursuit. However, something unexpected happened again to the police officers. They hadn't even chased him for a kilometer or two. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. The screen on the terminal in my hand was now just filled with static. Damn it, what's going on? In the Metropolitan Police Department's command center, Inspector Ishikawa was completely dumbfounded. This is a city security system that Japan spent billions of dollars to build. The circuits are not connected in series. How could it be paralyzed instantly? Even if you use electronic warfare equipment, it is absolutely impossible to do so. I'm using a wire connection. Inspector Ishikawa panicked instantly. He loudly ordered his men to restart the system in order to restore monitoring. However, after working for a long time, the result was the same. All the electronic screens were still showing static. Damn it, this can't be. Inspector Ishikawa went berserk. Without surveillance, he's practically blind. Even if the Metropolitan Police Department can catch those guys. Without a view of the battlefield, this battle is simply impossible to fight. Compared to Inspector Ishikawa's outburst. On the other side, Chu Feng was extremely smug. In the face of the system, this so-called security system is no match for a single enemy. A torrent of data surges forth. Firewalls and sandboxes are all bullshit, worse than shit. Order all convoys to accelerate. Ignore ground obstacles. The Vanguard team must get to the Yasukuni Shrine within half an hour. I could vaguely see ambient lighting following behind me. Every now and then, several police cars would suddenly appear in front of us, attempting to block our way. Chu Feng's expression turned cold, and he gave the order in a deep voice. He didn't want to waste too much time on these little karami. Yes, boss. The assassin, upon receiving the order, floored the accelerator and plunged it into the gas tank. Boom, boom. Countless mobile vehicles quickened their pace. Let's turn our attention back to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Seeing that the system had not recovered for a long time, Inspector Ishikawa was already feeling weak in the knees. They realized the situation was urgent. If this continues, it could lead to irreversible consequences. He no longer hesitated. He smashed the table in front of him with a single punch. Quickly, get me the rapid reaction force, and have them move out immediately. They must annihilate all these damn terrorists. The subordinate received the order and quickly dialed. The two sides quickly established communication. Seeing that the call went through smoothly, Inspector Ishikawa breathed a sigh of relief. That's really close. If even the landline phone can't be used, then I'll truly become a blind and powerless commander. Inspector Ishikawa was very relieved. Little did he know that this was Chu Feng's deliberate act. If it weren't to make this battle even more earth-shattering and attract more global attention, he could have simply cut off all communication networks in Japan from the very beginning. Let the entire land of cherry blossoms be blind. Chapter 74 shocked Major General Kameda. Rapid Reaction Force launches attack. At this moment, at the Tokyo Rapid Reaction Force base, Major General Kameda was also greatly alarmed upon hearing Police Inspector Ishikawa's report as the commander of the counterterrorism force. In fact, after hearing explosions being heard one after another on the streets of Tokyo, he immediately ordered his troops to complete preparations for the attack. He originally thought it was just a relatively serious terrorist attack. But to his surprise, things turned out to be even more serious than he had anticipated. Ishikawa-kun, how many terrorists are there, and what is their target? Kameda asked sharply. I don't understand these things. Even the most elite rapid reaction forces cannot guarantee absolute safety. Mr. Kameda, I'm sorry. The incident happened suddenly, and with the city's security system down, we simply couldn't investigate it. Ishikawa said urgently. What? Has the city's security system crashed? Upon hearing this, Kameda was surprised again. This security system can serve as a joint command system during wartime. Without it, the combat capability of rapid reaction forces will be greatly reduced. At first, he found it strange that the Metropolitan Police Department hadn't shared the surveillance information immediately. It turns out that the damn thing is paralyzed. Hiss. It seems this enemy is no ordinary foe. Kameda gasped. Then, anxiously he asked, then you should know about their leader and their weapons and equipment, right? Don't tell me you don't know anything. Kameda-kun, we suspect that this operation against Tokyo was all orchestrated by that bastard Chu Feng, the commander of the Chinese Special Forces. Including the previous incidents, they were all planned by him. As for weaponry, they not only have a large number of AKs, but also a considerable number of rocket launchers. Inspector Ishikawa replied quickly, rattling off a string of numbers. What? Chu Feng? It was him. Kameda's eyes widened. He was all too familiar with that name. He had read the battle reports about Myawaddy more than once. With a small number of light infantry, they slaughtered Su Chi-du's 20,000 troops in one night, leaving no survivors. Damn it. How did this god of death end up in my land of cherry blossoms? What exactly does he want to do? Kameda was immediately a loss. But then, a look of excitement returned to his face. Yes, this bastard secretly brought so many people to my Sakura country. He never revealed his identity from beginning to end. This also means that he was afraid of making things worse, which would be difficult to explain to the Dragon Kingdom. If I were to annihilate him and his men on the land of my Sakura kingdom, hiss, what kind of impact would that have? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as a global shock. Don't worry, Mr. Ishikawa. I will immediately order the rapid reaction force to attack. We'll leave that bastard Chu Feng to us. I've thought through the pros and cons. Kameda was extremely excited. He hung up the phone and immediately ordered the troops to set off. Boom, boom, boom. Puffs of smoke rose up. Upon receiving the order, the entire rapid reaction force base roared to life. Hurry, hurry, hurry. 3,000 rapid reaction force soldiers, fully equipped with special protective gear, level 3 helmets and armor, and armed to the teeth, quickly boarded the vehicles. Each of them carried a Type 20 assault rifle and had grenades hanging from their waists. Various large-caliber sniper rifles, rocket launchers, and other weapons are also readily available. Not long after, ting-ting-ting, wheeled armored personnel carriers and tracked infantry fighting vehicles, each equipped with a 30mm chain gun, all started moving. They're going full throttle. They drove out of the camp in no time. It roared straight towards the Tokyo metropolitan area, while the rapid reaction force launched its attacks swiftly. Underground of the Jingwa sacred toilet, Ichiro Nakajima and the others also learned of the chaos in Tokyo. He was shocked, and his first thought was that Chu Feng was up to something again. Damn it! What the hell is this bastard trying to do? In broad daylight, he brazenly attacked our Japanese police officers. Isn't he afraid of being surrounded and wiped out by our large Japanese forces, leaving him with no place to bury his body? Compared to Ichiro Nakajima's anger, the man in white standing to the side narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. After a while, his eyes widened suddenly. Mr. Nakajima, given Chu Feng's character, he would never speak without reason. He launched the attack with such fanfare. There must be another purpose behind this. Other purposes? Ichiro Nakajima was suddenly stunned. You mean? The man in white nodded slowly. That's right. I suspect that his target this time is most likely us. He likely knows the location of the branch. What? That's impossible. Ichiro Nakajima abruptly waved his hand to interrupt. The branch headquarters is an extremely secretive location. In this land of cherry blossoms, apart from your secret service, there are only a handful of people who know about this. You've already taken care of those good-for-nothings. How could he possibly still find us? That's absolutely impossible. Upon hearing this, the man in white was speechless. Yes. How is that possible? He personally cut off any clues that could potentially expose the branch's existence. When I returned to the branch, I made sure several times that no one was following me. How did Chu Feng manage to catch them red-handed? This is not scientific. That was my judgment. But looking back on everything that had happened during that time, the man in white still couldn't convince himself. Chu Feng is too strange. The branch's headquarters is very well hidden. How can we explain the fall of Naryuji Temple and other previously safe havens? They're also very secretive. Lord Nakajima, I believe this matter must be guarded against. It's better to be safe than sorry. The man in white suddenly stood up. My intention is to immediately prepare the branch forces for battle. At the same time, we will send people to monitor Chu Feng's movements at all times. At this moment, the military forces of our Sakura Kingdom are certainly already on their way to strike. At that time, we can attack from both inside and outside and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Soga, Ichiro Nakajima, closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. It seems that we really can't afford not to take precautions. This bastard is too evil. In that case, as you said, all personnel in the branch shall immediately enter a state of first-level combat readiness. The previous decoy plan has been scrapped, so the remaining jonin of the Umbu have all put down their work and returned to the branch to assist in the defense. Hi. Thus, under Ichiro Nakajima's orders, the entire dark web division sprang into action. Crack. First, all the hidden alloy doors connecting to the ground were closed. All ground access routes were quietly closed. Next, the massive armory was opened. One by one, the dark web guards quickly lined up and received their weapons. Assault rifles, sniper rifles, rocket launchers, grenades, light and heavy machine guns, and Gatling guns were quickly distributed to the crowd. Receive the weapon. Fully armed guards rushed forward to their respective defensive positions without stopping. Elevator entrances, stairwells, and all entrances and exits. Armed personnel were assigned to guard all of them. At the same time, beep beep beep, various defense facilities at the branch were also activated. All laser channels, toxic gas channels, and automatic defense systems were adjusted to critical states. They were just waiting for the order. It can deliver a fatal blow to the attacking enemy in an instant. Each instruction was executed in an orderly manner. In a very short moment, This is a massive, honeycomb-shaped building that extends 70 or 80 meters underground and has connections in all directions. All pre-battle preparations were completed in a very rapid manner. Chapter 75. Finally, the attack has arrived, and Xiao Ri is worshipping ghosts again. Both sides are acting tensely. Chu Feng was also aware that the other side had likely already taken countermeasures. However, he remained completely calm. He ordered his assassins to advance faster while simultaneously ordering his troops to scout out the movements of various military forces in the Sakura Kingdom. Boss! The rear reserve reports that more than 3,000 enemy rapid reaction troops, riding in wheeled armored personnel carriers and armored infantry fighting vehicles, have been dispatched at full speed. The attacking force is rapidly approaching my position. At the same time, the Metropolitan Police Department's riot police and more than 10,000 officers have already moved closer to our rear guard, and a firefight could break out at any moment. New. Upon hearing the news, Chu Feng gave a slight, cold laugh. Keep the General Reserve team in place. Let them all in. No one is allowed to launch an attack without my order. This commander is going to launch a center-blooming attack. Yes, boss. The battle strategy has been finalized. Chu Feng suddenly thought of a very crucial question. The more than 40,000 assassins that have been summoned now. They were all white. In this way, it is simply insufficient to demonstrate the divine might of our Dragon Kingdom, and insufficient to show a sufficient deterrent effect. System, is there any way to change this? Keep the American nationality unchanged, and replace all of them with Chinese faces? Sure. The system responded emptily. The core of the assassin is a bioenergy body, whose height and appearance can be changed at any time. The host can immediately change the appearance of a suicide soldier by spending only $10,000. Very good. Change their faces to resemble those of the Chinese nation. Funds deducted. Data adjustment in progress. Adjustment complete. As the system's voice faded, the faces of the more than 40,000 assassins throughout Tokyo shifted and changed. The conversion was completed instantly. Very good. This time, I'm going to terrify the Japanese nation. Chu Feng was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, the large group of people accelerated again, galloping forward at breakneck speed. Another 10 minutes or so passed. Boom boom. Chu Feng's convoy of land cruisers finally arrived at the outskirts of a Yasukuni shrine. At the same time, a vanguard team of thousands of suicide squad members also arrived. After a short wait, the follow-up troops who were going to participate in the attack arrived. The densely packed vehicles completely blocked the road. The luxurious commercial street within a radius of several kilometers surrounding the Yasukuni shrine was filled with assassins. The rear guard should quickly capture buildings to defend against possible attacks from the rear. The vanguard troops followed me straight to the Yasukuni shrine, the location of the dark web branch's lair. Quick! With the assassins in position, Chu Feng decisively issued the order. Yes! A furious shout rang out. The densely packed assassins quickly began their operation. Carrying AKs and rocket launchers, they ignored the stunned Japanese people and charged directly into the surrounding buildings, which were more than 10 stories high. You son of a bitch, get the hell out of here. Take one more look, and you're dead. This is the scene. Amidst the bustling commercial streets surrounding the area, the Japanese tourists heading to their early shifts and shopping were all exhausted. They had already heard on the radio that there had been a terrorist attack. At first, I was skeptical. I never expected that they would appear right in front of me like this. And then you can see the faces of the assassins. They were all terrified and almost lost control of their bladder and bowels. By the grace of Amaterasu, when did the Chinese invaders arrive in Tokyo? What did they want to do? Damn it. So those so-called terrorists were actually Chinese. Oh no, run. In a state of utter horror, groups of Japanese people screamed and fled in all directions. In a short time, it's like a zombie outbreak. The streets outside were filled with people fleeing in terror. The assassins didn't bother with them. After sweeping away all the men who were still sneaking around, they were completely wiped out. The main force of about 8,000 men had all completed the capture of the buildings. Boss, the target building has been taken control. The assassin's cold voice echoed in his mind. Very good. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes and immediately handed over sets of individual soldier exoskeletons, special protective gear, 6-barreled rotary cannons, and boxes upon boxes of ammunition. It was teleported into the hands of the assassin. Besides, what portable air defense systems and anti-tank missile systems? He also transmitted them all. Upon seeing the equipment, the assassins immediately and quickly armed themselves. Soon, the Suicide Squad, which originally only had AK rocket launchers, was now truly armed to the teeth. They carried the cold weapons and set them up directly on the windows of various buildings. In a short while, centered on the Yasukuni Shrine, a ring of defenses was constructed consisting of tall commercial buildings within a radius of 3 to 4 kilometers. During the construction of the ring defense line, Chu Feng's vanguard force was also mobilized. The large group of people drove directly in vehicles, speeding towards the surface structure of the Yasukuni Shrine. Right now, it was the time when the Yasukuni Shrine was open for worship. Thousands of people from all over Japan entered the sacred toilet early in the morning. Because the dark web branch was located deep underground, their preparations for war did not alert the surface. At this moment, these cherry blossom tourists are completely unaware of what is about to happen. They traveled around. Looking around the various halls, one could see dog-shaped memorial tablets enshrined on them. Everyone's faces showed excitement and longing. By Amaterasu Amikami. This is someone who risked his life for our Sakura country. They are all heroes of our cherry blossom country. We, their descendants, should take them as our role models, learn from these heroic spirits, and dedicate our own strength to the rise of the Sakura kingdom. The crowd murmured excitedly to themselves. Then they began to prostrate themselves in worship. Yoshi, truly an outstanding citizen of our Sakura country. Looking at the devout posture of everyone, the staff member in charge of the board brush on the side looked pleased. Everyone, do not forget that many of the heroic spirits here are the souls of those who died in foreign lands for the sake of expanding the territory of our Sakura kingdom. Most of them, in particular, fell on the land of the Dragon Kingdom. We must not forget their contributions. And we must never forget the humiliation we suffered in the Dragon Kingdom. One day, the Dragon Kingdom will repay this humiliation 100-fold. Distinguished citizens of the land of cherry blossoms, pay homage to the heroic spirits, uphold their will, and offer incense. The manager of the board brush sang, along with tears in his eyes. He then took the lead and respectfully placed 3 incense sticks into the incense burner on the offering table. In remembrance of the fallen heroes, we pay our respects. Amidst the soft, lingering sounds of singing and chanting, the Japanese people, kneeling in prostration, kowtowed in turn, offering incense to summon the souls of the departed. While everyone was immersed in the eerie atmosphere of summoning spirits and worshipping ghosts, outside the Yasukuni Shrine, faint bursts of gunfire rang out. Then, creak, then a series of violent breaking sounds rang out. Chu Feng's large band of elite soldiers finally arrived. Chapter 76, he likes to worship ghosts and summon spirits, so kill him. The entrance to the Yasukuni Shrine. Suddenly seeing so many vehicles, they ignored the guard post and rushed directly into the square in front of the gate. The security guards were startled. The faint gunshots coming from the surrounding streets had already put them on high alert. Seeing Chu Feng wearing sunglasses, rushing out of the car in a flurry. The group's alert level immediately rose to its maximum. They pulled out their pistols and aimed them at Chu Feng. Damn bastard. Doesn't he know that you can't just enter the divine toilet square without permission? Who gave you the audacity to disturb the rest of our fallen heroes? Get out of here, or you're dead. Several people shouted sternly. But the next second, the group was stunned. Chu Feng reached out and touched the air, and a 6-barreled rotary cannon, rumbling and gleaming with a cold metallic luster, appeared in his hand. Damn it, a Gatling gun? Oh no, they're terrorists. Run. The security guards were terrified and tried to run away as fast as they could. Chu Feng wasn't going to tolerate that, and pulled the trigger hard. Sizzle. Sizzle. A terrifying torrent of bullets swept towards the group in an instant. Several inhuman screams rang out. Several security guards at the restroom were instantly blown apart, turning into several skeletal skeletons. An endless rain of blood fell from the sky. Baka, what happened? Listening to the noise, more security guards for the public restrooms surged in from all sides, witnessing Chu Feng's humanoid turret unleashing firepower from all sides. Everyone was shocked. They pulled out pistols, intending to kill Chu Feng. However, when they saw the square densely packed with vehicles, in an instant, groups of suicide soldiers surged down, all wearing exoskeleton armor and carrying six-barreled rotary cannons. Everyone was terrified. Damn it, they are terrorists reported by the Metropolitan Police Department. How did they get here? It's over. Zhou Lanbao was shocked and horrified. Before they could make a move, the suicide squad had already opened fire. Boot boot boot. Boot boot boot. A rapid storm of bullets exploded in all directions in an instant. Inside the Yasukuni shrine at this moment, suddenly, gunfire erupted outside. The Japanese people, who were performing rituals to summon spirits and worship ghosts, were also quite frightened. Damn it, what's going on outside? Where's the security for the public toilet? Where's the security? Go outside and see who has the audacity to cause trouble at the Yasukuni shrine. The soul summoning ceremony was suddenly interrupted. The management personnel who led the worship were both shocked and furious. No one responded. He rushed out of the main hall, eager to see what had happened. But they had just stepped out into the front courtyard of the main hall. Chu Feng had already led his elite assassins in a whirlwind attack. Seeing such a reckless young man dare to run out alone, he didn't stand on ceremony at all. Pull the trigger. The massive bullets from the six-barreled rotary cannon instantly blasted his head into a shower of watermelon juice. By Amaterasu Amikami. They're terrorists. Terrorists have attacked. Oh no, run. Seeing this incredibly brutal scene, tourists visiting the central hall of the Yasukuni shrine were utterly horrified by the cherry blossoms. They had previously received a terrorist attack alert text message from the Metropolitan Police Department. At first, I didn't take it seriously. Unexpectedly, these guys are now standing right in front of me, and it appeared in such a brutal way. Everyone panicked immediately. But when they saw the faces of Feng and the others clearly, everyone screamed in fright. Damn it, they're from China. By the grace of Amaterasu, how could a person from the Dragon Kingdom appear here? What are they trying to do? They learned that Chu Feng and the others were from the Dragon Kingdom. In a short time, the tourists who participated in the shrine visit were all so frightened that they retreated back and frantically shrank into the main hall. Don't let their usual arrogance fool you. They always clamor to learn from the Sakura heroic spirit and to seek revenge against the Dragon Kingdom. But they also knew the attitude of the people of the Dragon Kingdom towards them. Seeing Chu Feng and his men carrying Gatling guns and charging menacingly at their doorstep, how could they not panic? Damn it, are all the immigration officials in my country incompetent? What are our Metropolitan Police Department and our Self-Defense Force doing? How dare they allow terrorists from the Dragon Kingdom to storm the sacred grounds of our fallen heroes in the Sakura Kingdom without any hindrance? Watching Chu Feng and his large band of assassins, carrying six-barreled rotary cannons, approach with murderous intent. Visitors to the Cherry Blossom Shrine were all horrified and terrified, seeing that there was nowhere left to retreat. One of the Cherry Blossom-weary men steeled himself and took a few steps forward. He walked straight up to Chu Feng and loudly accused him. Damn Chinese. What do you want to do? Such a brazen intrusion into the sacred land of my Sakura kingdom, and such rampant slaughter. Aren't you afraid of starting a war between our two countries, or that our Sakura allies will rise up and attack, completely annihilating your Dragon Kingdom? Yo. Chu Feng smiled. I'm so scared. I fucking want to kill someone when I'm scared. Amidst laughter and joking, he lit a cigarette and pulled the trigger. Sizzle. A terrifying barrage of bullets rained down. No. The densely packed crowd of worshippers screamed in unison. Before I could even run a few steps, terrified heads exploded one after another, their skulls flying directly onto the dog tag offering table behind them. At first glance, this wave of casualties has cost at least dozens of them their lives. Damn bastard. Stop it. Seeing this scene, the Japanese man who stepped forward was completely dumbfounded. Damn it, could it be any more brutal? Dozens of people were killed in the blink of an eye. Chu Feng glanced at him coldly, too lazy to kill him. If he was going to kill him, he would save him for last. Don't you like worshipping ghosts and summoning spirits? Cool, mate. Here you have hundreds of companions. They'll all be turned into minced meat in a minute. You try and recruit one for me. Hear my command, assassins. The time has come to unleash your ferocity. Kill. 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 Go all out and kill them. Everyone in this sanctuary, kill them all, blow them to pieces, leave no one alive. A frantic order was issued. Kill. The assassins all moved, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Click, click, click. Hundreds of six-barreled rotary cannons raised their muzzles and instantly unleashed a barrage of countless bright orange-red bullets. Sizzle. Sizzle. The dense, terrifying bullets instantly tore the terrified crowd in front of them to pieces, leaving them scattered and broken. Splash. Bang, bang, bang. The dog-shaped memorial tablets and a lacquered wooden altar at the back of the crowd were all shattered. Faced with the massive 12.7 millimeters caliber ammunition, whether it was people or anything else, everything shattered instantly, turning into a rain of blood and fragments. No. Help. Countless screams rang out, each one more piercing than the last. But no matter how hard they shouted, it was no use. At this moment, Chu Feng and a large group of assassins who rushed in were all bloodthirsty. Click, click, click. After one ammunition box was emptied, the muzzle of the rotary cannon was already glowing red. Immediately, a brand new ammunition box was delivered. After sweeping hundreds of cherry blossom tourists in the central hall, along with the dog tags, memorial tablets, and various other items inside, into pieces, the assassins didn't stop. Under Chu Feng's orders, hordes of assassins poured into the other side halls and the backyard. This infamous building, it covers an area of 100,000 square meters. Houses and pavilions stand in rows, and palaces are numerous. Some people were killed by them. What Chu Feng wanted was to crush and chop up all these beasts who were obsessed with ideologies and refused to repent. Chapter 77. 50,000 C-4 bombs explode simultaneously, sending the Yasukuni toilet flying into the sky. As expected, after rushing into the side hall and other buildings in the backyard, the assassins discovered even more people worshipping ghosts. In total, there are at least 1,500 people. Seeing so many people, the assassins immediately grinned widely. Without a word, he grabbed the six-barreled rotary cannon and started firing wildly. No. In an instant, more screams erupted. These thousands of worshippers, upon hearing the gunshots rang out in the main hall, realized something was wrong. They had already quietly hidden away. They huddled in various hidden corners, frantically praying for Amaterasu's protection. However, their approach was no match for the terrifying Gatling gun firepower of the Suicide Squad. It's completely useless. The large 12.7 millimeters caliber bullets easily tore apart various wooden buildings. Even cement walls cannot stop it. In an instant, the Yasukuni Shrine, covering an area of 100,000 square meters, is filled with the explosion of blood mist in every building and screams of agony from every direction. Chu Feng also joined the battle. While the six-barreled rotary cannon was firing wildly, he also pulled out a series of high-explosive grenades. Throw out a dozen or so at a time, aiming at the direction where the crowd is hiding. Plenty of them, enough to fill you up. Boom! Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, one by one, the hidden worshippers screamed as their bodies shattered, either flying into the air or falling out of the building like rags. Seeing how deliciously Chu Feng fried it, the assassins also followed suit. They tossed in rows of dark, unripe melon seeds, as if they were free. In an instant, fireballs exploded and billowing smoke spread. The entire Yasukuni Shrine was in an uproar. Every inch of the 100,000 square meter area was engulfed in blood and fire. Between fear and despair, many people trembled and knelt down with a thud, frantically begging for mercy. But it was completely useless. They were met with an endless barrage of bullets. No. Damn Chinese. You will all die a horrible death. Seeing that there was nowhere to hide, and that begging for mercy was of no hope, some of the worshippers rushed out from the corner in a frenzy, intending to fight to the death. But they were quickly wiped out by the assassins, leaving not a trace. Some people were terrified and tried to escape by climbing over the wall, but there were already elite soldiers ready to fight. They'd just shown themselves. One by one, their skulls were flung into the air. That's all. Under the powerful firepower of the Suicide Squad, the entire Yasukuni Shrine has a total of over 2,000 cherry blossom tourists who come to pay homage to the spirits of the dead. In less than 5 minutes, they were all wiped out by the assassins. The items used for summoning spirits inside, including dog tags, memorial tablets, and monuments commemorating past deeds, were all completely destroyed. After doing all this, Chu Feng didn't stop. Doesn't Japan, the land of cherry blossoms, like to worship ghosts? I'll send your ghost-worshipping holy sites straight to the Western Paradise. Let's see how you worship now. System, immediately purchase 50,000 C4 bombs for me. This commander will reduce this place to ashes. Swish, swish, swish. As the instructions were issued, bundles of C4 bombs suddenly appeared in the hands of the suicide bombers who participated in the attack. The bomb is in hand. The assassins immediately understood. Bundles of C4 were quickly attached to the various structures of the Yasukuni shrine, which were still burning everywhere. The base of the building, the ceiling. They installed C4 in every attic and any other place where it could be installed. Not long after, the bombs had been planted. The crowd quickly evacuated the streets outside the sacred toilet square, using vehicles and buildings as temporary shelters. Looking at this infamous place of spirit summoning, still billowing smoke, Chu Feng picked up the remote control. Just one click, and you press it. Beep beep, beep beep. As streaks of red light appeared, the countdown began simultaneously for the 50,000 C4 bombs in the Yasukuni shrine. And seeing Chu Feng's actions, the Japanese man who stood up earlier, it has completely collapsed. Hundreds of people from the cherry blossom country were swept away into a bloody mist before him. He believed that countless ancestral tablets of heroes and ancestors were blown to pieces and burned like garbage in front of him. His heart was bleeding, and his eyes were red with tears of blood. At this moment, seeing that Chu Feng still wanted to completely blow this entire land of faith in the Sakura kingdom to ashes, they were shocked. He could no longer hold on. No. Damn Chinese, stop right now. This is the sacred land of my cherry blossom country, the spiritual pillar of my cherry blossom country. You absolutely cannot do that. He's gone mad. They rushed forward recklessly, trying to snatch the remote control from Chu Feng's hand. It's astonishing to see that this little Karami still shows no remorse. He showed no remorse whatsoever. Chu Feng immediately sneered. He raised his big foot and kicked him 7 or 8 meters away. Then he strode forward and crushed it under his foot with one kick. Stop, huh? Come, young master, let me treat you to a fireworks extravaganza. The kind that doesn't charge an entrance fee. Explode it for me. With a furious shout, Chu Feng pressed the button again. Boom! A terrifying, unprecedented explosion rang out. The earth was shaking and the sky was trembling. In that instant, the 50,000 C4 bombs planted inside the Yasukuni shrine were detonated simultaneously. Splash! A huge fireball exploded into the sky. Some of the buildings in the Yasukuni shrine were instantly blown apart and lifted into the air. Countless broken bricks and tiles collapsed in all directions at an extremely fast speed. The crimson fireball rose over 100 meters high. A giant, scorching mushroom cloud. It surged and rose with unparalleled power. The billowing column of smoke shot up thousands of meters into the sky in an instant. The moment the mushroom cloud rose, what followed was an endless, dazzling display of flames and shockwaves. Splash! They spread and swept away rapidly, carrying with them countless pieces of debris. It swept through the center of the toilet and everything around it in an instant. Bang, bang, bang! Outer streets. Countless car windows shattered. Countless building windows, like a string of firecrackers, were all blown up in a short time. The world lost its color. In this short period of time, the area spans several kilometers. Everything exposed was ravaged by the flames and shockwaves. Chu Feng and his elite guards. If it weren't for the vehicles and buildings serving as cover, this round of attacks will likely result in either death or serious injury. Cough, cough. Damn it. That's incredibly powerful. Looks like I'll have to be more careful next time. Wait until the noise subsides slightly. Chu Feng leaned out and looked at the mushroom cloud that was rising into the sky not far away and murmured in disbelief. Now, in his line of sight, that massive Yasukuni shrine complex, covering an area of 100,000 square meters. Apart from a huge crater in the ground, everything, bricks and tiles, has completely vanished without a trace. And then he saw the enormous toilet completely vanish in a thin air before his very eyes. Not a single intact brick was left. The Japanese man standing next to him was also stunned and speechless, on the verge of tears. No, This isn't true. Damn Chinese. Ew. You all deserve to die a horrible death. He collapsed to the ground, cursing viciously. You have committed such heinous acts, you. You are declaring war on my Sakura kingdom. You are declaring war on the entire civilized world. Just you wait. All of you just wait. Once my main force from Japan arrives, you will all die. He roared wildly, tears streaming down his face. However, his madness ended there. The next second, a pair of large hands grabbed his neck. A high-explosive grenade was shoved directly into his foul mouth. His mouth is full of filth. Killing you would dirty my hands. Boom! This insignificant little Karami has been resolved. Chu Feng clapped his hands in disdain. And at this moment, the explosion in the direction of the Yasukuni shrine was comparable to a small nuclear bomb. The rising mushroom cloud instantly attracted the attention of everyone in Tokyo. Chapter 78, The Stunned Japanese People. Do you dare to be any more arrogant? They're the first to be affected. They were members of the dark web branch located underground in the Yasukuni shrine. Even though the facility they were in was 50 or 60 meters underground. The simultaneous detonation of 50,000 C4 bombs would produce a terrifying explosion. It still made them sway back and forth, almost losing their balance. I felt the vibration above my head. The lights throughout the entire hive were flickering and swaying. Ichiro Nakajima and the others were all horrified. To prevent possible accidents, upon learning that Chu Feng was leading his troops to attack, they immediately cut off all ground surveillance lines. Therefore, they knew nothing about what was happening on the surface of the Earth. It could be determined based on the degree of vibration of the facility. They could still easily tell that an extremely serious change had occurred above the surface. Damn it, it's that same explosive method again. I'm absolutely certain that it was that bastard Chu Feng who made the move. Ichiro Nakajima paced back and forth angrily. Such a terrifying explosion. Even underground facilities tens of meters deep were severely affected. That also means that the above-ground structures may no longer exist. Damn it. That was the pillar of faith that his Sakura kingdom was so proud of. It was all ruined by that bastard. Thinking of the heroic spirits that the Sakura kingdom had worshipped for hundreds of years, even in death they were still being poisoned and trampled upon. Ichiro Nakajima was furious. He desperately wanted to order his 2,000 elite troops to immediately launch an attack, rush onto the ground, and fight Chu Feng to the death. But he ultimately held back. No, I'm the branch manager. My duty is to safeguard the branch facilities and complete the research tasks assigned by headquarters. I will not make a move unless I am absolutely certain. That bastard Chu Feng, let the rest of the Japanese military deal with him. Make up your mind. Ichiro Nakajima plopped down angrily. They began to sit back and relax. Seeing their boss become so calm in the blink of an eye, the man in white standing nearby couldn't help but offer a reminder. Mr. Nakajima, Chu Feng has always been a strange fellow. I think we still need to take measures to deal with this. Ichiro Nakajima waved his hand dismissively, his tone full of disdain. What's there to worry about? This Tokyo city not only has tens of thousands of police officers from my Sakura country, there are also 3,000 elite rapid reaction forces. Outside, there are several military bases where several elite divisions, totaling hundreds of thousands of troops, are stationed. With attacks from all sides, I don't believe Chu Feng's pitiful forces can withstand it. Upon hearing this, the man in white immediately became anxious. Mr. Nakajima, I know what you're going to say. Ichiro Nakajima waved his hand again. Isn't it because we're afraid he'll attack? What's there to worry about? Given the sturdiness of our facilities, he can't do anything to us. Look at the explosion just now. It only shook us a few times. And do you think it's possible for him to be carrying so much explosive ammunition coming from across the border? He paused for a moment. Ichiro Nakajima lit a cigar and ignited it with a snap. Don't worry, Bloodthirst Lord. He can't get in. Even if he manages to get in, with 2,000 elite guards at my disposal and so many defensive facilities, I am not afraid of him at all. At that time, the military forces of my Sakura kingdom from all four directions will arrive. His death is imminent. Ichiro Nakajima gradually regained his composure. But it's going to be tough for the others. The Rapid Reaction Force and the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. From afar, We could see the mushroom cloud rising and hear the enormous sound of an explosion. Everyone was shocked. But once you find out the truth, the explosion occurred at the Yasukuni Shrine. Everyone was stunned. Damn it. That's where tens of thousands of heroic souls from his Sakura kingdom rest in peace. It is a sacred place for the spiritual beliefs of his country, the land of cherry blossoms. Not to mention, his Sakura kingdom's heavenly locust palace is nearby. Although the locusts no longer live there, it has become a tourist attraction. But that's also a symbol of his cherry blossom country. Damn Chu Feng. How dare they commit such a heinous crime? I will tear you to pieces. On the armored command vehicle, Major General Kameda, commander of the Rapid Reaction Force, gritted his teeth and roared angrily. He repeatedly urged the troops to speed up their advance. Metropolitan Police Department Command Center. Inspector Ishikawa was also seething with hatred. He yelled at the riot police and other officers to speed up their pace. The two of them went completely crazy. But what angered them even more was yet to come. Their orders have just been issued. Then I heard the news that Chu Feng had started a live stream to check in. Looking at the terminal screen, amidst thick smoke and raging flames, Chu Feng was dressed in special operations uniform, smoking a cigarette and carrying a machine gun. I took a group photo with a bunch of burly men who also had Chinese features, with the mushroom cloud rising from the Yasukuni Shrine behind us. The two of them almost vomited 3 liters of blood. Damn Chu Feng, you scum. You dare to be any more arrogant. They bombed my sacred land of Japan, and not only did they not flee, they even dare to show their faces and do a damn live stream. Ugh, this is infuriating. Major General Kameda was furious. He smashed the terminal screen in his hand with a single punch. Inside the Metropolitan Police Department, looking at this unbridled live stream video, Inspector Ishikawa nearly died of anger before he could catch his breath. Damn beast. Don't be so smug. When my main force arrives, we will grind you to dust. The two were furious. Chu Feng's check-in video quickly topped the trending search list in Japan. The explosive headline went straight to the front page and dominated major social networks in Japan. Shocking. The Dragon Kingdom's special forces launched a surprise attack and destroyed the spiritual sanctuary of our Cherry Blossom Kingdom in one fell swoop. The ambitions are obvious. The Tokyo bombings were actually carried out by the Chinese nation. Tactical nuclear weapon, mushroom cloud rises thousands of meters high at the scene, reported live by Chu Feng, commander of the Chinese Special Forces. And looking at this screen full of explosive news, the entire nation of Sakura was stunned into silence. At first, I heard that there were terrorists causing trouble in Tokyo. They didn't take it seriously. After all, it has the most advanced urban security system in the country of cherry blossoms. There are also tens of thousands of police officers from the Metropolitan Police Department and thousands of rapid response units stationed there. Such formidable power. Dealing with a mere bunch of terrorists is a no-brainer. You can figure out the outcome even with your toes. But now, let alone capturing the terrorists. Even their own spiritual sanctuary was blown to bits. What shocked them even more was the so-called terrorists who carried out the attack were actually Chinese, their sworn enemies. Damn bastards. Our Metropolitan Police Department and our self-defense forces all a bunch of useless trash. How dare the people of the Dragon Kingdom act so recklessly and wantonly on their own land? They can't even protect the nation's sacred sites. These people all deserve to die. Countless Chinese people are outraged by the cherry blossoms. Many demanded that the head of the Metropolitan Police Department and the commander of the Rapid Response Force commit seppuku to atone for their sins. Of course, many people vented their anger on the Dragon Kingdom and on Chu Feng. Chapter 79, The Enraged Locusts, Level 1 Combat Readiness. On social media in Japan, watching Chu Feng and his fully armed subordinates leisurely taking photos at their own spiritual sanctuary. That undisguised disdain. Countless Japanese people were outraged. The Dragon Kingdom deserves to be torn to pieces, and the Chu Feng deserves to be torn to pieces. How dare they do this? How dare they do this? By Amaterasu Amikami. This is an act of war. This is aggression. Where are the Japanese self-defense forces? Where are the American troops stationed here? Why haven't they launched an attack and chopped these beasts to pieces? In a state of extreme indignation, countless Japanese people called the official hotline. We demand an explanation from their cabinet and their self-defense force commanders. Some people even drove their cars directly into government buildings to vent their anger. Now, the Japanese Emperor, Tianwang, is currently leading his cabinet members to inspect Japan's heavy industry in Nagasaki. They know nothing about what is happening in Tokyo. At first, I saw a large crowd of people nearby, with countless figures shouting as they approached. He thought some troublemakers were preparing to protest and cause trouble. But the next second, a message rushed in by a special agent. This startled him so much that his eyes, which are the size of mung beans, widened instantly. What? Tokyo was raided by Chinese special forces, and the Yasukuni shrine was completely destroyed? Damn bastard. Why did it take you so long to report this? The locust was instantly enraged. He pushed up his glasses, his fingers trembling. By Amaterasu Amakami. The Yasukuni shrine is the pillar of faith upon which hundreds of millions of Japanese citizens rely for their survival. How dare his dragon kingdom? A bunch of useless idiots. Get me to Tokyo immediately. Get me to the Metropolitan Police Department. Get me to the Rapid Response Unit. How dare they not report such a big thing immediately? I want them all to commit seppuku to atone for their sins. In anger, Tianwang tore the report in his hand to shreds. They headed straight for the special bulletproof vehicle. The cabinet members nearby were equally shocked and dared not delay, so they followed suit. Boom, boom, boom. The convoy carrying a Mako and members of the Sakura cabinet sped towards Nagasaki Airport. At this moment, communication with Tokyo was quickly established as well. Your Majesty the Locust. On the other end of the phone, Inspector Ishikawa and Commander Kamita of the Rapid Response Force were trembling with fear, cold sweat pouring down their backs. Before they could finish speaking, the Locust had already started cursing. Damn trash, so many Chinese special forces were in Tokyo, right under our noses, and you didn't even notice. They even allowed people to destroy the national holy site and trample on the spirits of my ancestors. Such a big thing, and you didn't even report it immediately. What do you want to do? Are your brains full of shit? Speak. If you don't give me a proper explanation, I'll kill you all when we get back. Upon hearing these furious words, Inspector Ishikawa and Kamita were speechless with frustration. The incident happened suddenly. Initially, their plan was to quickly take down that bastard Shufeng, then report to Tianwang. That way, they can have an explanation. But who would have thought that Shufeng would act so quickly? Things are getting even worse. Your Majesty the Locust. The two men trembled, still trying to explain. But Tianwang interrupted him abruptly. All right, there's no point in saying more. You should know what to do next. At all costs, quickly surround them and chop these audacious bastards to pieces to feed the dogs. Did you understand? Hi, Your Majesty, the Heavenly Locust. Please rest assured, if we don't twist their heads off, we will commit suicide immediately without your order. The communication was disconnected. The locusts are still burning with rage. Realizing that the situation was different from any other time, he decisively issued a series of instructions. Order. The entire Sakura country is now under a state of emergency. All self-defense force military bases, including the Army, Navy, and Air Force, are to immediately enter Level 1 combat readiness. To be on the safe side, the 1st, 3rd, 7th, and 9th Armor Divisions near Tokyo should immediately prepare for battle. The Heavenly Locust, will surely grind this Dragon Kingdom's special forces and that damned Shufeng to dust. Your Majesty, the Heavenly Locust. The staff member beside him should give a shout, and the order should be given immediately. At this moment, the locust with its two beady green eyes spoke again. He adjusted his glasses, his tone icy. Furthermore, immediately sent a note to the Dragon Kingdom. In broad daylight, they dared to launch an invasion against our Sakura country and commit such a serious crime. I want to know, where did they get the audacity and confidence to do this? Snort. If they don't give an explanation, their development over the past few decades can't continue. All sides in Japan were furious. They vowed to kill Shufeng and all his men. And at this moment, Shufeng also uploaded the video of him taking photos of the Yasukuni shrine, which was completely blown up into the sky, to the Dragon Kingdom's internet. The entire Chinese internet exploded. Douyin, Kuaishou, Weibo, Sili, Tencent platform, and Payo platform. All social media platforms are reporting on this. Shocking. Our Dragon Nation's special forces have landed in Tokyo and destroyed the sacred Sakura toilet in one fell swoop. Unbelievable. The toilet's excrement is spraying thousands of meters into the sky. Our special forces commander is pinching his nose and clocking in. A shocking move. The Dragon Kingdom is no longer keeping a low profile. For the first time, it has used force against an enemy nation. Looking at the online platform, a flood of sensational headlines appeared, leaving all Chinese netizens stunned. They opened the video and watched Chu Feng's figure, along with a mushroom cloud rising behind him. His face was filled with disbelief. Oh my God, is this real? Am I dreaming? Was the Yasukuni shrine really blown into the sky? Holy crap, there's absolutely nothing left. How did Chu Feng manage that? Damn it, it's not April Fool's Day. Who played this prank? This is too fake. In a short time, Chinese netizens couldn't believe it. After all, this kind of thing is too crazy. They used to only think about it in their hearts. Moreover, there's so many AI videos lately, it's possible that someone is deliberately trying to grab attention. Just when everyone found it hard to believe, more information came in. Brothers, it's true, absolutely true. The entire country of Japan has gone mad. The four-eyed locust has declared a state of emergency nationwide. What? Where did you get this information? It's all over the place. All military bases in Japan are now on high alert, and the Sky Locust Special Plane is on its way back to Tokyo. Holy crap, send it to me right now. Damn it, it really is true. The Yasukuni shrine was really blown to smithereens. Not a single tile remains. Quickly, forward this message to everyone. Everyone forwarded it, and everyone frantically verified its authenticity. They learned that the matter was indeed true. In an instant, all netizens in China were in an uproar. Holy crap, it's actually true. Chu Feng really blew up the divine toilet. My God, when did my Dragon Kingdom become so powerful? Haha, this is fucking awesome. It's 1,000 times better than drinking ice-cold soda on a sweltering summer day. Awesome. Dragon Kingdom is mighty. Chu Feng is mighty. Finally I've gotten my revenge. Brothers, get your act together. Hurry up. I can't wait to see Xiao Ri's face, which looks worse than if his parents had died. Netizens went crazy, frantically refreshing the webpage while spamming bullet comments and messages. Everyone was amazed by the incredible nature of this event and Chu Feng's astonishing feat. In an instant, all the videos, articles, and comments were flooded with red. All of them are 999 plus. Network issues on various platforms caused temporary lag. At the same time, the Chinese military has gone mad. Northern Base Number 1, Central Command Hall. Hundreds of generals, each bearing a star on their shoulder, stared incredulously at the large screen. Chu Feng took a video of himself with his back to the mushroom, cloud-like structure of the toilet. Everyone was utterly shocked. Chapter 80, The Dragon Kingdom's Response. The three armies prepare for war, and the aircraft carrier battle group deploys simultaneously. At the beginning, like many netizens in China, they couldn't believe that Chu Feng had actually led people to raise the sacred toilet in Yasukuni. But then more news came in, and after images were urgently detected by low-orbit satellites, everyone was stunned. Among them, Xiao Zhentian and Yi Tiange from the Southwest Theater Command were the most deeply moved. A few days ago, when Chu Feng leveled Myawaddy, there has been considerable communication and collaboration between the two sides. They were well aware of Chu Feng's audacity. But to everyone's surprise, what's happening now is even more outrageous and absurd than what happened in Myawaddy. This is in the heart of an enemy country. They have a full range of modern military equipment across the Army, Navy, and Air Force, and are also under the watchful eye of the United States with its troops stationed there. They destroyed their spiritual sanctuary and punctured their lungs. They won't let this go easily. Hiss! Chu Feng is really in danger now. We must take immediate action. The two of them were discussing it amongst themselves. He wanted to call Chu Feng, but he couldn't get through no matter what he tried. But compared to their worries, at this moment, however, the generals had different thoughts. The Yasukuni shrine was blown into the sky. They were undoubtedly extremely happy. But there are many unusual aspects to this. They couldn't help but feel deeply puzzled. Old Xiao, just who is this Chu Feng? Also, How did he manage to smuggle so many people and equipment into Japan? Could it be that Japan's border control measures are just for show? No one can understand it. They repeatedly examined satellite images of Myawaddy and Sakura, as well as Chu Feng's files, in the hope of discovering something. It's surprising to see that so many people have such thoughts. Xiao Jintian and Yi Tiange were immediately displeased. Snort. Who cares about his background? His identity as a Chinese can't be faked. Our Dragon Kingdom has plenty of ambitious people. What's wrong with blowing up a latrine? In my opinion, we should just raise the entire Japanese archipelago to the ground. Upon hearing this, the generals who had spoken earlier were also getting a little anxious. Mr. Xiao, that's not what we meant. We mean Chu Feng is too mysterious. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Xiao Jintian glared at them, instantly scaring them away and preventing them from saying another word. Seeing Xiao Jintian's anger. At this moment, several generals of the same rank as Xiao Jintian quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Mr. Xiao, there's no need for that. We're just worried. I was worried about your mother. You guys always stop her from doing this and that. Now, that Chu Feng is standing up for my Dragon Kingdom and giving back to hundreds of millions of Chinese people. It's one thing that you don't want to rescue them, but you dare to come up with this excuse. I think we should all be shot. Xiao Jintian, don't be so rude. I didn't say I wouldn't save you. The group was arguing fiercely. Suddenly, the main door to the central command hall clicked open. All right, stop arguing. Quiet. A man with an exceptionally muscular build, dressed in special operations uniform, stepped into the hall. His face was handsome and cold, and beneath his resolute features, a long, narrow scar ran from his forehead to his jaw, making him look particularly frightening. Lu Qinyuan, why is this guy here? Upon seeing the newcomers, the senior generals were immediately taken aback. Lu Qinyuan, Major General Commander of the 5th Special Forces, the most elite special forces force in the Dragon Kingdom. Codename, Grey Wolf. He rarely makes public appearances, but this time, the man named Lu Qinyuan glanced disdainfully at the generals who had just been at odds with Xiao Jintian. He then spoke in a stern, cold voice. We, the patriots of the Dragon Kingdom, will not tolerate this humiliation. The commander's order. Snap. All the generals immediately stood at attention. This incident is unlike any other, and it is highly likely to have unimaginable chain reactions. Order from Supreme Command. The 3 armed forces shall immediately enter a state of first-level combat readiness. The South China Sea Fleet, East China Sea Fleet, and North China Sea Fleet of the Navy shall, except for a portion left as a reserve force, immediately weigh anchor and depart from port. The departing fleet quickly joined the 3 carrier battle groups. In addition to sending 1 ship to the waters north of Guam and southeast of Japan to intercept any possible reinforcements from the United States, the remaining 2 carrier battle groups are to head straight for Japan immediately. The 5th Special Forces will also be deployed to ensure Chu Feng's safe return home. What? The 3 armed forces are preparing for war. 3 carrier battle groups launched a joint operation to rescue Chu Feng. This is the prelude to war. Heeding the orders, all the generals were shocked. The vast majority of these generals, deep down, had long been unable to contain their rage. They all wanted to make a big splash and give him a good beating. However, there are too many concerns and constraints. Now that the opportunity has arrived, who wouldn't be excited? They were eager to get started. Everyone quickly took their respective command positions and issued orders one by one. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Kingdom stretches across millions of square kilometers of land. The equipment roared and the engines revved. One after another, log transport trucks, gleaming with a menacing cold light, roared as they started their engines, drove out of the tunnel, and prepared to enter the launch position. Airports at various locations. H-6 bombers equipped with high-powered ballistic missiles and new stealth bombers have also begun to heat up and roar. Whoosh! A heart-stirring whistle rang out. Several major naval ports, one after another, silver-white destroyers and frigates sounded their horns in unison. The massive ship began to turn. Everything started operating rapidly in a short period of time. Meanwhile, in Japan, upon hearing this, the Dragon Kingdom not only entered a state of high alert, but also, they even sent a note saying that Chu Feng must not be harmed, or war would break out. On the Sakura Air Force One's special plane, Four-Eyed Locust almost vomited blood from anger. He was absolutely furious. Damn bastard. Damn dragon country. They dare to do this even after bombing my country's sacred site. Do you really think my cherry blossom country is made of clay? Immediately bring all participating troops from Tokyo to their destinations. The staff member beside him responded and promptly connected the communication. Warriors of the land of cherry blossoms. I am your heavenly locust. Listen up. The Dragon Kingdom has entered a state of high alert, and its warships are ready to set sail. They intend to use force to force my Sakura Kingdom to submit and hand over Chufeng. This is absolutely unacceptable. I command you at all costs. Before the Dragon Kingdom's military forces are in place, you must kill that bastard Chufeng and all his men. Did you understand? Your Majesty, rest assured, my striker has moved into attack position. I will definitely be able to take Chufeng's head within half an hour. On the armored command vehicle, Kamita responded with a hissing voice. Ew. Beside him, tracked and wheeled infantry fighting vehicles roared past. After more than 40 minutes of running, at this moment, they finally reached the outer perimeter of Chufeng's circular defensive line. Chapter 81, the first wave of attack. The Cherry Blossom Special Police weep in fear. Yoshi, the armored command vehicle, came to a stop. Kamita picked up his binoculars and looked at the figures that flashed by on the buildings not far ahead. He couldn't help but sneer repeatedly. Thousands of kilometers apart. No matter how strong your Dragon Kingdom is, can you stop me from attacking? Slaughter all your troops, and let's see what you can say then. Va? If it's going to be war, then let's fight. With tens of thousands of troops stationed under my American daddy, several carrier battle groups, and the involvement of multiple Western countries, do you think I'm afraid of you? Deploy the attack array and launch the attack in 1 minute. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Kamita shouted loudly. Boom! Boom, boom. The streets surrounding the ring-shaped defensive line. A swarm of tracked armored vehicles drove up. Just turn the corner. That dark, vehicle-mounted 30mm chain gun can unleash extremely terrifying firepower in an instant. At the critical juncture of battle, Police Inspector Ishikawa, who arrived a step later, called out to Kamita. Mr. Kamita, it was my Metropolitan Police Department personnel who arrived first. Let us launch an attack first. We may not be good at close-quarters combat and skirmishes, but when it comes to counterterrorism operations, we dare say we're number one, and nobody dares to say we're number two. Kamita was taken aback upon hearing this. The Metropolitan Police Department has tens of thousands of police officers. There are more than 2,000 riot police alone. Fine, let them go first and test the weaknesses in Chufeng's firepower. All right, then you can attack first. My rapid response troops will be there to support you from the rear. Don't worry, Mr. Kamita. We have tens of thousands of men, while they have at most 1,000. With a coordinated attack from all sides, they can't escape. Inspector Ishikawa was brimming with confidence at that moment. Little did he know that he would soon pay a heavy price for his overconfidence. The so-called 1,000 or so people. It was compiled from various sources, including previously stolen vehicles and fragmented reports from Tokyo residents. The city's security system is paralyzed, and information is extremely distorted. At that moment, he had no idea about the strength of Chufeng's circular defensive line. There are more than 10,000 people, an intelligence error of 10 to 1. Anyway, the attack began as ordered by Inspector Ishikawa, centered on the Yasukuni Shrine site, the outer perimeter of the street, within a radius of 4 or 5 kilometers. In all directions, teams of special police officers dressed in black special operations uniforms, armed with assault rifles and carrying heavy bulletproof shields, under the cover of blast-resistant armored vehicles. They began to move forward rapidly. More police officers followed behind, armed with submachine guns. Boss, they're here. The ring-shaped defensive line is located in a sturdy basement. The assassin's cold voice rang out. Let them get closer before you attack. Do not use heavy equipment yet. Chufeng narrowed his eyes, discerning the gazes of the various assassins. How terrifying it is to receive visual information from more than 10,000 people simultaneously. But with the system's support, Chufeng's brain was like a superintelligence, completely unaffected. Clear. The assassins received their orders. They quietly moved the Javelin anti-tank missile mounted by the window. They replaced them with 6-barreled rotary cannons. They haven't fired a shot yet. On the command vehicle at the rear, Inspector Ishikawa, holding binoculars, looked at the motionless circular defensive line and was overjoyed. Yoshi. It seems they also know the disparity in troop strength and dare not easily expose their firepower. Overjoyed, he quickly issued an order to immediately launch an attack. Thump, 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 thump. Give the order. The ring-shaped defense line is located in all directions. Dozens of armored vehicles open fire. Splash. A dense barrage of bullets from the vehicle-mounted 12.7mm heavy machine gun instantly covered the window through which the assassin's figure appeared. Under the cover of fire, groups of riot police officers carried shields and assault rifles. They began to attack the buildings. However, the next second, they were dumbfounded. All I could see were the windows of the building not far in front of me. Suddenly, one after another, dark, rotating cannon muzzles appeared. Sizzle. Sizzle. Before they could react, a hail of bullets instantly pierced through their ranks. Ah! A series of piercing screams rang out. The attacking Cherry Blossom Special Police officers exploded in clouds of blood mist. Hundreds of people collapsed instantly. Damn it, what's going on? How do they have so many Gatling guns? Witnessing this scene, inside the armored vehicle, the special police officers operating the vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun were completely dumbfounded. They knew that Chu Feng, that bastard, had an RPG. Therefore, all the blast-resistant armored vehicles were deployed in the attack at once. They attempted to suppress the rocket launcher's attack by relying on superior firepower. But to my surprise, this damned guy actually has so much rotary firepower. In shock, they quickly turned their guns and swept them toward the direction where the assassins had appeared. However, it was too late. The heavy machine gun hadn't even roared for a few seconds. Ta-da! The dense barrage of rotating shells had already completely covered the blast-proof armored vehicle. The kinetic energy of a 12.7mm caliber revolver bullet is enormous. It pierced through the thin steel plate of the blast-proof armored vehicle in an instant. The people inside were torn to pieces on the spot. Sizzle. Sizzle. Countless orange-red bullets shot out from the circular defensive line. This is an aerial view. It's like a colossal fortress, roaring in all directions and unleashing its unparalleled firepower. Whoosh! Fireballs rose up. In an instant, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's dozens of armored vehicles deployed in the attack were all destroyed. The fuel tank exploded. Some even exploded completely, soaring into the air before falling back down. They crushed the Metropolitan Police Department members behind them into a bloody pulp. Sizzle. Sizzle. The terrifying firepower of the rotary cannons continued to pour down from all sides. Watching the armored vehicles turn into giant torches, with broken arms and legs flying everywhere. The SWAT officers who accompanied the attack, and the officers who followed up, all wet themselves. Damn it! How can the firepower of the Chinese be so strong? Not good. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Everyone cried out for their parents and started running away as fast as they could. To save his life, they even discarded their helmets and weapons. Even so, they still couldn't escape the terrifying firepower of the assassins. Because they underestimated their opponent, they advanced too far. Retreat, at this moment, is a terrifying path to death. Fortunately, after suffering extremely heavy casualties, they finally retreated to the block opposite the circular defensive line. And at this moment, witnessing the horrific scene before my eyes, Inspector Ishikawa was completely dumbfounded. Let's not even talk about the blast-proof armored vehicles. Preliminary assessment. In this single wave of attacks, he lost at least 1,000 men. Hiss. That's over 1,000 people. Damn bastard. How does that bastard Chu Feng have so many rapid-fire weapons? Didn't the previous intelligence say they only had AKs and RPGs? Also, there's firing everywhere. When did they get so many troops? Inspector Ishikawa has completely lost his mind. I have absolutely no idea what the problem is. Right now, witnessing so many Cherry Blossom police officers explode, Kamita, who was standing to the side, was also completely enraged. He never expected that Chu Feng's firepower would be so abnormal. 1 Gatling gun per person. Did you somehow move an armory here? In a flash, he drew his katana menacingly. Don't worry, Ishikawa-kun. Although we suffered heavy casualties, we also tested the strength of their firepower. Let the warriors regroup and form an attack formation. I concentrated my tracked infantry fighting vehicles and launched a direct clustered assault. I'd like to see how long they can remain arrogant in the face of my tracked infantry fighting vehicles' heavy armor and 30mm autocannon. Chapter 82, The Rapid Reaction Force Breaks Through the Center. Chu Feng's fishing plan. They were just about to give the order to attack. Suddenly, inside the armored vehicle, a communication request suddenly sounded on the information terminal. Kamita was taken aback and quickly ordered someone to connect the call. A somber voice came from the other end of the phone. Kamita-kun, how is the situation on the battlefield? His Majesty the Emperor has ordered me to assemble an attack force under the unified command of 4 elite armor divisions and to march to Tokyo. The Army Aviation Unit of the 1st Armored Division has launched an attack with 100 attack helicopters, which will arrive in the battlefield airspace within 30 minutes. Let me know if you need any support. For the glory of the Empire, I am willing to hand over all 100 attack helicopters to you for command. Yamamoto? Upon hearing the voice, Kamita's face immediately turned extremely ugly. He never expected that Tian Huang would give this guy command of all 4 armored divisions. By Amaterasu Amakami. That's an entire army corps, a full 100,000 men. He was surprised to hear that Yamamoto was going to hand over command of the Advanced Air Force to him. He was even more furious. As an elite counterterrorism force protecting Tokyo's security, his rapid reaction force actually has quite a few attack helicopters. But these days, all these attack helicopters have been assigned to this bastard for exercises. Damn bastard. Kamita was furious. The two of them have never gotten along. Years ago, he and Yamamoto graduated from the same military academy, and their ranks were initially equal. Unexpectedly, this guy got incredibly lucky and rose through the ranks to become a general. And he was just a pitiful major general. No need. Kamita snorted coldly. In Japan, the social hierarchy is very strict. When facing someone of a higher rank, it is essential to address them respectfully as Your Excellency. But now Kamita was really into it. He didn't want to appear inferior in front of the other party. Everything on the battlefield is under control, thanks to the capabilities of my rapid reaction force. I'll take that bastard Chu Feng's head off in a matter of minutes. I hope your troops get into position quickly, otherwise you won't even have a chance to clean up the battlefield. The call was abruptly ended. Kamita's face turned ashen. He glanced at the circular defensive line not far away. He immediately picked up his command sword and stood on the roof of the command vehicle. Warriors of the Sakura Empire, the enemy is right before you. Decades ago, our ancestors expanded their territory and ruthlessly ravaged the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, they have become so audacious as to set foot on the land of my Sakura country, committing massacres and desecrating the spirits of my ancestors. This is a disgrace, an unprecedented disgrace. I order you to concentrate your forces and immediately tear their defenses apart. Remember, once you rush in, show no mercy, leave no one alive. Upon hearing these words, the rapid reaction force members around them were also filled with murderous intent, their eyes brimming with madness. It's been decades. The trash that was trampled underfoot back then has now turned the tables and urinated on its own head. This is intolerable. Immediately, one after another, Type 92 tracked infantry fighting vehicles started moving. As the most advanced infantry support weapon in the Sakura Kingdom, this Type 92 tracked infantry fighting vehicle is not only powerful in firepower, but also equipped with a 30mm chain gun, a 7.62mm coaxial machine gun, and a twin-mounted anti-tank missile launcher. Its protective capabilities are also among the best in the world. It not only has homogeneous armor tins of millimeters thick, but also external protective grills and explosive reaction devices. Not to mention that the 12.7mm caliber ammunition of the rotary cannon poses no threat to it. Even a series of rocket launchers would find it difficult to penetrate its defenses. Boom! Boom boom, accompanied by the rumble of engines. The heavy tracks rolled over the ground. Dozens of Type 92 infantry fighting vehicles, carrying fully armed rapid reaction force soldiers, drove out from the street opposite the circular defensive line. Under armored cover, the heavily armed infantry followed up quickly. They carried recoilless rifles, light machine guns, and assault rifles, following behind. This time, they abandoned the Metropolitan Police Department's tactics and launched a full-scale attack. Instead, they adopted a tactic of breaking through from the center. They planned to concentrate their forces on one point and crush Chu Feng's defenses in one fell swoop. The ring-shaped defensive line is located in the sturdy basement. Chu Feng quickly discerned his opponent's intentions. However, he was not in a hurry. We have as many drone swarms, robot dogs, and anti-tank missiles as we need. These so-called rapid reaction forces are nothing more than food delivery units. What he was thinking about was how to draw all the cherry blossom troops around Tokyo in one go, because of the restrictions of the treaty. In reality, Japan doesn't have many usable army units. The 4 elite armor divisions surrounding Tokyo already constitute more than 80% of their army force. The rest are all weak and incompetent troops several levels below. Once these 100,000 elite troops are wiped out in one fell swoop, the impact it will have is unimaginable. It seems we can't eliminate these little Karami too early. Otherwise, in their fright, they might choose not to enter the city again. Instead, they will launch a long-range strike directly. Chu Feng stood up and walked around a few times with his hands behind his back. In that case, let's feign a retreat and clear a few blocks. Let's take advantage of this time and take down that dark web branch underground in the sanctuary first. I made up my mind. Chu Feng's gaze was icy. I wasn't in a hurry to take action before. He wanted to see if the system could capture some electromagnetic signals in order to uncover the location of its headquarters. Normally, encountering such a dangerous situation, these rats will definitely report this to their superiors and ask for help. But after waiting and waiting, the battle on this side had already ended for one round. He didn't receive the so-called signal. It seems they have even more covert means of communication with headquarters. We can't wait any longer. Order! Chu Feng suddenly raised his voice. After the enemy broke through the central area of the circular defensive line, the troops put up a brief resistance and retreated in an orderly manner to the 2 flanks, abandoning 4 blocks. But the last 2 blocks and the flanks must be held for me. We cannot allow the enemy to advance another step. Did you understand? Clear. In his mind, the assassin's booming voice responded. Then he asked in doubt, Boss, can we use anti-tank weapons for the attack? The effectiveness of RPG strikes will likely be greatly reduced when the enemy's armored infantry fighting vehicle group charges. No, we can't use anti-tank weapons now. Chu Feng decisively rejected the assassin's suggestion. That would inevitably terrify the enemy and affect subsequent combat plans. For armored infantry fighting vehicles, you don't need to destroy them head-on. Just focus on their tracks. Understood, boss. We'll adjust our plans immediately. As the assassin's voice faded, Chu Feng took a few steps and disappeared into the basement. Not long after, a large contingent of suicide squad members were under his leadership. It appeared near the Yasukuni Shrine ruins, in a dilapidated underground parking lot, looking at the exceptionally sturdy elevator shaft in front of me. His gaze was cold. I used Death Sniffer to track the white-clad man's trail, and that's how that bastard entered the underground. Boom! After using C4 to break a large hole in the massive elevator door, the assassins immediately wanted to surrender, etc. Chu Feng stopped them. Chapter 83. First, the dark web branch was taken down, and then the robot dog appeared. Upon seeing Chu Feng's actions, the assassin immediately understood. If we could break through so easily, that so-called dark web branch headquarters is just too frivolous. This isn't like the style of these rats. Just as Chu Feng had predicted. At this moment, we are 50 or 60 meters underground. The sensor system at the monitoring entrance suddenly flickered on the screen. Warn! An abnormal fluctuation is coming from entrance number 2 of the branch. The estimated impact energy exceeds the entry defense threshold. Facility damaged. Guards in Zone 2. Please reinforce entrance security immediately. That bastard Chu Feng made a move. Hear the alarm. In the branch operations command room, Ichiro Nakajima looked startled. Lord Nakajima, I'll take men there immediately. The bloodthirsty ninja, the man in white, suddenly slung his twin swords over his shoulder and grabbed the Uzi submachine gun from the table. Notarus. Ichiro Nakajima suddenly stopped him. It only broke my ground entrance. They don't have the ability to get in. The elevator shaft walls are equipped with an automatic defense system. Anyone who is not a member of my dark web and breaks in without authorization will only face death. I like to see just how many heads they have to throw away. The perspective returns to the ground. On Chu Feng's side, the entrance opened. Death Sniffer is at full power, and at this moment, not only is the white-clothed man's light spot as dazzling as a light bulb, the entire hive of the dark web branch. It has also been transformed into a 3D stereoscopic scan image, which is displayed on the light screen. Looking at the shimmering, rotating facility on the light screen, everyone present, including the assassins and even Chu Feng, gasped in shock. Hiss! This is absolutely outrageous. Not to mention that the entire facility is buried dozens of meters underground. There are 3 inverted trapezoidal buildings that are hundreds of meters long and tall. There are dozens of other small, nest-like structures. These buildings are densely packed with various rooms. There are also interconnected passageways in all directions. Even these passages resemble tree roots. It even connects to the underground of the ring defense line. After conversion, the entire facility is more than 3 times the size of a traditional public toilet on the ground. This is only what's on the surface. These buildings and passageways are scattered haphazardly. God knows how many defensive weapons are hidden inside. Looking at the huge, bottomless, pitch-black elevator shaft in front of me. Brush. Chu Feng tentatively tossed in an empty AK. It only took a few seconds. Buzz. A violent sound of energy cutting was heard. The AK shattered on the spot, with many fragments even vaporizing. Witnessing this scene, gulp, one of the assassins standing nearby couldn't help but swallow hard. If I had rashly entered just now, I would probably have ended up in the same situation. Boss, what do we do now? The concrete layer on the ground is too thick, making ordinary blasting useless, and the entrance is so dangerous. How can we get in? The assassin picked up the rotary cannon, his face contorted with murderous intent. Chu Feng gave a slight, cold laugh. In this case, a simple solution can be found by using a single super domain deployment. Super domain deployment, once used, the newly summoned assassins can appear inside the facility instantly. He currently has a total of 9 unused advanced recruitment vouchers in his possession, but he doesn't want to do that now. Once such a bizarre method is exposed, it will be noticed by the powerful force behind the scenes. What kind of blow he will face is something even he himself probably can't predict. Snort. You think you can stop my elite suicide squad with such a paltry trick? Dream. With a cold laugh, Chu Feng immediately teleported 2 robot dogs from the system space. One of them, unloaded of ammunition, served as a trailblazer. One followed closely, intended to destroy the laser device. Under the control of the assassins, the 2 robotic dogs were bound by grappling hooks and rushed down the slope. Buzz! When you go down 30 meters underground, the glaring laser cut mesh reappeared. The first robot dog instantly shattered into a pile of fragments. But that's all. The second robot dog instantly locked onto the laser device. Boom! 2 30mm grenades were fired. The laser defense facilities hidden within the fortress were instantly reduced to a pile of scrap metal. The method was effective. The second group of robot dogs descended quickly. Soon, the second laser device at a distance of 50 meters, as well as the elevator car on top of the elevator, were blasted into a pile of scrap metal. And at this moment, watching the small, broken parts crash to the ground with a clatter, the dark web guards at the entrance were completely bewildered in their understanding. This laser device, hidden within the fortifications, can indeed be destroyed once its location is found. How can it not even last a few minutes? In the branch command room, looking at the electronic screen, a damage report suddenly appeared on the facility. Ichiro Nakajima was also surprised. However, he did not panic. Snort. They're quick. But what can we do? I deployed hundreds of people to defend this narrow entrance. There are also countless automatic defensive firepower on the side. If you can get in, I'll eat shit live on stream. Of course, that's one way of saying it. Just to be on the safe side, he still sent the man in white out. Seeing that their boss was finally starting to take things seriously. Without saying a word, the man in white grabbed his equipment and led his men to the entrance where the incident occurred. On the ground, the 2 undamaged pieces of equipment were quickly pulled to the ground. Chu Feng then teleported out even more robot dogs. Swish, swish, swish. Strands of light flashed by. In an instant, the entire underground parking lot was filled with the robot dog. The cold, mechanical luster shone brightly. After switching to automatic mode, these new weapons, equipped with light machine guns and grenade launchers, began to move in unison. They suddenly extended steel wheels from their limbs and entered a gliding state. Then they surged into the bottomless elevator shaft. Sizzle. Under the control of the head-mounted miniature intelligent terminal, countless robotic dogs charged downwards at a slightly tilted angle. The sturdy shaft walls were filled with countless sparks. Bottom of the shaft. Hearing the commotion, the white-clad man who rushed over felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly threw out a small flying detector. A shocking discovery. Above the shaft, a series of mechanical creatures with red, glowing heads were rapidly sliding down. Not good. It's a robot dog, a new weapon from the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone in position. We must not let them break through this defense. The man in white was immediately terrified. He considered many possibilities. But no one could have imagined that Chu Feng's attack method would be so terrifying and brutal. But then they learned that the situation had suddenly changed. With reinforcements arriving, the once confident guards suddenly began to panic. Hurry, hurry, hurry. All firepower aimed at the elevator exit. Click, click, click. In a spacious underground hall, countless guns were loaded. Automatic rifles, along with various light machine guns and rocket launchers, pinpointed the location where the robot dog was about to appear. 7 or 8 armed Humvees quickly formed a semicircle, their vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns ready for action. Ew. Near the exit, the automatic defense devices on the thick pillars also activated. One by one, cold gun barrels emerged, aimed at the elevator entrance. Brothers, don't panic. The defensive measures were in place in a very short time. The man in white breathed a slight sigh of relief. That bastard Chu Feng secretly infiltrated my Sakura country. There's no way he could have brought too many weapons and equipment with him. We withstood his first wave of attacks. He can't do anything to us. Chapter 84 Red Invasion Warning. The shocking Dark Web Guardians. It happened in the blink of an eye. The man in white had barely finished speaking. Knock, 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 knock. Robotic dogs with red glowing heads have been dropped onto the ground like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Its powerful limbs slammed heavily onto the ground. The leg wheels retract instantly, transforming into a limb shape more advantageous for ground combat. Fire. Looking at the cold metallic sheen on the robot dog's body, the man in white shouted angrily. Bang, bang, bang. Da, da, da. Boot, boot, boot. In an instant, the entrance's fan-shaped defensive perimeter was filled with fire from all the guards. Assault rifles, light machine guns, vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, flames erupted and gunfire roared. The terrifying firepower instantly enveloped the entire elevator car. At the same time, near the elevator entrance, there are more than a dozen automatic firing points hidden in the thick pillars. At the same instant, they launched a fierce attack. Sizzle. Sizzle. The dazzling, torrential bullets instantly covered the area where the robot dog was located. Under this unprecedentedly fierce barrage, the steel elevator car instantly burst into countless sparks. In an instant, it was swept open with countless holes. Even the concrete barrier behind, it was cracking and shattering, sending countless pieces of debris flying. Those dozen or so robot dogs that had just landed. The head radar hadn't had time to scan yet. The entire metal body was completely destroyed. Bang, bang, bang. Countless parts shattered on all sides. In an instant, the entire elevator car floor was covered with piles of scrap metal. They truly are highly trained dark web elites. Chu Feng's first wave of attacks was easily neutralized. However, they hadn't even had a chance to catch their breath. Knock, 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 knock. In the blink of an eye, more robot dogs landed. More than before. And it keeps coming. Not good. Increase the firepower. Block them. Witnessing this, the guards were shocked and hurriedly took control of their weapons, launching an even more frenzied attack. Amidst the dazzling interplay of bullet trajectories, the entire underground area was instantly shattered. However, no matter how powerful their firepower is, there will inevitably be loopholes. Da da da. Da da da. All that could be seen was a deluge of comments on the screen. One of the robot dogs, equipped with a light machine gun, was not destroyed by concentrated fire immediately. Its head-mounted scanning radar suddenly turned. In an instant, they locked onto several dark web guards within the fan-shaped defensive perimeter. Boot boot boot. A powerful burst of bullets was fired. The heads of the targeted dark web guards exploded instantly, and crimson watermelon juice covered the ground. Once you do it the first time, you'll do it again. Although the firing robot dog was quickly shot down. But soon, 2 more of the newly deployed robot dogs failed to be eliminated immediately. Even more terrifying is, these 2 robot dogs are not equipped with light machine guns. It's a 6-tube, 30mm grenade launcher. Tong tong tong. Several wisps of smoke rose up. 12 30mm grenades were fired at the fan-shaped defensive perimeter in an instant. Boom boom boom. Amidst the deafening explosion, a dozen or so dark web guards were frantically pulling the trigger just a second ago. The next second they were all blown into the air. His entire body crashed down like a sandbag. Once the breach is opened, it's like a dam bursting. Once it starts, it's out of control, taking advantage of the brief lull in firepower caused by the explosion. Countless robotic dogs landed, rushing out like a swarm of ants. They charged forward. The light machine gun and grenade launcher on its back can unleash a barrage of fire. In a blink of an eye, the entrance defense line, which had been manned by 200 or 300 people, was riddled with holes. And at this moment, faced with this situation, not only were the other guards terrified, but even the ANBU Jonin, bloodstained, the man in white, couldn't hold back any longer. Damn bastard. How could that bastard Chu Foam have so many robot dogs? Could it be that he moved the arsenal here? He jumped into a Hummer parked next to him. He snatched the vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun from the guard and frantically pulled the trigger in the direction for which the robot dogs were surging. Withstand. Hold on. Seal the breach. We must not allow them to break through this entrance. Otherwise, the branch will be in danger. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun roared incessantly, and the man in white screamed hoarsely. However, the next second, he was terrified and suddenly felt as if something was watching him. He quickly turned his head to look. A robotic dog that had just emerged from the elevator entrance was seen, its infrared guidance head buzzing and flashing. Its grenade launcher on its back is already poised to fire. Not good. A chill ran from the soles of my feet straight up to the top of my head. In a hurry, the man in white suddenly dropped the heavy machine gun in his hand, rolled quickly, and darted behind the Hummer. Boom! The next second, a violent fireball erupted from the Hummer he had just been in. The entire car body was blown apart and overturned. Damn it! The man in white was on the verge of tears. If it weren't for his keen battlefield awareness, he would have made a tactical evasive maneuver immediately. He was already a corpse at that moment, and during the time he was dodging. The guards defending the entrance are also under unprecedented and fierce attacks. After losing some men, with their firepower reduced, they faced an endless tidal wave of robot dogs. They are simply unstoppable. Accompanied by screams of agony. Less than 2 minutes. The flawed fan-shaped defensive line was reduced to less than 60 people. This is still based on the premise that they are sufficiently elite. If it were a regular army unit, by now, they would probably have been completely wiped out. Ooh! The sound of guns spinning in vain rang out. At this moment, it's not just them. Even the automatic firing points on the wall have completely stopped working, in order to deal with the endless stream of robot dogs. From the very beginning, they set their firing rate to the maximum. The gun barrel was red hot, and the spare ammunition had been used up. Damn bastard. Withdraw. Retreat immediately. Retreat to the next defensive position. Seeing that the situation was beyond repair. The man in white directing the operation, no matter how unwilling he was. They had no choice but to order a retreat. The order to retreat has been received. The surviving few dozen dark web guards breathed a sigh of relief, grabbed their weapons, and rushed onto the nearby Humvee. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The Hummer fired as it rapidly reversed, after paying the price of more than 20 more lives. Finally, the group retreated from the entrance hall to the next defensive passage. Crack. The massive half-meter-thick titanium alloy explosion-proof door closed. They blocked the endless stream of robot dogs from entering. The survivors were all still shaken. That's absolutely terrifying. Like ants, they can't be eradicated or killed completely. This new weapon from the Dragon Kingdom is even more terrifying than they advertise online. At the same time, we learned that Entrance 2 had been breached. Deeper underground, even Ichiro Nakajima, who was in command, was stunned. This is fucking ridiculous. 200 or 300 people were defending a small area. They couldn't even last a few minutes. Damn bastard. Ichiro Nakajima was furious. He grabbed the broadcast communication device next to him. Bloodthirsty Lord, I will immediately send you another 200 troops. You must guard this passage for me. Dr. Kajisa has sent a message saying that the research data collection is almost complete. We must not let Chu Feng affect the progress of the experiment under any circumstances. Did you understand? Chapter 85, A Full-Scale Outbreak, The Rapidly Falling High Facility. Rest assured, Mr. Nakajima, the passageway at this location is long and narrow, about 100 meters long, and the hall behind it can continuously supply troops and ammunition. With this advantageous location, we will never let Chu Feng advance any further. The man in white shouted in response. He was furious at that moment. They lost 100 or 2 elite soldiers. They all went off to fight a bunch of lumps of iron. They didn't even see a shadow of Chu Feng. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Everyone, get to the defenses set up quickly. I don't think the blast doors will hold out for long. We must stop these monstrous things in this 100-meter passage. The man in white shouted loudly. He ordered his men to set up heavy machine guns at one end of the passage. The gun barrel was pointed towards the blast-proof door. At the same time, it allows passage over the top of the tunnel where armed Humvees can pass. One by one, automatic firing positions also poked out their gun barrels. The 2 laser-cutting devices also began to faintly glow green. Bring it on. Damn bastard. Use whatever other means you have. The man in white shouted sharply. Just as they were on high alert, the entrance hall outside. It is now completely occupied by a dense array of robotic dogs. It was confirmed that all surveillance footage had been removed and the lobby was no longer a threat. Chu Feng immediately led a large group of elite soldiers to rappel down. Looking at the shimmering, rotating facility scan on the light screen, there was a tall, narrow, 100-meter-long passageway. He gave a slight cold laugh. I didn't expect these rats to be even more afraid of death than I thought. Even if the robot dogs were piled up like a mountain, they might not be able to get through such a defensive system. But do you think this will stop me? Joe, put away your sneer. Chu Feng immediately communicated with the large groups of assassins at other entrances on the ground. According to the facility scan map obtained by Death Sniff, he had already ordered his assassins to be on standby at various locations. Without further ado, immediately, countless robot dogs were teleported to the assassin's side. After blasting open all the entrances to create a large hole, the assassin picked up the control terminal and switched it to automatic mode. Moment. Swish, swish, swish. It was a massive swarm of robot dogs that flooded in. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. Intrusion signs were detected in elevator shafts 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6, as well as all backup entrances and exits. All guards, please prepare for defense immediately. A piercing alarm sounded. In the command center of the dark web branch, a screen filled with flashing red exclamation marks appeared. Ichiro Nakajima was instantly dumbfounded. Damn it, this can't be. Apart from elevator shafts 1 and 2, I have never used the other backup entrances or exits. That bastard Chu Feng. How come he knows more than I do? His eyes widened in disbelief. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, numerous hidden entrances and exits were built when this facility was first constructed. After it was built, even the blueprints were destroyed. He simply couldn't imagine that someone could pull his underwear off completely under these circumstances. Damn bastard. Quickly deploy the reserves. Head to the following entrances immediately and stop them at all costs. Ichiro Nakajima panicked. Those entry points that are not enabled. He only sent a few troops to defend, which was far from enough to stop Chu Feng's all-out attack. Tap, tap, tap. Upon receiving the order, the elite reserve force of over 1,000 men was immediately mobilized. Aboard armed Humvees, they sped toward the various entrances. However, it was too late. Before they arrived, da-da-da, boom, boom, boom. The sound of intense gunfire and explosions had already begun. Those scattered defensive squads were wiped out before they could even last a single encounter. Damn Chu Feng. I'll tear you apart, rip out your bones, and shred your body to pieces. They learned that all entrances had fallen within a short period of time. Ichiro Nakajima immediately went berserk. Quickly, all reserve teams retreat immediately and close all passages. Activate all of the hive's defenses. Nanogas, laser network, deep pit traps, automatic machine gun firing pods. Activate them all. You must stop them. A series of furious roars. In an instant, the entire branch facility was operating at full capacity, inside and outside the passageway and in the various entrance halls. A dense network of lasers and automatic machine gun firing pods protruded from the walls. They launched a fierce attack on the surging army of robot dogs. Bang, 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 bang. Under this intense barrage of fire, in an instant, countless robot dogs were blown to pieces. Some even vaporized directly under laser bombardment. Even with such a terrifying defense, that still couldn't stop their advance. One group was wiped out, and another group immediately filled the gap. It's truly endless, even more terrifying than the tide. But as time goes by, the powerful automatic defensive firepower on the walls gradually began to wear off. Buzz. Wisps of smoke rose up. One by one, the light from the laser emission points faded away. Even if they still have enough energy, they will inevitably need to cool down after running at full power for a long time. Not to mention those automatic machine gun nests. The relentless firing caused their barrels to glow red hot, and some even succumbed to the heat, exploding in a catastrophic explosion. The blocking firepower was weakened. Each firing point was eliminated at the speed of light. The robot dog army quickly moved on to the next area. At this moment, these areas also have deep pits, traps, poison gas, and other methods waiting for them. However, this defense is useless against a robot dog made of steel. After filling the pit with his body, the densely packed robot dogs continued their attack and advance. We arrived at the defensive passage of the Dark Web Branch's reserve forces. Beep, beep, beep. Dark Web Branch Command Center. On the large electronic screen, the red area representing the invading force was rapidly expanding. At this moment, Ichiro Nakajima's face was filled with deep fear. He knew that, under these circumstances, it won't be long before the entire facility is swallowed up and in the deeper underground experimental buildings. Hearing the violent explosion overhead and watching countless clumps of dirt slide down, the dark web guards stationed in the area, as well as numerous researchers and scientists in white coats, were all dumbfounded, their expressions filled with horror. By Amaterasu Amikami. What exactly happened up there? Why is the honeycomb shaking so violently? I heard that bastard Chu phone broke in, and all the entrances have already fallen. Damn it, this is impossible. With the hive's defensive firepower, no one can break through here. In a panic, one by one, the guards picked up their weapons and rushed to the various elevator shafts to prepare for any possible battle. Researchers and scientists in white coats, under Dr. Ingswa's command, accelerated the pace of experimental data collection. At the same time, listening to the noise, deep underground, in a dense array of cages, one by one, the figures were dressed in rags and were no longer recognizable as human beings. They all raised their heads. Their eyes were already empty and numb. But for some reason, a faint, intensely longed expectation suddenly arose within me. Chapter 86, How could the main control computer possibly go out of control? This is not scientific. Right now, through the shared terminal, it was learned that all other entrances to the hive were lost in a short period of time. The man in white who was guarding the passageway on one side of entrance number 2 also became anxious. This passage leads further back. This is the core area of the honeycomb. The 3 large buildings in the core area are connected to a deep underground laboratory, although their defenses are even stronger than those of other places. But he didn't dare to gamble at all. At this moment, Chu Feng was like a god or a demon in his heart. Who knows what even more terrifying thing he might pull out next. Bang, bang, bang. On one side of the passage, the half-meter-thick titanium alloy explosion-proof door had begun to shake violently. Chu Feng's new offensive has begun. In a hurry, he abruptly pressed the button on his wristwatch, bypassing Ichiro Nakajima, and connected with Dr. Kajisa. Lord Kajisa, how much longer do you need? Damn it, why are you all so slow with this simple data collection? I can't keep up anymore. Upon hearing this, meanwhile, Dr. Kajisa, who was frantically running around in the lab, suddenly became anxious as well. He frantically typed on the computer terminal. On the screen, various bizarre feature symbols were rapidly matched. In the adjacent glass partition, several scientists in white coats were frantically inserting tubes into an anesthetized man for testing. Various unidentified pustules appeared on the man's body. Damn it! Lower blood erosion. How could I not be anxious? This is the second round of verification. The previous samples are no longer valid. The scientific team is working hard to compile the data. Please hold on for a little longer. Dr. Kajizo roared repeatedly as he typed on the keyboard. Support? Support my ass. Upon hearing this, the man in white flew into a rage and abruptly cut off the communication. Fortunately, at this time, the 200 reinforcements that Ichiro Nakajima sent for him finally arrived. There were no further signs of breaching the hive. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next second, something he never expected happened. Crack! On the other side of the passage, there was an explosion-proof door. For some reason, it turned on automatically. Instantly, the densely packed robotic dogs surged in like a tidal wave. Damn it, that's impossible. The man in white was stunned. It's understandable that you used explosives to blow open the gate. What's with this sudden, unannounced activation? My titanium alloy explosion-proof door is controlled by the honeycomb intelligent main brain. The man in white was dumbfounded. I stared in disbelief at what I was seeing. But what terrified him even more was yet to come. Swish, swish, swish. Only faint sound could be heard from behind. I turned my head and looked. Behind them, in the spacious hall, appeared a densely packed group of assassins with faces resembling those of the Chinese nation. In a moment of stunned silence, the dark, gleaming muzzles of the rotary cannons in their hands had already begun to rumble and spin. No, that's impossible. The man in white stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked. If a blast door is breached silently, it can be somewhat fooled by hacking techniques. But how do you explain this group of living people appearing silently behind you? The other guards were also terrified. He turned around and stared blankly at the countless assassins that had appeared on his body. No one could understand this unpredictable and mysterious scene. The assassins don't care whether you understand or not. Fire! With a cold, furious shout. Sizzle. Sizzle. A powerful burst of bullets swept towards the stunned guards, unleashing a frenzied barrage. Puff, 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 puff. Before the guards could even react, their bodies were already blown apart, bursting into clouds of blood mist. Damn bastard. Chufeng, you bastard. If you got the guts, come out and fight. What kind of skill is it to rely on such underhanded tricks? Witnessing this bloody scene, the man in white had eyes that looked like they were about to burst. He used the Hummer beside him to dodge and maneuver wildly, avoiding the assassin's fire. He started cursing loudly. At this moment, his mentality had completely collapsed. As a Jonin of the Umbu, he is a top-tier soldier. With his combat strength, in a head-on confrontation, crushing Chufeng would be an easy task, if not a matter of a minute. What drove him crazy was, since the start of the war, he hasn't even seen a shadow of Chufeng. I'm out there fighting wits and courage against a bunch of mechanical creatures and all sorts of unknown tactics. Boom! The Hummers around him were shot down one by one. Clusters of fireballs burned. Damn bastard. I'll fight you to the death. Seeing that there was no way to escape, the man in white went completely berserk. He suddenly flung out several small silver balls. A string of highly poisonous darts shot out like lightning. He then drew his twin swords, leaping high into the air over the flying wreckage of the Hummer. The man in white roared menacingly. A flash of light and a blade came crashing down on his head in an instant. His movements were undeniably swift. However, in the face of overwhelming firepower, this fancy approach is completely useless. The muzzle of the suicide gun was raised only slightly upwards. Puff, puff, puff. A series of thick bullets immediately pierced his body. His entire body moved at an even faster speed than when he arrived. It exploded backward rapidly in a blood mist. Finally, a thick pool of blood was imprinted on the wall. The man in white was dealt with so easily. Needless to say, the other guards were also there. The rotary cannon swept across all four sides. Less than half a minute. The 200-plus guards in front of him all exploded into clouds of blood mist. Tap, tap, tap. The battle was over, and Chufeng, under the close protection of several bodyguards, crossed the passage, and entered, looking at the blood and flesh scattered all over the ground. He gave a slight cold laugh. The reason we haven't used hyperdomain deployment before is because we're afraid that this top-secret method will be discovered by the dark web's masterminds. Once you break through the entrance and enter the hive, things are different. He followed the broken surveillance camera. With a surge of data, the system easily took control of the entire dark web branch's main control system. At this moment, inside the entire hive, he not only controlled all the monitoring equipment and explosion-proof doors, even the ubiquitous automated defense system can turn its guns on the dark web guards at any time. Boss, one advanced recruitment ticket is used to summon 1,000 new assassins. They were now filling every corner of the spacious underground hall. Chu Feng waved his hand. The assassin picked up the 6-barreled rotary cannon in his hand. They immediately rushed towards the core area of the hive through the open blast door. And at this moment, Dark Web Branch Command Center. Looking at the electronic screens around me, they all turned into snowflakes. Ichiro Nakajima was completely dumbfounded. Damn bastard. What on earth is going on? How could the main control computer crash and shut down? This is not scientific. He paced around frantically, tapping various buttons in all directions. But it was still no use. After a series of meaningless actions, he froze, his hair standing on end, as a possibility came to mind. Chapter 87. Hello, Mr. Nakajima. Damn it, could it be? This terrifying thought popped into my head. Ichiro Nakajima was so frightened that he took several steps back. No, that's impossible. The hive main control computer has hundreds of anti-intrusion valves, and its firewall is even more stringent and powerful than the Imperial military system. How could that bastard Chu Feng have broken through it in such a short time? Ichiro Nakajima looked distraught. I simply cannot trust the judgment in my heart. But the static screen, which remained unresponsive after several restarts, told him something else. It's all true. I recall the consequences that led to this. His entire body hair stood on end. Not good. Everyone, evacuate to the underground laboratory, quick. Using the remaining broadcast communication, he roared out the command. He grabbed his weapon and rushed out of the command center. Behind him, a dozen or so dark web commanders followed closely behind. Ichiro Nakajima's order came a step too late. Before he could give the order, the large squad of suicide soldiers was already under the cover of the robot dogs. They stormed into the 3 main buildings of the hive, looking at the explosion-proof door that opened by itself. The dark web guards at each defensive point were filled with shock and horror. They resisted hastily. It can withstand the terrifying firepower of robot dogs and assassins. Their resistance was as ridiculous as that of a baby. It was completely pulverized in less than 2 minutes. What terrifies them even more is those densely packed automated defense systems suddenly turned their guns on their own people and launched a fierce attack. Groups of guards were cut to pieces by lasers. They were mowed down by the automatic machine gun nests and turned into mules. Damn it, what's going on? How can automated defense systems not distinguish between friend and foe? Run. The dark web guards were terrified. Fortunately, at that moment, Ichiro Nakajima's order arrived. The crowd then hurriedly followed the passages, which lacked automatic defense systems, towards the elevator shafts and rushed towards the deep laboratory. The guards retreated. Chu Feng, of course, wouldn't tolerate it, and the assassin robot dogs swarmed forward. They launched a frenzied attack on their backs. With these guards leading the way, the large force reached the bottom of the hive without breaking a sweat. It's just 1 floor away from the deepest laboratory. Damn bastard. Kajisa, have you guys finally gotten it done? A quick head count revealed that I had 2,000 elite soldiers. There are fewer than 300 people left. At this moment, Ichiro Nakajima was in a state of complete madness. He ordered his men to guard this last entrance at all costs. He stormed into the lab, carrying a submachine gun, and grabbed Dr. Kajisa by the collar, launching into a tirade of questions. Lord Nakajima, I have not failed you. Despite such rudeness, Kajisa was not angry. He snapped his fingers. A scientist standing nearby immediately handed over a metal box about the size of a notebook. Is it finished? Ichiro Nakajima couldn't believe it and released his grip. Yes, Mr. Nakajima. All data had been verified and matched before the main control computer crashed. At the same time, the sample reagents have also been prepared. The communication just failed, and we didn't have time to report it. Yoshi. Upon hearing this, Ichiro Nakajima was overjoyed and his earlier panic vanished. He took the metal box. Fingerprint scanning can be activated with a single click. A tube of eerily green medicine was immediately revealed inside. There's also a small USB flash drive next to it. Very good. Kajisa, you've completed the mission assigned by headquarters. You'll be well rewarded. Ichiro Nakajima excitedly closed the metal box. He glanced around, then at the festering body in the laboratory, and said in a low voice, "All researchers will be richly rewarded. But before that, you need to do one more thing for me." What's up? Lord Nakajima requests instructions. Everyone was taken aback. Of course. Ichiro Nakajima gave a wicked smile and immediately raised the submachine gun in his hand. A rapid stream of bullets swept through. Ugh. Several scientists, including Ingzwa, suddenly developed numerous holes in their bodies. The pristine white laboratory floor was instantly stained crimson. Nakajima, you... Kajisa slumped against the wall, blood gushing from his mouth, his wide eyes filled with disbelief. He never imagined that he would dedicate himself to the organization for more than a decade. In the end, this is how it all ended. He was unwilling to accept it. He was filled with regret. His finger trembled as he pointed at Ichiro Nakajima. The next instant, bang! A bullet struck him between the eyebrows, his head lolled to the side, and he died with his eyes wide open. Yoshi, keeping the organization's secrets is the greatest reward we can give you. Only a few of you know the research data best. If you don't die, who will? Looking at the several corpses on the ground, their eyes wide open in death, Ichiro Nakajima gave a cold laugh. He carried the suitcase and walked into another cubicle in the laboratory. He suddenly pressed a button. A hidden door, independently powered and not controlled by the main optical computer, suddenly opened. Immediately afterwards, his figure descended rapidly, heading into deeper areas. There's a huge underground river, and a small motorboat is already waiting. And at this moment, because the laboratory doors are tightly closed, the soundproofing is excellent. The dark web guards outside had no idea what was happening inside. They're still nervously holding their positions at various defensive posts. He held his gun firmly to the elevator shaft. At this moment, the surrounding area is filled with densely packed cages. The dark web guard appeared completely terrified. The figures, dressed in tattered clothes, had transformed from vague anticipation into boundless excitement. Even a fool could tell that something big had happened. Hope for seeing the light of day again has arrived. Everyone was trembling with tension. The steel bars of the cage that my arms were gripping were creaking, and seeing everyone's actions. The dark web guards nearby were instantly enraged. Damn Chinese scum. I almost forgot about you guys. You think you'll be saved just because someone's coming, right? Haha, you must be dreaming. As they spoke, the guards picked up their machine guns, ready to unleash a massacre. But just as they were about to pull the trigger, boom! A violent explosion occurred overhead. Suddenly, a hole tens of meters wide appeared in the ceiling. Countless assassins descended from a cliff. Immediately afterwards, countless robotic dogs began to emerge from the elevator shaft. Buzz! The guards who were about to fire hadn't even reacted yet. The top of the head had already been locked and sent flying. Tong, tong, tong. Countless grenades bombarded the crowd. A series of piercing screams. The remaining forces shrank to this point, and nearly 300 dark web guards were wiped out in an instant. And at this moment, deeper underground, on the side of an underground river in a karst cave. Hearing the commotion at the top, Nakajima Ichiro gritted his teeth in hatred. Without a doubt, he knew that his men in this massive dark web hive were completely finished. Damn Chu Foam. You really think you've got this in a bag, huh? You just wait. You will all die here in a moment. He roared viciously. He pulled out a black detonator with his backhand. Then take another step forward and you're about to board the motorboat. However, the next second, he was stunned. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared in the darkness ahead. He held a 6-barreled rotary cannon in one hand and a cigarette dangling from his lips in the other, the cigarette but flashing on and off. Hello, Lord Nakajima. Chapter 88 Bloodshed, Unfinished Genetic Weapon. It's you. The lights suddenly came on, revealing the face of the person who had entered. Ichiro Nakajima was terrified. He studied Chu Feng's materials countless times. He would recognize this face even if it were ashes. Damn it, this can't be. How did you know about this place? Watching Chu Feng approach step by step with the rotary cannon in hand, Ichiro Nakajima was so frightened that he retreated repeatedly. He simply couldn't comprehend this extremely secretive underground river passage. Why did this bastard find out about it? He clearly remembered that after the tunnel was completed, he had silenced all those who knew about it. Even the Hive computer doesn't have any information about this place. Extremely shocked, he snatched the remote control from his hand, reached for the submachine gun at his waist, and was ready to fight to the death. However, Chu Feng had already fired the first shot. Ah-ta-ta-ta-tilde. Several thick bullets instantly turned his arm into a cloud of blood mist. Ah, my hand. Damn bastard. With his arm severed, the immense impact force sent Ichiro Nakajima's entire body flying 4 or 5 meters. He cried out in pain. The metal box and detonator in his hand also flew out. Surprised, Chu Feng sneered and instantly grabbed the 2 items. Then he stepped forward, and his large military boots landed squarely on his wound. Ah, damn scum, let me go. An excruciating pain spread throughout his body, and countless beads of sweat rolled down Nakajima Ichiro's forehead. He stretched out his other arm and frantically grabbed at Chu Feng's military boots. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it an inch. Tell me what you know, and I'll give you a whole corpse. Chu Feng squinted, looking down at the stink bugs at his feet, his face as cold as ice. Ah, ha ha. You bastard, you must be dreaming. If you have guts, kill me now. Even if I die, I will never reveal a single word to you, you scum of the Dragon Kingdom. Ichiro Nakajima coughed up blood, his face contorted in a ferocious expression. Chu Feng shook his head. I've already given you the opportunity. If you don't cherish it, don't blame me for not reminding you. As he spoke, he grabbed down hard with his large hand. They immediately picked up Nakajima Ichiro like a chick. It was thrown onto the elevator. Beep, beep, beep. The elevator ascended rapidly. They quickly returned to the area where the Hive laboratory was located. At this moment, the assassins had wiped out all resistance. All that remained were groups of researchers and scientists in white coats, huddled in their labs, shivering, facing the dark muzzle of the assassin's gun. They were all terrified and frantically knelt down, begging for mercy. But the assassins ignored them, grabbed their limbs, and dragged them out. Then, like throwing away trash, they piled them up together. Boss, all researchers from Japan have been brought under control. Should they be tried separately? Upon seeing Chu Feng appear, the assassin asked a question. What are you interrogating about? Kill them all. Chu Feng, snuh. What use was this little karami? Those whose hands are stained with the blood of my Chinese people. They all have to die. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the assassin immediately waved his hand, and more than a dozen of his comrades raised the muzzle of the 6-barreled rotary cannon. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Ah-ta-ta-ta-tilde. The rapid and intense barrage of comments instantly covered the group of people in white coats standing in the middle. No. Ah. A series of piercing screams. Clusters of blood mist exploded, under a fierce barrage of bullet comments. In an instant, the entire underground experimental space was filled with a rain of blood. Tang-ting-tang. When the cannon stopped rumbling and the smoke dissipated. On the ground, there was no trace of a human figure left. Everything turned into fragments, all sorts of shredded human organs and intestines covering the floor. And listening to the conversation between the assassin and Chu Feng, let's take another look at the scene before us. On either side of the cages, there were figures dressed in tattered clothes. They were all moved to tears. How many days and months have passed? Finally, I saw a glimmer of hope for survival. My family has finally come to my rescue. Compared to the excitement of our compatriots in China. At this moment, Ichiro Nakajima was thrown to the ground by Chu Feng, but they were terrified to the extreme. He considered himself a ruthless killer. This was the first time he had ever witnessed such a horrific scene of mass executions of hundreds of people. And at such a close distance, looking at the gushing blood and the mangled remains of flesh and blood hanging everywhere. Scratch the sticky red and white stuff off your face again. He immediately defecated and urinated. They're no longer as stubborn as before. Lord Chu Feng, I'll say it, I definitely will. Please. He forced himself to sit up on one side and moved toward Chu Feng. Chu Feng looked at him coldly. Snort. Too late. Man, open the prison. Yes. Splash. All cages are unlocked. A massive crowd surged out. Looking at Ichiro Nakajima on the ground, he immediately bit down like a zombie. No. Let me go. Intestines flew everywhere, and flesh and blood danced in the air. Just a moment. On the ground, besides a large pool of viscous blood and a skeleton broken into several pieces, there was nothing else. There is no sign of any living people left. He personally tore the culprit to pieces. The compatriots from China present all wept bitterly. These people from being arrested and taken to Myawaddy to being imprisoned here for a short period of several months, 2 or 3 years at most. During this period, they were pulled into experiments almost every day. They injected all sorts of unknown drugs and syringes into them without saying a word. They were all either physically mutilated or had pus oozing from their muscles. If Chu Feng doesn't reappear, these people are just like their fallen comrades. They will be thrown into the crematorium soon. At that time, not even a trace will be left. Grateful for Chu Feng's life-saving grace, everyone couldn't help but kneel down. Caught off guard, Chu Feng quickly ordered his assassins to help him up. He sighed. If it weren't for the system, I would probably be in the same situation. He ordered people to settle these thousands of compatriots properly. I learned this before. At least 700 or 800 people have died. Chu Feng almost ground his steel teeth to powder. Damn cherry blossom beast. If I don't make you pay the price this time, I'll change my surname. In a fit of anger, he opened the metal box that he had just seized from Ichiro Nakajima. We want to see if there's any way to first alleviate the pain and suffering of these more than 1,000 compatriots. Buzz. A beam of light swept across the retina onto the reagents and USB drive on the metal box. The system's massive data stream began to be analyzed at lightning speed. Drop. A semi-finished genetic virus sample was detected. Search the database and find a solution. Search complete. Virus serum being prepared. Preparation complete. As the system announcement faded away, boxes of deep red potions suddenly appeared in front of Chu Feng. This is the antidote. Chu Feng reached out and picked up one of the vials of medicine, examining it closely. Yes, the system replied. The gene-based viral serum was produced by analyzing existing sample data. A person can recover to normal physical condition within 5 days after the injection. But deep-seated damage is difficult to repair. Patients who have already suffered injuries are estimated to live no more than 40 years. What? Chu Feng was greatly surprised upon hearing this. Such irreversible damage was caused by testing only before the product was even finished. That would be a fully developed genetic weapon. What terrifying power that must have been. Chapter 89. The battle reaches its peak. The Army Air Force of the Sakura Kingdom is about to arrive. The system will build a model for analysis based on the existing data. Let's see how much damage a fully developed genetic virus weapon can cause. At the same time, we will conduct a deep scan of the Hive optical brain database to see if there is any information about the dark web headquarters. Chu Feng was somewhat anxious. It's true that he's taken down a branch of the dark web, but that damned headquarters is still hidden in shadows. God knows how far their experiments have progressed. Yes, host. It began to operate amidst a massive torrent of data. A short while later, the system provided the answer. The model suggests that a mature genetic virus weapon could be more than 100 times more powerful than existing semi-finished products. It is colorless and odorless, and can be transmitted through multiple links such as food, medicine, and genetics. Once a gene virus enters the human body, it can quickly embed itself into the human gene pool and quietly modify gene fragments. It has multiple effects, such as the ultimate atrophy of the human body and complete cessation of fertility. Its effects are subtle and gradual, and cannot be detected by ordinary medical methods for several years. What? Completely cut off from childbearing? Chu Feng's eyes widened suddenly. This is practically driving the Chinese people to complete extinction. Okay. Japan, the dark web. You guys are really ruthless. Chu Feng clenched his fists and spoke angrily. Then he continued to ask in a cold voice. Did they find any information about their headquarters location? Although the communication ports have long been cut off with your abilities, you should be able to do it. Have. System reply. A point of light was immediately positioned on the light screen. found this by querying the deleted underlying logs of the honeycomb optical computer. One code name appeared unintentionally more than 10 times, combining contextual and multidimensional data analysis. The actual destination of the code name should be New York. New York? Chu Feng snorted coldly. He had previously deduced that the real mastermind behind this operation was either the United States or other Western countries. This has now been proven true. They obtained concrete clues. Chu Feng breathed a slight sigh of relief. Knowing the specific city is enough. That bastard Nakajima is in such a hurry to take the research data out of the country. That means the research progress of their headquarters is not as fast as expected. Snort. Let's deal with these cherry blossom bastards in front of us first, then we'll deal with you. Chu Feng coldly rebuked. After ordering the distribution of the virus serum produced by the system, he left the Hive facility directly. Dark Web headquarters. At this moment, the mysterious director who had spoken with Ichiro Nakajima, they were unaware that their branch had been completely wiped out. He continued to systematically instruct his research institutions to complete the analysis of the existing samples as soon as possible. This will be used to coordinate with the data collected from various branches to achieve the weaponization of genetic engineering. Boss! Chu Feng led his troops to land in Tokyo, and his target is very likely my Dark Web branch. For security reasons, the branch's communications have long been automatically disconnected. Just in case, do you think we should send more people to assist in the defense? A burly white man, standing nearby, asked a question. Snort. What's there to worry about? With the branch's formidable defenses, it's not something that Chu Feng and his few lousy fry can break through. Moreover, he is now all alone. He has hundreds of thousands of Japanese troops on his periphery, and our American carrier battle group has already set sail to intercept the Chinese fleet. Unless the Dragon Kingdom wants to start a world war. Otherwise, he will surely die. Let's turn our attention back to Tokyo. The story of the attack on the Dark Web branch is a long one. But in reality, only about 20 minutes had passed. At this moment, on the ring-shaped defensive line, the battle between the two sides has entered a fierce stage. Initially, the Suicide Squad retreated voluntarily. Kamida's rapid reaction force occupied several city blocks without lifting a finger. They broke through the ring-shaped defense line, creating a gap 1 kilometer in length and width. But as the battle progressed, Kamida was also dumbfounded. The further they went in, the fiercer the resistance from Chu Feng's men became. The last 2 blocks in front of the gap, he sacrificed more than a dozen Type 92 tracked infantry fighting vehicles, but still couldn't take it down and expand to both wings. They also encountered strong resistance. Damn bastard. I refuse to believe that they can resist so stubbornly with such rudimentary weapons. Someone gather all the tracked infantry fighting vehicles together. Break through their defenses immediately along this main street. The attack failed after a prolonged siege. Kamida was getting desperate. He checked the time. Less than 10 minutes had passed since the Army aviation troops arrived. If this continues, all this tremendous achievement will be handed over to him for nothing, which is absolutely unacceptable. Hi. Orders received. The crowd began to move swiftly. Fully armed rapid reaction force soldiers set up light and heavy machine guns, large caliber sniper rifles, and recoilless rifles on the buildings in the occupied blocks. Target the building where the assassin is located. Immediately following. Boom boom. 20 or 30 Type 92 tracked infantry fighting vehicles moved forward again. The 30mm Sunsa machine gun muzzle was aimed at the building in front. The vehicle's twin-launched anti-tank missiles are also ready to be launched at any time. After reaching a certain distance. The intense machine gun fire opened fire first, sweeping away bricks and stones and filling the buildings occupied by the suicide soldiers with smoke. The large 30mm shells even penetrated the wall directly. They swept everything inside into pieces. At the same time, they were firing wildly. The engine power of each infantry fighting vehicle has been adjusted to maximum. The entire armor group launched a swift and fierce attack. Pa pa pa. This cherry blossom beast's firepower is truly fierce. In the basement, the assassins hiding there spat out a few mouthfuls of saliva. At this moment, plumes of smoke and dust rise. Even their breath carried countless particles. The usual. Wait until they rush into the building before you attack. No matter how powerful their armored vehicles are, they still need manpower to break through the defenses. Clear. The Suicide Squad members calmly and clearly defined their tactics. Chu Feng planned to lure all 100,000 elite troops of the Sakura Kingdom into the city. They cannot use various anti-tank weapons too early at this time, thus revealing their strength. Even so, relying on RPGs and rotary cannons and superb tactics, they held their line and inflicted heavy casualties on the enemy. They're here. The infantry have dismounted from their vehicles. Brothers, prepare for battle. Chapter 90. The reward may be late, but it has arrived. A level 5 armory shop. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. A new round of intense conflict erupted in various buildings. The Suicide Squad used various weapons such as rotary cannons, rocket launchers, and high-explosive grenades. They launched a fierce counterattack against the Rapid Reaction Force soldiers who rushed in, with superior individual firepower. Even the most elite Rapid Reaction Force could not break through the enemy's position even slightly. They were quickly suppressed and cut up. Some squads were even wiped out. But we've come this far. The Rapid Reaction Forces were also fighting fiercely. Despite the armored cover, soldiers continued to pour into the building. During this period, the Suicide Squad also suffered a few casualties. The fierce battle continues. And at this moment, Chu Feng has also returned to the command post of the circular defense line. Using the battlefield vision cleared by the assassins, he quickly assessed the current situation. Then he unfolded the light screen and quickly assessed his own power. Regarding personnel, there are 20,000 reserve suicide soldiers who have not yet been deployed. 10,000 soldiers were dispatched to fight on key transportation routes in the suburbs. The ring-shaped defense line has more than 12,000 personnel, 8 premium recruitment vouchers, weaponry and equipment, assault rifles, light and heavy machine guns, RPGs, 60mm mortars, and other light weapons are plentiful. Swarm suicide, unmanned systems, and robotic dogs can be deployed at any time. Individual anti-tank weapons, Javelin missile, HJ-12 missile. Individual anti-aircraft weapons, Stinger missiles, Igla missiles. Skills. Super domain deployment, level 3, cooldown time, 6 hours. Bullet time, level 3, 6-hour cooldown. Death sniff, no level, no cooldown. Killing intent perception, no level, no cooldown. Having taken stock of the powers they possess, Chu Feng frowned slightly. With current combat capabilities and the free use of various weapons, the so-called Rapid Reaction Force and Riot Police of the Japanese Empire were no match for him. Even for elite armored divisions from the vicinity of Tokyo entered the city. Even with reserves, he was confident he could annihilate them in one fell swoop. But what if the enemy deploys its air power and launches a combined air-ground strike? How should he respond? If it's just the Army Aviation Force, they would deploy some armed helicopters. It can also be defended against with man-portable Stinger missiles. But high-altitude fighter jets and high-altitude bombers cannot. Take the Stinger anti-aircraft missile as an example. Its range is only 5 kilometers, not even enough to touch the enemy's shadow. This is only from the air. Long-range artillery barrage and precision missile strikes are things he currently cannot handle either. It is somewhat difficult. Chu Feng rested his chin on his hand and frowned. Thoughts raced through my mind as I considered possible solutions. Suddenly, bite! A crisp chime pulled him back from his thoughts. System? Chu Feng was stunned for a moment. Then his face lit up with joy. Looks like the reward has arrived. I told you we wiped out the 3 major gangs in Japan, razed the Sacred Toilet in Japan, destroyed their dark web branch, and severely damaged their Metropolitan Police Department and Rapid Response Force. How could there not even be a reward? So he was planning something big. As expected, his voice hadn't even faded yet. The light screen in front of them rippled, and various reward information appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for annihilating the 3 major Yakuza gangs in Tokyo. Reward: 10 advanced recruitment tickets. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling the Yasukuni Shrine, a sacred religious site in Japan. The system space has been increased to 100 cubic kilometers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the Tokyo branch of the dark web, eliminating 2,358 armed personnel, rescuing 1,123 compatriots, and successfully thwarting the dark web's conspiracy. Reward: 20 advanced recruitment vouchers, and upgrade the arms shop level to LV5. Ding! At the same time, it was detected that the host's reputation has risen and the name of the butcher has spread far and wide. The new module, Dimensional Gate, has been unlocked. Damn it! 100 cubic kilometers of system space. Arms Mall level upgraded to level 5. Another Dimensional Gate has appeared. An excited heart, trembling hands. Chu Feng quickly clicked the shop button. When he opened it, he was almost scared out of his wits. What did he see? Bradley tracked infantry fighting vehicle. With a combat weight of 25 tons, it is equipped with a 30mm chain gun, a 7.62 mm coaxial machine gun, twin anti-tank missiles, explosive reactive armor, and slap protection. The price is $100,000 per vehicle. Type 99, a heavy main battle tank. The vehicle is 7.5 meters long, 3.4 meters wide, and 2.35 meters high, with a combat weight of 55 tons and a maximum road speed of 80 kilometers per hour. Weapon system: equipped with a 125mm smoothbore cannon with a rate of fire of 8 rounds per minute, capable of firing special alloy rounds and tungsten armor-piercing rounds with a maximum penetration depth of 1,000 millimeters. It is also equipped with a 7.62 mm coaxial machine gun and a 12.7 mm automatic anti-aircraft machine gun. Protection system: equipped with modular composite armor, explosive reactive armor, and a Dawn Shield active defense system. Information system: equipped with situational awareness radar, ground surveillance radar, fire control radar, and integrated data link module. It also serves battlefield command and intelligence sharing. Price: $500,000 per vehicle. Armored combined missile and gun anti-air system. Equipped with a 30mm twin-barreled self-propelled anti-aircraft gun. It also carries 12 short-range air defense missiles with a maximum range of 20 kilometers and a maximum altitude of 16 kilometers. The vehicle-mounted dual-band radar can track 30 targets simultaneously. It effectively denies enemy armed helicopters, fixed-wing aircraft, rockets, air-to-ground missiles, and cruise missile attacks within the area. Price: $500,000 per vehicle. Apart from the equipment mentioned above, main combat equipment of other countries around the world. This includes the US's M1A2, the British Challenger 2, the German Leopard 2 tank, and various infantry fighting vehicles. Everything you could want is here. Various short-range air defense units, such as EU's Iron Dome and China's Landshield 2000, are also listed. Fuck you. Looking at this dazzling array of equipment, Chu Feng was in a state of extreme excitement. He had considered that heavy equipment would appear sooner or later. Unexpectedly, the Level 5 shop fulfilled his wish. He had been thinking about it. Once the 4 armored divisions of the Japanese Empire enter the city, how can we order tens of thousands of elite soldiers to encircle them and destroy and annihilate them one by one using various anti-tank missiles? Looking at it now, it's not necessary at all. A mighty torrent of steel, it just charges straight through and it's all over. Ah, that feels so good. I can't wait to see what that damn Sky Locust will look like when he sees his armored division wiped out in an instant. Chu Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Now he can not only arm a large armored force at any time. There's no need to worry about air defense anymore. The armor and shield combined air defense system is sufficient to deal with the vast majority of air attacks, unless Japan launches a stealth fighter attack or a hypersonic missile bombardment. Otherwise, there's no way to do anything about him. With an excited heart, Chu Feng then clicked on the newly unlocked system function, the Dimensional Gate. Chapter 91 Dimensional Gate. 99. A heavy main battle tank. Dimensional Gate. A powerful defense tool exclusively for the host. Once activated, the host and their loyal followers will be instantly teleported into the system space within 100 milliseconds to avoid powerful attacks from uncontrollable forces. Current level, Level 1. Current cooldown time, 24 hours. Current number of available users, 1. Current evasion duration, 10 minutes. What the fuck? Directly enter the system space? After reading the introduction, Chu Feng was completely stunned. He never expected that the new feature would be so amazing. Everyone enters the system space to take refuge. Doesn't that mean that even if 100 nuclear weapons were bombarding him, he could escape unscathed? This is 100 times more powerful than bullet time. Although only one person can enter a time now. You can only hide for 10 minutes at a time. But this can be upgraded. Once he reaches a certain level, he can easily put all the assassins inside, and they will not leave until the danger is over. Damn it. System, you're truly my lucky star. With this feature, this commander can truly do whatever he wants from now on. Zhu Feng sao det et si ten li. Host, don't be too happy yet. Just as everyone was getting excited, the system suddenly poured cold water on their enthusiasm. Not to mention that the dimensional gate can only be opened once a day, and only one person can enter at a time. Developing this feature has consumed more than 90% of the system's energy. The data torrent module is currently unavailable and suspended. It is no longer possible to interfere with the enemy's command and communication links. Be careful, the enemy might get enraged and blast you to death with a few heavy missiles. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng was speechless. There's always a trade-off between gains and losses. The massive amount of data we rely on is now unusable. But upon closer reflection, he adjusted his mindset again. It's alright. Although the data deluge is no longer usable, the troop camouflage mode is still in effect. Neither satellites nor drones can effectively detect me. Besides, this area is vast. Even if they wanted to launch a precision strike against me, they wouldn't know my exact location. Of course, that's what I think. Chu Feng decided to upgrade the level of the dimensional gate as soon as possible. Looking at the battlefield outside, it seemed like even the dog's brains were about to burst from fighting. He chuckled. All right. So you're the rapid reaction force, huh? I'll let you have your fun for a while now. It's my turn. As he spoke, he spent a whopping $50 million to buy 100 Type 99A main battle tanks. Swish, swish, swish. Accompanied by bursts of dazzling teleportation light. Behind the circular defensive line, in a wide square in front of the Yasukuni Shrine ruins, 100 steel behemoths, gleaming with a cold metallic luster, suddenly appeared. Holy crap, a heavy main battle tank. The many assassins were shocked and speechless upon seeing this. From the moment they were born, their minds were already filled with the exhilarating image of armored formations charging forward. Seeing these war behemoths appear now, how could anyone hold back? Haha, looks like the boss is about to unleash his power. This battle was so frustrating. It should have been like this a long time ago. Make way. Let me go first. I'll be the gunner. The assassins were excited. If it weren't for the deeper instructions, they would probably be in serious trouble by now. Chu Feng smiled and waved his hand. He immediately designated 300 of them as suicide soldiers. The Type 99, a heavy main battle tank, has a crew of 3. 300 assassins are just enough to distribute. Thank you, boss. He received orders from Chu Feng. 300 soldiers shouted excitedly and rushed towards the 99A tank platoon. Everyone leaped up. Quickly take up the positions of commander, driver, and gunner. Target: enemy rapid reaction force, enemy metropolitan police department personnel. Tank formation, attack. With Chu Feng's command. Boom! In the square, wisps of smoke rose and tank engines roared in unison. The heavy tracks rolled over the ground. One after another, the steel behemoths started moving. They roared and thundered as they surged and crushed their way straight toward the circular defensive line. What the hell is that noise? At this moment, on the ring-shaped defensive line, soldiers of the Rapid Reaction Force, who were engaged in fierce combat with suicide bombers, suddenly heard the roar of engines coming from behind the block. The ground began to tremble slightly. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Damn it, why is there a tank engine sounding behind us? High ground. Quickly find out what's going on. Where did your drones go? The soldiers, filled with surprise and doubt, simultaneously ceased firing, moved away from the line of fire, and retreated to a relatively safe area. As one of the top elite combat forces in the Sakura country, they were all too familiar with that voice. My first thought was that a large array of tanks was advancing. But thinking about it, it seems impossible, because this is too outrageous. The rooftop of the building has been occupied at this moment. Hearing his companions calling out, the soldiers in charge of observation dared not slack off and quickly grabbed their binoculars, while simultaneously launching several of the few remaining small reconnaissance drones. Buzz! Several black dots quickly shot up hundreds of meters into the air. It flew towards the rear of the circular defensive line. The scenery along the way is transmitted to the flight control terminal in real time. And when I saw it, amidst billowing dust, a massive array of Type 99A tanks was rapidly advancing. The soldier holding the flight control terminal nearly had his eyes bulge out several meters. By Amaterasu Amikami. No, that's impossible. In a moment of utter shock, the flight control terminal in his hand almost flew out of his hand. Damn bastard, what did you see? Seeing his loss of composure, the squad leader next to him quickly snatched the terminal away. The next second, he was horrified, his eyes widened, and his mouth was agape. Not good. It's a main battle tank. The Chinese nation's Type 99, a main battle tank. Damn it, let's get out of here. Everyone, evacuate from your current positions. Retreat as far as you can. Quick! The squad leader completely lost his composure. He didn't have time to think about why such an outrageous and bizarre event had occurred. He roared and issued the order. What? Is that really a tank platoon from the Dragon Kingdom? Damn it. How is this possible? Did they all fall from the sky? My judgment was confirmed. The rapid reaction forces in the streets ahead were all horrified. Compared to these steel behemoths, our infantrymen are no different from ants. Shocked, they no longer cared about the positions they had already captured. Carrying long guns and short cannons, they ran backward at top speed. The infantry retreated frantically. At this moment, the Type 92 tracked infantry fighting vehicles on the street, which were responsible for providing fire support, also panicked. This is fucking ridiculous. This small, thin-skinned iron can is no match for a powerful main battle tank weighing tens of tons. It looks exactly like an iron coffin. Damn bastard. The rear team is now the front team. Withdraw. Retreat immediately. Chapter 92 Dragon Kingdom Tanks? Damn it, what nonsense are you spouting? Boom boom. They learned that the situation was serious. One after another, Type 92 tracked infantry fighting vehicles accelerated their engines and retreated frantically. Some roared as they turned around, while others sped away in reverse. Because the streets are not very wide. In the midst of the chaos, one after another, the infantry fighting vehicles crashed into each other in a chaotic manner. The tank commander was so angry that he started cursing, just as they were crowding together to retreat. The tank formation rolling in from behind had already begun to turn the corner. Enemy tracked infantry fighting vehicle spotted 300 meters ahead. The first two tanks are heavy Type 99A main battle tanks. The muzzles of cannons stood menacingly. They were the first to spot the armored units of the Rapid Reaction Force attempting to flee. Beep, beep, beep. Above the turret, the sensitive detection radar and fire control radar instantly lock onto the target. Ew. Accompanied by the sound of hydraulic valves turning. The 125mm tank main gun suddenly adjusted its angle. Annihilate them. All. Two 125mm high-explosive armor-piercing rounds roared out of the barrel in an instant. It drew two long, narrow arcs in midair. Then it slammed into the two Type 92 infantry fighting vehicles. The power of a 125mm high-explosive armor-piercing round is terrifying. The thin armor at the rear of the infantry fighting vehicle was instantly pierced. The entire shell penetrated directly into the vehicle's interior. The next second, boom! A deafening explosion rang out. The two infantry fighting vehicles that were hit exploded instantly. This isn't over yet. The raging fire spread instantly. A horrific secondary explosion has occurred. Boom! Two loud explosions. The entire steel body of the infantry fighting vehicle was engulfed in flames. Amidst the explosion of countless armor parts, even the two heavy turrets were sent flying into the air. Damn it! Seeing this horrifying scene, the soldiers of all the rapid reaction forces were terrified and shocked. Each vehicle roared to full speed and accelerated backward. But it was too late. Boom boom. The convoy of 99A tanks that had arrived from behind also suddenly accelerated. On the road, cars, their frames burned to a crisp, were rapidly crushed into iron discs. The massive tank roared and chased after them, ignoring any obstacles. They moved forward. The massive 125mm main gun was firing incessantly. In the blink of an eye, several more rapid reaction infantry fighting vehicles were blown up. This isn't over yet. Right now, more Type 99A tanks have appeared in the surrounding streets. Pass. Thump, thump, thump. Da, da, da. Da, da, da. They used their main guns to bombard enemy armored units appearing in front of them, while using their vehicle-mounted 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine guns to clear out infantry firing positions on the upper floors. They then advanced rapidly, subtly unfolding a massive encirclement. Rear of the Rapid Reaction Force. Major General Kamita has just moved his command post to a building that is more than 10 stories high. Suddenly, I heard on various communication channels. All that could be heard were screams of agony and desperate cries for help. He was terrified and grabbed the radio communication device. Damn it, what happened up ahead? Tell me. Lord Kamita, the tank, is the Type 99, a heavy main battle tank from the Dragon Kingdom. So many tanks. They're already on their way. What? Dragon Country tanks? You damn bastard. What nonsense are you spouting? Kamita flew into a rage. What kind of international joke is this? Chu Feng and his men are now completely surrounded. The Dragon Kingdom is even further away, thousands of miles away. You think there are tanks just because you say there are tanks? I could say the Yamada no Orochi has descended. He was about to angrily reprimand his subordinates, telling them not to be scared out of their wits by Chu Feng's tricks. Suddenly, upon reaching the rooftop, the soldiers who were setting up observation points stared in horror at the street not far away. It's terrible, Lord Kamita. You have to come quick. This is truly a tank formation from the Dragon Kingdom. What? Kamita was greatly surprised upon hearing this. He rushed to the railing and picked up his binoculars to take a look. It's okay if you don't watch it. Upon seeing this, Kamita almost peed his pants in fright. In the eyepiece, the streets in all directions were visible. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, massive steel behemoths, clad in heavy armor, were rampaging forward with madness. The chilling main gun moved forward and fired without pause. Our own armored units were either blasted into giant torches or sent flying into the air. The buildings on the side were also collapsing rapidly. Wherever they went, smoke billowed and the place was a mess. Damn it, it really is the Type 99, a heavy main battle tank from China. How could they be here? No, this is not scientific. Kamita shouted in disbelief. Startled, he stumbled. He fell straight backward. Now, his worldview has shattered completely, like a mirror. The equipment Chu Feng had previously used could be explained by prior planning. But what's with this main battle tank? This is a behemoth weighing tens of tons. There is absolutely no possibility of it being hidden beforehand by Amaterasu Amikami. No, this can't be real. With his worldview shattered, Kamita was in a state of utter confusion, overwhelmed with fear and feeling as if all his strength had been drained away. He had reason to suspect that the Dragon Kingdom had mastered space teleportation technology. Otherwise, none of this makes sense. He managed to stand up, seeing the 99, a heavy main battle tanks pouring out from the streets, crushing everything in their path. Not only do they not stop, but they also continue their progress. Instead, they accelerated their attack towards both flanks. He was terrified. Damn it. This is a move to surround him. Not good. Kamita's pupils contracted sharply. If they succeed, the remaining 2,000 or so rapid response troops under his command, along with thousands of police officers from the Metropolitan Police Department, will be completely wiped out. He had no choice but to think about it. He grabbed the radio communications. He roared fiercely. All frontline troops, listen to my command. Stop retreating. At all costs, stop the advance of the Chinese tanks. Personnel in the rear, evacuate immediately, as far away as you can. Quick! Kamita's orders were very clear. He's just going to drag it out, to buy enough time for the main force to withdraw. Orders received. On the contact line, the rapid reaction troops, who were retreating in panic, were all horrified. Damn bastard. The command is sending us to our deaths. Why issue such an order? I refuse to accept this. Instinctively, everyone wanted to ignore it and continue retreating. It can be done immediately. The order was given that anyone who retreated would be executed without mercy. Everyone was stunned. Now, even if they were unwilling and terrified, they dared not retreat, even half a step. Either way, it's a death sentence. The Rapid Reaction Force soldiers, whose rear was being attacked, decided to go all out. Infantrymen swiftly occupied the buildings on both sides of the street. Recoilless guns and RPGs protruded from the windows. At the same time, The surviving infantry fighting vehicles, ignoring the violent explosions around them, rumbled and turned their guns, preparing for a desperate attack. Chapter 93 Active Defense System. The long-awaited Army Aviation Squadron. Fire, with a command from the forward commander. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The 30mm chain guns on the infantry fighting vehicle turrets immediately roared in unison. Dense shells, woven into a dense net of fire, swept towards the rolling, crushing Type 99A tanks. At the same time, the rapid reaction infantry on the building also launched rockets. It was fired directly at the top of the tank. However, such firepower, even scratching an itch on a 99A isn't enough. Ta-da! Countless sparks exploded. The 99A's frontal composite armor was reduced to nothing more than clusters of small white dots. The incoming rockets only managed to blast through part of the reactive armor. It wouldn't cause any fatal damage at all. After a round of attacks, it had absolutely no effect. The frontline commander was extremely anxious. Damn bastard. How come the armor of this Chinese main battle tank is so tough? Attention all vehicles, anti-tank missiles ready. I refuse to believe that they can withstand my numerous anti-tank weapons. The instruction has been issued. Shot. On the blocking position. Suddenly, more than a dozen black dots appeared. More than a dozen anti-tank missiles shot up to a spot not far in front of the 99A in the blink of an eye. It can be done immediately. Something that the forward commanders of the Rapid Reaction Force could never have imagined happened again. Thump, thump, thump. All that could be seen was the formation of 99A tanks. The spherical radar on top of the turret suddenly turned, and instantly a series of high-explosive interceptor missiles were launched. This is the Dawn Shield active protection system on the Type 99A tank at work. Its 360-degree panoramic infrared situational awareness radar. The target was locked the instant the anti-tank missiles attacked. Boom, boom, boom. Interceptor missiles were fired one after another, accurately hitting the incoming missiles. Instantly, the entire street erupted into a fierce barrage of bullet comets. Countless shrapnel fragments and powerful shockwaves once again swept the already ravaged neighborhood into ruins. Hold! Can't hit even one shot. Looking at the scene before me, the forward commander of the Rapid Reaction Force looked terrified. In his understanding, it is true that the Chinese Type 99, a main battle tank, is equipped with an active protection system. However, this is a concentrated attack by more than a dozen anti-tank missiles. According to official tests conducted by the Chinese government, the interception rate was only around 70%. It's impossible for us to miss every single one. The forward commander was at a loss. What he didn't know was, the equipment produced by this system has been pushed to its limits in terms of performance. Interception with perfect accuracy is of course a piece of cake. Before he could take any further action, thump, thump, thump. Several 125mm high explosive armor-piercing rounds have already hit the command vehicle where he is located. Boom! Another huge fireball exploded. The 7 or 8 Type 92 infantry fighting vehicles that were blocking the way were destroyed in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the rapid reaction infantry in the buildings on both sides couldn't hold out any longer either. Before they could unleash any more firepower, the 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun on the 99A turret has been turned and is firing fiercely. In an instant, they swept them and the wall to pieces. Similar scenes were unfolding in the 5 or 6 blocks in front of the circular defensive line. Under the crushing force of the Type 99, a heavy main battle tank, the Rapid Reaction Force's defensive line collapsed at a rapid pace because they had previously adopted a central breakthrough tactic. Most of the troops were concentrated in these few blocks. Therefore, at this moment, the tank's lethality skyrocketed. The infantry and Metropolitan Police Department members were blasted into a bloody mist. The roads and streets were littered with mutilated corpses and rivers of blood. What terrified them even more was, at this moment, 40 or 50 steel behemoths on both flanks, like tigers among sheep, quickly advanced and surrounded them within a narrow street area spanning several kilometers. Damn bastard. Order the troops to accelerate and break through. The gaps in their encirclement are too large to stop us. The situation is urgent. Kamita and Inspector Ishikawa had no will to continue fighting. The two simultaneously issued the order to break out. However, the next moment, the terrifying thing happened again. Buzzing. Suddenly, countless black dots appeared in the sky. The black dots were so dense that they even obscured the sun overhead. Damn it! Swarm drones. The Dragon Kingdom's suicide swarm drones. Seeing this scene, the two men, Kamita and Kamita, were completely at odds. They never expected that Chu Feng, that bastard, had such terrifying methods waiting for them besides main battle tanks. Ew. Several black dots were seen rapidly swooping down. Damn it, get out of here. The two were terrified and dashed into the rooftop pavilion. The next second, boom, 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 a violent explosion rang out. The spot where the two had just stood was now engulfed in smoke and fire. The two narrowly escaped with their lives. But others weren't so lucky. What is that? On the street, soldiers and police officers from the Rapid Reaction Force looked up at the dense flocks of birds in the sky. Before they could react, wah, a swarm of drones had already swooped down like lightning. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the entire neighborhood was blown up. Countless fireballs rose up, and plumes of smoke exploded. Then came a series of shrill screams. Countless figures were completely cleared out. The surviving men took refuge in the building. Their team of 8,000 or 9,000 people was already more than half gone, but the story doesn't end there. They had just entered the building, the street behind. Then, countless robotic dogs, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, appeared once more. They didn't hesitate. Like a tidal wave, it surged rapidly into the target building. In an instant, there were bursts of terrified screams and the sounds of gunfire. This is the situation. Police inspectors Kamita and Ishikawa have completely broken down. First came main battle tanks, then countless swarms of drones and robot dogs. Even if you were fighting aliens, you wouldn't need such a massive operation. Amidst endless fear, the two men ordered their troops to hold the line while frantically calling for reinforcements. However, before the communication could be established, buzz! A swarm of drones had already sped into their hiding place through the rooftop entrance. Boom! A violente explosion. The air was thick with the smoke of gunpowder. They didn't even have time to react before they died. After sending the two to see their Amaterasu Omikami, the frenzied massacre continues. Under the combined attack of tens of thousands of robot dogs, dense swarms of drones, and Type 99A heavy tanks. Just a moment. The surviving Metropolitan Police Department personnel and Rapid Response Force soldiers were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Because the movement was too fast. Things happened so suddenly. They died without ever sending a single communication message to their superiors. And when the dust settles on the battlefield, Chu Feng then retrieved all the heavy equipment, robot dogs, and swarm drones into the system space. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sky not far away. A dull roar of engines filled the air. The dense formation of armed helicopters from Japan finally arrived. Looking at the streets several kilometers away, thick smoke billowed and flames raged, but there was no longer any sign of fighting. The squadron commander thought the battle on his side was over. He slapped his forehead, his face full of annoyance. Damn bastard. Damn Kamita. You're moving way too fast. I rushed here as fast as I could, but I couldn't even get a sip of soup. In a fit of anger, he shoved the control lever hard. It increased the flight speed. However, when they arrived over the battlefield, after the high-precision camera under the fuselage transmits images back to the ground, his eyeballs almost popped out of his head. Holy crap! What on earth happened here? Chapter 94, the squadron commander, instead of being surprised, was delighted. The squadron commander looked shocked. The screen showed burning armor wreckage and horrifying corpses everywhere. The entire battlefield. The corpses were piled up from the street and extended to the entrances of various buildings. Almost every inch of the land was stained red with blood. In almost every corner, there were scattered limbs. This is my Type 92 infantry fighting vehicle from Japan. These are soldiers from the Rapid Response Force of my country, and members of the Metropolitan Police Department. Damn it, that's impossible. The squadron commander was terrified. He originally thought that this was because Kamita and his men had won the battle and had wiped out all the Dragon Kingdom scum like Chu Feng. But now the bloody reality tells him the opposite is very likely. Kameda-kun, Ishikawa-kun. Army Air Force formation calling. Army Air Force formation calling. Please respond. Please respond. Right now. The squadron commander's voice was already trembling slightly. He called out urgently over and over again, in order to establish contact with the ground. However, sizzle sizzle. Apart from intermittent electromagnetic noise, there was no response on the communication channel. Damn bastard. Are all the people dead? Kameda-kun, Inikava-kun, answer quickly. Answer quickly. Other attack helicopters reported the same thing. The squadron commander's head was about to explode. He couldn't understand it. A rapid reaction force of 3,000 men, plus the Metropolitan Police Department's forces, totaling over 10,000 troops. Go and wipe out some of the Dragon Kingdom scum. In the end, the casualties were heavy, and they were completely wiped out. Damn it. It must be those bastards from the Dragon Kingdom who set up an ambush beforehand. They had planned this all along. The number of troops is likely more than that. Attention, all formations. Be careful. Raise your altitude, spread out your formation, and activate all airborne detection capabilities. Quick, in a hurry. The squadron commander considered a possibility. He made a decisive decision. Hi. Orders received. Whoosh. The massive formation of 100 Super Cobra aircraft began to disperse rapidly. Once a certain altitude is reached, the upper, middle, and lower layers of the attack network are deployed. Numerous attack helicopters began rapidly circling and searching. Just as the formation of aircraft was about to pass over the ring-shaped defense line. Put. Tong, tong, tong. Suddenly, bursts of bullets shot out from the rooftops of various buildings behind the ground. That dense net of fire. It covered the airspace below the aircraft in an instant. So many heavy machine guns. Haha, I knew it. Those bastards from the Dragon Kingdom had a trap. Seeing the scene, the squadron commander was not surprised, but rather pleased. And then there's the thought of the tragic state of the ground troops. The excitement in his eyes instantly turned into extreme ruthlessness. Warriors of the Empire. Did you see everything? That scum of the Dragon Kingdom is right there. They really had set up an ambush long ago. If I hadn't known in advance, I would have been ambushed. The consequences are unimaginable. Their plot has now been exposed. Everyone, prepare to attack. Kill them. Hi. Upon hearing the order, the pilots on each of the armed helicopters became excited. Damn it. If you're hiding in the shadows, I really can't do anything to you. Now he's jumping out on his own. I'll smash your dog brains in. I'd fucking eat shit upside down. Whoosh. In a moment of excitement, hundreds of Super Cobra attack helicopters turned their noses around in unison. Beep, beep, beep. The airborne radar instantly locked onto the location of the assassins. Target locked. Emission. With each roar. Soaring. Streams of smoke streaked across the sky. One after another, Hellfire anti-tank missiles, trailing long plumes of flame, hurtled rapidly toward the rooftops where the suicide squads were located. Aha. D. Boom, 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 tilde. In an instant, the rooftops of the dozen or so high-rise buildings in front of the circular defensive line were all hit. Fireballs burst into flames and rose into the air. Countless broken bricks and stones shattered in all directions. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but thick smoke and raging fire. And at this moment, in the underground command center, Chufeng was also keeping a close eye on every move on the battlefield, looking at the group of attack helicopters whizzing across the sky. His face was cold. Snort. We've been waiting for you. How is everyone? Is everything all right? Reporting to the boss, our troops had retreated to a safe floor a few seconds before the enemy launched their attack, and there were no casualties. The assassin's cold report arrived. Very good. The enemy aircraft group has been lured into firing range. Air defense missiles. Prepare. Shoot them all down. Yes. As they were talking. Swish, swish, swish. The floors below each top floor. Boxes of Stinger portable anti-aircraft missiles were immediately delivered to each of the suicide soldiers. The assassins didn't hesitate. He pried open the wooden crate and immediately hoisted the poisonous thorns onto his shoulder. Then, they rushed up the stairs quickly. Right now, looking at the rooftops of various buildings, smoke and fire filled the air. In the sky, the squadron commander and the pilots still thought that the assassins who had been lying in ambush had been completely wiped out. Yoshi, well done, warriors. The squadron commander praised it with pride. His attack helicopter fleet consisted of 100 Super Cobra helicopters, each carrying 16 Hellfire anti-tank missiles. Just now, the aircraft used less than 1/20th of their missiles. They've already blasted those guys on the roof to pieces. 1 kilometer ahead. Each formation, turn around, pair up, and continue searching for and attacking targets. Quick! Seeing that there was enough ammunition, he immediately issued further orders. On each Super Cobra, the pilots responded in unison. Whoosh! A massive fleet of aircraft flew at high speeds for thousands of meters. After pulling the control levers sharply to complete the turn, numerous attack helicopters launched a new round of search and attack operations. And just then, the assassins had already reached the rooftop. The scum from the Dragon Kingdom is out again? What audacity! Upon seeing groups of small dots suddenly appear on the top floor, the squadron commander instantly flew into a rage. He couldn't believe that a group of guys he had just wiped out were now swaggering back into his line of sight. Other attack helicopter pilots were also furious. Damn bastard. Do you really think my Japanese Hellfire missiles are just for show? Good. Since you all want to die, then I'll grant your wish. With angry shouts, the pilots immediately wanted to launch missiles. Send these so-called Chinese scum to hell. However, before they could even lock onto their target, beep beep beep, a piercing warning had already been issued. Chapter 95 Damn. Do you buy your Stinger missiles wholesale? What? What happened? Upon hearing the alarm, all the pilots in the Super Cobras, including the squadron commander, were startled. Not good. It's a missile warning. Those bastards from the Dragon Kingdom have launched missiles. Get out of the way quickly. The squadron commander was shocked and was the first to react. He peered out and, sure enough, saw the ground floor and the rooftop. Suddenly, plumes of smoke shot out. The black dot at the top of the smoke column blasted down below the aircraft in an instant. Damn it. Poison Sting. It's a Stinger anti-aircraft missile. Instantly, the pilots on the other Cobras also panicked. They never expected that the Dragon Kingdom scum not only had air defense capabilities, but also launched the infamous Stinger missile. This is the nemesis of attack helicopters. Avoid. Get out of the way quickly. Beep 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 beep. The piercing warning was like a death knell, terrifying the pilots to the core. They desperately grabbed the control lever. Whoosh! The massive attack helicopter rapidly unfolds various maneuvers. At the same time, bang 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 bang. Around the fuselage, one after another, flares exploded rapidly, forming clusters of dazzling heat sources. The aim was to lure the Stinger missiles into self-destruction. As expected of the elite of the Japanese nation, this series of emergency actions can all be completed in a matter of seconds. However, this is the approach. Faced with a dense barrage of Stinger missiles, it was nothing but a futile struggle. Swish, swish, swish. In the sky, a Super Cobra narrowly escaped the bombardment of 2 Stinger missiles. But the next second, 3 or 4 more venomous Stingers were fired, and in the blink of an eye, they reached the outside of his cockpit. Damn it! I saw the perfectly round guide head of the Stinger with my own eyes. The pilot on that Cobra peed right then and there. Boom! A violent explosion rang out. A dense barrage of bullets instantly enveloped the cockpit of the attack helicopter where he was located. It blasted countless holes in the entire fuselage. The next moment, boom! The entire attack helicopter exploded violently, turning into a huge fireball that crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. And this is just the beginning. Bang, bang, bang! In the sky, the dense barrage of Stinger missiles broke through the interference of flares. One after another, Super Cobras were hit instantly. Some were torn to pieces on the spot, with countless fragments of the fuselage scattered in all directions. Some transformed into enormous, exploding fireballs. Accompanied by the pilot's piercing scream, it crashed to the ground. This is the scene. The surviving Super Cobra. All the pilots inside peed their pants. Damn bastard. How come these Dragon Kingdom scum have so many poisonous thorns? Are their Stingers purchased wholesale? No. Get out of here. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen fireballs exploded in the sky. Damn Chinese scum. Witnessing their own fleet being destroyed by 2/3 in a short period of time. Right now, the squadron commander has completely lost his mind. Now he finally understood why the ground troops had met such a miserable end. These damn Chinese bastards don't play by the rules at all. It's for your air defense. I didn't say you had to block out the entire sky. You're firing hundreds or even thousands of missiles in a single salvo. I didn't shoot as many bullets in a whole large-scale exercise. If things continue like this, in less than 2 minutes, my entire army will be wiped out. The squadron commander steeled himself and prepared to go all out. Grass mud horse. Warriors of a cherry blossom empire. It's a death sentence either way. Aim at the ground, rockets, hellfires, launch them all. Let's fight them. Yes. 1 injection of chicken blood. The pilots of the surviving dozen or so super cobras all started to fight fiercely. They want our lives. You bastards will pay the price too. Whoosh. The pilots were flying super cobras. No more maneuvering to dodge. Turn the camera around and point it at the places where smoke is coming from the rooftops. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a barrage of rockets was launched. At the same time, one after another, hellfire missiles, trailing long plumes of flame, roared toward their targets. You scum from the Dragon Kingdom. Die all of you, even if I have to go to hell. I'll drag you all down with me. The pilots roared in anger. It was as if I could already see the target building's rooftop turning into a sea of fire in an instant. But the next second, something that left them speechless happened again. All that could be seen on the rooftops of various buildings. Suddenly, a series of military green armored monsters appeared at the same time. Ew! The spherical radar above it swivels around. Shop, shop, shop. Instantly, a dense barrage of interceptor missiles was launched. Hold! What is that thing? Damn it, it's armored. It's the Polar Bear's armored combined gun and missile air defense system. No, this is not scientific. Witnessing this scene, all the pilots were completely dumbfounded. If they were to say that the number of Stinger missiles was beyond imagination, they could at least use the excuse of pre-stockpiling as a pretext. But what on earth is this massive thing weighing 30 or 40 tons appearing on the roof? Are all the people in China superhuman? You can actually carry that up? Instantly, the worldviews of the pilots were completely shattered. They couldn't believe that such a massive armored air defense unit would suddenly appear on the roof. Even more deadly is, these lumps of iron seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. A minute ago, they passed by there, and there was clearly nothing there. Everyone was shocked, but there was no time left for them. Boom, boom, boom. While they were dumbfounded, a barrage of Stinger missiles had already struck their aircraft. Less than 10 seconds, they, along with their entire vehicle, transformed into a sky full of fireballs. Damn it. Luckily, I dodged in time. His entire army was wiped out. At this very moment, on the edge of the battlefield, a Super Cobra is desperately fleeing. As expected of a commander, his mind is truly brilliant. In fact, he realized something was wrong the instant the missile warning sounded. He immediately broke away from the formation and raised his position. That's why I just ordered my men to fight back with their lives on the line. It was just to buy myself enough time to escape. However, that is precisely why. At that moment, he did not notice the armored anti-aircraft units that suddenly appeared on the rooftops of various buildings. Damn it, the things here are too strange. I must report this to my superiors immediately. Seeing that they were out of danger, the squadron commander wiped away a cold sweat. He immediately activated the communication link, intending to report to the Joint Command Center of the Sakura Kingdom. However, just as his finger touched the button, beep, 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 the piercing warning rang out again. Damn it, impossible. I'm clearly out of range of the Stinger missiles. No. Boom, boom, boom. The squadron commander had no idea. What killed him at that moment was not the Stinger missile, but the anti-aircraft firepower launched by the armored combined missile and gun air defense system. Its missile range is as long as 20 kilometers. The reason why Chu Feng was not put into use at the beginning. I just don't want to reveal my secret too early. With a wave of his hand, he retracted all the heavy equipment into the system space. At the same time, on the outskirts of Tokyo, in a massive armored core base stretching for 20 or 30 kilometers, Yamamoto also received news of the annihilation of the Army Air Force. Looking at the electronic screen, within a short time, rows of Cobra icons turned a glaring scarlet. He was completely stunned. Damn it, the entire first echelon of the Army aviation was wiped out. How is this possible? That's 100 attack helicopters. Upon hearing this, it was discovered that the Rapid Response Unit where Kamito was located, as well as the Metropolitan Police Department, could not be contacted. He even stood up abruptly Chapter 96. The heavy armored cluster of the Cherry Blossom Country, a large-scale air-ground integrated strike, is imminent. Yamamoto was completely stunned at that moment. He originally planned to leverage the elite status of the Rapid Reaction Force, along with the assistance of the Metropolitan Police Department. He dispatched 100 attack helicopters to provide support, which was more than enough. His 100,000 troops don't need to move an inch. Simply approach the city outskirts and exert deterrence. But unexpectedly, the current situation is far beyond his expectations. Damn bastard. What exactly happened here? Yamamoto was filled with shock and anger. His first reaction was that the intelligence was flawed. Otherwise, with Chu Feng's pitiful troops, strength, and negligible equipment, it would have been impossible for him to achieve such an outrageous feat. And then he saw the intelligence major general standing to the side. He was still staring at the screen, frantically jotting something down. He became even angrier and threw a powerful punch at her. Baka, a bunch of useless trash. What are you intelligence agencies doing? The war has already begun, and you don't even know the enemy's true strength. Tell me, what use do I have for you? Clap, 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 clap. He was attacked by several powerful opponents in succession. My cheeks are burning with pain. The intelligence major general dared not disobey a single word. That was indeed his mistake. Before the war, that bastard Kimita confidently assured that Chu Feng had at most 1,000 men, and their only weapons were AK rocket launchers. He thought to himself, Chu Feng crossed borders to come. It's impossible to carry too many soldiers and weapons. Even if they were hidden beforehand, the quantity would certainly be extremely limited. Therefore, it was not given much attention. But now it seems that's not the case at all. Things are probably 1,000 times worse than we imagined. Lord Yamamoto. The Predator reconnaissance drone took off half an hour ago and is about to arrive at the incident area. We believe we will soon obtain accurate intelligence. The intelligence major general bowed his head hastily. He strode quickly toward the command platform. Watching the intelligence major general's actions, Yamamoto gritted his teeth and said nothing more. In fact, let alone others. Even he himself had underestimated his opponent. When Tian Huang ordered him to command 4 elite armor divisions and advance to the outskirts of Tokyo, he thought the locusts were making a mountain out of a molehill. He believes that more effort should be focused on potential missile strikes from China, instead of wasting military resources on a foolish, reckless individual. However, at this moment, he finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Upon hearing this, the situation suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse. At this moment, a group of Sakura warriors also rushed to the core command post. Everyone waited anxiously for the drone's reconnaissance results. Not long after, swish, 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 more than a dozen Predator reconnaissance drones finally flew low over the area near the Yasukuni Shrine. And looking at the images transmitted back by the high-precision camera on the screen, in the command center, everyone was completely terrified. Damn it. Everywhere you looked, there were shattered corpses and burning armor wreckage. That entire block. Thick black smoke billowed, and flames roared. There wasn't a single intact building. All the ground, all the buildings, were full of potholes. It was all charred and blackened, as if some weapon had plowed it inch by inch. Damn it, that's impossible. Looking at this terrifying scene, even Yamamoto, who held the rank of general, was horrified at this moment. Damn it, such horrific, widespread destruction. That would require incredibly powerful firepower to achieve such an effect. Asshole, all our previous predictions were wrong. These Chinese bastards, in terms of both manpower and weaponry, far exceed our expectations. Yamamoto gripped the control panel tightly with both hands. He roared loudly, just as the Sakura Kingdom's generals were in shock. The screen image has changed again. Shoo! Suddenly, plumes of smoke rose from the buildings on the ground. The next second, more than a dozen Predator drones exploded simultaneously. The entire screen was filled with static. Damn it, it's a man-portable air defense system. The crowd looked even more shocked. Now, they finally understood how the 100 Super Cobras sent to provide support had been completely wiped out in such a short time. Seeing this scene, the mountain itself trembled, its heart burning with uncontrollable rage. Chu Feng, you damn scum of the Dragon Kingdom. They actually hid so many powerful weapons beforehand. As he spoke, he paced back and forth frantically, his hand behind his back. Then, Gritting his teeth, he turned his head away. I don't know how you did it, but that's the end of it. Order. The armored corps will move out immediately and advance to the incident area at the fastest speed. At the same time, mobilize satellites to keep a close watch on the movements in the sanctuary area. Air Force aircraft at all bases take off immediately and launch a large-scale bombing campaign. This time, if we don't beat the shit out of him and completely crush him to ashes, our Sakura nation will have no place in the world. Go, all of you. Carry it out immediately. Hi. All the officers responded in unison. Each person took their command position. And so, waves of radio waves were emitted. Around Tokyo, the massive armed forces of the Sakura Kingdom finally began to rumble into action. It reveals its terrifying fangs to the world. Boom boom. The temporary garrison of the Corps stretched for 20 or 30 kilometers. First, an endless line of armored personnel carriers started moving. Carrying fully armed soldiers, they roared onto the highway. Immediately following, one after another, Type 90 heavy main battle tanks, accompanied by tracked anti-aircraft vehicles, roared and began to advance. Boom boom. The cannon stood tall and proud. The heavy tracks rumbled across the ground. The billowing smoke and dust obscured the sky. Within a radius of tens of kilometers, every main road was instantly transformed into a sea of steel. And behind these steel behemoths, the artillery units also began to move. A fleet of 105mm towed artillery pieces, 130mm multiple rocket launchers, and 155mm self-propelled howitzers. They were organized into artillery groups. Following closely behind the main battle tank formation, they advanced rapidly. The ground was covered with cold steel. The chilling atmosphere caused the entire space to tremble. Meanwhile, the ground troops were setting off. Whoosh! The Army Aviation Group under the Corps, with 300 Super Cobra attack helicopters, also roared into the air and took off. The enormous propellers stirred up gusts of wind. They flew at low altitude. While providing cover for the armored formation, they advanced at breakneck speed. The armored formation had only advanced a few kilometers. All Air Force bases in Japan were activated simultaneously, their sirens blaring in a desperate alarm. The indicator lights are flashing. One after another, F-15 heavy fighter jets roared out of the hangar. Teams of ground crew, driving tow trucks, swiftly transported air-to-ground missiles and joint guided attack bombs to their designated locations. Ammunition loading complete. Boom! The tails of the fighter jets shot out azure flames. The massive fuselage glided rapidly, then suddenly shot up into the sky, reached a certain altitude, after being organized into attack echelons. A massive formation of 200 F-15 fighter jets disappeared into the clouds. It sped toward the airspace where Chu Feng was located. Chapter 97, Chu Feng's Choice. One man against an entire nation. At the same time, above the fighter jets, in even higher airspace, several low-orbit military reconnaissance satellites received the order. It is also rapidly changing course and turning. All detection instruments were activated and rapidly sped toward Chu Feng's location. All military forces from all sides of the Sakura Kingdom were deployed to the operation in a short period of time. At this moment, on the Sakura Air Force One, Tian Wang also received a report from Yamamoto. They heard that there were 3,000 rapid response troops and tens of thousands of personnel from the Metropolitan Police Department. And all 100 Super Cobras were destroyed, leaving no survivors. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood and died of anger on Air Force One. He wrote an order for Yamamoto to strictly control the flow of information and to accelerate the pace of the attack. He fell straight backward. He then entered the medical pod. At the same time, an unprecedented action by the Cherry Blossom country. This immediately attracted the attention of countries around the world. Northern Base Number 1 of the Dragon Kingdom. Looking at the satellite situation map, one could see the armored forces of Japan advancing in droves, and a military airfield that was operating with a roar. All the generals of the Dragon Kingdom were horrified. Has the Cherry Blossom country gone mad? They mobilized a full 4 armor divisions just for Chu Feng. That's 100,000 people. And the Air Force, they actually deployed 200 fighter jets. Compared to the general shock, at this moment, Xiao Zhentian was extremely anxious. The fleet had just left port. The vast ocean. There was no way they could get help in time. Launching missiles is certainly an option, but that also means that a major war could break out across East Asia in an instant. Just now, that bastard American launched several intercontinental ballistic missiles in quick succession, and his intentions couldn't be clearer. Of course, I'm not afraid. But once war breaks out, decades of development may be wiped out overnight, and it is the people who suffer the most. The decision at this moment is not as simple as pressing a button. Oh no. Chu Feng is really in danger now. A heavily armed corps of 100,000 men, with the support of the Air Force and Army Aviation. He couldn't hold them off no matter what. What about the ambassador to Japan? What was the outcome of the negotiations? Report. Japan has rejected our diplomatic note. Damn it. I'll report to the commander immediately. The Chinese military was undecided for a moment. At this moment, on the other side of the ocean, White House, U.S. President Trump is also extremely worried. After discovering the intimidating actions of the Chinese military, he immediately ordered the 3 carrier strike groups in Guam to set sail, ready to intercept the main Chinese fleet at any time. At the same time, to prevent Manhwa from taking risks, he also ordered the Strategic Missile Force to launch 3 intercontinental ballistic missiles in one go. Even so, he still couldn't figure out what the Dragon Kingdom was thinking. I glanced at Chu Feng's headshot. He grabbed the hair on his head and scratched it hard. He was truly enraged at that moment. He couldn't understand why the Dragon Kingdom would do something so outrageous. If the sanctuary toilet explodes, so be it. You can sneak away quietly. That's fine too. Why are they refusing to leave? This has caused widespread anger and resentment. The lawsuits from Japan are piled up to a height of 3 meters. Fuck. Damn Dragon Kingdom. Damn Chu Feng, you're all the same. He viciously tore the headshot on the table to shreds. Temup was furious. Do you think he wants to start a war? No. He neither wanted to nor dared to. To address the more than $6 trillion in U.S. Treasury bonds maturing this year, he has resorted to all sorts of tactics, including a $5 million gold card and a tariff war. Only someone who's completely overwhelmed and out of their mind would think of starting a war. Damn bastard. Give me the Dragon Kingdom. I need to talk to them. I can't think of any solution no matter what I try. Left with no other option, Temerpin had a staff dial the dedicated line between the 2 countries. Temep does not want war, but the people below don't think that way. After learning of the relevant information, General Mike, a 5-star general at the Japanese garrison headquarters in Japan, immediately ordered his troops to prepare for battle. Be ready to join the attack on Chu Feng at any time. As a member of the pro-war faction, this old guy has long wanted to have a grand and epic war with the Dragon Kingdom. God, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. China has been building up its warships like dumplings in a pot over the years. If we don't start a war soon, the balance of power in East Asia will be completely lost. Old Mike stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky and muttering to himself. He then ordered his men to expedite the deployment. The situation is unpredictable and volatile, amidst fierce competition among all parties. Beep, beep, beep. A phone call was made directly to Xiao Jintian's cell phone at a base in northern China. Information obtained online. After learning that the Dragon Kingdom had taken deterrent action in a short period of time, Chu Feng was gratified, although this deterrent action seems to have little effect on the crazed Japanese nation. See here, he also didn't intend to cause any more trouble for his family. He can disregard the above, but the masses below are innocent. This great battle, with his army of assassins, he could sweep away everything. There's no need to open more battlefields. And then he learned of Chu Feng's intentions. The Dragon Kingdom's generals were also so shocked that they were speechless. You fucking, with your meager forces, do you really want to take on a Japanese army of 100,000 heavily armed soldiers head-on? They have a combined air and ground strike capability. I was just about to say something. Chu Feng, however, ended the communication. The remaining generals looked at each other in bewilderment. Now even Xiao Jintian was undecided. I was just about to call back. Yi Tiange, who had been silent all along, suddenly stopped him. As a young generation of warriors, his ability to accept new things far surpasses that of the older generation. Recalling Chu Feng's unusual experiences in Myawaddy and Tokyo, he has repeatedly associated the subject with mystery. That's the only possibility. Only then can everything be explained. Old Xiao, perhaps Chu Feng really does have a way to deal with the current situation. I believe he can do it. The rivalry between China and the United States. The temperature suddenly dropped because of phone call. After an urgent analysis of Yi Tiange's claims about Chu Feng's mysterious situation, the Dragon Kingdom decided to believe him to a certain extent. They ordered their troops to quietly lower their combat readiness level, and even canceled the entire attack on Japan. Temup dismounted and issued a similar order. And so, East Asia, a bizarre scene unfolded. Aside from the fact that the U.S. military is stationed there in preparation for a coup, while the other opposing forces in both countries remain outwardly defiant, they have all secretly lowered their alert levels. In this way, the real battlefield, all that's left is Tokyo, where Chu Feng and the Sakura Kingdom are locked in a fierce battle. My worries were relieved. Right now, Chu Feng has also moved his hideout to the Dark Web branch, a sturdy underground fortress. Now, he can finally unleash his full potential. Boss! The vanguard of the enemy's heavy armored group has begun to enter the city and is expected to arrive on the battlefield within half an hour. The main force will arrive within an hour at most. At the same time, enemy Air Force fighters and Army aviation groups have already taken action. A large-scale strike is about to begin. Please pay close attention. Very good. Chu Feng lit a cigarette in a leisurely manner. There's no need to take any interception measures. Let them all in. This time, I'm going to let Japan know what true fear is. Chapter 98, if it were my white elephant kingdom, 2 motorcycles would be enough to wipe out Chu Feng. Chu Feng didn't just say that casually. He was quite confident. Aside from the existing 40,000-plus assassins, he still has 38 advanced recruitment vouchers. That translates to a full 80,000 troops. More importantly, his current arms store level has been upgraded to level 5. All kinds of heavy equipment. You can have as much as you want. Let alone a 100,000-strong heavy infantry force, a large-scale air-ground integrated strike. Even if Japan were to unleash its full missile arsenal and bombard the country in turn, he would not be afraid. Just now, after annihilating the Rapid Reaction Force and the Metropolitan Police Department's forces, his dimensional gate has been upgraded to level 3. I've entered the system space to hide 3 times a day, although each evacuation time is still only 10 minutes, and only 1 person can enter at a time. But that's more than enough. As for the safety of the suicide squad members, the area outside the ring-shaped defensive line has already been concealed and is not in danger of being attacked. More than 10,000 people were in the ring-shaped defensive line. They can also retreat to the dark web hive at any time through the underground entrance. Unless hit by a heavy bunker buster, they won't be harmed in the slightest. Once their attack fails and they get bogged down, it will be Chu Feng's killing spree. Time passed by second. The calm before the storm washed over me. Watching the activity on the light screen, Chu Feng suddenly felt a little bored. So he decided to add fuel to the fire in this great battle. He plopped down and pulled out his phone. I registered a new account on the Sakura platform. He uploaded the footage of the assassins cleaning up the battlefield after the battle to the internet without hesitation. There's a camouflage mode for the base. He wasn't worried at all about his location being exposed. This upload, instantly, it was absolutely earth-shattering. On the Sakura Country platform, a large headshot of Chu Feng with a mobile phone gun, sunglasses, and a cigarette in his mouth appeared. At first, many netizens in Japan thought that someone was deliberately trying to attract attention, using Chu Feng's exclusive profile picture to attract traffic. But when you click in and see the content inside, everyone instantly exploded on the spot. By the grace of Amaterasu, isn't that our rapid reaction force? How did it turn into a pile of corpses? Damn, look at their uniforms, and there are even Metropolitan Police Department SWAT officers. They're all ripped to shreds. Damn it, those are Japan's Super Cobra and Type 92 infantry fighting vehicles. They're all broken. Damn bastard. Didn't the news say it was a great victory and that the Chinese scum was about to be wiped out? How'd our people end up lying on the ground? Then we see the assassins cleaning up the battlefield and firing finishing shots. Japanese netizens are furious. Utter rage. The Yasukuni shrine was bombed, and the sacred site of faith was destroyed. The mentality had already collapsed. I was hoping to quickly eliminate the scum of the Dragon Kingdom, regain some face, and find some solace. But now, let alone eliminating them. They even dance on your grave right in front of you. Damn bastard. I'm so angry. Who exactly fabricated the military intelligence? Who is hiding the truth? Find them, chop their bodies up, and feed them to the dogs. Enraged. A barrage of phone calls was made to official Japanese government agencies, as well as to all newspapers and online platforms. All the hotlines were instantly overwhelmed. Some even drove large trucks to attack, to vent their anger. Upon receiving the news, the various newspaper platforms were instantly dumbfounded. Damn it, these messages are all provided by higher-ups. How would they know if they're true or false? Even the official institutions of Japan were dumbfounded. They originally planned to first announce a major victory in the void to stabilize public morale. Now look what's happened. Chu Feng immediately exposed the truth, and the entire Sakura kingdom was thrown into chaos in an instant. Damn Chinese scum. Can't you behave yourself before you die? The angry roars of the heads of various organizations. He then reported the news to the military. Upon receiving the news, Yamamoto, who was directing the heavy equipment group's advance, was also dumbfounded. That's fucking ridiculous. Dare to be any more arrogant? So brazenly using the internet on his own Japanese territory. Aren't you afraid that I can just locate you and send you flying to the sky? In anger, he immediately ordered his men to activate all monitoring networks in coordination with the satellite. They wanted to achieve their goal in one fell swoop. They quickly located Chu Feng's exact location. Upon receiving the order, the subordinates quickly began operations. I fiddled with it for a while. Everyone was stunned. The tracking device couldn't even provide effective positioning. It was just a bunch of gibberish. Seeing this scene, Yamamoto gritted his teeth in hatred and smashed the monitoring equipment in front of him with a single slash. Damn you, you scum from the Dragon Kingdom, insulting my Sakura Kingdom time and time again. Do you really think my Sakura Kingdom can't punish you? You just wait, you son of a bitch. Your death is less than an hour away. Chu Feng hadn't expected this either. With just a few videos, he turned Japan into a complete mess. And when these videos are disseminated and reach online platforms in other countries, billions of netizens from various countries, they all exploded. CNN, BBC, Shang platform, various social networks, front page headlines, all are reporting on this. Countless netizens flooded the platform, posting comments. Among them, the American rednecks were the most furious. Everyone knows that Japan is under the protection of the United States. Chu Feng's actions this time are not only a slap in the face to Japan, but also a slap in their face. God, where did this Chu Feng come from? He not only blasted up a country's holy site and wiped out their elite troops, but he also defecated and urinated in front of them. Is there really no one who can punish him? Fuck, where are our aircraft carriers? Where are our troops? Why haven't they attacked and eliminated Chu Feng yet? If we just abandon them, do we even want this ally anymore? Many rednecks angrily typed on their keyboards. However, netizens from the White Elephant Kingdom couldn't help but make a joke. Beep, 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 beep. This Sakura country is really useless. If it were my White Elephant country, 2 motorcycles would be enough to wipe out Chu Feng. As expected of one of the 5 constants of the internet, he took a sip of Ganges water, exuding confidence. Haha, weren't you always so vocal about Japan? Why are you backing down now that they come knocking on your door? If you ask me, we should have started fighting long ago, a full-blown war. Polar bear netizens are always eager for drama. They were already overwhelmed and exhausted by the quagmire of war, so they were naturally delighted to see a new front opening up. And watching so many netizens making sarcastic remarks. Numerous other space nations, including Karami, have also joined the battle. Damn it, what are you all talking about? Why is no one condemning the Dragon Kingdom? This is a war launched by the Dragon Kingdom. Chu Feng is just their agent. My Universe Kingdom declares that we sever ties with the invaders and are ashamed to be associated with the Dragon Kingdom. That's right, we should launch a joint sanction against the Dragon Kingdom to curb their arrogance. Chu Feng deserves to die and should be wanted globally for crimes against humanity. Daring to be so arrogant deep in enemy territory, he's doomed. Chapter 99 1000x odds? I'll bet $1 billion on myself. This series of clamors. The scene changes. Netizens from various countries burst into laughter. Hilarious. Such a tiny country dares to call itself the Universe Nation. Why don't we just hand over this blue planet to you? Screw the sanctions, screw the arrest warrants. Why don't you just do it already? That's right, your big daddy, the US, has already started returning to port with its carrier strike groups. Why don't you go first if you dare? Anyone can brag. Certainly. This kind of response does not mean that these Western netizens have any goodwill towards Chu Feng. They wish Chu Feng were dead. Upon hearing that a large military force from the Sakura Kingdom had been mobilized, they all picked up their stools. Various stock markets opened instantly. Come on, place your bets. According to confirmed information, the Dragon Kingdom has withdrawn its decision to attack the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. The battle between Sakura Country and Chu Feng, who will win and who will lose, is something to watch closely. Hold on to your chips tightly. The odds for Sakura Country are currently 1.1, while the odds for Chu Feng are 1,008. Netizens from various countries are either watching the show or opening betting markets. Almost everyone was convinced that Chu Feng was doomed to lose. Chinese netizens who learned of the news were also more nervous than ever before. Brothers, something terrible has happened. Although I don't know how Chu Feng did it, he's incredibly audacious. To brazenly use the internet on someone else's turf is a cardinal sin in military strategy. Japan's satellite positioning technology is among the best in the world. They're about to be locked down. He should have retreated a long time ago. Even if he hadn't been headlocked, he definitely wouldn't have been able to handle the subsequent attacks. Netizens are extremely worried. However, they heard that the attack order had been canceled for some unknown reason. Everyone was furious. Damn it, I heard our fleet has started a retreat. Weren't we supposed to be going to meet Chu Feng? Damn it, why are we being forced to fight this lone battle as heroes of our nation? Who gave us such a chilling order? I don't know. I heard that the U.S. aircraft carrier has also withdrawn. I wonder what's going on behind the scenes. It's over. Without outside help, no matter how powerful Chu Feng is, he absolutely cannot withstand the massive counterattack from Japan. Damn it, it's time to make our voices heard. A spineless coward is not worthy of being a descendant of the Yellow Emperor. We must get the higher-ups to change their minds. The crowd was furious. Everyone was angry. Instantly, the internet was filled with a deafening chorus of condemnation. It became a viral sensation on various platforms. Not only that, but it's also starting to explode among the public. The surging crowds stopped working and rushed to various official institutions. On the streets and in the city, countless vehicles came to a halt and horns blared incessantly. Each of them was venting their dissatisfaction and anger. And then they saw that the situation was about to get out of control. The Chinese military finally couldn't hold out any longer. An emergency meeting was convened at the Northern Base No. 1 at lightning speed. A heated discussion ensued. Finally, the contents of Chu Feng's conversation with the Northern Base were published online. What? This was actually Chu Feng's idea? He's unwilling to open up new battlefields? My God, how is this possible? Upon hearing the news, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe that Chu Feng would do this to prevent the situation from getting out of control and to prevent hundreds of millions of people from risking war. Choose to fight one country alone. Good heavens, what magnificent courage and determination. We can only look up to the magnanimity of the great god Chu Feng. Oh, hero, I really want to join him and slaughter these cherry blossom beasts together. If there's a real chance, I'm willing to pay any price. After confirming several times that this was indeed Chu Feng's plan, millions of netizens were shocked and amazed. Everyone was impressed. However, after this reflection, endless worries resurfaced among the crowd. Brothers, the misunderstanding is cleared up, but I really can't understand why the great god Chu Feng would make such a decision. No matter how brilliant his tactics are, or how brave his troops are, he can't fight against so many opponents. Brother is right. I heard that Japan has mobilized a heavy equipment group of 100,000 people and hundreds of fighter jets this time. And their missile base, the Tokyo Bay Fleet, has also entered a state of first-level combat readiness. I could join the battle at any moment. He can't take it, just when everyone thought that this situation was the most dangerous moment. Another netizen suddenly added, Brother, you're underestimating things. There are American troops stationed near Tokyo. They not only have an entire division of armored forces, but also F-35 stealth fighters and B-2 bombers. If they join the battle, then there will truly be no way to turn the tide. What? Upon seeing these remarks, netizens were even more shocked. Damn it, didn't the military just say that Tamerpan had already ordered a halt to the war? How dare they? It's not wrong to give the order, but right now the factional strife in the U.S. is serious, and the generals may not all listen to him. What's more, the head of this garrison is General Mike, a 5-star general. That old man is a thoroughbred hawk. Upon hearing this, the netizens were now completely silent. The disparity in strength between them is already extremely large when facing Japan alone. If we add the U.S. military presence there as well. Damn it, tell me, how do I fight this? What netizens in China don't know is, right now, Chu Feng was also keeping an eye on the online activity, seeing comments from my fellow countrymen. He was very pleased. However, he did not come forward to explain. After browsing domestic opinions, switched to platforms from Western countries. As expected, the U.S. and its henchmen are the loudest in their clamor. Aside from some who gloated and made fun of the situation, there are also those who watch the spectacle with amusement. Most people are condemning Chu Feng's sins. Seeing this, Chu Feng couldn't hold back any longer. The U.S. was one of his targets. That damn dark web headquarters is right here in New York, the United States. Hee, you like to make noise. Once I've destroyed Japan and landed on your mainland, let's see if you'll still be laughing. Let's continue reading the comments. They discovered a Lockheed Martin arms dealer named Wilson who is not only the most vocal about it. They're still openly running the betting market. Chu Feng didn't hesitate and immediately placed a bet of $1 billion US. Over 1,000 times the odds, hee. If you can't afford to pay them out, don't blame me for coming to collect them myself. Leisure time is always fleeting. Chu Feng had just put his phone back in his pocket. The horizon not far from Tokyo, at an altitude of over 10 kilometers. Buzzing. Suddenly, a fleet of silver-white F-15 fighter jets appeared. They rapidly pierced through the clouds, transforming into several attack formations. It pounced directly towards the airspace where Chu Feng was. Reporting to command. 9 Shadows Air Force will arrive at the target area within 2 minutes. Should we launch an attack immediately? Yoshi, circling in the outer airspace, waiting for fighter jets from other bases to arrive. Chapter 100 Carpet Bombing. The Sakura Kingdom Air Force unleashes full firepower. Spread out. Friendly forces will arrive in the nearby airspace within 10 minutes to rendezvous. Upon hearing Yamamoto's order, the commander of the F-15 fighter squadron that arrived first, Jiu Ing, glanced at the terminal data link and gave an order in a deep voice. Clear. The formation pilots responded in a deep voice. They maneuvered their fighter jets to the left and right, and began to circle high in the airspace where Chu Feng was located. And at this moment, Ground Heavy Equipment Group, Boom Boom, Yamamoto, and other generals from the Sakura Kingdom were already under the protection of the Armored Guard Regiment. They were the first to enter the city. They sped along, heading directly to the central area only 10 kilometers from the Yasukuni Shrine. Looking at the Tokyo Bank, a colossal building that stands over 300 meters tall and covers an area of 8 hectares, I see. Yamamoto, leaning on his katana, issued the command indifferently. Soon, the building was emptied of all personnel. The huge rooftop is large enough to accommodate 3 attack helicopters. Several command tents were opened, and observation points were set up in place. A joint operations command center encompassing numerous agencies, including Air and Land Command, was established in an instant. Lord Yamamoto, low-orbit reconnaissance satellites are in place. Real-time battlefield situation is being transmitted steadily. Very good. Yamamoto's gaze narrowed slightly as he looked at the huge electronic screen in front of him. Above, all the real-time footage of the neighborhood near the Yasukuni Shrine is clearly displayed. Looking at those severely damaged buildings, still burning and emitting smoke everywhere, he spoke in a deep voice. Gentlemen, Chu Feng and his Dragon Kingdom scum are definitely hiding in these buildings. In your opinion, what tactics will be the fastest way to completely annihilate them? Upon hearing this, the command center was immediately filled with a surge of emotion. Lord Yamamoto, it's all about massive saturation bombardment. I refuse to believe that bastard Chu Feng can stay here any longer after I've completely razed this area for several kilometers to the ground. That's right, even if he can still hide it. My heavy infantry will follow up and crush him. He definitely won't escape. Good job, Yoshi. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto glanced at his wristwatch. This bastard has occupied a large area of the district. I suggest we first use Air Force bombing to gradually erode the area he occupies. After compressing it into a small area, heavy artillery units of the Corps launch another concentrated bombardment. A preliminary operational plan was finalized. At this moment, buzzing, in the distance, the roar of engines rose in waves. F-15 fighter jets from various bases have finally appeared. Boom! Trails of cloud trails streaked across the sky. Under the blinding sunlight, the silver-white body gleams with a cold, shimmering luster. Several air squadrons that arrived later rapidly maneuvered across the cloud layer at an altitude of over 10 kilometers, based on the coordinates of friendly forces provided by the data link. Soon, an urgent call rang out at the Bank of Tokyo's Joint Operations Command Center. Command post, command post. I'm Jioing. The Kaga Air Group, the Yamasha Air Group, and the Ito Air Group have joined forces with our unit and are now in formation. Please instruct me on how to proceed. Yoshi. 9 Shadows, Command Posts, Operational Order Number 1. All fighter jets will be under your command. Target information has been sent. Initiate a carpet bombing campaign immediately. Clear. Looking at the coordinate information transmitted from the data terminal. 9 Shadows, wearing breathing masks, responded in a deep voice from the cockpit of the F-15 fighter jet. He immediately took control of the fighter jet and turned right. Attention, all formations. Ground targets are extremely robust buildings with very high earthquake resistance. According to the predetermined tactics, drop 2,000-pound laser-guided air-to-ground bombs at them all and destroy them one by one. Hi. Heeding the orders. At an altitude of over 10 kilometers, the F-15 fighter jet group immediately began to roar and maneuver. According to the previous plan, after spreading out to a certain distance, they formed 2 long flight formations and sped toward the airspace near the Yasukuni Shrine. Such a dense queue. It completely exceeded the operational manual. The purpose, however, is extremely simple and brutal. That means demolishing building by building, until all of Chu Feng's hiding places are completely razed to the ground. There's also a river several tens of meters wide blocking the way outside the target area. They also had no need to worry at all that Chu Feng would suddenly lead his troops away. Whoosh! A violent explosion rang out. The F-15 fighter jet, piloted by Jiao Ying and escorted by his wingman, was the first to enter the target airspace several kilometers away. The projection button cover is open. Press your finger. Click. 2 laser-guided air-to-ground bombs, each weighing 900 kilograms, were dropped in an instant. And at the moment the aerial bombs were dropped, the laser designator on the F-15 fighter jet suddenly fired a powerful laser beam at the target. After reflection, the bombshell that had just been dropped immediately received target information. Then, it adjusted the rudder, glided at high speed, and rushed towards the target building. Its speed is extremely fast. A few seconds later, 2 black dots suddenly appeared above the building. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. The locked 10-story building was hit head-on at the bottom. A giant mushroom cloud, accompanied by an exploding fireball, rose up in an instant. The base was severely damaged. Countless building ruins shattered on all sides. The next second, boom! The entire building began to collapse with a roar. And this is just the beginning. The moment the violent explosion occurred, rear aircraft group, more 2,000-pound laser-guided air-to-ground bombs were dropped. It hit the target in an instant. Boom! Rows of buildings collapsed like playing cards, as if they were made of paper. Amidst the continuous explosions, the entire neighborhood erupted in excitement. Columns of smoke shot into the sky, and billowing fireballs burned. It was as if the end of the world had come. After the ravages of blood and fire, all that remained were charred and collapsed ruins. Aha! You scum of the Dragon Kingdom. Let's see if you're still alive now. Looking down at the entire street that had been set ablaze. On the fighter jet, Jiao Ying was completely excited. Seeing that the air raid swarm had bombed for a full round, Chu Feng hadn't used any air defense measures at all. He was incredibly arrogant. Chu Feng, come on, not using your Stinger missiles anymore. My F-15 is flying at an altitude of over 10 kilometers. Let's see what you can do to me. Warriors of the Empire, keep bombing them to death. If a high-rise building can't be collapsed in one round of bombing, then bomb it a few more times. You must drive all these rats from the Dragon Kingdom to the central area. Hi. Heeding the orders. The pilots were also extremely excited. They've trained for so long, just waiting for this day of real combat. Although it's their own building that's being bombed now. But in order to eliminate this hateful Chu Feng, they didn't care about anything else. Just fry it. Boom! Another series of earth-shattering explosions followed. The immense power of the heavy aerial bombs also affected buildings on the opposite bank of the river, shattering rows of windows. The powerful shockwaves spread outwards, even at depths of tens of meters underground. Chu Feng couldn't help but feel a tightness in his chest. Chapter 101 Yamamoto's Excitement. Next up is my heavy armored corps' turn. But that's all. At this moment, he had already evacuated all the assassins to the entrances of the various hives. This carpet bombing, let alone myself, even the assassins couldn't harm them in the slightest. Boss, should we activate air defense immediately? If this continues, all the buildings on the ground will be destroyed. Our circular defensive line will also cease to exist. One of the assassins beside him spoke in a deep voice. Norus. Chu Feng smiled slightly and sat down in Nakajima Ichiro's boss chair with an air of authority. I quietly lit a cigarette. The only troops entering the city now are the vanguard of their heavy infantry. The tail is still more than 10 kilometers away in the suburbs. Destroying their fighter jets rashly would only alert them. Furthermore, the area around the Yasukuni Shrine is one of the most bustling places in Japan. If they don't care, let them blow it up as much as they want. If we do it ourselves, we'll just waste ammunition. The boss is brilliant. The intense bombing continued. Tokyo Bank Joint Command Center. Looking at the burning and collapsing buildings. Yamamoto and the others were all heartbroken. However, in order to eliminate Chu Feng as soon as possible and get rid of this damn troublemaker, they were willing to do anything about it. Many high-rise buildings were still standing, not yet destroyed by the bombing. Yamamoto even ordered the empty-out fighters to return to base and load more powerful 3,000-pound bombs. So they refueled and loaded the 3,000-pound bomb. Immediately following, another round of even more intense bombing. And under the successive drops of these 3,000-pound heavy aerial bombs, even the sturdiest building couldn't withstand it. The massive main building collapsed entirely. Hey, you Chinese scum, let me ask you, how does it feel to be carpet bombed? Damn it. A bunch of rats dare to challenge the dignity of my Sakura kingdom. Warriors, keep throwing grenades. I want to see how long they can hold out. Inside the F-15 cabin, Jiao Ying's face was contorted with rage, and he laughed maniacally. But at this moment, a slight doubt arose in his heart. This is fucking ridiculous. After being bombarded for so long, even a rat should get up and hop around by now. Why haven't I seen a single person? Were they all killed in the explosion while hiding inside the building? That's impossible. No one was seen escaping from the buildings that had not yet been attacked. This is so damn weird. While muttering to himself, he couldn't care less about that anymore. Anyway, he was only responsible for air strikes, ground search and suppression, and his 100,000-strong heavy infantry of Japan. So I put my thoughts aside. He dropped 2 more bombs in an instant. And at this time, Yamamoto's Army Air Force also dispatched 300 Super Cobra helicopters, looking out at the target area that had turned into a complete mess. Everyone was stunned and speechless. Yoshi, the power of this aerial bomb is far beyond what my attack helicopter's small missiles can match. 1 or 2 shots can destroy a building. With such a large-scale bombing, I believe the Dragon Kingdom scum must have suffered heavy casualties. In their excitement, the pilots wanted to join the battle. But Yamamoto stopped him immediately. What a joke. Hundreds of attack helicopters entered the bombing area of the Air Force Regiment. You guys are risking your lives, but I'm worried about my own equipment. He was reprimanded by Yamamoto. 300 Super Cobras, as long as they stay far away from the bombing zone. They landed in various squares, streets, and ordinary open spaces throughout Tokyo. Soldiers, don't rush. After the Air Force operation is over, it will be our turn. As the heavy infantry advances, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to have a good time. The Army Aviation Commander repeatedly reassured him. As time passed by second, 3 hours passed. The 4 elite armored divisions of the Sakura Kingdom, totaling 100,000 men, have finally all entered the city. On every street, The road was blocked by 10-wheeled trucks, wheeled armored vehicles, and tracked infantry fighting vehicles, all fully loaded with soldiers. Boom, boom. The long procession moved forward. One after another, Type 90 main battle tanks, each weighing over 50 tons, surged forward in a column. Those densely packed, imposing cannon muzzles. That cold, austere luster of steel. Ordinary people would shudder at the mere sight of him, let alone get close to him. Boom, boom. The heavy road wheels rolled over the cold tracks as they traversed the straight ground. The rolling armored formations marched forward with an air of invincibility. And in the array, self-propelled anti-aircraft guns and tracked anti-aircraft vehicles followed closely behind. Be prepared to respond to any possible attacks. They traveled another 10 kilometers or so. Boom, boom. The vanguard of this rapidly advancing armored corps finally reached the outskirts of Chu Feng's area. Halt! Occupy the position first and await the order to attack. The commander of the vanguard shouted loudly. Large groups of fully armed soldiers jumped out of the vehicles and quickly occupied the high ground of the surrounding buildings. Type 90 main battle tanks were attached to the vanguard. They roared out and took over the riverbank bridge. Immediately afterward, on the opposite bank of the ruins, a bridgehead several kilometers wide was built. When the vanguard arrived at the bombing zone, for more than 10 kilometers behind, there were open spaces. More than a dozen artillery groups have also occupied the firing positions. One after another, 150 millimeters self-propelled howitzers raised their firing angle. One after another, 130 millimeters multiple rocket launchers raised their launch containers. The old 105 millimeters howitzers towed by trucks were also unloaded and their muzzles turned around. With just a command, a devastating attack can be launched in an instant. The rooftop of the Bank of Tokyo building, 300 meters high. Joint Operations Command Center. Looking around, the streets were completely covered by a rolling sea of steel. The main force of the Corps is about to join forces with the vanguard. Yamamoto and the other Sakura warriors were all excited. Next, it's my turn to take over with my ground troops. Receive the Air Force Regiment. Beep, beep, beep. 9 Shadows. Bombing mission complete. You must immediately withdraw from the target airspace. Once Chu Feng is eliminated, I will petition His Majesty the Heavenly Locust for credit on your behalf. I'm Mr. Yamamoto. Upon hearing this, 9 Shadows, who is carrying out a bombing mission, breathed a sigh of relief. This is fucking ridiculous. It took a full 3 hours. Several Air Force bases near Tokyo are already operating beyond capacity. They had 200 fighter jets, which dropped thousands of heavy bombs. The engine was almost completely dry and smoking. If we don't evacuate now, the fighter jets might completely disintegrate. I breathed a sigh of relief. He issued the command in a deep voice. Attention, all formations. My Air Force regiment shall immediately depart from the target area. The remaining tasks shall be handled by the ground forces. Everyone, turn around at 9 o'clock, quick. Whoosh. Give the order. In the sky, the dense formation of fighter jets stopped dropping bombs. It quickly began to turn sideways. And at that very moment, in the dark web hive, Chu Feng, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Chapter 102. The Air Force Regiment annihilated 200 F-15s fly to the west. Do you think he did nothing while the Japanese Air Force was bombing? No. At this moment, on the side of the Yasukuni Shrine, there is an open area of several square kilometers. He had already deployed 100 sets of armored anti-aircraft missile systems. Inside each launch vehicle, hundreds of suicide soldiers were already in position. Only, due to the existence of the base camouflage mode, no matter how much Japan's satellites and drones conducted reconnaissance, they failed to detect these large pieces of equipment that were so close at hand. Activate search radar and fire control radar. Fire all anti-aircraft fire. Bring all those scumbags in the sky down. Yes. The assassin responded in a deep voice, and one button after another was activated instantly, with various unknown indicator lights flashing. The next moment, 100 armored air defense systems, their top radars suddenly spun around. It instantly tracked and locked onto 200 aerial targets. Missile launch. Thump, 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 thump. Instantly, trails of flame shot out, and clouds of smoke and dust billowed up from the ground. A dense swarm of short-range air defense missiles burst from the launch tubes. Then like lightning, it shot into the sky. Now, the 200 F-15 fighter jets under Jiao Ying's command have just completed their turn. They hadn't had a chance to escape yet. Suddenly, red lights flashed in each cockpit. A piercing warning echoed through the sky. Beep, beep, beep. Warning. Warning. Enemy missiles. Ennemi missile. Damn it, what's going on? Inside the cockpit, Jiao Ying and the others were all startled. Take a closer look. The terminal screen was covered with countless tiny red dots. It's hurtling towards us at Mach 3. Damn it. Surface-to-air missile attack. Spread out and get out of the way immediately. 9 Shadows felt their hair stand on end and pulled the control lever sharply. The entire fuselage rapidly ascended. Damn bastard. Where did those bastards from the Dragon Kingdom hide so many anti-aircraft missiles? Why didn't our reconnaissance system detect it? The other pilots were almost scared to death. Damn it. Looking around, all you could see were countless bright red beams of light, the contrails left by high-speed missile impacts. It's obvious. This is definitely not a short-range anti-aircraft weapon like the Stinger. Instead, it is a large-scale air defense system that projects firepower units that are higher and farther away. Large beads of sweat rolled down his face instantly. In the midst of the chaos, all the pilots desperately began to evade capture, some slicing and rolling, others rapidly maneuvering and climbing, soaring into higher airspace. At the same time, around the aircraft group, bang, 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 flare bombs and chaff detonated one after another. In the sky, dazzling interference barriers formed. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs exploded. The high-speed, incoming air defense missile swarm instantly collided directly with these clusters of interference sources. But that's all. More anti-aircraft missiles broke through the jamming barrier. It hurtled straight at the fighter jet. Damn it! As one by one, round infrared seekers appeared in my field of vision. All the pilots were so scared they wet themselves. They frantically maneuvered their fighter jets, trying to evade further. But it was too late. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the high-speed missile barrage hit their aircraft. A dazzling array of fireballs exploded. A torrential downpour of scorching steel lava rained down from the sky. One fighter jet after another disintegrated in midair. It only took a dozen seconds. A large group of 200 F-15 fighter jets was lost by more than half. Damn beast! Just how many missiles has that bastard Chu Feng hidden? Now, 9 Shadows, who was desperately speeding in his fighter jet, had also completely split apart. He had just glanced at the data terminal. It was discovered that the number of scans alone reached an astonishing 1,000. By Amaterasu Amikami. More than 1,000 anti-aircraft missiles. Each of his Air Force planes would be hit by at least 5 missiles. How the hell am I supposed to dodge that? What he found even more incomprehensible was the areas where these missiles were launched. He had flown over there more than once during previous bombing missions. We found absolutely nothing. Damn it. All fighter jets, leave this airspace at top speed. Run as far as you can. Quick. The situation is strange. As the commander of the Air Force Regiment, Jiao Ying can only try his best to salvage the situation. But the next second, what horrified him happened again. All that could be seen was the open space of the Yasukuni Shrine. Suddenly, without warning, a dense column of smoke rose up again. Countless anti-aircraft missiles were launched again. Damn it. Here we go again. Now, 9 Shadows is truly broken. He saw it all clearly this time. On the terminal image, there wasn't even a trace of a launch vehicle in that area. No, that's impossible. 9 Shadows' eyes widened as they roared madly. This was the first time he had clearly felt that ghosts really existed in this world. But he no longer had time to think about it. The second wave of missiles rained down, a fierce metal storm erupting from the high-energy polymer warhead. It instantly blew his car apart. The wreckage of the fighter jet was burning and falling in all directions. The other surviving aircraft immediately met the same fate, exploding one after another. That concludes the discussion. An Air Force regiment jointly formed from several Air Force bases in Japan. All 200 F-15 fighter jets were destroyed. The whole process, it lasted for less than a minute. However, the time was simply too short. At this moment, both the Joint Command Center, where Yamamoto was located, and the vanguard of the heavy infantry, several kilometers away, were at the same time. None of them reacted in time. Inside the command post, Yamamoto and his Sakura Kingdom generals stared in disbelief at the images on the screen. Its mouth was wide open. You could practically fit a duck egg in it. When I came to my senses, looking at the big screen, all the fighter jet icons were bright red. Yamamoto lost his balance and almost fell to the ground. 200 F-15s. This represents more than 2/3 of Japan's air power. In less than 2 minutes, they were all fucking destroyed. No, that's impossible. Our satellites are clearly watching that area constantly, but we haven't detected anything. How could they have hidden themselves so well? Yamamoto roared and lunged at the satellite imagery platform. My whole body was shaking. And at this moment, the vanguard of the Sakura Kingdom's heavy infantry, who had just occupied their starting position and were preparing to attack, were all dumbfounded. Damn it! How could those bastards from the Dragon Kingdom possibly have so many anti-aircraft missiles? We can't see their launch vehicle at all within our line of sight. By Amaterasu Amikami. Has the camouflage technology of the Dragon Kingdom developed to such a terrifying level, whether they are soldiers or commanders? His face was filled with disbelief and shock. The people of the Cherry Blossom Country were completely at a loss. And at this time, Chu Feng, however, was living a very comfortable life in the Dark Web's hive. He was about to give the order to unleash the tens of thousands of assassins lurking in every corner of Tokyo. The heavily armed Japanese army that had entered the city was annihilated in one fell swoop. Suddenly, the system light screen flickered. A red exclamation mark suddenly popped up on the arms store page. Another equipment update? Quick, see what good stuff it is. Chapter 103. Brand new equipment reappears, terrifying artillery barrage from the land of Sakura. With an excited heart, Chu Feng decisively clicked the shop button. The next second, a brand new piece of heavy equipment came into view. TOS 1A thermobaric multiple rocket launcher. The vehicle is 9.6 meters long, 3.6 meters wide, and 2.2 meters high, with a combat weight of 46 tons and a crew of 3. Developed and manufactured using the T-72 chassis, it has a 4-layer launch box with a total of 30 launch tubes. Attached ammunition, 220 millimeters thermobaric rockets. Effective range, 3.5 kilometers. Maximum range, 6 kilometers. Price, $600,000 per unit. Damn it. Multiple thermobaric rocket launchers? Looking at the description above, Chu Feng was almost scared out of his wits. He never expected that such powerful equipment could appear in the level 5 arms shop. Thermobaric bomb. This is a nightmare for armored and infantry formations. The Type 99, a heavy main battle tank, armored vehicle, and Panzer air defense system are also very impressive. However, its ground-based lethality is inferior to that of this multi-barrel thermobaric weapon. That's something that can't be compared to even a horse's hooves. Damn life, I like to dance. Now let's see how you die. Chu Feng was overjoyed. He now commands more than 2/3 of the army force of the Sakura Kingdom. They all flocked to Tokyo. This incredibly powerful thermobaric rocket launcher is practically tailor-made for them. In a moment of excitement, Chu Feng immediately spent 300 million yuan to purchase 500 TOS, 1A thermobaric multiple rocket launchers. Store it in the system space first. Of course, Chu Feng wasn't foolish enough to rely on just one weapon. After a moment's thought, he purchased another 1000 Type 99A heavy main battle tanks. After the thermobaric rocket artillery fire coverage, these armored behemoths will be transformed into terrifying reaping machines. Completely wipe out the heavy infantry of the Sakura Kingdom, adhering to the principle of being prepared for any eventuality. At the same time, Chu Feng also purchased tens of thousands of Stinger missiles. As for the Javelin anti-tank missile, he even bought 100,000 of them. So, if we calculate it this way, his 100,000 strong heavy infantry of the Sakura Kingdom could each take a hit. Truly generous portions that will leave you full. Of course, other light weapons include 6-barreled rotary cannons, 60mm mortars, RPGs, and various types of ammunition. Chu Feng also provided each of his assassins with a sufficient number of soldiers. After all, this is a battle fought by 100,000 people. Anything can happen. Ding, funds deducted. Purchase of 99A successful. Ding, Stinger missile and Javelin anti-tank missile successfully purchased. Bite, The system broadcast announcements continuously. Swish, swish, swish. Within a vast system space of 100 cubic kilometers, a series of cold and imposing steel behemoths are arranged in close array. 500 thermobaric multiple rocket systems also came into view. Other weapons and ammunition were piled up into small mountains. We're just waiting to be teleported out, slaughtering all in all directions. While Chu Feng was busy purchasing weapons and preparing his army for war. On the other side, the rooftop of the Bank of Tokyo building houses the Sakura Nation Joint Operations Command Center. Yamamoto and the others were furious. 200 F-15 fighter jets were killed in the sky. He immediately ordered the vanguard to charge forward without regard for anything else. The remaining dilapidated buildings in the area where Chu Feng was located were completely razed to the ground. Then find Chu Feng and kill him completely. Then dig into his skull and find out the truth behind this unbelievable scene. However, his subordinates dissuaded him. He endured it. What you all say makes sense. Such inconceivable methods are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Perhaps that bastard Chu Feng has some unknown tricks up his sleeve waiting for us. Order the rear artillery group to immediately launch a saturation attack on the open area of the Yasukuni Shrine. Such a large-scale firepower coverage. I don't believe they won't slip up at all. Orders received. His generals immediately issued orders. Rear artillery positions. Through joint operations platforms. They were already aware of the situation at the front. They learned that their air force had been completely wiped out in a short period of time. At the same time, all the artillerymen were furious. At this moment, I will receive the order. How could I possibly hold back? Adjust the parameters. Emission. With a command from the commander, the earth roared and the sky trembled. Instantly, multiple rocket launchers, self-propelled howitzers, and 105 millimeters towed artillery roared in unison. Pass! Thump, 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 thump. One after another, 130 millimeters rockets, 150 millimeters grenades, and 105 millimeters high-explosive shells were fired. It shot out of the cannon barrel at high speed. Then, raindrops rained down on the Yasukuni Shrine. Whoosh! Because the artillery firing positions are closely arranged. This has far exceeded the limits stipulated in the artillery manual. At this moment in the sky, dense trails of light streaked across the sky. Even the clouds seemed to be obscured. This is just the impressive effect of a single artillery cluster firing. In this open area on all sides, there were more than a dozen such artillery positions. Whoosh! It only took a dozen seconds. The first round of intensive bombardment included rockets, grenades, and high-explosive shells. They had already arrived above Chu Feng's location. The next moment, intensive strikes landed. Boom! The entire area exploded. The ground cracked inch by inch, and billowing fireballs and smoke columns roared. A powerful shockwave, carrying countless pieces of cement, swept across the area in an instant. A real steel and meat porridge, a real upheaval. On the ground, one by one, craters several meters wide and deep were just beginning to appear. The next second, it was hit by even more rockets and grenades. The soil has been turned over countless times. Such astonishing firepower coverage. Not to mention ordinary Japanese soldiers. Even generals like Yamamoto were seeing this for the first time. Looking at the target area, filled with billowing smoke and explosions. Joint Operations Command Center. The entire nation of Sakura was utterly shocked. Yoshi, it seems that this war is coming to an end. No matter how miraculous Chu Feng's performance may be. Faced with such firepower, he would have absolutely no chance of survival. Yamamoto also strongly agreed with this. All the fear stems from insufficient firepower. You, Chu Feng, keep jumping around. Faced with such saturated coverage, we ultimately have no choice but to kneel down. Order the artillery to launch 3 more rounds of attacks. Bombardment complete. Lead armor group. Launch the assault immediately. Find him alive or dead within half an hour. You must find that bastard Chu Feng. Yamamoto coldly issued the order. However, suddenly, he then realized something was wrong. Damn, such a massive firepower attack. Why haven't we seen a single part or wreckage? Where did all those disguised air defense systems go? Chapter 104. Without my permission, not even a fly is allowed to fly out of Tokyo. Wrong. There's something wrong here. Yamamoto suddenly opened his eyes wide. The more he thought about it, the stranger the situation seemed. Cease fire. Quick! Lord Yamamoto, why did you suddenly stop firing? The generals were puzzled and asked in deep voices. Haven't you figured out yet? The shelling just now seemed fierce, but didn't hurt Chu Feng at all. Not to mention those mysteriously appearing air defense systems. There's not a soul in sight, even in the nearby ruins. I suspect that there must be a huge underground space in the toilet area. That bastard Chu Feng had already withdrawn his troops underground. Yamamoto spoke in a deep voice. His judgment was correct. This dark web hive is extremely well hidden. Throughout the entire Sakura country, apart from the branch members, only the heavenly locust knew about it. But now he's so angry he's fainted. What? Underground space? Upon hearing this statement, all the cherry blossom warriors stared wide-eyed. They went to the shrine to summon the spirits multiple times. But I've never heard of a hidden paradise underground. Snort. Still don't understand? Yamamoto's eyes were cold as he swept his gaze across the assembled generals. I suspect that bastard Chu Feng has been planning this for a long time. He must have bribed a traitor in my country of Japan to secretly transform the underground toilet into a fortress. He had already stockpiled the soldiers and weapons there. Furthermore, he also utilized the latest camouflage technology from the Dragon Kingdom. I have reason to suspect that those anti-aircraft missiles were launched from underground, but we just didn't see their launch tubes. What? Traitor? The generals were even more surprised upon hearing this. Damn it, which money-grubbing bastard is working for the scum of the Dragon Kingdom? Such a huge project. How dare they? What a disgrace to cherry blossoms. That bastard Chu Feng is truly vicious. He's capable of such a despicable act. Lord Yamamoto, give the order. Now that we know where they're hiding, it's time to deploy ground troops and dig these rats out along with them. The crowd was in an uproar, and everyone was shouting. Yamamoto nodded slightly. Then his eyes suddenly flashed with two sharp glints. He suddenly waved his hand. The order was transmitted to the vanguard of the heavy armored regiment at lightning speed. What? There's an underground fortress beneath the sanctuary? Are those Dragon Kingdom scum like Chu Feng hiding inside? Heeding the orders, the vanguard of the heavy armored corps consists of 20,000 armored troops, whether they are commanders or ordinary soldiers. Everyone was horrified. Okay, no wonder we didn't see a single person after bombing for so long. So those bastards were hiding underground. Warriors of the Empire, attack. Attack. Find out all these rats and wipe them out on the spot. Accompanied by a roar from the commander. Departure from the position. All the troops and equipment are now in operation. Boom boom. Leading the charge were 30 Type 90 main battle tanks, each weighing 50 tons and completely encased in explosive reactive armor. They had already crossed the bridge and occupied the bridgehead. At this moment, it stepped forward, roaring as it charged straight towards the ground of the sanctuary. Behind the Type 90 tank, one after another, tracked infantry fighting vehicles and wheeled infantry fighting vehicles also started moving. Rows of massive 30mm chain guns patrolled back and forth. The infantrymen inside were all armed to the teeth. This is only the first attack wave. Behind the bridge, tanks and armored vehicles are still arriving in droves. After several minutes of charging, boom boom, the first 30 were Type 90 heavy main battle tanks, along with hundreds of infantry fighting vehicles. Finally, they reached the ground of the Yasukuni Shrine. After being on guard in all directions and finding no enemy, groups of soldiers carried out rows of detectors, began scanning the ground. As expected, the massive underground honeycomb facility came into their view for the first time. So those scum from the Dragon Kingdom were hiding inside. The scan results came out. The entire army was in an uproar, thinking they had finally grasped Chu Feng's lifeline. Joint Operations Command Center, looking at the reconnaissance images transmitted back by the advanced troops. Yamamoto gave a slight, cold smile. Then the order to find the entrance was given. Meanwhile, the vanguard armored forces of the Sakura Kingdom were making great strides on the ground. Chu Feng has also begun to mobilize his troops. First, his first order. The plan was to send 10,000 assassins stationed in the suburbs of Tokyo to various traffic intersections. The Great War has begun. Their mission is to completely block these key routes, to prevent the Japanese troops entering the city from escaping. Orders received. The assassins immediately began their operation. They burst out of their hidden corners and directly occupied the buildings on both sides of the main roads. They set up a dense array of anti-aircraft and anti-tank firepower. Right now, among these buildings are many citizens of the Cherry Blossom country. Seeing so many people carrying javelins and poison spikes rushing into his home, they started setting up equipment on the rooftop and balcony as if no one else was around. At the beginning, they thought it was their own troops and that they had to act this way because of the needs of the war. But when they saw the faces of the assassins, everyone was terrified. Damn it, they're from China. Damn it, how come people from China are here? Aren't they in the direction of the Yasukuni shrine? In a panic, many Tokyo residents wish they had more legs and fled in panic. They don't even want their home anymore. Some people panicked and pulled out their phones, wanting to send an alarm. But immediately, they were wiped out by a burst of bullets from the assassins who followed. At this time, in fact, these areas are still defended by Japanese troops at the company level or above. After all, it is a vital transportation route, serving as a supply and communication hub for the troops. Everything depends on these main lines. Suddenly, groups of fierce-looking guys appeared from the corners of the room. The Japanese soldiers who remained behind were equally terrified. They hurriedly grabbed their weapons, intending to fight back. However, it was simply too late. Boot, boot, boot. Thick bundles of bullets instantly shattered their skulls. The infantry fighting vehicles on the side were also destroyed by anti-tank fire. Control. Control. Reporting to the boss, all the main roads leading out of Tokyo in the four directions, east, west, south, and north, have been sealed off. Please instruct us on the next steps. In his mind, the assassin's cold report came through. Very good. Chu Feng nodded and then suddenly waved his hand. Instantly, a total of 400 Type 99A heavy main battle tanks were deployed. The four main roads leading out of Tokyo were instantly blocked by a dense array of tanks. Heavy weapons have been delivered. Reinforce the defenses immediately. Not even a fly is allowed to fly out of Tokyo without my permission. Chapter 105 Violent Motorcycles. 20,000 suicide squads launch a massive attack. Yes, the assassins received their orders. They rushed onto the Type 99A tanks at high speed and took up positions such as commander and gunner. Immediately, boom boom, wisps of smoke rose up. Amidst the deafening roar of engines, the massive tank formation began to disperse. Deployment began around the main road. While the assassins were carrying out their mission in full swing, Bank of Tokyo, Joint Operations Command Center. An alarm was received very quickly. It's nothing but a trick by those scum of the Dragon Kingdom to relieve the siege of Wei by attacking Zhao. I had anticipated that they had small combat units outside the encirclement. Ignore them for now. I'll wipe out their main force later. Let's settle accounts with them again. At the beginning, Yamamoto remained completely calm. But when they heard that all the remaining squads in all four directions had lost contact, his eyes widened immediately. What? All of them have lost contact? Impossible. I have assigned a company-level armored unit to defend each checkpoint. How could that bastard Chu Feng possibly have such a strong reserve force outside? Lord Yamamoto, it's absolutely certain. The subordinate continued to report in a low voice. Moreover, based on the regular contact schedule, they were attacked at almost the same time. What? Yamamoto was even more shocked upon hearing this. At the same time, which means that there is clearly someone in charge. Damn it. The intelligence department has not detected any electronic signals at all. When did that bastard Chu Feng send out the communication? Yamamoto was now in a real bind. He paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, his head spinning, completely unable to understand what was going on. Lord Yamamoto, to be on the safe side, I think it will be best to send troops to investigate. That bastard Chu Feng is too wicked. I'm afraid something unpredictable might happen. At this moment, a general standing nearby spoke in a deep voice. Then we'll draw 4 armored regiments from the rear guard. Make them absolutely insist on restoring the transportation lines to me as soon as possible. Deploy another 100 Super Cobra helicopters to support the operation. Instructions received. Soon the rear guard of the heavy infantry regiment arrived. The rows of armored vehicles halted their advance, roared, turned, and headed towards the main roads surrounding Tokyo. Whoosh! The open ground where the Army Aviation Formation is parked. 100 Super Cobra helicopters also took off urgently and sped toward the suburban road crossing. The series of actions took place in just 1 or 2 minutes, completed in an instant. And at this moment, Chu Feng was not idle either. 10,000 elite soldiers were deployed to key transportation routes. At this moment, in the city center, he still has 20,000 elite soldiers who have not yet been deployed. Looking at the light screen, those were the countless points of light representing the Suicide Squad. With a thought, he instantly connected with the communications of these 20,000 assassins. Order. The troops should advance lightly and immediately move rapidly toward the area where the enemy's heavily armed forces are assembled, thus narrowing the encirclement. Once in position, first destroy the enemy's artillery positions and the temporary airfield for army aviation. Yes, a palpable aura of murderous intent filled the air. Upon hearing the order, the assassins were all in an uproar. They had been eagerly waiting for this moment for a long time. Swish, swish, swish. Based on previously gathered intelligence, after clarifying the approximate assembly location of the Sakura Kingdom's heavy infantry, from all directions, 20,000 elite soldiers mobilized. When these densely packed figures appeared on the road, immediately following, one after another, violent motorcycles appeared beside them. The assassins leaped onto the ground. A few seconds later, the massive army of motorcycles charged straight ahead. Ew. Wah-ah. The roar of motorcycle engines echoed through the streets. At this moment, martial law has been declared throughout Tokyo. The once bustling traffic is gone. Taking advantage of this convenience, the assassin floored the accelerator. The journey was completely unobstructed, buildings on both sides of the street. Suddenly, I saw this menacing army of motorcycles. The citizens hiding inside were all terrified by Amaterasu Omikami. Look at their faces. They look like people from China. This is bad. We must report this situation to the military immediately. Amidst the chaos and confusion, countless citizens in Sakura were thrown into chaos. The phone lines were instantly overwhelmed with calls from the Japanese military. However, they did not expect this. These phone calls brought no praise whatsoever. Instead, there were bursts of shouts and curses. A massive army of tens of thousands of motorcycles? Are you kidding me? The Dragon Kingdom scum are now completely surrounded by us. This is nothing but guerrilla warfare by their scattered soldiers. If they try to interfere with military operations again, you'll be shot. The soldier who made the call simply didn't believe it. The phone kept ringing incessantly. In a fit of anger, simply turn on silent mode. This delay could cost me my life. With its powerful maneuverability, the violent motorcycle can reach speeds of up to 100 kilometers per hour. In less than 15 minutes, tens of thousands of suicide soldiers attacked from all directions, reaching the block 8 or 9 kilometers away from the heavy armored regiment. It was at this time that the satellites overhead at Tokyo finally detected the anomaly. Beep, beep, beep. Tokyo Bank Joint Command Center. Suddenly, red light flashed on all the electronic screens. Warning! Warning! A large number of unidentified armed personnel were discovered simultaneously in the 4 directions of the Corps: east, south, west, and north. They're using their motorcycles to rapidly advance towards my assembly position. What? A large number of unidentified armed men. Upon hearing the alarm, all the Sakura warriors were greatly alarmed. Everyone hurriedly looked at the screen. Sure enough, large convoys of motorcycles came rolling in from all directions. Damn it, they're scum from the Dragon Kingdom. Weren't their main force surrounded by us? It's right under the sanctuary. How do they still have so many troops? Everyone was stunned. This is fucking ridiculous. A rough calculation. This attack force numbered between 10 and 20,000. No. Are all Chinese people like Tu Xingsuan? When did they enter Tokyo? Why weren't we found during the previous investigations? Lord Yamamoto, something terrible has happened. Quickly order the troops to occupy positions and defend in place. It'll be too late if we're too late. Large beads of sweat rolled down the faces of the generals. The command center was thrown into chaos. Yamamoto was initially very panicked. Even the samurai sword fell to the ground. However, after staring intently at the screen for a while, he smiled. He was laughing so hard he was practically ecstatic. Gentlemen, there's no need to panic. These Chinese bastards can't do anything to us. What? The generals were all stunned. Following the direction Yamamoto was pointing, I continued looking at the screen. The next second, everyone was stunned, then breathed a long sigh of relief. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. I thought it was going to be some really impressive show. Turns out they didn't bring any weapons. Haha, Zhu Feng, oh hot Zhu Feng. You're really audacious, you bastard. Seeing that they were surrounded and had nowhere to escape, they actually sent this unarmed rabble to the battlefield. What's up? Motorcycles charging at tanks? You probably just think they died too quickly. Chapter 106 Battlefield Concealment Techniques. Satellites malfunctioning en masse. Gentlemen, since these scum from the Dragon Kingdom are so eager to die, then let them have their way. Order. The Army Aviation Formation will be deployed immediately, accompanying the armored column in the attack. Crush all these will-o'-the-wisp madmen. With Yamamoto's command. Immediately. Temporary takeoff and landing airfield for Army aviation units. 100 Super Cobras, in 4 attack formations, their propellers roaring, took off urgently. At the same time, the main force of the Heavy Armored Corps, a massive armored assembly area stretching for more than a dozen blocks. One by one, Type 90 main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and troop transport trucks were also removed from the formation. Under the cover of the leading tanks, they charged head-on towards the direction from which the Suicide Motorcycle Squad was attacking. Boom boom. The engine roared. The clang of metal echoed. The regimental-level armor columns that were detached from the main force of this Army Corps were incredibly imposing. The massive Type 90 tanks, moving side by side in a line, their heavy bodies sending asphalt flying as they rolled over the ground. With each step forward, the track marks were deeply etched into the earth. The main guns were gleaming. The 120mm high-explosive armor-piercing rounds inside are already ready to be fired. Whoosh! The array has just traveled 1 kilometer. The Super Cobra, responsible for air cover, also arrived. They flew low over the armored column, along the gaps between the tall buildings. They rushed towards the area where the assassins were attacking. Both sides launched a rapid attack. Looking down from high altitude, it's like swarms of ants charging towards each other. A fierce battle is about to break out. However, when the two sides were about 5 kilometers apart, in the direction of the Suicide Squad, there was a surging motorcycle convoy. But then it suddenly stopped. Seeing this scene, in the Joint Operations Command Center, all the Sakura warriors simultaneously narrowed their eyes. Damn it! What do these Chinese bastards want? Why do they stop? Yamamoto glanced at him coldly. Who cares if it stops or not? At this point, they have no choice. Army Air Force formation. Charge forward and slaughter them all. Super Cobra is approaching. Engage in combat within 30 seconds. Whoosh! The squadron of Super Cobras flew at low altitude and high speed. The violent storm whipped up by the propellers caused the windows of the tall buildings on both sides to shatter with a loud bang. On Chu Feng's side, they had reached the optimal firing range of their heavy equipment. I immediately decided to open the teleportation channel. However, at this very moment, the system voice sounded again. A large-scale battle is about to begin. The host is very likely to become a global public enemy in the future. Battlefield concealment is now active. Buzz. Before Chu Feng could react, an invisible energy suddenly erupted from his body. A vast, shimmering plasma shield instantly formed across the boundless sky. It resembles a thin eggshell. In an instant, it spread and covered Tokyo, the land of cherry blossoms, a huge area of 2,000 square kilometers. And under the influence of this invisible energy, sizzle, a series of crackling sounds rang out. Inside Tokyo, in addition to the electronic equipment of the Japanese military, it can also maintain communication in urban areas. All other civilian communication terminals, such as mobile phones and computers, started emitting blue smoke. Major transportation routes in the suburbs. One by one, the citizens of Sakura, seeing the suddenly appearing Type 99A tank, wanted to hide in a corner and risk their lives to take pictures. It will be a moment from now, looking at the equipment in his hands that had turned into bricks. They were all dumbfounded. Not only that, above the orbit of the heavens, whether it's the land of cherry blossoms, other countries hastily changing course, or satellites hurtling towards us, its observation instruments also caught up in that instant. They're all blind. It was as if a layer of white fog enveloped their shots. I can no longer see the ground at all. Damn it. Why did the satellite suddenly malfunction? Damn it. It must be the Chinese nation attacking our satellites. Joint Operations Command Center. Looking at the screen filled with static. All the Sakura warriors, including Yamamoto, were shocked. Without satellites, their 100,000 heavily armed troops are like those who have lost an eye. This could be fatal. The Japanese military was in shock. Other countries, such as the US, UK, and Russia, were also completely bewildered. In order to keep an eye on this major battle, we need to gather as much intelligence as possible. They started maneuvering satellites and changing their orbits a long time ago. But now, all the satellites that arrived over Tokyo have lost their ground traces before they could even detect them. Fuck, it must be the Dragon Kingdom's doing. They dared to attack our satellite. This is a provocation, an act of war. Contact China. This isn't over until we get an explanation. Many major powers were furious. They all turned their anger towards China. We have received messages from various countries. In the Dragon Kingdom, at the northern base number 1, the generals were left speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Forget about them. Even our own satellites are now completely obscured by white light. It looks like this Chu Feng is even more mysterious than we expected. Yi Qingge, your previous judgment was correct. In front of a large satellite situation map, an old man stood with his hands behind his back, muttering to himself. Fortunately, he is from China. Hopefully, something that none of us want to face will happen in the future. Pass down the order. Everyone must be on good terms with Chu Feng and absolutely must not antagonize him. If he has any requests, do everything you can to fulfill them. Yes, sir. Let's return our focus to the Joint Command Center of the Sakura Kingdom. Faced with the sudden malfunction of the satellite, all communication with the outside world was cut off. Everyone was at a loss. Fortunately, after a period of panic, it was discovered that troop communications within Tokyo were not obstructed. Everyone then secretly wiped away a cold sweat. Damn Dragon Country. Seeing the war going badly, you're starting to have wicked thoughts, aren't you? You all just wait. Order the troops to accelerate and wipe out those 20,000 ghost fire motorcycles first. I'd like to see 20,000 soldiers die in my Sakura country. Can they still laugh? Amidst the chaos and confusion on all sides. At this moment, after a systematic explanation, Chu Feng came to his senses. Very good. With this layer of insurance, my secret can at least be kept secret for a while longer. Looking at the light screen, the attack helicopter formation that had been advancing earlier launched a swift and fierce attack. He gave a cold laugh. The teleportation channel was opened immediately. Chapter 10700, this is an earthquake. Now, a Super Cobra making a rapid, low-altitude attack. They have no idea that their end is nigh. Looking at the street, not far away, the motorcycle gang of suicide bombers stopped in droves. The squadron commander couldn't help but let a cruel smile creep onto his lips. Yoshi, enemy approaching from 2 kilometers away. Attention all aircraft, 3-layer attack network, prepare machine guns. Heeding the orders. The Super Cobra pilot's eyes flashed with a cold light. They instantly understood their commander's intentions. Here stand towering buildings, each one a tangible asset of his Sakura kingdom. Eliminate some unarmed Chinese scum. Using a 30mm cannon was already the greatest mercy we could show them. Whoosh! Accompanied by the fierce roar of the propellers. One after another, Super Cobra missiles quickly formed a 3-tiered attack network. The pilot's finger landed directly on the machine gun button. 1.5 kilometers. 1 Kilometer. Damn it, what are you waiting for? Run. Machine gun fire. Destroy them. The squadron commander roared. I immediately wanted to press the machine gun button. However, the next moment, something he never expected happened. All that could be seen were those so-called Dragon Kingdom scum standing motionless. Before anyone knew it, a series of military green weapons with round heads and long, narrow bodies appeared in his hands. And without waiting for him to react, streams of smoke rose into the air, hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. Damn it, it's a Stinger missile. The squadron commander was dumbfounded. He never imagined that in the blink of an eye. These are the unarmed guys in front of me. They actually gave him such a wonderful surprise gift. Damn it, pull it up, pull it up. An overwhelming sense of fear washed over me. They couldn't afford to attack. He pulled the control lever with all his might. But the nose of the plane had just tilted up. Thump, thump, thump. The several poisonous stings that were rapidly approaching had already reached his vicinity. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion rang out. The terrifying metal storm generated by the combined warhead instantly enveloped his vehicle. He didn't even have time to let out a scream. The entire Super Cobra was engulfed in flames. This sudden change. All the remaining pilots gasped in shock. They stared in disbelief at the Stinger missile that appeared out of nowhere. Everyone gaped open. By Amaterasu Amikami. What kind of evil magic is this? No. This can't be real. The pilots were all terrified. For a moment, they even forgot to operate the emergency maneuver. The next second, countless poisonous thorns shot up onto their heads. Violent fireballs exploded amidst the towering buildings. Such a scene. It happened almost simultaneously in several directions. They attempted to launch a preemptive attack on 100 Super Cobra helicopters. Before a single shot was fired, it was already completely shattered. Yoshi, it seems the aerial formation has succeeded. Soldiers, speed up. Don't let them steal all the credit. To the north, in the rolling armored column of the Sakura Kingdom, I heard a violent explosion in the high-rise area ahead. The commander, thinking it was an attack by friendly forces, excitedly urged his troops to speed up. However, very soon, he realized something was wrong. Our own armored column needs to communicate with the air formation every minute. But now he keeps calling out to himself. There wasn't even the slightest response. Damn it, I hope something bad has happened. How is this possible? Those bastards from the Dragon Kingdom clearly have no weapons. The commander was completely baffled. I raised my binoculars to look around, but all I could see were tall buildings. He was completely unable to obtain any useful intelligence. Troops stationed. Drone, take off immediately for reconnaissance. Quick! The commander put down his binoculars, turned around, and shouted an order. Hi! Upon receiving the order, the drone pilot swiftly retrieved several drones from the infantry fighting vehicle. However, it didn't even take off. Another unexpected event has occurred. Buzzing. On the ground, there were first a series of dull thuds. Immediately following, the noise grew louder and louder, until the entire ground began to tremble. Splash! Even on both sides of the street, various signs and glass began to shake and fall. Damn it! An earthquake! Upon witnessing this scene, everyone, whether commander or ordinary soldier, was deeply moved. They all had the same thought. After all, earthquakes are a common occurrence in Japan. However, this time they were wrong. This is not an earthquake at all. Instead, it's a massive armored formation launching a cluster attack. This is a massive armored force composed of hundreds of Type 99A heavy main battle tanks, hundreds of Bradley infantry fighting vehicles, more than a dozen Panzer air defense systems, and dozens of thermobaric multiple rocket launchers. After destroying the 100 attacking Super Cobras, Chu Feng instantly sent out all the heavy equipment he had stockpiled in the system space. The same rations were given to every direction. Now, the commotion beneath my feet was getting bigger and bigger. A familiar feeling welled up inside me. The commander of the Sakura Kingdom finally came to his senses. He suddenly widened his eyes and roared. Not good. This is not an earthquake. It's entirely possible that it's those scum from the Dragon Kingdom pulling the strings again. All combat units, disperse. Disperse. Retreat to the rear crossroads and prepare to engage the enemy. At a command. Instantly. All subordinate regimental-level armored units were immediately mobilized. Boom tilde boom. Rear. First, the Type 92 infantry fighting vehicles retreated at high speed. They retreated to an intersection several hundred meters behind them. The Type 90 main battle tanks at the front of the line also billowed thick smoke, their gun barrels pointing straight ahead, roaring as they retreated. Stop. Halt. Ting-ting-tang. Crack. A series of dull screeches of brakes echoed. Hundreds of armored vehicles roared as they retreated to the designated area. Immediately, taking advantage of the relatively wide location at the crossroads, a row of cold, imposing 120mm tank main guns were aimed at the former street. One by one, fully armed soldiers jumped off the vehicle. They began an emergency occupation of the surrounding buildings. A dense array of firing positions were set up on a rooftop. And it was at this moment The drone that took off finally reached the top of the assassin's head. Looking at the transmitted images. Damn it. The armored commander of the Japanese nation almost had his terminal fly out of his hand. A dense array of Type 99, a heavy main battle tanks. There's also the Bradley infantry fighting vehicle and the Panzer anti-aircraft system. Good heavens. So much heavy equipment. How did the people of the Dragon Kingdom deploy them on the battlefield? Could they have all appeared out of thin air? No, this is not scientific. Damn it. Armor-piercing rounds. Change them all to armor-piercing rounds. Type 90 tanks, advance. All fire units, prepare anti-tank missiles. Extreme terror surged into the heart of the armored commander of the Sakura Kingdom. The commands were issued almost in a roaring manner. And just then, a rolling armored formation driven by suicide soldiers. Finally, they reached the street corner. Dragon Kingdom scum. Bring it on. So what if we have heavy equipment? Such a small area will only become your graveyard. The Japanese armored commander roared, raising his right hand to press down. But at this moment, ting-ting-tang, crack, accompanied by the sound of mechanical brakes. The Type 99, a heavy main battle tank, which had just emerged from the street corner, stopped advancing again. Only a thick cannon barrel remained, protruding out of the street. Damn Chinese scum. If it's war, then let's fight. What the hell are you guys up to now? The Japanese armored commander was furious. However, he was unaware of this. Right now, 3 kilometers ahead, 1 o'clock. That area where the buildings are relatively short. The launch containers of the 220mm thermobaric multiple rocket launchers are already standing tall. Chapter 108 Death Descends. The terrifying power of the thermobaric multiple rocket launcher. The 220mm heavy thermobaric multiple rocket launcher is a terrifying close air support weapon. A demon to infantry formations, a nemesis of light armor. One launch vehicle has a total of 30 launch tubes. A salvo can be completed within 6 to 12 seconds. A single launcher can destroy a small village. Now, Chu Feng has gathered a total of 50 units in just one block. Direction: Cave Turn 4, Coordinates: Cave 1, 2. Adjust the parameters. Ooh, the sound of hydraulic valves turning in unison filled the air. Based on battlefield intelligence gathered by forward drones. 50 thermobaric multiple rocket launchers lined up along the road, simultaneously making fine adjustments to their firing angles. A volley. Fire. Accompanied by a cold, commanding voice. Instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Huge plumes of smoke rose into the air as 50 rocket launchers roared in unison. The massive 220mm thermobaric rockets, trailing long plumes of flame, shot one after another straight into the sky. Whoosh. The launch site stretches for over a kilometer. The entire road was filled with smoke and billowing dust. The windows of the relatively low-rise buildings on both sides were shattered. The dense trails obscured the sky. The rockets pierced the air with a deafening roar that echoed through the sky. Suddenly, I heard this huge noise. Damn it, what is that? The Sakura National Group-level armored column retreated to defend the crossroads. Soldiers and commanders alike raised their heads in unison. Everyone looked horrified and at a loss. Not good. Rocket. It's the multiple rocket launcher unit firing a salvo. Everyone get to cover. The armored commander was terrified, his eyes wide with horror. Having served in the military for many years, he was all too familiar with this scene. Such a spectacular scene can only be seen during military exercises. He roared as he issued the command. He then quickly darted back into the main battle tank's interior. The hatch was slammed shut. Damn bastard. Get out of the way. The other soldiers were terrified. Some laid down on the spot, while others hurriedly ran back to their vehicles. But it's too late. A distance of several kilometers. With the extremely high propulsion speed of thermobaric rockets. We'll be there in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. One after another, thermobaric rockets rained down. On the ground, fireballs with core temperatures reaching over 2,000 degrees Celsius exploded with a deafening roar. Immediately afterwards, clusters of high-pressure shock waves, resembling bubbles, suddenly rose up and swept violently in all directions. In an instant, the earth roared and the sky trembled violently. The entire intersection, covering an area of 1 or 2 kilometers in radius. Everyone was in an uproar. It was literally fried into a pot of porridge. On the ground, light armored vehicles and wheeled infantry fighting vehicles were first blown up, turning into wreckage everywhere. Building rooftop. The entire rooftop exploded and collapsed. No. The Japanese soldiers only had time to let out screams. Its entire body was engulfed by raging flames. Then, along with the towering building debris, it was violently scattered in all directions. Just a few seconds. All personnel exposed on the ground without shelter or armor protection. They're all dead. Under the extremely high temperature of over 2,000 degrees, it exploded at close range. They were even completely carbonized. The actual remains have vanished. Damn it. How come those bastards from the Dragon Kingdom have so many multiple rocket launchers? Where did they get their equipment from? I could hear those piercing screams coming from the communication channel. Right now, the commander inside the Type 90 main battle tank was heartbroken. He gritted his teeth and roared like a madman. At the same time, a deep sense of relief welled up in his heart. That's really close. 1 second later, he suffered the same fate as his men on the ground. However, this sense of relief had just begun to rise. The next moment, a sudden, extremely ominous feeling welled up in his heart. He suddenly realized that his breathing seemed to be blocked for a moment. It's as if all the oxygen in the surroundings has been sucked out. An intense feeling of suffocation instantly filled the entire cabin. Damn it! Thermobaric weapon. It's a thermobaric weapon. A deep sense of fear instantly filled his heart, and the armored commander's eyes widened in shock. He had originally thought that the main battle tank would provide heavy armor protection. No matter how fierce your rockets are, it still couldn't hurt him in the slightest. Whether he fights or retreats, he still has room to maneuver. But he never expected that Chu Feng would unleash such a terrifying weapon right away. It's over. By the grace of Amaterasu. No. Cluck cluck. Oi. The armored commander gripped his neck tightly, his tongue lolling out. He crashed heavily against the tank wall. The remaining passengers in the car were also coughing violently, their expressions filled with terror. The instinct to survive. This drove them to desperately try to pry open the hatch above their heads. I want to go outside and get some fresh air. However, the feeling of weakness due to lack of oxygen to the brain made them unable to exert any strength no matter what they did. This time, the entire intersection, all the surviving armored vehicles and their crews were in complete chaos. The fear of oxygen deprivation is more terrifying than being shot in the head with a heavy machine gun. Someone desperately pried open the lid and came to the outside. He was breathing heavily and desperately. But apart from the thick smoke of gunpowder, they still couldn't breathe a single drop of oxygen. No. Damn Chinese scum. Cough cough. In a state of extreme panic. Many of the soldiers who crawled out were tearing at their own throats like madmen. Many tanks and infantry fighting vehicles even began to run wildly and out of control. However, not long after. Boom, 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 boom. A new round of thermobaric rockets landed. A minute or two later, the entire area was now silent, without even the roaring and colliding sounds. After the explosion subsided, the only sounds on the entire battlefield were the crackling and popping of flames. A deathly silence fell over everything. Looking around, on the ground, various broken corpses were scattered everywhere. Those that were intact had hideous faces, with bulging dead fish eyes filled with terrifying blood vessels. Main battle tanks and infantry fighting vehicles were haphazardly crashing together. It's full of similar scenes. All the passengers were contorted, their eyes rolled back, and their tongues lolled out. It was absolutely terrifying. The smoke of battle gradually dissipated. A fierce storm of pressure suddenly erupted on the battlefield. Fresh air from all around quickly filled the void. However, it was all too late. There is absolutely no life left here. Logically speaking, even the most terrifying thermobaric weapons, it's impossible to achieve such an effect. It's impossible for it to suck all the oxygen out, as long as your lung capacity is large enough. Even if your body is injured, there is still a considerable chance of survival. However, the firepower unleashed by the Suicide Squad was simply too fierce. A single salvo consists of 1,500 thermobaric rockets. Under this dense accumulation of quantity, Unless you're Superman. Otherwise, the outcome will be the same. Boom boom. By the time they reached the crossroads, the entire Sakura National Group-level armored column had been wiped out. The armored formation of the suicide squads also began their assault. The massive steel behemoths crushed through the wreckage on the ground and smashed through any obstacles in their path. They marched in a mighty force, heading straight for the core assembly area of the Japanese heavy infantry. However, things happened too fast and too suddenly, until the armored formation of the suicide squad broke through the crossroads. At this moment, in the Joint Command Center, Yamamoto and the others then realized what was happening. Chapter 109, Yamamoto's Judgment. The heavy artillery group suffers a surprise attack. Damn it, why are so many armored forces suddenly appearing? 99A, Bradley, and the Panzer anti-aircraft system. What on earth is going on? Watching the images transmitted back by the high-altitude drone, Yamamoto and his generals were all dumbfounded. They were truly dumbfounded. All the previous unbelievable events could be explained away by the excuse of underground space. But how do we explain the sudden appearance of hundreds of heavy pieces of equipment? By Amaterasu Amikami. Could it be that China has truly mastered wormhole technology? Otherwise, how could so many armored units just spawn out of thin air? Everyone gasped in shock. Everyone could see the deep shock on the other person's face. But when they saw the horrific state of their own armored forces at the crossroads, the crowd nearly lost their footing. Damn it. The entire area, except for main battle tanks and tracked infantry fighting vehicles, was blown up and destroyed. Not a single living person was left, etc. The main battle tanks were intact, so why didn't they stop the advance of the Chinese scum? Everyone was filled with shock and horror. A terrible thought flashed through my mind. As expected, the drone continued flying. A series of imposing thermobaric multiple rocket launchers came into view. Damn it, it really is a thermobaric weapon. Those bastards from the Dragon Kingdom actually deployed such a powerful weapon to the battlefield. An expression of disbelief filled his face. Looking in several directions, the scenes were almost identical. Armored formations were charging inward from all four sides. Yamamoto's eyes bulged out by half a meter. Not good. That bastard Chu Feng is going to eat us alive. From the very beginning, he had already laid a trap. We've fallen for their trap. I quickly reviewed everything from the Yasukuni Shrine explosion to the incredible events that have unfolded since then. Now let's look at the current situation. Suddenly, a thunderclap exploded in Yamamoto's mind. What? It was a trap from beginning to end? The generals were greatly alarmed upon hearing this. They're not fools. After a moment's thought, he immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. First, he blew up the sacred toilet, igniting the fury of the entire Japanese nation. And then he brought most of the Japanese nation's combat-ready troops into Tokyo. Then cut off the key routes, using all sorts of mysterious and unpredictable methods. They will wipe out the large military force of the Sakura Kingdom in one fell swoop. Hiss! What a vicious and wicked plan. Lord Yamamoto, the situation is urgent. We can't hesitate any longer. My intention is to immediately order the missile bases and the Imperial fleet to launch a large-scale missile strike against Chu Feng's forces. At the same time, we should ask the U.S. military to station troops and use bombers to carry out carpet bombing. Only in this way can we salvage the critical situation. A general shouted, completely forgetting that he could no longer make contact with the outside world. Snort. I'm just as anxious as I am. But now all the satellites have failed, and we don't know why all our communications with the outside world have been cut off. How can you expect me to give an order? And even if they make contact without satellite guidance, how can they launch an attack? Yamamoto roared fiercely. Then he slammed his fist hard on the table. He gasped for breath several times. He turned his head and spoke fiercely. Now everything is hopeless. We have to rely on ourselves for everything. Give me the order to send the main force of the army forward on all four sides immediately to expand the defensive depth. At the same time, order all heavy artillery groups to immediately launch a large-scale artillery bombardment on Chu Feng's armored formation and thermobaric multi-barrel rocket launcher positions. You must destroy them. Yes. Upon hearing this, the generals were invigorated. Yes. How could we forget about the heavy artillery units? Your thermobaric rocket launcher is impressive, but its range is relatively limited. Hundreds or even thousands of cannons bombarded the area simultaneously. I refuse to believe I can't wipe you out. The idea is wonderful. Reality is harsh. Orders received. The various heavy artillery groups under the Sakura Kingdom Heavy Armored Corps. They acted swiftly, based on the results obtained from drone reconnaissance. The coordinates were quickly located. Multiple rocket launchers, self-propelled howitzers, and towed artillery were all adjusted for their firing angles. But before they could even launch their attack, something happened that terrified the artillerymen on the scene. All that could be seen around the spacious area were rows of buildings. Before anyone knew it, figures wearing exoskeleton armor and carrying six-barreled rotary cannons had appeared. At the same time, javelin anti-tank missiles were also protruding from the rooftops of various buildings. Before the artillerymen could recover from their stunned state, thump, 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 thick plumes of smoke rose into the air. Those anti-tank missiles have already been launched. Swish, swish, swish. A dense rain of missiles shot up hundreds of meters into the air. Then it plunged down rapidly. But these missiles were not targeting them. Instead, it was the armored units surrounding the artillery that were responsible for covering the artillery barrage. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Armored units exploded one after another. Whether it's the Type 90 main battle tank or a tracked infantry fighting vehicle, they were all hit by a hail of javelin missiles. Fireballs exploded. It only took a dozen seconds. All the armored escort forces of the artillery group were blown to pieces. Damn it! How come our Chinese scum here too? Wasn't the surrounding area already cleared? The Japanese artillery was completely dumbfounded. They hurriedly dropped the shells in their hands, grabbed assault rifles, and frantically fired in all directions. But at this moment, the assassins, clad in exoskeleton armor, were already striding forward, each carrying a six-barreled rotary cannon. Put. A fierce barrage of bullets instantly enveloped the area where each artillery group was located. One by one, the artillerymen's bodies exploded on the spot, and various pieces of flesh and limbs hung on the cannon barrels. Watch your aim. Don't blow up the ammo boxes next to you. The assassins went on a killing spree while loudly warning their comrades. During this period, those self-propelled howitzers did put up some resistance. The soldiers inside operated the remote-controlled weapon station and began firing indiscriminately. But soon, they were all destroyed by the assassins, and various parts were scattered all over the ground. The boss was right. We were ordered to scout out the possible deployment areas of the Japanese artillery long ago and make preparations in advance. The resistance from the various artillery groups was quickly quelled. Looking at the thousands of complete cannons of various types in front of him, the assassins burst into wild laughter. They were among the 20,000 prepared suicide soldiers. Unlike their counterparts who advanced on the ground, these 3,000 people, they went straight down the sewer and reached the enemy's feet. On Chu Feng's side, watching the assassins' decisive and swift actions on the light screen, he couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth into a satisfied smile. Very good. Attention, all departments. Turn the cannons around and blast them to pieces. Chapter 110, if we don't break through now, we'll all die here. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the 3,000 elite soldiers shouted. After unloading their equipment, they immediately rushed into the cockpits of self-propelled howitzers and multiple rocket launchers. Some of the men even took over the operation of the 105mm towed howitzers on the side. The installation of systematic knowledge. Operating these devices is simpler for them than eating or drinking. Immediately, one after another, towering multi-barrel rocket launchers, one after another, dark, gaping cannon muzzles. Change direction. In an instant, they targeted the main force assembly area of the Japanese heavy infantry. One round of rapid fire. Fire. Tong, tong, tong. Swish, swish, swish. Clusters of dazzling cannon fire shot out. Dense high-explosive shells and rockets rushed out of the gun barrel. At the dozen or so artillery positions, smoke and dust billowed into the sky in an instant. It traces curved paths across the sky. In just a few seconds, whoosh, the dense black dots were already overhead, not far from the Sakura Kingdom's heavy armored troops. Now, a massive, heavily armed army of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, stretching for more than a dozen blocks. The rolling armored formations are advancing in all directions in accordance with the command's orders, trying to expand the defensive depth as much as possible. Suddenly, a rumbling sound was heard from the sky. The soldiers on the ground thought it was their own artillery group launching a fierce bombardment against Chu Feng's troops. Yoshi, the army has over 1,000 heavy artillery pieces. That's enough to give those bastards from the Dragon Kingdom a run for their money. That's right. Although they have a lot of anti-aircraft units, they are absolutely defenseless against such a dense artillery barrage. Soldiers, hold on tight. The end has come for the scum of the Dragon Kingdom. The shelling is over. We will launch the assault immediately. Many soldiers were daydreaming, but the next moment, they realized something was wrong. Damn it! Why is the trajectory of this shell heading straight towards our own direction? Not good. Something's wrong. Everyone, find cover. The sound of shells whistling past was instantaneous. The soldiers, densely packed on the ground, immediately urinated. Some hurriedly scrambled into the buildings on either side, while others hid in their armored vehicles in terror. However, it was all too late. Boom! Boom, 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 boom. A dense barrage of high-explosive grenades and rockets rained down from the sky. Moment. An area within a radius of 10 to 20 kilometers. The entire neighborhood was in an uproar. A bird's eye view. Each group of black dots that crashes down is like a burst of fireballs. Soldiers, completely exposed, screamed as they were sent flying and scattered in all directions. Light armored vehicles and troop transports were blasted into the air and turned into countless pieces of debris that crashed down. Towering buildings were engulfed in thick smoke and flames. Explosions occurred from all sides, and countless pieces of brick and stone tumbled down. This time, countless soldiers died tragically. How many light armored vehicles were reduced to burning torches? Even those Type 90 heavy main battle tanks. It also started to explode and smoke. This is just the beginning. In the various artillery positions, the Japanese artillery has prepared tens of thousands of rounds of ammunition. A rapid-fire round ended. Without a word, the assassins quickly loaded their weapons. Immediately, another round of fierce shelling ensued. The neighborhood that had just been ravaged by artillery fire. And yet another round of trials is upon us. The power of a cluster of thousands of artillery pieces is terrifying. The second salvo of shells landed. In an instant, within the range of artillery fire, all the skyscrapers, all the street buildings, all of them were engulfed in flames. For a radius of 10 or 20 kilometers, there were billowing columns of smoke, which even obscured the sky. No. Amidst the rising and falling screams, soldiers engulfed in flames, along with citizens of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom who refused to evacuate from the high-rise buildings, fled for their lives amidst thick smoke. The building began to collapse piece by piece. The surviving armor charged and crashed around aimlessly. The entire Corps' assembly area. It has become a terrifying hell on Earth. Damn it. Bank of Tokyo Joint Operations Command Center. Looking at the scene, transmitted back by the drone. Yamamoto and his generals were all stunned and speechless. No one expected it. The heavy artillery group that we relied on just a second ago. The next moment, he personally dug graves for the main force of the army. Chu Feng, you bastard. They only know how to pull off such low-down tricks. If you're so capable, let's set up battle formations and have a real fight. What kind of skill is it to launch a sneak attack? Yamamoto completely lost his composure. No matter how mysterious Chu Feng appeared, it didn't matter. With a heavily armed army of 100,000 men and 1,000 heavy artillery pieces at his disposal, he was still quite confident. But now, all of that dream has been shattered. Something terrible has happened, Lord Yamamoto. Chu Feng's armored formations are taking advantage of the intense artillery bombardment to launch a rapid assault on the main force of our army. The pressure has now extended to an area 2 kilometers away. Outpost report. Both sides are engaged in fierce fighting. Bad news followed one after another. Large beads of sweat rolled down Yamamoto's forehead. This is really dangerous. The armored formation pressing in from all sides was equipped with thermobaric multiple rocket launchers. What if they launch an attack as well? There is no air force or drones to suppress them. Lord Yamamoto. What do we do now? Make a decision quickly. The generals nearby panicked, and hurriedly asked for instructions. Let me think about it. Let me think about it. Yamamoto struggled to sit up, panting heavily as he waved his hand. I thought about it quickly for about 10 seconds. Suddenly, he turned his head and spoke in an almost hoarse voice. The best course of action now. There's only one way out. That bastard Chu Feng has blocked our communications with the outside world. At this moment, an encirclement has been formed. If we don't break through now, we'll all die here. He paced back and forth quickly for a few steps, then gave the order in a cold voice. Order. The remaining 100 Super Cobras will take off immediately and launch a suicide attack on the enemy-occupied artillery positions. All units of the Corps must allocate sufficient forces to block the enemy's armored advance. The rest of the troops, spur your horses on full throttle, find a gap to break out of the encirclement, and regroup outside the city. Yes. Orders received. Under Yamamoto's command, the main force of the heavy infantry quickly sprang into action. Now, the suicide bombers' shelling remained quite intense. However, it is blocked by tall buildings. More than half of their heavy armor and more than a third of their light armor survived. After detaching a portion of the troops to reinforce the forward outposts, all other tanks, armored vehicles, and infantry fighting vehicles, they all rushed to the streets where no assassins had appeared, heading straight for the outskirts of Tokyo. Chapter 1:11 Yamamoto in despair. The destroyed heavy armored corps. At the time when the main force of the corps was on the move, above the Yasukuni shrine, there were 10 or 20,000 vanguard troops. The underground entrance has been found. Faced with this situation, Chu Feng remained completely calm. He had already taken control of the hive computer with a single thought. Immediately, one after another, titanium alloy explosion-proof doors, each half a meter thick, fell down. Damn bastard. Seeing that they could not defeat Chu Feng in a short time, the assassins closed in from all sides. Helpless, the first 20,000 armored troops had no choice but to break through the encirclement along with the main force of the corps. His troops moved swiftly. The command post where Yamamoto was located also began an emergency relocation. A group of Japanese generals hurriedly entered the command armored vehicle. They then began a rapid withdrawal under the cover of the armored regiment. And at this time, when the satellite malfunctioned, they were unable to make contact with the city's troops for a long time. Military bases across Japan also urgently dispatched drone swarms to Tokyo. And to prevent accidents, they also ordered all missile bases to enter launch mode. The massive fleet in Tokyo Bay, with its numerous vertical launch units, was also ready to bombard. At the same time, at the U.S. military base, 5-star General Mike also began ordering F-35 stealth fighters and B-2 bombers to urgently refuel. Ground crew members, driving tow trucks, quickly transported various precision-guided bombs and bunker-buster bombs to their destinations. All parties are taking urgent action. And at this moment, Chu Feng also immediately realized that Yamamoto wanted to break through. Snort. You still want to run away at a time like this? Too late. He stood up and instantly connected with 10,000 assassins at major intersections in the suburbs of Tokyo. System, purchase another 1,000 Type 99 main battle tanks and 300 thermobaric rocket launchers for me. Yes, host. The system announcement ended. The teleportation channel is open. Swish, swish, swish. Among the major transportation routes in the suburbs, a dense array of steel behemoths appeared. Attention all units. The main force of the Sakura Kingdom's heavy armored corps has begun its breakout. Stop them at all costs. Don't let a single one escape. Yes. The assassins responded in unison. They boarded the 99 thermobaric launch vehicles and began deployment at a rapid pace. Soon, all the intersections and streets in the suburbs were blocked by armored units gleaming with cold light. Unfortunately, swarm drones can't break through tank defenses, and the Level 5 shop doesn't have any Air Force units, not even attack helicopters. Otherwise, why would I go to such great lengths? Chu Feng sighed and stopped worrying about it. Then, in one go, he used all 38 remaining advanced recruitment vouchers, summoning assassins. Swish, 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 accompanied by an ethereal broadcast voice. The ground of the sanctuary, the area where the Japanese armored forces had just withdrawn. 38,000 suicide soldiers were lined up in neat rows. Chu Feng didn't hesitate. They also expedited the purchase of 500 Type 99A rocket launchers and 200 TOS, 1A thermobaric multiple rocket launchers. Attention everyone, keep a close watch on the retreating enemy forces. Attack from both inside and outside. I will leave no one alive. Yes, a loud shout echoed through the sky. Large groups of suicide soldiers boarded armored vehicles and sped off with a throttle. Damn it, those bastards from the Dragon Kingdom are catching up. Speed up, run. Streets stretch out, and behind me, engines roar and billows of dust rise. The Japanese armored forces, attempting to break out from all sides, were terrified. They rushed forward, scrambling to get ahead. However, the narrow street restricted their movement. Before they had even run 2 kilometers, boom, 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 boom. One after another, thermobaric rockets exploded in all directions within their armored formation. Damn it, it's the thermobaric weapon. Cough, cough. The surrounding oxygen was completely sucked out. The soldiers driving the armored vehicles were filled with fear and trepidation, but there was absolutely no way to deal with it. Before long, dozens or even hundreds of armored vehicles belonging to the rearguard were all colliding together in a chaotic mess. They lay scattered all over the ground. The defender was eliminated. The group ahead was even more terrified. They revved the engine like crazy. A fierce competition ensued. After losing nearly half of their troops, they finally reached the outskirts of the city. Now, flowers have already bloomed in the suburbs. We have heard that the key road ahead has fallen. The reinforcements sent by Yamamoto have already arrived. Soldiers drove Type 90 main battle tanks, firing their cannons as they charged forward. They were attempting to open a path for the troops that followed to survive. However, faced with the overwhelming crossfire of the suicide squad, this is no different from suicide. Soon, the charging tanks came to a standstill. The entire ground was littered with burning armor wreckage. The road was blocked. This could be the death of me. The troops that arrived later were too late to charge, even if they wanted to. And just as they were swarming around like flies, buzzing and making noise, not knowing what to do, boom, boom, boom. Even more intense thermobaric artillery fire followed. Clusters of bubble-like shockwaves exploded. Buildings and tanks. It was covered in an instant, in a boiling steel meat porridge. Soldiers coughed as they rushed out of the armored vehicle. I'm breathing desperately. Then they turned into cooked shrimp. Its body was exceptionally ferocious. For directions, thousands of breakout teams were wiped out. Now, the battle in the city was also coming to an end. The remaining 100 Super Cobras. They were easily shot down by the assassins. Amidst the explosions of dazzling fireballs. Within the vast city of Tokyo, Japan has over 100,000 armored troops. Only Yamamoto's armored regiment and the army headquarters were left, barely clinging to life. There were obstacles blocking their way ahead and pursuers behind. Inside a 50-story building. Lord Yamamoto, we can't get out. What should we do? The group of cherry blossom generals looked terrified. They never imagined that Xu Feng's blocking forces would be so powerful. Tens of thousands of troops charged from all sides. Not only did they fail to break through even one breach, but they were also completely wiped out. What to do? Ridiculous. How would I know what to do? At this moment, Yamamoto was also in despair. He believed that his own tactics and all his countermeasures were correct. The mistake was that Xu Feng was too unorthodox. Refresh out of thin air, teleport equipment out of thin air. This is beyond the explanation of the physical world. Gentlemen, there is no other way. Such a perverted person, such perverted methods. It is no longer something that ground-based clusters can counter. Next, we can only hope that the U.S. and the remaining forces of my Japan can see through this bastard's tricks as soon as possible. Otherwise, my Sakura kingdom will truly be wiped out. Yamamoto gritted his teeth in hatred, listening to the increasingly close gunfire coming from the floors below. He gave a bitter smile. He drew his katana, ready to commit suicide. However, his long sword hadn't even had a chance to strike. Ah-ta-ta-ta-tilde. A storm of gunfire had already begun. Amidst screams of agony, dozens of Sakura generals, including Yamamoto, were all shattered on the ground. And then the gunshots fell silent. Xu Feng's mind. The long-awaited system reward notification sound finally rang out again. Chapter 112, Transcendental Teleportation. 180,000 Death Warriors. Ding, Congratulations to the host for annihilating 4 elite armor divisions and 1 core headquarters of the Sakura Kingdom, totaling 108,521 people. Destroyed 1,150 enemy main battle tanks, 2,310 armored vehicles of various types, and 300 armed helicopters. Reward: 100 advanced recruitment tickets. A brand new aerial unit has been added to the arms shop. At the same time, the system space has been expanded to 1,000 cubic kilometers. Wow, this reward is pretty good. Chu Feng was overjoyed. 100 advanced recruitment tickets equal 100,000 elite soldiers. With his existing forces, once all of them are summoned, his total military strength will reach an astonishing 180,000. Such a large force, even if only equipped with AK rocket launchers. They could easily wipe out a small country. Look at this newly appeared aerial unit. Excited, Chu Feng quickly opened the store list. Longbow Apache, the main combat unit of the U.S. Army Aviation Corps, with a crew of 2, a length of 17.7 meters, a rotor length of 14.8 meters, and a height of 3.7 meters. Maximum flight speed is 380 kilometers per hour. Range is 1,800 kilometers, and combat radius is 480 kilometers. Weapon system: equipped with a 30mm chain gun and 16 Hellfire anti-tank missiles or 70mm high-explosive rockets. Radar system: equipped with an advanced electronic sensing system and a longbow millimeter-wave radar. It has all-weather combat capabilities. Price: $5 million per unit. Longbow Apache. I saw this newly appeared aerial unit. Chu Feng was both surprised and delighted. If this guy had been there during the big battle just now, why go through all that trouble? He could have just fired hundreds of planes at once and run wild on the ground. However, it's not too late for it to appear now. The Cherry Blossom country still retains a considerable amount of power. The scoundrels, the Americans, are also eyeing this covetously. The dark web, this rat, has not yet been eradicated. There are plenty of opportunities to use your skills. After thinking for a while, I was about to close the page. Unexpectedly, an even bigger surprise followed. Ding! The host has completed its first large-scale battle involving 100,000 people. Hyperspace teleportation deployed. What? Hyperspace teleportation? Upon hearing the broadcast, Chu Feng was stunned. He remembered that there was such a bizarre way to play in the Red Alert game. Once launched, our own troops can instantly appear at the enemy's lair, regardless of distance. System: quickly introduce this new feature. Yes, host. Hyperspace teleportation, a dedicated troop deployment module for the ARM system. Evolved from the ultimate form of hyperdomain deployment. Once used, the host can teleport their units to a designated area within 0.1 milliseconds. Current level 1 can teleport 200 pieces of equipment and 1,000 personnel at a time. Currently, the transmission distance is 120 kilometers. Cooldown time, 24 hours. 120 kilometers? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. That's enough. At worst, we can just fleece a few more lowly people, upgrade our system, and global deployment will be just around the corner. They happily finalized their next development path. Just then, the situation is constantly changing. The system's light screen, which had been as calm as still water, suddenly flashed red. Warning, the large-scale battle has ended. Battlefield concealment function is malfunctioning. Please take immediate steps to ensure your safety and concealment. With an ethereal broadcast, Chu Feng, who had now reached the ground, looked up. Sure enough, there was a huge transparent shield covering 2,000 square kilometers of Tokyo in the sky. It began to glow and dissipate. Not good. All personnel, take cover. Quickly. Chu Feng gave the order in a cold voice. Then, with a wave of his hand, he stored all the heavy equipment into the system space. Seeing tens of thousands of assassins on the ground, they quickly rushed into the surrounding buildings. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, such a world-renowned battle. At this moment, countless eyes were fixed on him. Once this secret is discovered, that would truly make them a global enemy. Thinking of this, Chu Feng couldn't help but think of the dimensional gate that had already been upgraded to level 3. He didn't know why, but this time he didn't get upgraded. If he reached the maximum level, he could easily have taken in all the assassins. There is no need to bear the risk of exposure. At this moment, Chu Feng had no time to think further. The moment the protective shield above my head completely disappeared, buzzing. In the distance, a dense swarm of drones from Japan suddenly appeared on the horizon. Not only that, above the head, military satellites from all over the world also opened their eyes to the heavens at the same time. The satellite has been restored. Quickly ascertained the ground situation. At military bases around the world, chilling orders were issued one after another. Soon, clear images are transmitted to the electronic screen. But when you really see the situation on the ground, at military bases around the world, everyone, from commanders to generals, was in a daze. What did they see? Thick smoke and flames billowed, and armor wreckage littered the scene. Nearly half of Tokyo is on fire. Countless people were desperately fleeing. Countless skyscrapers collapsed amid screams. The ground was charred and ravaged. Layer upon layer, they were all grotesque corpses. Oh my God, what on earth happened in Tokyo? Looking at this horrific scene, inside the Pentagon, one by one, the American generals couldn't sit still anymore. They didn't expect that. The satellite malfunctioned for only a few tens of minutes. The situation has developed to such a terrible point. Fuck. Are the people in Japan, all in charge of giving orders? A heavy corps of 100,000 men, with the support of the Air Force and Army Aviation. They actually managed to turn the war into such a pathetic mess. All the American generals were furious. They don't understand why a large force is deployed to deal with a group of Chinese terrorists. How could someone be so easily defeated? Wrong. Look, the deaths of these Japanese soldiers are suspicious. And so are these broken down tanks. In anger, a general noticed something was wrong and ordered his men to zoom in on the ground images. The generals stared wide-eyed. The next second, everyone fell silent. Fuck, it's a thermobaric weapon. Only thermobaric weapons can cause such terrifying damage. Everyone was immediately startled. Damn those Chinese. How on earth did they manage to deploy these weapons of mass destruction on the battlefield? We checked Japan's entry and exit data multiple times and found absolutely no anomalies. Everyone was shocked and horrified. As the video played, when I saw the wreckage of those F-15 fighter jets and the Super Cobra wreckage, they were so shocked they were speechless. Damn it, when did the Chinese deploy their air defense system? Where is that bastard Chu Feng and their equipment? Where did they all go? Give me a 360-degree, all-around, no blind spot scan. Find them at all costs. Chapter 113, Temup's Fear, Mysterious Master. The Pentagon is in an uproar. The news reached White House. Temup was also dumbfounded. His previous plan was to intimidate the Dragon Kingdom and prevent them from risking war. This will allow the Sakura Kingdom to take down Chu Feng in one fell swoop. This will make the Dragon Kingdom completely unable to hold its head high in front of the world. But to his surprise, reality slapped him hard in the face. Damn it, we've been tricked. The Chinese had planned all of this long ago. It was all a conspiracy. Temes was furious. Extreme anger. This cherry blossom country is his staunch ally, his staunch little brother. If no action is taken in this situation, the United States Global Deterrence Index may drop to 0. He grabbed the phone. He was about to order the garrison to launch an attack. But just then, click, the hidden door to his office was open. A pale-faced man in a tuxedo walked in, escorted by 2 bodyguards in suits. He was the mysterious director who had spoken with Ichiro Nakajima earlier. Leader Tong, my master asked me to give you my greetings. The gentleman bows. It's you. When he saw who it was, Temup was startled. Damn it, didn't I say you weren't allowed to be here unless it was an extremely urgent situation? You violated the rules. If someone sees us, what will happen to us? Snort. The master has ordered that, for the time being, all military strikes against Chu Feng be abandoned. We'll discuss everything after the investigation is complete. The man snorted and glanced sideways at Temup. What? Give up the fight. Temup's eyes widened. Damn it. The losses Japan has suffered this time. Just a chess piece. What's there to fear? The man sneered disdainfully. That thing is about to ripen artificially. Can't you even wait that little bit longer? And, don't you think Chu Feng is too mysterious? My master is more interested in this than military retaliation. The meeting ended quickly. Temup sat back down in his chair. His expression was extremely complicated. In fact, regarding this so-called organization, he was extremely resistant to it. But the things they've developed are just too tempting. That's a deadly weapon that can kill without leaving a trace. A few years ago, just one defective product of another category caused the Dragon Kingdom to suffer heavy losses. If it weren't for underestimating the organizational capabilities of the Dragon Kingdom and the accidental leak, the mission is now complete. Damn it, once this is all over, I'll definitely find a way to wipe you all out. Temup thought viciously. However, they dared not reveal the slightest bit of it. That so-called master possessed terrifying power. Even though he was the commander, he had no choice but to. At the same time, news of a halt to military strikes. The news quickly reached the U.S. military base 100 kilometers away from Tokyo. Heeding the orders, 5-star General Mike was almost driven to his death by anger. Fuck, are the people in charge of the palace all pigs? To stand by and watch our allies perish, to stand by and watch the Dragon Kingdom grow stronger. What exactly are they trying to do? Old Mike couldn't help but be furious. According to wartime regulations, he has taken over all military command in the Sakura Kingdom. Missile bases and fleets are all in his hands. F-35 formations, B-2 bomber formations, and all strike capabilities are in place. Such a wonderful opportunity. Unprecedented in the world. No, this time, I'm determined to travel alone. Old Mike thought viciously. He immediately wanted to order the troops to move. But just then, a young general standing nearby seemed to have received some kind of message. He smiled slightly. He immediately pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Old Mike. Mr. Mike, I'm sorry. Chu Feng cannot die before the situation is clarified. You have been dismissed. All subsequent operations will be personally directed by me, Charles. Bang. Mike is dead. His eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. The young soldier named Charles sneered as he sheathed his pistol. The next moment, in addition to launching swarms of drones to intensify reconnaissance efforts, the military base is also. All fighter jets and armored vehicles were withdrawn to their original positions. At the same time, more reconnaissance and spy satellites are arriving over Tokyo. The Tokyo area, covering an area of 2,000 square kilometers. Every move is under surveillance. It was learned that the U.S. military had completely canceled its strike operations. They just kept investigating. At this moment, the remaining military forces of the Sakura Kingdom were also completely dumbfounded. They were unwilling to accept it, but they could only accept it with resentment. There was no other way. It was according to wartime regulations. Now, all their command authority has been taken over by someone else. Nobu Saschen. They didn't even have a chance to launch a missile. On the other side, Northern Base Number 1 of the Dragon Kingdom, looking at Tokyo as a ruin. At this moment, all the generals of the Dragon Kingdom had serious expressions on their faces. This time, Chu Feng annihilated 100,000 armored troops of the Sakura Kingdom and destroyed countless of their warplanes. Everyone was overjoyed, but at the same time, the speculation about Chu Feng became clearer to them. Incredible. Incredible. Where did Chu Feng get his equipment from? So many soldiers, so many weapons, missiles, thermobaric weapons, we have everything. Could it be that he's carrying an arms factory with him? Or perhaps there is divine assistance. Xiao Zhentian's face was filled with disbelief. From the beginning of Myawaddy, the shock that Chu Feng brought him grew stronger with each passing moment. As a soldier, he had long since stopped believing in ghosts and gods. But now, for the first time, he wavered. Yi Tiange, who was standing to the side, also had his eyes flashing repeatedly. Although he had guessed the possibility first, when the facts were laid out so close to him, he was still shocked. He was still deeply shocked. Could it be that such a thing really exists in this world? I think that web page I browsed years ago prompted me to link my account, but I thought it was a virus and clicked no. No, this must never be said again, otherwise. The generals seemed to be deep in thought and began to discuss it in hushed tones. And just as the discussion was getting louder and louder, on the side, that figure, always staring at the screen, exuding an imposing aura without being angry. But then he suddenly opened his tiger-like eyes wide. Turning my head, passed down the order. The news must be kept under wraps. The misunderstandings from the outside world need no explanation. Most importantly, not a single word about your speculations about Chu Feng is to be revealed to anyone. Otherwise, kill without mercy. A chilling aura of killing intent permeated the air. The generals were slightly startled and immediately stood at attention. Yes, sir. Let's turn our attention back to Tokyo. inside a skyscraper. Looking at the sky, besides the densely circling unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, there was nothing else. Japan and the United States have stationed troops there, but have not taken any further action. Chu Feng was a little confused at first, but upon closer reflection, he then understood what was going on. Hee, looks like I've been targeted. Who could it be? Let me guess. You dare to have wicked thoughts about me, huh? Just you wait. Chapter 114, Emptying Tokyo's Vaults, 100 billion yen in hand. For those who have their eyes on you, Chu Feng had a vague idea of what was going on. However, he is not sure yet. After all, this group only exists in legends. I pull myself back to reality. Chu Feng began working on the next step of his plan. Well, now all of Japan's air force and more than 80% of its army have been lost to me. However, their naval fleet and missile units remained unscathed. They must be completely eradicated. And their heavy industry bases, we can't let any of them go either. This is their lifeline. These scoundrels who can't change their ways must have their potential for development completely destroyed. The decision has been made. Chu Feng did not take immediate action. Firstly, his current hyperspace teleportation can only teleport a distance of 120 kilometers. It cannot cover all targets. Secondly, this is a large-scale battle. It directly consumed a huge amount of his funds. His initial capital of 50 billion has now been reduced to 45 billion. It seems necessary to make some initial repairs. In the later level 6 and level 7 shops, equipment prices will only get more and more expensive. Chu Feng rested his chin on his hand and murmured to himself. It instantly reminded me of the underground vaults of several large banks in Tokyo. These banks were all established by famous conglomerates in Japan. Rumor has it that there are hundreds of tons of gold there. It's time to loot some spoils. Let's get right to it. Chu Feng immediately used his mind to contact the assassins near several large banks. Immediately launch a surprise attack on the buildings housing the Bank of Tokyo, Kawashima Bank, and Sakai Bank. Break open their vault for me. Take everything away. Yes, boss. The assassin's loud voice rang out. We immediately took action. And when the assassins began their operation, the top of a burning skyscraper in downtown Tokyo, 3 figures stood against the wind. They were dressed in tight-fitting black ninja suits, carrying 2 swords on their backs and 30mm sniper cannons. His entire head was covered by a black holographic helmet. A sharp, murderous aura surrounded the group. Just standing there, ordinary people would be terrified if they were glared at, let alone get close. They were the Ambu Jonin that Nakajima Ichiro had previously sent to Myawaddy to carry out an assassination mission. Onizo, Viper, and Sakura Chiraku. After the large-scale battle ended, the group finally managed to return to Tokyo. At the same time, several similar figures were standing in a building across the street. It was a few of my colleagues from the dark web branch who were on assignment. This Chu Feng is utterly despicable. Not only did they destroy my country's sacred site, but they also wiped out hundreds of thousands of people in my Sakura kingdom. This time, I will definitely grind him to dust. Viper, one of the Jonin, spoke with an extremely cold tone. Viper, do not act rashly. Beside her, the only female Jonin, Sakura Chiraku, spoke coldly. While walking around, her 2 large breasts swayed under her tight-fitting clothes. Our orders from headquarters are to capture him alive. If the plan falls apart, you can't take the responsibility. Upon hearing this, the Viper was immediately displeased. Capture them alive? That's easy for you to say. With an army of over 100,000 men wiped out, who knows what other tricks they have up their sleeves for us? How can we capture him alive? If you ask me, we should find him and just blow him to bits. All right. Seeing the 2 arguing incessantly, the leader of the Ghost Burials hurriedly interrupted him with a stern voice. Don't forget the oath we took before joining the organization. The organization is supreme, and no one may disobey it. There is a reason for the headquarters order. We will absolutely comply. Yes. The argument between the group had just ended. A commotion came from the street not far ahead. The squadron of suicide soldiers wore exoskeleton armor and carried 6-barreled rotary cannons. They quickly drove out of the building. They're here. Damn it. Have they discovered us? The men were startled and quickly removed the 30mm sniper cannons from their shoulders. But soon, the group calmed down again. because they discovered that these suicide soldiers did not launch an attack on the building they were in. Instead, they headed straight for several large banks not far away. Damn it, their target is the underground vault. There are hundreds of tons of gold in my cherry blossom country. We can't let them succeed. In this situation, even the most irritable Viper became extremely anxious. A 30mm sniper cannon was set up on the spot. Unexpectedly at this moment. Beep, beep, beep. The satellite terminal on my body suddenly beeped. The mysterious council member's cold voice appeared. The target has not yet appeared, so we must not act rashly. If you alarm the person in charge and cause the plan to fall through, you know the consequences. Yes, Your Excellency. Upon seeing the satellite image, everyone quieted down and went into a state of hibernation. Across the ocean, the mysterious director's lips curled slightly. A chilling sneer appeared on his already pale face. Through a series of deductions, he was now quite certain that Chu Feng harbored a secret. The reason for not launching a large-scale attack. The fear was that Chu Feng might die an unnatural death due to accidental injury. Sending out a secret service squad is a different story. Each of these people is a special forces instructor, a top-tier soldier. He was confident, taking advantage of the complacency that often comes with the recent end of a major battle. Once our elite team finds the exact location, we definitely have a chance to capture them in one fell swoop. The mysterious board member has a clever plan, but he didn't know. Next, my face is going to get slapped hard and swollen. Now, Chu Feng was taking advantage of the vision cleared by the assassins. I inspected the underground of several large banks, where there were massive gold storage vaults. Inside the blast-proof door that had been blown open, on rows of sturdy steel frames. They were all neatly stacked, densely packed, large golden bricks. Each gold brick weighs 5 kilograms. Damn it, this is really a windfall. Chu Feng's eyes lit up, and his thoughts instantly covered the layers of gold bricks. The next moment, buzz. All the gold bars disappeared. Several enormous vaults were reduced to empty frames. And with the conversion of funds, 5 billion, 10 billion, 20 billion. Wait until the number stopped jumping. His total funds reached an astonishing 150 billion US dollars. Holy crap, 150 billion. Chu Feng's eyes widened, and his voice trembled. This is more than double all the previous earnings. Hee, with this huge sum of money. From now on, I can buy even the most expensive equipment without any worries. Stealth fighters, bombers, carrier battle groups. At the system's fair price, I can build them all. Chu Feng's face lit up with a smile. Then I immediately thought of the even larger global storage facility in the United States. Once I've completely settled down, I'll go for a stroll on the American mainland. Destroy the dark web, and while you're at it, wipe it out too. He thought about it for a while, feeling quite pleased with himself. The unfolded system light screen suddenly flashed red. The killing intent perception has been triggered. Chapter 115. The terrifying Umbu Jonin feels good. Looking at the light screen, those 6 shimmering points of light. Chu Feng, who had just been smiling, suddenly turned cold. No need to think about it. He also knew that these were rats from the dark web. Only these audacious bastards would dare to show up at this time. Snort. You choose not to take the road to heaven. Want to die? I'll grant your wish. Chu Feng sneered. He immediately ordered his assassins to launch a swift assault on the building where the light was located. Orders received. The 1,000 assassins who just looted the underground vault. They flocked to the building where the Umbu Jonin was located. Damn it, they really found us. Seeing the scene. On the rooftop of the building, several high-ranking ninjas had their pupils contract sharply. They didn't understand exactly when their location was exposed. Across the ocean, looking at the satellite images, one could see hordes of assassins pouring into the building. The mysterious director was also taken aback. A generous gift of crabs. The situation is urgent. Chu Feng likely already knew you were coming. Everyone, evacuate immediately. He gave the order in a cold voice. Yes. Several people responded with a shout. He pulled out a hook and rope nail gun from his waist. Aim at the nearby buildings. Bang! Fine threads like silkworm's silk gushed out. The sharp claws on its head immediately sank deep into the wall of the building opposite. Swish, swish, swish. As expected of the elite of the Dark Division. With the powerful grip of the grappling hook, the group easily leaped over. It swung across the space between the two buildings, a distance of several tens of meters. Then he smashed the glass. They easily slipped into the building opposite. Yoshi, you think you can catch us with such paltry tricks? Joe, turning back, he saw the assassins still rushing into the building they had just been in. Several high-ranking ninja from the Umbu sneered repeatedly, especially the hot-tempered Viper, who couldn't help himself. Pick up the 30mm sniper cannon, facing the direction from which the assassins appeared downstairs. Bang, bang, bang. It was like firing several shots in quick succession. At this moment, the assassins suddenly noticed their movements and hurriedly took cover, although they avoided a fatal blow. But the terrifying splash power, they still managed to severely injure 5 or 6 assassins on the spot. His arm was broken, and blood splattered all over the ground. Snort. This is what happens when you mess with my ANBU Jonin. If it weren't for capturing the main culprit, we can slaughter you all now. The Viper sneered, still wanting to continue its attack. But he was immediately stopped by Guizong, who was standing nearby. Don't linger, retreat. Let's go. The group put away their weapons and slung them over their shoulders. Then they quickly dashed to the other side of the building. Using the grappling hook, jumped to the building next door. Before the operation, they had already prepared an escape route. When we act now, it is as swift as the wind and as fast as lightning. And seeing his companion suffer a severe injury, the assassins were immediately enraged. The commands were given repeatedly. More suicide soldiers rushed out from the surrounding buildings. The barrel of the rotary cannon was raised high. Instantly, a barrage of firepower was unleashed. Splash! Countless panes of glass shattered. Smoke filled the air between buildings, and debris flew everywhere. Immediately, 3 Jonin were shot. It exploded into a cloud of blood mist in midair. Damn it, just how many men does Chu Feng have? They're everywhere. Witnessing his companion explode into a bloody mist, the 3 survivors, Viper, Onizo, and Sakura Chiraku, felt a chill run down their spines. That's fucking brutal. Hundreds and thousands of rotary cannons strafe the air. Even Iron Man might not be able to withstand it. Don't panic. There is a helicopter in the rooftop safe house. We're evacuating by air. The group of people darted into a building in a flash. We headed straight for the rooftop. However, as fate would have it, the building they entered at that moment was the one where Chu Feng was. And at this time, they saw casualties among the suicide squad. Chu Feng was already filled with murderous intent. Damn, a massive battle involving 1 or 200,000 people. We didn't lose many people ourselves. 6 people are injured now. Watching the 3 figures dart into the floors below. His eyes snapped open. They disappeared from the room in an instant. Viper and his group raced up the stairwell at breakneck speed. It is only 2 floors away from the rooftop. They pressed the button. Click. The rooftop began to slowly split apart. A huge helipad gradually came into view. The hidden transport helicopter began to roar with its propellers. Arrive. The group was overjoyed. He strode towards the helicopter. However, what happened next? Something happened that left them speechless. The floorboards overhead stopped splitting. Inside the cabin, suddenly, a figure stood there indifferently. He slowly turned his head and gave a cold smile. Gentlemen, thank you for waiting. It's you. I could see the face of the figure clearly. The 3 Viper members were all shocked. They never expected that the target they had painstakingly tried to capture was, and now, it's standing right in front of me, alive and well. After a brief period of shock, it was a wonderful surprise, seeing that Chu Feng didn't even have a dagger on him. Viper immediately drew his twin blades, a sinister sneer on his face. Yoshi, unexpectedly, the person I've been searching for has come to me on their own. Tell me, are you going to kneel down and be bound willingly, or shall I do it myself? Viper, do not act rashly. Compared to that hothead Viper, Gue Zong and Ing Qianlu behind them, however, had cold eyes as if facing a formidable enemy. The 2 men swiftly picked up their sniper rifles. At the same time, it was aimed at Chu Feng. At this moment, a deep sense of unease welled up in both of their hearts. Because this is just too wrong. Standing barehanded in front of the enemy. Besides stupidity, there's only one other explanation. Chu Feng was absolutely confident that he could easily handle this situation. Since you're all afraid of dying, Then don't blame me for taking all the credit. Viper, however, ignored everything and slashed out with his twin blades, creating 2 afterimages. Then his entire body shot out like a cannonball. The sharp blade slashed straight at Chu Feng's face. D. The Viper roared fiercely. Of course, he was threatening Chu Feng. Just as the twin swords were about to strike Chu Feng's head, he suddenly turned the blade. It slashed directly at Chu Feng's arm. The blade was within reach. Chu Feng remained completely still. The Viper thought Chu Feng was already terrified, and its face suddenly turned ferocious and cruel. They killed over 100,000 people in my country of Sakura. Although headquarters ordered that he be captured alive. But I, Viper, am determined to have those 2 arms. Brush. The blade was 0.1 millimeters from the arm. Just when the Viper thought it had succeeded, something happened that terrified him. Buzz. A shimmering light screen suddenly expanded. It instantly enveloped the entire floor. His blade, so sharp it was almost millimeter thick, instantly froze his entire body, down to the last strand of hair. He remained frozen in midair like that. No, that's impossible. The Viper's eyes were wide open and could no longer move an inch. Later, Guizong and Ing Qianlu both stared wide-eyed. The shock on his face had turned into overwhelming fear. No, the 2 men roared inwardly and frantically pulled the triggers. But under no circumstances can it be touched in the slightest. Snort. The only person in this world who could kill me is still in his mother's womb. Looking at the few people frozen in place in front of me, Chu Feng smiled coldly, reached out and grabbed the Viper by the neck, then slashed it with his knife, tearing off its head. Stomp it to pieces. Chu Feng's figure continued to move ghostly. The leader, Onizo, suffered the same fate. Only Sakura, Chiraku remained at the scene. Demon, devil, look at this brutal method. Endless fear permeated every pore of Sakura, Chiraku's body. The once stunning face beneath the holographic helmet was now distorted and discolored. She wanted to scream, but the invisible restraints prevented her from making a sound, no matter how hard she tried. Looking at this enemy, who was completely terrified, Chu Feng couldn't help but sneer slightly. He looked up and down, staring at the 2 large, frozen thunderbolts in front of him. Extend your finger. Bang Dang flicked his finger. Feels good. Chapter 116 Advanced Gene Potions. The attack descends once again. Certainly. Just because he feels good doesn't mean Chu Feng will go easy on him. Since she dared to attack me, she has absolutely no reason to survive. As for intelligence, he didn't plan to interrogate them. Such a minor character probably wouldn't know any valuable clues. I'll do it for the sake of you being a woman. I'll leave you a whole corpse. Bang, bang. 2 bullets hit the thunder. Then, piles of C4 bombs were delivered. Chu Feng's figure disappeared directly from the platform. Not long after. Boom! A dazzling firework bursts into bloom. The entire top floor of the building was engulfed in towering flames. Damn it! The mission failed. A bunch of useless trash. Looking at the satellite image, the building collapsed in flames. The mysterious council member's expression was extremely unpleasant. That's what he originally thought. Even if such an elite squad cannot successfully capture the target, they can still escape unscathed. But unexpectedly, such a tragic ending. However, it is still one of the top entities on the dark web. He quickly regained his composure. His expression turned cold again. Snort. Chu Feng, you don't think that's all the tricks the dark web has up its sleeve, do you? You Chinese should deeply understand the principle that possessing a treasure is a crime. What follows is just the beginning of your nightmare. He snorted coldly. He immediately disappeared from the room. On Chu Feng's side, after disguising themselves, they left the burning building. We just entered another hideout. The system's reward notification sounded again. To his surprise, this time, the reward is neither weapons or equipment nor skill levels. Instead, it was a metal box labeled Advanced Genetic Agent. Open the box. Looking at the tube of azure medicine inside, Chu Feng couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. He remembered a similar reward. You only see it at the beginning of the game. The situation was urgent, and the system specially provided a basic potion. Why now? Could it be related to the strength of a single target? The ones we just killed were all highly trained, the elite of the elite. If it weren't for my bullet time, if it were an ordinary special forces unit, they would probably be nothing more than sitting ducks in the face of them. The system did not provide an explanation. Shu Feng didn't bother to think about it anymore. He put on the syringe and plunged a needle into his arm. As the medicine was slowly injected, gradually, Shu Feng felt a surge of scalding energy. It instantly broke through my limbs and bones, cleansing my entire body. A strange sense of tearing apart. Damn it, it hurts a little. Shu Feng shuddered, and cold sweat began to pour down his forehead. But the pain comes on quickly and goes away quickly. It only took about 10 seconds. A light, floating sensation came over me, and all discomfort disappeared from my body. That's it. Shu Feng was somewhat incredulous. He tried rotating his arm. He was shocked to discover that the bulging muscles in his arms had a faint, rock-like sheen. Damn it, his physical body has been strengthened again. Shu Feng was overjoyed. Then let's test just how powerful this advanced gene serum really is. He swung his right arm. Boom! A powerful gust of wind exploded in the air. The wall in front of me that was struck by an iron fist. Suddenly, a large hole, half a meter wide and deep, appeared. Damn it, that's strong. Shu Feng was dumbfounded. The initial dose of basic gene serum will elevate your physique to the level of an elite special forces soldier. This advanced medicine instantly surpassed the limits of human capabilities. Overjoyed, Shu Feng quickly tested the speed again. Swish, swish. In a flash, he appeared directly outside the room. Compared to before, it has improved by more than 5 times. Damn, the speed has improved dramatically. He looked around at his body. Shu Feng then made an even bolder decision. He pulled out a Desert Eagle. Face your own palm. Bang! It's like pulling the trigger hard. But something even more shocking happened. A sudden, powerful impact came from my hand. The lightning-fast bullet struck his palm at the very moment. It completely stopped rotating and could not move forward even an inch. Damn it, even bullets can't penetrate it. When his idea was confirmed, Shu Feng's mouth dropped open. To be honest, the power of this Desert Eagle is even greater than that of the AK. Doesn't that mean? Is it immune to firepower below that of an AK assault rifle? From now on, I can swim freely like a dragon? Hee, I didn't expect that killing the elite monsters on the dark web would yield such a reward. Shu Feng couldn't help but smile broadly. This is like giving yourself another layer of insurance. It's important to know that even though I have bullet time, it still has a cooldown period. It can only be opened a few times a day now. If a series of fatal blows follow one after another, he had no choice but to run away. In this extremely urgent situation, although he could still hide in the system space. But that also requires a certain amount of reaction time. For example, some hidden automatic firepower. They might suddenly fire a burst of bullets at you at close range. During the bullet time cooldown, you simply don't have time to react. Very good. In this way, my safety is more guaranteed. Shu Feng smiled. The experiment just now has proven that he is easily immune to attacks such as small arms. Although it is a sweeping attack with a caliber of 12.7 millimeters or larger. He can't ignore it yet, but it's only a matter of time. Wait until a more advanced potion becomes available, let alone heavy machine guns. It refers to frontal bombardment by large caliber artillery shells and missiles. He could probably withstand it with his bare hands. I pull myself back to reality. I was just thinking about how to proceed. Suddenly, a violent explosion rang out outside. The entire room shook violently. Soon, the assassin's cold voice rang out. Boss, enemy attack drones and fighter jets have been deployed in large numbers and are launching a fierce attack on my hiding place. Should we shoot them down immediately? So fast. Shu Feng strode to the window, raised the binoculars. Sure enough, we saw the reconnaissance drones that had been densely hovering overhead. It has been replaced by attack drones. This is only the lower airspace. At an altitude of more than 10 kilometers. A dozen or so jet-black fighter jets roared past. This fighter jet clearly resembles the shape of an F-35. Zhu Feng sno vipiten. He immediately understood the other party's intention. There are probably more than a dozen satellites overhead right now. Deploying F-35 fighter jets is clearly an attempt to lure us into a trap. Once you teleport out of the air defense system, one moment of carelessness, it will be detected. That way, the secret will be completely exposed. Snort. Originally, I didn't intend to keep this secret any longer. Since you want to see, Then open your eyes wide and watch. Chu Feng's eyes turned cold, and he immediately activated the system light screen. However, his target this time was not the fighter jets overhead. Instead, they directly targeted the U.S. military bases located 100 kilometers away. Chapter 1:17 First Time-Space Teleportation. Target: U.S. military base. The primary target was chosen to be a U.S. military base. The reason is quite simple. This place is now the last barrier upon which his Cherry Blossom Kingdom depends for survival. They were wiped out. Once the fight started, there were no more worries. What equipment should I choose? Having finalized his plan, Chu Feng pondered for a moment. With the current level of time travel, only 200 heavy equipment units can be transported at a time. Simply transport main battle tanks. Faced with that impenetrable base defense, it's unlikely to be effective. An unexpected turn of events could lead to being caught in the enemy's air and ground fire suppression network. Quickly browse the equipment page. Chu Feng's gaze suddenly stopped on the newly appeared aerial unit. Yes. How could I forget it? This is good. It can be combined with the 99A to form a ground-to-air fire network. Didn't you want to see my secret? Come on, I'll show you everything you want now. Let's get right to it. Chu Feng immediately spent a huge sum of money to purchase 100 longbow Apache attack helicopters. They were stored in the system space. Then, with a thought, he instantly identified 1,000 assassins in the vicinity. Then came a brief introduction to the mission. The chosen assassins were all excited. In their subconscious, it had been a very, very long time since they had carried out such an integrated air-ground strike mission. Looking at the impatient assassins, Chu Feng, on the other hand, had a solemn expression. This time, he's truly going head-to-head with the dark web and with the world's strongest nation, the United States. And it's an open secret. He spoke slowly and deliberately. Target: U.S. military base 110 kilometers outside Tokyo Bay. Hyperspace téléportation. Commence. Buzz. With Chu Feng's command, an invisible energy surged. In the system space, the 100 selected longbow Apache helicopters, 100 Type 99A heavy main battle tanks, and 1,000 suicide soldiers vanished in an instant. All personnel and equipment. They all instantly enter void. And in this vast space, the 500 crew members have been automatically assigned and placed into various equipment. The remaining 500 heavy infantrymen were also neatly arranged. Whoosh! The roar of the huge propellers filled the air. Then, the main battle tanks began to roar. The next moment, the points of light represent this vast space. He jumped suddenly. They appeared hundreds of kilometers away in an instant. Right now, the U.S. military base covers an area of tens of square kilometers. It has already entered a state of first-level combat readiness. On the straight-running tracks, the engine roared. The engine roared. Countless ground crew members are driving tow trucks. They rapidly equipped F-16s, F-22s, F-35s, and B-2 stealth bombers with air-to-ground missiles and various high-powered bombs. After receiving the order to lure Chu Feng into making a move, Charles took over command from Mike. Unmanned attack aircraft and F-35 fighter squadrons were dispatched immediately. As long as Chu Feng makes a move, this is his second wave of attacks. It will arrive in the battlefield airspace in a very short time. Destroy Chu Feng's exposed air defense system, as well as other ground forces, in one fell swoop. Once its heavy equipment is removed, the rest is easy. His Army Aviation Force has 100 Apache helicopters, plus Osprey transport aircraft. It is easy to establish a powerful landing ground around Chu Feng. With a large number of troops surrounding him, he was confident that Chu Feng would have nowhere to escape. For God's sake, hurry up. If Chu Feng escapes, I'll have you all executed. Now, Charles was driving to the Army Aviation Maintenance area. The Special Forces and Marines who were carrying out the arrest mission were still dawdling. He was furious. And then you hear a reprimand. Steve, the Navy SEAL commander standing nearby, also looked displeased. Orders were changed frequently, and previously prepared attacks were not allowed to be launched. They've just retreated to camp, and now they're ordering an emergency attack again. Can't you even get anything worthwhile? I was about to argue back. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky and was horrified to find himself in the direction of downtown Tokyo. A point of light, moving with the speed of lightning, leaped towards them. In an instant, they appeared hundreds of meters away from the base. Fuck, what is that thing? Steve's eyes widened. At first, he thought he was seeing things. But unexpectedly, the point of light came to a stop at the edge of the base. It even started to radiate light. Steve, what are you yelling about? Charles initially thought the guy was playing with snakes. He immediately rebuked him coldly. No, General, you look. Steve opened his mouth wide and shouted as he pointed at the spot of light. They noticed that Steve's demeanor didn't seem fake. Charles frowned and quickly turned his head. Upon closer inspection, he was also quite startled. Thank you for the generous gift, but what exactly is this? That scream. This attracted the attention of the Marines and SEALs nearby, who all turned to look. Everyone was stunned. Sizzle. Sizzle. A piercing electrical hum emanated from a circuit. Nearby, a Navy SEAL couldn't contain himself and immediately grabbed his light machine gun. They were about to fire. A companion standing nearby quickly tried to stop him. Don't move. This might be what the book calls ball lightning. If we attack indiscriminately and this thing gets out of control, it could very well crash into the base and cause a massive power outage. That will be troublesome. Ball lightning. Upon hearing this, Charles and the nearby soldiers were all stunned. They immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Shit, I thought it was something amazing. It turned out to be a false alarm. Compared to the relaxation of the crowd, Steve, the commander of the Navy SEALs. But he still stared intently at the point of light, because he realized that something was very wrong. Ball lightning couldn't possibly travel that far in one go. As expected, the next moment, a scene that everyone present will never forget unfolded. Buzz. Suddenly, the blinding spot of light burst forth with countless dazzling rays of light. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding space began to rumble and tremble. The next moment, the void has cracked open. The breach spread rapidly. A massive light gate, thousands of meters high and hundreds of meters wide, appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. Oh my God! What is that? The commotion drew the attention of everyone inside the base. Looking at the enormous gate of light that appeared out of nowhere, everyone was utterly shocked. Thank you for the generous gift. God, it's God descending. This is the gate to heaven. After a brief period of shock came extremely excited cheers. Looking at the gate of light, there was endless radiance. Their lifelong faith was elevated to its highest level at this moment. However, the next second, something that left them speechless happened again. Chapter 118, The Gates of Hell, shocked American soldiers. Whoosh! All that could be heard was the roar of a huge propeller. Hundreds of meters in the air. From within that enormous portal of light, rows of remarkably familiar armed helicopters roared out. Without saying a word, he unleashed a frenzied barrage of fire at the ground. Tong tong tong. Tong tong tong. The airborne 30mm chain gun fired without stopping. A barrage of bullet comments instantly covered the stunned crowd on the ground. Clusters of blood mist exploded. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to rumble and shake. One after another, steel behemoths, gleaming with a cold luster, roared out. Those massive 125mm main guns. It just stepped out a light gate. Pass! Thump thump thump. One after another, high explosive armor-piercing rounds roared out of the barrel. In an instant, the area within several kilometers of the giant light gate. Everything's in chaos. Fireballs exploded, blasting large numbers of personnel and equipment into the air. This shocking turn of events. The soldiers in the base were so frightened that they immediately lost their composure. Countless people fled while glancing back in terror. Fuck, it's 99A. Chu Feng is coming. God, this is not heaven at all, but the gates of hell. Oh my God, run, run. The soldiers panicked. They fled in all directions. Army Aviation Corps maintenance area, watching the tanks and helicopters pouring out. Charles and Steve were both dumbfounded. Oh my God, isn't it the main battle equipment of my U.S. military? What does that bastard Chu Feng have so many longbow Apaches? A portal. This is actually a portal. Chu Feng has actually mastered the technology of void teleportation. No, this is not scientific. The two stared in awe at the portal that was constantly spewing out equipment. His arms involuntarily opened, and he was so frightened that he retreated repeatedly. On the side, the groups of Marines and SEALs were dumbfounded. This is fucking ridiculous. Is this still the physical world we live in? How could such a scene, which only exists in movies, actually exist? While the soldiers were either stunned or fleeing for their lives, the 100 Longbow Apache helicopters and 100 Type 99A main battle tanks that teleported from the void. All the light gates have been opened. We enter the base. Air formation, immediately destroy enemy air defense units and focus on attacking their rear airfields. Ground armor, charge forward and crush them. Yes, with Chu Feng's command. Whoosh! The assassin pulled the lever, making a rightward horizontal slash. The dense Apache formation immediately rushed towards the airport not far away. Along the way, all exposed anti-aircraft launchers and radars were wiped out at lightning speed. Taiwan's Type 99, a heavy main battle tank. They dispersed their formation and charged without hesitation. Not only that, from the portal, 500 heavily armed suicide soldiers at the rear also charged out, carrying 6-barreled rotary cannons and javelin anti-tank missiles. They stepped over the bombed-out walls. Without a second thought, they unleashed a barrage of fire upon the buildings and people inside. No. All personnel, quickly organize a defense. Airport fighter jets, take off immediately. Quick! He watched as his soldiers fell in droves, like wheat being harvested. One after another, air defense units were blasted into the air. Charles is utterly devastated. He roared furiously and ordered his men to resist. SEAL Commander Steve has gone mad. He frantically ordered his men to deploy their defenses. However, it was too late. At this moment, the sky was filled with attack helicopters piloted by suicide squad members. On the ground, as far as the eye could see, there were only the roaring steel figures of the 99A. A large contingent of soldiers attempted to resist. They hadn't even had a chance to operate the weapon yet. It was already blasted into pieces. Ew, ew. A piercing alarm sounded through the sky. At this moment, at the base airport, seeing this sudden change, the pilots were already terrified. As the dense Apache helicopters roared in, strafing the enemy with their machine guns, they were a sight to behold. Everyone panicked. Damn it, stop loading ammunition. Stop loading ammunition. All fighter jets take off. For God's sake, hurry up. The panicked pilot hurriedly climbed into the cockpit and closed the canopy. It surged onto the runway, its trail of flames billowing as it went. They rushed to take off. However, it was too late. The Apache helicopter squadron that roared in had already locked onto them. This time, they no longer used machine guns. Instead, they directly use much more powerful anti-tank weapons. Hellfire missile, emission, accompanied by the cold shouts of the assassins. Swish, swish, swish. Hellfire missiles were launched from the aircraft. Then, trailing a long tail of flame, it hurtled straight towards the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The missile arrived in the blink of an eye. The first few F-16s were hit on the spot. The next moment, boom! A huge fireball rose up. No. Accompanied by the pilot's piercing screams. The entire fuselage was shattered into pieces, with countless fragments and parts scattered everywhere. This is just the beginning. Several F-16s have just exploded. The stealth fighter formation behind them suffered the same fate. Under the bombardment of hundreds of Hellfire missiles, one after another, F-22 and F-35 fighter jets burst into flames that shot into the sky. It started exploding in clusters. Even more deadly is the fire engulfed the fuselage. The air-to-ground missiles and high-explosive bombs mounted on it also exploded at that moment. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. On the spacious airport, brilliant fireworks burst forth. Countless pieces of debris flew hundreds of meters into the air before scattering and falling in all directions. A terrifying shockwave. It sent the nearby ground crew flying, smashing them into piles of flesh. An area was cleaned. The assassins didn't stop. Then, it fired a series of Hellfire missiles at the hangar next to it. In an instant, the hangars were also blown up. The fire consumed everything. Everything inside, from fighter jets to supplies, was instantly destroyed by explosion. No, you can't do this. Stop it. Witnessing the raging flames engulfing the airport. At this moment, Charles felt as if he had been torn in two. In the next second, they saw the assassins driving the Apache helicopters and heading deeper into the area. He panicked immediately. Damn it, why aren't the bombers taking off yet? Their formation will be here soon. Take off quickly, quick. He grabbed the radio and roared. B-2 bombers, already taken off. Boom! All that could be heard was the deafening roar of the engine. A fierce flame rose up. Several enormous aircraft with wingspans of 52 meters roared into the sky. Chapter 119. 99A versus Abrams. B-2 bomber crashes in a terrifying failure. However, it was all too late in the end. After spotting the 3 enormous aircraft taking off, the assassin immediately changed his weapon form. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. The dense barrage of 30mm shells immediately formed a tight fire net. It enveloped the past. Wah! Inside the cabin of a B-2 bomber, a piercing warning rang out. The pilot hadn't even reacted yet. The entire cockpit, including the crew, was blown up. Amidst billowing smoke, 3 massive B-2 bombers, their fuselages tilted. Then it plummeted to the ground. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. Under intense impact energy, dozens or even hundreds of tons of aviation fuel, along with the high explosive bombs inside the fuselage, exploded instantly. A billowing mushroom cloud of smoke, carrying a massive fireball, shot into the sky. In an instant, ground vehicles, along with nearby buildings. The entire area was engulfed, turning into a vast sea of fire. Dam Chu Feng. Asshole! I'll tear you to pieces. B-2 bomber explodes. Charles's face was contorted with extreme rage and madness. This is one of the most powerful weapons in the war effort of the United States. The staggering cost of $2.4 billion. The entire country, when added together, has no more than 20 people. 3 of them collapsed in one go. That's fine then. The dozens of F-22s and F-35s ahead of him were even more heartbreaking. Damn bastard. Quickly open the armory and launch anti-aircraft missiles. Take them down. Anti-tank firepower. Blow up all those Type 99s on the ground. Charles was furious. Extreme anger. He roared at the top of his lungs. Yes, sir. In a communication channel. The soldiers responded loudly. Actually, he didn't need to say anything. After the initial panic subsided, the group organized their own resistance. After a group of people fired the poison darts and javelins they were carrying, they quickly opened the armory and moved in more weapons. At the same time, led by Steve, the SEAL team also hurriedly boarded more than a dozen Abrams main battle tanks. They opened fire fiercely in the direction from which the 99A was charging. All large, high-explosive armor-piercing shells. Lightning roared across 99A. The 99A also suddenly spotted the armored squad attempting to resist. The same intense shelling. Boom, boom, boom. The shells came whistling in. Almost at the same time. Both sides' active defense systems were effective. Shoot down the incoming shells. Damn it. Keep bombarding. All, seeing that the first attack had failed, Steve quickly ordered his men to continue firing. At the same time, more Marines rushed into the armored parking area. They charged out, driving Abrams heavy tanks and Bradley infantry fighting vehicles. Groups of soldiers also relied on building structures. They began to unleash a fierce barrage of fire on the heavily armed suicide soldiers. A fierce battle has begun. In an instant, shells flew everywhere and bullets danced in the air. An area spanning tens of square kilometers. They were all covered by dazzling bullet trajectories. However, the number of American troops stationed there is simply too large. There were 15,000 infantrymen and countless tanks and armored vehicles. The situation suddenly became tense. The 199A tanks that were transferred over cleared the outer perimeter, facing the heavily guarded core area. We can't take another step forward. Even some of the 99A frigates were also hit and started to catch fire. But the situation quickly changed. After clearing out the airport at the speed of light, the massive attack helicopter formation quickly turned around. They marched directly towards the core area of the base. Target: enemy ground arms depot. Hellfire fire. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, hellfire burst forth. This could be the death of me. On the ground, an ammunition truck carrying weapons suddenly exploded. Then, a terrifying scene unfolded. The instant the vehicle exploded, due to the emergency, the armory security door was not closed. Under the onslaught of raging flames. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded through the sky. That massive underground weapons depot, with its countless munitions, exploded completely. The ground was suddenly overturned. The entire earth was churning. Amidst the rising giant mushroom cloud, all the personnel, armor, and even buildings in the surrounding area were wiped out. Centered around the armory, the entire base was suddenly transformed into a huge, uninhabited area with a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers. In a short time, countless American soldiers died tragically. Charles, who had run back to the building and was about to report to his superiors, also vanished into thin air. Oh my God! Armor Depot! The armory has exploded. The earth-shattering explosion drew the attention of all the American soldiers inside the base. They all stopped what they were doing at the same time. I stared blankly at that dazzling mushroom cloud. They were completely stunned. The massive attack helicopter formation has begun an even more intense attack. Focus on striking enemy main battle tanks to cover the advance of ground armored vehicles. Clear. Hellfire missiles rain down on him. This time they have 100 Apache helicopters and 1,600 missiles. I've already used more than half of it. There's still 700 or 800 left. Violent explosions rang out one after another. Abrams were hit by the top of the barrel one after another. Even though their defenses are amazing, they couldn't hold on any longer. Amidst the sounds of explosions, the number of Abrams' main battle tanks has visibly decreased. In a short time, the number of vehicles dropped sharply from 150 to just over 60. Damn it! We can't hold on any longer. Abandon the vehicle, quick! Steve's eyes widened in fury as he roared out the order. At this moment, Abrams, where he was, had already been hit by 2 hellfires. But is already steaming. 1 or 2 more shots. Even God couldn't save him. They hurriedly flipped over the tank turret. Steve scrambled and stumbled, tried to escape to a safe area. But at this moment, a 99, a tank had already set its sights on him. Pass! A dazzling burst of muzzle flash erupted. A high-explosive armor-piercing round hit him directly in the body. A torrential downpour of blood exploded. The SEAL commander died without uttering a single sound. Steve died. It was as if the floodgates of a dam had been opened. It's out of control now. The remaining Abrams tanks were either destroyed by attack helicopters or blown apart by javelins fired by heavily armed suicide soldiers. With these main armored units destroyed, the rest was much simpler. The Type 99, 8 tanks formed a fan-shaped attack formation and advanced rapidly. Those Bradley infantry fighting vehicles and various light armored vehicles. It's no match for the 99A at all. Groups of armored vehicles burst into flames. The large contingent of American soldiers scattered like birds and beasts. They fled desperately towards the rear of the base. The attack helicopter formation took advantage of the situation and pursued the enemy for several minutes. Having run out of ammunition, they ceased their pursuit. A fierce battle. It ended at the speed of light within half an hour. The assassins then quickly occupied the huge military base. This sudden change had already been captured by the satellites overhead. Chapter 120 Void Teleportation. Shocking high-ranking officials of various countries. At this moment, on the other side of the ocean, inside a sturdy underground fortress, the mysterious board member and other high-ranking members of the dark web were all present. Looking at the electronic screen, that shimmering, enormous gate of light stretched from the ground to a height of 1,000 meters. Everyone's heart was filled with turmoil. My God, this is teleportation technology. That bastard Chu Feng actually possesses such heaven-defying technology. Several high-ranking members of the dark web were shocked and speechless. They could see it clearly. All those Apache helicopters and 99 has entered the military base through this portal. Right now, they no longer care about the fate of the garrison. Just some chess pieces. In their eyes, there was only this gate of light, this miraculous feat. This is a technology that could change the world order and the future of humanity. If I could get it. A miracle. This is a miracle. The mysterious director was also extremely excited. We paid such a high price. We've finally seen part of the truth. He is now absolutely certain that this series of events was orchestrated by Chu Feng alone. These unusual occurrences have absolutely nothing to do with China. Why? Because this is not the usual way of doing things in China. Even if they possess such means, they would only keep them hidden. There is absolutely no way I would risk exposure just to do something to vent my anger. Gentlemen, the matter is now very clear. I believe that Chu Feng is hiding an even bigger secret. Weapons and equipment, as well as teleportation technology, may very well have originated from this. Now, all the major powers must be focusing their attention on this young man. Report to the master immediately. We must obtain this child before any other nation does. Yes. The mysterious council member's judgment was correct. At this moment, all the major powers on Earth that can be ranked are listed. The top command was in an uproar. The U.S. goes without saying. Many of their generals had long been infiltrated. The information obtained on the dark web is even a minute or two earlier than what they receive. The rest include things like English, Hans cat, Gallic rooster, polar bear, white elephant country, and even a universe country. All eyes were fixed on the enormous gate of light that had appeared out of nowhere. Although this is a gate of light, it was shut down after the transmission ended. But this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the countries in the slightest. They had already preserved the images. Oh my God, this technology that defies the laws of physics actually exists. God, isn't this a scene from a science fiction movie? What makes Chu Feng so special that he possesses such incredible technology? Gentlemen, now I finally understand why the Sakura Kingdom suffered such a crushing defeat. Such divine methods, if used properly, would be unbearable for anyone. Damn it, what kind of mystery is hidden in this kid? Could it be that those weapons and equipment also originated from here? Of course, with void teleportation technology already available, carrying an arsenal on your person is perfectly reasonable. High-ranking officials from various countries were extremely excited. They couldn't wait to grab Chu Feng and bring him to their side. It was dissected into 8 pieces and studied thoroughly. We must obtain this child. We must not let him fall into the hands of other countries. The leaders of various countries quickly clarified their thinking. I made up my mind. Soon, one by one, generals were recalled and military bases were placed on high alert. Everyone started making plans. How to get Chu Feng before other countries do. As countries eagerly planned their actions. At this moment, the military of the Dragon Kingdom was also enveloped in a profound shock. Looking at the satellite images, the clearly visible, enormous light gate, and the surge of attack helicopters and main battle tanks. Everyone gasped in shock. Although before that, they already had a series of guesses about Chu Feng. But when the facts are laid bare before us, they still felt a chill run down their spines. We won't discuss weaponry and equipment. Damn it, shouldn't this teleportation technology only exist in science fiction novels? The secrets surrounding Chu Feng are far more unfathomable than we imagined. The generals stared blankly at the satellite images. After the light gate appears, they immediately convened leading scientists to conduct an analysis. However, this series of analyses yielded absolutely no results. Some elderly scientists were so shocked that their worldview collapsed and they fainted on the spot. Well, only Chu Feng himself knows the truth about all of this. Before the generals, an old man sighed, then turned to look at Xiao Zhentian. Old Xiao, you and Chu Feng. Xiao Zhentian shook his head with a wry smile. I've tried calling, but both phones are switched off. It's clear he doesn't intend to contact us right now. He has his own ideas. The old man nodded. He was not surprised by this. Possessing such a world-changing secret, no one would easily share it with others. But that's how it is. What should he do next? The secret has been exposed. The United States, Britain, Russia, France, any major power that could be ranked among the top. They would never let such a good opportunity slip by. They would even go to any lengths to achieve this. No, Chu Feng shouldn't be that stupid. Since he dared to openly expose his secret, that means he has given this matter considerable thought and has a series of contingency plans in place. Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened as he realized the key point. A slight smile appeared on his lips. Given Chu Feng's mysterious nature, as long as he doesn't resort to nuclear weapons, those petty villains will never be a match for him. During this time, all we need to do is show goodwill. As a citizen of the Chu Fenglong Kingdom, the benefits for our Dragon Kingdom in the future will definitely be substantial. I figured these things out. The old man's smile widened even more. Elder Xiao, try your best to contact Chu Feng. If you can't get through on the phone a day, then keep trying. Ask him if there's anything my country can do to help. If needed, anything can be provided to him. Remember, this is an investment, understand? Understood, sir. Very good, go ahead. Countries are making plans in earnest. And at this time, the remaining military forces of the Sakura Kingdom were in a state of panic. After several rounds of negotiation, soon, a top-secret meeting was held online. Chapter 121, version 2.0, a fantastic system update with amazing benefits. This meeting, representatives from all military bases in Japan were present. One by one, generals with stars on their shoulders were displayed on the big screen. At the head of the group is none other than the most powerful and influential naval admiral, Gojiro Suzuki. The Locust was unconscious. The army is almost completely wiped out. They hold the few remaining organized military forces of the Sakura Kingdom. He naturally took over the current situation. Tokyo Bay. The massive naval port houses the Izumo-class helicopter carrier, which has a terrifying tonnage of 27,000 tons. Gojiro Suzuki sat upright in the conference room. I glanced at the rows of figures on the screen. His expression was extremely solemn. Gentlemen, as you all have seen, the power and methods that this bastard Chu Feng possesses have far exceeded our expectations. Even the U.S. military bases were wiped out by his surprise attack. With our current combat capabilities, it is extremely difficult for us to confront him. Please feel free to speak your mind about what to do next. Suzuki said this. The meeting suddenly became noisy. A general spoke up urgently. Lord Suzuki, we must not back down now. Chu Feng killed over 100,000 people in my Sakura Kingdom, and most of Tokyo has been reduced to ruins. If we back down now, our Sakura nation will completely lose its foothold on Earth. Another general nodded repeatedly. That's right, we also have missile arsenals, a navy, and an army division with a complete structure. A desperate fight, and the outcome is still uncertain. Another general said in a sinister tone. More importantly, by eliminating this bastard, we can seize his secrets before other countries do. In that case, my Sakura Kingdom will completely dominate the Blue Star. We no longer have to cower on this island, plagued by scarce resources and earthquakes every day. Many generals clamored, vowing to fight Chu Feng to the death. Of course, some people also suggested that we should avoid confrontation for the time being. It could be immediately overwhelmed by endless saliva, if it weren't for the network cable separating us. The person who came up with this idea would probably be torn to pieces on the spot. Seeing that the generals were surprisingly in agreement, Suzuki Gojiro was also in a real bind. Everyone understands the principle. But how can we fight like this? It's one thing that Chu Feng has all sorts of heaven-defying methods at his disposal. And he's incredibly sleazy. Since the start of the war, the only time they've shown their face has been in front of the sacred toilet. We didn't even see a shadow of them. Baka, enough. Seeing that the generals were still talking incessantly with pale faces, Suzuki could no longer contain his anger. He just realized that all those clamoring to continue the war were generals associated with the army. Okay. You can fight if you want, but don't blame me if Chu Feng kills you. Our main naval force will immediately retreat to Guam. From now on, you will be in command of all ground operations. He uttered a few harsh words. Suzuki immediately shut down the conference terminal. The entire online meeting was reduced to just a few dozen army and missile force generals, who looked at each other in bewilderment. And then, the few remaining naval officers also withdrew from the meeting. Lord Suzuki, are we really going to retreat to Guam? Should we consult the cabinet? On the spacious deck of the Izumo, several naval officers followed behind Suzuki, asking him with concern. This is a matter of great importance. The Locust fell into a coma again. Logically speaking, they believed that this strategy of retreating to Guam was absolutely correct. But they were also afraid. Snort. What can those civil officials do besides shouting? These old bastards, just like the army they rely on, are a bunch of useless trash. Suzuki sneered dismissively. If the Locust awakens in the future, he will definitely agree with my idea. Turn around. He noticed that several of his subordinates still looked hesitant. His expression softened. Gentlemen, Chu Feng, that bastard, has now become a global public enemy. We don't need to fight him to the death. If we continue to wage war on our own soil, this vast land might one day sink into the ocean. If he sees that we back down, he may turn his attention to other adversaries. Only then will it truly be our chance to fish in troubled waters. Yes, Mr. Suzuki, we understand. The subordinate generals bowed their heads. So soon afterward, the order for strategic retreat was issued as scheduled. Ooh. It was accompanied by a loud whistle. The Tokyo Bay Naval Base and the vast ocean surface within 20 to 30 nautical miles. The Izumo flagship, the largest in terms of tonnage, was the first to set sail. Immediately afterwards, one by one, frigates, destroyers, and submarines sounded their horns. It drove away from the parking area, the mighty main fleet of the Sakura Kingdom. And so, not a single shot was fired. They retreated directly to Guam. Chu Feng also quickly learned of the strategic retreat of the Sakura Kingdom's fleet. But he did not rush to take action. At the current level of the store, there isn't even a trace of anti-ship missiles. With existing equipment, we can attack a heavily fortified fleet. That's no different from courting death. Even a surprise attack won't work. With the Navy withdrawing, the thousands of vertical launch systems become unusable. The remaining Japanese military bases suddenly panicked. If Chu Feng were to launch another surprise attack using teleportation methods, they couldn't withstand it no matter what. But to their surprise, Chu Feng did not attack the fleet. No action was taken on land either. Damn bastard. What is that bastard plotting now? Each base was on high alert and waited for 2 full days. They couldn't help but burst into curses. Actually, it's not that Chu Feng doesn't want to move, but then he suddenly couldn't move. 2 hours after the Japanese fleet withdrew, his system suddenly went into update mode. What the hell is going on? How could this get stuck? Looking at the progress bar on the screen, which showed 99% completion, Chu Feng couldn't help but slap his forehead repeatedly. Fortunately, just as he was about to lose his temper, ding! The crisp system announcement finally rang out again. Congratulations, host, system version 2.0 update is complete. The dimensional gate has been upgraded to the highest level, capable of encompassing millions of assassins into the system space. Duration is unlimited. System update benefit: 1 spatial jump for a single unit. After using a single unit space jump, the host can reach any corner of Earth within 1 second. What? Upon hearing the broadcast, Chu Feng's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. This doesn't include upgrading the dimensional gate to the maximum level, which I've been longing for. There is even a global single unit jump. Doesn't this mean that I can instantly lead my suicide squad to land on other countries' soil at will? A huge surprise filled Chu Feng's mind. Thinking of this, Chu Feng has completely lost interest in a simple life. These are the remnants of a defeated army. He could have simply waited until the mall level was upgraded and then used nuclear weapons to wipe out the entire area. Now the US, the dark web, and Western countries are all eyeing me. They wish they could disembowel me, chew, and scoop out my brain for research. If that's the case, then why don't I just charge straight in and kill them? Chapter 122 Single Site Space Jump. Little Blackie is terrified. Without hesitation, Chu Feng made up his mind. Since the dimensional gate has been upgraded to the maximum level, it can hold assassins for a long time. He simply used all 100 advanced recruitment vouchers he had previously received as a reward. Swish, swish, swish. 10,000 elite soldiers have just spawned in nearby buildings. It was then immediately added to the system space. Summoning complete. Realizing that this trip was to the United States. The Great War is very likely to be 100 times more brutal than the one in Japan. He quickly took stock of the power he currently possessed. Superarm system. Host, Chu Feng. Age, 23. Life number 1. Funds, 150 billion US dollars. Space, 1,000 cubic meters. Shop level, LV5. Functions, death sniff, no level. Killing intent perception, no level. Bullet time, level 5. Dimensional gate, max level. Time travel, level 1. Current number of suicide soldiers, 179,910. Nearly 180,000 suicide soldiers. Looking at the enormous number of soldiers, Chu Feng's eyes darted around. Suddenly, another idea came to mind. He planned to split this nearly 180,000 strong suicide squad in 2. A force of 79,910 people remained stationed in Tokyo to create the illusion that one is still in the same place. He himself led the remaining 100,000 people in a direct space jump to the United States. I made up my mind. Chu Feng immediately became a last-ditch soldier, sending out a massive number of Javelin anti-tank missiles and Stinger anti-aircraft missiles. There are also the 99A series, the Apache, and the Panzer Air Defense System. With these equipment, without a combined attack by hundreds of thousands of troops, Tokyo is impregnable. Take a day off. After issuing the order, all the suicide soldiers who had occupied the American military base were also withdrawn back to the city. He immediately began the space jump operation. Open the light curtain. Looking at the screen, the major cities of the United States were clearly displayed. Chu Feng didn't hesitate and chose New York City directly. The reason is quite simple. Based on previously obtained intelligence, that damn dark web, its headquarters are hidden in this metropolis of nearly 20 million people. Beep. With a flick of his finger, the single-unit space jump indicator on the light screen was pressed. Buzz. Spatial ripple oscillation. The next second, his figure vanished without a trace. We entered a bizarre and fantastical spatial passage. The dazzling kaleidoscope light was so bright that Chu Feng couldn't open his eyes. When the radiance fades, swish, his figure appeared directly on the other side of Earth, in the Death Bar in New York City. The bar lobby is now brightly lit and bustling with activity. The deafening revelry and decadent music filled the air. Inside was a luxurious reception room. The two groups were arguing heatedly, their faces flushed, and shouts of "fuck" echoed throughout. Damn Jack. The agreed price has changed again and again. Trying to double-cross us, huh? Then you'll have to ask the thing in my hand if it agrees. A burly, short, dark-skinned man roared angrily, pulled out his Desert Eagle, and aimed it at the white man opposite him. Click, click, click. Upon seeing this, both sides drew their weapons and aimed at each other. They seemed poised to unleash a massacre at the slightest provocation. Just as both sides were on edge, strange things happened. Buzz. All that could be seen was the oscillation of spatial ripples. Chu Feng's figure appeared right between the two groups of people. Thank you for the generous gift. Who is it? Chu Feng appeared as if by magic. Both sides were taken aback. They thought they were seeing things. After rubbing my eyes, I realized there was indeed someone standing in the middle. Click, click, click. One by one, the dark muzzles of guns turned around and were aimed at Chu Feng. Damn yellow-skinned monkey. How exactly did you get in? Upon seeing the newcomer's face, the small, dark-skinned man on the left was both surprised and furious. The cold muzzle of the gun was pressed directly against Chu Feng's forehead. This death bar is his core sphere of influence. Without security permission, it's impossible for anyone to enter. Not to mention such a heavily guarded reception area. The white man on the right, who was in the lead, also had a cold gaze. The transaction involved tens of millions of US dollars. Suddenly, this yellow-skinned person appeared. It's hard to say whether this isn't a police informant. With a cold laugh, he pulled out two Glock pistols and aimed them directly at Chu Feng's forehead. Damn it. System, can your spatial jump be a little more reliable? Looking at the dark gun barrels on both sides, Chu Feng was also somewhat dumbfounded. Why did you have to spread it to someone else's trading site? Seeing that Chu Feng remained silent, the little black guy next to him became even angrier, baring his big yellow teeth. The gun barrel slammed forward. Kid, are you fucking mute? Speak up, or I'll fucking shoot you. The cold touch of the gun muzzle came through. Listening to these foul-mouthed words, Chu Feng also smiled. There was a time when someone even tried to shoot themselves. Without exception, the grass on their graves was already over 3 meters tall. And these people today will be no exception. Brush. He suddenly reached out and probed. He immediately grabbed the Desert Eagle from Xiao Haizi's hand. Then he secretly exerted force. Gaga. The sound of toothache came from behind. The gleaming Desert Eagle instantly turned into a twisted mess. Thank you for the generous gift. Seeing the scene, everyone present was filled with shock and horror. Is this even human? In his hands, steel firearms were no different from toys. Xiao Haizi was dumbfounded. He stared in disbelief at the scrap metal in his hand. Damn it! Kill him! Fire! He roared in shock and rage, drew another pistol, and frantically pulled the trigger. Upon seeing this, both sides began firing. Bang, bang, bang. Da, da, da. A barrage of pistol and submachine gun bullets instantly enveloped the area where Chu Feng was located. Ha ha. Serves you right for playing tricks. Let's see if you'll live or die now. Little Blackie roared inwardly. It was as if one could already see Chu Feng's body exploding. However, the next second, something he never expected happened. Ta-da! A series of clanging sounds filled the air. Countless sparks burst forth. The hail of bullets that enveloped Chu Feng abruptly stopped spinning upon contact with his body. It fell all over the ground with a whoosh. Fuck, this is impossible. Little Blackie was dumbfounded. His eyes were wide open and his mouth was agape, big enough to fit a goose egg. The white man and the two little Karami on either side were also dumbfounded. He used his body to block bullets. Is this even human? Did you enjoy it? Looking at the stunned crowd, Chu Feng gave a slight, cold laugh. Having been injected with advanced gene-enhancing drugs, he was already immune to fire from light weapons below the level of heavy machine guns. I've had my fill of fun. Now it's my turn. Chapter 123, Arrival in New York. System, you're not really a spaceship, are you? As they were talking, click, a gleaming, six-barreled rotary cannon was suddenly grasped in his hand. The next second, sizzle, sizzle. A fierce storm of bullets rained down in all directions. The people around, whether they were leaders or just ordinary kids, they all screamed and shattered on the ground. Even the surrounding walls were riddled with large holes. Whoosh! The rotary cannon stopped rotating with a rumbling sound. Looking at the edge of the sofa, there was still a little Karami alive, staring at him in terror. Chu Feng gave a wicked smile. He leaped onto his toes. Puffed. The falling glass from the coffee table pierced through little Karami's neck on the spot. A jet of blood shot directly onto the ceiling. And at this moment, the bar lobby outside was in complete chaos. The sudden burst of intense gunfire terrified the group of tourists, leaving them completely stunned. They screamed and ran away. The henchmen inside and outside the house, those little black guys with guns, they were all quite startled. Not good. Fire. Everyone grab your weapons and follow me. The leader, enraged and terrified, roared and brandished his submachine gun as he charged into the rear reception room, facing the fleeing crowd. What I saw before my eyes. This horrified him, leaving him speechless. The entire hall was littered with shattered limbs and internal organs and spurting blood, let alone customers coming to trade. Even their own leader was split into countless pieces. The other black-clad guys who rushed in after them were also dumbfounded. What kind of weapon could possibly cause such destructive effects? Gatling gun? Who the hell is this bastard? Come out. The crowd was both shocked and furious, and they searched everywhere with their long guns and short cannons. But no matter how they searched, not a single trace of the attackers was found. The commotion also caught the attention of the U.S. police. Damn bastard. Who is it? They dared to engage in a large-scale shootout in broad daylight. So you really don't respect American law, huh? Enraged, Sheriff Axe immediately ordered officers to rush to the scene to make the arrest. However, after learning that the area where the incident occurred was a slum, he immediately rescinded the order. Are you kidding me? Those guys in the impoverished areas are ruthless and heartless. Making a few thousand yuan a month. What the hell are you risking your life for? The U.S. police are failing to act. This sparked an even bigger conflict, since both sides lost their leaders. Both sides believed that the other was double-crossing them. In a fit of anger, a group of black men, along with a small number of white men, pulled out AKs from under their beds and in their kitchens. They went straight for the territory under the other side's control. Bang, bang, bang. Da, da, da. Hundreds of people from both sides fought each other to the death in broad daylight. In a short time, countless black cats perished. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. Chu Feng, the instigator, was leisurely drinking wine in the system space. For these little black guys, he also had no good feelings towards her. He wouldn't even flinch if countless people died. Not to mention, this is a slum. These people, relying on their guns and cannons, engaged in bullying, theft, robbery, and fraud. His actions can be considered as eliminating a scourge for the people. They drank their wine. Soon, Chu Feng discovered another problem. Open the dimensional gate and enter this system space. It is safe, though, but it cannot be moved. He is currently still inside the death bar. To be honest, he didn't want to stay in such a filthy place for even a second longer. He can see things outside. System, is there any way to solve this? Of course. The system's ethereal reply. The host can think of this system space as a spaceship. The host only needs to refuel it. Just say you want money, Chu Feng bluntly stated. He has $150 billion in his own hands. No matter how expensive you are, you can't possibly be more expensive than gold. A single move of 50 kilometers would cost $1 billion. The system suddenly replied, 1 billion, and you're talking about a single move? Chu Feng found it hard to believe. Could you possibly rip me off even more? Fine, you're awesome. Seeing that the system remained silent, Chu Feng simply stopped worrying about it. This place is filthy. He'd leave no matter how expensive it is. Soon, the deal is done. With a deduction of 1 billion yuan, the light spot floating in the air suddenly emitted a tiny ray of light. They flew out of the death bar in an instant. Host, please mark the landing location. The point of light shot rapidly into the sky. The landing location. Chu Feng quickly glanced at the map of New York City. Let's go to the Klein building in the north of the city. Land on its top. Command received. Arrive at the target area within 10 seconds. Swish, swish. The light spot representing the system sped across the clouds. It grazed the wings of several airplanes in succession. Before long, the entire inging stopped on the rooftop of the Klein building. Click, click, click. The light spot stopped, and a sharp, jerky braking sensation followed. Chu Feng was somewhat bewildered. Unable to contain his excitement, he widened his eyes and asked, System, damn it, could you actually be a spaceship? I don't know why. The system fell silent again. Seeing this, Chu Feng had no choice but to give up. He downed a small sip of wine. Then the view unfolded around us. He quietly lit a cigarette. Begin to appreciate this beautiful city scenery. As one of the top metropolitan areas in the United States, the cityscape of New York is still quite pleasing to the eye. Unfortunately, this place will soon become a battlefield. I don't want to do this either. But of all times, you guys had to get your hands on genetic weapons and even set your sights on me. No wonder I'm ruthless. And at this time, all organizations in Western countries, including the US and the dark web, they were unaware that Chu Feng had already arrived at their lair. At this moment, in a building somewhere in New York City, a top-secret meeting is underway. The strange thing is, no one was physically present at the meeting. All that could be seen were holographic images. Of these figures, the most familiar is the mysterious council member who has appeared many times. Nearby, there were several other high-ranking figures from the dark web whose names I do not know. The master has given the order. At all costs, immediately deploy a new round of arrest operations against Chu Feng. Please feel free to share your countermeasures. The holographic image representing the mysterious council member flickered and spoke first. Upon hearing this, several high-ranking members of the dark web frowned slightly. According to reliable intelligence, Chu Feng is still staying in Tokyo. He had tens of thousands of troops at his command and countless weapons and equipment. They also possess powerful technology like void teleportation. Unless all countries deploy a combined land and sea force, it will be very difficult for us to take them down. Chapter 124, The Dark Webmaster's Judgment. The secret mobilization of the U.S. Armed Forces. No, there's another way. Another high-ranking member of the dark web said in a deep voice. Anyway, most of Tokyo has already become a dead zone. Why not concentrate the resources of all countries and directly use heavy missiles to bombard the ground? We've cut off Chu Feng's claws and teeth. We're not afraid he won't show himself. Upon hearing this, the mysterious director gave a cold laugh and spoke in a sinister tone. A large-scale bombardment with heavy missiles, that's a good idea. But have you considered the number of missiles needed? With the ballistic missile stockpiles of various countries, there is simply not enough to destroy Tokyo. Several high-ranking members of the dark web simultaneously turned serious. Your Excellency, in that case, have you already made a decision? Certainly. The mysterious director gave a wicked smile. The purpose of this meeting is to give you a heads up. My master judges that it won't be long before Chu Feng sets foot on my American homeland. We just need to have a good plan. What? This bastard actually crossed the ocean to come all this way. The holographic image representing the upper echelons of the dark web flickered. They were clearly quite surprised. Isn't it obvious? The mysterious director's lips curled into a slight smile. That bastard destroyed my Tokyo branch, so I believe he already knows some of the information. He is also from China. Knowing that we are developing targeted weapons, do you think he will get anxious? The meeting ended quickly. All the holographic terminals returned to darkness. At the same time, The plan to capture Chu Feng was quickly submitted to President Trump's desk. White House. Looking at this amazing plan, Timop gasped in shock. His first reaction was to refuse. Oh my God, no, this is absolutely not allowed. In that case, New York City would absolutely be reduced to ruins. It is one of the top metropolises in my country, the United States. When Timop refused, the mysterious council member, who appeared like a ghost, immediately turned cold. Commander, please wake up. This is informing you, not discussing it with you. You should know the consequences of disobeying your master's orders. Damn it, there are over 20 million civilians in New York City, and you. Timop still wanted to argue. Upon hearing this, the mysterious director laughed in anger. Commander, don't you think your kindness is ridiculous? You are well aware of Chu Feng's value. Remember, he is a Chinese. If we don't seize this opportunity to firmly grasp it in our hands. Once he returns to the Dragon Kingdom will grow stronger, and then it will be much more than just New York being reduced to ruins. The entire United States, and even the entire West, will likely suffer the same fate. You, being scolded like a grandson in front of someone's face. Timop immediately flew into a rage. But upon calming down and thinking about it, he had to admit that the mysterious council member was right. Chu Feng's current value cannot be measured by a single city. That's something that could change the future of humanity. As the leader of the U.S., it is the top dog in the Western world. He would never allow such a thing to fall into the hands of the Dragon Kingdom. Okay, I promise you. After pondering bitterly for a long time, Timop gritted his teeth, slammed his hand on the table, and looked at the mysterious counselor. But there's a condition. Your plan must succeed. It cannot fail. Otherwise, please rest assured, Mr. Commander, our plan is foolproof. Actions targeting Chu Feng were quietly put on the agenda. It was just past midnight that night. Hundreds of kilometers outside of space. One after another, low-orbit military reconnaissance and spy satellites quietly changed their orbits. It sped towards the skies above New York. At the same time, all naval bases on the East Coast immediately entered a state of first-level combat readiness. Amidst the urgent blaring of alarms, 6 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, fully loaded with carrier-based aircraft, are escorted by numerous frigates, destroyers, and submarines. It drove away from the parking base. They sailed in a grand procession toward the waters near New York State. This is only a partial troop movement. Deep inland, Air Force bases housing F-22 and F-35 stealth fighters, B-1 Lancer bombers, and B-2 stealth bombers. They also started operating overnight, under the command of the base commander. The massive fighter jet and bomber formations began refueling and loading joint-guided bombs. Even the GBU-57 heavy bunker buster, which has been in use for a long time and weighs over 10 tons, was among them. They were also pulled from the armory. It was transported under the fuselage of the B-2 stealth bomber. Naval and air bases are preparing for combat overnight. Army bases within a 500-kilometer radius of New York State. Upon receiving the order, they immediately began to respond. Just after midnight, suddenly, all the bases were brightly lit. Countless armored vehicles and artillery pieces sped out of the base and headed straight for the train station. There, military trains were already on standby. After several hours of emergency loading, it includes elite troops from a total of 8 armored divisions, including the 1st Cavalry Division and the 1st Marine Division. They launched an overnight maneuver by rail directly to New York State. As the Army, Navy, and Air Force prepare for war, deep in the American interior, at each missile launch site, alarms blared continuously. Boom, boom. One after another, massive launch vehicles carrying ballistic missiles drove out of their concealed locations. They rushed to the designated launch position. Beep, beep, beep. Various flashing lights kept flashing. In each of the launch silos, one by one, long-range ballistic missiles began to assume launch positions. Report. Operation Dawn has been successfully launched. Starting from midnight today, the Army, Navy, and Air Force of the United States have secretly entered a state of first-level combat readiness. All strikes can be completed within 24 hours. At the same time, backup plans are also being deployed at an accelerated pace. Downtown New York City, hundreds of meters underground, a white man in a suit and tie, holding a miniature terminal, reported loudly. Very good. The mysterious counselor stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the electronic situation map on the wall, where lights flickered. He gave a cold laugh. Chufeng, come on. Now that you know of our existence, I don't think you'll be content to remain alone. I'll be waiting for you here underground in New York. I've prepared 2 surprises for you. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. A quick review of the current plan revealed no flaws. The mysterious director plopped down and slowly lit a cigar. Then he spoke in a cold, gloomy tone. Has that bastard Chufeng made any moves in the Tokyo area? Chapter 125, A Storm is Brewing. Lockheed Armory. Report no. Our satellites conduct reconnaissance 24/7. Aside from discovering that Chufeng's men had withdrawn from the garrison base, no other abnormalities were found. No trace of Chufeng has been found either. Due to tap the mini-terminal a few times. Satellite images of Tokyo are displayed on a large electronic screen. Oh, upon hearing this, the mysterious director exhaled a puff of smoke. He was not surprised by this. He had studied Chufeng's information countless times. From Myawaddy to Tokyo, this guy would never reveal his location unless absolutely necessary. Order all departments to closely monitor flights from various countries entering our United States, especially those from New York. And I also have complete control over all the cameras in New York City. Silence is the greatest noise. I predict that this guy will set off within the next day or 2 at the latest. It's even highly likely that he's already near us. Yes, Your Excellency. Chufeng had not expected that someone could predict his movements so accurately. At this moment, inside the shimmering, stationary point of light atop the Christ building, through the transparent porthole, looking at the brightly lit, neon-lit, dazzling night scene, Chufeng suddenly had a feeling that a storm was brewing. This feeling is very strange. Heart palpitations as if bitten by a venomous snake. There was also a suffocating feeling of dark clouds looming over the city. So, you all know I'm coming to New York and have already started making arrangements, right? He gave a slight cold laugh. You don't actually think you can do anything to me with those pathetic tricks you have, do you? He instantly understood the opponent's plan. Chufeng remained completely calm. Very well, since you're all so eager to see my true form, then I won't hide it anymore. Dimensional gate open. The words had barely left his mouth. Swish! A ripple appeared in the space. Chufeng's figure suddenly appeared completely on the rooftop of the Chrysler Building, the tallest building in New York City, looking at the dazzling night view around me, and then glancing at the surrounding map. He immediately had an idea. Since we're here, we can't come empty-handed. Here's a big gift for you. Initiate death sniping. Target, Wilson, president of Lockheed Martin. Buzz. With Chufeng's command, a shimmering light screen was immediately projected onto the retina. The light spot representing Wilson leaps across it. The northern suburbs and arms base, is that right? Set off. Swish, swish, swish. Among the towering buildings, a figure leaped swiftly, heading north. Having been injected with advanced gene-enhancing drugs, his physique and speed have far exceeded human limits. The reason for targeting Wilson is, there's another important reason. That was because of the Tokyo battle, with odds of 1:1000. Chufeng directly bet $1 billion on himself. The battle ended. This old bastard not only reneged on his debt, but also made some insolent remarks, saying he would provide weapons aid to Japan. This is intolerable. Swish, swish, swish. Chufeng's figure swiftly passed over the high-rise area. The white-collar workers in the various buildings, who were working overtime, were dumbfounded. Batman, am I seeing things? A series of figures rushed towards the window, eager to see what was happening. However, Chufeng's speed was simply too fast. They looked left and right, but couldn't find a single shadow. Bang, bang, bang. Da. We passed through the high-rise area. We arrived at the lower-rise building complex in the north of the city. This is also a civilian area. Right now, hordes of black people are either buying things for free or firing shots everywhere, engaging in fierce gunfights. Interesting. Looking down at the daily shows unfolding at my feet, Chufeng almost burst out laughing. Fuck, what is that? At that moment, someone suddenly noticed the commotion above them, watching that black figure leaping between rooftops. The numerous black-clad figures were all horrified. Oh my God, Spider-Man! How did he jump over a distance of more than 10 meters? This is not scientific. in a state of shock. The little black men, carrying long guns and short cannons, ran at top speed. They attempted to track down Chu Feng's whereabouts. But within seconds, the leaping figure had vanished. The investigation yielded no results. Everyone could only regard it as an illusion. Keep jumping forward. Cross the ring road. Gradually, a massive arms base, covering an area of 20 to 30 square kilometers, came into view. It was already late at night. This huge arms base is still brightly lit. The towering office buildings and huge production workshops are bustling with people coming and going. Well, it's because of me. Are they working overtime to manufacture weapons? Chu Feng sneered. With a leap, he easily crossed the outer high-voltage power grid defense line. Chu Feng's judgment was correct. At this moment, at the Lockheed Martin arms base, the reason they were working overtime to manufacture weapons was because they had received orders from the commander-in-chief. Even at the very beginning of the Battle of Tokyo, they have already activated all the backup production workshops. At this moment, inside a heavily guarded office building in the core area of the base, Company President Wilson was smoking a cigar while talking on the phone with someone. Yes, please rest assured. The base has been operating at overcapacity for 72 consecutive hours. I guarantee that I will complete the new batch of delivery tasks first thing tomorrow morning. The inventory will be transferred together at that time. Hang up the phone. A fierce glint flashed in Wilson's eyes. As a globally renowned arms tycoon, his status is undoubtedly extraordinary. However, when faced with that person, he didn't dare utter a single word. Damn bastard. Extreme humiliation welled up in his heart, but he could only curse silently in his mind. There was no way around it. Those guys had just too much energy. Even Commander D can have wild ideas, let alone a nobody like him. Snort. It's all Chu Feng's fault, that bastard. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have bothered to come to the scene in the middle of the night. His gaze swept across the large headshot of Chu Feng on the table. Wilson cursed inwardly, but his eyes were filled with intense greed. To be honest, he really wanted to crack open Chu Feng's skull right now. I want to see what secrets he's hiding. However, to Wilson's utter surprise, something he never expected was his long-cherished target had quietly arrived near his lair. That bastard is cautious. They even set up 3 high-voltage power grids on their own territory. Are you afraid those little black bastards will come and rob your armory? He dodged and jumped over the last electric fence. Chu Feng was also somewhat speechless. The power grid itself is fine, but there are a lot of monitoring and sensing devices installed on the power grid poles. Even though he was as light as a feather, he still had to use some effort. We finally arrived. Bang! His body fell. Looking hundreds of meters away, there are tall, reinforced concrete walls and heavily guarded base gates. Chu Feng gave a wicked smile. He stood up, picked up a cigarette, and walked straight over. Chapter 126. Oh my God, how did Chinese tanks end up here? At this moment, at the base gate, there was a 20-man squad and 2 armed Humvees guarding the area. A generous gift, please. Who is it? Suddenly, darkness appeared ahead, and a figure emerged. The most vigilant guard captain was startled. He didn't understand why there were 3 high-voltage power grids several meters high outside. How did this person suddenly appear inside? Stop! Hands behind your head. Quick! Click, click, click. The captain of the guard shouted sternly. He quickly loaded his fully equipped M4 assault rifle and aimed it at Chu Feng. An unusual movement was detected. The other guards were equally surprised. They all raised their guns, their infrared beams aimed at Chu Feng's forehead and heart. At the same time, armed Humvees and heavy machine guns on guard towers were also moved. The bolt was pulled back with a click. The dark muzzle of a gun was pointed at the approaching person on the ground. Kill him. Seeing that Chu Feng ignored her and continued to approach, she realized that he was not paying attention. The captain of the guard was furious and roared an order. However, before he could pull the trigger, bang, 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 a series of explosions rang out. His men's skulls exploded, and they lay sprawled on the ground. Thank you for the generous gift. It's a Barrett. The immense power terrified the captain of the guard, leaving him utterly terrified. He retreated while frantically pulling the trigger. However, something terrifying happened next. Tada! A hail of bullets struck Chu Feng, besides exploding into sparks. It couldn't even harm Chu Feng in the slightest. That's impossible. The captain of the guard looked horrified, as if he had seen a ghost. He stopped firing and ran. But immediately, with a loud bang, his head flew into the air. Clear! Clear! With the target eliminated, dozens of figures quickly appeared behind Chu Feng. Each of them was carrying a Barrett anti-material sniper rifle. They were the assassins sent out by Chu Feng. The dimensional gate has been upgraded to the maximum level. At this moment, Chu Feng's troop deployment is many times faster than before. Control. Control. After removing the nails, the assassins quickly occupied the gate. Take control of all defensive facilities, including guard towers. Chu Feng stopped pretending when he saw this. With a wave of his hand, hordes of soldiers and equipment were teleported out. Ew. Ew. Upon detecting the attack, the base's security system responded immediately. Warning. Warning. The base was attacked by unidentified armed forces. The south gate has fallen. Base guards, proceed immediately to the south gate and annihilate the enemy. Damn it, what's going on? Hearing the fierce gunfire and the piercing alarm, Wilson in the office was also taken aback. He grabbed the phone from the table and demanded an explanation in a stern voice. Monitoring center, quickly find out what's going on. Reporting to the president, all surveillance cameras at Namdaemun have been deliberately damaged, and we are currently unable to obtain any further information. Damn it! Upon hearing this, Wilson immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Such professional methods are definitely not those of ordinary civilian armed groups. At the very least, they are mercenaries. He turned around abruptly, grabbed an M4 assault rifle, and dashed out of the office. Wilson was not the only one who panicked. At this moment, in the base, in the office building and production workshop, there are a number of weapons experts and technicians. They were quite frightened. Damn bastard. Which blind fool dares to attack my Lockheed Corporation? This is the #1 arms production base in my country, the United States. Have they lost their minds? The arms experts were furious. They stopped what they were doing and rushed outside to see what was going on. Fortunately, at this moment, upon hearing the alarm, the base's guard forces responded immediately. Go, go, go! At the commander's command, large detachments of fully armed guards mounted their Humvees and roared as they charged toward the south gate. Inside the vehicle, rows of 12.7mm heavy machine guns were ready to unleash their fury at any moment. Listen up, all of you. When you see the attackers, kill them all without hesitation. Definitely not. Yes, sir. Hearing his own commander's furious roar, the guards were also furious. I've seen tigers before, but I've never seen one this fierce. To storm a heavily fortified arms base. Is this something a human being could do? Immediately, the guard's fingers were pressed tightly against the buttons on the vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun. We are determined to annihilate these audacious attackers in one fell swoop. They're there. Open fire. We arrived near the south gate. Armor Humvees were deployed in a fan shape. Suddenly, I saw a figure moving at the doorway. The commander was furious and immediately began firing wildly. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the vehicle-mounted 12.7mm heavy machine guns opened fire. The fierce burst of bullets instantly riddled the guard post and watchtower at the entrance with holes, sending sparks flying everywhere. Rear. More armed Humvees arrived. The guards jumped out of the vehicle, grabbed assault rifles, and joined the battle. However, they fired for quite a while. No scream was heard. The commander was also somewhat dumbfounded. Damn it, where are they? They all ran away? Damn bastard, you just shoot and run, huh? Soldiers, chase them out and kill them. The commander roared. Armor Humvees, billowing smoke, were about to give chase. However, the next second, something shocking happened to them. Boom, boom. All that could be heard outside the base was the roar of engines. The ground beneath their feet began to vibrate and hum. I'll thank you with a generous gift, but something's not right. All units cease attacking and maintain standby. The sudden turn of events left the guard commander terrified. Damn it, what's that noise? Could it be an armored formation moving? No, that's impossible. If there were armored forces attacking, the outer perimeter should have detected it by now. He was utterly shocked. He repeatedly ordered his men to reverse the command vehicle. The command vehicle moved. The other Hummers also couldn't hold out and retreated one after another. However, it was all too late. Boom, boom. Then an even more intense roar erupted. The tall concrete wall that connects to the south gate. The entire structure was destroyed by the impact. Then, to the astonishment of the guards. A row of Type 99A heavy main battle tanks, their bodies gleaming with a cold, mechanical sheen. It roared and charged into the base. Oh my god, a tank, the main battle tank of the Dragon Kingdom. How did they get here? What I saw before my eyes. The guards were horrified, a chill running from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Without them reacting. Pass. Thump, thump, thump. One after another, 125 millimeters high-explosive armor-piercing projectiles spinning at high speed. They had already stormed into their battle formation with lightning speed. Chapter 127 Help. That bastard Chufeng is already on top of me. Boom, 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 tilde. Amidst the deafening explosion, the fireballs exploded, faced with high-explosive armor-piercing shells fired by the 99A main gun. Those armed Humvees, with their thin and flimsy armor, offered absolutely no protection. They exploded one by one. It's just like a string of firecrackers. In just over 10 seconds, the whole thing exploded. God, oh my god, it's Chinese tanks. The Chinese are attacking. The terrifying explosion spread in all directions, leaving guards dead and wounded everywhere. The surviving guards scrambled and crawled, desperately retreating, because the authorities blocked the news. At this moment, they were unaware that this was a tactic Chufeng often used. They even blamed the Chinese nation for this surprise attack. The guards were unaware of this. Wilson, inside the base building, was completely dumbfounded. Damn it, it's Chufeng. Isn't that bastard still in Tokyo? How did it end up on my American home turf? No, that's impossible. Looking at the images coming from the surveillance camera, Wilson had a look on his face as if he'd seen a ghost. The distance from Japan to the mainland of the United States is more than 10,000 kilometers. All flights are being monitored. There was no trace of Chufeng at all. Damn it, has this bastard's teleportation technology become so outrageous? Wilson was now truly panicked, because it is a local area and has been stable for many years. His arms base had virtually no defensive capabilities. Under the impact of Chufeng's armored forces, it definitely won't last half an hour. Fuck. All guards, listen up. Activate all combat equipment at the base. You must hold off the enemy. I will immediately request assistance from higher authorities. Wilson rushed toward the underground security bunker. Sent a call on the same frequency. Yes. Heeding the orders. The hundreds of surviving guards at the base rushed into the armory. They took out one-man portable anti-tank missile after another. Meanwhile, some personnel even stormed into the production workshop and drove the newly produced Abrams main battle tanks onto the battlefield. And as they were making their emergency deployment, one after another, Type 99A heavy main battle tanks have stormed deeper into the base. Target: enemy office building. High explosive armor-piercing round. One round loaded. Fire. Thump, thump, thump. A dazzling burst of muzzle flash erupted. 399A tanks simultaneously targeted the most conspicuous office building in the center of the base. Boom, 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 tilde. The building was hit head-on. The blazing fireball exploded, unleashing a violent shockwave that swept across the area. The floor that was hit immediately, the central area. Everything was cleared away at once. The shattered debris, carrying screams from the crowd, flew directly to the other side of the building, crashing down in all directions. The office building was engulfed in flames. Inside the base, the numerous production workshops and warehouses also succumbed to this misfortune. Looking at the tall factory buildings in front of me, the assassins don't even need to aim deliberately. It was a barrage of intense artillery fire. Pass. Tong, tong, tong. The walls were pierced through one by one. The 125 millimeters high explosive armor-piercing projectile fired by the 99A penetrated directly into the factory building. The next moment, the scorching hot bullet exploded under the fierce sweep of the metal storm. No. The people inside, whether they're technicians or arms experts, they only had time to let out screams. His body had already shattered into pieces. God, how could the attackers have main battle tanks? Who exactly are they? They watched as factory buildings were blown up and engulfed in flames. The surviving arms experts and technicians fled in panic. Areas that have not yet been attacked. The dense crowd began to surge out in panic. Everyone was horrified as they watched the 99A frigates rolling in and firing in all directions. Oh my god, it's 99A. Damn it, When did China invade my American homeland? Where are our aircraft carriers and our satellites? Why haven't we detected them? Everyone was stunned, completely bewildered. Fortunately, at this time, the surviving guards of the base finally managed to carry out individual anti-tank missiles from the armory. More than 10 Abrams main battle tanks also drove out of the workshop. Immediately, the counterattack began. Sure. The trails of flame shot hundreds of meters into the sky. Then lightning struck down. Haha, it's a Javelin anti-tank missile. Anti-armor magic weapon of my country, the United States. Seeing so many javelins fired at the same time, the arms experts and technicians who were just running around frantically stopped running away. Everyone stopped in their tracks. They wanted to see their own weapons achieve their goals. However, the next moment, something that left them dumbfounded happened again. Shop. A dense barrage of interceptor missiles rose from the 99A missiles. Boom, boom, boom. The Javelin missile, hurtling down at high speed, exploded with a deafening roar before it even hit the ground. Shit, this can't be. Look at this amazing interception efficiency. All the arms experts were horrified. Others may not understand the active defense system, but they understand it all too well. Take their Abrams main battle tank, for example. Achieving a 70 to 80% interception rate would be considered a stroke of good luck. But what's going on now? 100% interception. When did China's technology become so advanced? But that wasn't all that surprised them. After more than a dozen Abrams main battle tanks joined the battle. Buzzing. In the dark sky, not far away. Suddenly, a dense whirring sound of propellers filled the air. Immediately following, one after another, longbow Apache helicopters came into view. Not long after, Hellfire missiles were being rained down one after another. Boom, 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 tilde. Compared to the slow rate of fire of main battle tanks. When these helicopters start plowing the land, their efficiency is frighteningly fast. In an instant, all the factories, workshops, and warehouses started burning and exploding. An even more dazzling fireball erupted. An area of 20 to 30 square kilometers. The entire base was engulfed in a sea of light and fire. No. Seeing their painstakingly built base destroyed, with all the guards dead and most of their weapons experts and technicians gone, they were utterly annihilated. At this moment, Wilson had completely collapsed inside the underground security fortress. Things happened too fast. It was so fast, he didn't even have time to react. Fortunately, at this moment, beep, 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 the communication was finally established. Wilson, as if grasping at a straw, immediately burst into tears and recounted his story. Director, help, help. Lockheed Arms base attacked. That bastard Chu Feng is already above me. Please send reinforcements immediately. Chapter 128 Biochips, Wilson's surrender. Hearing cries for help, there was an unusual calm on the other end of the phone. New. Reinforcements are on their way, Mr. Wilson. Please hold on. After saying that, the call was immediately disconnected, giving Wilson no time to react. No. Director. I could hear the busy tone coming from the microphone. Wilson was dumbfounded. He immediately realized that he had been betrayed. The claim that reinforcements will arrive soon is utter nonsense. That damn bastard. This time he was truly enraged. No longer caring about his fear of that person, he started cursing loudly. And in the brief moment of his call, boom, boom, a muffled explosion echoed from the fortress entrance. Chu Feng's elite assassins had begun their assault, looking at the shaking and trembling fortress. Withstand. Everyone, grab your weapons and charge. Quick! Wilson's hair stood on end, and he shouted orders for his men to move. Upon hearing the order, his subordinates dared not delay. They grabbed their weapons and rushed toward the underground entrance. However, they had just taken their positions. The sturdy blast-proof door had been smashed to pieces. The heavy door panel crashed backward, carving a bloody path through the crowd. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Rapid bursts of gunfire rang out. Before long, in the underground fortress hall, a group of heavily armed figures appeared in front of Wilson. Don't kill me. Surrender. There was no way to go to heaven and no way to go to hell. Seeing the murderous-looking assassins in front of him, Wilson almost wet himself and immediately raised his hands. Looking at Wilson's cowardly appearance, Chu Feng didn't make things too difficult for him. He pulled up a chair, sat down with an air of superiority, crossed his legs, and spoke in a cold, detached tone. Mr. Wilson, I have no other purpose in coming here. Just say it. When are you going to transfer that $1 trillion to me? What? 1 trillion? Wilson's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he heard that. He finally understands now. Why did they default on their debt a few days ago and shut down the online trading website? Someone emailed him directly via the internet, telling him to wash his neck. The odds of 1:1,000 for love, the bet of $1 billion actually came from Chu Feng. Wilson was really stumped. As one of the world's top arms tycoons, it's true that he's quite wealthy, but there's no way they could come up with that $1 trillion. Mr. Chu Feng, Wilson raised his hands and spoke, his voice trembling. Are you trying to renege on your debt? Chu Feng was immediately displeased upon hearing this. His eyes flashed coldly, and he reached into the system space and pulled out a 6-barreled rotary cannon. Oh my God! The sight before him sent chills down Wilson's spine, and he retreated in horror. I had long heard that this bastard possessed all sorts of incredible abilities. Today, I finally saw it with my own eyes. Wilson was now truly frightened. Such an incredible method. Even if I don't give it to him, he'll probably find a way to force it out of my pocket. Mr. Chu Feng, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Wilson looked miserable. However, I really don't have that much money. You know, Lockheed Arms is a capital-intensive company. Most of my wealth is in the form of assets and stocks. He didn't need to say it. Chu Feng understood that this was the truth. My previous tough stance was just to scare him. The command system then plundered all of Wilson's online accounts, netting him $50 billion. He immediately put away the revolver in his hand. Chu Feng put away his weapon. Wilson thought his pleading poverty had worked. He immediately pulled out his terminal, intending to use his highest privileges to transfer money to Chu Feng. However, looking at the empty accounts, he was completely dumbfounded. Oh my God, where's my money? No, that's impossible. I just checked the transaction details yesterday. But then he saw Chu Feng's ambiguous smile. His eyes widened. Mr. Chu Feng, it's you? What do you think? Chu Feng sneered, then stood up. All right, the matter is settled, Mr. Wilson. It's time for you to get going. No. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Mr. Chu Feng, I still have value. I'm willing to be your slave. I'll do anything for you. Please don't kill me. Seeing that Chu Feng could turn on them so easily, Wilson was terrified and immediately knelt down, begging for mercy. Seeing that this guy was clinging tightly to his trouser leg and wouldn't let go, Chu Feng frowned and immediately wanted to kick him to pieces. However, his eyes darted around. He seemed to have thought of something and immediately changed his mind. System, is there any way to make this guy truly submit? Have. The system responded emptily. Once the target is implanted with a biochip, this will ensure absolute loyalty to the host. Oh, that's interesting. Chu Feng's, how exactly does it work? $100 million, the system will handle it. Purchase. Received, instruction being executed. The system announcement ended. In the void, a mechanical arm gleaming with a cold metallic luster suddenly extended out. What a generous gift, fuck. What is this? No. Looking at the front end of the robotic arm, there are sharp needles that are more than 10 centimeters long. Wilson screamed in terror and retreated frantically. But immediately, he was subdued by the assassins and could no longer struggle. The implantation process is very brief. Wait until the robotic arm disappears. Owner, a glint of blue light suddenly appeared in Wilson's eyes. Then he knelt on one knee and spoke respectfully. Very good. Looking at Wilson, who had been reduced to a slave, Chu Feng was extremely satisfied. The reason I subdued this bastard wasn't just a whim. He had deeper considerations. Since becoming a global enemy, it has been getting closer and closer to the dark web's lair. A nameless unease gradually welled up in my heart. He didn't know where this unease came from. Logically speaking, no matter how powerful the dark web is, or how powerful the people behind it are, it is no longer possible for them to pose a threat to him. He hasn't tested a nuclear bomb yet. However, the damage is estimated to be quite limited, since he can hide in the system space at any time. As for genetic weapons, he was not afraid at all after being injected with advanced genetic agents. It seems the only way is to reveal the answer step by step. Perhaps the dark web is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Chu Feng sighed, then looked at Wilson. who was kneeling. How much do you know about the dark web? Chapter 129, The Hand of God. The Illuminati begins to emerge. Master, I have some knowledge of the dark web, but we don't have much in-depth information. We have communicated with each other, but we have no way of verifying the other party's actual identity. However, one thing is certain. That is, the dark web is actually controlled by the Illuminati. Illuminati? Upon hearing this, Chu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. The Illuminati, also known as the Illuminati or the Hand of God. It is the most mysterious organization in the world. Rumor has it that its tentacles have already reached every corner of this world. In all major events in the Western countries, including economic, political, military, and technological developments, their influence can be seen. In this world, all kinds of well-known conglomerates and families are nothing more than pawns in their game. He had his suspicions that the true owners of the dark web were them. However, there has been no evidence. Looking at it now, humph, those were really a bunch of bastards. Yes, master. Wilson continued speaking. After the Battle of Tokyo, they had already secretly taken action. Lockheed's emergency expansion was just one part of the process. They have likely made numerous arrangements regarding their master. Please be careful, master. Zhu Feng note that. This was within his expectations. Wilson, I have a task for you. After a long pause, Chu Feng spoke in a cold voice. I am willing to go through fire and water for my master, without hesitation. Wilson bowed deeply. No, I don't need you to go through fire and water for me. Chu Feng waved his hand. Next, you just need to order your remaining production bases to continue expanding production. Remember, activate maximum production. Yes, master. Let Wilson continue to expand production. Chu Feng wasn't worried at all that these weapons would be used against him. A hidden door can easily solve the problem. Besides that, there is another, most important reason. That is, knowing that the Illuminati exists and that it is the true mastermind behind the dark web. The unease in Chu Feng's heart. It didn't dissipate. Instead, it became even stronger. It even felt like being pricked with needles. Then, thinking back to the system panel, the life count is always 1. He had a plan ahead. Secretly accumulate some extra power for yourself. Send Wilson away. He was ordered to pretend to escape with his life. Chu Feng set up camp directly at the Lockheed Arms base. And at this moment, 100 meters underground in Central Park, the heart of New York City, the location of the dark web headquarters, the mysterious council member stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the satellite image of the base engulfed in flames. Instead of feeling the slightest bit of pain, a cold smile crept across his face. So, they really came? Such speed. From Tokyo to my country, it's a distance of over 10,000 kilometers, and we're separated by the ocean. I really want to pry open your skull right now and see what's inside. Your Excellency, Chu Feng has already appeared. Should we launch a ballistic missile strike immediately? Beside him, a high-ranking member of the dark web spoke in a low voice. The mysterious director gave a cold laugh and waved his hand. Ballistic missile strike? No. It's not the right time yet. These conventional methods aren't meant to be used against him. As long as his main force does not show up, our attack will have to wait. After a cold laugh, the mysterious director changed the subject again. A cold voice spoke. I predict that this guy will take action within the next day or 2 at the latest. Pass on my orders. All participating forces, accelerate assembly and be at your attack positions by midnight tomorrow. At the same time, accelerate the deployment of the God-slaying plan and complete the mission within 2 hours. Yes, Your Excellency. Give the order. The Pentagon quickly received the order. The communication channels emit electromagnetic waves. Target, ocean east of New York City. Fleet, accelerate. Ew. A loud ship's horn resounded through the sky, while the cold seawater churned blackly. On the ocean surface off the east coast. It is a massive fleet consisting of 6 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, plus dozens of frigates, destroyers, and attack nuclear-powered submarines. With all power turned on, it instantly reached its maximum speed. At the same time, on the dark earth, a line of military trains carrying countless armored vehicles. It also suddenly increased its speed. While conventional forces are deployed, the so-called God-killing plan is also being meticulously prepared. The hollowed-out underground of downtown New York City. In the wide underground tracks, one by one, black containers were transported to their destination and then quickly unloaded. They took out one unknown instrument after another. Hurry up. According to the prearranged plan, hurry up and debug the instruments. Several high-ranking members of the dark web emerged, shouting coldly. Everything is proceeding according to the mysterious council members' plan. Lockheed Underground Fortress. The attack never came. Chu Feng's brows furrowed slightly. What are you up to? Knowing that I'm here, how can you still remain so calm? Could it be that they are preparing something else? Thinking about the nature of these rats, all sorts of schemes and tricks, Chu Feng couldn't stay still any longer. He pondered for a while, then decisively stood up. The troops remain on alert. I'll be right back. Yes, boss. Swish, swish, swish. Accompanied by a series of whooshing sounds, Chu Feng's figure soon reappeared in the low-rise building area of northern New York City. On the ground, a group of black men, carrying long guns and short cannons, were preparing to head to Lockheed Base, attempting to take advantage of the chaos. Suddenly, I saw the figure that had passed overhead earlier reappear. Everyone was astonished. Thank you for the generous gift. It's him. That figure has appeared again. Oh my God, does Spider-Man really exist in this world? Chu Feng had no time to pay attention to these fussy fellows. With a few quick movements, he disappeared from everyone's sight. His figure leaped swiftly, until they had explored the entire slum. It then stopped on the roof of a building. Nothing unusual was found in the slums. It seems their stronghold isn't here. He sensed no murderous intent, but remained motionless. Chu Feng's gaze sharpened, and then he leaped away to other areas. After more than an hour of back-and-forth travel, finally, the search of the hundreds of square kilometers of New York City was largely completed. On a building over 100 meters tall in the city center, Chu Feng frowned deeply. Strangeness. Why is there still not a single clue? Anyone who has murderous intent towards me should be able to sense it. He unfolded the light screen. It shook several times, but no sound came out at all. Could it be that there's really been a mistake? Their base isn't in New York? No, that's impossible. With the system's capabilities, it would never make a mistake. He thought for a few seconds quickly. Chu Feng immediately prepared to launch a new round of searching. However, at this very moment, beep, 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 a light screen in front of me. One by one, scarlet dots of light suddenly leaped onto it. Chapter 130 Superior Gene Agent, Terrifying Enhancement. Chu Feng was stunned as he looked at the suddenly changing light screen. So many points of light, all around me. Then why didn't the killing intent sense react just now? After a moment's thought, he understood. Being hostile towards others is not something that is shown at all times. This will likely be reflected in some kind of mobilization or meeting. Snort. It's good to know you're here. Looking at the location where the light appeared, it was underground in New York Central Park. Chu Feng's gaze suddenly turned icy cold. They immediately prepared to send troops to launch an attack. But just then, the system is active again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for leveling Lockheed's New York production base and discovering the location of the dark web headquarters. Special reward, 1 premium gene serum. Premium gene serum? Happiness came so suddenly that Chu Feng could hardly believe it. A single injection of advanced gene serum had given his body an astonishing boost, directly immune to attacks from light weapons below assault rifle level. Wouldn't this premium potion be even more amazing? Looking at the black metal box floating in front of me, Chu Feng activated it without hesitation. Crack! A chilling aura swept over us. He took out the medicine bottle, attached the syringe, and plunged the needle into his arm. Sizzle. As the medicine was rapidly injected, Chu Feng felt a scorching energy instantly wash over his entire body. The next moment, his brain, muscles, bones, blood vessels, and even his internal organs, every cell, was simultaneously boiling over. Amidst intense pain, boom, a powerful aura suddenly erupted. Everything on the rooftop of the building was instantly scattered and destroyed. I gritted my teeth and persevered for half a minute. The pain subsided. Chu Feng raised his arms and was shocked to see that the muscles, which were originally hard and shiny, had been completely rocked. Every gesture he made seemed to be imbued with a terrifying power. Damn, that's strong. Clenching his fists, his knuckles cracked and popped. He tried to punch the signal tower on the rooftop. Bang! A loud bang. The entire signal tower was cut in half, flying dozens of meters before crashing into another building. It's more than 10 times stronger than before. His excitement was palpable, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Chu Feng couldn't help but ask, "System, with my current physical strength, can I withstand the fire of a 12.7 millimeters heavy machine gun?" Mistake. In the current state of the host, let alone heavy machine guns, even 30 millimeters cannon fire and head-on hits from large caliber grenades can withstand it without damage. What? It can withstand large caliber grenades head-on? Chu Feng was truly astonished. Damn it, if I just be careful from now on, won't I be able to swim freely like a dragon? In addition to excitement, Chu Feng immediately took action, intending to deal with the scum underground right away. It's also a good opportunity to test just how powerful I really am. Beep. Click on the pulsating light spot on the light screen, and the light spot suddenly expands. Immediately, a clear 3D stereoscopic image appeared. This headquarters hive is very different from the Tokyo branch. In the middle of underground buildings of varying sizes. 6 20-story funnel-shaped buildings, arranged in a circular ring and interconnected, form the main body of a honeycomb. Below the building, there are several huge, follicle-shaped structures that pulsate and throb, concealing some unknown mystery. The massive pipelines connecting them are even larger than subway tunnels. Its coverage area has extended to a radius of 7 or 8 kilometers. What a grand gesture! Looking at the image in front of me, Chu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. This is more than twice the size of the Tokyo branch. That's not the most important thing. Beneath the beehive, those enormous black, egg-shaped structures gave him a sense of danger. It seems that these rats are doing more than just researching genetic weapons. I made my judgment. Chu Feng immediately stopped hesitating. A slanted, sliding tackle created countless sparks. Following the wall of the building, it landed directly on the ground. The first floor of this building faces Central Park directly. Inside, all the shops were closed, except for one Western henchman cafe, which was still lit up. Seeing Chu Feng approaching with a cigarette in his mouth, seemingly oblivious to everyone else, the 2 waiters inside immediately turned cold. "Excuse me, sir. This store is closed. Please go somewhere else." "Yeah." Chu Feng exhaled a puff of smoke. With a ghostly teleportation, he appeared beside the 2. "What if I don't?" "You damn bastard." The 2 waiters felt their hair stand on end. They had never heard of or seen such a speed. He was about to reach for his waist. Unexpectedly, in the next instant, bang bang, the 2 men's heads were smashed deep into the wall. Beep beep beep. Warning. Warning. Intrusion signs detected at entrance 7 on the ground. Chu Feng had barely made a move when he was captured by the dense surveillance system covering the surrounding area. Suddenly, a red light flashed in the hive's main control center. Huh, so fast. In the main control room, the mysterious director suddenly opened his eyes. This was somewhat beyond his expectations. New York City is so big. Logically speaking, even if Chu Feng knew they were in the city, it should have taken him quite a while to find their exact location. And looking at the surveillance footage, Chu Feng displayed astonishing speed and power. His pupils contracted sharply. I never imagined that his agility and physical strength would be so formidable. This has far exceeded the limits of human capability. In awe, the surprise on the mysterious director's face was gradually replaced by intense greed. "Chu Feng, you always bring us surprises. It wasn't for nothing that we went to such lengths to arrange this for you." He turned his head and asked in a cold voice, "How is the plan to kill the god going?" "Your Excellency, everything is arranged." "Very good. Let him in according to the prearranged battle plan." "Yes." They weren't attacked. We rappelled down from the ground entrance. The surrounding defenses did not react at all. Chu Feng was somewhat puzzled. Don't they know they're coming? No, that shouldn't be possible. Given how alert these rats are, they should have discovered us long ago. However, a thought suddenly occurred to her. He understood instantly. Is this some kind of trap? That's fine too. Then let me see what you're really capable of. Chapter 131 Bullets Ineffective, Nerve Gas Attack. Swish, swish, swish. The figure landed quickly. Chu Feng appeared directly hundreds of meters underground. Crack. The heavy elevator doors opened. What comes into view is a spacious and bright hall. The place was also completely empty, with no signs of any defense whatsoever. I glanced at the surveillance camera flashing red above my head. Chu Feng's lips curled into a wicked smile. All right. Since you want to play, then I'll play with you. With that, he walked toward the passageway connecting to the hall. Is this guy really that confident? Watching Chu Feng stride forward as if no one else was there. At the bottom of the building, right next to the follicle facility, is the cabin-type main control center. Not only the pupils of several high-ranking dark web personnel and technicians contracted. Even the mysterious director narrowed his eyes slightly. Sir, once you pass through the passage, you'll reach the main building's lobby. We can't let him go any further. One of the technicians spoke up somewhat uneasily. Noisy. Bang! Smoke curled from the muzzle of the gun, instantly staining the snow-white ground red. The mysterious council member's face was icy cold. Everything must proceed according to plan. Anyone who dares to spout nonsense again will face the consequences. Yes, Your Excellency. Everyone was trembling with fear and hurriedly agreed. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, when you enter the middle of the long passage, things have finally changed. Boom! First, the blast door behind me suddenly slammed down. Immediately afterwards, the lights suddenly turned on. Without warning, a huge crack appeared in the floor beneath my feet. A large steel net, crackling with electricity, fell down instantly. Trap. Is this the scheme you meticulously planned? Seeing this scene, Chu Feng couldn't help but sneer repeatedly. Having been injected with a special gene-enhancing drug, his hearing was incredibly sharp. The moment the trap was activated, he moved with lightning speed, and his figure appeared in front of the trap. The trap failed, yet the mysterious counselor remained completely unmoved. If he can't even dodge this little trick, then he's not the Chu Feng he envisioned. This guy was about to arrive at the building's lobby. He put his hands behind his back and indifferently issued the next instruction. Launch a probing attack. Yes, with a radio wave emitted. Click, click, click. In the hall in front of Chu Feng, the lights suddenly turned on simultaneously. A fully armed 10-man squad appeared. They wore gas masks, full black special operations uniforms, and were each armed with a Scar assault rifle. The grotesque skull on the black armband complements the design. A fier sera érupted. Fire, with a command from the commander. 10 Scar assault rifles fired simultaneously. A fierce storm of bullets instantly enveloped Chu Feng from the thighs down. However, the next moment, something happened that left the team on site speechless. Tajda. A hail of bullets struck Chu Feng's lower limbs. Aside from sparks flying everywhere, it did not achieve any lethal effect. Thank you for the generous gift. That's impossible. The squad commander's eyes widened. His face, hidden behind a gas mask, was filled with terror. Hold back! Hold back! He roared, and the entire squad slowly retreated while firing. However, it was too late. After images emerged one after another. The next moment, Chu Feng had already arrived behind them. Gentlemen, did you enjoy it? Chu Feng sneered and grabbed the squad leader's Scar assault rifle. He unleashed a barrage of fire in all directions. Blood spurted out, and screams of agony filled the air. In just a few seconds, the ground was already littered with corpses. Is it really immune to bullet attacks? Looking at the electronic screen, the entire screen was filled with blood. The mysterious director's face, however, showed little emotion. This was also within his expectations. If it weren't for having something to rely on, Chu Feng wouldn't be so foolish as to single-handedly storm into his headquarters hive. Chu Feng, you really are a lucky star for my dark web. Thinking of the research that was also underway at home, a more greedy glint shone in the eyes of the mysterious council member. Release nerve gas. If one move failed, he didn't hesitate and issued another command. Yes, as the button is pressed. Instantly, plumes of smoke billowed out from all directions around Chu Feng's hall. The smoke was colorless and odorless, yet extremely dangerous. Ordinary people would not even consider close contact. Just a whiff of it from afar would probably make anyone jump out of their skin. However, this was not the case for Chu Feng. Its effect is not negligible, but it is infinitely close to zero. A brief slowdown. Within 0.1 milliseconds, his brain instantly returned to normal. A neural attack weapon? Interesting. Chu Feng lit another cigarette, ignoring the billowing smoke, and strode forward. What? Even nerve gas was ineffective? Seeing that Chu Feng was acting as if nothing had happened, he walked step by step toward the entrance of the underground building. This finally put the mysterious council member to a degree of shock. In his understanding, no matter how strong your physical body is, organs such as the nerves and brain are still fragile. But now there's a dose that can instantly knock down a group of adult Asian elephants. It didn't have any effect at all. The other high-ranking members of the dark web, as well as the technical staff, were equally surprised. Oh my God, could it be that this guy has undergone a deep transformation inside and out? Such a dose of nerve gas is enough to paralyze everyone inside the hive instantly. What's the panic? Seeing that the crowd was beginning to waver, the mysterious director couldn't help but rebuke him coldly. The stronger Chu Feng appears, the more immeasurable his value becomes. Besides, this is just foreplay. We have a series of other measures planned. He can't escape. Yes, Your Excellency. Upon hearing the reprimand, everyone immediately fell silent. They each returned to their command positions. Inspect the equipment for Phase 1 of the God-Slaying project. Scan complete. All instruments functioning correctly. Very good. Once he enters the designated area, start immediately. I don't believe he can withstand such a powerful, directed bombardment. Yes. The people on the dark web were nervously making final adjustments. And at this moment, Chu Feng had already crossed the spacious hall. We arrived at the entrance to the underground building. Click, click, click. Just as he was about to go in, the lights overhead suddenly went out one by one. In an instant, it became pitch black all around. Inside the once brightly lit building, only the faint glow of the safety indicator lights flickered gently. An eerie atmosphere immediately enveloped the area. Chu Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks. Without even thinking, he knew that there must be an even more powerful method hidden inside. Could this be the source of my previous unease? His brows furrowed slightly. I sensed it carefully. He found that the unease he had felt earlier from the needle pricks now seemed unusually calm. Chapter 132, Blocking the Exit, the Goblet Earthquake Bomb. At this moment, Chu Feng's perception of himself had reached an extremely acute state. That unease was strangely calm. That means the danger doesn't originate from this underground beehive. However, he was no longer prepared to continue going alone. He brought a full 100,000 elite soldiers with him when he landed on American soil. He also has plenty of equipment in the system space to deal with these rats. You like to lure people into traps, don't you? It's not certain who's trapped yet. We'll block all your exits, then we'll see how you escape. Let's get right to it. Chu Feng suddenly waved his hand. The dimensional gate has opened. Suddenly, rows of cold, gleaming equipment appeared overhead in the 5-square-kilometer Central Park. Among them, there are an astonishing 1,200 Type 99A heavy main battle tanks and a full 100 Panzer-class air defense systems. There were also 30,000 elite soldiers on standby nearby. Attention, all departments. Head to the following coordinates immediately. Seal off the enemy's retreat routes while maintaining air and ground defenses. Yes, sent along with coordinates. The assassins responded in unison. Not long after. Boom, boom. The massive armored formations started moving simultaneously. Main battle tanks and air defense systems roared and hummed. Centered on Central Park, speeding along the streets in all directions, heading rapidly toward the coordinates. The commotion attracted the attention of people from all directions. A generous gift to thank you. What is it? Lights illuminated the streets. New Yorkers rushed to their windows, watching the rolling armored column, and were all horrified. Oh my God, that's the 99A and the Polar Bear armor system too. How did they get here? Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom and the Polar Bear have joined forces to invade? The people in the house were all awakened in the middle of the night by fright. Not to mention the homeless people on the streets. One by one, dirty heads poked out from the tent. The next second, it retracted at the speed of light. They were cowering inside, trembling with fear. At the same time, the huge commotion on the ground was immediately detected by the hidden cameras all around. Hive, the headquarters of the dark web. Inside the main control center. Looking at the screen, the armored formation that appeared without warning, and the ranks of suicide soldiers uniformly dressed in exoskeleton armor and carrying 6-barreled rotary cannons on their shoulders. Everyone gasped in shock. Although they had long suspected that Chu Feng was capable of carrying soldiers and weapons with him. But when you actually see it with your own eyes, The crowd was still unable to contain their shock and gasps. Gentlemen, have you all seen that? That's why I went to great lengths, even using the headquarters beehive as bait, to capture Chu Feng. Once we grasped the secrets hidden within him, we, the dark web, the Illuminati, will completely control the world. By then, not only this blue planet, but even the vast starry sky will become our stage. The mysterious director trembled uncontrollably, wishing he could immediately pin Chu Feng to the operating table and dismember him. Let's dig out his brains and see what's inside. Suddenly, a slightly panicked voice interrupted his reverie. My lord, look, the direction in which Chu Feng's armored forces are advancing is very strange. Upon hearing this, the mysterious director looked at the screen. The next moment, an expression of disbelief filled his face. How does this bastard know the locations of all our exits? How is this possible? He was genuinely surprised. The headquarters hive has a total of 12 entrances and exits, each of which is independently set up, and all paper documents have been destroyed. How does this guy know so much? However, the dark web ultimately holds absolute sway. He quickly calmed down again. No need to panic. Each of these 12 entrances and exits is exceptionally sturdy. There are countless defensive structures inside. With these methods, he can't break through our defenses. Regain your composure. The mysterious council member turned his attention back to Chu Feng. Inside the building at this moment, the God-slaying project has 3 phases, and all instruments and equipment have been tested and put into place. The first stage involves the newly developed super-energy infrasound device. This is a weapon that is dozens of times more powerful than nerve gas. They are deployed at various specific locations. Full power activation, directional bombardment. The target organs and nervous system will instantly produce a violent resonance. No matter how strong your body is, you will definitely experience dizziness for a short time. Moreover, there are several infrasound instruments hidden in the hall where Chu Feng is currently located. However, its location is not ideal. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, the mysterious council member did not rush to activate it. Time passed by second, seeing that Chu Feng was still lingering and not entering the underground building. Inside the main control room, everyone, including the mysterious council member, couldn't help but feel anxious. You bastard, what are you hesitating about? Hurry up and get in here. A silent roar, everyone staring intently at Chu Feng. However, it wasn't that Chu Feng didn't want to move. Instead, he was waiting for the suicide squad to arrive. It will take time for armored forces to go to the various exits to block them. Finally, several more minutes passed. Hive, the headquarters of the dark web. All 12 large entrances and exits were occupied by assassins. Some of these entrances are located at the bottom of the building, some lead directly to the subway entrance, and some are built directly on abandoned construction sites. The assassins don't care about this or that. Upon arriving at the relevant area, they immediately surrounded it completely. Boss, all entrances and exits have been sealed off by armed guards. All ground defense personnel have been eliminated. Requesting further instructions. The assassin's cold voice rang out. Very good. Maintain high alert. Anyone approaching the entrance or exit, or attempting to escape from inside, will be killed on sight. Yes. Communication ended. Now it's finally Chu Feng's turn. Taking advantage of the time we just had, he had already devised a brilliant way to deal with this massive underground hive. That is a direct, high-power explosion. We'll just crush it outright. But it's not something as simple as C4 that can achieve this effect. It was a much more powerful goblet bomb. A goblet, also known as an earthquake bomb. During World War II, the British Empire often used it to deal with enemy underground bunkers. They were virtually invincible. Its single piece weighs an astonishing 10,000 kilograms, or 10 tons. Once it explodes, in an instant, a huge pit 25 meters deep and more than 30 meters wide can be formed. Originally, this kind of equipment was not sold in the store. After all, these are goods from World War II. But after Chu Feng paid 100 million yuan, without hesitation, the system immediately updated it to the store list. Chapter 133, Horrific Explosion. We've been hit by a nuclear strike. A single one cost $100,000. Upon seeing the price, Chu Feng didn't even blink and immediately bought 10,000. Swish, swish, swish. With the funds deducted, Suddenly, rows of huge, dark iron bullets appeared in the system space. They are about 8 meters tall and about 1 meter in diameter, let alone detonating it. Just standing there, he could scare someone to death. System, install the automatic detonation device. Yes, host. It costs some money. Soon, an inconspicuous object appeared on the fuses of 10,000 goblet-shaped earthquake bombs. Through it, all Chufeng needs to do is press the button. It could destroy the world in an instant. Originally, these incredibly heavy and powerful bombs were to be dropped. Only heavy bombers can do that. However, the existence of a system makes it not a problem at all. Activate the teleportation channel. Teleportation portal is now open. Designated teleportation area. Enemy hive building, elevator shaft, underground lobby, and connecting pipes. Command received, earthquake bomb being transmitted. Swish, swish, swish. As the system voice faded away, the hall where Chufeng was located was immediately filled with iron lumps weighing up to 10 tons. At the same time, the interior of the hive building in front of us. At the same time, a layer of dark, shiny iron eggs was laid on top. Not only that, several massive elevators extending downwards, along with their connecting pipes, received the same treatment. It was almost completely airtight. Everything was completed in half a second. Thank you for the generous gift. What is this? Suddenly, I saw these huge iron balls appear in the surrounding space. Inside the hive building, the dark web guards who were carrying out the god-killing plan screamed in terror. But when you see what these lumps of iron look like, they were so terrified that every hair on their head stood on end and every pore on their skin seemed to explode. Not good. It's a bombshell. Run. The guard were truly horrified. Damn it. So many terrifyingly powerful things exploded right on our foreheads. Even God couldn't stop it. Not just them. Inside the hive control center at this moment, everyone, including the mysterious council member, was completely terrified. Looking at the monitor screen, the sight of those densely packed, enormous iron eggs left everyone speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. It's a wine glass. It's a goblet-shaped earthquake bomb. Damn it. Chufeng has so many powerful weapons. The mysterious council member took a few steps back in disbelief. I almost fell. He was truly dumbfounded. That's what he originally thought. Even if Chufeng could carry troops and weapons with him at any time, it relies on the powerful defensive firepower inside the hive. He can handle it easily. At worst, there's still the 3-stage God-slaying plan as a trump card. But what's going on? In an instant, most of the underground space was filled with earthquake bombs. Equipment can be used like this? Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, I saw it on the surveillance video. The red flashing fuses of those tall, goblet-shaped earthquake bombs began their countdown. Not good. The mysterious council member felt a chill run down his spine, a sensation that shot from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Everyone, evacuate immediately. Leave the hive. Quick! He roared in terror. Now he was truly scared. So many large objects, if they just exploded on the ground. His beehives might still hold out for a while. But this is underground. The power of an underground explosion increases exponentially. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Actually, he didn't need to say anything. The various buildings and facilities of the hive. The panicked crowd had already begun to flee. Thousands of hive guards, in a panic, dropped their guns and rushed toward the escape route. Those scientists and researchers in white coats. He dropped what he was doing and scrambled toward the exit. Fuck. Damn bastards, get out of my way. The crowd scrambled to escape. In their struggle for survival, they even came to blows, with intense gunfire erupting amidst the crowd. Everyone scrambled to escape for their lives. The mysterious council member, however, slipped away even faster. Walk. Get out of here quickly. We'll settle the score with that bastard later. He roared angrily and slammed down a button. Instantly. Beep, beep, beep. The entire main control hall of the cabin was flashing red lights. A huge gap suddenly appeared in the building above, along with the ground. Immediately afterwards, boom, a tremendous roar of engines filled the air. Suddenly, towering flames shot up from the bottom of the main control hall. Then, like a rocket, it shot rapidly out of the ground. And just as he reached the ground, beep, a sharp, long whistle rang out. Hundreds of meters underground, there are 10,000 densely packed goblet bombs. The countdown has all ended. The next moment, an unprecedented and terrifying explosion has occurred. Boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth. Hundreds of meters underground, all buildings and towers, including the follicle-shaped structures, were instantly torn apart. The screams were inhuman and filled with anguish. The terrifying flames instantly engulfed the entire fleeing crowd. Immediately afterwards, centered around Central Park, the earth churned within a radius of several kilometers. The entire ground suddenly cracked open. Boom, 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 tilde. Thick, blazing flames burst through the earth's surface. The next moment, boom! A massive fireball, thousands of meters in diameter, carrying countless pieces of debris and soil. It shot up thousands of meters into the air in an instant. Splash! The earth is wailing, the sky is burning. Countless clods of mud and debris were scattered. The terrifying heat instantly burned away almost everything exposed near Central Park. Bang, 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 bang. The scalding, terrifying shockwave surged forward relentlessly. All the streets and buildings collapsed, and all the vehicles and windows shattered. Oh my God, what happened? Thank you for the generous gift. A nuclear bomb. It's a nuclear bomb. We've been attacked by nuclear weapons. Get cover. Looking at the towering fireball and feeling the terrifying commotion around me. Inside the building, countless New Yorkers were completely bewildered, screaming and running around frantically. The power of detonating 10,000 goblet bombs all at once is far more than that. At this moment, even the exits surrounded by the assassins were engulfed in towering flames. A burst of gunfire wiped out the few rats that managed to escape the flames. The next second, something even more terrifying happened. The immense energy released in that instant could not be fully released due to the small gap. They spread wildly along the underground fissures. It triggered a massive earthquake in an instant. Splash. For kilometers around, buildings swayed and groaned. Countless pieces of building debris crashed to the ground with a hissing sound. If this energy hadn't come and gone so quickly, the surrounding urban area is likely to collapse completely, and countless people will die a violent death. Ew. Left engine damaged, pull up. They were inside the escape pods that were rapidly ascending into the sky. The mysterious council member and others were frantically trying to stabilize the flight attitude, looking at the ground, which resembled a hellish inferno. Thinking of that God-slaying plan that died in the womb before it could be implemented. His eyes were blazing with fury, and his steel teeth were almost grinding to powder. Damn bastard. How dare they give me the dark web and cause such huge losses to my country, the United States? Chufonyu, you just wait. He roared angrily. Unexpectedly, the next second, beep, beep, beep. Inside the cockpit, the urgent warning of an attack rang out again. Chapter 134 Black, Viscous Matter, Bizarre Biological Organism. Damn it, I almost forgot this thing has an air defense system. Decoy flares, fire. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, below the aircraft where the mysterious council member was located, bright lights bloom. Rows of infrared decoy flares created a dazzling wall of light. Boom, 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 tilde. 3 or 4 anti-aircraft missiles in succession misidentified the decoy's heat source and exploded in midair. But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, not far away, even more missile exhaust plumes suddenly rose from the ground. Sir, we've run out of decoy grenades, and we have no more means of interception. Inside the cabin, several high-ranking members of the dark web were terrified. Damn bastard. The mysterious council member was extremely anxious. Activate the backup escape plan. Yes. Everyone slumped into their seats and abruptly pressed a button. Instantly, the top of the aircraft unfolded, and a burst of flames rose from the bottom of the seats. The group of people were launched at the speed of light. Compared to the emergency ejection system for fighter pilots, the seats for several people are equipped with rocket propulsion devices. Reaching a certain level, they quickly adjusted their posture, and several flashes of light appeared. They headed straight in different directions. Try to run. Stinger missiles, fire. Upon seeing this, the ground soldiers picked up individual Stinger missiles. Targeting the sky's heat source, they unleashed their full power. Boom, 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 tilde. Under the combined attack of the armored anti-air system and the Stinger, Several high-ranking members of the dark web were engulfed in flames. It turned into countless pieces of debris scattered across the sky. The mysterious council member almost suffered the same fate. Fortunately, the direction he fled in happened to be near several skyscrapers. He narrowly escaped the bombing. It crashed straight into a building. The figure vanished in a flash. Boss, most of the targets have been eliminated. One person has escaped. Should we immediately begin the pursuit? Some fish escaped the net. The assassins deployed on the ground quickly volunteered for the mission. No need. Remain on guard. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. A mouse that only knows how to run away won't amount to anything. In a few days, we'll wipe him out along with everyone behind him. The fireball gradually died down. All that remained was thick, billowing smoke. All his attention was focused on the huge, deep pit in front of him. He keenly sensed something unusual about the explosion. There seemed to be some inhuman screams coming from inside. Seal off the ground exits. I'm going down to check. Yes, boss. Soon, an armored squad was teleported out. 30 Type 99, a heavy main battle tanks, and thousands of heavily armed suicide soldiers surrounded the huge pit on all sides. Swish, swish, swish. Chu Feng rappelled down. This is at the bottom of the pit. The site of the former dark web headquarters, Hive, has been transformed into a giant furnace. Most of the facilities and pipelines have collapsed. Amidst the thick, scorching smoke, fireballs occasionally burst forth. Ordinary people would not even consider investigating at close range. Even standing on the ground, one could be driven back by this scorching heat. However, Chu Feng was completely unaffected. Having been injected with a top-grade gene serum, his body had already been enhanced to a level that ordinary people could hardly hope to reach. Not here. We need to continue downwards. They pried open the melted wreckage and tore apart the collapsed steel pillars. Following the narrow gap, Chu Feng continued downward step by step. They traveled a further distance. Huge clumps of scalding wreckage blocked the way. Phew, it seems this is the only way. All passages are blocked. He sighed, somewhat disappointed. Just when I thought I had gained nothing. A thick stain covered in black bubbles caught his attention. This is... Chu Feng quickly stepped forward. Extend your finger, pick up a small amount, and examine it closely in front of your eyes. Something's not right. The moment I saw this black stain up close, his pupils contracted instantly. The power of 10,000 earthquake bombs detonating simultaneously is terrifying. Such high temperatures, such a terrifying impact. Even steel was melted. This stuff can actually maintain a viscous, liquid-like consistency. Could it be a new material being researched on the dark web? No, that's impossible. Judging from the series of events, their technological level is not beyond the normal range. Unable to figure it out, Chu Feng simply sought help elsewhere. System, scan for unidentified stains on the ground. Yes, host. Buzz. A beam of light shot out, enveloping the black object on the ground. The massive system database began to be searched and parsed. 10 seconds later, the results were in. Biological tissue. How is this possible? Chu Feng glanced at the analysis report and was immediately stunned. He raised his finger again to examine closely the sticky stains clinging to it. Sure enough, the sticky stain seemed to be wriggling. It really is alive. Could those inhuman screams have originated from this? Chu Feng's gaze suddenly turned cold. Things were a bit beyond his expectations. Normally speaking, given the technological level of the dark web, it would be absolutely impossible to create something so illogical. Even if the Illuminati are behind them, it won't work. So whose handiwork was this? After thinking for a long time, I couldn't come up with any results. He simply stopped lingering. They collected some specimens and quickly returned to the ground. Boss, seeing that Chu Feng had returned safely, the group of assassins surrounded him. Chu Feng replied. Have you noticed anything unusual around here? Everything is normal around here. The assassin spoke in a deep voice. However, we suspect that a large-scale retaliation will come soon. The boss needs to be prepared for this. Chu Feng noted that he had already anticipated this. This time, they uprooted his dark web headquarters, which is like defecating directly on the head of the U.S. No wonder they can't stand it. This retaliation is absolutely unprecedented. All units, take up your positions immediately and be ready to respond to the next attack. Yes, the assassins received their orders. 12 defensive positions were deployed in the nearby streets. At the same time, we entered the highest alert state. One after another, Type 99A tanks roared and maneuvered, their dark main guns aimed at the four intersections. The Panzer Air Defense System features a rapidly rotating radar that searches for target airspace. Looking at the deployment of the Suicide Squad, Chu Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. As a global superpower, the United States' military strength far surpasses that of Japan. They not only possess a massive aircraft carrier battle group, there are also a series of stealth fighters and stealth bomber fleets. Various anti-radiation missiles and long-range air-to-ground missiles are ready to launch beyond visual range bombing at any time. Not only that, they also possess a massive number of Tomahawk cruise missiles and numerous long-range HIMARS rocket launchers. There are countless medium and long-range ballistic missiles. With our current equipment, we simply cannot compete with them. You might not even get to see their faces before you're all blown to bits. I'm thinking about it. Should we reclaim all the troops and equipment from the system space? When it is time to temporarily avoid confrontation. Ding! The system reward, though late, has arrived once again. Chapter 135 Level 6 Shop, Red Flag 9, and 03 Long-Range Firearms enter the battle sequence side by side. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the Hive, the headquarters of the Dark Web, thwarting its conspiracy, and annihilating 8,352 of its armed forces. The arms shop level has been upgraded to LV6. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the Dark Web Gene Research Institute. 101 Dark Web scientists and 672 senior researchers died tragically. Air combat platform has been unlocked. Level 6 arms shop, and they've also unlocked an aerial combat platform. Upon hearing the broadcast, Chu Feng's lips curled up slightly. The long-awaited moment has finally arrived. Open the control panel. Chu Feng probed with his mind and instantly unfolded a light screen. Then, with a tap of the finger, I entered the online store page. As expected, the equipment that appears in this level 6 shop is more than one level stronger than before. HQ, 9 medium, and long-range air defense system. The complete system is jointly constructed from missile launch vehicles, search radar vehicles, tracking and guidance radar vehicles, and system command vehicles. Each launcher is equipped with 4 missiles and uses a vertical cold launch mode. Equipped with a large passive phased array radar, it has anti-jamming and anti-saturation attack capabilities. It can effectively counter enemy air-to-ground missiles, cruise missiles, and tactical ballistic missiles. It can also pose a stable threat to enemy stealth aerial targets. Maximum range, 200 kilometers. Price, $10 million per set. Type 03 Heavy Multiple Rocket Launcher. The brigade-level firepower unit possesses ultra-long range, high-precision strike capabilities. The entire system consists of a command vehicle, a launch vehicle, and an ammunition supply vehicle. Each vehicle is equipped with 12-tube, 300mm caliber launchers, capable of completing a salvo in as little as 10 seconds. It can launch a variety of munitions, including high-explosive rockets, thermobaric bombs, and anti-tank cluster munitions. Maximum range, 300 kilometers. Price, $10 million per set. The HQ, 9, and Type 03 multiple rocket launchers. Looking at these 2 brand new pieces of equipment, Chu Feng's face was full of excitement. With these, it's as if you already have a basic ability to deny medium and long-range territorial defenses. As long as nuclear missiles are not used, heavy ballistic missiles will suffice, no matter how fierce the attack from the U.S. From then on, he was no longer afraid, especially the price, which is more than 10 times cheaper than the actual selling price. He could easily have a large, unlimited serving. Stealth fighter raid? I could send a missile 100 or 200 kilometers away directly into your face. Armored forces are assembling? Have you ever heard of a rocket that can travel 300 kilometers? Long-range missile strike? When it comes to selling off inventory, I've never been afraid of anyone. My interceptor missiles are endless. I'm so excited. Suddenly, the icon representing the air combat platform appeared on the control panel. A burst of light erupted. Immediately afterwards, something happened that left Chu Feng dumbfounded. Boom! All that could be heard was the sound of thunder. Within the vast system space, countless large robotic arms and numerous modular devices suddenly extend out. They assembled rapidly. Sparks flew everywhere. Soon, Two 5-kilometer-long, modularly constructed running tracks have been completed. There are also a series of command towers on the side. This is airport. Look at this rapidly developing modular facility. Chu Feng was immediately stunned. This is a complete airstrike platform. Doesn't that mean? We'll wait until fighter jets come out in the future. Can't we open a dimensional gate and launch an attack without building an additional airport? The series of surprises made Chu Feng's heart pound wildly. There was no further activity from the system. He decisively exited the control panel. In my excitement, he immediately wanted to send out new equipment to give the U.S. a little shock. However, after glancing around, I realized his brows furrowed slightly again. The city is densely built up with too many high-rise buildings. It is not conducive to troop deployment, nor to radar search. Too many civilian casualties were not my intention. How about we go somewhere else? Once the idea was born, it could not be stopped. Chu Feng quickly thought of the military base in northern New York City, which he had already occupied. The personnel and equipment were recovered at lightning speed. Chu Feng's figure flashed repeatedly. They quickly returned to the Lockheed Arms base. The terrain here is relatively flat. It covers an area of 20 to 30 square kilometers. It is an ideal place to deploy large numbers of troops. System, immediately purchase 300 sets of HQ, 9 air defense systems for me. 300 sets of the Type 03 multiple rocket launcher. Yes, host. The 6 billion yuan has been deducted, and the purchase is complete. Open the teleportation portal. The passage is ready. Air defense systems are deployed in tiers from the periphery inwards. 03 long-range artillery. Deploy into 4 strike clusters. Command received, executing. Swish, swish, swish. As the system voice faded away. In the pitch-black night, Lockheed Arms Company, covering an area of 20 to 30 square kilometers. A fleet of powerful and imposing HQ, 9 missile launchers came into view. The 4-tube launcher stands tall. Beside them, radar vehicles and command vehicles were also in place. Not long after, a massive, centripetal air defense network has been formed. Immediately afterwards, 300 sets of Type 03 multiple rocket launcher systems were also transmitted. They're deployed directly in the core area. It was divided into 4 long-range artillery clusters, directly targeting the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north. Of course, this was to prevent the enemy from learning about the new equipment model immediately. They were all covered with camouflage nets before they were teleported out. Deployment complete. Chu Feng immediately sent out another 30,000 assassins. Some of them were responsible for operating these 600 sets of new equipment. The rest of the crew, piloting the 99A and equipped with armored systems, were responsible for perimeter security. Meanwhile, Chu Feng intensified his preparations for battle. The mysterious director, who had narrowly escaped with his life, also fled back to the safe house in the south of the city in a sorry state. Now, he was no longer as carefree as before. All that remained was endless anger. He was thinking about how to make amends for his mistake. Suddenly, the instrument in front of him suddenly shuddered. Inside the illuminated holographic screen, a figure leaning on a golden cane suddenly appeared. The visitor was so old. The face was completely obscured. An invisible yet awe-inspiring aura resonated within. Master, master. They saw who had arrived. The mysterious council member's heart trembled violently. He didn't expect it either. The usually elusive leader of the Illuminati has personally descended upon this moment. I have failed in my duties. Please punish me, master. With a thud, the mysterious director knelt down on one knee, large beads of sweat rolling down his face. The communication ended quickly. No one knows what they said to each other. All that is known is that someone disappeared after the holographic image disappeared. It essentially severed one of its own arms. Chu Feng, you damned bastard. A syringe of unidentified liquid was inserted, and the flow of blood visibly stopped. The mysterious council member was seething with hatred. Amidst the roar, he immediately connected to the Pentagon communications. Chapter 136 5-star General Smith immediately launches a full-scale attack on Chu Feng. Inside, the brightly lit Pentagon figures moved about. Various electronic displays flickered incessantly. Over 100 high-ranking generals, led by 5-star General Smith, gathered together. from the moment Chu Feng appeared in New York. They were already closely monitoring Chu Feng's every move through various reconnaissance methods, such as satellites and high-altitude drones. When you see the entire Central Park, the earth is torn apart, and rolling fireballs shoot up thousands of meters into the sky. The area within a radius of several kilometers was instantly transformed into a hellish scene. The eyes of all the generals were practically spitting fire. Damn bastard, Chu Feng is too arrogant. Relying on their mastery of various mysterious technologies. Openly committing such inhumane killings on our own American soil. Does he really think no one can punish him? The crowd was furious. Everyone was angry. General Smith, the leader, had a face so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. Others may not know. As a member of the dark web, he knew exactly what was hidden beneath Central Park. That's where the headquarters of the Hive is located. Such a devastating explosion. Without even thinking, you know what the situation is like underground right now. General, it's time to take action. We must not let Chu Feng continue to be so arrogant. If we let him run rampant, he might just come after us one day. Not to mention the Pentagon. Even the presidential palace cannot be saved. The generals blushed, and all looked at Smith. Smith was also in a real bind. He wanted to fight too. But the real command of the war did not lie with him. Fortunately, at this time, beep. His communication headset buzzed softly. The mysterious council member's communication request has finally arrived. Seeing this, Smith dared not show it in front of everyone. He hurried to the office next door. The door had just closed. The mysterious council member's icy voice rang out. By order of the master, launch a full-scale attack on Chu Feng immediately. No delays allowed. Full-scale attack. Smith's expression brightened upon hearing this. But then his expression darkened again. Director, a full-scale attack is not advisable. What if we accidentally injure him? Then what about the secrets he holds? There's no need to worry about this. The mysterious director interrupted abruptly. After careful analysis, the higher-ups have determined that the so-called secrets of Chu Feng likely originated from an alien supercomputer that crashed Earth. They possess incredible space technology. It can also independently mass-produce weapons and clone humans. Chu Feng just got lucky and found this thing. Once we kill it, this thing will jump out on its own. An alien AI that crashed Earth? Smith was startled upon hearing this. He really hadn't thought of that. And then we heard the end. After saying that killing Chu Feng would cause this thing to jump out on its own. His eyes widened in surprise. This scene looks so familiar. When I was young, I would kill monsters in video games and get equipment as loot. What a generous gift fact. Director, I understand. Please tell our master that we guarantee to complete the mission within 1 day at most. The communication ended quickly. With excitement, Smith walked back to the hall and relayed the instructions at lightning speed. Listen to the instructions. Boom! The entire Pentagon immediately erupted in excitement. Fuck! It should have been done a long time ago. General Smith, please give the order. We will execute this immediately. Smith remained silent and strode quickly toward the command platform. To be honest, the order to kill Chu Feng was issued immediately. He wanted to initiate the nuclear launch procedure on the spot. Give Chu Feng a thermonuclear meal. After all, this is the easiest way. However, considering that New York City has a population of 20 million and many of my family and friends are there, I am reminded of the importance of this. He forced himself to endure it. We've decided to use the conventional methods first. Report target location. Looking at the dazzling array of electronic situational charts. Smith's gaze sharpened slightly, and he spoke in a deep voice. Reporting to the general, based on a comprehensive assessment of the results from remote sensing satellites and the Reaper drone. The target has been moved to the north of the city, the former Lockheed Arms base. His troops have also been transferred at the same time. A general quickly tapped the computer. The Lockheed Arms base was suddenly illuminated by a pitch-black image. It was early morning, and there was no moonlight. It was impossible to see anything on the ground. However, the dense array of engine heat sources on the large equipment is still clearly visible. Cluster deployment. Seeing Chu Feng's arrangement, Smith couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Given the firepower and precision strike capabilities of modern warfare, such a deployment is tantamount to suicide. Where have our troops reached? Smith then asked a question. Since the decision has been made to use conventional weapons for the attack first, then we must make thorough preparations. Report, the East Coast Carrier Strike Group will reach the optimal strike radius of its carrier-based aircraft in 3 hours. 8 main armor divisions, including the 1st Cavalry Division and the 1st Marine Division, are being urgently mobilized by rail and are expected to arrive at the designated loading and unloading yard within 2 hours. In addition, missile units, unmanned combat units, and Air Force bases are also ready to launch attacks. Very good. Smith slumped back into his command chair and coldly issued the order. Order the unmanned combat units to immediately launch a fierce attack on the target area. Weaken their defenses first. Yes, sir. The general who just spoke should give a shout. He immediately walked to the large command platform and entered the communication command. As the radio waves were transmitted. Soon, near New York City, in the inky night sky, the 300 Reaper drones hovering high in the sky all changed direction at once. It headed straight for the airspace where Chu Feng was located. Each of them carries 6 Hellfire missiles and 2 laser-guided bombs. Such a scale of firepower. If the tactics are appropriate, it is enough to bring an elite armored division to the brink of destruction. At the same time, in and out of New York State, the U.S. National Guard and various Army bases also simultaneously launched a dense array of attack drones. Buzzing. Countless dark shadows shot into the night sky. Unlike Death Q9, they carry high-energy warheads themselves. Approaching the target, a fierce suicide attack can be launched immediately. Death Q9 ready to go. Wait for the suicide drones from each base to arrive. Slight adjustments were made to the deployment. Inside the Pentagon, everyone was glued to the screen. At the same time, at the Lockheed Arms base, the HQ-9 medium and long-range air defense system, shrouded in camouflage netting, features large passive phased array radars deployed in all directions. They also detected the incoming swarm of drones. Chapter 137, the attack stops, and Smith is dumbfounded. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, dense swarms of suicide drones have been detected simultaneously in the west, south, and north of New York. At the same time, a large formation of 300 Q-9 Death Knights has been spotted over New York City. Oh, battlefield information is aggregated on the system's light screen. Looking at those densely packed dots of light, Chu Feng gave a slight, cold laugh. The HQ-9 air defense system is on standby. Armored air defense system, level 1 alert. A chilling order was issued. Deal with these little gadgets. He had no intention of using his precious HQ-9 anti-aircraft missiles. Ew. As the order was issued, a defensive zone of 20 to 30 square kilometers in radius. Hundreds of armored systems, with their launchers rotating simultaneously, were aimed at the direction from which the drones were attacking. Time passed by, second by second. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began. Endless water droplets pelted the cold steel. The entire world was shrouded in a somber atmosphere. Another half-hour passed. Buzzing. Thousands of suicide attack drones launched long-range attacks from the west, south, and north. The first tier has finally arrived. Amidst lightning and thunder, the sky was filled with whistling steel figures flying overhead. The time has come. Order number 1. Unmanned combat operations. Death Q9. Coordinate with the first echelon and launch a fierce attack immediately. The Pentagon Command Center. Smith jumped to his feet and swung his hand sharply. Instantly, buzzing, the 300 Reaper Q9s that had been circling around changed their flight attitude. They rushed rapidly toward Chu Feng's defensive array. And, as they turned, wah! A series of sharp, piercing screams. More suicide attack drones have already rushed towards their targets. Faced with such a concentrated crackdown, the assassins operating the armored anti-aircraft system remained calm and composed. You think this little bit of attack power can break through our defenses? You must be dreaming. He gave a cold laugh. Instantly, thump, 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 thump. Hundreds of Panzer anti-aircraft systems fired their twin 20mm anti-aircraft guns simultaneously, guided by fire control radar. Brilliant streaks of bullets tore through the rain curtain, hurtling straight into the sky. They were met head-on by those incoming suicide drones. Boom, 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 tilde. Dazzling fireballs exploded in the sky, combined with the continuous flashes of fire from the ground. The entire world was instantly illuminated as if it were daytime. As the twin-barreled anti-aircraft guns opened fire fiercely, the Reaper Q-9 large drone, located at a higher altitude, has also arrived on the battlefield. With its powerful search radar, they instantly lock onto exposed air defense units on the ground. Chill. Instantly, Hellfire missiles and laser-guided bombs rained down. High-value targets have emerged. The armor system responded immediately. This time, instead of using twin-barreled anti-aircraft guns, they directly launched anti-aircraft missiles to intercept the enemy. Shot. A dense barrage of interceptor missiles shot out. The missiles launched by both sides collided head-on in mid-air, exploding into dazzling fireballs. Chu Feng, let's see how long you can hold out. The Pentagon Command Center. Real-time images transmitted from reconnaissance drones over the battlefield. Looking at the battlefield that was in full bloom on all sides. Chu Feng couldn't gain the upper hand immediately. Smith and his generals couldn't help but beam with joy. They saw subsequent waves of drones arrive on the battlefield at the same time. He was even more delighted and, without hesitation, gave the order. Second and third echelons immediately launched the attack. Tear their defenses apart while we're at it. Yes, sir. Instantly. Wah! The sound of even more intense dives filled the air. Smith and the others stared intently at the screen, as if they could already see the dawn of victory. However, the next second, something that shocked them happened again. Swish, swish, swish. Beside those armored systems firing fiercely. At the same time, more air defense units appeared. The quantity is more than double what it was before, with the addition of fresh blood and energy. The subsequent 1 or 2,000 suicide drones were simply no match for them. Boom, 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 tilde. Brilliant fireworks burst forth. Before long, this densely packed suicide attack formation was completely reduced to countless fragments. The threat has been halved. One after another, the armored systems immediately switched their firepower. In an instant, countless anti-aircraft missiles were launched. The bombardment was aimed at the 300 Reaper Q-9 drones that posed the greatest threat. Not long after, this is a massive unmanned attack formation with an astonishing cost. It also turned into countless fireballs. What a load of rubbish. Just how many anti-aircraft units does this bastard have left? The balance of power on the battlefield was reversed in an instant. Looking at those armor systems that appeared out of nowhere, Smith suddenly felt a bit flustered and plopped down on his stomach. The other generals were also dumbfounded. He stared at the screen, unable to utter a single word. The original plan was that such a large-scale suicide drone operation, combined with 300 Reaper Q-9s, would be a great success. They can always manage to take a piece of flesh from the other party. But this... An unsettling silence fell over the scene. After a while, seeing that Smith remained silent, one of the generals could no longer hold back. General, I think we shouldn't keep it hidden anymore. Let's just use heavy ballistic missiles and blast him to death. These words were spoken. The other generals immediately echoed his sentiments. General, why not use all these other methods? Small-scale attacks will only embolden this guy. Give the order quickly. I heard everyone urging me to hurry. Smith stood up abruptly. Is that what you all mean? Yes, General. We must act swiftly and decisively. To deal with such an extraordinary character, we must use unconventional methods. Very good. That's exactly what I was thinking too. Order. Smith's eyes were like knives. An order must be given immediately to launch a saturation attack on all ballistic missile bases. However, at this very moment, beep, a rapid communication tone sounded in my ear. A slightly panicked voice came from the mysterious council member. Fuck. Smith. Immediately cease the use of high-powered weapons, including ballistic missiles. An urgent communication has just been sent from the Dragon Kingdom. If my country, the United States, were to acquire that item by any means necessary, they will absolutely not stand idly by. 1 minute ago, all of their missile bases were ready to launch. Stop it right now, you fucking bastard. What? Dragon Kingdom? A full-scale military strike? Smith was stunned when he heard this. His tone was hesitant and stammering. How dare they? Damn it, with that thing's value, do you think we're the only ones eyeing it? The mysterious council member spoke sternly. At this moment, not only China, but also Russia and even many of our allies are already eager to make a move. Allies are fine. With an organization stepping in, they can't cause any trouble. But those two, who knows what crazy things they might do. Chapter 138. Emergency Consultation Mechanism among the three permanent members of the UN Security Council. The U.S. makes urgent adjustments to its deployment. The ballistic missile strike plan was abruptly halted. White House Palace. It was a chaotic scene. Fuck. Madmen. They're all a bunch of madmen. Those damned bastards from the Dragon Kingdom. In a fit of rage, Temup tore the report in his hand to shreds and paced back and forth in anger. In fact, he understood Lungwa's actions. Such incredible methods, such incredible technology. Anyone would find it hard to resist such temptation. If Chu Feng were in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom, he would probably issue a nuclear deterrent immediately. Even so, he was still extremely angry. Who is the Eagle? The true overlord of Earth. When have I ever suffered such humiliation? Quickly connect me to the Dragon Kingdom. I want to see what they really mean. No, bring that damn polar bear along, too. I need to convene an emergency meeting of the three countries. Yes, Commander. At the same time, on the Dragon Kingdom side, a group of Chinese generals were also closely watching the actions of the U.S. military. In front of the large electronic situation chart, a figure with an obscured face, eyes slightly closed in deep thought. Based on the existing evidence, the item Chu Feng possesses will produce items of a higher quality over time. He is currently very likely not capable of countering weapons of mass destruction. Hopefully, this deterrence will be of some help to him. That's what I think. Of course, the old man also has another layer of meaning here. That means he also had selfish motives. I'm thinking of making some investments and seeing if I can get a return in the future. He was deep in thought. Suddenly, a loud voice broke through my thoughts. Commander, a call from the U.S. Presidential Palace. They said they would activate the emergency consultation mechanism among the three permanent members of the UN Security Council. Oh, I couldn't resist telling them that my Dragon Kingdom agrees to hold consultations. Yes, sir. The meeting was convened soon. All three giants of Earth were present. When major powers like Britain and France heard the news, they hurriedly requested to join the meeting, but were ruthlessly refused. In front of a large electronic screen, the three kingdoms argued fiercely for their own interests. China is actually quite averse to the inclusion of polar bears, but they couldn't come up with a solution at the moment. After more than an hour of heated arguing, finally, a preliminary plan was developed. That is, at this stage, no one is allowed to use weapons of mass destruction to deal with Chu Feng or to obtain the item on his person. The conditions for the exchange are, if Chu Feng really got his gold coins wiped out on American soil, the Dragon Kingdom also accepted its bad luck. Similarly, if the U.S. were to be outmaneuvered by Chu Feng, it would be a different story. The U.S. must also swallow its bitter pill. The meeting ended quickly. The Illuminati also learned of the news immediately. Perhaps it was out of confidence, or perhaps there were other considerations. This time, they did not express any objection. The news quickly reached the Pentagon. Five-star General Smith had an exceptionally serious expression. Gentlemen, the three major powers have reached an agreement. Without using weapons of mass destruction, if we assassinate Chu Feng on American soil and obtain what he possesses, the other two countries will have no reason to interfere. This is an opportunity for our United States. We must come up with a contingency plan as soon as possible on how to proceed. The words had barely left his mouth. A high-ranking general immediately stepped forward. General, since that's the case, I think we should take the safest approach. The military train carrying 8 elite armored divisions of our army has now arrived at the station. And in another hour, my 6 nuclear-powered aircraft carrier strike groups can also reach the attack area. I think we can wait until they are all in place. Reunify the action. With the combined efforts of the three armies, our chances of victory will be greatly increased. That makes sense. Smith nodded. 6 nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle groups, with a total of more than 500 carrier-based aircraft, in conjunction with the massive aircraft fleet at land-based Air Force bases. The number of fighter jets he can deploy will reach an astonishing 2,000. Not only that, the massive vertical launch firepower of an aircraft carrier battle group can also support combat operations simultaneously, combined with land-based, various long-range firepower, and beyond visual range projection by bombers. Ideally, under ideal conditions, this is enough to accomplish everything in one battle and take down Chu Feng in one fell swoop. The Pentagon issued an order. The U.S. military forces participating in the war have all intensified their operations. At this moment, in the southern part of New York City, at a railway freight station, the massive military trains carrying 8 elite armor divisions have all arrived. The station extends outwards for an unknown number of kilometers. The area is filled with Abrams' main battle tanks, HIMARS long-range rocket launchers, M270 multiple rocket launchers, 155mm self-propelled howitzers, field air defense systems, and various armored vehicles. Quickly disembark the military train. They were deployed directly along both sides of the railway, in sequence. There is the lesson of the annihilation of the Japanese heavy infantry. This time, Smith did not commit these 8 armored divisions to the assault. They primarily served as reserves and provided long-range artillery support. Troops are being deployed at an accelerated pace. The tank formation is positioned to the north for defense. Field air defense units commence air search. Long-range artillery, deploy your forces immediately. On the armored command vehicle, 1st Marine Division Commander Warwick issued a series of orders. As the commander in full charge of this ground operation, he was quite aware that Chu Feng possessed the ability to teleport through the void. If you're not careful, his 8 armored divisions, they will also suffer the same fate as the Japanese troops stationed there. Under his orders, everything proceeded in a tense but orderly manner. When the carrier battle group arrived in the relevancy area at 5 a.m., his army of over 100,000 men had finally completed its deployment. South of New York City, on both sides of the railway, a plain area of about 20 to 30 square kilometers. A fleet of HIMARS rocket launchers, M270 multiple rocket launchers, 155mm self-propelled howitzers, and M777 light howitzers, all gleaming with a cold, mechanical luster. They are assembled and grouped into several strike clusters. They established a foothold behind the main force, in front of and behind them, as well as on their left and right wings. Various tanks, armored vehicles, and anti-aircraft firepower are already in place. This long-range artillery cluster comprises more than 1,200 guns. They protected them fiercely. At this moment at the Lockheed Arms base, the U.S. is yet to take any further action. Chu Feng frowned slightly. He also understood that the other side was either adjusting its tactics or making more thorough preparations. However, he was not flustered at all. There is a dimensional gate. He is not afraid of even a nuclear attack. Of course, he wouldn't just stand there and take the beating. The large-scale drone attacks by the United States have ended. After acquiring the new unmanned equipment, he also dispatched his own unmanned reconnaissance team. Chapter 139 Elite against Elite, a clash of artillery forces. Whoosh! At this moment, 20 kilometers above New York City, several large drones, similar to the Global Hawk, are flying at high speed. These are the latest reconnaissance equipment from the system store, Nightingale 7. Compared to the Global Hawk, both its loiter capability and detection range have been significantly improved. Swish, swish, swish. Amidst the whistling sounds, the formation sped across the sky. The sky was already beginning to lighten. Through its abdomen, a high-precision camera and various sensors. On the ground in New York, a vast amount of complex information and intelligence was rapidly gathered and displayed on the light screen in front of Chu Feng. This is when the unmanned Nightingale reconnaissance formation arrived in the airspace south of the city. Chu Feng suddenly stood up. Visible to the naked eye, it was an armored force of immense size. A plane stretching for countless kilometers. Rows of Abrams' main battle tanks were arranged in layers. HIMARS, M270, 155mm Grenadier Launcher. Various types of artillery formed striking clusters. There are countless infantry fighting vehicles, light armored vehicles, and anti-aircraft fire units. Seeing this scene, even though Chu Feng had experienced armored battles involving hundreds of thousands of people, they couldn't help but gasp in amazement. You damn eagle. Such a large strike force has been assembled in such a short time. Right under my nose, Chu Feng admitted that he had underestimated the United States. As the overlord of Earth, they really get things done with lightning speed. He can disregard those main battle tanks. But he had to take those 1,200-plus artillery pieces with high-precision strike capability seriously. This level of artillery fire, combined with a surprise airstrike. He could also suffer losses if he's not careful. Okay, okay. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, then I won't stand on ceremony. Surprised as I was, Chu Feng showed no fear whatsoever. He has plenty of ways to deal with such a dense armored formation. Order. 03 long-range fire. Remove the camouflage net. Immediately enter launch mode. Yes. The assassins receive their orders. Immediately, 4 artillery groups deployed within the defensive perimeter, totaling 300 multiple rocket launcher units, were deployed. They all lifted the veil of disguise. The command vehicle and the launch vehicle are operating simultaneously. Ooh. Amidst the synchronized sounds of hydraulic valves starting up, one after another, huge 12-cell launchers were adjusted at the same time. Clang. One by one, the launch caps fell off neatly, revealing the massive 300mm rocket bodies inside. Set the parameters. Based on the coordinate information provided by Nightingale 7. One by one, the long-range artillery launchers underwent final fine-tuning. And at this moment, the U.S. armored formation position. Its air defense radar also detected the Nightingale 7 formation in the sky. Damn it, we've been discovered. The moment I saw the Nightingale 7, General Warwick, commander of the 1st Marine Division, sensed something was amiss. Fuck, what are you waiting for? Shoot them down. Warwick was furious and repeatedly reprimanded his men for their actions. Sir, the field air defense system has a limited range and cannot engage targets at an altitude of 20 kilometers. For God's sake, launch Patriot air defense missiles directly, and hurry up. A series of commands. Chill. Immediately, several narrow Patriot air defense missiles were launched into the air. Nightingale 7. There is no escaping it. It turned into countless fragments. The threat overhead has been eliminated. Logically, Warwick should have breathed a sigh of relief. However, what horrified him was that ominous feeling I had earlier. Instead of dissipating, it turned into an extremely oppressive atmosphere, like a violent storm. Oh my God, could it be? He stared wide-eyed in horror. The next moment, the latest satellite images appeared. A piercing alarm sounded across the sky. What a generous gift, fuck. It's a long-range rocket launcher. Disperse the array, all air defense units. Turn on the radar to maximum power. Prepare for interception. He truly deserves to be called a commander of a meritorious unit. The moment the alarm sounded, the most appropriate preparations had already been made. Ooh. Instructions received. Within an armored formation stretching for 20 to 30 square kilometers. The armored vehicles were scattered. Hundreds of Avenger combined missile and gun field air defense systems adjusted their interception angles simultaneously, with the radars instantly rotating to their maximum range. This isn't over yet. At the same time as issuing the defense command, Warwick also issued orders for a full-scale strike. The two sides are dozens of kilometers apart. It will take some time for Chu Feng's long-range artillery fire to reach our area. All artillery groups fire a rapid volley at the marked coordinates and return fire fiercely. Yes, one by one, American soldiers received their orders. They had already adjusted the launch angle. At this moment, one button after another was pressed. Beep. Chill. Chill. Instantly, billowing smoke and dust rose into the sky from the neatly arranged artillery formations. One after another, HIMARS rockets, M270 high-explosive rockets, and 155mm grenades hurtled into the sky. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. The firepower density was simply too great. At this moment, the entire sky was obscured by the trails of bullets filling the sky. The movement of the U.S. artillery was remarkably swift. However, Chu Feng had the upper hand after all. Their volley of shots wasn't over yet. The suicide squadrons, operating long-range artillery clusters, unleashed a dense barrage of 300mm rockets. It had already come into view of the American artillery. Boom, 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 tilde. Thick streaks of light swept across the sky, with the help of the rising sun, within the massive armored formations on the ground. The American soldiers could almost see the incoming rockets and their cold warheads. Ground Commander Warwick's heart was in his throat. Anti-aircraft fire, fire. He roared in anger. Chill. Instantly, a dense storm of anti-aircraft interceptor missiles collided head-on with the incoming rain of rockets. Boom, 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 tilde. A series of intense fireballs exploded in the sky. The U.S. military's field air defense system is equipped with cutting-edge digital capabilities. full power. The first incoming rockets all exploded. However, there's simply too many of them. 300 long-range artillery pieces mean 3,600 rockets. And this field air defense system of the United States only has a little over 100 units at most. With a 6L launcher, there are only about 600 interceptor missiles in total. It was simply not enough to withstand such a massive number of rockets. In the blink of an eye, they were all consumed. Without interceptor missiles, all that's left is automatic anti-aircraft gun firepower. However, this type of firepower is inefficient at intercepting targets. It doesn't really have much effect. Whoosh! Facing a barrage of anti-aircraft fire, a barrage of 300 mm rockets whistled as they rapidly broke through the outer defense perimeter. Looking at the overwhelming black dots falling from the sky. Fuck! On the turret of the command vehicle. Warwick tilted his head back, his mouth wide open, and his voice began to tremble. But he didn't expect that. What terrified him even more was yet to come. Chapter 140. A devastating blow to the U.S. Armored Forces, J6 and J20 make their dazzling debut. Bang, 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 bang. All that could be seen were the dense barges of 300 mm long-range rockets raining down, when it was still more than 200 meters above the ground. Its 800-kilogram projectile suddenly split apart. Countless anti-armor cluster munitions were launched. These are anti-armor cluster munitions. All equipment is equipped with shaped charge. Each one has a tail fin. Once it splits, it immediately begins to rotate at high speed. It's a powerful, top-down attack aimed directly at the ground target. Bang, 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 bang. Below, several HIMARS rocket launchers were the first to be hit by the artillery positions. Although these cluster munitions have limited explosive charges, their armor-piercing capability is only 70 to 80 millimeters. However, under the onslaught of the attack, the HIMARS has weak body armor and top protection. It's just like a blank sheet of paper. Boom, boom. A terrifying jet of metal. The car body was pierced. No. The American soldiers inside were howling and screaming in agony. The equipment inside was also completely destroyed. Sparks flew everywhere. Thick smoke billowed from the car body. Several HIMARS engines broke down on the spot. This is just the beginning. Overhead, more 300 millimeters long-range rockets split apart in midair. Its projectile weighs 800 kilograms. Each one contains a full 500 cluster munitions. Once spilled, this can create a 4,000 square meter strike fan on the target ground. What's terrifying is, these are 300 millimeters rockets that have broken through our defenses. There are more than 2,000 of them. Boom, 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 tilde. A terrible thing happened. Warwick's artillery units were arranged in extremely dense formations, under the barrage of shaped charge cluster bombs as dense as raindrops, including HIMARS, long-range rocket launchers, self-propelled howitzers, and massive armored vehicles billowed smoke and burst into flames. The interior of the car body was pierced. Countless American artillerymen screamed in terror and despair. In a very short moment, these thousands of long-range artillery pieces were reduced to a pile of useless scrap metal. Even more terrifying is, under this intense barrage of attacks, the ammunition trucks and the mountains of ammunition boxes nearby were also affected. With a stunning secondary explosion, the entire artillery position, the entire area was submerged. The scalding hot smoke was so intense that it was impossible to open one's eyes. Looking at this horrifying scene, Commander Warwick, who was not far away, was almost in tears. It's not really his fault. From the moment Chu Feng launched his attack, he had already made the best possible response. If anyone is to blame, it's Chu Feng for being too violent. From the very first move, they unleashed weapons capable of causing widespread damage. Seeing that the situation was not good, Warwick didn't care about the financial pain. It roared repeatedly, ordering the remaining power to disperse as much as possible again. But unexpectedly, he had just given the order. The second wave of attacks came crashing down on us. There's a system. The so-called loading of ammunition simply did not exist. One receive, one send. He directly replaced the assassin's attack units with completely new ones. This could be the death of me. This second wave of attacks was aimed directly at Warwick and the remaining armored formation. Boom, 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 tilde. Amidst the continuous explosions, thick plumes of smoke shot into the sky. One after another, air defense units were reduced to scrap metal, and light armor vehicles were reduced to piles of flames. One after another, Abrams' main battle tanks, relying on their thick armor and tough hides. A coordinated attack from all sides. It can withstand an endless barrage of attacks. They couldn't hold on any longer. Boom, boom. All the heavy tanks were out of service. An armored formation stretching for 20 to 30 square kilometers. They were all engulfed in an ocean of light and heat. By now, it was completely bright outside. Inside the Pentagon, looking at satellite images, thousands of their own armored vehicles were reduced to useless scrap, including Smith. All the generals had their eyes blazing with fury and their teeth clenched tightly. Pochette. That bastard Chu Feng actually has a 0.3 long-range artillery piece. His equipment is now several levels better than before. Damn it, if it weren't for that bastard from the Dragon Kingdom going crazy, my armored forces wouldn't have suffered such losses. All the generals were furious. This calculation excludes armored units. His country, the United States, has suffered at least tens of thousands of casualties. 1st Cavalry Division, 1st Marine Division. These meritorious units are now completely useless. Fuck. We can't let this bastard continue like this. 6 nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle groups are in position. General, give the order. Coordinate with the Air Force bases and missile bases on all sides and immediately launch a saturation attack on this bastard. The generals were all furious. Meanwhile, the Pentagon was making tense preparations. On the eve of a large-scale retaliation. At the Lockheed Arms base, Chu Feng also made new gains. After severely damaging 8 of the U.S.'s armored divisions, his arms shop level has been upgraded once again. It went straight to level 7. Level 7 shop. Now the fighter units should be unlocked, right? In my excitement, Chu Feng decisively opened the store. Just as he expected, the page opens, and a futuristic 6-winged angel and a bomber with 2 huge turbofan engines come into view. Jivan? And their 6th master? The pattern is displayed in 3D. A chilling, oppressive atmosphere swept over us. Chu Feng subun siko gapet. He didn't expect that. This fighter jet unit, once unlocked, completely blew his mind. What surprised him even more was, this time, not only were the fighter jets unlocked, a series of air-launched weapons also appeared at the same time, such as the PL-15 air-to-air missile with a range of 200 kilometers. A combined guided laser bomb weighing 3 tons. There is also the Eagle-21 anti-ship missile, which has a terminal speed of Mach 10. Not only that, these are the 2 newly introduced aerial units. The price is also quite attractive. The J-20 costs only $15 million per aircraft, and the H-6K is even cheaper, costing only $10 million. It's several times cheaper than in reality. As for those air-launched weapons, they are as cheap as ever, with Chu Feng currently holding nearly 180 billion yuan in funds. You can squander it as you please. Haha, America, America. You like to covet me and scheme against me, don't you? Now let's see how you die. The emergence of new equipment. Chu Feng's arrogance grew to an unbelievable level. Looking at the images of the nearby sea area transmitted back by the WZ-7 reconnaissance flotilla, he looked at the massive aircraft carrier group that had assembled, attempting to launch an attack on him. He immediately wanted to buy several hundred H-6 bombers to launch the US-21 missile. Give the opponent a real saturation attack. But just as his finger touched the purchase button, whoosh, his heart suddenly tightened. An unprecedented and intense unease welled up in my heart. Chapter 141, Intense Unease. You're the system? The sudden turn of events caused Chu Feng to instantly retract his finger. He sensed it carefully. The next instant, his pupils and heart contracted violently at the same time. Damn it, it's that needle-like feeling. It has appeared again, stronger than ever before. This was the first time Chu Feng felt somewhat flustered. This is very abnormal. He has a military system at his disposal, hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and countless weapons and equipment. There is a dimensional gate. Even if nuclear weapons are used, he will remain unharmed. He truly didn't know what else could threaten him. Could it be that the U.S. is hiding a secret weapon? Or has the Illuminati developed some kind of heaven-defying weapon? Chu Feng paced back and forth, a rare sight of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. An enemy in plain sight, no matter where he hides. He has a way of completely destroying it. But even if you want to fight this lurking monster, you can't find the direction, just as he was slightly at a loss. Host, it's it. Its warriors have arrived. The system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly uttered a broadcast imbued with human emotion. These words were spoken, like a thunderbolt from the blue. What? Chu Feng was suddenly stunned, his eyes widening in surprise. He is currently feeling somewhat angry. He had long suspected that the system was hiding many things from him. For example, the number of lives on your own panel that is always one. He asked the system countless times, but there was absolutely no response. Explain. System, what exactly do you know? You son of a bitch. Faced with Chu Feng's blunt questioning, the system remained silent. Buzz. A ripple of vibration appeared in front of me. Whoosh. Chu Feng's entire body went directly into the system's space. And then his figure appeared. Boom! The vast surrounding space began to shake violently, accompanied by bursts of electromagnetic buzzing. The various illusory lights faded away visibly. It revealed its true face. This is a huge cabin with a strong science fiction feel, covering an area of tens of square kilometers. Whoosh! In a shimmering stream of particles, rows of huge instruments lit up their screens. Immediately following, before Chu Feng, a gigantic quantum computer, the size of a house, rose up with a rumble. Welcome, host, to the world of microscopic civilization. Above the quantum computer, a glowing image of a ship slowly emerged. Micro-civilization? This is flying spaceship? Chu Feng looked horrified. He looked around and saw that the layout was extremely similar to the scenes in the movie. The spherical image further confirmed his idea. It radiates a holy light. The surface is covered with modular devices of various sizes. Some of them are clearly weapons installations at first glance. Others are engine hood openings. And its data is even more frightening. Its total diameter is a full 3,000 kilometers, almost the size of the moon. What alarmed Chu Feng was, on such a powerful warship, there was a horrifying wound. The wound was perfectly smooth. It runs straight through the middle of the ship. All affected areas were completely destroyed. Yes, Captain. You are currently in the core control module of the flagship of the micro-civilization, the Glorious. The broadcast suddenly started to sound like a child's voice. The next moment, a little person dressed in unusual clothes, with tiny wings and two small horns on its forehead. It flew out of the quantum computer. It resembles a human and is about the size of an infant. Apart from the face, the entire piece displays the colors of the starry sky. As soon as it appeared, it began to fly merrily around Chu Feng. Holy crap. You're the system? Look at this little person. Chu Feng was momentarily stunned by the contrast. I'm not some kind of system. Please call me Lord Aloka, the intelligent life form. The little figure stopped flying, crossed its arms over its chest, flapped its wings, and said irritably. After saying that, he started running around erratically again. Chu Feng suddenly felt a headache. With a large hand, it grabbed its wing directly. Cough, cough. That guy, Lord Araka. Stop running around aimlessly. You still haven't told me what's going on. There might be deeper instructions involved. As soon as Chu Feng said this, the little man immediately fell silent. The eyebrows furrowed in a personified manner. With a flash of its wings, it flew to the front of the quantum computer. Fingers flew across the air. Instantly, the particles burst forth with brilliance. Chu Feng's consciousness vanished into countless star rivers. They entered a vast and boundless battlefield. This battlefield stretches for tens of millions of light years. Warships, some the size of planets, and even stars, floated and sank in dense array. It seemed to be confronting something in the shadows. Suddenly, the vast expanse of space caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Boom! A chilling, terrifying, and extremely cold black light swept down without warning. Immediately afterwards, the clusters of star systems nearby, like bubbles, were extinguished one by one. Buzz! And at that very moment, the massive fleet that stretched across the universe also launched an offensive. Sizzle! Brilliant beams of light pierced through the Milky Way. The entire universe trembled before these beams of light. But the next moment, something even more terrifying happened. The dark radiance trembled violently. An endless black mist began to rage and spread. Roar! A chilling, earth-shattering roar. It's as if the strings of the universe have been plucked by human hands. The enormous fleet, stretching for countless light years, was affected in an instant. Under the impact of this terrifying energy, the entire fleet was in turmoil, and then one ship after another exploded. After sweeping away these fleets, the terrifying black mist that permeated the universe continued its relentless advance. Galaxy after galaxy was annihilated. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in the starry sky where Chu Feng was. Ugh, even if it's just some simulated images. Chu Feng still felt a piercing pain in his head. The moment the black mist rushed in, he even felt his soul tremble. Araka, what the hell is that? He was breathing heavily, and his fingers were trembling. Araka blinked, its wings fluttering. It rested its chin on its hand and winked. He shook his head repeatedly. What kind of creature is that? It's not clear yet. Under the unknown attack, most of the civilization's database has been destroyed. During the intergalactic jump, the spaceship's energy has been largely exhausted and cannot be repaired for the time being. Anteruniversleep. Zhufeng Fdawen. Yes, Captain, to escape extinction. The main civilization has decided to abandon the mother universe and enter various planes to find a solution. However, during this period, due to the presence of that thing's soldiers, none of the branch fleets were able to escape its clutches. Only the Radiant remains. Chapter 142, Vanguard Soldiers, the Parasitized Illuminati. Is that so? Chu Feng murmured, then suddenly raised his head, his expression one of astonishment. Wait, what did you just call me? Captain. Araka blinked her big eyes. It flew around happily for a moment. Then he stretched out his finger and touched Chu Feng's brow. Hee. The system is the glorious, and the glorious is the system. From the moment we were bound together, you became the captain of my micro-civilization Spark Fleet, the flagship of the glorious. This, Chu Feng scratched his head. My mind is a bit muddled. Let me think about it. What are you thinking about? Araka said irritably, crossing his arms. Am I, the glorious, not worthy of a mere native of a rudimentary civilization like you? Let me tell you, although my micro-civilization has declined, the knowledge base and technology we possess are beyond the reach of you humans. Ahem, that's not what I meant. Chu Feng quickly explained. I mean, why did you come to me in the first place? There's nothing I can do about it, Araka said, shrugging her little hands. The intercosmic jump is over, and I have arrived on your planet. My linked neurons have become disordered. There is an urgent need to restore the stability of biomass energy. I waited for 10 years. Only your soul strength can withstand the binding energy. These words left Chu Feng somewhat bewildered. Soul, do I really have such a thing? What is the relationship between soul strength and biomass energy? Idiot, you don't even understand this much. Araka flapped her little wings and poked Chu Feng's forehead several times with her little hands. The soul is, of course, a form of biomass energy. It is an extremely rare item among intelligent life forms in the universe. What's strange is that every person on your planet has an exceptionally strong soul. Okay, you understand. Chu Feng scratched his head blankly. I looked around at the vast space, then asked, Aloka, you just said that you are an intelligent life form belonging to a microscopic civilization. But this doesn't seem to have anything to do with the microscopic level. Besides, this is a sad topic. Aloka's limbs and small wings drooped down together. He shrugged and explained. That thing is so powerful that it inspires despair. In order to hide myself as much as possible, the mother civilization had no choice but to voluntarily downgrade itself, making itself infinitely microscopic. Fortunately, our technological system was able to make breakthroughs during this process. We are already able to unfold the original space at a microscopic scale. Although in the end, he still couldn't escape his fate. But at least the glorious survived. I see. Chu Feng nodded to himself. Now he finally understood why so many things could be contained within a single point of light. A marvel at the power of this method. At the same time, he also gained a deeper understanding of the terrifying nature of that unknown enemy. Even such a powerful civilization was no match for it. Then myself. Don't worry too much. I sensed Chu Feng's emotions. Araka turned and flew to him. There are countless intelligent races in the trillions of universes that are far more advanced than our microscopic civilization. With them there, plus the natural barriers that exist in the macrocosm. That thing won't come too soon. However, we must be careful to guard against its troops. No, you can never be too careful. War soldiers. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng frowned. So, that pricking unease, that ominous feeling of being bitten by a venomous snake, is the source of this? Aroka, what exactly are these so-called warriors? With our current strength, are we really capable of dealing with this? Chu Feng asked in a deep voice. This is a matter of life and death for humanity. War soldiers, as the name suggests, are puppets under that thing's command. Aruka explained in detail. That thing itself cannot quickly break through the cosmic barrier, so it modifies some cosmic races and cultivates them into war minions. This is an important means for it to conquer the cosmic sea. The light screen unfolds. Look, this is the sample you collected from the hive on the dark web. My database was previously corrupted and unable to extract any useful information. It has now been partially repaired. Analysis shows that this is due to the unique biological tissue characteristics of the soldiers under that thing's command. You mean they've really arrived on Earth? Chu Feng's pupils contracted. That's right. Araka nodded his little head. He then continued speaking. Of course, their main force won't arrive that quickly. What has arrived on Earth so far is only an advance team. Moreover, the spacecraft crashed 5 years ago. Tap the virtual screen rapidly. My data torrent module has now been initially restored. We have just infiltrated the deep network of Earth and discovered their crash sites. Look, the light screen flickered. A slightly blurry photo appears. The photo shows a thick layer of ice and snow. A massive ship was half buried in the snow and ice. Several helicopters and a large group of scientists in white coats were parked nearby. Further out, there are fully armed soldiers guarding the perimeter. It's those bastards on the dark web. Enlarging the photo, Chu Feng immediately grasped the key point. Those soldiers, their skull armbands, were exactly the same as the ones I'd seen at the hive in New York. Snort. No wonder there were those kinds of items inside the beehive. So, they started researching this years ago. Aruka remained non-committal. Research is not scary. What is scary is that these soldiers are biological and chemical combat soldiers. Their combat capabilities may not be as strong as those of technologically advanced civilizations. Their methods are insidious and vicious. And crashing does not mean total death. People who have come into contact with them are very likely already infected. Parasitic. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed. His expression immediately turned cold. A major battle could break out at any moment, and he certainly didn't want to be stabbed in the back by these bastards. Mark all their locations. Dark web, Illuminati, whether they're suspects or not, don't let a single one get away. Clear. Aruka snapped his fingers. A massive data stream is pouring into the deep network of Earth. Suddenly on a map of Blue Star, a dense array of light spots appeared. More than 100,000 people, looking at these targets, spread across the world. Even people from the Dragon Kingdom are on the list. Chu Feng's expression immediately turned cold. This is only what's on the surface. God knows if those monstrous things will spread everywhere in the next few years. Chapter 143 Arctic Research Base, the Illuminati's Fantasy of Immortality. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Chu Feng immediately wanted to order his assassins to attack. They went on a killing spree. Araka shook his fingers repeatedly. Don't be reckless. Judging from past examples, the most important task of these advanced troops is to establish beacons to guide the main force to arrive. The most urgent task is to find their beacons and destroy them completely. Beacon? Chu Feng frowned slightly. Yes. Aruka nodded repeatedly. The universe is so vast that even if a fleet could reach 100 times the speed of light, it would be no different from a snail on a cosmic scale. Using beacons to establish stargates for transmission is the most convenient way to travel through space. Oh, I found it. I just found out that the Illuminati established a research base in the Arctic 5 years ago. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed. In other words, the spaceship was not moved. The beacon is still stuck in the North Pole. Bingo. You're right. The spaceship is actually the main body of the beacon. They are definitely repairing it in secret. Then what are we waiting for? Let's set off now. Boom! Above the Lockheed Arms base, there's an explosion on the ground. From an inconspicuous spot of light, a silver-white fighter jet suddenly shot out. The fighter jets climbed rapidly, reaching the stratosphere. Then they headed straight northwest. This sudden turn of events shocked all the countries that were closely monitoring the battlefield. Fuck, it's AJ-20. Chu Feng's equipment has been upgraded again. Quickly prepare the carrier strike group for air defense. Inside the Pentagon, Smith was startled. Once bitten by a snake, twice shy, he thought Chu Feng was about to launch an air raid. Fortunately, he breathed a slight sigh of relief after realizing there was only one fighter jet. However, this is also why. Because they didn't know how many trump cards Chu Feng still had up his sleeve. All attacks were halted again, and the troops moved into defensive positions. At the same time, because of the emergence of the J-20, the level of surveillance of Chu Feng by various countries has once again risen to a new level. Chu Feng didn't bother with them. From this moment on, apart from his daily life, as long as the other party does not provoke him, Chu Feng will not take any further offensive actions against them. After all, a major war was imminent. There are other places where they can be of use. Of course, the main force of the war is still on our side. Thinking of the severely damaged Glory, Chu Feng couldn't help but raise his own questions. Araka, the Glorious, is severely damaged. How can it be completely repaired? With Earth's current combat strength, it will be difficult to withstand the enemy's main force once they arrive. It's difficult. Aloka materialized into particles and emerged, spreading her small hands. Tens of thousands of scans have not revealed any advanced metals on Earth. And now, the Glorious has lost its ability to travel between stars. Space mining is also impossible. Is there no other way? Zhufeng Thou Wen. Have. Aroka clasped her hands and nodded affirmatively. Biological flesh and blood can achieve the same effect. However, it is also quite difficult to obtain. How difficult is it? Chu Feng asked. Like metal, only biological flesh and blood of a certain strength can be used. And the only ones who can meet the requirements right now are those biological combat soldiers. Biological flesh and blood. Upon hearing this, a glint of excitement flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. If it really is this thing, there must be some remnants in that crashed spaceship. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat, no matter how small. Accelerate. Boom. This is the Illuminati Arctic Research Base. He was unaware that his death was imminent. An airport covered in ice and snow. A massive C-17 Globemaster III transport plane is slowly landing with a roar. The rumbling ride has ended. The massive rear hatch opened. The various research equipment and supplies inside were revealed. Uninstallation complete. A large contingent of Illuminati guards drove transport trucks straight to the icebergs near the airport. At this moment, the entire iceberg has been hollowed out. Inside the vast interior space, there is a shuttle-shaped spaceship, more than 300 meters long, diagonally embedded in the ground. It is entirely black, with fine dark gold patterns engraved on it. Half of it is exposed. Half of it extends deep beneath the ice. Beep, beep, beep. A massive elevator slowly descended through a thick layer of ice. A series of massive underwater facilities came into view. They were built around the nose of the spacecraft. Nearby, schools of mechanical fish of all sizes swam back and forth. There are also small submarines shuttling up and down. Furthermore, traces of weapons testing can be seen in the nearby waters. It is clear that the Illuminati's research has yielded some results. Now, inside the largest underwater facility in the middle, beside the huge water curtain porthole, an elderly white man, leaning on a gold cane, stood quietly. He was old, but his face was as white and tender as a baby's. A pair of cloudy eyes, with black mist occasionally rising from them. Master, Dr. Thomas's latest research equipment has arrived. A man with mechanical eyes walked in and spoke respectfully. The old man remained expressionless. Any news from New York? Master, a report has come from the Pentagon that our Army's armored assembly area has been subjected to a fierce attack by Chu Feng long-range rocket artillery. The current structure has been damaged and has withdrawn from the battlefield. Oh, the old man responded calmly, his eyes flickering slightly. Unfortunately, Our research progress is still too slow. Otherwise, why would this mere clown jump to such an extent? He turned his head away indifferently. Order all research teams to speed up the process. I want to see the latest results within a week. Weapon systems and biopharmaceuticals. We must accelerate our efforts in both. Yes, master. The man with the mechanical eyes respectfully withdrew. Turning back, I looked out the porthole at the school of fish swimming around. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly. To be honest, at his level, I no longer have much interest in money or power. The only thing that could move him was lifespan. Human lifespan is too short. Death is one of the few truly fair aspects of human society. Even though he already controlled most of the Western world, they still cannot escape this fate. Exhausting countless resources yielded no results. He had already resigned himself to his fate. But 5 years ago, a scientific expedition to the Arctic was like a bombshell. This rekindled his hope for immortality. Inside the crashed spaceship, he only extracted and consumed some of the active cells from that other dead creature. Her skin has already returned to a baby-like state, although the research has made no further progress since then. But he was confident that this was just the final step. If immortality can truly be achieved, then I'll also get my hands on everything Chu Feng possesses. He couldn't even imagine what the future would be like. Immersed in a wonderful fantasy. However, at this very moment, beep, the communication screen next to the old man suddenly lit up. The man with the mechanical eyes appeared, his face showing a hint of urgency. Master, Pentagon report. An hour and a half ago, a J-20 fighter jet suddenly appeared at the Chu Feng military base. It turned northwest immediately after entering the stratosphere. We have now entered the polar ice cap and are expected to arrive at my research base in 10 minutes. Chapter 144 Chu Feng, here I come. What? Jiva? 10 minutes until arrival. Upon hearing the report, a rare look of astonishment appeared on the elderly white man's face. The next moment, his pupils contracted sharply. Damn it, it's Chu Feng. He's coming towards us. Why didn't you report this sooner? I'm sorry, master. The man with the mechanical eye bowed. A report from the Pentagon. The appearance of this J-20 was too sudden, coupled with its excellent stealth capabilities. The early warning aircraft detected it for less than 10 seconds before losing sight of the target. We were able to relock onto it only after it reached the edge of the polar region, thanks to our anti-missile Doppler radar. These useless bastards. The old man cursed angrily. He then quickly walked out of the room and arrived at the underwater command center. Inside the command center lobby at this moment, all 4 instrument screens were now bright red. On the screen, the J-20 representing Chu Feng was rapidly approaching. Damn it! What are you all standing there for? Sound the sirens. Activate all air defenses. Take him out. The old man's eyes turned cold, and he shouted sternly. Heeding the orders. One by one, the Illuminati members realized what was happening and took up command positions. The tense deployment has begun. Target 180 kilometers, entering maximum range. Locking. A cold, clear voice rang out. Ooh. Immediately, above the ice layer, 6 Patriot air defense missile systems simultaneously adjusted their launch angles. The next moment, shop. 6 slender anti-aircraft missiles simultaneously soared into the sky. Once the missile is launched, it was immediately detected by the J-20's powerful detection system. Beep, beep, beep. Enemy missiles. Enemy missiles. Inside the cockpit, warning alarms blared incessantly. I glanced at the terminal screen. It was discovered that the target location was still 170 to 180 kilometers away. Without even thinking, Chu Feng knew that this was the Patriot long-range air defense system in operation. He remained calm and unhurried, continued to control the fighter jet and fly at high speed, with the glorious in hand. These lousy weapons couldn't hurt him at all. Enemy engagement in 1 minute. Underwater command center. Seeing that Chu Feng made no attempt to evade him, the Illuminati members present were all incredulous. Damn it, is this bastard looking for death? At an altitude of 20,000 meters, even a small piece of debris hitting the plane would result in the destruction of the aircraft and the loss of life. How dare he? The old man also narrowed his eyes, a chill emanating from them. Although I don't understand how you found out about my base. But you're trying to force your way in all by yourself. They're really showing us no respect at all. Enemy engagement in 10 seconds. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone present stared intently at the screen. But the next moment, something shocking happened. Boom, 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 tilde. The first round of launches consisted of 6 anti-aircraft missiles. They crashed into the target points one after another. The instant before the explosion, the J-20 piloted by Chu Feng vanished into thin air. Radar, all detection instruments have lost track of him. Fuck, this can't be. How could such a large fighter jet just vanish into thin air? The Illuminati members stared wide-eyed. Damn it. Has he become completely invisible through optical means? Impossible. Even with optical stealth, it should have been able to hit the target smoothly after the missile exploded. There is no sign of a fall at the scene. Just when everyone was confused, the next moment, something that left them speechless happened again. Boom! The area where the explosion just occurred was several kilometers ahead. Chu Feng's J-20 reappeared, and with even greater speed, it rushed rapidly toward its own airspace. Fuck! Upon seeing that Chu Feng was indeed safe and sound, the crowd immediately lost their composure and swore. A hint of panic flashed in the old man's eyes. Previous intelligence proved that Chu Feng was indeed able to recover equipment. But this is in flight mode. This is allowed? Damn it. Keep launching the missiles. Fire them all. Activate all base defenses. Take off fighter jets simultaneously and stop him at all costs. The old man pointed his cane and shouted coldly. Yes. Press the button. Shop, shop, shop. Immediately, several Patriot air defense systems on the ground opened fire at full capacity. Within 10 seconds, all the anti-aircraft missiles were launched in one go. At the same time, an airport covered in ice and snow. Boom, boom. 5 triangular, all-black fighter jets also soared into the sky. Again, these guys are still not giving up. Chu Feng decisively switched to the launch page. He gave a cold laugh and pressed the button. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, 6 anti-radiation missiles were launched. This is terrible, because they used up all their ammunition in one go. There wasn't enough time to install the spare launcher. The several Patriot missile systems on the ground became complete targets. Following the radar signal source, an anti-radiation missile traveling at Mach 3.5. They quickly reached a point not far above their heads. Shit! Missile attack! Run! The air defense soldiers screamed in terror. Before they could react, boom, 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 tilde. On the snow-white polar ice, a dazzling fireball has already exploded. Damn it! The long-range air defense system was destroyed. Underwater command center. The old man couldn't help but slam his cane hard into the ground. Now, he can only pin his hopes on those 5 new fighter jets. This fighter jet is the latest air combat platform developed by Illuminati based on their analysis of alien spacecraft technology. It is exceptionally sturdy and has a triangular shape throughout. The black surface was extremely smooth, let alone ordinary fighter jets. It consists of ground-based multi-band radar, working in conjunction with airborne early warning aircraft. None of them can lock it. Even more frightening is, these delta-wing fighter jets are not equipped with conventional missiles. It's an electromagnetic pulse gun. Its bombardment speed is extremely fast. The old man had reason to believe that, in the face of such new weapons, no matter how mysterious Chu Feng is, he could still die on the spot if he's not careful. Swish, swish, swish. On the J-20, Chu Feng quickly spotted the 5 strange attacking fighter jets. However, when he wanted to lock it, it was discovered that the radar system on the J-20 was producing static and immediately became ineffective. Captain, watch out! These fighter jets already possess some of the technology of extraterrestrial civilizations. It's not something you can handle right now. Aloka suddenly materialized into particles and spoke, offering a reminder. What should we do then? Chu Feng turned his head away. Without taking down these roadblocks, there's no way we can even talk about destroying the beacon. Don't worry. Aloka flapped its little wings and scooped up its little hands. I anticipated this situation long ago. With me here, these pieces of junk have no right to threaten us. Watch me. Chapter 145, Terrifying Electromagnetic Pulse, The Mechanical-Eyed Man Surprise Attack. Thud. Aruka snapped his fingers. Immediately, countless mosaics appeared. An invisible torrent of data instantly swept into the cockpits of those Delta Wing fighter jets. Sizzle. Then a spark was heard. A plume of blue smoke instantly rose from the unmanned platforms of several fighter jets. Bingo. Done. Chu Feng, these fighter jets are yours now. As Aruka's voice faded, 5 Delta Wing fighter jets drew a tiny arc in the sky. The turn was completed in an instant. Damn, that's it. Chu Feng was somewhat shocked. Certainly. Aruka chuckled. Don't you know who I am? I am an intelligent life form. Although I only fixed a small part of my data module, it's still not something these small things can handle. Alright, now I'm giving you control. Do whatever you want with the rest. Chu Feng didn't stand on ceremony either. His thoughts immediately entered the terminal computers of the 5 Delta Wing fighter jets. It transformed into a super intelligent entity and took over the authority. And at this moment, Underwater Command Center, seeing that their own fighter jets were not launching an attack for a long time, they even turned back to base. The Illuminati were completely dumbfounded. My God, what's going on? Quickly find out what's going on. Several air combat experts wearing communication headsets were rapidly typing on their keyboards. The next second, something happened that left them speechless. All that could be seen on the screen was the large text, access restricted. That's all. Damn bastard, this must be Chu Feng's doing. The old man was unusually angry. Anger mingled with a hint of horror and fear. Things were getting more and more beyond his imagination. This guy can even control a fighter jet built with alien technology. Then what could possibly stop him from using his base? You continue to command. Activate all defenses. Hold the line. Han Sheng, issue the order. The old man disappeared directly from the command center. No one dared to disobey. They issued a series of instructions. Ew. Amidst the piercing sirens. Immediately, the entire research base sprang into operation. On the ground, several phalanx close-in weapon systems raised their firing angles and aimed at the direction from which Chu Feng was attacking. Iceberg entrance. Large brigades of Illuminati guards, carrying portable anti-aircraft missiles and anti-tank missiles, poured out. They were dressed in black combat uniforms, their entire bodies covered in armor. Even their heads were completely covered, making it impossible to see their faces. At the same time, a fleet of specially modified Abrams main battle tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. They also exit from various entrances. A defensive line was deployed around the base airport. The formation lowered its altitude. Radar scan. Looking at the ground, there were countless people and equipment. A cruel smile crept onto Chu Feng's face. Delta Wing fighter jet. Launch an attack immediately and destroy them. Yes. 5 Delta Wing fighter jets simultaneously emitted a loud, intelligent voice in their cockpits. Immediately afterwards, the fighter jets swooped down in unison, heading straight for the ground. Thank you for the generous gift. They're here. Open fire. The ground commander roared. Sizzle. Sizzle. Several phalanx, CIWS, simultaneously spewed out dense tongues of fire. The brilliant trajectory of the ballistic missile head-on towards the incoming Delta fighter. At the same time, shot. Stinger missiles also soared into the sky. It crashed head-on into the target. Such a dense attack. If it were a regular fighter jet, it would probably explode on the spot in a single encounter. However, when this surging firepower struck the Delta fighter jet, tada! Besides creating countless sparks and smoke, it can't harm them in the slightest. Of course, a counterfeit is still a counterfeit. The massive kinetic energy couldn't damage the fuselage. The fighter jets continued to roll repeatedly. I almost lost my balance. But that's all. The next instant, a fierce counterattack began. Song, gong gong. Terrifying electromagnetic pulses shot towards the ground. Each attack landed. The ground is a long, gaping wound. Under this plowing-like attack. One by one, the Illuminati guards took to the air in groups, their bodies instantly vaporizing. Only sets of black armor remained, lying on the ground. The crowd was scattered. The triangular fighter formation then turned its attention to the rows of ground armored vehicles. They lower their altitude and fly low along the ground. So, an electromagnetic pulse carrying terrifying energy was emitted. The Abrams main battle tanks looked like a string of gourds. The entire row of turrets was blown away in an instant. So strong. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Even though Chu Feng had anticipated this, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. That's a main battle tank. The turret was incredibly sturdy. That knocked down 5 or 6 machines in one go. Moreover, judging from its surface gloss, it has undergone special modification. What's so special about that? Chu Feng was distracted. Aruka suddenly reappeared. Hands on hips. This kind of garbage weapon has an extremely low energy level. It's okay to deal with some indigenous civilizations, but against higher levels of protection, it's not even qualified to tickle an itch. Ahem. Chu Feng gave an awkward smile. Even with such basic weapons, he still doesn't have many. Don't panic. Once we get the spaceship wreckage, we can either modify it or remelt it. He will definitely create even more powerful weapons. Let's return our gaze to the ground. After destroying most of the ground defenses, several triangular fighter jets also ran out of energy and could no longer launch attacks. Chu Feng saw this. He directly piloted the J-20 to land at the airport. Crack! The hatch is open. He jumped down. They're preparing to send out troops and equipment to completely capture this base. Sudden, whoosh! A gleaming blade flashed by. It came straight for his face. There are rats here too? Chu Feng's eyes turned cold, and with a flash, he easily dodged the fatal blow. Damn it! The first attack failed. Not far in front of Chu Feng, a transparent figure slowly emerged. He was the man with the mechanical eyes who had appeared next to the old man earlier. He was the captain of the elderly man's bodyguard team. After undergoing special modifications, his combat strength is more than 10 times stronger than that of elite special forces soldiers. After receiving orders from their master, he immediately went into hiding at the airport. But to everyone's surprise, even with the invisibility cloak, he still failed. Snort! Despite missing his target on the first strike, the man with the mechanical eyes did not hesitate for long. He waved his hand. Suddenly, more than a dozen transparent figures appeared on the nearby ground. Chapter 146. Damn it. What the hell are you? These dozen or so transparent figures. With the help of the invisibility cloak, it almost blended into its surroundings. As soon as it appeared, it was a lightning-fast attack. Swish, swish. A series of cold, gleaming blades slashed down towards Chu Feng's head, chest, and limbs. With a knife? You really think highly of me. Chu Feng sneered, neither dodging nor avoiding, and raised his hand to grab the incoming blade. Court death. Transparent figures appeared, their voices cold and sharp. The blade flashed and headed straight for Chu Feng's neck. But the next moment, something shocking happened to them. Ta-da! The blade shattered the instant it touched Chu Feng's neck. Shit, that's impossible. The group held the broken swords, their eyes filled with astonishment. These long knives are specially modified products. Both its sturdiness and sharpness far surpass those of ordinary knives. This bastard body, how? Did you enjoy it? Now it's my turn to have a good time. Looking at the bewildered crowd, Chu Feng was equally unceremonious, immediately bringing out a 6-barreled rotary cannon. Sizzle. Sizzle. A fierce beam of bullets swept out. Screams erupted immediately, even though these people's bodies have been specially enhanced. But after all, they are just counterfeit and shoddy products. Faced with the fierce barrage of 12.7mm bullets, they were still destined to be crushed. Sizzle. The bullet hit, and the invisibility cloak became ineffective. One after another, cyborgs with large holes in their chests appeared. Fuck. The only surviving man with a mechanical eye disregarded the old man's death order. He took off running. Chu Feng was too lazy to chase after him. A few small fish gave him a few more minutes of life, which didn't matter. With a wave of the hand, boss, a line of fully armed assassins was teleported out. Also on display were a large number of main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and robot dogs. Target, the base inside the iceberg ahead. Kill them all. Yes. The assassins received their orders. Heavy equipment roared forward. Damn it, it's Chu Feng's main force. Seeing this scene, Underwater Command Center, the Illuminati members were terrified. They urgently issued a series of orders, instructing the remaining troops to guard the entrance to the iceberg at all costs, in an attempt to make a final stand. But the assassins wouldn't give them another chance. Thump thump. A barrage of anti-tank missiles instantly destroyed several Abrams' main battle tanks defending the entrance. Immediately afterwards, a tidal wave of robotic dogs surged in. Instantly, screams erupted. Master, something terrible has happened. All countermeasures have failed. Chu Feng has entered the interior of the iceberg. The man with the mechanical eye shouldered an anti-tank missile and fired a shot in the direction the robot dog was coming from. He then jumped into the elevator shaft at the speed of light and escaped into the underwater facility. Waste! The old man was shocked and angry, and he shouted curses. In truth, he knew in his heart that he couldn't possibly hold out. All the previous measures were nothing more than delaying the inevitable. Start the engine. Let's get out of here. Beneath the ice, in a submarine that had been prepared long ago, the old man gave the order in a cold voice. Yes. The two submariners responded with a shout and were about to push the control lever. But the next moment, a sharp pain came over me. The two men held each other's heads tightly. Immediately afterwards, bang! Various red and white objects exploded and filled the entire cabin. What a generous gift, fuck. Upon witnessing this scene, the old man was utterly horrified. He threw down his cane and immediately grabbed an MP5 submachine gun. He subconsciously thought that Chu Feng was up to his tricks again. But the next second, something terrifying happened to him. All that could be seen were the shattered skulls of the two dead henchmen. Two thick, black liquids slowly condensed and emerged. They rolled and wriggled. Suddenly, the two merged into one. A pair of scarlet eyes in the middle suddenly cast a chilling light. Hey! Interesting. I never imagined that the souls of the natives of this planet would be so powerful and delicious. If it weren't for the time constraint, I really wouldn't want to come out. Damn it, what the hell are you? Such a bizarre scene. The sight sent chills down the Illuminati elder's spine, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Rat-tat-tat-tat. He picked up his MP5 and immediately began firing wildly. However, he made a shocking discovery. Such sweeping fire had absolutely no effect. The bullet went straight through the black liquid. The hole quickly healed itself. In the blink of an eye, it was back to normal. Hey! What an interesting insect. Is this the weapon you use? A chilling, cold laugh. The black liquid wriggled and instantly arrived beside the old man. The old man was terrified, turned the gun around, and continued firing. But the next moment, he was horrified to discover that his entire body seemed to be imprisoned. He can't move. Damn it. No. Waves of excruciating pain. At the same time, black liquid flowed from the old man's eye sockets. Maurice, you bastard. What are you doing bothering me? The soul of this native is so powerful and delicious. You son of a bitch. The black liquid that flowed out started cursing as soon as it reached the outside. Don't forget the task the clan gave us. Report any intelligent species you find, especially those with souls. You've had your fun for 5 whole years, and you still aren't satisfied? The black liquid, named Morris, spoke coldly. Not enough. The native souls of this planet are simply unparalleled in the world. I've been munching on them for a full 5 years, and I've only managed to devour less than 1/10 of them. The black liquid that appeared later tried to argue back, but it was abruptly interrupted. Enough. Athos, don't forget your place. I am the young clan leader, and I am in charge of everything here. The tribe has not achieved the conquest target for tens of thousands of years. You know the consequences of ruining the important affairs of the tribe. He was scolded like that. The monstrous creature named Otto's immediately stopped its cacophony. All right, I'll listen to you, young clan leader. I will immediately awaken the other members of my tribe and attempt to restart the beacon. It wriggled. Not long after, the old man reappeared in the underwater command center. Owner, they saw who had arrived. Inside the command center, not only the man with the mechanical eyes, but also the other Illuminati members were startled. In their expectations, the owner should have run away long ago. Owner, all ground facilities have been occupied. Chu Feng's troops will capture it soon. You shouldn't be here. The man with the mechanical eye became extremely anxious. But the so-called master in front of him gave a sinister smile. Chu Feng. Who is Chu Feng? Chapter 147, The Cohesive State Race, The Repaired Beacon. In fact, regarding Chu Feng, at this moment, I really don't know what these two blobs of black liquid are. Soul and memory are two different things. They were so busy devouring souls that they didn't have time to search for memories. Looking at the bewildered expression of their owner, Everyone present stared at each other in disbelief. Damn it, could Master really be scared out of his wits by Chu Feng? How could you forget your mortal enemy? In a hurry, the man with the mechanical eyes was about to open the terminal on his wrist to explain. But the next second, swish swish, several black tentacles suddenly shot out from the old man's eyes. It pierced his head in one go. Hey! No need to bother. What wins and wins? In the end, it's nothing more than a struggle between you natives. We have no interest in paying attention to a mere insect. The sound faded. The man with the mechanical eye collapsed to the ground. Immediately afterwards, two thick clumps of liquid flowed from his eyes. Oh my God! Seeing the scene, the Illuminati members in the command center were all terrified. Before they could react, more dense tentacles, dancing wildly. In the blink of an eye, dark holes appeared on everyone's foreheads and eye sockets. Dozens more clansmen were awakened. Morris, who was in charge, floating in midair. He sensed it carefully. The next instant, his scarlet eyes widened in shock. Damn it, what's going on? Why have so many clansmen lost their senses? The loss of the tribesmen must be due to the war between the natives. Suddenly, the dead man with the mechanical eye stood up and began to speak human language. Our cohesive species is both powerful and fragile. In a state of devouring, once the host dies, there is no time to awaken. What awaits us is only eternal damnation. Damn bugs. Upon hearing this, Morris's tone was filled with icy killing intent. I arrived on this planet 5 years ago. He brought tens of thousands of people with him. All we can sense now are a few dozen left. Never mind, never mind. So what if I die? Let's get down to business first. The soul strength of the natives of this planet is probably extremely rare, even in the entire universe. Get back to the spaceship as quickly as possible and activate the beacon. He suppressed his anger. Maurice immediately ordered his men to take action. Yes, young clan leader. Upon hearing this, the members of the cohesive clan abandoned their parasitic bodies. It transformed into streams of black water, disappearing towards the spaceship not far away. Buzz! We arrived at the bow of the spacecraft. A huge beam of light appeared. Clumps of black liquid vanished instantly, entering the spaceship's interior. Inspect all functional areas of the spacecraft. Reactivate the communication beacon and attempt to restore contact with the community. They entered the body of a 3-meter-tall, bioengineered combat soldier that resembled an alien. Morris gave the order in a cold voice. 5 years ago, when he led the advance team, they passed through the solar system. I just happened to discover this bright blue planet full of life, right beneath my feet. If it weren't for the planet's magnetic field, the spaceship crashed. He had already sent the coordinate information. Of course, he also benefited from a misfortune. They discovered the terrifyingly strong souls of the planet's inhabitants. He received orders from his own clan leader. The members of the cohesive group dared not slack off. They all entered the bodies of the bio-warriors and began operating rapidly within the virtual light screen. At the same time, on the other side, Chu Feng's elite assassins also fought their way down beneath the ice. We arrived at the command center. As usual, they fired a burst of shots inwards. Cease fire. Something's up. The assassins shouted coldly and immediately went into a state of high alert. What happened? Chu Feng frowned. Boss, come quick. The assassin, carrying a rotary cannon, swept his cold gaze around. It's as if something terrible is lurking in the shadows. I sensed something was wrong. Chu Feng's expression turned cold, and he immediately walked through the ranks of assassins. As soon as I entered, hiss! All the pores on his body suddenly burst open. This is absolutely terrifying. Crimson blood flowed across the floor. In the enormous command center, dozens of people had their eyes and foreheads bulging out. Their faces were all terrifying. He remained in extreme terror until his death. It was as if I had seen something terrifying. This is not a gunshot wound. Chu Feng crouched down, staring at the horrific wounds, his gaze instantly turning cold. Aroka, is it one of those ghostly things? Aloka particles emerge. After a thorough scan and analysis, he rested his chin on his hand and spoke. Yes, that's right, these are the ones. They must be an extremely rare condensed matter species from the universe. A condensed matter population? Chu Feng frowned slightly. Yes, they're a special race in the universe, known for their formidable stealth. In the war against that thing, they also made many contributions. Unexpectedly, in the end, they also became puppets. Oomph. Since you become a puppet, there's nothing more to say. Chu Feng stood up coldly. Attention all units. Conduct a thorough search of the entire base, including that spaceship. We must find them and destroy them. Yes. The large contingent of suicide soldiers received the order and were about to begin their operation. However, at that moment, buzz. A dull thud was heard. A huge beam of light shot out. The ice layer is breaking apart in pieces. The black seawater churned violently. Not far from the facility, the spaceship with its bow submerged in the water began to shake violently. It's done. Inside the spaceship, young Patriarch Morris's eyes were filled with excitement. I don't know if it's because my energy has been fully restored or if I just got lucky. The spaceship that had been under repair for months without being fixed. The repair was completed in just a few seconds. I was thinking of activating the beacon immediately to send coordinate information to the community. Suddenly, by the light of the spaceship, it also noticed that not far ahead, Chu Feng and the others were staring intently at them. Damn bugs. Seeing Chu Feng and his large group of people carrying weapons appear at the underwater facility. It doesn't understand at all. This is the murderer who indirectly killed his own people. Several years ago, his tens of thousands of clansmen had already completed their parasitic infestation of the base members. However, just as he awoke and his mission was accomplished, these parasites were all wiped out in a very short time. Because they were in a state of being devoured, their own people didn't even have a chance to wake up. The enemy is right in front of us. Morris was truly enraged now. I couldn't pay attention to these insects before. It was just in a hurry to repair the beacon. Now that everything has been repaired, how could it possibly hold back? Gentlemen, did you all see that? These lowly insects are the murderers who killed our people. Bio-soldiers, charge out and tear them to shreds. Chapter 148 Terrifying Biochemical Soldiers, Machine Guns Ineffective. Yes, young clan leader. Heeding the orders. Dozens of condensed matter life forms became excited. Open the attack channel. With a loud shout. Crack. At the front of the spacecraft, a large, dark hatch, 10 meters wide, opened. The next moment, dozens of dark figures resembling aliens rushed into the icy seawater at an extremely fast speed. Then, they headed straight for Chu Feng's location. Everyone, retreat to the ground immediately. Quick! Seeing the dark figure approaching fiercely. To avoid being taken advantage of, Chu Feng's eyes turned cold, and he immediately issued a retreat order. At the same time, he sprinted rapidly towards the ground. Along the way, we saw assassins moving at a slightly slower pace. With a wave of his hand, he stored it inside the hull of the Glorious. Try to run. Too late. Morris let out a wild laugh. Chase after them. Don't let a single one escape. Splash. Dozens of dark figures charged forward relentlessly. It broke through the sturdy water curtain porthole of the underwater command center in one go. Then, following the passage, they pursued relentlessly. Such speed, on the huge lifting platform that rumbles and rises. Looking down, one after another, black monsters, bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws, were rapidly climbing up the concrete wall. Chu Feng's eyes suddenly narrowed. Immediately, they pulled out piles of high-explosive grenades from the Glory's armory. Here, have a taste of my peanuts. Clang, clang. Hand grenades were dropped one after another. Boom, 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 tilde. A blazing fireball erupted beneath the lifting platform. However, what shocked Chu Feng was, he threw more than a dozen grenades in a row. It did not stop those monsters in the slightest. Roar! They all roared in unison. Ignoring the violent explosion, they continued their upward charge. Boss, what exactly is that thing? The elevator reached the ground, and Chu Feng jumped down. Several assassins surrounded them. At this moment, they have already urgently established a defensive line outside the iceberg. Taiwanese Type 99, a main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, robotic dogs, and rotary cannons were all aimed at the iceberg's exit. Chu Feng did not answer. The ship swiftly took in the few assassins who had surrounded them. Then he ran wildly outwards. Just as he arrived at the outside of the iceberg, roar! A series of chilling roars. Those dozens of black monsters also jumped out of the elevator shaft. We arrived on the ground. And at that very moment, Chu Feng saw their true forms for the first time. They are entirely black and resemble aliens. The limbs and head are all covered by a hard shell. Beneath its head, the gaping maw was filled with terrifying fangs, from which thick liquid dripped. The liquid had just touched the ground. Hiss! Smoke immediately rose from the ground, revealing numerous holes. Even more frightening is, each of them is at least 5 meters tall. Its tail, covered in sharp, bony spurs, swayed back and forth. Gently sweep it across the floor. Sizzle. It immediately sparked a shower of sparks. This alone is enough to show just how abnormal the energy contained in his body is. Aroka, this is what they call a bio-soldiers. A chilling and terrifying atmosphere enveloped us. Chu Feng asked in a cold voice. Yes, Captain. Araka's anthropomorphic voice came through. The way of life of condensed matter species is quite unusual in the universe. For various reasons, they cannot be exposed to the external environment for long periods of time. Besides parasitizing life forms and inhabiting nutrient tanks, they are more often used to create bio-warriors, which they use as their own bodies for survival. Understood. Chu Feng squinted and nodded. So, in other words, once their physical bodies are killed, they will cease to exist. That's right, Aruka replied. But be very careful. These bio-soldiers have extremely tough outer shells. Be careful not to let them disrupt your formation. Clear. Chu Feng nodded in a deep voice and waved his hand. Splash. All sorts of firepower were instantly aimed at the dozens of monsters that had appeared. Now, inside the iceberg, Maurice, the young chieftain of the condensed matter race, also noticed the hordes of assassins outside. A giant, 8-meter-tall alien soldier with an exceptionally large body, its mouth opening and closing. A chilling white breath was exhaled. This is really interesting. The insects aren't even running away. They don't think they can stop us with those pitiful fire sticks they have. Young clan leader, what are you still hesitating for? Watch how I, Athos, slaughter them all. A slightly shorter alien roared. The strong limbs suddenly grabbed. Like a cannonball fired from a gun, it shot straight out. Normally, this guy is so reckless and doesn't follow orders. Morris will definitely give him a scolding. However, at this moment, it doesn't care anymore. Roar. With a roar, dozens of his soldiers followed suit and charged out. The vanguard of the ethnic group has no weaklings. They're extremely fast. Swish, swish, swish. A series of dark shadows flashed by, instantly catching up with Otto's pace. Damn it, you guys are bastards. Seeing his companions controlling bio-soldiers to catch up on horseback, Otto's was so angry that he cursed loudly. These bugs are mine, and nobody can take them from me. It roared and instantly increased its impact speed to the maximum. They're out, intercepting fire. The moment the shadowy figure moved, Chu Feng also responded immediately. His eyes turned cold, and he suddenly waved his hand. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Immediately, the thousands of robot dogs at the forefront unleashed a fierce barrage of fire from their light machine guns on their backs. A barrage of bullets instantly enveloped the black shadow that rushed out. Tajda. As expected, this storm of bullets was as dense as rain. It did not cause any damage to these bioengineered soldiers. An insect is an insect. Your weapons are as weak as your skinny bodies. Braving a hail of bullets, Athos burst into wild laughter. It charged into the array of robot dogs, its thick tail sweeping fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. The robot dogs were thrown around in all directions, sparks flew out in the blink of an eye, and they turned into a pile of useless parts. The other condensed life forms also mocked and ridiculed them. They followed suit, rushing left and right. Not long after, it swept away thousands of robot dogs that were blocking its way, leaving them scattered and broken. Such a situation, Chu Feng was not in a hurry. That was just a probing attack. Taking this opportunity, Araka had already been gathering battlefield intelligence and analyzing their defensive data. Captain, the data is out. A few breaths. A series of reports entered Chu Feng's mind. Chu Feng glanced at it. He immediately gave a slight, cold laugh. It seems you're not strong enough for me to handle. Chapter 149 Group Attack, Corroded Armor. Machine guns ready. Second round of intercepting fire. With the data to back him up, Chu Feng felt completely at ease. Understood. The assassin let out a shout. Put. Suddenly, a powerful burst of machine gun fire erupted. On the unfolded arc-shaped defensive position, the chain-mounted 30mm cannons atop hundreds of infantry fighting vehicles simultaneously spewed out scorching flames. 500 meters away, there were dozens of alien soldiers. I was suddenly enveloped by this unprecedentedly dense barrage of bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the dense sounds of impact, their figures suddenly stopped, and their charging momentum was immediately halted. Damn it! Why did the insects suddenly increase their firepower? At the very front, Athos suffered the most intense firepower. In order to maximize the effectiveness of the soldiers, their nervous systems have long been deeply integrated with the soldiers. Now, it did not suffer fatal damage, but under the continuous and enormous kinetic energy impact, I still felt intense pain. Damn it, I really underestimated these insects. Other condensed matter life forms are in the same state. At this moment, they couldn't even make a breakthrough. Even their bodies started to sway. Inside the iceberg, the situation suddenly changed. Morris, the young patriarch of the condensed matter race, was also quite surprised. Snort. I underestimated you insects. He exhaled a breath of deep, cold white air. A rare flash of anger crossed the crimson eyes of the warrior Maurice was piloting. It had been so busy devouring souls before. I never imagined that I would devour the memories of any insect. Our ability to fight insects is completely blank. Even so, it did not show any signs of panic. It was quite clear about the capabilities of its soldiers. As expected, without waiting for it to issue a command, dozens of soldiers at the front were already preparing to counterattack. Pathetic insect. You don't think we can only rely on close-quarters combat with our bare hands, do you? You insects, prepare to die. At the very front, Athos raised its head and roared. Immediately afterwards, its massive body, over 6 meters tall, emitted a beam of energy that instantly traveled from its head to its tail. The next moment, its heavy tail lashed out violently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dense bone spikes swept towards Chu Feng's defensive line in an instant. Almost at the same time, other bioengineered soldiers also launched the same offensive. Swish, swish, swish. A dense storm of bone spurs. It shot out from 3 sides. Oh no! Quick, hide behind the armor. Chu Feng's eyes widened. He decisively moved behind the 99, a main battle tank. The next moment, bang, 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 bang. A violent impact rang out. One after another, bone spikes as sharp as steel shot into the spot where he had just been standing. The assassins also retreated at lightning speed, thus avoiding the fatal blow. However, when they stood up, they were shocked to find that the armor pieces in front of him that had been hit, whether it's infantry fighting vehicles or main battle tanks, wisps of green smoke began to rise from them. Damn it, this thing can actually penetrate armor, and it's highly corrosive. Looking at the armored vehicles in front of him, the area where the bone spur was embedded began to melt visibly. The assassins were all terrified, compared to the horror of the assassins. Chu Feng, however, remained much calmer. He had a premonition about this kind of long-range attack. Many monster movies feature similar scenes. Araka, is there any way to stop their corrosion? Hundreds of pieces of heavy equipment were still melting away. Some even have a large hole in them. Chu Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Don't worry, Captain, this little trick is no problem for me. Aloka appears virtually, unfolding a screen of light. Look, this is the latest repair agent I developed after scanning battlefield data and combining it with the database. A single drop of the medicine contains billions of nanorobots. With it, your equipment won't be destroyed. Nanorobots? Chu Feng was overjoyed. Hundreds of bottles were quickly sent out. He ordered the assassins to pour the poison onto it. As the medicine flowed, as expected, the wisps of corrosive gas that had been rising quickly disappeared, and the armor wounds began to repair themselves visibly. How about it, you bugs? It didn't feel good, did it? Upon seeing the defensive line in front of them, the roar of the weapons ceased. Athos, who was not far away, and the other condensed life forms, thinking that the attack had succeeded, laughed and joked. And then, in the next instant, they controlled their soldiers and suddenly exerted force with their limbs. Then a rapid and fierce attack was launched. Athos, who was in the lead, had the most fanatical expression. A lowly insect, Become the food of the great Lord Athos obediently. You've just angered me. Watch me tear you to shreds. It roared, its limbs moving swiftly, and its black head armor rammed straight into the foremost tracked infantry fighting vehicle. Chu Feng, standing within the defensive line, also witnessed this astonishing scene. I never expected that such a hothead would be so indiscriminate in his understanding of ethnicity. Fine, since you're in such a hurry to die. Then I'll grant your wish. Let's see who the real worm is. A chilling order was issued. Several Type 99A main battle tanks, with their massive 125mm main guns, instantly aimed at the alien monster at the forefront. The next moment, several scorching hot bullets shot out. With its keen biological sensory system, Athos also spotted the 99A firing immediately. It intended to ignore it, but in that brief moment, a strong sense of life and death crisis surged into his heart. Not good. Within Zhang Bing's body, a surge of azure energy resonated. It will transform into external armor to protect itself. But it was too late. A distance of several hundred meters. The firepower unleashed by the tank's main gun arrives in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Several 125mm armor-piercing rounds hit its body head-on. The terrifying kinetic energy of 1,000mm penetration tore apart its pitiful external armor in an instant. It then rotates at high speed and enters the body. It swept its body away and crashed backward at high speed. Bang! His body landed heavily on the ground. A torrent of black blood gushed out. Looking at the several large, bloody holes in his body, Athos stared wide-eyed in horror. It never expected that these inconspicuous insects, the weapons he created, actually caused him fatal injuries. Looking into the distance, he saw even more massive cannons aimed directly at him. It was terrified. No. Young clan leader, save me. Chapter 150 Defensive Armor, tracked infantry, fighting vehicles thrown away. While yelling for help, Athos forced himself to support his warrior, whose body was battered and broken. It frantically grabbed the ground and tried to escape. However, the assassins would not give it a chance. High explosive shell. Emission. Thump thump. Several more Type 99A and main battle tanks roared to life with their guns. The high-speed spinning 125mm projectile struck the soldiers belonging to Athos in an instant. Boom boom. A dazzling fireball exploded. Under the impact of this terrifying explosive energy, the soldier, whose body was already injured, could no longer hold on. It exploded violently. Black blood and various charred bits of flesh covered the ground. Athos, I heard the call. Young Chief Maurice rode his war machine and strode out of the icy pass. I just happened to witness this horrific scene. The next moment, roar, a terrifying sonic shockwave. Maurice's scarlet eyes burned with boundless hatred. Athos, one of the only two top-tier combatants in the advanced team. Although this guy always talks back and yells at me, but is absolutely loyal to its tribe. Nowadays, he actually died a horrible death at the hands of insects. This is absolutely unacceptable. Roar. Maurice could no longer restrain himself and raised his ferocious head. All tribesmen, heed my command. Transform into your strongest form. Kill them. Kill all these despicable insects. Avenge Athos. Roar. Each ferocious head was raised. Maurice gave the order. All the bioengineered soldiers on the scene roared to the sky in unison. They had witnessed Athos's death clearly. A warrior of a tribe with outstanding military achievements died at the hands of such a lowly group of insects. This is an absolute disgrace. Damn bugs. You will pay the price for this. Kill. Accompanied by a roar. A surge of azure energy suddenly emanated from the hearts of each bio-warrior, causing their bodies to vibrate violently. The next moment, their shells are naturally hard, suddenly coated with a layer of transparent armor. Immediately afterwards, dozens of black figures like cannonballs charged out in an instant. Stop them with all your might. Fire. The attack came swiftly and fiercely. On the arc-shaped defensive line, the suicide squad responded immediately. Put. Boot. The vehicle is equipped with a 30mm chain gun and a 6-barrel rotary cannon, which fires instantly. A fierce storm of bullets instantly enveloped the dozens of bioengineered soldiers charging towards them. At the same time, thump thump, one after another, Type 99 main battle tanks opened fire. Armor-piercing rounds roared out of the barrels and crashed rapidly into the ranks of the bio-warriors. Under the obstruction of machine gun and rotary cannon fire, the incoming bioengineered soldiers were all hit by tank fire. What shocked the assassins was the previously invincible 125mm armor-piercing projectile. It didn't seem to have much effect at this moment. Boom boom. Armor-piercing rounds rained down on the bioengineered soldiers. The high-speed spinning projectile faced the transparent armor. It couldn't even penetrate an inch. Fortunately, even if it can't be drilled through, the terrifying kinetic energy still sent these soldiers flying. His body fell heavily to the ground. Roar! Seeing that the insects were going all out, they hadn't even managed to hurt their own skin. The fallen bioengineered soldier let out a roar. He rolled over and quickly stood up. Then they launched an even more rapid attack. Pathetic insect. You think you're invincible just because you've gained a little advantage, huh? I'll devour you all. As they were talking, the rapidly advancing bioengineered soldiers had already rushed more than 100 meters away. The troops slowly retreat, resist fire in turn. Faced with this situation, Chu Feng, however, remained calm and unhurried. He still has many methods he hasn't used yet. Now, and in the past, everything is about collecting as much data as possible to provide sufficient intelligence support for future major battles. Yes, heeding the orders. On the arc-shaped defensive position, the assassins strode backward. More than 200 pieces of heavy equipment also began to retreat. They retreated while firing fiercely. Seeing that Chu Feng's formation had changed, instantly, dozens of bioengineered soldiers rushed forward, their eyes flashing with excitement. Ah. Now you know fear. An ignorant and arrogant insect. D. Suddenly accelerated. Dozens of bioengineered soldiers quickly caught up with the last row of armored units. Brush! They suddenly stood up. Its powerful forelimbs suddenly extended claws half a meter long. They were tearing at infantry fighting vehicles and main battle tanks with ferocious force. Sizzle. Countless sparks rose up. Deep claw marks immediately appeared on the bodies of each heavy tank and tracked infantry fighting vehicle. What's terrifying is that these claws also carry highly toxic biochemical substances. On the armor surface, the wound is visibly widening. Seeing that the claws couldn't destroy these iron lumps in one go, dozens of bioengineered soldiers suddenly thrust their forelimbs forward. They instantly seized the chassis of each armored unit. Then he exerted a sudden burst of strength. Except for the main battle tank, which weighs over 50 tons, which was not overturned. Those tracked infantry fighting vehicles, each weighing over 20 tons, flipped over completely and crashed heavily backward. Holy crap, that's fucking awesome. Seeing this, even Chu Feng, with a strong heart, was shocked. They couldn't help but repeatedly mention traditional Chinese culture. The damaged armored units and the assassins inside were retrieved back into the Radiant ship at lightning speed. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Aroka. Yes, Captain. How's the data analysis going? Captain, please look. Aloka's virtual form appeared, pointing to a light screen. Target, transparent armor, standard defensive equipment for the condensed state race's biochemical combat legion. It possesses strong resistance to attacks. However, they also have drawbacks. This transparent armor is powered by its core, and it cannot be sustained for long. Look, the battle just now has consumed at least 30% of their energy. Oh, upon hearing this, Chu Feng squinted and took a look. Sure enough, there were dozens of bioengineered soldiers charging around. The light emanating from his armor had noticeably diminished compared to before. Chapter 151A Fierce Counterattack. This is unscientific. This is a tactic only advanced civilizations possess. They discovered the opponent's weaknesses. Chu Feng no longer hesitated. Araka, release the air units immediately. Destroy them as quickly as possible. Yes, Captain. Strike channels are ready. As Aruka's voice faded, floating 1,000 meters in the air, it represents the point of light where the illustrious is located. Suddenly, a ripple rippled. The next moment, whoosh! One after another, longbow Apache attack helicopters appeared. They were densely packed together. In the blink of an eye, the number then reached an astonishing 300. Deploy attack formation. The assassin piloting the longbow Apache gave a cold shout. They all turned their machines around. The guidance radar rotates. Dozens of bioengineered soldiers on the ground were all brought into the locking circle. Target lock. Hellfire fire. As each button was pressed, swish, swish, swish. One after another, Hellfire missiles trailed long plumes of flame. A high-speed impact. On the ground, the bioengineered soldiers, who were rampaging through the area, instantly noticed the commotion above them. They raised their ferocious heads. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Insects have aerial power. They had long anticipated this. But it appeared out of nowhere without any warning. This was far beyond their expectations. Damn it! Could it be that these weapons were already hidden in the air? A bioengineered soldier roared to the sky. Impossible! Insects' camouflage technology couldn't possibly be that advanced. Besides, we didn't hear anything before that. One by one, the bioengineered soldiers looked up at the sky. The next moment, boom, 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 tilde. A barrage of Hellfire missiles rained down upon them. Damn it! The armor's energy is rapidly depleting. There are too many air units among the insects. The bioengineered soldiers were furious. The powerful attack sent them tumbling several times. Damn it! The battlefield situation changes rapidly. Morris, who had not participated in the battle from the rear, was also filled with shock and anger. However, compared to anger, it's more of an absurdity. Other members of the tribe may not know this. It is quite clear about the information contained within this. It saw it clearly just now. Those aerial units, it really appeared out of thin air. Moreover, the locations where they appeared were remarkably consistent. Then its eyes suddenly widened. Beep, 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 beep. The hidden miniature detectors on the head armor quickly began searching the airspace. However, very soon, something even more surprising happened, scanning back and forth several times. The instrument terminal didn't respond at all. Damn it, that's impossible. How could insects possess such cutting-edge technology? Morris was truly astonished. In its understanding, such powerful methods can only be found in high-level civilizations of level 6 or above, such as micro-civilizations or guardian civilizations. Only then will you master it. And now, it's an indigenous planet that doesn't even reach the level of a Type 2 civilization. Such a thing has appeared. Damn it, this isn't scientific. It's possible that a powerful civilization is still hidden on this planet. Morris instinctively stepped back. As the war pawns of that thing, it is quite clear about the key relationships involved. They are the common enemies of the universe. Being targeted by an advanced civilization means certain death. No. However, after taking a few steps back, Morris has suddenly stopped. The combat weapons that have just been released are completely outmatched by the technological level of advanced civilizations. It couldn't be them. Perhaps it's just some unknown method. The indigenous civilization just happened to be lucky enough to find some ruins or remains. This idea came to mind. Morris breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down. However, he dared not gamble again. He could see that the defensive armor energy of his dozens of soldiers was being consumed at an extremely rapid rate. He made a firm decision. An irresistible order was issued. All clansmen, retreat to the spaceship immediately. Quick! Yes. Heeding the orders, the soldiers on the scene felt as if they had been granted a pardon. The firepower of this insect is truly endless. If they don't leave now, they will all die here. Swish, swish. Dozens of black shadows swept their tails, launching a wave of group attacks. They turned and fled at top speed. The assassins certainly wouldn't let such a good plan slip by. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of Apache helicopters, in conjunction with ground-heavy tanks. Another barrage of firepower followed. This time, immediately, more than a dozen bioengineered soldiers were completely exhausted. In the blink of an eye, it was blasted into countless pieces. Damn bugs! The clan was wiped out, and the 50-odd surviving condensed life forms roared incessantly. They sped up and rushed straight into the iceberg. And at this moment, young Patriarch Morris had already entered the spaceship. Buzz! With the click of a virtual button, the tail of the spacecraft suddenly lit up with a guiding light. The next moment, all the surviving bio-warriors returned to the ship's interior. We have suffered a setback in the battle. Please punish me, young clan chief. The interior of the enormous ship's cabin. One by one, the bioengineered soldiers knelt on one knee, crossed their arms in front of their chests, and performed a standard tribal greeting. It's not your fault. Morris exhaled a puff of white breath from his zhungning, ferocious mouth. No one expected that the number of insect weapons would be so great. The important thing is that they also have the kind of technological means that only advanced civilizations possess. This is too bizarre. The beacon must be activated immediately to report everything here to the tribe. Yes, young clan leader. The figures rose to their feet. They exchanged a glance, their eyes simultaneously flashing with cruelty. As long as the main force of the ethnic group arrives. I don't care if it's a bug or not. Slap them all to death. As for advanced civilizations, well, they've wiped out at least dozens, if not 100 of their races. What's there to be afraid of? Check that all links on the spacecraft are functioning correctly. One by one, the bioengineered soldiers quickly took their positions. Report. Energy system normal. Report. Communication systems, weapon systems, and shield systems are all functioning normally. Very good. Start the engine. Engine starting. Buzz. As the rings of azure particles washed and vibrated, the massive spaceship hull shook violently. The next moment, boom! Powerful streams of energy erupted from the engine ports beneath the spacecraft. The entire iceberg collapsed and cracked. A few seconds later, a massive spaceship, over 300 meters long and hundreds of meters in diameter, rammed through the ice and ripped apart the mountainside. It slowly emerged above the ice cap. Very good. I hope everything goes well. The warrior Maurice was riding spoke in a deep voice. Star map ready. Coordinates system established. Activate the beacon immediately. Yes, the soldiers under his command should give a shout. A beacon is essentially a directional space broadcast. It moved around the empty screen, inputting various unknown encrypted codes. The next moment, a huge, gleaming launcher suddenly rose from the top of the ship. After fine-tuning the angle and aligning it with the space where the home planet is located. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Dazzling circles of light swirled around. A targeted broadcast carrying the coordinates of Blue Star, along with various other important information, is about to be sent out. However, the next second, strange things are happening. Chapter 152, Annihilation of the Vanguard Team, Civilization Level Division. Ooh, the light from the rising launch device suddenly went out. In the next instant, it completely retracted into the ship's hull. Damn it, what's going on? Is the device damaged? The sudden turn of events left the entire group of transformed warriors somewhat bewildered. Quickly, check the power link and restart the launch port. Morris shouted coldly. Yes. The mortal warriors quickly took action, rapidly clicking on the control terminal. However, the next moment, something even more surprising happened to them. All I saw were rows of virtual screens in front of me, and no matter how I operated them, they remained completely still. The entire page is frozen. Damn it. How could the quantum computer malfunction? That's impossible. This time, Maurice was truly frightened. Previous inspections showed that all modules of the spacecraft were intact. The interior is unharmed. The problem must be external. Thinking back to that bizarre scene in the sky above the battlefield just now, its eyes widened suddenly. Damn it, could it be? Oh no. Quickly restart the system manually. A strong sense of life and death crisis welled up in my heart. Morris lunged at the control panel. However, its fingertip had not yet touched the manual button. Crack! The spaceship's hatch suddenly opened. A glimmer of light, like lightning, drifted into the spaceship's interior. They came before Maurice and the others. It floated there quietly, radiating a soft glow. Morris stared in shock, his eyes wide, and backed away. As the young patriarch of a mid-level civilization in the universe, he was all too familiar with this scene. Cutting space, revealing it in a microscopic form. This is a top-tier method only found in advanced civilizations. Don't be fooled by the fact that this light spot may seem like it can be extinguished at any moment. In fact, there's a possibility that an entire fleet could be hidden inside. Damn it, who are you people? Why are you here? Morris felt a chill run down his spine as an overwhelming sense of fear washed over him. The other bioengineered soldiers were also frightened and retreated. In past tribal wars, Many advanced civilizations have been wiped out by them. But that's all because a large ethnic group was exerting its power. And now, they're just an insignificant advanced team. It's over. As I watched the point of light in front of me, it gradually began to ripple, including Maurice. All the bioengineered soldiers were terrified before they could make a move. The next moment, buzz, an invisible energy vibration. Their entire bodies were transported to the outside of the spaceship. Then it collapsed completely and was crushed into a fist-sized meat patty. Captain, all done. It was Aruka who made the move. Due to severe damage to the database, most of the data on condensed matter populations has been lost. I have been holding back from taking action. It was simply for the purpose of collecting information. Now that everything usable has been collected, we'll get right to it. Watching dozens of bioengineered soldiers turn into a small lump of minced meat in the blink of an eye. Chu Feng was somewhat shocked. Araka, what kind of methods are you using? This is a miniature gravity bomb. Aloka particles emerge. If the energy of the Glorious had not dropped to freezing point, barely enough to create such a small thing, they would not even have left a trace. Gravity bomb? Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He knew perfectly well that this was just one of the many attack methods the Glorious ship possessed. Its arsenal probably contains quite a few weapons capable of destroying star systems. It seems that the repair work on the Glorious needs to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Speaking of repairs, Chu Feng's first focus was on the spaceship floating in the void in front of him. It is entirely black with slightly pointed ends. Its overall length reaches an astonishing 300 meters. Although compared to the Radiant, it has a massive diameter of 3,000 kilometers. It's just a tiny little thing. But right now, this is the best resource he can utilize. Araka, the rest is up to you. Don't worry, Captain, I got it covered. Aruka scooped her up in her little arms. A beam of particle light was projected from his forehead, instantly covering the spaceship in front of him. The spaceship vanished in an instant the next second. We entered the Glorious into its enormous energy compartment. There, countless robotic arms were already waiting. The spaceship appeared. Various indicator lights flashed wildly. The cutting and smelting work then commenced. Everything proceeded smoothly and in an orderly manner. The hull of the HMS Illustrious was severely damaged. Various functional modules were damaged as a result. Even simple smelting work is surprisingly slow. See here. Chu Feng simply stopped paying attention. Aloka, just what level has this condensed state race reached in terms of overall strength? If their main force arrives, given humanity's current capabilities, is there any possibility of survival? After a long silence, Chu Feng asked a crucial question. A mere advanced team. That's how troublesome it is to deal with. He couldn't imagine what a terrible scene it would be when the main enemy force arrived. I'm afraid even the entire Earth will collapse. Based on a cosmic scale, the overall strength of the condensed matter race should be classified as a level 4 civilization. Araka unfolded the light screen and explained. Level 4 civilization. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's pupils contracted slightly. Human civilization doesn't even qualify as level 2. Against a level 4 civilization, it would almost certainly mean certain death. He noticed the change in Chu Feng's expression. Araka reached out and tapped, and more information flowed onto the screen. Captain, there's no need to worry. I just hacked into their ship's mainframe and discovered that most of their forces have already been deployed to the war via the Stargate. Their current adversary is a near level 6 technological civilization. Level 6 is already on par with our microscopic civilization, entering the realm of advanced civilizations in the universe. Destroying it is not a simple matter. This war is destined to be protracted. We still have plenty of time to develop. That's good. Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly remembering something, he continued. By the way, I still don't have a clear idea of how civilization levels are classified. That's a good question. Aroka transformed into a streak of light, flew around once, and then tapped her little hand. Chu Feng's consciousness instantly entered a boundless starry sky. A civilization capable of using planetary surface energy is considered a Type 1 civilization. A civilization that has mastered controlled nuclear fusion and can travel within a star system is considered a Type 2 civilization. Achieving faster-than-light travel across star systems is the initial marker of a Type 3 civilization. As for Level 4 civilizations, they have already mastered the grand unified theory, skillfully combining gravity, strong interaction, weak interaction, and electromagnetic interaction, and increasing the upper limit of travel speed to 10 times the speed of light. Level 5 civilization, with a travel speed exceeding 100 times the speed of light, and has initially grasped the mysteries of space. A Level 6 civilization, on the other hand, is already able to freely use spatial power to create wormholes and build stargates, which are all their specialties. As for higher-level civilizations, they have already come into contact with the fundamental rules of the universe, but that is beyond my current comprehension. I see. Zhu Feng note that. Lost in thought, his eyes suddenly sharpened. Wait, you just said that only Level 6 civilizations can create wormholes and stargates. That condensed state race, a mere Level 4 civilization, how could that? Chapter 153, Human Civilization as an infant. Connect me to the 5 constants communication. Well, logically speaking, they shouldn't be able to master Stargate technology. Araka explained. But Captain, you've forgotten that there's something behind them. This guy has devoured countless technological civilizations. With its help, it's not hard to understand why its minions have mastered some technologies that are beyond their level. Understood. Chu Feng stroked his chin and nodded slowly. Consciousness then exited the virtual screen. Back to the real world. Chu Feng's mood did not lighten despite the fact that the cohesive race was caught up in a war between advanced civilizations. On the contrary, after learning about the vast difference in strength between civilizations in the universe, his expression became extremely solemn. Human civilization is currently far too weak. Don't talk about condensed matter groups. Even a Type 3 civilization that has mastered faster-than-light travel could easily crush all of humanity. It seems we can't continue like this. This news must be made public. It's impossible to do everything perfectly when you're working alone, and you simply don't have the energy for it. We must mobilize the power of all humanity. I've thought these things through. Chu Feng no longer hesitated. Araka. Yes, Captain. Immediately connect me to satellite communication. I need to speak with the leaders of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council. Yes, Captain, communications are being established. As Aruka's voice faded, a radio wave carrying special energy broke through the atmosphere in an instant and arrived in the satellite orbit. At this moment, on the entire blue planet, all 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, including China, are paying close attention to what is happening on the Arctic ice cap. Military satellites are frantically scanning the ground along their predetermined orbits. Let's find something in the picture. However, the Glorious had activated its battlefield concealment function. They racked their brains, but couldn't figure out anything. And just as they were going crazy, sizzle, a series of electromagnetic sounds rang out. On the vast satellite situation map of the highest command headquarters of various countries, a familiar figure quietly appeared. Zhu Feng. I could see the figure and face clearly. The Dragon Kingdom's Northern Base No. 1, the U.S. Pentagon, the Polar Bear's Presidential Palace, the British MI6, and the French Grand Hall. All the commanders and generals were startled. They never expected this. A heavily fortified military system that even a supercomputing matrix cannot breach. Chu Feng invaded our territory without warning. The Dragon Kingdom has never targeted Chu Feng. In fact, it has repeatedly shown goodwill towards him. They quickly calmed down after the initial shock. Meanwhile, the U.S. and other Western countries are in a panic. Their first reaction was that Chu Feng was about to launch another attack on them. Among them, the most panicked was Trump inside the Pentagon. Just a few hours ago, his country, the United States, was still at war with Chu Feng. This could very well mean facing a decapitation strike. Damn it, quickly escort the commander into the underground fortress. The American generals were in a panic. An emergency evacuation is necessary immediately. Fuck, what's the panic? Let's see what this guy has to say. Temup waved to interrupt, staring intently at the screen. Such scenes were unfolding one after another in the Supreme Command headquarters of Western countries. Seeing the reactions of the various countries, Chu Feng gave a slight cold smile. It seems that the previous blows to them were effective. Otherwise, these people wouldn't be so afraid. My lords, there's no need to panic. If I wanted to make a move, why would I wait until now? Chu Feng spoke softly. I have come here for the sake of all human civilization. What I need to tell you is, darkness from the depths of the starry sky will soon arrive. Our beautiful blue planet, the world we know and love, will all cease to exist. What? Upon hearing these words, at the command posts of various countries, everyone in the crowd stopped in their tracks. She looked at Chu Feng in disbelief. Damn it, is this guy really not going to attack us? Darkness descends, the world is destroyed. What the hell is this? The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Apart from the group of Dragon Kingdom generals who seemed to be deep in thought. Most people don't believe it. Chu Feng, explain yourself clearly. They suddenly invaded our system and are now spouting nonsense here. Who knows what you're up to? Inside the Pentagon, 5-star General Smith spoke angrily. They just wiped out tens of thousands of his armored troops, and now they don't even know if the Arctic base is alive or dead. Then, they shamelessly boasted that it was for the sake of all human civilization. I don't believe you for a second. Chu Feng knew, of course, that these people wouldn't believe him. They decided to stop hiding it altogether. Aroka, with a low shout, on the screens of the highest command headquarters in various countries. Chu Feng's face was immediately replaced by a series of videos. From the moment we arrived at the Arctic base, the recording of the operation had already begun. After hiding some information, all the events that had happened before began to play out one by one. As a video played, 5 standard command center, whether they were commanders or generals, they all stared wide-eyed in disbelief. What? There's such a huge research base inside the iceberg. There's even one under the ice. You bastard, America! Didn't you say it was just a research station? What the hell do you mean by that? At this moment, communications between the 5 countries have been collectively established. The moment I saw the base, the generals on the Dragon Kingdom's side immediately launched into a tirade of curses. And then they saw that enormous vessel diagonally embedded in the ice. Hiss! Not just the Dragon Kingdom. The polar bear, along with the generals from England and France, all gasped in shock. A spaceship. It's an alien spaceship. Oh my god. Aliens really exist. Damn the US. Knowing such a secret, yet not revealing a single word. You want to take it all for yourselves, is that it? Immediately, people from all countries were filled with righteous indignation. They all demanded an explanation from Trump. Among them, the polar bear was the most enraged. The Arctic region is the closest to us, yet we haven't discovered a single thing there, while the eagle has gotten there first. Temup was also in a real bind. He really didn't know that. But then he realized what was going on. Those damn bastards. They discovered the spaceship a long time ago, but they haven't reported it. They even kept it from me, their commander. Temup cursed inwardly. When he saw the Illuminati members being slaughtered by Chu Feng, their blood flowing like a river and heads rolling, he was deeply moved. A unique kind of joy, expressed directly from the heart. Humph. Let's see how arrogant you are. Do they really think they're the masters of the Western world? If you run into this guy, you'll all be left to be slaughtered. You deserve to die. Chapter 154, Extraterrestrial Civilization Exists. The 5 major forces are terrified. And then, we'll see the underwater command center soon. Blood and flesh were everywhere. The Illuminati elders, along with dozens of commanders, were all utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. The generals from various countries were taken aback. What's going on? This is not a wound that could be caused by firearms. Damn it, Chu Feng's men just arrived. Could there be others at the scene? Temup was also stunned, his eyes widening. Others may not know. He knows it perfectly well. The old man who died inside. It was clearly Adam Weiss, the leader of the Illuminati. Damn it. Wasn't this guy supposed to be dead a long time ago? How did he end up here? And who killed him? Compared to Temup's shock, General Smith, a 5-star general standing to the side, had already lost his mind. As a member of the Illuminati, they witnessed their owner's tragic death. He gritted his teeth. Damn Chu Feng. You actually dared to. Upon hearing Smith speak, Chu Feng's eyes narrowed instantly, his icy gaze fixed on him. Foolish thing. We still don't understand the situation. Open your dog eyes and take a good look at what this is. Swish, swish. The screen is flickering. Chu Feng immediately played the base's surveillance footage one by one. The first scene is an underwater submarine, depicting the encounter of the Illuminati Elder. Oh my god, that is... Originally, the command levels of various countries held reservations about who the murderer was. However, when they saw the heads of 2 submariners explode, they were shocked. When a clump of unidentified black liquid gathers up, everyone was stunned. And when they saw this lump of black liquid, it even started talking like a human. Everyone present was stunned. My eyeballs almost fell to the ground. My god, this thing can actually talk. Damn it, what the hell is this? Before they could even catch their breath. The scene continues. When you see the entire command center, countless black tentacles are dancing wildly. When clumps of liquid overflowed from everyone's head and eye sockets. Thump. The generals from various countries stared in shock, their mouths agape. He stumbled and almost fell to the ground. On the Dragon Kingdom side, Xiao Zhentian stared intently at the screen with his tiger-like eyes. Yi Tiange, who was standing to the side, subconsciously reached for his waist. The other generals also stared wide-eyed, their eyes filled with horror. The elderly man in a Zhongshan suit at the very front was trying his best to control his expression, but his hands hung down. His fingers were clearly trembling uncontrollably. No way. Such a bizarre scene. This has far exceeded their expectations. If it were anyone else in charge, it probably wouldn't be much better. The Pentagon and the other 3 countries are in the same situation. Everyone was stunned. Chu Feng, what the hell are these things? Could they be the so-called extraterrestrial visitors? They came here aboard that spaceship? After a while, on the Dragon Kingdom's side, Xiao Zhentian was the first to recover. He suddenly realized the key point and spoke urgently. Whoosh! Chu Feng's figure reappeared. He glanced at the command levels of various countries and nodded slowly. Old Zhao's judgment is correct. They are a condensed matter species from the depths of space. What? A condensed matter population? These words immediately caused an uproar in the command centers of various countries. God, there really are extraterrestrial civilizations. And it's such a bizarre life form. Damn it, when did they arrive on Earth? What exactly is the purpose? Purpose? Upon hearing this, Chu Feng sneered repeatedly. Have you forgotten what I said at the beginning? They came for destruction. Destroy, destroy? Upon hearing this, the command levels of various countries finally realized what Chu Feng had said at the beginning. Darkness from the depths of the starry sky. Could it be? That's right. Chu Feng spoke in a deep voice. This is an extremely bloodthirsty and brutal civilization. Behind it all, there is an even bigger force. They are born in darkness, and no race that has developed intelligence can escape their clutches. 5 years ago, this advanced team discovered our planet. Fortunately, Earth's peculiar magnetic field interfered with their navigation system. They crashed in the Arctic. Magnetic interference, crash? Upon hearing Chu Feng's explanation, the leaders and generals of various countries suddenly understood. That's really close. Such a huge spaceship. If they were to launch a sudden attack, it's questionable whether they would still be standing here. They realized that the situation was different from before. The most impatient of them all, Temez, couldn't hold back any longer. Mr. Chu Feng, just how strong are these ghostly things? Have you already? Chu Feng not dead. Next, you need to be mentally prepared. Humanity's end has come. The words fell. The footage of the previous battle against the condensed matter advance team was played one by one at the beginning. The scene appeared. When I saw those tall, bioengineered soldiers, the command levels of various countries were immediately shocked once again. Shit, an alien. Oh my god, isn't this a creature from a movie? Sir, this, surprised as I was. At this point, the command levels of various countries were still able to barely maintain their composure. In their view, these ghostly things, though they looked frightening, ultimately, they are still carbon-based organisms. They believed that Chu Feng's terrifying firepower would be a match for them. These monsters will be destroyed in less than 2 rounds. However, when they saw the robot dogs being blown up in droves, the dense barrage of 30mm machine gun fire swept across the enemy, leaving not a single mark. Everyone was stunned. My god, how is this possible? Even a 30mm autocannon is completely useless. Oh my god, this is not scientific. Hundreds of machine guns firing at them would melt even steel. How could they possibly be unharmed? My god, they can even attack in groups. Look, the armor of the tanks and infantry fighting vehicles is melting away rapidly. This scene unfolds. The command centers of the 5 major powers fell silent. Everyone's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Damn it. The defense is abnormal. That's one thing. It can even launch group attacks. Even heavy equipment couldn't withstand it. And this was just one of their advanced teams. Is this some kind of twisted thing? Everyone thought the images above were already stunning enough. But what happened next was even more terrifying. Chapter 155, The Embryo of a Federation for All Mankind. The scene continues. When they saw Chu Feng use several heavy tanks to kill an alien in one fell swoop, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Their bodies are not so strong that they are invincible. At least against heavy armor-piercing rounds, they still can't withstand them. In that case, even if their main force attacks, ignoring the presence of the spaceship, we can still hold them off for a while. The crowd was discussing it. However, their voices hadn't even faded yet. Something else happened that left them speechless. The alien creatures, whose already hard shells were suddenly covered with a layer of transparent armor. That armor-piercing shell was invincible. A barrage of frontal attacks was launched. It could no longer penetrate even a fraction of its depth. This is impossible. Seeing this scene, the generals from all nations were utterly shocked and speechless. The armor-piercing projectiles fired by main battle tanks have enormous kinetic energy. With a single shot, it can penetrate a 1,000 millimeter or 1 meter thick, homogeneous steel plate. Damn it! A thin layer of defensive armor is enough to protect you. This can no longer be explained by the laws of physics. This really startled everyone. Even the firepower fired from the tank's main gun couldn't harm the enemy in the slightest. This means that most of Earth's firepower has become ineffective. Use high-powered missiles? It is possible, but these devices are expensive to manufacture and have limited production capacity. It's enough to deal with an advanced team. If their main force arrives, how the hell are you going to fight them? The video continues to play, seeing that Chu Feng had deployed air units to coordinate with ground firepower. Finally, they exhausted the enemy's armor energy. They killed more than a dozen monsters. The expressions on the faces of the leaders and generals of various countries were not much better. Hundreds of heavy equipment and hundreds of attack helicopters were deployed. That's all the results we've achieved. If the enemy's main force lands en masse, they simply cannot withstand it. If it were just these alien creatures, that would be fine. Using his shells might offer a glimmer of hope. But what about the spaceship? They might even have planet-destroying cannons. A cannon shot was fired at the blue star from afar. There's absolutely nothing you can do about it. They were aware of the seriousness of the situation. This time, the generals from all countries were thrown into a panic. Even the leaders of the 5 nations looked anxious. They quickly assessed their available strength, then shook their heads with a helpless wry smile. Too weak. With this limited combat power, we probably couldn't even break through the hull of their spaceship. After a while, Long Country was the first to lose patience. An elderly man looked up at the large screen and spoke in a deep voice. Chu Feng, I think that what you're telling us is definitely not just about sharing intelligence. You must already have a strategy in mind. In times of life and death, please do not be stingy. For the sake of human civilization, we are willing to cooperate fully. We'll be the first to object to anyone harboring ulterior motives. These words were spoken. Temup nodded repeatedly in agreement. Gentlemen, the death knell for humanity has tolled. At this critical moment of life and death, it's time to let go of all the unpleasantness from the past. Our United States is willing to work with China to fully cooperate with Mr. Chu Feng. Anyone who harbors any ulterior motives will be killed by our 2 nations joining forces. President, rest assured, in the past, infighting was inevitable for the sake of national interests. Right now, it concerns the survival of civilization and the life and death of everyone. I, the polar bear, along with Britain and France, are willing to fully cooperate. The leaders of the other 3 major powers spoke at the same time. A preliminary agreement on cooperation has been reached. In the number 1 base in the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom, the old man in the Zhongshan suit narrowed his eyes and then looked at Chu Feng. Very good. Chu Feng nodded slowly. That's exactly the effect he wanted. The 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council reached an agreement. The Human Federation was taking shape. The subsequent series of tasks will be much simpler. Gentlemen, Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Before we launch any follow-up plans, we need to know the true strength of our opponents. Please be prepared and don't be frightened. As he spoke, Chu Feng pointed. This immediately led to the classification of cosmic civilization levels and the known information about condensed matter races. All data was transmitted to the command centers of various countries. The materials have been received. Leaders and generals from various countries began browsing without stopping. Upon seeing this, everyone was immediately terrified. Parasitism. So those monstrous things entered the body to parasitize. God, those alien creatures were actually their bioengineered soldiers. My God, there are so many powerful beings in the universe. A Type 6 civilization is prone to building stargates and wormholes and launching intergalactic attacks. What incredible power this is. Oh my God, our human civilization isn't even at level 2, and this damned condensed matter race has already reached the peak of level 4. Thank goodness, the beacon has been destroyed, and their main force is already bogged down in the war and unable to extricate themselves for the time being. It's really close. Judging from its level, if it weren't for the magnetic field interference, this one advanced ship would have been enough to destroy our entire human civilization. After reviewing the materials, undoubtedly, the militaries of the 5 major powers are all in a state of shock. My mind was deeply shaken. We have also gained a deeper understanding of the capabilities of civilizations at different stages of the universe. Seeing that I'm not even at level 2, everyone could only manage a wry smile. Controlled nuclear fusion, the hallmark of a level 2 civilization. For many years, major countries have invested countless human and material resources, but due to various problems such as materials, there's been no breakthrough progress. I can't even get past this simple level. The more advanced technologies that follow are beyond our wildest imagination. Looking at everyone's expressions, Chu Feng's lips curled up slightly. He was prepared for this. The database in Aruka is being repaired, although progress is slow. But even this simple level 2 technology is still a complete set. He glanced at the command levels of various countries and spoke in a solemn voice. There is no need for anyone to worry about the technical aspects. The relevant information will be issued soon. However, before that, some internal cleanup must be completed as soon as possible. As he spoke, in the command centers of various countries, the screens flashed. Long lists were displayed, page after page. Everyone turned their attention to the screen. The Illuminati and the remnants of the dark web. These guys have launched several biological attacks against our Dragon Kingdom, both openly and covertly. Furthermore, there is now suspicion that it has been parasitized. Kill them all without mercy. His cold gaze swept across the surroundings. Chu Feng spoke in a way that left no room for argument. The remaining military and industrial bases of the Sakura Kingdom must also be eliminated immediately. There is also a certain Squid Clan member who must immediately withdraw from his conglomerate and be taken over by my forces. Those who dare to disobey. Chapter 156 targets military installations only and does not target civilians. What? Chu Feng's words hadn't even finished. The 5 major powers were all taken aback. The first few requirements are all manageable. They can all understand. But the last one, what's the story behind the Squid Clan's demand to leave their affiliated conglomerate? Mr. Chu Feng, the first 3 items that my country, the United States, has not mentioned can be implemented now. Temep spoke first. With a wave of his hand, General Smith, a 5-star general standing to the side, was immediately tackled to the ground by Secret Service agents. 2 shots were enough to kill him. But the Squid Clan is second to none in terms of wealth and power. They are involved in almost every economic sector. A hasty cleanup could cause global economic turmoil and be detrimental to the overall situation. He said those words. In fact, Temep also had his own ulterior motives. Like other powers and conglomerates, the Tatmate family also has business dealings with the Squid tribe. In his various agencies, many Squid also hold important positions. Such a large-scale conflict, his position as commander is likely in jeopardy. To Merpin's remarks, Chu Feng did not provide an explanation. I think you didn't understand me. This is an order, not a discussion with you. If you can't do it, I don't mind taking matters into my own hands. The words fell. Beep. On the electronic screen, Chu Feng's figure completely disappeared. After all this, apart from China and Russia, the other three Western countries are all in a bit of a predicament. The interests involved here are far too great. It's true that the Squid tribe sucks blood, but they also contribute a great deal of income to their kingdom. Moreover, they're deeply entrenched and have ventured into almost every field. If we act rashly, it could instantly trigger a magnitude 12 earthquake. Damn it, what do we do? The leaders of the United States, Britain, and France were all going crazy. He paced back and forth anxiously. After a while, it was Tamerpin who made the decision first. Everyone, Chu Feng has made himself very clear. If we don't take action and wait until he personally takes action, it won't be as simple as just the conglomerate being taken over. We can't hesitate any longer. I think you all have long been dissatisfied with these vampires. Now is the perfect opportunity. The consensus was quickly reached. The operation commenced swiftly. They were the first to face annihilation. These are the Illuminati and remnants of the dark web that are suspected of being parasitized. In addition to the Tokyo branch, the New York headquarters, and the Arctic base. They also have research institutions around the world, such as Paris and London. The French and British are working together, under the combined attack of special forces and armored forces. The two remaining beehive facilities were reduced to rubble. At the same time, the Illuminati and the dark web, safe houses and contact points scattered around the world. It also suffered a fatal blow. The five major powers took action simultaneously, under close coordination. Within a day, these seeds, which could pose a potential threat in future wars, have all been eradicated. In this process, there was full monitoring from Aruka. Chu Feng did not discover that any condensed life forms had slipped through the net and launched a new parasitic attack. Both projects were successfully completed. Next came the strikes against Japanese military facilities. We don't know who leaked the information. Amidst the piercing alarm, countless people were thrown into chaos. Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom issued an emergency communication, clearly stating that the operation was only aimed at military facilities and not at civilians. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. By the grace of Amaterasu, I had long anticipated this day, but I never expected the Dragon Kingdom to be so merciful. Many Japanese citizens exclaimed in amazement. Even so, they didn't dare to gamble either. As a result, the surging crowd rushed to the nearby underground air raid shelters. All subway stations, large shopping malls, underground parking lots, and other similar locations. The place was packed with people. And at this time, Osaka Imperial Palace, Tian Wang and his cabinet members were completely panicked. A few days ago, Chu Feng annihilated the heavy armored army of the Sakura Kingdom and then withdrew. Everyone thought that the matter was over. Little did I expect that this was not the end, but the beginning. Damn bastard. The Dragon Kingdom is going too far. This is outrageous. Get me connected with the U.S. right now. I need to speak with President Trump. The locust roared angrily, its whole body trembling. Upon hearing this, the cabinet members standing nearby immediately broke into smiles that were more like cries. Your Majesty, the U.S. has cut off all our communication lines. We can't even get in touch with the U.S. Embassy. The locusts haven't even started to eat yet. Another staff member rushed into the conference room. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. According to General Suzuki's report, the U.S. aircraft carrier fleet stationed in Guam departed port 2 hours ago. What? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from a clear sky. The locusts are truly panicked now. The signal couldn't be clearer. The so-called Big Daddy, America, has completely abandoned them. The U.S. cannot be relied upon. The locusts hurriedly contacted countries such as France. What drove them crazy was communication between the several countries has long been cut off. By leveraging their network of connections, they eventually uncovered a shocking piece of information. The locust fell straight to the ground. No, that's impossible. How could the five major powers possibly reach an agreement? Our Sakura country hasn't offended them. So what benefits has the Dragon country given them? Tian Huang was completely dumbfounded. The five major thugs have united their will. What the hell? Has Japan broken some kind of divine law? An overwhelming sense of fear welled up inside me. They realized that annihilation was imminent. The locust could no longer hold out. He gasped for breath, forced himself to stand up, and roared through gritted teeth. Quickly give me the Dragon Kingdom. I need to talk to them. Let's say that our Japan is willing to apologize and atone for our past sins. As long as they don't launch an attack, I, Tian Huang, and the entire cabinet are willing to go to the Dragon Kingdom to kowtow and repent. We'll give them whatever they want. Quick. Ring, ring, ring. The communication was quickly established. However, no one answered the phone. The huge base hall. Only a chilling voice echoed. Don't worry about it. My Dragon Kingdom is not like that Cherry Blossom Kingdom, which has committed countless evil deeds. We are not bloodthirsty people. We are only targeting their military facilities. Their hundreds of millions of civilians were not harmed in the slightest. Such benevolence and righteousness are beyond measure. Even for thousands of generations to come, the world will never have anything to say about my Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 157, The Chief is Dead. The Sakura civilians remain unharmed. Damn Dragon Kingdom. You all deserve to die a horrible death. With communication proving fruitless, Tian Huang was now completely desperate. Get to the underground fortress quickly. Order the self-defense forces, except for the missile defense units, to immediately take cover and preserve their manpower. Quick! He hurriedly issued the order. Then he quickly ran towards the underground hideout. The underground explosion-proof door had just been closed. The strike operation against Japanese military facilities began on schedule. Boom, 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 tilde. On the boundless land of the Dragon Kingdom. Suddenly, thick plumes of smoke rose up. Beams of dazzling flame shot straight into the sky. We arrived outside the atmosphere. Hundreds of strike units, inertial flight. In no time at all, we arrived at the top of the Cherry Blossom country. Damn it, they're here. Japan's missile defense system also responded immediately. Boom, boom. Standard Missile 3 interceptors and Patriot missiles were launched one after another. They soared into the sky as if they didn't care about the cost. They desperately launched an interception. However, this is destined to be of no use. Not to mention that the hundreds of missiles that came into attack had reached an astonishing terminal speed of Mach 30, making them impossible to intercept. Just look at those warheads that split off and multiply. That's enough to make one despair. The first to be hit was the massive fleet of Japan stationed in Guam. After the Battle of Tokyo, Admiral Suzuki temporarily avoided direct confrontation. They gathered all their ships and retreated to this spot. At this moment, the vast ocean stretches for 20 or 30 nautical miles, both inside and outside the naval port. Densely packed, all of them were filled with the main warships of his Sakura Kingdom. There are 28 submarines of various types. The Mogami-class destroyers number 12. 38 destroyers of various classes including Kongo-class, Atego-class, Maya-class, and Akizuki-class. Among them, the largest are the two helicopter carriers, Hyuga and Izumo. These two large ships have an astonishing displacement of 19,000 tons and 27,000 tons, respectively, and the naval headquarters where Admiral Suzuki was located. It was installed on the Izumo, the largest ship in terms of tonnage. They learned that a blow was coming. He has taken immediate action. Ships maneuvered and dispersed, while interceptor missiles were launched into the air. However, such an action is destined to be futile. Boom! As the sky rose tens of thousands of meters, a point of light pierced down like lightning. The earth churned, and the waves surged. Above Suzuki's flagship, the Izumo, a dazzling thermonuclear fireball suddenly erupted. Buzz! At that moment, the world suddenly lost its color. In the boundless light and heat, the massive 27,000-ton hull of the Izumo vaporized rapidly, like a candle. No, this included all the crew members, including Suzuki. He only had time to let out a scream. It turned to ashes at the speed of light. And this is just the beginning. The core temperature was a terrifying fireball, reaching a terrifying 50 million degrees Celsius. It swallowed up the Izumo in an instant. It spread rapidly. It then swallowed up 7 or 8 nearby ships in one go. Because the yield of this warhead is not that large. Centered on the Izumo. After engulfing the sea surface for several miles, the fireball stopped expanding. However, the terrifying shockwave continued its relentless sweep. Creak. Various teeth-grinding sounds emanated. In the nearby sea, steel masts snapped off one after another and flew in all directions. amidst the towering, surging waves. Ships, battered by wind and rain, could sink at any moment. And this is only the effect of a single He warhead. The next second, more warheads are falling. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled, and the waves howled in despair. More thermonuclear fireballs exploded. The area within and around the Guam naval port, spanning 20 to 30 nautical miles. In an instant, we were immersed in an ocean of light and heat. Splash! The entire sea surface seemed to boil. Steel is melting, warships are burning. The immense impact energy created a wave wall tens of meters high. The already precarious fleet was suddenly plunged into the abyss. Before long, those thermonuclear fireballs had not yet been extinguished. All the Japanese warships, large and small, have been sunk to the bottom of the sea. A massive fleet of hundreds of ships was destroyed at the speed of light. Ground facilities also suffered severe damage. Shipyards, factories, barracks, and oil depots were reduced to ashes in a short time. At the same time, Osaka Imperial Palace, the Japanese locusts and the underground facilities where the cabinet was hiding also suffered annihilation at almost the same time. The fortress where they were hiding was dozens of meters underground. The top is covered with a 30-meter thick layer of super concrete. It is also reinforced with high-strength steel. However, even such a fortified fortress could not escape its fate. Boom! The first to arrive were several medium-range ballistic missiles. It split off conventional warheads. It crashed into the ground at an extremely high speed of Mach 30, penetrating dozens of meters underground. Then came a deafening explosion. It plowed out terrifying deep pits in the ground. Damn bastard. Damn Dragon Kingdom. I'm not finished with you. Under the terrifying shock energy, the fortress trembled, and Tianwang and others coughed up blood, their internal organs shifting. Before they could react further, a few nuclear warheads were enough to accurately strike the underground crater. The next moment, boom, a deafening explosion rang out. An endless release of light and heat. This sturdy underground fortress was overturned in an instant. There was no one left in those towering ruins. The locusts died inside the underground air raid shelter at this moment. Millions of Japanese citizens, though they already knew they wouldn't be affected. But the huge commotion still made them tremble uncontrollably. However, at this time, the crackdown is not over yet. Missile bases, Air Force bases, all kinds of military facilities, anywhere the Japanese military has stationed troops. They all receive the same care. At the same time, blazing fireballs erupted at all the military bases. The military base was destroyed. The civilians were not harmed at all. Such a blow is already extremely merciful. The military equipment accumulated over decades was completely wiped out. Chu Feng was absolutely certain. Frightened by this, for decades to come, no one in this cherry blossom country will dare to make such outrageous remarks or cause such a ruckus as before. More importantly, the interstellar age is just around the corner. Even if they want to enter the interstellar realm, they still have to consider Chu Feng's opinion. Time passed by second. The ground gradually fell silent. A few minutes later, the alarm has finally been lifted. The millions of Japanese citizens, safely sheltered in underground air raid shelters, couldn't help but prick up their ears. By Amaterasu Amikami. Is it finally over? As expected, the Dragon Kingdom did not target us civilians. This. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. After a while, the crowd straightened up, supporting each other, and surged out of their hiding place, eager to see what was going on. Chapter 158, Keeping the Promise. The Shameful People of Sakura. Now, Japan's communication infrastructure remains largely intact. Photos and videos of the attacked areas were quickly uploaded to the internet. They learned that their military strength, cultivated over many years, had vanished into nothingness. Upon learning that the Empire's high command, including Sky Locust, had all been reduced to ashes. While millions of people in Japan are heartbroken, a deep sense of relief welled up in my heart. The Dragon Kingdom is still benevolent. If we say we will only target military facilities, then we will only target military facilities. If it were us, we absolutely could not do that. And then some experts took out their detection instruments. When the area of impact was discovered to have very little radiation, everyone was overjoyed. By Amaterasu, it's a cleansing bomb. There's no radiation. Countless people were almost brought to their knees in shock. Even some of the diehards were ashamed and bowed their heads. The absence of radiation means they can continue to live peacefully as before. Such kindness, if they asked themselves honestly, they would never have dared to even imagine it. Now, the process of attacking military and industrial facilities. It was also witnessed by the other 4 countries. It was discovered that the Dragon Kingdom had indeed kept its promise. After it was confirmed that no civilians were targeted, countries breathed a sigh of relief. All right, gentlemen, the first few items of the plan instructed by Mr. Chu Feng have been completed. Now, there's only one item left. That is to clear the obstacles for Mr. Chu Feng to take over the Squid Consortium. According to the previous plan, the operation will begin in 1 minute. Inside the Pentagon, after a long silence, Temup's indifferent voice rang out. The vast majority of the Squid Clan's power is concentrated in their country of America and other Western nations. This operation was naturally spearheaded by him. Understood, Commander. The U.S. National Guard, Special Forces, and Marine Corps responded in various ways. They had already quietly occupied the attack position. And at this time, although Temup has been trying his best to keep the news under wraps, the ever-present Squid tribe eventually got wind of it. Fuck, has the commander gone mad? How could he issue such an order? Most of the Western world's finance and industry are controlled by my Squid tribe. Who gave him the audacity to act so recklessly? Inside a skyscraper, an old man wearing a white jacket and smoking a pipe walked back and forth menacingly. From the moment I received the message, he's going crazy. I wandered back and forth more than a dozen times. He abruptly turned his head, his face contorted with rage, and spoke. Damn it. I can't just give up like this. My Squid tribe has wandered for thousands of years, and it has finally gained a foothold and a place in today's world. We must never give it up so easily. Someone contact all the major conglomerates and have them use all their connections and relationships to put pressure on Temup. At the same time, the stock market and various financial markets are also preparing me. I want to see just how capable Trump is of withstanding this financial tsunami of trillions of dollars. Yes, Master. The subordinates beside him were waiting to relay the orders. Suddenly, a bodyguard burst into the office. Master, something terrible has happened. Hours ago, the large-scale operation by the militaries of various countries was aimed at the Illuminati. According to reliable sources, they have now been completely eradicated. Everyone. What? Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes widened. The pipe in his mouth fell to the ground with a thud. Has the Illuminati been uprooted? How is this possible? Damn it, explain yourself. What exactly happened? The old man angrily grabbed his subordinate by the collar. In a Western world, the Illuminati is a force to be reckoned with, on par with the Squid Clan. No, strictly speaking, the Light Society is even more mysterious and powerful than the Squid Clan. His Squid Clan is involved in many fields, but most of them are out in the open. The Illuminati are elusive and rarely seen. How could that have been? Master, I heard that the order was issued simultaneously by the 5 great powers. For some unknown reason, the 5 countries suddenly reached an agreement and decided to launch a major internal purge. The Illuminati is one. We Squid are also among them. The bodyguard answered tremblingly. What? The 5 major powers have reached an agreement. Upon hearing this, the old man was immediately frightened. Release his grip on the collar. No, that's absolutely impossible. The 5 major powers are constantly fighting each other openly and covertly, and they'll fight tooth and nail for their own interests. How could they possibly reach an agreement? I can't figure out the key to this no matter how hard I try. The old man was now completely enraged. He quickly recalled all that had happened on Earth during those days. Suddenly, a figure flashed through my mind. Damn it, could it be? However, at this point, there was no more time left for him to think. Bang! A huge explosion. Armed to the teeth, the U.S. Delta Force stormed in with lightning speed. Target confirmed. Da. Similar scenes can be found in the buildings of major conglomerates and government agencies controlled by the Squid Clan. One by one, they are happening. There was no arrest, no trial. In fact, this was Chu Feng's order. It was not explicitly stated that these people must be put to death. But Temup didn't care about that anymore. In its United States, 3 major powers are intertwined. One is the Illuminati, the other is the Squid Tribe. All three are his American domestic conglomerates. For many years, the local conglomerates are being suffocated by these two companies. The number of people coming to power in both houses of parliament is decreasing. Now I can finally vent my anger. How could he possibly let such a good opportunity slip by? The actions of the major powers lasted for several days. Throughout this entire process, Chu Feng's eyes were icy cold, and his expression remained unchanged. These bastards only recognize Maine as their master. Doing business with the enemy is commonplace for them. We will make an example of someone today. It's hard to guarantee that backstabbing won't happen in future major battles. As he dispatched his assassins, he swiftly took over the vacated conglomerates and industries. The brief period of chaos quickly subsided. There's a series of knowledge imparted by Aruka. Minor economic fluctuations are nothing to worry about. In just 3 days, the cleanup operation is coming to an end. Next, it was time to consider establishing a human federation. The Glorious is now severely damaged and unable to undertake interstellar travel. The amount of high-grade metals needed to repair it would undoubtedly be astronomical. He must improve the overall strength of human civilization as soon as possible. Dedicate yourself to the grand cause of interstellar mining. Chapter 159. Meeting resumes. First draft of the federal bill. The plan has been finalized. Chu Feng no longer hesitated. Aruka quickly issued a request for a meeting. The 5 major powers quickly received the communication. Chu Feng. Upon seeing the signature at the end of the communication, everyone was taken aback. Without hesitation, he quickly disappeared. Not long after, sizzle. A burst of electromagnetic sound followed. In a spacious, secret conference room, Chu Feng's holographic image appeared first. Half a second later, images of the leaders of the 5 countries also arrived one after another. Gentlemen, the reason I have gathered you all here today is to discuss a topic. The existing world order is no longer suitable for future development. Therefore, I propose that we establish a human federation as soon as possible. Who is in favor and who is against? At the start of the meeting, Chu Feng got straight to the point, stating his purpose. The Federation of Humanities? The 5 leaders were slightly taken aback upon hearing this. They had anticipated that Chu Feng would have this idea. I just didn't expect things to happen so quickly. Gentlemen, our Dragon Kingdom wholeheartedly supports Chu Feng's proposal. After a long silence, on the Dragon Kingdom's side, the elderly man in the Zhongshan suit glanced around and spoke first. The darkness of the universe is beyond our imagination. Human civilization today is like an infant in swaddling clothes. Let's not even talk about those advanced civilizations that casually create wormholes. Even if it's just a single spaceship from a condensed matter species, we wouldn't be able to put up a fight. Such a critical situation. Only by integrating the strength of the entire civilization and developing together can humanity have a glimmer of hope for the future. These words were spoken. Temup immediately nodded in agreement. I agree with what Dragon Country said. Although intelligence indicates that the main fleet of the condensed matter race is already deeply embroiled in interstellar warfare. But no one can guarantee that they haven't noticed us. If 3 or 5 more of those spaceships came, human civilization, including all of you here, will perish without a trace. The Gala commander, standing to the side, also slowly bowed his head. The 2 commanders are right. Our human civilization can no longer afford to fall into endless internal strife as it has in the past. Even without external threats, without technological breakthroughs, we will eventually be trapped and die in this tiny pond of Earth. At this point, the polar bear leader couldn't help but chime in. The Gallic leader's judgment was absolutely correct. In order to develop industry, the annual energy consumption of various countries has increased exponentially. It won't be long before shallow fossil resources are exhausted. Deeper resources, though they can be mined, will only provide a temporary reprieve. If we don't venture into deep space, we'll still be trapped in this cage. Watching the leaders of various countries speak in turn, Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Since none of you have any objections. Now, let's release the first draft of the federal bill. Everyone should go back and study this carefully, and you can also convene experts to improve it. It needs to be made clear that the overall direction cannot be changed. Anyone who obstructs this will be expelled from the Federation and banned from holding office for life. After saying that, Chu Feng tapped his finger, and the document was sent. The image then went out. Seeing that Chu Feng could disappear just like that, the leaders of the various countries looked at each other in bewilderment. Mr. Chu Feng's actions are truly decisive and ruthless. Temup spread his hands and shook his head. Gentlemen, as Mr. Chu Feng suggests, we will conduct research as soon as possible. That's all. The world leaders began browsing the contents of the bill on the screen in front of them. I only glanced at it. Hiss. Everyone present gasped in shock. They were horrified to discover that the bill was ridiculously detailed. Organizational structure, personnel composition, economy, military, currency, and law. Everything has been clearly marked on it. Putting everything else aside, just look at the words. It has already reached tens of millions. What alarmed them even more was, this federal bill is extremely relevant to the current state of humanity. The future development path has also been planned in detail. It's called a first draft, but it's actually beyond revision. Without even thinking, Chu Feng knew. What are the expressions on the faces of the leaders of the 5 major powers now? This bill, however, ordered Araka to collect all data on the current stage of human civilization. Further reference is found in the database, along with carefully revised versions of the development trajectories of other technological civilizations. It would be a miracle if they could find fault with it. The first chapter of this bill clarifies the organizational structure and personnel appointments. The Federation adopts a separation of powers system and will not abolish the state entity for the time being. It will be gradually abolished when interstellar colonization begins. Federal Parliament. Composed of representatives from the 5 major powers and the continental alliances, it has an Interstellar Affairs Committee. Federal Executive Committee. 1 CEO was appointed, and the first CEO was Chu Feng. The other 7 governors are elected and are in charge of military affairs, economy, law, science and technology, colony, diplomacy, and people's livelihood, respectively. The Supreme Court of the United States has an interplanetary court under it, which enforces the latest federal laws. Chapter 1 clearly states that the first federal executive officer possesses supreme power, controls the highest military command, and is not subject to the checks and balances of the 3 branches of government. Unless they voluntarily withdraw, no further elections will be held. The subsequent chapters then delve into the military and economic aspects. In the military sphere, a federal defense force was established, with positions such as marshal and general under it. Its grassroots combat force was formed by elite soldiers selected from various countries. Economic aspects. Define clear industrial standards and adopt a completely new federal industrial system. Unify the currency of Blue Star and implement a trial system of planetary coins and stellar coins based on cosmic standards, with an exchange ratio of 1 to 100. In addition, there are numerous other detailed rules. For example, in terms of law, it stipulates that internal warfare among humans must cease immediately, and that religious belief must be prohibited, etc. The content is complex and extensive. During the research process, the leaders of the 5 countries quickly discovered that some of the regulations, if implemented, could likely cause chaos in the short term. For example, the rule that prohibits religious belief. Hearing such dissent, Chu Feng resolutely refused. What kind of interstellar joke is this? The era of shattering stars with a single shot is fast approaching. All this fancy stuff is useless except for numbing the nerves. Don't worry, just click here to publish. Anyone who objects, 1 word kill. With Chu Feng's instructions, the leaders of the 5 kingdoms were no longer conflicted. After convening experts to conduct a thorough study and confirming that there was nothing that could be changed, they determined that there was nothing else to change. Then came the headquarters location selection stage, considering Chu Feng's birthplace. Naturally, the federal headquarters was located in China. The location will be in Jiangnan City. And during this period, the unveiling ceremony has not yet begun. Various messages began to leak out, intentionally or unintentionally. Chapter 160, the entire Blue Star is in an uproar, rushing to Jiangnan City. When these messages spread across the internet, the entire Blue Star internet was thrown into turmoil. On social media platforms, heated discussions have once again flooded the screens. Have you heard? It seems there's something big to announce these days. I heard that the location is apparently in Jiangnan City, and the Huanyu building has already started setting up the site. Brother, you're right. I'm in Jiangnan City, and I can testify to that. What? What's all this commotion? What happened? As the discussion unfolded, netizens quickly drew parallels to the series of events that had occurred in the past few days. Brothers, this is incredible. You have probably already seen the series of actions taken over the past few days. Such a huge commotion, yet the surrounding area is as calm as still water. I refuse to believe there's nothing fishy going on here. That's right, I'm afraid. Everyone frantically scrolled through their keyboards. Soon, new voices emerged. One netizen succinctly pointed out the key point. Brothers, your analysis is quite good, but you've forgotten one key figure. Who is it? The netizens immediately became interested. Of course, it's the great god Chu Feng. You've forgotten that all of this happened after he appeared in the U.S. I suspect he's definitely involved. That's what the netizen replied. Master Chu Feng? Damn it. How come I didn't think of him? Damn, now that you mention it, I'm starting to suspect that all of this is related to him. Netizens were taken aback, thinking they had grasped the key point. Of course, regarding this point, many people remained skeptical. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chu Feng is indeed incredibly powerful, but he could never have thought that far ahead. While Chinese netizens were engaged in heated discussions, netizens from other countries are experiencing roughly the same situation. It is thousands of miles away from the Dragon Kingdom. The operation a few days ago was carried out right under their noses. God, what has happened these past few days is the most incredible thing I have ever seen in my life. That's right, I still can't believe it. My fish-like boss was actually defeated right before my eyes by the American Rangers. It's not just them, there's also the Illuminati. This secret organization, which appears and disappears like a dragon. Countless netizens shared their experiences from the past few days. The topic quickly shifted to Jiangnan City. Gentlemen, it seems that it is indeed true. Look, this is a video posted by netizens from China. The Huanyu building in Jiangnan City has begun to install holographic projection facilities. What, is it true? I need to check it right away. The entire Blue Star internet was bustling with unprecedented activity. There are all sorts of speculations. When the latest news comes out, when Jiangnan City decided to hold a press conference, the entire internet was in an uproar. This time it's more real than a needle tip. It seems we really need to establish a human federation. Oh my god, this is the first time ever. No, I need to get to Jiangnan City immediately. Brothers, let's get going. We can't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Count me in. Holy crap, all the tickets are sold out. Who the hell is that fast? In an instant, countless netizens were excited. Reporters, especially those who rely on traffic, are eager to rush to Jiangnan City to grab an exclusive first. The situation in China is relatively better. In addition to airplanes, there's also a well-developed high-speed rail network. For those that are relatively close, you can even travel there by car. But other netizens were completely stumped, with such a tight time frame and only a single line of sight in the air. Immediately, countless reporters and netizens were fighting tooth and nail over a plane ticket. Airfares have also skyrocketed, soaring to 10 times their previous price. Even so, it did not dampen the enthusiasm of onlookers and reporters. Within minutes, all the tickets to Jiangnan City in the Dragon Kingdom were sold out. Meanwhile, netizens and reporters rushed to the scene. Seen in Jiangnan City. The preparations for the press conference are also underway. Inside the 420-meter-tall Huanyu building at this moment, all irrelevant personnel have been cleared out. Instead, there were burly bodyguards wearing communication headsets. They were on high alert. The exterior of the building. It was also a combination of overt and covert surveillance. Each fire unit stood ready. Nearby high-rise buildings are manned by guards who are keeping a close watch on the surrounding area. Arctic Research Base. I learned that things were almost ready. Chu Feng did not linger any longer. At the airport, a Delta Wing fighter jet is refueling. Boom! A powerful, deep blue tail flame shot out. The massive fuselage soared straight into the night sky. The fighter jets rapidly flew into the stratosphere. Flying at Mach 5, it headed straight for Jiangnan City. Along the way, due to the unique stealth coating on the surface of the Delta Wing fighter jet, there was no reaction from ground radars along the way. Whoosh! A massive engine roared overhead. The guards on the roof of the World Trade Center were all startled. Damn it, Unidentified fighter jets have appeared in the airspace overhead. Activate all defense measures. All firepower on the target. As expected of elite forces, the moment the Delta Wing fighter appeared, all defense points, both on the rooftop and on the ground, were operating simultaneously. A barrage of dark anti-material sniper rifles, rows of twin-barreled anti-aircraft guns, and dozens of portable anti-aircraft missiles. They all aimed at the fighter jets overhead. Firepower arrived at lightning speed. The guard's heart was in his throat. The orders from headquarters were very clear. That is to do everything possible to protect the building's safety. I originally thought the deployment was foolproof. To their utter surprise, a fighter jet evaded all radar and suddenly appeared overhead. All guns opened fire. Take it down. The guard captain, Liu Qinyuan, glared and roared angrily. They shouldered portable anti-aircraft missiles. The trigger was about to be pulled in the blink of an eye. At the critical moment, "Ahem, don't be nervous. It's me." A familiar voice rang out. A black figure leaped down. Thump. Suddenly, a dense network of spider webs appeared on the rooftop floor. Chapter 161, Taking Over Global Communications, Shocking Holographic Imaging. The newcomer was dressed in a black cloak and wore sunglasses, making it impossible to see his face. Between puffs of smoke, the cigarette in his mouth flashed on and off. Looking at the dense spider webs on the floor, the security guards of the scene all gasped in shock. Is this even human? Mr. Chu, lower the anti-aircraft missile and press down the muzzle of the team member's gun. Liu Qinyuan, his face covered in camouflage, asked tentatively. Others may not know. He had studied Chu Feng's information countless times. The sound just now was unmistakable. Moreover, as mentioned above, Chu Feng might not behave according to common sense. Ahem. Sorry, I startled everyone. I should have notified you in advance. Chu Feng took off his sunglasses and said apologetically, "Call." Upon seeing the person's face, the security guards on site all breathed a sigh of relief. It really is you. Liu Qinyuan could not contain his excitement. He strode forward and saluted respectfully. Major General Liu Qinyuan, commander of the 5th Special Forces of the Dragon Kingdom, reporting to Mr. Chu. Chu Feng swiftly retrieved Hua Zi and returned the greeting with proper attire. After the ceremony, she stared at the burly man in front of her. He smiled slightly. Liu Qinyuan, I'll remember you. The Federal Defense Forces are established. Welcome to serve in the Defense Forces. After saying that, Chu Feng's figure quickly disappeared. The members of the 5th Special Forces on the scene all looked at each other in bewilderment, amazed by Chu Feng's unpredictable and mysterious nature. At the same time, they also felt a deep sense of doubt about the newly appeared term. After a long pause, one of the team members couldn't help but speak up. Captain, what does Mr. Chu mean by the Federal Defense Force? Liu Qinyuan shook his head with a wry smile. I was just about to say that I didn't know either. But suddenly, a flash of lightning struck his mind. Combined with news reports from a few hours ago, his eyes widened suddenly. A completely new civilization organization. Could it be? The little incident is over. The 5th Special Forces issued a report. Chu Feng entered the building without encountering any further obstacles. Soon, we arrived at the luxurious penthouse on the 100th floor. This will be his future residence. 1 floor down is his office floor, although he does not intend to stay here in the future. However, the 5 major powers still decided to reserve the relevant venues. I took a nice, relaxing shower. I put on a loose bathrobe and went to the floor-to-ceiling window. The dazzling night view of Gangnam City is on full display. Chu Feng lit a cigarette and stared at it, lost in thought. Looking back on what I've experienced over the past month or two, he couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for the system, or the appearance of the glorious. He has now been buried in Myawaddy, and his body is probably already decayed. Originally, I thought that after using the system to dominate the world and crush all enemies, I could have a peaceful life. Unexpectedly, following the clues led to the exposure of a terrifying secret about the universe. The glorious is now in our hands. He was already invincible on Earth, but faced with that dark universe, he didn't even have the right to save his own life. Fortunately, it's not too late. The biggest threat right now, the so-called cohesive race, has had its beacon destroyed. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, humanity will gain at least several hundred years of development time. In particular, there's Aruka's powerful database. Human civilization will no longer have to wander aimlessly like a headless fly as it did before. The speed at which the technology tree is developed, it will result in a qualitative improvement. During this period, Chu Feng's thoughts drifted further and further away. He also thought about a lot. Take, for example, the powerful soul unique to humankind. He had a premonition. Humanity's unique abilities will undoubtedly shine in future space wars. However, how exactly should it be used? He racked his brains, but could not find a solution. Ask Aruka, but its lousy database won't yield any useful results. Captain, there's no need to worry. My intuition tells me that soul technology definitely exists. Wait for my database to be repaired. The sun and moon revolve. Time passed second by second. Before we knew it, September 21st arrived, the day the new human organization was founded. Early in the morning, the plaza outside the global tower was already surrounded by throngs of people, 3 layers deep. Among them were onlookers who couldn't contain themselves and came to witness history, and media outlets of all sizes from various countries around the world. The venue was already crowded enough. However, crowds continued to arrive. The streets within a radius of several kilometers. The entire area was blocked by vehicles of all sizes. Damn it, get out of my way. Get the hell out of my way, fuck. Reporters roared angrily. In a struggle for a spot, many people and dogs even had their brains smashed. If it weren't for the fact that sufficient security had already been arranged, there's a risk of chaos on the spot. It was 9:30 a.m. There is still half an hour until the global address. The venue was extremely crowded, with people packed shoulder to shoulder. Apart from those present, billions of people around the world also stayed glued to their televisions, mobile phones, and computers, eagerly awaiting the start of the speech. While waiting, various speculations have already caused a great uproar. With the 5 major powers united in will, I believe this new organization will definitely be something like a federation. That's right, they may have realized the problem of internal strife among humans and decided to change their development path. Thank goodness, finally someone has realized this. Some people see things in a positive light, while others remain skeptical. Don't think so highly of them. I think they're just changing their name to continue reaping the world's profits. Even if a new organization is formed, the existing situation will not change. The 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council are not omnipotent. Exactly. Within those 5 countries alone, there are all sorts of conflicting interests. A temporary agreement doesn't mean things will be over forever. I think the struggle will continue. Further words are pointless. Let's wait and see. Given the inherent weaknesses of human nature, I don't believe them. Billions of people are waiting anxiously. It's almost 10 a.m. The crowd at the scene, including the audience in front of various terminals, was already impatient. And wait until 10 o'clock sharp. At the entrance of the global building, there is a tall podium decorated with a red carpet. Besides the muscular buzz-cut bodyguards, there was still no sign of anyone. The crowd and billions of viewers couldn't help but feel a surge of impatience. Damn it, the speech was postponed. Why haven't the leaders of the 5 nations shown up yet? Has something gone wrong? Did the negotiations fall through? The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Various speculations and conspiracy theories instantly spread like wildfire. While billions of people were completely baffled, suddenly, something completely unexpected happened. Buzz. Then there was a burst of electromagnetic flashes. In a flash, an astonishing torrent of particles suddenly burst forth from inside the building. This torrent of particles rapidly solidified. In an instant, a majestic holographic image with divine eyes was created. Not only that, at this moment, on the entire blue planet, all the large screens and communication terminals on the streets suddenly lit up. Display the same content. This move instantly shocked everyone. And then we could see the faces in the images clearly. Everyone's jaws nearly dropped to the floor. Chapter 162. Video playback leaves billions stunned. Zhu Feng. What's going on? Aren't the leaders of the 5 countries supposed to give a speech? How could it be him? Both those at the scene and the hundreds of millions of viewers in front of their screens were utterly shocked. In most people's eyes, Chu Feng was just a ruthless butcher. However, this was a joint press conference held by the 5 countries. It's not his place to give orders. Through Aruka's powerful data scanning, Chu Feng could clearly see the shocked expressions on the faces of millions of people. However, he did not offer much explanation. In countless unfolding screens, his figure suddenly grew taller, and his voice became incredibly loud. Fellow human beings, I am Chufeng. I believe everyone has many questions in their minds right now. With these questions in mind, I would like to first show you a video. Speaking of which, the images on countless screens around the world shifted to the sky above a vast expanse of white ice cap. This is Arctic. At the beginning of the video, billions of people around the world were confused. Even the aerial combat in the middle didn't generate much of a response. And then the massive research base was revealed. The massive black spaceship inside was revealed. Countless people stared in astonishment. Flying spaceship? Damn it! How could there be such a huge spaceship in the Arctic? What's the deal with this base? Have we humans already started researching it? Why hasn't any information been revealed online all these years? Although shocked, most people were still skeptical at this point. After all, such a thing is too unbelievable. One image doesn't prove anything. I suspect this isn't live-action footage at all, but rather an AI-generated video. It's CG animation. It is a certainty in the hearts of countless people. The video can continue playing. Upon entering the base command center, dozens of people simultaneously spewed out blobs of black liquid. Alien-like creatures jumped out of the spaceship. Undeterred by gunfire, it overturned dozens of armored vehicles in succession. Everyone stared in shock. A generous gift, please. But what exactly is this? Alien, how could they appear inside a human body? Could these terrifying aliens also be controlled by them? Oh my god, look at their armor. It can completely negate the damage from firearms. Now no one doubts that this is an AI video. The images played by Chufeng were presented from all angles, including from the air and the ground. Every detail has been meticulously crafted, extremely realistic. It's absolutely impossible for it to be made by AI. Everyone was terrified. In front of each video terminal, people stood up uneasily, staring intently at the screen. Damn it, these things are even immune to armor-piercing bullets. There are still several dozen left. If they're allowed to run rampant everywhere, what will we use to stop them? Fortunately, Chufeng later deployed his aerial forces and finally killed more than a dozen aliens. The remaining aliens also escaped back to the spaceship. Countless people breathed a slight sigh of relief. But then, they became nervous again. Damn it, look, the spaceship has taken off. It's broken through the ice and is outside. The gift crab, the top of the spaceship is glowing. What is that? Oh no, they're sending out a communication. Wanla, these monstrous things are definitely calling for help from their home planet. Countless people were on tenterhooks. Fortunately, things will get better next. The beacon device is off. Chufeng's subordinates took control of the spaceship. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and wiped away their cold sweat. The video playback has ended. Billions of viewers were shocked, but they still didn't realize the true seriousness of the situation. Sizzle. The screen flickered, and Chufeng's majestic image reappeared. His eyes flashed like lightning, and he spoke in a booming voice. Fellow human beings, as you can see, these black liquids are the aliens you're talking about. They come from condensed matter groups deep in the universe. They are born in darkness, begin with destruction, and devouring and parasitizing are their instincts. According to reliable intelligence, hundreds of intelligent races and countless inhabited planets have already become food for them. His eyes scanned the crowds gathered in front of each screen. Chufeng's voice became low. What I need to tell you is the spaceship you just saw. It was just a tiny advance team of theirs. Those so-called aliens are nothing more than the weakest soldiers they control. Although I terminated their communication with the home planet in time. But no one can guarantee that their main force hasn't noticed us. These words were spoken. Billions of people were immediately in an uproar. It was such a struggle to deal with such an inconspicuous advance team. If their main force were to arrive, wouldn't humanity be unable to withstand even a single attack? Mr. Chufeng, what exactly is the range of strength of these ghostly things? If their main force arrives, do we have any way to deal with them? In front of the global tower, a reporter, gazing at the majestic holographic image of Chufeng, asked a question urgently. That's exactly the issue I want to address next. Chufeng's huge eyes narrowed. The image around him vanished as countless streams of particles. Instead, a detailed document was provided. Civilizations in the universe can be roughly divided into 6 levels. Low-level civilization, level 1 to 2. We humans are in this category. Medium civilization, level 3 to 5 condensed state race, already at the peak of level 4. It should be noted that although they're only at the peak of level 4, this evil race has been able to destroy level 5 or even level 6 advanced civilizations by using some unknown means. The following is an explanation of the classification of civilization levels. A torrent of data flows. Swish swish. Large screens on the streets and terminal screens. An instruction manual that even elementary school students could understand appeared. And when you see the information inside, billions of people were shocked and horrified. Holy crap, there are so many life forms in the universe. We humans aren't even a Type 2 civilization. Oh my god, a Type 3 civilization can achieve faster than light travel, let alone a condensed state race. Even a single spaceship from a Type 3 civilization would be difficult for us humans to handle. A frog in a well. A frog in a well. How laughable we humans are. We haven't even jumped out of such a small pond as the solar system. Among billions of viewers. However, there are a huge number of scientists and researchers. This kind of information has a greater impact on them. The desire to advance human technology has also become even stronger. Seen at the Global Tower. An elderly scientist with white hair and beard, leaning on a cane, ignored the guard's attempts to stop him. Entered directly inside the cordon. He shakily raised his head and stared intently at the holographic giant screen. Mr. Chu Feng, you must have thought of a solution for telling us all this. Please clarify. We are willing to burn our last drop of blood for the future of humanity. Chapter 163. A compulsory approach leads to the operation of controlled nuclear fusion. These words were spoken. It immediately won over countless people, whether at the scene or in front of various screens. Numerous scientists and technicians looked on with anticipation. Buzz, accompanied by a dazzling stream of particles. Chu Feng's majestic holographic figure reappeared. A voice as loud as thunder rang out. It's simple. Stop the fighting and establish a human federation. Gather the power of the entire civilization and break through to a higher civilization level as soon as possible. Establish a federation of humanity. Upon hearing this, scientists on site and viewers in front of various screens. At first I was stunned, then I was overjoyed. They had already suspected it, but hearing it with my own ears still made me incredibly excited. I understand everything. The idea of establishing a federation was originally Mr. Chu Feng's idea. The actions of the 5 major powers were merely aimed at increasing attention. They had already agreed with Mr. Chu Feng's idea. The Federation of Humans was established, with 5 major powers acting as guarantors. With the intervention of the great Chu Feng, the situation became even more complicated. Most people agree with this view. However, a large forest has all kinds of birds. Due to various conflicts of interest, some people still hold opposing views. Some may not say it outright, but they harbor deep resentment in their hearts. The next step is to release detailed federal rules for a series of entirely new regulations. Chu Feng gave him a 1-month grace period. I was shocked by the detail of the content. After receiving the documents, the various countries began to study them in detail. Then the integration process began. As integration began, personnel appointments for various federal agencies were also put on the agenda. It has Aruka's powerful data scanning capabilities. No trickery could escape Chu Feng's discerning eye from any of the lists that were submitted. During the integration process, many opposing voices naturally emerged. It may be based on interests, or it may be based on other reasons. However, most of these were ruthlessly suppressed by Chu Feng. Of course, he also knew the principle of giving a carrot and a stick. Half a month later, a shocking announcement that reverberated throughout the world. The first controllable nuclear fusion furnace has been put into trial operation in Jiangnan City, Manhwa, and it's successfully discharged. The Q value reached an astonishing 3,000. The news caused an uproar across the entire planet. Oh my god, controlled nuclear fusion. If we master it, doesn't that mean that human civilization has stepped into Type 2 civilization? A Q value of 3,000? That's a number you can only achieve in science fiction. With it, humanity will no longer have to worry about food or energy. Brother is right. Not only that, but reaching the stars is just around the corner. Countless people were so excited they couldn't sleep. Those who held opposing views were immediately thrown into a panic. Damn bastard. It's all your fault. The 5 major powers have reached an agreement, but you insist on clinging to your own interests. Now look what's happened. They've quietly mastered controlled nuclear fusion. Men, seize them all and take them to Shanghai to apologize to Mr. Chufeng. Inside each room, the 2 commanders roared madly. Those kneeling on the ground were also dumbfounded. They thought they had escaped Chufeng's watchful eye. Unexpectedly, they were completely stunned by the technological behemoth. For these people, Chufeng showed no mercy and executed them all. A series of sweet dates and big sticks. Now, there are almost no people left on the entire planet Earth who oppose this. Even the few diehards can only keep their thoughts to themselves and dare not express them at all, with the help of Aruka. And thanks to the efforts of countless skilled workers and scientists. Several more days passed. More controlled nuclear fusion devices were successively established in various countries around the world. The first to reap the benefits were, of course, the 5 major powers. Those who haven't had their turn yet are all eagerly waiting. Chufeng responded generously to this. Since it is a federation, it will not favor any particular country. Every country and every region will enjoy the benefits of this new fusion technology. Things turned out exactly as Chufeng had described. A year has passed. The entire planet Earth has undergone earth-shattering changes. Fusion furnaces of all sizes have been built in all medium and large cities. Because the fusion fuels needed can be extracted from seawater. It's almost endless. Supported by this endless supply of cheap energy, various farm buildings have sprung up. Humans no longer need to extract meager harvests from vast tracts of farmland. It has abundant energy resources and is not affected by the weather. With massive output, everyone received a considerable food guarantee. Each person only needs to pay a symbolic 1 planetary coin per day to receive sufficient nutritional supplements. Controlled nuclear fusion is just an appetizer. Another month has passed. The Glorious completed the disassembly of the condensed matter precursor spacecraft. The first batch of high-grade metals was put into the core furnace. A small section of the Aruka database has been repaired. This tiny repair seems to be only a tiny bit. Its power was earth-shattering. Congratulations, Captain! The primary biological module of the Glorious has been unlocked. The automated factory can now mass-produce advanced gene-based drugs. Mass production of advanced gene therapy agents? Upon hearing this, Chufeng's eyes flashed with excitement. Human bodies are currently far too weak. Let alone going into space, we'd have to deal with a high-energy radiation environment. Even the most minor ailments can be fatal. But with this advanced gene serum, things are different. He had tested it before. 1 injection, and the person instantly transforms into a superhuman, immune to even rifle bullets. Furthermore, the internal organs are also strengthened. No more worries about cancer, tumors, or similar problems. We will immediately generate 10 billion doses of advanced gene therapy. Chufeng waved his hand and spoke without hesitation. Captain, please note that 10 billion doses of advanced gene serum will consume 10 energy points. The Vanguard spacecraft of the condensed matter race has an estimated available energy of only 100 points. A Loka virtualization appeared, serving as a reminder. 1/10 of it disappeared in one go. Chufeng frowned. Then he smiled slightly. It doesn't matter. In the future, interstellar mining and interstellar expansion will still require their help. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. By enhancing the overall strength of the civilization, the Radiant ship can also be repaired more quickly. Produce 10 billion units. Chapter 164 Automated Factory. 10 billion doses of advanced gene therapy. Yes, Captain. With Chufeng's order. Aruka taps her little hand. Inside the Glorious, a massive biological factory covering more than 10 cubic kilometers immediately came into view. A series of towering facilities. They're just small processing bases. The production lines are densely packed together. The energy window has opened. Buzz. All kinds of equipment were able to be charged. In an instant, countless surgical robotic arms extended long needles and began to draw up the raw materials. These raw materials are stored in the Radiant Biofactory. As the syringe is inserted, With energy support, their original activity began to be rapidly activated. Sizzle. Sizzle. As streams of liquid of different colors rapidly combine. Each drop of the solution contains an amazing life force. They began filling individual medicine bottles. In just half a minute, 500,000 doses of advanced gene therapy were generated. At this rate, the share will reach 10 billion units. It won't take more than a few days. All the potions will then be generated. Take advantage of this time. Shu Feng decided to thoroughly explore the glorious ship, which was almost in a state of near collapse. Bang, bang, bang. It costs 1 energy point. Open all usable lighting equipment inside the glorious. Buzzing. Countless pipes and walls. A stream of bright particles appeared. By the light that was on, Shu Feng stepped onto the flight platform and flew rapidly along the huge passageways. And at that very moment, for the first time, he truly experienced the sheer size and terrifying nature of this spaceship. Ring-shaped objects with diameters of several kilometers or even tens of kilometers, covering the surface of the spacecraft. At first glance, you can see various weapon launch ports that have fallen silent. A series of futuristic-looking passageways, hundreds of meters high and wide. Like the nerves and blood vessels of the human body, it connects every corner of the spaceship. A massive circular hull with a diameter of 3,000 kilometers. The entire structure is built using a modular design. An area was destroyed. The remaining functional areas are still capable of operating independently and supporting the spacecraft's operations. The fatal blow suffered by the Glorious. It originated from the central part, that huge wound that was hundreds of kilometers wide. It pierced straight through the spacecraft itself. Wherever they went, all the core modules and compartments were destroyed. Even the core control module of the Glorious. They were all affected. Beside the damaged passageway, the flying skateboard lands. Looking at this endless expanse, like an abyss of wounds. Shu Feng couldn't help but gasp. Aroka, what kind of weapon is this? Only then could such horrific damage be caused. Space weapon. Aloka particles emerge. He looked at the wounds sadly. During the intercosmic jump operation, even if the mother civilization has done its best to minimize spatial fluctuations, but it still caught the attention of that thing. I don't know what methods it used. In less than an hour, the entire fleet of the mother civilization was reduced to ashes. He paused for a moment. Araka pointed to a light screen and continued. Fortunately, the Glorious is the furthest away. What attacked the Glorious was just one of its warm minions. Their strength already far surpassed that of my mother civilization. With the added blessing of that thing, the space cannon pierced through more than a dozen of my defensive shields with just one shot. One more hit, and the ship will look like this. Fortunately, by then, I had already successfully crossed the cosmic barrier. I see. Shu Feng nodded to himself. But I still have a question. Wasn't the Glorious built using modular construction? The core functional area was destroyed, but the energy in other areas should still be able to sustain itself. So how did you? Because of the increase in entropy, Araka sighed helplessly. To cut through space and incorporate such a huge spaceship into it, one can imagine how chaotic the entropy value would become in this small space. After the leap is over, I had to use the remaining energy to keep the entropy level stable in this small space. If I had thought that with the universe constantly replenishing its energy, these kinds of problems wouldn't have been difficult for me. But now, wounded as I am, I have no choice but to drink poison to quench my thirst. Increase in entropy? After listening to the description, Shu Feng immediately understood Araka's awkward situation. With a slight frown, he asked in a low voice. In that case, given the spaceship's current energy levels, how long can it sustain operations? At most 2 more years. Although we have a small spaceship to supplement our supplies, it is far from enough. 2 years? Shu Feng was startled. Time is really tight. It seems the large-scale mining operation needs to be accelerated. What grade of advanced metal do you need? After a brief silence, Shu Feng asked a crucial question. Also, do these metals actually exist in the solar system? Have. Araka affirmed. Based on the scan logs upon arrival in the solar system, the moon, which is closest to you, contains tens of millions of tons of usable high-grade metals. The asteroid impact from hundreds of millions of years ago brought them here. although the impact level is average, is sufficient for emergency response. In addition, Mars and other major planets also have similar impact sites with considerable metal reserves. Well, that's good. Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Of all these, the moon is the easiest to mine. It is the closest point to Earth, and humans have already landed on the moon. With the support of controlled nuclear fusion, large-scale mining operations are expected to be seen soon. Having learned all this, Chu Feng did not linger any longer. To save energy, I promptly shut down all unnecessary power-consuming modules. We returned to the spacecraft's main control center. Several more days passed. The production of advanced gene therapy drugs has been successfully completed. A total of 10 billion doses of the medicine were delivered to the outside. Immediately afterwards, a large-scale airlift operation began, carried by transport planes. These medicines were rapidly distributed to every corner of the Earth. This is the latest round of actions. It quickly attracted the attention of people from all sides. Everyone was talking about it, completely baffled. As the news was gradually released, the crowd was even more confused. Gene serum? What is this? Chapter 165 Cancer becomes history. Contribution points details. At first, almost everyone was confused about the situation. But when they heard about the miraculous effects of this so-called gene serum, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. Holy crap, a high-grade gene serum. One dose is enough to strengthen the physical body. Did I hear that right? What the hell is the difference between this and cultivating immortality? Holy crap, my body has evolved, and I can get rid of disease? Does that mean that in the future, intractable diseases like cancer will no longer exist? Oh my God, it can even protect against radiation. This is defying the heavens, a true aerospace weapon. Everyone was immediately startled. Everyone was incredibly excited, wishing they could chug it down immediately, under the eager gaze of billions of people. Finally, truckloads of advanced gene therapy drugs arrived, in millions of distribution sites, under the orderly operation of a series of automated robots. Soon, billions of people on the entire planet Earth, except for one or two specific ethnic groups that are still under surveillance and have not received the gene serum. The rest of the people, everyone, adults and children alike, should have one. The medicine has arrived. People couldn't wait any longer and started using it one after another. The most excited were the cancer patients and malignant tumor patients in their hospital beds. These are chronic diseases that have existed since the dawn of humanity. Every year, countless people lose their lives because of this. Even if they exhaust their wealth, they will only be able to barely survive. At Jiangnan City Cancer Hospital, a mother and son, both diagnosed with cancer, were admitted to the ICU together. In just half a month, the terrifying tumor had already robbed them of most of their nutrients. At this moment, the two of them were skin and bones in an extremely weak state. Beside the hospital bed, a middle-aged man with graying hair. She secretly shed tears. He sold everything he owned and did everything he could. But still, it was too late to turn the tide. Looking at his dying wife and children, the middle-aged man became increasingly unable to control himself and covered his face, weeping bitterly. Suddenly, bang! The door was violently forced open. The attending physician rushed in. He shrugged. 3 tubes of azure blue gene serum, each the size of a fingertip, were revealed. Mr. Lee, have you seen the news? There's hope. Your wife and children are saved. Dr. Wong, what did you say? The middle-aged man raised his head, his mouth slightly open, momentarily unable to react. Gene-generating agents, the latest product developed by Mr. Chu Feng, the CEO of the Federation. The attending physician wiped away the sweat that had broken out from running and spoke, panting heavily. I glanced at the monitor next to me. The heart rate was critically low, ignoring the middle-aged man's astonishment. He pushed him aside and stepped forward. The mouth of the medicine bottle was smashed open. It's too late. I'll tell you later. He blurted out the words hastily. The attending physician directly poured the medicine into the boy's slightly open mouth. Then they did the same thing. The other vial of medicine was also fed into the woman's mouth. Phew! After doing all this, the attending physician's legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. He ran up and down 7 or 8 floors in one go. In addition, the matter was urgent. It directly exhausted most of his strength. Dr. Wong. Dr. Wong, you. The middle-aged man, unaware of the situation, helped him up and was about to ask him questions urgently. Suddenly, something happened that left him speechless. Inside the ICU, there were 2 beds on the left and right. His own wife and children were writhing in agony. The next second, the 2 of them suddenly straightened up and sat up. The middle-aged man was terrified. I thought it was the unknown medication the doctor had given me that caused a temporary relapse. But the next moment, he was completely stunned. He saw that his wife and children's faces were visibly rosy. It's no longer as pale as before. Even his emaciated body showed signs of improvement. This, Dr. Wong, this. The middle-aged man stared in disbelief, his mouth agape. My arms were trembling. Before he could make a move, Daddy, the boy beside him, had already slightly opened his eyes. Similar scenes are unfolding one after another in the Dragon Kingdom and in every corner of the entire Blue Star. Countless patients struggling on the brink of death received treatment. They were reborn. Countless people burst into tears. They were all deeply moved by Chu Feng's compassionate heart. In comparison, normal, healthy people who have taken advanced gene-editing drugs. They were so excited they couldn't contain themselves. Holy crap, just as Mr. Chu Feng said. I can now kill a bull with 1 punch. Holy crap, I feel like Superman right now. Haha, all the hidden ailments I had before have disappeared. Damn, I feel like I'm on par with a Qi refining grandmaster now. Such enormous benefits were gained from just 1 dose. Hundreds of millions of people have developed the desire to become stronger. Damn it, I can't wait to get more of these potions. Quickly go and ask Mr. Chu Feng if this method of becoming stronger can still be obtained in the future. In my excitement, countless emails were sent out. Chu Feng had anticipated this. He specifically posted the announcement on online platforms. Advanced gene therapy, 1 dose per person, multiple doses are ineffective. But more advanced gene serums can be obtained through contribution points, such as special grade, S grade, SS grade, etc. What? Are there even more advanced potions? The news immediately caused a great stir among the public. Damn it! How do I get these contribution points? Where's Mr. Chu Feng? Go find out who's closer to them. Looking at the impatient crowd, Chu Feng's smile widened. This was exactly what he wanted. Controlled nuclear fusion has already ensured that humanity has enough to eat and wear. Under such circumstances, refugees will not become lazy and complacent. A small portion is okay. If most people are immersed in this atmosphere, then things will get complicated. Given humanity's hedonistic nature, even in a life or death crisis, you might not be able to sway him. However, not everyone can resist the temptation to become stronger. And so, under Chu Feng's control, detailed contribution point rules have been released. 1. Contribution points are managed uniformly by the federal intelligence, and an exchange program is available. Federal citizens can use their contribution points to redeem items they need in the redemption process, such as higher-level gene serums, spaceship tour passes, interstellar travel passes, defensive armor, and various special items. 2. Federation humans can earn a small amount of contribution points through their daily production and life. 3. By joining the Federal Defense Forces and carrying out space mining missions, as well as other special missions, you can earn additional contribution points of varying amounts. 4. The above details are only temporarily in effect. Chu Feng did not list them all, but it still caused a huge uproar instantly. Some were so eager that they wanted to sign up for the defense force on the spot. Some even couldn't wait to join the mining operations immediately. There are enough people. Enthusiasm was mobilized. Chu Feng also stepped up preparations for mining. 6 months later, full assistance in Aruka, and thanks to the efforts of countless federal scientists and workers. The first 20 transport ships to land on the moon, and 5 mining ships. It's finally finished. Chapter 166. 2,000 people land on the moon, the first mining spaceships. These are 20 mineral transport ships and 5 mining ships. Its appearance already resembles that of a ship from a science fiction movie. The transport ship is 100 meters long, 50 meters wide, and 20 meters high. It has a flat design throughout. Mining vessels are smaller in size. It is over 60 meters long, 30 meters wide, and 20 meters high. Unlike transport ships, they are built using a modular design. Once it lands on the moon, it will immediately and rapidly expand, splitting into various data collection devices. Several more days passed. All spacecraft commissioning work has been completed. The day of launch arrived. This day, at the newly built space launch site in Manhwa City, a huge crowd. On the spacious docking area, the first batch of spacecraft carrying humanity's interstellar mission entered their launch positions one by one. Unlike traditional spacecraft, these spacecraft are equipped with small fusion reactors. Chemical rocket propulsion is no longer needed. To witness this magnificent sight, Chu Feng also specially traveled from Jiangnan City to the Binhai launch site in a Delta Wing fighter jet. However, he did not go to the control room. We didn't go to the observation deck either. Instead, it went directly into the Glorious and hid in the clouds. There's a problem here. Why didn't Chu Feng simply follow the mining ship and take the Glorious to the moon to directly obtain metal resources on site? It's not that he doesn't want to. It's not that you can't. The industrial module of the Glorious was severely damaged. Previously, they had only dismantled one advanced ship of a condensed matter species. It took a full year. Millions of tons of high-grade metals on the moon could be obtained by the illustrious spacecraft alone. In any case, it is impossible to complete such a complicated task. He must rely on the power of all humanity. First, complete the initial processing. Time passed by, second by second. 8:30 a.m. There's only half an hour left before the launch window. At this time, the first batch of 2,000 skilled workers and scientists to carry out the mining mission have also boarded the transport ship. In fact, the initial number of applicants was far more than 2,000. Due to the emergence of the Contribution Point Redemption Program, driven by the desire to become stronger, countless people were willing to fight tooth and nail to join the mining industry. After going through layers of selection, ultimately, 2,000 lucky individuals received Chu Feng's approval. It needs to be emphasized that these 2,000 lucky people, this is not just a simple mining mission. At this moment, 20 transport spaceships are inside their massive cargo holds. There are also massive amounts of supplies and modular equipment. With the help of these supplies and equipment, they also need to build a lunar base. To prepare for subsequent operations, a landing site will be constructed. This will also establish a communication relay center for subsequent interstellar travel. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At 9 a.m., the optimal launch window finally arrived. Lunar mining team, set off, with a command from the main control center. Buzz. In the berth, there are transport ships and mining ships. The power of the fusion furnace was adjusted to the specified value. The 4 enormous engines below suddenly spewed out azure energy. The massive ship slowly rose into the air, reaching an altitude of 1,000 meters. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The stock is brimming with astonishing energy. The fusion furnace was immediately pushed to its maximum power. The next moment, boom, boom. A thick, blazing tail of flame burst forth. Each transport ship and mining vessel transformed into a sharp arrow, piercing the sky. In an instant, it reached the second cosmic velocity, and the speed is getting faster and faster. Before long, it broke through the atmosphere of Earth. Arrive in outer space. The mining fleet launched a high-speed attack, heading straight for the moon. With the massive energy support of the fusion furnace, they no longer need to orbit the Earth and the moon like traditional spacecraft before landing at a later date. It's the simplest and most straightforward navigation mode. Inside the transport ships at this moment, inside the astronaut cabin, scientists and technicians alike have lost their initial excitement. They floated up and down, looking out the porthole at the blue star receding into the distance, and the vast, deep space. A feeling of extreme insignificance welled up inside me. So, this is what it's like outside of Earth. If I had no companions, it wouldn't have been long before my mind was lost in this boundless starry sky. Everyone stared blankly. I was deeply moved. Actually, they're already lucky enough. Having received advanced gene therapy, they're now able to resist most cosmic radiation. No longer do we need to wear bulky spacesuits all the time like our aerospace pioneers. Even after leaving the spaceship to conduct mining operations, their full set of equipment, it adds up to no more than 10 kilograms. Compared to before, it has improved by so many levels. Arrived in lunar orbit. All crew members, please prepare to land. After another 6 hours of high-speed travel, a clear, ethereal announcement rang out. This is it. One by one, the crew members, secured to their safety devices and in a resting state, opened their eyes, looking through the porthole at the huge grayish-white sphere in front of me, delighted and amazed. Once upon a time, human-made spacecraft travel from Earth to the moon. Even the fastest one-way trip takes several days. And now, it only takes a few hours. Hurry up, everyone. Follow the training procedures and prepare for landing. Inside the personnel compartment, with a cold shout from the acting captain, the crew members snapped out of their thoughts and began to put on their oxygen equipment in advance to prevent possible accidents during login. Buzz. As the moon gets closer and closer, one after another, transport ships and mining vessels, their massive engines at the stern gradually dimmed in light, entering the braking phase. It flew for a distance, skimming over the moon. The ship tilted at a certain angle. They plunged headlong into the designated landing area. Because the moon has no atmosphere, this is yet another large-scale landfall. There are still certain risks involved in this operation. Before long, each spaceship began to tremble to varying degrees. Fortunately, with the help of a new type of AI developed by Aruka, this minor mishap was quickly resolved. Altitude 10 kilometers. Start the login process. Scan the landing site. Buzz. A clear, ethereal announcement rang out. Beneath each ship, high-precision instruments began their scanning work. Everything is normal at the landing site. Execute the second phase of the login process. All ships land in sequence. The spaceship's AI system issued commands methodically. Chill. Beneath each ship, recoil engine started up. In the dazzling light, the massive ship slowly descended. Splash. A short time passed. The lead transport ship was the first to reach the lunar surface at a height of 5 or 6 meters. The incredible energy released by the recoil engine. This caused dust to rise all around. The next second, the transport ship landed safely on the lunar surface. Chapter 167, Chu Feng's Jinx. An unidentified fleet suddenly appears. The pilot ship landed safely. Not long after, the remaining 20-odd ships also landed safely. One by one, the hatches opened. Scientists and technicians, dressed in lightweight spacesuits, filed down the stairs. Is this the moon? The crowd trod on the moon dust, some soft and some hard. Look around. An overwhelming sense of unreality washed over me. This is a desolate world. As far as the eye could see, there was no life. There was only dust and stone. Further away, there are clusters of craters and various impact craters, standing rugged and imposing. Looking at this environment, scientists shook their heads repeatedly. Such an environment, it is simply not suitable for human habitation. If it weren't for the technological advancements brought by Chu Feng, let alone large-scale mining on the moon, even establishing a small research station would be extremely difficult. All right, brothers. We've seen enough. It's time to get to work. As planned, the construction of the lunar base will begin first. Hurry up quick. After a while, a young PhD student wearing glasses stepped forward. With a serious expression, he made a series of calls on the communication channel. He is Zhou Chenghao, the person in charge of this mining operation. As a rising star in the civil engineering field, after multiple rounds of selection, Chu Feng immediately decided that he would be in full charge of this operation. Yes, Dr. Zhou, listen to the instructions. Mining teams, divided by spaceships, quickly began their operations. The landing site is located in a huge impact basin, 2 kilometers outside the landing site. That's where the mineral deposit is located. It's called a mineral deposit, but it's actually just an impact crater that's over 10 kilometers wide. Tens of thousands of years ago, a large meteorite carrying a massive amount of high-grade metals. Captured by the moon's gravity, it crashed into the basin. To Chu Feng's delight, after the spacecraft lands, it will be aided by the deployment of small drones. The latest scan results indicate that the high-grade metal deposits here are more than 10 times greater than expected. It has reached a total of over 50 million tons. As the drone exploration deepened, Aluka's surprised voice rang out. Captain, my previous detection results were incorrect. These metal deposits have reached grade F. Compared to the vanguard ship of the Cohesive State Clan, the materials used are only 1 grade lower. Grade F metal? Upon hearing this, Chu Feng frowned slightly. Aloka, how exactly are these metal grades classified? Simply put, translated into Earth's language, It means starting from A and going backwards, with each subsequent A being more advanced. Is that so? Chu Feng's lips curled slightly. In this way, the repair process of the Glorious can be accelerated even further. The two were talking at the same time. Near the landing site, a series of construction works have already begun in full swing. On both sides of huge transport ships, one after another, wheeled transport vehicles drove out. Heavy modular equipment. They were rapidly transported to the lunar base construction area. Click-clack. As each button is pressed, these modular devices unfold rapidly, much like transformers, through the concerted efforts of numerous scientists and skilled workers. Rapid assembly. Soon, one by one, hemispherical survival bases are taking shape. Each of these survival bases is 10 meters tall and 30 meters in diameter. Inside, there are all kinds of places, including living areas, repair and maintenance areas. It also has a full range of ecological modules and research platforms. Besides, various facilities such as Earth-Moon communication and orbital communication. It was quickly set up and put into place. Unlike traditional lunar base models, all of the above facilities are collectively powered by a small fusion device. There is no longer a need to deploy massive amounts of solar panels to maintain operation. I was busy for 7 or 8 hours. When the last component has finished installing, the massive lunar base, covering an area of 8 square kilometers, has finally been largely completed. Phew! At this moment, scientists and technicians are wearing oxygen helmets and spacesuits. It was already covered in moon dust. A huge physical exertion, even though they have already been injected with advanced gene editing agents. I still felt extremely tired. That's all for today. All teams, head to the survival base to rest. Once we've recovered our strength, we'll begin mining work as scheduled tomorrow. In the communication channel, Zhou Qinghao's voice rang out in an unquestionable tone. Yes, Dr. Zhou. Scientists and workers, exhausted, followed the pre-prepared allocation plan. They entered their respective survival bases. As the gates of survival bases closed one by one, the entire exterior of the lunar base, silence returned. This is the living area of the base at this moment. In the shower rooms, everyone was enjoying a refreshing shower. Such a luxurious act would have been impossible with previous human technology. That's something I wouldn't even dare to dream of. However, mature and controllable nuclear fusion technology has now been put into use. The transport spacecraft's astonishing carrying capacity makes these consumptions negligible. The comfort level of the staff has been significantly improved. The landing site is currently located on the near side of the moon, because it is the lunar daytime phase. For 14 days, it was the same daytime. Without the distinction between day and night, the 2,000 new users found it difficult to adapt at first. Less than 6 hours of rest. Another busy day of work has begun. Hurry, hurry, hurry. As planned, deploy the mining ships in sequence. Under Zhou Qinghao's command, commands were quickly entered into the terminal. On the landing site, the 5 oddly shaped mining ships quickly began to transform like transformers. Not long after, modules split off one by one. They were transformed into drilling, excavating, and transportation equipment. The equipment has arrived. One after another, skilled workers boarded the equipment without stopping. With a blast of electricity, it shot straight towards the mine. Boom, boom, amidst bursts of smoke and dust from the explosions. And various data collection devices have been put into operation. Soon, the first batch of F-grade metal ore was loaded into the transport vehicle. After filling it to the brim, the transport vehicle's engine roared to life. They then headed towards the transport ship and dumped all the ore inside onto the conveyor belt. Lunar mining operations are in full swing. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Chu Feng's lips curled up slightly. Blue Star has already prepared a large-scale smelting plant. As soon as the first batch of F-grade metal ore arrives, we can start furnace operations immediately. At that time, the repair progress of the Glorious will be visibly improved. Well, according to estimates, it will take at least a year to mine the entire deposit. Hopefully nothing unexpected happens during this time. It's really his bad luck to have such a jinx. He hadn't even finished speaking. Swish, swish. A dozen or so unidentified objects of varying sizes. It travels at faster than the speed of light. It appeared out of nowhere in the Oort cloud, 1.5 light-years away from Earth. Chapter 168, The Star Pirate Alliance, The Excited PRA. Swish, swish. They plunged headlong into the heart of the Oort cloud. The dozen or so unidentified objects suddenly came to a stop. Having abandoned faster-than-light travel, it revealed its true form. This is a small fleet consisting of a dozen or so spherical spaceships. They are entirely black and vary in size. The flagship in the middle has an astonishing diameter of 10 kilometers. The smallest of the remaining spacecraft is 2 kilometers long. The strange thing is, none of these spherical spaceships had their protective shields raised at this moment, and they were all emitting thick smoke. It's obvious that they're already injured. Phew, we're finally safe. This is the edge of the Milky Way. Those bastards shouldn't be chasing us anymore. On a massive flagship in the middle, Captain's command room, a creature covered in scales suddenly slumped into the command chair. At first glance, its appearance. It looks extremely similar to the crocodiles on Earth. However, its limbs have evolved sufficiently to allow it to walk upright. Looking around, there are only a dozen or so dilapidated spaceships left. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. Damn the Azure Empire. How dare they cause such great damage to my Star Pirate Alliance. Just you wait. Once we regain our strength, I'll wear you down. I'll wear you down. The upright crocodile roared viciously. It has traversed the Milky Way for countless millennia. The Star Pirate Alliance, which he founded. After years of development, it has reached the level of Level 3 civilization. They were originally capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the galactic overlord, the Azure Empire. But unexpectedly, I have no idea what stroke of luck the Azure Empire had. We've actually found a Level 4 civilization relic. Overwhelmed by technology, his entire pirate alliance collapsed. Now, only a pitiful dozen or so spaceships remain, and they could be destroyed at any moment. Boss, multiple scans have revealed no pursuing fleet. Not long after, the guard ship's cold voice rang out. Very good. The fleet will collect resources and replenish supplies on site. At the same time, search for possible life-bearing planets within a radius of 10 light years. Pulla suddenly stood up, his scarlet eyes filled with cruelty. As space pirates, he understood perfectly that the quickest way to increase his strength was to sell slaves. In the universe, in every corner, intelligent beings are all Xiang Bei Bei. There are clearly no signs of development in this area. The possibility of a planet with primitive life existing there is extremely high. Once captured, they can be sold on the slave market, instantly generating a massive amount of wealth. At that time, whether it's purchasing technology, whether it's improving his own strength or not, he has a lot to achieve. Yes, boss. The subordinates receive the order. Immediately, the hatches of one spherical spaceship after another in the fleet opened. A dense array of small, unmanned mining vessels took off and sped toward the nearest asteroid belt to begin mining operations. At the same time, 3 spherical spaceships, each 5 kilometers in diameter, rapidly separated from the main fleet. We have arrived at the region with the densest interstellar dust. It transforms directly into a giant suction cup. Countless interstellar substances. They were all sucked into the gaping maw of the abyss. While the fleet was urgently refueling, a large-scale search for life-bearing planets is also underway. Lord Pulla, star map has been retrieved. This place has been identified as a wild and undeveloped area in the Milky Way, with no signs of development whatsoever. Within a radius of 10 light years, there are a total of 12 star systems. Inside the flagship's spacious cockpit, above the spherical optical computer, a shimmering star map appeared as particles. Only 12 star systems? Looking at the star map in front of me, Pulla's heart sank. With such a sparse distribution of stars, it seems that the plan to find life-bearing planets is doomed to fail. He was sighing. Suddenly, the computer flickered. The star image representing the solar system zoomed in rapidly and appeared in front of Pulla. Lord Pulla, latest analysis. None of these 11 star systems have the potential to support life. Fortunately, some of the planets in the region of this dwarf yellow star, which is 1.5 light years away, are highly consistent with the indicators of the emergence of life. What? Upon hearing the broadcast, Pulla's eyes widened in surprise. A huge crocodile head suddenly lunged forward. Give me detailed data quickly. Yes. The optical brain responds mechanically. Streams of particles flowed. Soon, data on the 8 planets in the solar system were displayed on a light screen. This star system is a small system containing 8 planets. Among them, planets 3 and 4 have light and temperature indices that match the indicators for the emergence of life. However, whether there are intelligent races on it remains to be investigated. 2 planets match the indicators for the emergence of life. Upon hearing this, Pulla almost jumped up. Such a probability is rare, even when looking at the entire Milky Way galaxy. Only 1.5 light years. Very good. Order the fleet to accelerate replenishment. Once everything is ready, proceed at full speed. We must reach the target star system within 1 year. Yes, boss. Upon hearing this, the hundreds of thousands of space pirates under his command immediately became excited. Without even thinking, they knew that their boss must have already discovered something. So everyone put in their best effort. 2 months later, all preparations were completed. Fleet depart. Pulla gave a cold shout. Swish, swish, swish. The massive pirate fleet entered faster than light mode in less than 10 seconds. It sped towards the solar system. Meanwhile, on Earth at this moment, Chu Feng was completely unaware of the unexpected guests. These 2 months, the Earth-Moon transportation line is bustling with activity. Transport ships shuttled back and forth. Every day, massive amounts of F-grade metal are transported to Earth. On the Earth at this moment, several smelters, stretching across tens of square kilometers, have already been put into operation. Originally, with the current level of human technology, it is simply impossible to process these high-grade metals. But with Aruka's technical guidance, this problem simply doesn't exist. Soon, on automated production lines, one after another, fist-sized metal spheres appeared. After rough processing, these metal spheres are of a purity that barely meets the minimum usage standards of the Glorious. Splash! A massive number of metal spheres entered the Glorious ship and began further smelting. It produces high-purity liquid metal. Some of the repairs were quickly made to the damaged areas using robots. A portion of it is converted into pure energy, replenishing the energy capsule. But as time goes by, 1 month later, the second furnace on the Radiant suddenly shone brightly. Chapter 169, Level 3 Civilization Technology Tree. Approaching Space Pirate Fleet. Both furnaces were put into operation at the same time. Immediately, the progress accelerated further. Another month has passed. Not only the internal damage to the hull has been visibly restored. Buzz, the damaged database in Aruka, also lit up with tiny, pixel-sized lights. Captain, the biological and industrial modules of the Glorious have been restored to Level 3 civilization. Half an hour later, Araka's ethereal voice rang out. What? Has it recovered to Level 3 civilization level? Chu Feng, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly widened his eyes. Damn it, that's how it is. Does this mean that human civilization is about to enter the realm of Level 3 civilization? Yes, Captain. Araka's affirmative voice came through. Look, this is the data I compiled on the Level 3 civilization technology tree. With it, your mother civilization will already be at the level of a Level 3 civilization. An excited heart, trembling hands. Chu Feng reached out and quickly examined the area. He was instantly stunned at just one glance. Level 3 genetic technology, anti-gravity engine, warp drive, energy shield, gravity bomb, high-energy particle beam, Level 3 shipyard. All sorts of technologies that only exist in science fiction movies. Hang Bang Lang has listed them all. Call. After browsing through the contents, Chu Feng suppressed his excitement and took a deep breath. The technical documents are provided directly. It was shared with the Federal Academy of Sciences. Mr. Chu Feng has uploaded another new technology? I noticed that the database has been updated. At the beginning, the hundreds of thousands of scientists at the Federal Academy of Sciences did not react much. After all, they were used to such actions. A dozen seconds later, an elderly scientist with gray hair calmly opened the technical document, as usual. However, when you can see the contents clearly, even with his powerful physique enhanced by advanced gene therapy, he almost suffered a heart attack. A Level 3 civilization. The old scientist's eyes widened instantly. His mouth suddenly opened wide. His face was filled with disbelief. Oldly, what did you see? The young scientist standing nearby was puzzled. He peeked over. Wait until you have read the document content carefully. Brush. His expression was even more exaggerated than that of the elderly scientist. Third, the third-level civilization technology tree. Mr. Chu Feng has updated the Level 3 civilization technology documents. Everyone, check the database immediately. Quick, he shouted excitedly. What? Level 3 civilization technology documents. Upon hearing this, the scientists who were frantically busy at the scene were all stunned. They rushed toward the electronic terminal. I only glanced at it. They were almost scared to death. Oh my God, an anti-gravity engine, a warp drive. This. I didn't know it could be like this. My God, gravity bombs, high-energy particle beams, and energy shields. It's actually possible to achieve this. Holy crap. Level 3 gene technology. The human body has evolved further, and lifespan can reach 500 years. Damn, this Level 3 shipyard can directly build spaceships with a diameter of 30 kilometers. All the scientists were stunned. He had completely lost his former gentle and refined demeanor. And when the news spread to the internet, the entire planet Earth was in an uproar once again. Holy crap, with a lifespan of 500 years and faster-than-light travel, human civilization will no longer be confined to this corner of the blue planet. Level 3 civilization technology. Our human civilization has now entered the ranks of intermediate civilizations. Heavens above, we've got a Level 3 civilization technology tree. Level 4, 5, and even higher levels are just around the corner. Countless people cheered excitedly. Chu Feng's prestige soared several levels as a result. In my excitement, the cohesion of human civilization as a whole has been further enhanced. Since the mineral resources required by a Level 3 civilization do not need to be of such a high level, both Earth and the Moon have vast mineral deposits. Soon, thanks to the efforts of tens of thousands of scientists and countless skilled workers, hundreds of kilometers in orbit around Blue Star, the first Tier 3 shipyard has been completed. 1 month later, the first spherical spacecraft with a diameter of 30 kilometers was completed. This spaceship represents the pinnacle of human combat power. It was immediately named the Human. This day, hundreds of test crew members, selected through rigorous screening, entered the massive interior of the Human. With the support of the anti-gravity engine, they no longer have to float in midair like before. Inside the enormous cockpit, the crew members carrying out the test mission looked excited and pushed the engines in unison. Boom! The massive hull of the humanoid. It shuddered suddenly and slowly left the dock. We have reached a safe area. The trial operation of the warp drive has begun. Buzz. As streams of azure energy shot out from the ship's hull. Spatial ripple vibration. The acceleration of the mankind spacecraft quickly reached an astonishing 300,000 kilometers per second. Immediately afterwards, whoosh, its massive hull vanished in an instant. About 40 minutes later, without any warning, it appeared directly in the sky near Jupiter. The warp drive test run has ended. Everything is normal. The news came through. Throughout the Federal Academy of Sciences, countless scientists embraced and wept. Success. The first experiment was a great success. And then the cheering ended. An even larger plan has been put on the agenda. Within just 1 month, more transport ships and mining ships were built and dispatched to the major planets in the solar system. These resource ships, a dedicated team, was responsible for collecting Class F metals to speed up the repair of the Glorious. One part of it was used to support the construction of interstellar fleets. Another month has passed. On Earth's orbit, several Class 3 docks have been put into operation. With the combined efforts of ant-like robots and humans, more spherical spaceships lit up their launch lights. They vary in size, with the largest having a diameter of 20 kilometers and the smallest being 10 kilometers in size. Without exception, their massive hulls are all equipped with the same weapon systems and defense systems. Gravity bombs, high-energy particle beams, high-energy laser beams, and energy shields. Everything that was on the Level 3 civilization technology tree was added to it. Human civilization as a whole is developing vigorously. At the same time, on the other side, the fleet led by space pirate leader Pulla is also accelerating its approach to the solar system. 6 months have passed. They have already covered most of the journey. Inside the flagship's main control cabin, looking at the computer screen, the scan results remained unchanged. He couldn't help but sneer slightly. Snort. There wasn't even a trace of the curvature of the flight path around us. It seems that even if an intelligent race were to emerge from this star system, it wouldn't be of a very high level. That's fine. It saved me a lot of trouble. Polo was in an extremely happy mood at that moment, regardless of whether there are intelligent races or not. He could make a fortune just by selling the coordinates of such a habitable planet. Chapter 170 Human Civilization at Level 1 War Preparedness. I was overjoyed. Praram immediately issued the order to propel at full power. Swish, swish. In the vast starry sky, a surge of azure energy burst forth. Not long after, more than a dozen space pirate ships traveled at an astonishing speed of 1.5 times the speed of light. Such a powerful pirate fleet is approaching. In the past, the entire human race might not have been able to detect an enemy even if they were right above Earth. But things are different now. Humanity today has also reached the third level of civilization technology, as early as the initial stages of Starfleet's construction. The solar system deep space monitoring network has already been completed. Its detection capabilities are a level above those of the fleet under Pola's command. This day, the 50th ship of the human space fleet has just been commissioned. Beep, beep, beep. At the human flagship and at Federation headquarters, piercing alarms sounded simultaneously. Warning, warning. A small, unidentified fleet has been discovered in the region between the solar system and the Oort cloud. Target speed 1.5 times the speed of light, quantity 15. It is expected to arrive in the solar system within 4 months. Please have the Federal Defense Forces Space Fleet prepare for battle immediately. Hear the alarm. Chu Feng's figure appeared in the command hall of the Federal headquarters in a flash, looking at the dozen or so points of light rapidly approaching on the virtual screen. His face instantly darkened. Humanity has only been at the third level of civilization's technology tree for a few months. Such a crucial juncture. If the strength of the enemy reaches level 4 or above, that would be a terrible disaster. The row of scientists standing nearby were also extremely nervous. Damn it. Is the window of opportunity for development that our human civilization has finally entered going to be abruptly interrupted? What brings these uninvited guests here? No need for further words. Chu Feng abruptly waved his hand to interrupt. The most urgent task is to find out their strength as soon as possible. Relay my orders. Space Force and all federal military forces immediately enter Level 1 combat readiness. Deep Space Monitoring Network. Activate maximum detection power. All units assemble towards the Oort cloud. Yes. Inside the command center, loud, clear voices rang out in unison. Not long after, as the instructions were issued, the massive federal armed forces began to operate with a roar. The first action taken was to establish a core defense perimeter around the entire planet Earth. On the track, armed satellites equipped with high-energy rays began to assemble rapidly. One after another, unmanned space turrets equipped with energy cannons began to rise and fall. At the same time, the human fleet stationed at Jupiter Spaceport was also under constant alarm. Quickly, all ships refuel immediately. On the bridge of a ship in the port, the acting commander of the Space Force urgently issued orders. An army marches on its stomach. The enemy that attacked this time was different from those before. He must ensure that his fleet is fully armed to fight the enemy. Yes, all ships, replenish energy, 100% charging commencing. With a series of well-ordered instructions. Bang, bang, bang. In a vast spaceport, rows of indicator lights illuminate the energy storage zones. Immediately afterwards, under the transport of various pipelines, all 50 ships anchored here have entered a refueling state. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Streams of light flowed and moved. It took about 2 hours. All warships have reached 100% charging capacity. Mr. Chu Feng, the fleet's energy has been replenished. I intend to immediately proceed to the edge of the solar system and deploy defensive measures. Please advise whether this is appropriate. At this moment, Chu Feng also boarded a small spaceship and arrived at the Jupiter spaceport. The Starfleet commander respectfully inquired. No, wait a minute. Chu Feng's gaze narrowed slightly. I need more accurate intelligence. Yes. The fleet commander bowed. He immediately turned his head and asked in a cold voice. How long until the deep space exploration matrix is ready? Report 1 hour left. Order all departments to accelerate deployment. Yes. Time passed by, second by second. 1 hour later, thousands of tachyon detectors arrived from all directions of the solar system, undergoing emergency orbital changes. We have finally arrived at the direction facing the Oort cloud. Under the guidance of the fleet command, they arranged themselves quickly. They quickly wove together into a vast, continuous net. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As one indicator light after another lit up, invisible tachyon waves are emitted from the detection matrix. It swept towards the direction from which the unidentified fleet was approaching. The term quasi is understood in layman's terms. They are faster than light particles. Its terrifying speed is hundreds of times faster than that of a photon. Due to its unique properties, even if it is scanned, the target will not be aware of it. Such technology was originally only mastered by civilizations at the peak of level 3 or above. Thanks to Aruka's powerful database, level 3 civilization technology, tree, unlocked. This technology was immediately put into use. Soon, the detection matrix emitted a tachyon beam, which silently struck the incoming fleet. Countless data began to be transmitted back. With the data, the rest is simple. With Aruka involved. Soon, the latest analysis results were released. Captain, based on the comprehensive data, the target should be a fleet belonging to the Galactic Pirate Alliance. When it passed through the Milky Way back then, I once hacked in the Blue Empire's database in the Milky Way. The existing detection data is highly consistent with it. Star Pirate Alliance? Chu Feng frowned slightly. Judging from this, could they be a group of interstellar bandits? Yes, Captain. Araka pointed to the light screen and explained. The term space pirate literally means robber or bandit. Such characters exist in almost every galaxy. Is that so? Chu Feng note that. So just how strong are they? Has it reached level 4 civilization? Captain, rest assured, this is just a fleet that has just survived a flight. Its overall strength is only at the mid-level of a level 3 civilization. Araka flapped its little wings and flew around once. Take their flagship, for example. Its diameter is only about 10 kilometers. With the current strength of your mother civilization, controlling them is no different from eating and drinking. WH1. Only level 3 intermediate? Even the largest flagship is only 10 kilometers in diameter. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng was dumbfounded. Damn it, I thought some incredible and powerful civilization was coming. To my surprise, it was just an ant that I could crush at any moment. Chapter 171 Show. Hide yourself well, don't expose yourself. The news came out. The entire Space Command Center, including all the generals, was at a loss for words, neither laughing nor crying. This is in stark contrast to our frantic preparations for war. All we have to deal with is a slightly larger insect. Call the other person an insect. They have considerable confidence. Size is a measure of strength. Not to mention their own flagship, the human ship with its enormous 30-kilometer diameter. Those are the smallest ones. They have all reached each other's flagship level. Moreover, in terms of quantity, they completely overwhelmed their own side. 50 to 15, the advantage is in my hands. In a short time, the atmosphere in the entire Space Command Center began to lighten. They began discussing various plans for engaging the enemy. Some advocate a direct confrontation, using overwhelming force to crush the enemy. Even worse, some advocate breaking away from the solar system and launching a direct, proactive attack. Hearing these remarks that underestimated the enemy, Chu Feng's face immediately turned cold. Mr. Chu Feng. A few seconds later, he noticed that Chu Feng's expression was off. The officers in command quickly shut their mouths. Chu Feng remained silent, his eyes narrowing slightly. He coldly surveyed the surroundings. As far as the eye can see, all the generals bowed their heads. To be honest, I'm very disappointed. Chu Feng put his hands behind his back and looked coldly at the generals. I never imagined that the human elites selected through layers of screening would be so utterly useless. Snort. It seems that rapid technological development is not necessarily a good thing. Some people have forgotten the oath they took when they joined the Space Force, and have even forgotten the most basic principles of combat. Speaking of which, Chu Feng's tone became even colder. Don't forget, as an elite member of the Space Force, and as the acting captain of a main warship, On your shoulders lies the mission of safeguarding the safety of all human civilization. Before the great battle even began, all sorts of remarks underestimating the enemy were already rampant. Is this how you treat humanity and the Federation? Cold words filled the entire Space Command Center. The chilling tone of his voice made all the acting captains afraid to even breathe. They all lowered their heads in shame. Mr. Chu Feng. We were wrong. Acting captains bowed their heads. We should not underestimate our enemy. Us. It's a bit too late to admit your mistake now. Chu Feng snorted coldly, put his hands behind his back, and turned his head away. This battle is the first battle for human civilization to venture into deep space. You're already playing such a childish game before the war has even started. According to the Space Force Operations regulations, all contribution points for this year will be deducted from each person. At the same time, the performance evaluation of the acting captain will be postponed for 3 years. Any objections? No, the acting captain said in unison. Very well, let's leave it at that. This will not happen again. If anything similar happens again, she will be immediately removed from the Space Force and never to be rehired. He coldly uttered 2 sentences. Chu Feng's figure vanished without a trace. To be honest, he had anticipated this situation. Humans are, after all, emotional beings. When I first obtained the so-called system, I showed the same nouveau riche attitude when I started fighting. They'll fight head-on if they want, and they'll push through if they want. They don't take any enemies seriously. However, I can do this. They can't do that. The enemies in the stars are not like those on the ground. Having never witnessed the darkness of the universe, even the slightest lapse in vigilance could lead to irreversible consequences. Fortunately, with Chu Feng's reprimand, the generals finally repented and became serious. Gentlemen, our previous actions were indeed far too frivolous. We're making a joke out of the entirety of human civilization. This must never happen again. Now, let's discuss the detailed battle plan. The plan must be submitted to Mr. Chu Feng in 1 hour. Did you all understand? Clear. A heated discussion ensued. After comprehensively analyzing various data and considering multiple factors, finally, an hour later, a detailed battle plan was handed to Chu Feng. Open the document. That's more like it. Chu Feng's lips curled up slightly. The solution is actually very simple. In summary, the strategy is to wait in comfort and exploit information asymmetry. First, the human fleet and space homeport were all evacuated to the far side of Jupiter. Using Jupiter's massive size, they could conceal themselves and avoid detection by the enemy. Similarly, tachyon detectors distributed throughout the solar system must also be concealed and retracted. We must not let the enemy detect even the slightest thing. After the enemy fleet penetrates deep into the solar system, then launch a flanking attack, coordinating with the Blue Star Defense Network, to annihilate them in one fell swoop. The plan is good. Let's deploy it accordingly. Soon, Chu Feng issued his order. The massive human fleet began to move slowly. After several days of preparation, the entire solar system, apart from some necessary tachyon detectors to maintain covert scanning, all equipment that could potentially reveal one's own strength, they all retreated to the far side of each planet. The curvature residue left by faster-than-light travel was also swept away one by one. Similarly, the core defense perimeter of Blue Star was also camouflaged accordingly. On orbit, several large shipyards, as well as most of the armed satellites and space gun emplacements, were moved to concealed locations. Now, preparations for war for human civilization. Meanwhile, the pirate leader Pralos was completely unaware of the situation. For months passed quickly. This day, at the edge of the solar system, sudden fluctuations in curvature appeared. The next second, swish swish, more than a dozen spherical warships of varying sizes appeared. Lord Pulla, suspicious aircraft detected. The fleet has just escaped faster than light travel. The spaceship's AI suddenly broadcast a message to the imposing 10-kilometer long spherical flagship in the center. Oh, upon hearing this, Pulla's 2 eyes on the crocodile's head gleamed with excitement. The presence of spacecraft proves that intelligent life has indeed emerged in this star system. Quickly determine their technology level. Reporting to Lord Pulla, this aircraft is extremely outdated, still using traditional chemical propulsion. The computer's voice sounded. At the same time, the appearance of the aircraft inside and out is displayed on the light screen. It was badly damaged. The only 2 solar panels already have several large holes. If Chu Feng were present, he would recognize at a glance that this is Voyager 1, launched by mankind decades ago. Brothers, we've struck it rich. We have figured out the technological level corresponding to the aircraft. The pirate leader, Pulla, couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. Turtle, an intelligent race that has begun to set foot in the stars. If you sell on the black market, how much money would you get? Chapter 172, The Source of Darkness. We don't have much time. Please come quickly. The finale. The news quickly spread throughout the fleet. Hundreds of thousands of space pirates cheered in unison. Observations revealed that planet number 3, which is located next to the dwarf yellow star, has significantly more low-level spacecraft activity in its orbit. Pulla drooled all over the ground. Brothers, charge! 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 A life-bearing planet is right before our eyes. Arrive with unparalleled might and destroy all their military forces first. Swish, swish, swish. Give the order. More than a dozen spherical warships embarked on faster-than-light jumps. Not long after, we've arrived near Mars. Haha, natives, are you feeling the fear of death? The fleet has entered a normal navigation state, looking at the chaotic scene of satellites frantically maneuvering around in the orbit of the blue planet. A cruel smile appeared on the faces of Pulla and all the space pirates, without prior agreement. He was just about to give the order to launch a ranged attack and destroy this pitiful defensive weapon. Suddenly, the entire fleet flashed red lights, and a piercing alarm sounded. Lord Pulla, something terrible has happened. A large interstellar fleet has suddenly appeared on the far side of Planet 5. What? Starfleet. Pulla was startled by what he heard. My subconscious thought was that the Azure Empire had laid an ambush here in advance. Lord Pulla, they're not part of the Azure Empire's military forces. It's the fleet of the native civilization of that star system. The spaceship's computer spoke urgently. A huge image appeared. Pulla glanced at it and stood there dumbfounded. This is impossible. What did he see? Dozens of warships comparable to their own flagship, the largest of which had a diameter of an astonishing 30 kilometers. The scene appeared. Prallo panicked immediately. His whole body was swaying. Damn bastard. Didn't you say that the natives here aren't even at level 2 civilization? What's going on with these warships? They have clearly reached the peak of level 3. I thought about it quickly for a while. His eyes widened in surprise. Oh no, this is a conspiracy from beginning to end. These natives discovered us a long time ago. Damn it. The fleet has entered faster than light speed. Get out of this star system immediately. Cold sweat instantly poured down my entire body. Pulla shouted at the top of his lungs. Yes. The pirates under his command panicked. To control a warship, you need to enter warp mode. However, the next moment, they were horrified to discover that the surrounding space seemed to be disturbed by something. The warp drive reaches its critical power level. It couldn't be improved even slightly. Damn it, the natives are interfering with the surrounding space. How could they possibly possess such technology? All the space pirates were dumbfounded. Before they could take any further action, the human fleet from behind has launched a fierce attack. All warships, listen to my command. Charge the main guns and take them down. With a command from the fleet commander. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The human and its 49 large warships. On a massive spherical hull. Suddenly, circular gaps appeared. As the energy index climbs to its peak and trough. Boom, boom. Energy projectiles hundreds of meters in diameter. It unleashed a fierce barrage. It crashed into the fleet where Pulla was at the speed of light. Damn it, energy cannon. Such a high-powered energy cannon. It's over. Although the fleet had raised its protective shields in time. However, this astonishing bombardment energy was generated in just one round of bombardment. It has already consumed about 30% of the spaceship's energy reserves. The ship shook violently. Pulla's heart jumped into his throat. However, he was, after all, a powerful figure who had traversed the galaxy for countless millennia. He quickly identified the loopholes in the current situation. The next second, a look of madness surged onto his face. My lads, don't panic. Despite the fierce attack from behind, these natives made a fatal mistake. Their home planet has very little defense. Charge. Deploy them directly to their planet. Yes, the pirates under his command were all excited upon hearing this. Damn it, a bunch of natives dare to confront my Star Pirate Alliance. You dare to ambush us? We'll wipe out your stronghold first, and then we'll see how you handle it. A renowned space pirate piloted his warship, aiming it at the direction of Blue Star, ready to launch an attack. However, the next second, something terrifying happened to them. All I could see was that Azure planet. A massive number of armed satellites have appeared in orbit. No, not just armed satellites. There are also a massive number of space turrets. The number of interstellar mines was countless. Boss, what do we do now? The communication channel was filled with panicked voices. Pulla made a firm decision. He was about to order a direct long-range attack on the planet itself to vent his anger. But what happened next was unexpected. Even more terrifying things happened. All I could see was the planet in front of me. That thick atmosphere. Suddenly, huge, dark mouths, each several kilometers wide, appeared to split open. Not good. It's an energy cannon. They actually built so many massive energy cannons on the surface of the planet. Pulla's pupils contracted in horror. I feel like my whole body is about to crack. Before he could react, boom! The terrifying attack had already descended upon the fleet of spaceships. Bang, bang, bang. The shields of the 7 spherical warships at the very front couldn't withstand the impact for even a second. A massive fireball exploded across the starry sky. The battle was one-sided from the very beginning. The pirate fleet led by Pulla was completely destroyed in less than a few minutes. The battle is over. There are no external threats. The Federation of Humans has entered a period of rapid development, as the Hull of the Glorious continues to be repaired, with Aruka's full assistance. In just 3 years, humanity has entered the ranks of Level 4 civilizations. Various mining operations have already reached the Oort Cloud and the Alpha Centauri system. A century has passed in the blink of an eye. The tentacles of the Human Federation began to spread in all directions of the galaxy. Under Chu Feng's personal command, the once invincible Azure Empire has become a vassal state of humanity. The Milky Way has welcomed its new owner. As a Level 4 civilization, our fleet has reached an astonishing speed of 100 times the speed of light. The era of large-scale development has arrived, with the support of massive resources. The speed of human civilization's development has once again increased exponentially. It advanced to Level 5 civilization in 200 years. It advanced to Level 6 civilization in 1,000 years. Centered on the Virgo supercluster, hundreds of thousands of superclusters in the surrounding area have become the territory of the Federation. During this period, countless dark minions were eliminated. Another 2,000 years have passed. Good news has emerged from the research on the remains of a great civilization. Human civilization has successfully mastered top-tier methods of killing, such as dimensional attacks and rule-based attacks. Even the research and development of the legendary causal weapon is progressing at an astonishing speed. The reappearance of the causal weapon shook the galaxy. This day, the Human Star Cluster-class warship where Chu Feng was located. The surrounding cosmic barrier, like a flower in a mirror, it shattered. One after another, towering, majestic figures appeared. They were covered in blood, and their voices were urgent. Human civilization, we have found the source of darkness. We urgently need your support. Upon receiving this message, please proceed immediately to the cosmic sea, to primordial black hole number 11003. The optical bridge has been activated. We don't have much time. Please come quickly.